Jean Runcandel sat lost in thought, his mind spinning with memories of the family he was born into, a lineage feared and revered across the world. The Runcandel clan, known far and wide, weren't just swordsmen, they were legends. Warriors who carved their dominance with sheer force, ruling over half the world with unmatched skill and raw power. In the Runcandel world, only strength mattered. The weak didn't survive, they were forgotten. And Jean knew it all too well. He was the youngest son of this fearsome clan. He still remembered the moment that marked his fate, the day of the selection ritual. That was when every Runcandel child chose a weapon, a moment that shaped their entire future. Jean had picked Barisada, the sacred sword of the clan's patriarch. It was a symbol of leadership, of destiny. His older brother, Daytona, had even shown a flicker of interest, surprised at Jin's bold choice. Back then, everyone assumed Jean would rise high. A future leader, a prodigy in the making. But things didn't go as expected. Jean had no gift for the sword, not even a trace. In a family where talent was everything, he was a glaring failure. No matter how hard he trained, he couldn't catch up, not even to the weakest among his siblings. People laughed behind his back, called him a disgrace, the shame of the Runcandels. He carried that title alone. One day, while quietly training with a wooden sword, Jin's solitude was broken. Two of his older brothers, Haytona and Daytona, approached. Haytona sneered, watching Jean swing with no purpose. Daytona joined in with a smirk, throwing out a sarcastic jab. Maybe Jean was waiting for some magical sword to unlock his hidden talent? They didn't stop there. Haytona grew impatient with Jin's silence and suddenly kicked him backward. Jean stumbled, catching himself. But it didn't end. Daytona waved a handful of papers, notes Jean had secretly written on swordsmanship theory. Really? Daytona mocked, flipping through them. You think this'll help you catch up? Jean begged him not to touch them, but Daytona only grinned cruelly. In one swift move, he snapped Jin's wooden sword in half. Then he looked down at him and spat words that cut deeper than any blade. People like Jean didn't deserve effort. Giving him hope was just a waste. As Jean pleaded, Daytona tore the papers apart, scattering them like trash. Then he yanked Jean up by the hair, tossing out another insult. Was this what his nanny Gilly had taught him? Jean tried to defend her, but Daytona wasn't done. With a cold smirk, he leaned in. Maybe it's time we teach our little brother some manners. The threat in his voice was clear. Jean stood there, humiliated and powerless, buried beneath the crushing weight of their scorn. He'd always believed that effort could close the gap, that if he pushed hard enough, if he endured long enough, one day he'd be accepted. One day he'd earn his place. But that hope vanished the day he was expelled. At 25, Jean knelt at the gates of the Runcandel clan. Everything he had worked for meant nothing. Commendable enough to spare his life, but not enough to let him stay. Cast out of the clan, Jean was left to roam the world without purpose, drifting through a fog of rejection and uncertainty. Yet in that bleak chapter of his life, something extraordinary happened. During his aimless wandering, Jean crossed paths with a mysterious master, someone who saw what others didn't. Jean wasn't talentless. He had a gift, but it wasn't for the sword. It was for magic, a forbidden power in the eyes of the Runcandel clan. In a family where swordsmanship was everything, even the idea of magic was heresy. And yet, magic was the one thing Jean truly connected with. 3 years passed. Now, Jean stood in a quiet room, explaining how he'd refined his understanding of mana. By syncing with its natural rhythm, he could not only regain his strength, but also supercharge the next spell he cast. As he demonstrated, something strange happened. A surge of dark energy suddenly flooded the space. Startled, Jean demanded an answer. Where was this power coming from? Then a voice echoed, deep, commanding. It introduced itself as Sodaret, ruler of shadows, a supreme being of darkness. Sodaret offered Jean a deal, a contract that would grant him immense spiritual power and total immunity to curses. Jean gasped as an invisible chain coiled tightly around his heart. Sodaret spoke again, revealing a truth Jean had never imagined. He had been cursed since childhood. The curse was called Bladed Illusion. It had shackled his talent with the sword for his entire life. In a clan where swordsmanship defined worth, it was a cruel, invisible punishment. Now it made sense why magic had felt so natural to him, why the sword had always seemed just out of reach. Sodaret promised that no curse would ever touch him again. The chains binding Jin's heart shattered. You are now my contractor, Sodaret declared. Jean Runcandel, the magic swordsman of the century. The black aura faded. The room fell silent. Jean stood alone, gripping his sword. He stepped outside, raised the blade to the sky, and for the first time, it felt light. Not just in weight, but in spirit. The burden of failure was gone. That weak, scorned boy the world had laughed at no longer existed. He smiled. Sword in hand, magic in his blood, Jean was ready to walk a new path. One built by his own hands, not shaped by the expectations of others. But fate wasn't finished with him. Later, Jean found himself crushed beneath rubble, his body battered and weak. Pain coursed through him. Distant screams echoed, growing fainter by the second. He called out, hoping anyone would come. Maybe even Soderette. But there was only silence. Trapped and fading fast, Jean stared into the darkness, asking himself, was this really it? After everything, was this how his story ended? He thought about what could have been, what he might have accomplished, if only he'd had more time. Just one more chance. Still, something inside him refused to give in. Even as the darkness crept in, a spark of willpower remained. Jean, bruised and broken, begged the universe for one more opportunity, to rise, to fight, to change his fate. Then suddenly, everything shifted. The rubble, the pain, the screams gone. He opened his eyes and found himself seated on the ground, surrounded by familiar faces. Runcandel warriors. The clan. Confused, he looked around, then down. There was Veridin, the patriarch's sword. And in that moment, clarity hit him like lightning. He wasn't dreaming. He wasn't hallucinating. He had died. Or had he? And just then, Gilly appeared beside him, offering a warm wish of luck, like nothing had happened at all. The legendary sword lay before him, Veridin. The very same blade he'd chosen during the selection ritual years ago. Staring at it now, Jean felt a jolt of realization. He was back. Somehow, someway, he'd returned to the day that changed everything. Reborn in the body of his 1-year-old self. In his first life, he'd picked the sword by sheer accident. But not this time. This time, he was going to choose it with purpose. As he reached out and gripped Veridin, a nearby man gasped. The youngest Runcandel. He chose the patriarch's sword. A silver-haired elder stood frozen in shock. Then, with a commanding voice, he declared the selection ritual complete. He immediately gave the order. Jean was to be moved to Storm Castle, a place reserved only for those destined to lead the clan. Then, the story jumped forward 6 years. At Storm Castle, a small boy stretched on tiptoe, trying to reach a book from a high shelf. Jean, now 6, grumbled under his breath. He'd been stuck in this place the entire time, all thanks to the clan's strict rules. No leaving until he turned 10. Finally grabbing the book, he flipped through its pages. Boring. Lifeless. Nothing useful. Later, in his quarters, Gilly appeared with unsettling news. A dead bird had been found inside his room. Jin's mind immediately went to his older brothers. He knew them well enough. Moments later, Daytona Runcandel strutted in, his voice dripping with mockery. Quite the work of art, don't you think? He said, referring to the corpse. One of the maids said it was a waste, so I thought, why not? Daytona followed, his tone just as smug. Moved to tears, are you? Jean didn't flinch. Calmly, he took a cloth and covered the bird. But inside, his thoughts raced. Even at this age, his brothers were already sharpening their fangs. They enjoyed this kind of cruelty. It was entertainment to them. Daytona sneered. Better not cry. It's such an ugly look on you. Still, Jean said nothing. That silence only made them more arrogant. So, Daytona said, smirking, acting all high and mighty now? Because you're going to be patriarch? Then why don't you carry Veridin around like a real leader? Jean opened his mouth to speak, but Daytona didn't let him. Speak up. I can't hear whispers. Then he lunged. But Jean caught Daytona's hand mid-swing. Eyes locked, voice firm, he gave a simple order. Quiet. Daytona froze. Without hesitation, Jean drove a punch straight into his chin. The hit landed hard. Daytona stumbled. Daytona stepped up and got the same treatment. Jean struck clean, knocking him back. His voice calm, but unyielding, Jean finally spoke. I've endured long enough. I won't be your toy anymore. He turned to Daytona and delivered another hit. Next time you try something like this, think twice. The air shifted. For the first time, Jean pushed back. For the first time, he took control. That's when Khan entered. He paused, taking the sight of Daytona, and Daytona sprawled on the floor. What happened here? He demanded. Jean didn't blink. They started fighting each other, then collapsed. Khan's eyes narrowed. Is that so? That's all there is to it, Jean replied, cool and composed. He watched them both carefully, the bitter irony of their clan's violent nature sinking in. Even among siblings, there was no peace. Groaning, Daytona lifted his head. Is that true? But before Khan could ask more questions, Jean cut in. They've got more important things to do than lying around. Let's go. Reluctantly, the twins obeyed. A while later, Jean stood over a shallow grave in the mud, gently placing the bird inside. Off to the side, Daytona and Daytona sat in silence beneath a tree, drenched and brooding as the storm clouds thickened overhead. From a distance, Khan watched it all unfold. He eventually approached and asked, Are you really going to leave them out here in this weather? Jean didn't look up. They need time to think, he replied evenly. Let the storm remind them of what they've done. Khan gave a slight nod. Jean had made his decision, and Khan, as their overseer, had to respect it. He turned to walk alongside the boy, but something gnawed at him. There was something in the air, not just sword aura, but mana. As they moved, Khan glanced at Jin's hands. Faint wisps of magic danced along his skin, barely noticeable, but unmistakable. This wasn't just some fight between siblings. His expression darkened. He'd seen enough. Without wasting another second, he spotted a servant near the stables. "Saddle a horse," he ordered. "I must report to the patriarch." Now, watching from the window of Storm Castle, Jean saw Khan approach the stables. Just as he suspected, Khan had sensed the magic. As Guardian Knight, his duty wasn't just protection, it was surveillance. There was no way he'd ignore the presence of mana surrounding the youngest Runcandel. Jean turned his gaze to his hands, where the faint glow of spiritual energy pulsed, a quiet reminder of the contract he'd forged with Soderette. Thanks to Soderette, the curse known as Bladed Illusion was gone. The chains that bound his talent were broken. The label of dunce no longer fit. This life will be different. As that thought settled in, a hand rested on his shoulder. Jean turned to find Soderette standing behind him. The shadowy being spoke with calm certainty, reaffirming that their pact held true, even in this second life. The promise of power. The promise of freedom. Jean knew what came next. It was time to face his father. At the heart of Runcandel territory, Khan knelt before the patriarch and reported everything that had transpired. He detailed how the youngest son stood firm against the infamous Tana twins. The patriarch listened quietly. His eyes, however, were sharp, calculating. When Khan finished, the patriarch didn't hesitate. "Summon the flag-bearers," he said. "We're going to storm Castle." Minutes later, Joshua Runcandel arrived with an update. 7 flag-bearers and 200 elite knights are assembled and ready. The patriarch rose to his feet, his voice unwavering. "We leave at once." High in the branches of a tree, Mary Runcandel leaned against the trunk, legs swinging as she looked down at her brother Dyphus. Her curiosity was clear. "Why do you think Father's heading to Storm Castle all of a sudden?" she asked. "I already asked Luna," Mary added. She didn't say much. "I've been busy with the magician situation myself." Dyphus, the 4th successor, shrugged slightly. "Maybe it's about the Tana twins. They're supposed to transfer there next year." "But that doesn't make sense," Mary said. "Why go now?" Dyphus paused, then said what they were both thinking. "It's probably about Jean." Mary raised an eyebrow. "Why would Father care about him?" "Sure, he picked Barasada during the ritual, but still." Dyphus simply replied, "When it comes to Father, you never really know. He doesn't do anything without a reason." Mary folded her arms. "Yeah, maybe." She stared off into the distance, thoughts churning. At that moment, a voice called out from below. "Mary!" Startled, she quickly turned and spotted Luna, her older sister and the 1st successor. Looking up. "Sorry, Luna." Mary called down. Still, even as she responded, a thought lingered in her mind. Was their youngest brother truly worth their father's attention? Elsewhere, Gilly helped Jean prepare. Her hands moved quickly, but her mind was elsewhere. "The patriarch, coming here," she muttered in disbelief. "Do you really think it's because of you?" Jean adjusted his clothes and paused. "I'm not sure," he replied. "But if he is, it's probably because of Khan." He knew the Guardian Knight well. Khan wasn't the type to jump to conclusions, especially not about something as serious as magic. If he'd gone to the patriarch, then he must have sensed something strange, something that didn't fall under aura or mana. And the patriarch? He wouldn't let something that could shape the clan's future slide by unnoticed. Not a chance. The patriarch's arrival at Storm Castle sent a ripple through the halls. Soderette appeared in the shadows and gave a subtle bow of respect as Chiron Runcandel stepped through the entrance, his mere presence silencing everything around him. Without breaking stride, Chiron gave his first order. Summon the Tana twins. Moments later, Haytona and Daytona stood before him. He didn't waste time. "Tell me what happened with Jean." Haytona, defensive as ever, quickly claimed they'd done nothing wrong. Daytona added, "He hit us first. But it wasn't just that. He used something strange. It wasn't aura. It wasn't mana. It was magic." They both reminded their father that magic was strictly forbidden in the clan. Mary stepped forward. "We should question him before he hides whatever that was." The hall fell quiet. The patriarch stood. His gaze swept across the room like a blade. "Insubordination and recklessness," he said coldly. "Neither will be tolerated. This is Runcandel." His voice echoed with finality. "Bring Jean." Jean walked into the great hall, his steps steady, his heart unwavering. Then he met his father's eyes. Chiron Runcandel, patriarch of the clan, the strongest man alive, and a Genesis knight. He had surpassed the limits of mortality. Somewhere along the way, he had left his humanity behind. In his previous life, Jean had been invisible to this man, but not anymore. He bowed with purpose. Greetings, patriarch. Chiron's eyes narrowed. Why not call me father? With so many here, I assumed this was an official audience, Jean said evenly. Chiron considered that. Fair point. Accepted. Jean gave a respectful nod. Thank you, father. Then came a question. What mistake did your brothers make? Jean didn't hesitate. In our clan, every act of kindness or cruelty must be answered in kind. They forgot that. The room held its breath. Chiron gave a small nod of approval. Everyone leave. I will speak to him alone. Outside, a long-haired girl glanced around, unsure. So, did the young master pass the test or not? What are we supposed to do now? A black-haired boy answered flatly. He gave us a direct order. That's all we need to know. One by one, the gathered siblings and knights began to depart. But Mary lingered, her thoughts racing. A private audience with her father? That wasn't something handed out lightly. Maybe, just maybe, their youngest brother wasn't as weak as he seemed. Inside the grand hall, the doors shut behind them, sealing off the outside world. The patriarch turned toward Jean, his voice low but firm. The Tana twins say you used something unusual in your fight, he began. You know the rules. In our clan, magic is forbidden. It's a weakness, a crutch that dulls the sword. His eyes narrowed. So, tell me, what exactly did you use? Jean knew there was no point in deflecting. His father had seen enough to be suspicious. Dodging the question now would only make things worse. I honestly don't know, Jean replied, calm and direct. It's not aura, and it's not magic either. At least, not the kind anyone talks about. Even I can't explain it. Then, without waiting for permission, he activated the power. A subtle energy shimmered around him, quiet and undeniable. You're free to name it, if you'd like. For the first time, the patriarch's expression shifted. He recognized it. This wasn't some mysterious anomaly. It was something ancient, something sacred. It's the spirit of Berisada, Chiron said at last. His tone carried weight. This power, it wasn't new. It was the same energy the first Runcandel patriarch had wielded generations ago. And now, it had resurfaced in Jean. Chiron stepped closer. This power is tied to Sodaret, the god of shadows. Jin's interest sparked immediately. Who is Sodaret? The patriarch answered without hesitation. Long ago, Sodaret forged a contract with our clan's founder. Since his death, the god has remained silent, unseen. He stared at Jean. But now, through you, that silence has been broken. Jean absorbed the words carefully. Then he asked a bold question, one that would have shocked anyone else. Is this god stronger than you? Chiron didn't flinch. His answer came without pride or fear. I've never fought a god, so I can't say. The honesty stunned Jean. Coming from the most powerful man in the world, the answer was somehow humbling and perfectly fitting. The patriarch placed a hand on Jin's head. That's a good question, he said. It leads to something more important. What you plan to do with this power. Jean met his father's gaze. I'll use it for the clan. Chiron laughed. Eli, he said bluntly. You beat your brothers and left them outside in a storm. That's not someone fighting for the clan. Be honest. Jean nodded slowly, realizing there was no fooling this man. Then the truth is, I want to use it for myself. This time, Chiron smiled faintly. Good. I like that answer better. His tone sharpened again. I'll be watching. With that, he turned and walked away. The heavy doors closed behind him, and Jean finally let out a long breath. It was over. Not only had he earned the right to use the spirit of Berisada, but for the first time in both lives, he had captured his father's attention. This time, everything would be different. Later that day, Mary Runcandel arrived with a wooden box in hand. She handed it to Gilly with a smirk. A gift for your young master. Make sure he eats it all, boiled, of course. It'll help him get stronger. She gave Jean a wink, then turned and walked off. Jean blinked in confusion. Since when did Mary act like this? Later, he opened the box and froze. Inside sat a phoenix heart, a rare, legendary artifact of incredible power. He stared at it in disbelief. Why would Mary give something so valuable to a 7-year-old? Jin's mind spun as he stared at the phoenix heart. Mary Runcandel, of course. She wasn't just the 7th flag bearer of the clan or a 6-star knight. She was Wind Fury Mary, infamous across the southern region. Some even whispered a nickname behind her back, the Madwoman of the South. And suddenly, it all made sense. Of course, she'd hand over a treasure like this. Not out of kindness, but because she wanted to shape him into a future rival. A proper opponent to face one day on the battlefield. Classic Mary. Jean studied the phoenix heart again. If he consumed it at this age, it could toughen his body against fire and turbocharge his physical development. For powerful magicians, it was also a key to summoning actual phoenixes. He couldn't help but wonder, maybe this time around, he'd be the one to call forth a real phoenix. His thoughts were interrupted as Gilly walked in, balancing a tray of food. Sorry if I kept you waiting, she said cheerfully. Jean smiled. Perfect timing. Thanks, Gilly. She set the meal down and glanced at the phoenix heart. Quite the gift your sister left you, she said, nodding to it. Better eat while it's hot. But before Jean could take a bite, the door swung open. Haytona and Daytona Runcandel stepped inside. Jean didn't even flinch. Here for something? He asked casually. Daytona's eyes flicked to the food. That's a lot for one person. Haytona nodded. We saw Gilly with a huge pot earlier. Jean chuckled. Thinking of joining me? They both grinned. If you're offering. He leaned back in his chair. Sure, on one condition. Later, outside a remote cave, the Tana twins were digging like their lives depended on it. Daytona scowled, stabbing his shovel into the dirt. Why are we doing this again? Haytona wiped sweat from his brow. This place is a wasteland. What does Jean even think we'll find here? He glanced around nervously. What if someone sees us? Daytona shrugged. Then Jean gets in trouble. Not us. Still, despite the grumbling, they both admitted something. That's soup, Daytona muttered. Kinda worth it. Haytona groaned. Our little brother is seriously scary. By the time they got back to the estate, the twins were caked in mud. Jean was waiting for them. Back so soon? He asked with a smirk. A servant nearby raised an eyebrow in surprise, but Daytona snapped. You saw nothing. They marched up to Jean. We did what you asked. Now where's the soup? Jean casually pointed to a table. Over there. The brothers rushed over. On the plate sat 2 tiny spoonfuls of soup. Daytona stared. You've got to be kidding. This isn't even a mouthful. Haytona shouted. Jean shrugged. I said I'd share. Never said how much. With a grin, he added, enjoy your meal, and walked off, leaving the twins boiling in frustration. Later, Jean returned to the cave site. To his surprise, the Tana brothers had done a perfect job. He'd expected a half-hearted mess, but the excavation was clean and precise. He stepped forward and pressed his hand against the cave wall. Solid but not too thick. A 1-star spell would be enough to break through. Perfect. Lately, he'd felt restless. His mana was growing. He needed a way to release it. Summoning his power, he activated a spell. The ground trembled. Chains clanked. A hidden mechanism groaned behind the rock. Then, a door emerged. Jin's eyes lit up. He'd found it. Runcandel's secret library. A place he never once set foot in during his past life. Standing here, now, felt like stepping into a dream. He recalled something one of his older brothers had once told him. The door could only be opened with a phrase, a special message, spoken by those who came seeking guidance from Uraken. Jean took a breath, spoke the words aloud, and the door opened. He stepped inside. This wasn't just a hidden archive. The Runcandel clan's secret library was a vault of forbidden knowledge. Ancient texts and lost tomes plundered from clans they had crushed over the last 1,000 years. Access was strictly limited to the clan's flag-bearers. But Jean wasn't turning back. This was the beginning of everything. As he stepped into the vast chamber, the sheer magnitude of the place hit him. As he ventured deeper into the room, his eyes were drawn to something unexpected, something strange. A massive glass tube stood at the center. Inside was a figure, covered in scales. Jean stepped closer, squinting at the shape within. Not human, not even close. His hand pressed against the glass as a rush of questions hit him. What is this thing? Why is it here? Could it be connected to the Runcandels? Then a name whispered through his thoughts. Muraken. The Black Dragon Muraken. The ancient beast said to have lost to the first Runcandel patriarch and vanished into a deep sleep. Could the legend be true? Shaking the thought away, Jean forced his focus back. This wasn't why he came. The secrets he needed were still out there, buried in books, not myths. He kept moving. After a long search, he found them. The tomes. Stacks of knowledge from clans long wiped from history. Centuries of war, all collected here. He pulled one out and flipped through the pages. It belonged to the Kungan clan, a swordmaster lineage once feared across the continent. The techniques were intense, even for someone at Jin's level. It pushed the limits of his 3-star capabilities. He knew he couldn't risk taking it. If someone found out, the consequences would be brutal. Instead, he decided to return later, with pen and paper. He would copy every word, piece by piece. Back in his room, Jean sat hunched over a book, fully immersed in its contents. Gilly entered, balancing a tray. Brought you some cake and milk, she said warmly. But before Jean could respond, the scene blurred, pulling him into memory. A noise. Back in the library. He remembered hearing it and asking aloud, "Who's there?" His heart raced. No one else should be in Stormcastle's archive this late. He turned slowly, scanning the room. Then a shadow moved. The massive figure from the glass tube, awake. It was Muraken. Jean froze. He hadn't seen this in his past life. Not once had the Black Dragon awoken. His thoughts spun. He's the clan's guardian dragon, right? If I show respect, maybe I won't get roasted alive. He cleared his throat. I greet you as a child of the Runcandel clan. Muraken's eyes narrowed. Guardian? The dragon scoffed. That's the nonsense they're spreading now. He glared. So you're the next breath they sent to parrot their lies? Jean gulped. Mirakin didn't attack, but his irritation was clear. Woke up after 1,000 years, and it's for you? Great, he muttered under his breath, shaking his massive head in disbelief. Then Mirakin sniffed the air. His expression changed. Wait, you reek of spiritual energy. Jean blinked. Spiritual what? Mirakin stared harder. After 1,000 years, I still recognize that scent. You're radiating it. That kind of energy doesn't just appear. It belongs to contractors, like Timar. Timar. Jin's thoughts snapped into focus. Could this be it? Could the spiritual energy Sodaret gave him be the reason Mirakin woke up? Mirakin began pacing the room, scanning the area with sharp eyes, clearly tracking the source of the spiritual energy he'd sensed. Jean saw his chance. Over here, he called out. Mirakin turned to him. You have something to show me? Jean nodded, stepping forward. He let the energy tied to Sodaret rise, revealing the power swirling around him. Is this what you sensed? Mirakin's eyes narrowed. That's it. But when Jean mentioned Sodaret by name, Mirakin scoffed. You? Connected to Sodaret? Don't kid yourself. Then he paused. Something shifted in his expression as he looked closer. His scoff faded into a breath. You're the 1,000-year contractor. His voice wasn't exactly impressed. In fact, he glanced at Jin's small frame and muttered, This is the kid? But despite the sarcasm, Mirakin dropped to one knee. As per my ancient oath to Sodaret, I acknowledge you, he declared. I am bound to serve. Jean could feel the weight of the moment settling in. Everything was changing. But before he could ask anything more, Mirakin cut him off. Save your questions. I've just woken up, and honestly, this is all a bit much for both of us. You're still young. You wouldn't understand most of it yet. Then Mirakin straightened up and gave a more formal introduction. I am Mirakin, proxy and companion of Sodaret, last descendant of the original Shadowborn, a dragon who walks in two forms. He looked down at Jean. I made a promise to the god of shadows, and now I'm yours. The room buzzed with raw mana as Jean tried to process what had just happened. The black dragon, Mirakin, was real. Awake, and now officially his. Mirakin raised an eyebrow. Well, are you going to introduce yourself? Jean composed himself and stepped forward. I am Jean Runcandel, he said proudly, 13th child of the Runcandel clan. The name Mirakin wasn't just part of legend, it was history. And Jean now knew the truth. The mountain where Storm Castle stood, it was named after this very dragon. Once, Mirakin had ruled the region, commanding fear and awe across the land. That was 1,000 years ago, before he lost a fateful battle to Timar Runcandel, the clan's founder. After his defeat, Mirakin had given up the mountain and the castle, then slipped into a long sleep. But it hadn't been the end of the story. Mirakin wasn't an enemy. He was a trusted ally of Timar himself. And now, Jean could finally connect the dots. Every god contractor had a guardian dragon, but Sodaret's was always missing from the records. Now he knew why. Mirakin had simply been asleep all this time. Back in the present, Jean made his way once again to the secret library. Mirakin, he called as he stepped in. A voice responded lazily. I'm back too. Jean smirked. This was his new normal, sharing his secret training ground with a very old, very sarcastic dragon. He decided to make the most of it. Now that they had time, there were questions to ask. Months passed. Mirakin stayed hidden inside the library while Jean continued his visits, sharpening his skills and expanding his knowledge. And Mirakin, for the most part, ate cake. Today was no different. While the dragon happily devoured a slice, Jean brought up something important. That battle between you and Timar, what really happened? Mirakin waved him off. That was 1,000 years ago. You think I remember? Jean frowned. If he'd learned anything about Mirakin during their time together, it was this. The dragon had a very specific obsession. Strawberry pies. Sure enough, Mirakin suddenly stopped eating, looked around, and gasped. Only 7 pies left? We're in crisis. Then, without missing a beat, he changed the subject. Anyway, what exactly do you do here all day? Jean blinked, then replied, I copy the tomes. I can't take them out. Too risky, so I transcribed them. Mirakin raised an eyebrow. Mirakin raised an eyebrow. You actually understand what you're writing down? Jean leaned back slightly. Maybe about 30%, he admitted. Not that impressive. To his surprise, Mirakin gave a nod of approval. That's more than most would manage. At your age, it's downright impressive. Jean appreciated the compliment, but didn't let it get to his head. Being a Runcandel means expectations are sky high. I've got 12 older siblings, plus my father, my mother, and the clan elders. If I want to be more than just a 13th child, I need to go far beyond that. That earned a chuckle from Mirakin. So, tell me, do you think Timar Runcandel could read this stuff when he was your age? Jean blinked. Honestly, I don't know. He couldn't read a single line, Mirakin said, laughing. Not one. Jean raised an eyebrow. But combat, Mirakin added. Timar lived for it. He wasn't the academic type, but no one could touch him in battle. The dragon's gaze softened. You got something different. You got brains. You're Sadaret's contractor, just like Timar was, but you also have the mind to handle the hard stuff. If you keep training and don't rush it, you might just reach his level, maybe even pass it. Jean tilted his head, skeptical. You seriously think I could surpass the first patriarch? Murakin didn't flinch. I do. Then he leaned in, voice lowering. Do you know Sadaret's nickname? Jean paused. No. Murakin grinned. Then listen close. He stepped back and raised a clawed hand dramatically. Sadaret's power is infinite. No boundaries. That means your potential has no limits either. You're not just a contractor. You're holding the keys to something immeasurable. He gave Jean a hearty pat on the back. Still not convinced? Fine. I'll teach you something that'll get your blood pumping. Jin's curiosity flared. What is it? Shadow, energy, liberation. Jin's eyes widened. What's that? Murakin's tone turned serious. It's the foundation of shadow power. The starting point, but also the gateway to its highest level. Only those truly in tune with spiritual energy can use it. But don't get cocky. It's dangerous without the right prep. I'm ready, Jean said. What I need to do first. Murakin crossed his arms. Start by mastering mana release. Jean frowned. Again? I've done that 1,000 times before, even in my last life. This isn't just mana release, Murakin explained. Shadow energy liberation needs both mana release and mana transfer. You gotta master both if you want to pull it off without frying yourself. He gave Jean a pointed look. So for the next 2 or 3 years, we're going back to basics. 2 or 3 years. Jean thought to himself, that's forever. Murakin's head snapped toward him. It's not forever, you brat. It's essential. You want to live long enough to wield this power? Then don't skip the groundwork. Feeling confident, Jean lifted his hand and activated his magic. Flashes of spiritual energy surged around him. Murakin froze. Wait, what? Jean smiled. I've done it before. Still staring, Murakin asked slowly, can you do mana transfer too? Jean nodded casually. The dragon blinked. You can do both. He let out a low whistle. Only the top-tier geniuses manage that. You're really something. To help Jean grasp his true potential, Murakin decides it's time to show him what shadow energy liberation really looks like. The room darkens as shadows begin to stir, creeping across the floor and walls. Murakin explains that this power doesn't come from within. It comes from the shadows themselves. Every shadow that exists is a piece of Sadaret's will. And as Sadaret's sole contractor, Jean has the right to wield it. Jean watches in awe as the darkness twists and coils. Then, in a surge of power, Murakin morphs into a towering, shadowy figure that seems to swallow the entire room. He turns to Jean and asks, so, how does it feel to witness shadow energy liberation in person? Jin's taken aback, but can't hide his fascination. Elsewhere, Luna Runcandel is in the middle of a mission. With a single stroke, she takes down a dragon. A servant steps forward, reporting that the area has been secured. Luna nods, estimating it'll take another 4 months to finish things here. Then, almost as an afterthought, she asks, by the way, what do 9-year-olds like these days? Back at Storm Castle, 6 months have passed since Jean first met Murakin. The Tana twins, now 10, are preparing to leave. Haytona stands by the carriage, announcing they're heading out, while Daytona gives Jean a casual farewell. Jean simply replies, all right, see you. A short while later, Gilly walks in holding a cake. Happy birthday, young master, she says warmly. Jean smiles, thanks her, and suggests they all share the cake together. Gilly agrees. Their moment is cut short when Khan appears. Young master, he says, bowing slightly. Forgive the interruption. Jean turns to him, curious. What's going on? Khan straightens up. Lady Luna is here. She's come to visit. Jin's mind races. Luna Runcandel, first flag bearer of the clan and a 9-star knight. The eldest sibling, a living legend known as the White Whale. Though she once stood at the top, Luna stepped away from the bloody succession battles and chose a different path. She's been distant ever since, more myth than family. So why was she here now? Did something happen within a clan? Or had she somehow learned about his secret trips to the library? Standing before her, Jean barely has time to collect himself when Luna speaks. You've grown, little brother. Caught off guard, Jean responds, if I knew you were coming, I'd have worn something nicer. With a light tap on his head, Luna chuckles. Do I need permission to visit my little brother? She notices his awkwardness. You feeling all right? Jean nods quickly. Yeah, just a bit nervous. It's the first time we've really spoken. Luna pauses, reading between the lines. She knows the Runcandel family too well. How it breeds competition, how siblings are raised to see each other as rivals. Maybe Jean thinks she's here to keep tabs on him. Realizing she may have come on too strong, Luna apologizes. I forgot, she says softly. You're still one of us. And that means you're already carrying a lot more than a kid should. Jean blinks. What do you mean? Luna glances over at Gilly and realizes she's made a mistake by treating this like a casual visit. She kneels down, her tone more serious now. Jean, can we talk? Just the two of us? Ask your nanny and the guards to give us a moment. Intrigued, Jean agrees. It's not every day the eldest Runcandel asks for a private chat. It doesn't feel threatening, just unexpected. So he nods and sends them away. Once they're alone, Luna gets straight to the point. She tells Jean the real reason she came. After his last encounter with their father, his raw power didn't go unnoticed. Every sibling has their eyes on him now. The moment he leaves Storm Castle, he'll be under constant watch. Every move he makes will be judged. Every step measured. She warns him, none of them will sit back. They'll be waiting, ready to interfere if he strays, even slightly from the path they expect. Luna's voice softens. She tells him she hopes he can avoid being dragged into the Runcandel clan's brutal cycle. She doesn't want to see him lose himself or his happiness because of their family's bloody traditions. Jean listens quietly. Her words hit harder than he expected. Now he sees it clearly, why she gave up her chance to become patriarch. She never wanted the throne if it meant losing herself. But something doesn't sit right. Why hadn't she warned him like this in his previous life? Did she not care then? Or did his siblings simply never see him as a threat? Even so, Jean nods. He thanks her for caring, but makes it clear. He's not planning to run from anything. Luna's eyes sharpen. I'm serious, Jean. This isn't because I see you as competition. I know, he replies. But I've already been targeted. That stops her cold. What? Are you saying one of them tried to kill you? Jean nods. He doesn't know who was behind it, but someone made a move. And that attempt only strengthened his resolve. He tells her he's glad she came. Her visit made one thing clear. Not every sibling hates him. That alone means more than she realizes. Luna's expression shifts, the weight of his words sinking in. If someone's already tried to eliminate him, then he's no longer just a potential threat. He's part of the game now. Without a word, she pulls him into a hug. Jean stiffens, surprised. He didn't expect this from her. She's always been distant, almost untouchable. But now, she feels like family. Don't look so sad, he says gently. You're right, she sighs, pulling back with a smile. It's your birthday after all. Reaching into her pocket, she pulls out a small box and opens it. Inside is a finely crafted pendant with a shimmering blue gem. She gestures for Jean to turn around, and he does so without question. As she fastens it around his neck, she explains, if you're ever in danger, real danger, and there's no one to turn to, crush this gem. No matter where you are, I'll come. Jean touches the pendant. I'll keep it safe. Promise me. I promise. With a warm smile, Luna wishes him a happy 9th birthday. Thank you, he says, his voice full of genuine gratitude. A little later, Gilly returns, setting down a slice of cake in front of Luna. She picks up the spoon, takes a bit, then turns to Jean with a mischievous grin. Want a bite? He blinks, then laughs. Just for a moment, everything feels simple. After a little more time together, Luna stands. I should get going. Have a safe trip, Jean says. She nods, then disappears beyond the doors of Storm Castle. Later, Jean finds himself back in the secret library. Murakin spots the pendant right away. Hey, what's that around your neck? It's a gift. From someone important. Murakin narrows his eyes, then walks over to inspect it. After a moment, he whistles. Now, that is something special. You recognize it? Jean asks. Oh, I do. That gem's tied to the demonic beast king, Orgel. Jean blinks. Wait, really? 1,000 years ago, people went to war for that thing. Mountains of bodies piled up just trying to get a hold of one. Jin's curiosity is piqued. It's really that powerful? Murakin confirms it. The pendant isn't just rare, it's powerful. It grants immunity to magic attacks below 5 stars, boosts the wearer's magical capabilities, and might even contain a summoning ability. Jean whistles, clearly impressed. You sure know a lot about this stuff. Murakin chuckles. I was around when the original owner wielded it. Artifacts like these? You don't forget him. He eyes the pendant again and adds, let me guess, that intense energy I felt earlier. Whoever was must have been the one who gave it to you. It was Luna, Jean says. My oldest sister. Murakin raises a brow. So, she showed up in person, huh? I figured. Her presence wasn't exactly subtle. Jean tenses. Wait, does that mean she sensed your energy too? Probably, Murakin says, shrugging. But don't panic. If she was going to say anything, she would have done it already. She handed you that pendant without a second thought, didn't she? That kind of trust doesn't come with hidden motives. Still unsure, Jean asks, you really think she's someone I can rely on? Murakin doesn't hesitate. Absolutely. Somewhere far away, Luna rides in silence. Her thoughts drift back to Storm Castle. That overwhelming power she sensed, it hadn't been there before. But she says nothing. If Jean is hiding something, she won't force the truth out of him. Instead, she makes a quiet vow. No matter what path her little brother chooses, she'll always stand by his side. Looking back on his time at Storm Castle, Jean realizes how much has changed. What he once expected to be a boring chapter of his life has turned into something entirely different. He earned his father's recognition. Mary gave him the Phoenix Heart. He reconnected with Luna. And he met Muraken, the Guardian Dragon. None of this happened in his previous life. Now, with his 10th birthday approaching, everything feels new. Everything feels possible. While training with Khan, Jean lands a strike, but it's quickly deflected. Khan gives him a sharp look. Still not enough. Again, Jean resets his stance, breathing steady. He knows the end of his stay is near. Soon, he'll return to the main house. But before that, there's more work to do. As they spar, Khan watches closely. Jin's improvement is undeniable. It's no wonder the patriarch is keeping tabs on him. Normally, Khan evaluates others during training. But lately, it feels like Jin's the one doing the evaluating. Eventually, Khan lowers his weapon. We'll stop here for today. Jin nods. All right, teacher. Did something feel off? Khan bows. Nothing at all. I just wanted to thank you for letting me guide you. I promise, with the time we have left, I'll make sure you leave this place stronger than ever. Jin offers a small smile. I'll be counting on you. Later, Jin sits by himself, a small flame flickering above his palm. He watches it twist and sway, the fire warm against his skin. I'm getting the hang of it, he says, a little proud. Gilly enters and sees the fire dancing in his hand. Doesn't that burn? Jin shakes his head. Feels like warm water. Gilly smiles. Looks like Lady Mary's Phoenix Heart is doing its job. She stepped closer. I've heard stories, but I've never seen it in action until now. I think I've absorbed about half its power, Jin says, eyes still on the flame. The rest will take a few more years. Gilly walks to the closet, checking supplies. We'll be leaving at first light tomorrow. Is there anything you need prepared? Jin doesn't look up. Yeah, okay. Gilly turns toward Jin. Should I pack your books separately? He shakes his head. No need. I'll read them on the way, so just put them all together. All right, she replies, jotting a mental note. Anything else you want me to pack on its own? The books are enough. Gilly smiles. In that case, I'll make strawberry pie for dessert tonight. Jin grins. Thanks, Gilly. I'm stepping out for a bit. She blinks. Now? Where to? Just for a moment, he says over his shoulder. I'll be back soon. A short while later, Jin slips into the secret library. Muraken, he calls. From the shadows, the dragon's voice echoes. I'm here. Jin glances around. We're leaving tomorrow. You ready? Muraken's response is instant. I've been counting the days. You think I've been cooped up down here just for the ambience? Jin smirks. Then how exactly are you planning to follow me without being seen? Muraken waves off the concern like it's nothing. I'm the legendary Black Dragon, remember? Even weakened. I've got more tricks than you've got fingers. Staying out of sight is easy. Jin tilts his head. Wait, so you're still weak? Muraken sighs. Takes time to bounce back after sleeping for 1,000 years. Not like I just woke up from a nap. Will you ever fully recover? Oh, I will. As you get stronger, so will I. That's how it works between a contractor and his guardian dragon. Muraken grins. So, come on. Hurry up and catch up to Timar. Benet makes Jin pause. Timar, Runcandel, the first patriarch, the strongest magic swordsman in history. He remembers something Sodaret once told him. The Runcandels weren't always a family of pure swordsmen. They were once masters of both swordsmanship and magic, until that history was buried and forgotten. Muraken leans in. You remembered, didn't you? Timar wasn't just a swordsman. He was a force of nature. Jin nods slowly. Why did the clan abandon magic? Muraken's voice darkens. 1,000 years ago, a humiliating covenant was made. One that forced the Runcandels to forsake magic entirely. Since then, they've strictly followed the path of the sword. He looks up at the ceiling, almost wistful. Back in the day, if I showed up somewhere, people would bow. They knew who I was. But now, the clan still calls me their guardian dragon. Yet if I reveal myself, they'd probably panic. Jin raises an eyebrow. Seriously? Muraken laughs. Sounds unbelievable, huh? Still, I'll keep myself hidden. No need to stir things up. Jin agrees. Better safe than sorry. Then Muraken brings up concern. But what if someone comes looking for me here? Sees the place empty? Jin crosses his arms. Good point. What'll you do about that? With a sly grin, Muraken says, I'll leave a duplicate behind. A shadow version of me. Just enough to fool anyone poking around. Jin frowns. And if they find out it's fake? Relax. I'm the shadow dragon. Faking it is second nature. I can create clones in my sleep. But can you maintain it? Jin presses. That's the tricky part, Muraken admits. Keeping the illusion up for long will be hard while I'm like this. But as you grow, so does my strength. In time, it won't even be a challenge. Jin gives a small nod. Thanks for doing this. Really? Muraken smirks. You could show a little more appreciation, you know? Jin shrugs with a grin. Maybe if you showed me some respect first. With a scoff, Murakin fires back, respects earned kid. You've still got a long way to go. Jean chuckles and drops to a knee, opening his bag. Well then, I brought you something. Murakin's eyes narrow with interest. Oh, what is it? Murakin leans closer. So, what did you bring me? Jean pulls out a cloth-wrapped bundle and a small bottle. First strawberries of the season. Made you a pie. And some wine I may or may not have snuck past Gilly. Murakin's eyes widen. You didn't. Jean smirks. I did. But don't get drunk and end up making some weird, wobbly clone. Scoffing, Murakin grabs the pie with both hands. Adorable little idiot. You really do grow on a guy. He takes a bite, savoring it like a man who hasn't tasted sugar in centuries. Then he glances over. So, when do I get to meet your nanny? Jean gives a non-committal shrug. I'll think about it. Later that evening, Gilly holds Jin's hand, her tone suddenly serious. Once we return to the main house, things will change. Don't expect the calm you had here. Jean listens without interrupting. Training here was hard, but the Runcandel main house? It's chaos. Brutal. Unforgiving. And I won't be able to bake you pies whenever you want. Jean squeezes her hand gently. I understand. I'll do my best. She nods. Then I'll be by your side. No matter what. Just then, Guardian Knights Jerome and Holt appear at the gates. Young Master, we're ready to escort you to the Garden of Swords. Jean turns toward them and gives a simple nod. Let's go. As the carriage pulls away from Storm Castle, Jean glances back one last time. October 30th, 1790, the day he left the castle behind, and the day his real journey began. Snow blankets the road ahead, the white landscape stretching endlessly on both sides. Gilly watches through the window. It's coming down fast. If it keeps up, we might have to stop at a village before reaching the transfer gate. Okay, Jean replies, unfazed. Suddenly, the carriage jolts violently. The wheels skid. The horses whinny in panic. From outside, Holtz's voice rings out. We're under attack. Stay inside. Gilly immediately wraps her arms around Jean. Don't worry, she says calmly. Jerome and Holtz are both 7-star knights. And I'm here with you. She quickly sizes up the situation. Looks like 20 attackers. Warriors, magicians, maybe archers. But none of them feel stronger than 7 stars. Jerome and Holtz should be able to handle it. But then Jean speaks, his voice firm. We need to get out of the carriage. Now. Gilly looks at him, startled. Why? Jean doesn't hesitate. No real guardian knight would ever leave a child alone. One of them would have stayed. The fact that both left, either they're fakes or they betrayed us. Gilly's expression hardens. She immediately understands. There might be a trap inside, a hidden device. We need to move. She nods, drawing blades from her sleeves. I'll protect you. As a Runcandel servant, that's my duty. No matter what. Without waiting, she grabs him, kicks the door open, and leaps out. Snow crunches underfoot as they dash into the white haze. If I get punished for this, she calls over her shoulder, I'll accept it. Jean shakes his head. Forget punishment. Head toward the fighting. I need to confirm something. Gilly keeps moving. What are you trying to find out? If they really wanted me dead, Jean explains, the moment I stepped out would have been perfect. But no one's made a move. That tells me this ambush isn't what it looks like. He narrows his eyes, watching the chaos ahead. There's more going on here than we think. Gilly narrows her eyes. You're right. Something about this doesn't add up. Meanwhile, the vice-captain of the Black King Mercenaries' 3rd Corps barks out orders. Search the area. Find Jean Runcandel. 3rd Unit, cover the left flank. Jean spots the approaching forces and immediately knows his instincts were right. These weren't real attackers. Gilly scans the emblems stitched onto their uniforms. A green leaf, the mark of the Yuta clan from the Middle Region, and a black beast, symbol of the Black King Mercenaries. Just then, a few Yuta clan members catch sight of them. There they are. Jean Runcandel is alive. Secure him. Protect at all costs. Moments later, the vice-captain of the mercenaries strides up. Young Master Jean, he says, bowing slightly. I'm Eureka of the Black King Mercenaries. We received an urgent request from the Runcandel clan to ensure your safety. Those who attacked you are traitors. We'll see they pay. Jin's eyes narrow. It finally makes sense. There wasn't a betrayal, just a clever trick. The real Guardian Knights never stood a chance because these weren't them. Gilly doesn't waste a second. She steps forward, voice cold and sharp. You. Who are you, really? Speak. One of the imposters, Jerome, lets out a low, mocking laugh. You think I'd spill the truth to a Runcandel dog? Gilly turns to Jean. Your orders? Jean doesn't hesitate. Kill one. Take an arm off the other. I'll question what's left. Without flinching, Gilly strikes. Jerome drops lifelessly to the ground. Holt screams as his arms are sliced clean off. Gilly drags him across the snow by his hair and drops him at Jin's feet. Jean looks down at him, voice calm and cutting. You thought I was just some helpless child. You forgot. Runcandel nannies are 7-star warriors by requirement. If you really wanted to kill me, you should have sent 3 or 4 8-stars. Not this mess. Holt snarls, face twisted in pain. You arrogant brat. This was only a warning. The Runcandel clan's days are numbered. Jean doesn't blink. Maybe, as long as it's followed by the era of Jean Runcandel. I'll allow it. With blood dripping from his mouth, Holt shouts, "Glory to the great Zipple." That name hits like a bolt. Jean freezes for a moment, thoughts spinning. The Zipple, masters of magic, rulers of the other half of the world. Where the Runcandels chase the peak of swordsmanship, the Zipple dominate through magical supremacy. 1,000 years ago, after the death of the first patriarch, it was the Zipple who forced the Runcandel clan into a shameful covenant, banning all magic and sealing their true potential. Since then, they've been enemies, locked in eternal rivalry. Jean narrows his eyes. This attack, it reeks of Zipple involvement. But something's off. The chaos, the lack of coordination, this isn't how the Zipple operate. These must be rogue extremists. Gilly, Jean says coldly. Get rid of him. He's not worth keeping alive. She nods without a word. As Holt hurls one final curse, Gilly ends it. Jean doesn't flinch. He's deep in thought. The whole thing doesn't sit right. Disguises that fool 7-star knights? That's not easy. Nearly impossible, in fact. Unless that person is behind this. Gilly returns a few moments later. It's done. Well handled, Jean says simply. He turns to Murika. During our escape, was it you who provided cover? Murika gives a nod. Yeah, I covered your escape. Jean meets his eyes. You did well. When we get back, I'll make sure the clan hears about your part in this. You'll be properly rewarded. Murika straightens slightly at the compliment. Thank you, young master. Jean continues. Until we reach the transfer gate, I'm counting on you to keep us safe. Understood, Murika replies. As he turns to address his team, he studies the boy in front of him, just 10 years old, fresh out of Storm Castle, and already issuing orders with the poise of a veteran leader. Murika remembers Jin's words, the era of Jean Runcandel. At the time, it had sounded like a child's boast. But now, hearing it again in his mind, Murika realizes it wasn't just talk. Jean meant it. Facing his men, Murika's tone sharpens. From here on out, mind your behavior. No loose chatter. No crude remarks. We're protecting someone important. The warriors exchange glances. One of them scoffs. Since when did we get so uptight about manners? Another immediately snaps. Shut up and follow orders. Meanwhile, Gilly walks over to Murika. We should get moving. He nods. Let's go. As they march through the snowy trail, Gilly steps closer to Jean. Are you sure it's wise to leave the bodies behind? Jean glances at her. Dead or alive, they'll send a message. That's enough. You've handled everything well, she adds. Jean gives a small smile. Thanks. They keep walking in silence for a bit, until Gilly checks her surroundings. We're about 2 hours from the nearest village. Good, Jean replies. We'll wait out the snow there. Then, as if sensing the tension still lingering in her shoulders, he adds, don't let what happened bother you. This wasn't your fault. Even Khan, who's a 9-star, could have been fooled. There's no way a 7-star like you could have known. But still, she murmurs. This wasn't a disaster, Jean says calmly. It was a lesson. I learned what to look out for with future escorts. That alone makes it worthwhile. Despite his words, Gilly's eyes are downcast. Jin's mind drifts. In his past life, she had stood by him through everything. Even when the clan cast him out, she never once left his side. When he was exiled, so was she. And yet, she had bowed her head and apologized, as if she had failed him. He clenches his jaw. Things are different now. He won't let that happen again. Gilly softly says, even so, I'll accept any punishment. Stop. Jin's voice cuts through the cold air. Stop blaming yourself. Move on. Gilly looks at him, startled. You're my nanny, yes. But right now, you're also my only guardian knight. If you let something like this shake you, how are you supposed to protect me moving forward? He locks eyes with her. I don't want to repeat myself. Understood. Gilly's breath catches, but she nods. Yes, I'll stay sharp. She realizes then, he wasn't scolding her. He was lifting her up, guiding her back to where she needed to be. In her heart, she vows she won't let him down again. Watching her posture shift, her confidence return, Jean lets out a breath. That's better, he thinks. She's back to her usual self. Eventually, they arrive at a small hotel. The receptionist greets them warmly. Welcome. How many rooms will you need? Murika steps forward. 2. As Jean steps into the hotel lobby, his mind drifts back to the earlier attack. Something about those imposters still doesn't sit right. Could they have been connected to someone else? One name rises in his thoughts. Bubear Gaston. Transformer-class dragon. A rare monster with the ability to execute flawless transformations. Most dragons can't even come close to that level of control, which makes Bubear's skill all the more dangerous. Unfortunately, he hasn't exactly used that talent for good. Chaos seems to follow wherever he goes. Heading to his room, Jean can't shake the thought. If the imposters were tied to Bear, this might be more complicated than he first thought. Still, so far he's managed to keep a low profile. That could work in his favor. In his previous life, Jean had been arrested by the Beeman Special Forces at the age of 20. Bear was a known wild card then, dangerous, unpredictable. While a shapeshifter like him might be a powerful ally, Jean doesn't forget how that same dragon once posed a direct threat to him. Before Bear causes more problems, Jean makes a mental note to investigate if anything about him has changed since his last life. Later that night, as Jean settles into bed, Gilly pokes her head in. "I'll be just outside," she says softly. "Call if you need anything." "Thanks," Jean replies, already drifting. But peace doesn't last. A strange noise yanks him from sleep. Groggy, Jean rubs his eyes. What now? His body, though trained and strengthened, is still just 10 years old, and he's tired. Then he hears it again, a faint scratching near the window. He looks over and freezes. Perched calmly on the windowsill is a cat. Jean bolts upright. Wait, is that Mirakin? That hits him. Mirakin had mentioned he'd be hiding in plain sight. Jean hadn't imagined this exact form, but now it makes sense. The cat stares at him and lets out an impatient meow. Jean hurries to the window. "Sorry, I didn't recognize you. I just wasn't expecting a cat." He opens the window, and the feline springs in. With a ripple of shadow, the cat transforms, revealing the towering form of Mirakin. "I thought you'd pose as a coachman or maybe a knight," Jean mutters. "But a cat." Mirakin rolls his shoulders. Disguising as a man would have raised flags. The knights would have noticed. But a stray cat? Nobody looks twice. Before Jean can respond, Mirakin steps forward, and his foot catches on a loose floorboard. He stumbles and crashes face first into the window. Crack! The noise echoes through the room. Within seconds, the door bursts open. Gilly storms in, eyes blazing. "What was that noise? Who are you?" She doesn't wait for an answer. She lunges, grabs Mirakin by the neck, and slams him into the wall. "Speak, now, or I'll tear you apart." "Wait, Gilly!" Jean shouts, rushing between them. "He's not the enemy." Mirakin, utterly unbothered by the chokehold, blinks slowly. "So we finally meet, strawberry pie." "What?" Gilly narrows her eyes. Mirakin beams. "I've heard so much about you, and now I see the legend is true." "Legend?" Jean sighs. This is going sideways. Realizing how badly things are spiraling, Jean quickly steps in. "Gilly, this is Mirakin, the guardian dragon of the Runcandel clan. The Black Dragon." Gilly's eyes widen. The guardian? But Mirakin doesn't seem to care about titles. He just stares at her, looking thrilled. "My precious strawberry pie." Flustered, Gilly lets go and quickly bows. "Forgive me, Sir Guardian. I didn't know. I didn't mean to offend." Mirakin waves it off. "Relax. You're forgiven, my delightful dessert." She blinks. "Why do you keep calling me that?" "Because," Mirakin declares proudly, "you make the best strawberry pies I've had in over 1,000 years. Perfect crust, perfect filling, truly divine." Gilly turns to Jean, deadpan. "So this is why you've been asking for strawberry pie every single day." Mirakin gestures toward the table. "Come sit. There's more to this story." Once they're settled, Gilly lets out a long breath. "So much has happened, and I didn't know a thing." Jean lowers his head slightly. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to keep you in the dark. I just had to." But Gilly shakes her head, smiling warmly. "Don't apologize. I'm proud of you. To think my little master formed a contract with Saderet and is traveling with a dragon. It's more than I ever imagined." Her pride is genuine, but Jean quickly sobers. "Gilly, now that you know, you're part of the secret. Mirakin's existence can't be revealed. No one from the clan can find out. Do you understand?" She nods without hesitation. "I promise. I'll be careful." Mirakin chuckles, ever relaxed. "No need to be so stiff, strawberry pie." "Thank you for your concern," she replies, a little flustered. She turns to Jean, lowering her voice. "Can we really trust him?" Jean shrugs with a small grin. "Well, probably." The next morning, at the Middle Kingdom transfer gate, Gilly steps forward to thank the Black King mercenaries. "Your help was invaluable," she says. "The clan will compensate you shortly." Murica bows slightly. "We appreciate it. This was a good mission, and a learning experience. We're eager to see how far the young master rises." Just as she's about to turn away, Murica asks, "One question. Why would someone with your skill leave the Clorin clan to become a nanny for Jean Runcandel?" Gilly offers a polite smile. "No real reason worth sharing." Murica nods, sensing the end of the conversation. "Forgive me if I overstepped." "It's fine," she says simply, and the two part ways. A short while later, Jean and Gilly arrive at the gate proper. The gatekeeper greets them with a courteous smile. "Welcome. May I see your credentials?" Gilly hands over a badge. "We're headed to Kowloon, Hewfester Alliance." The gatekeeper blinks in surprise. Runcandel. Upon confirming their identity, his demeanor shifts instantly. It's an honor to serve you. Please follow me to the special lounge. Inside, the gatekeeper explains, the transfer will take 2 hours. After that, you'll arrive instantly at your destination. I hope you find the journey comfortable. Once he leaves, Gilly sits beside Jean, her expression a little tight. Young master, how are you planning to hide Lord Murakin? And your magic? If the clan finds out, I'll be careful, Jean says, cutting in. I promise. But just then the air shifts. A new presence enters the lounge. A group dressed in high-class robes, with an unmistakable crest, a golden dragon. Jin's gaze sharpens. The Zipple, and leading them, a boy with refined features and calm, intelligent eyes. Jean narrows his focus. Veridin Zipple, Murakin, still in cat form, is lounging casually on the armrest, until Veridin walks up. Well now, Veridin says with a warm smile. Aren't you a handsome little guy? He reaches out to pet him, only for Murakin to swipe at his hand with sharp claws. Yow! Veridin pulls back. Immediately, his guardians step forward, hands on hilts. Vermin. But Veridin raises a hand. Easy. I probably provoked him. He turns to Jean, and drawing sword in front of a Runcandel would have been unfortunate. He glances at Jean now, with interest, taking note of how composed the boy is despite the rising tension. I'm Veridin Zipple, he says, offering his hand. Apologies for earlier. Jean stares at him for a beat. Veridin, genius magician, respected by every young mage in the world. A top contender for future leadership of the Zipple. In his past life, Jean had only seen him from afar. And now, here they were, face to face as children. As Jean studies Veridin, he finds himself unexpectedly relieved. At least he's not another arrogant idiot. Veridin raises an eyebrow. And what gave you that impression? He gestures toward his scratched hand with a smirk. If my guards had drawn their swords over this, I'd probably be wandering Hewfester alone right now, or missing a couple of fingers. Jean chuckles. That's a pretty dark sense of humor. Occupational hazard, Veridin quips, then asks, but really, do you think our clan leaders, Chiron Runcandel and Celiac Zipple, would rally the entire family over 2 kids squabbling? Not a chance, Jean replies dryly. At most, they toss a few gold coins at it and move on. Veridin laughs. Exactly. Still, a bit of advice. Try not to cut off anyone's fingers next time. Not worth the drama. Jean smirks. Duly noted. Veridin gives a polite nod. Well, thanks for the lesson today. I've learned something valuable. I'll return the favor someday. Later, Jean speaks again, calm, composed. I'll repay a debt another day. But for now, I'll pay in full. Okay, gladly. Veridin replies with a curious tilt of the head. Jin's tone sharpens. Until then, stay quiet. Don't disturb me until the transfer is complete. As he leans back, Jean reflects on the boy before him. This one, he'll become dangerous in a few years. If things had been different, if they weren't from enemy clans, maybe Jean would have asked to be friends. But Veridin was a Zipple. That alone sealed their fate as lifelong rivals. And still, the way Veridin carried himself, unshaken, even after nearly losing fingers. Jean frowns. There's definitely something off about the Zipples. None of them seem entirely sane. A system alert echoes through the transfer station. Teleportation will commence shortly. Please remain still. Mild pain or dizziness may occur during the transfer. As the ripple swallows them and the world shifts, Veridin turns with a half smile. I enjoyed our little chat. Let's meet again sometime. Jean meets his eyes, voice cold. Let's not. Stepping through the gate and into the carriage waiting on the other side, Jean is immediately greeted by a formal voice. Welcome to the Garden of Swords. A man steps forward, dressed in the black and gold livery of the Runcandel house. I am Pedro, second in command of the Butler Division. It's an honor to welcome you, young Master Jean. Jean stares ahead, eyes locked on the sprawling estate. The Garden of Swords. It's more than a name. It's a symbol. A sacred place where only those who've accomplished something truly great for the Runcandel clan are allowed to plant their blades. Each sword, a mark of pride, of legacy, of ambition. In his past life, Jean had dreamed of placing his sword here too. But back then, he had no right. He had been weak, untalented, clueless about how the clan really worked. Hard work alone had never been enough. But this time, it will be different. This time, he'll make every second in this cold, ruthless place count. As he steps through the gates, members of the clan line the path, watching him closely. Then, a woman emerges from the front. Graceful, commanding, deadly, Rosa Runcandel, the Black Panther. Lady of the house. Long time no see, she says, offering a faint smile. Jean bows slightly. Yes, mother. His eyes shift to the patriarch, his father, who's now eyeing the small black cat curled beside Jin's feet. You picked that thing up from the streets? Jean answers smoothly, no. I adopted him. The patriarch chuckles. Good. A Runcandel should never hesitate to claim what they take. Rosa walked up to the cat, curiosity in her voice. What's its name? Jean didn't hesitate. Butterfly Runcandel. Silence blanketed the room. Dyphus Runcandel's eyes widened in disbelief. You gave our family name to a cat. He shook his head. Jean, you're still a child, but this is absurd. How could you possibly give the Runcandel name to an ordinary animal? Joshua turned his attention to Gilly, sharp and accusing. This is how you've been raising him? Letting him toss around our name like that? Gilly bowed respectfully. I sincerely apologize. The patriarch stepped forward, raising a hand. The room stilled. His gaze locked on Jean. Why give the cat our name? Jean answered without flinching. Because names carry weight. Butterfly may be small, but she's the first life I've chosen to protect. Giving her the Runcandel name means I'm taking full responsibility. The patriarch looked thoughtful. Is that so? Do you truly grasp what the Runcandel name stands for? Jean met his gaze. I do, and anyone who harms Butterfly will pay the price. The patriarch scanned the room. Jin's words had clearly stirred the others. His siblings glared, their hostility unmistakable. You've got a real talent for making enemies, the patriarch said dryly. Jean gave a faint, knowing smile. And I'm just as good at getting rid of them. A low chuckle escaped the patriarch. Everyone here better stay sharp. Looks like our boldest member is also our youngest. With a wave of his hand, he turned and walked away, leaving the room buzzing with Jin's defiance. Time rolled forward to early summer, 1794. 4 years since Jean Runcandel left Storm Castle. Now a 2-star knight and a cadet in the beginner guardian knight class. Jean pushed through another grueling morning of training. As the session ended, instructor Garen Altamir called out, "That's enough for today." He gave Jean a nod. "Good work. Is that all for today?" Jean asked, brushing sweat from his brow. Garen raised an eyebrow. "Don't tell me you forgot. Lady Luna's training is scheduled." Jean blinked. "All right. I'll head over after I grab a bite." Garen looked at him carefully. "With the other cadets?" He paused, then added, "Madame Rosa seemed disappointed you haven't been joining the family at meals." Jean shrugged. "I'd rather not sit through all that tension." Garen gave a small nod. "Understood. I'll let them know." Not long after, a young cadet with messy hair and a bright grin approached Jean, carrying a plate. "I brought you some food," said Bellup Schmitz, just 13 and already sticking out like a sore thumb among the elite. "Thanks," Jean replied. "No problem." Jean watched him, thoughtful. Bellup was a commoner. The odds were stacked against him. If he stumbled in training, he'd be out just like that. Bellup sat beside him. "So, tastes good, right?" Jean nodded. "Yeah, it's great they give us meat regularly." Bellup started to respond, but Jean cut in. "That's enough. You said the same thing yesterday. Are you rehearsing this?" Bellup looked puzzled. "Huh, really?" Jean sighed. "You talk too much. Makes people think less of you." Bellup hesitated. "You really think so?" "Stand tall," Jean said firmly. "You're a Runcandel Guardian Knight cadet. Act like it." Bellup glanced down at himself. "But I haven't even earned a star. And my grades." Jean leaned back, looking Bellup straight in the eye. "Just making it into the Runcandel cadets? That's no small feat, even if you're dead last year. You're still ahead of most 13-year-olds out in the world." "Got it." Bellup nodded slowly. "Yeah, I get it." Jean didn't say it out loud, but the truth was clear. Of course the clan overlooked someone like Bellup. Quiet, timid, easy to ignore. But Jean knew better. He remembered Bellup's future. In his past life, Bellup had left Runcandel and joined the Highring clan, their rival in swordsmanship. From there, he climbed all the way up to become a royal in the Beeman Empire. That path was painted in blood and ended in tragedy. A place in the Imperial Guard, and then a death by his own hand. Jean hadn't forgotten the shock of hearing the news, or the weight of the loss. He slid his untouched plate across the table. "I've lost my appetite." "You eat it." Bellup looked surprised, unsure. Jean didn't push it. He'd already made up his mind. He wouldn't let Bellup slip through the cracks. Not this time. One wasted life was already too many. Later, walking alone down a corridor, Jean thought over his progress. His spiritual energy was at 2 stars. Mana, 4 stars. Swordsmanship also at 2. Not bad. At this rate, he figured he'd reach 3-star swordsmanship in another 2 years. Soon after, he arrived at the training grounds. Lady Luna was already waiting, holding a practice sword. "Today's training will be similar to yesterday," she said. "But your approach needs to change." Jean gave a sharp nod. "Understood." This time, Luna continued, "You'll use your mind's eye. Don't rely on sight. Observe everything with your inner vision." Jean took a breath, centering himself. This kind of training wasn't familiar territory. It felt completely foreign. Luna stood firm. "Close your eyes." Jean hesitated but obeyed. He knew the mind's eye was something few knights could master. Most only reached that stage once they passed 7 stars. For a 2-star knight like him to be learning this now? Unheard of. What confused him more was that this technique was usually connected to controlling aura, but today's training didn't involve aura at all. Still, he trusted Luna. She wasn't someone who wasted time. If she was teaching this now, there's a reason. He tightened his grip on the sword. Whatever the logic behind it, he'd figure it out eventually. For now, he just had to keep up. After the session, Luna nodded in approval. You did well today. You can go. Jean thanked her and left without a word. As he walked away, Luna remained behind, deep in thought. Jean might only be a 2-star knight, but his discipline, posture, and sharp focus had already surpassed her expectations. She could see it clearly. Her little brother had the potential to go far. Later, Garen Altamir showed up at the training field. Young master, he called out, his tone serious. The cadets are on edge today. Jean raised an eyebrow. Why? The sparring matches this afternoon count toward final evaluations. A good score could move some of them directly into Guardian Knight status. He paused before continuing. And for you, this match is especially important. Madame Roses made it official. If you defeat all 10 of the top cadets, you'll move up to the intermediate class a whole year early. Jean blinked. Huh, that's good news. As he glanced over at the lineup of cadets, his eyes landed on Bellup again. The kid looked tense. Jean sighed internally. Already decided to protect him from failure, but still, Bellup could really use a bit of backbone. Garen Altamir stepped forward, voice firm. Cadets, listen up. Today's sparring will be done in 3 rounds. Each of you will face different opponents each round. He paused before delivering the next part. After that, the top 10 cadets will go head-to-head with Jean Runcandel. The announcement drew murmurs of excitement and nervous energy. The cadets quickly snapped to attention, prepping for battle. Jean watched them quietly. They were sharp. Each one had earned their spot through raw skill and effort. The early rounds began and passed in a blur of clashes and shouts. When they ended, Garen raised his hand. Everyone not in the top 10, fall back. The rest of you, prepare to face Jean. Jean nodded, stepping forward as he gripped his sword. Game on. His first opponent approached, a girl with a sharp stance and a focused gaze. Jean made quick work of her, bringing the match to a swift end. He knew the record for this kind of session, 8 wins. But he was here to go 10 for 10. To pull that off, he needed to fight smart, especially with the strongest still waiting. Next match, Mesa Milcano. Garen called out. Mesa stepped up and offered a respectful nod. I'm in your care. Jean recognized her immediately. Mesa was no joke. One of the clan's top prospects, and, if things went as expected, she'd become a Guardian Knight as soon as her training ended. I plan to win this, she added with quiet confidence. Jean tightened his grip. This fight mattered. Mesa wouldn't go down easily. She launched the first strike. Jean blocked it cleanly, feeling the weight behind her swing. She'd gotten stronger since they last crossed swords. But he didn't panic. He stuck to simple, efficient moves. No flash, no surprises. Just enough to control the fight and conserve energy. Mesa narrowed her eyes. Something felt off. Jean wasn't fighting like he usually did. There was no variety in his attacks. It almost felt like he was going easy on her. The thought stung. Her pride flared. She threw herself forward, unleashing her full power. Gasps echoed from the watching cadets. Mesa's aggression caught everyone off guard. But Jean stayed calm. Every movement was calculated. Every parry deliberate. Mesa pushed harder, determined not to lose. But when Jean struck, it was pinpoint, again and again, the same exact spot on her blade. And then, snap, her sword broke clean through. She froze, staring at the shattered steel. Ow, she muttered. Jean stepped in, calmly pointing his sword at her throat. You fought well, he said, but I'm afraid I can't use this sword anymore. Confused, Mesa tried to piece it together. They had clashed multiple times. But now she realized he had struck the same spot over and over, perfectly each time. Their stamina was equal, their strength matched. But he had outlasted her with precision. Is that even possible? She whispered. A sense of clarity settled over her. That precision, that relentless focus, this was what it meant to be a true Runcandel. Gritting her teeth, she stepped back. She wouldn't let this loss define her. Next time, she'd be ready. Jean, meanwhile, felt exactly as he'd hoped. In control. Beating Mesa so decisively had sent a clear message to the others. Facing him one-on-one was a waste of effort. That psychological blow made the rest easy. He ran through the final 8 cadets, finishing the session with a flawless record. 10 wins. No losses. Garen stepped forward, face unreadable but voice full of respect. Jean Runcandel, congratulations. You've earned early promotion to the intermediate training class next year. Well done. Jean nodded. Thank you, instructor. I hope you'll keep guiding me until then. As always, Garen replied. With the session winding down, Garen glanced at the sun. It's almost lunchtime. How long until then? Jean asked. Garen raised an eyebrow. About 10 minutes. Why do you? Jean picked up his sword again, eyes still sharp. I'm not done. I've got someone else in mind. Garen raised a brow. Oh, who? Jean turned toward the crowd. Bellup Schmitz. Get over here. Bellup froze. Huh? Me? His voice cracked with disbelief. I'm serious, Jean said flatly, pointing his sword straight at him. With that attitude of yours, you won't last long in this clan. Runcandel will crush you like a bug unless you learn to fight back. Bellup hesitated, mind racing. Why him? Was this punishment? Or was Jean trying to push him? To toughen him up? He looked at Jean, 10 matches down, and he still had that same confident look in his eyes. Bellup, meanwhile, hadn't fought all day. He was fresh, rested. Jean had to be tired, right? Still, he showed no hesitation, no weakness. Bellup wasn't sure what Jin's angle was, but he didn't get a chance to ask. Jean lunged in. Instinct kicked in. Bellup blocked the blow, feet sliding back slightly from a force. Jean kept up the pressure. You got good defense. Thanks, Bellup muttered, pushing back and taking a shot at Jin's legs. But Jean leapt away, clean and quick. Frustration bubbled up in Bellup. Why are you doing this? This isn't practice, Jean snapped. This is real. If I'd meant it, that last strike would have killed you. Jean steadied his stance, eyes locked on him. Get up. You get one mercy. That was it. Bellup got to his feet, jaw tight. His sword trembled, but then it began to glow. Gasps rippled through the watching cadets. Mesa Milcano spun toward Garen, alarmed. Instructor. His sword. He's using aura. Garen's eyes widened. Before he could speak, Jean raised a hand. Don't say a word. This is an order, instructor. Garen hesitated, then nodded. Understood. Bellup stood tall, power now humming through him. Is this what you wanted? Jean nodded. Exactly. Now, don't hold back. Bellup frowned. If you really wanted to fight, maybe you shouldn't have taken on 10 cadets first. Still, he charged, faster, stronger, blades slicing through the air with purpose. Jean raised his sword to block. Crack. Bellup's aura split the blade in half. Jean stumbled back, shock crossing his face. He knew Bellup had potential. But this was something else. He remembered Bellup's fights, how he always lost, but just barely. Like he wasn't really trying to win. Jin's thoughts snapped back as Bellup came in for another strike. He didn't have a weapon. No time to think. He caught the blade with his bare hand. Bellup's sword shattered. The cadet staggered, stunned. What? In a blur, Jean got behind him, grabbed his neck, then let go just as fast. Bellup spun around, confused. Why'd you stop? Weren't you serious? Are you just messing with me now? Jean looked him dead in the eyes. You think this is easy for me? Provoking you like this? You have no idea how much this hurts. Bellup frowned. Then what is it? What do you think you know about me? Jean sat beside him, letting out a long breath. Not much, but I know one thing. Being kind takes real strength. He turned to Bellup. You're kind. I admire that. But in this world, that's not enough. You gotta be strong enough to protect that kindness. Jean glanced at the broken blades between them. I was harsh. Maybe too harsh. Maybe we all were. As the energy in the training hall begins to settle, two women walk in carrying trays of food. They pause, sensing some lingering tension, and ask if they should come back later, assuming the training might still be going on. Jean waves it off, telling them it's fine, and to go ahead and set things up. Bellup Schmitz politely refuses the meal, saying he'll get his own. Jean grins and jokes, if you're not hungry, I'll gladly take yours. Elsewhere, the Lord Patriarch reflects on Jin's performance during the sparring session. His tactics weren't what anyone expected. Khan agrees, and the Patriarch chuckles, noting that Jin's approach blends dominance with a strange kind of gentleness toward the weak. Curious about this mindset, the Patriarch decides it's time to see if it holds any real weight. He tells Khan to go back and deliver a message. Jin's about to receive his first serious mission. Jean thinks back to January 1795, the moment he was officially acknowledged as a 3-star knight at just 15. It was a turning point for the cadets. With their rise to the intermediate level, they graduated from wooden training swords to real, personalized weapons. Some cadets went straight to ordering custom blades. But Jean didn't. He'd have to pick one from the clan's legendary weapon vault. Luna Runcandel had warned him. Choosing the right sword wasn't just hard, it could be painful. About a month earlier, she offered to pick one for him, claiming her experience gave her a better feel for weapons than he had. Jean, trusting her completely, had agreed. Then, standing before him with a massive sword in her hands, Luna revealed her choice. It was a blade known as Veil Slaughterer, a weapon she'd once wielded at his age. It even inspired her famous axe sword technique. She asked him how it felt and if he liked it. Jean hesitated. He thanked her, but admitted the sword didn't quite feel right. Luna gave a knowing smile and said she was just kidding. But Jean had a feeling it wasn't entirely a joke. She told him Veil Slaughterer was a fantastic weapon, just a bit on the heavier side. Still, she believed he could have handled it with ease. Even so, she promised to find him something better. Luna explained that she'd spent a lot of time thinking about which sword would suit him best. Then, she revealed another blade, one she believed matched him perfectly. It was Bradamante, A legendary weapon, the twin to Barasada, the very sword Jean had chosen during the selection ritual. Barasada had once been wielded by the Runcandel clan's first patriarch. Bradamante was its equally famed counterpart. As Jean took it in his hands, he was struck with awe. Luna asked if he liked it. Absolutely, Jean replied, admiring the blade. It was one of the most impressive swords in the entire vault. He couldn't help but reflect on how incredible it was that Luna gave him Bradamante. His older siblings had long coveted the sword. If he'd picked it himself, it would have caused all sorts of problems. But Luna handing it to him, that was something else. Something powerful, and he had no idea how to repay her. Sensing his discomfort, Luna told him not to worry about owing her anything. Still, she admitted she felt a bit sad. There was a distance between them she wished wasn't there. Jean quickly denied it, saying he didn't feel uneasy. Luna wasn't convinced. She said she was already feeling down, and it was up to her little brother to comfort her. Jean blinked, confused. How am I supposed to do that? Luna smiled and told him to close his eyes. As he did, she asked, "Do you know what I'm about to say?" Jean gave a small nod. "Yeah, I think I do." Luna gently placed a hand on Jin's shoulder. "In a family where most are busy scheming against each other," she said softly, "there are still siblings who love you without expecting anything in return. Don't make your big sister feel this way again." Jean nodded, taking her words to heart and apologizing if he had misunderstood her. She went on to share something deeper. How? Even before he was born, she had felt isolated among their siblings. Everything she'd done for him, she explained, was so he wouldn't go through the same kind of loneliness she had. Her words hit Jean hard. They weren't just comforting, they meant something. They made the connection between them even stronger. She hoped he understood now. Jean assured her he did. Luna smiled, gave him a nod, and told him it was time to get back to training. She encouraged him to open his mind's eye and keep pushing forward. Later on, Jean showed off his sword to Muraken, looking for his thoughts. The dragon was lounging around, book in hand, not even glancing up. "Put it back," Muraken said flatly. "You've got no business using that thing yet. You can't even control your spiritual energy properly." Jean frowned. "What do you mean by that?" Muraken didn't sugarcoat it. "Bradamante needs at least 3-star spiritual energy. You're still stuck at 2. You can't even trigger the sword's awakening properly." Jean argued that he was nearly there. He'd reach 3 stars soon, and then he'd be able to use it right. Muraken wasn't having it. "Don't get cocky," he snapped. "Barasada and Bradamante aren't toys. You can't just wave them around because they look cool." He grabbed Jin's head. 3 stars is just the starting line. Until you reach 5-star spiritual energy, treat that blade like a normal sword. "Got it." Jean waved him off. "I'm not that patient. What if I hit 5 stars by the end of the year?" Muraken let out a dramatic sigh. "Kid, not even someone who won a spiritual energy competition and lived off aura juice could pull that off in a few months. You're talking nonsense that even a dog would laugh at. Stop being ridiculous." Jean smirked and snatched the book out of Muraken's hands. "What's this about some kid winning a spiritual energy contest? Put that down." Muraken snapped, reaching for the book. Their back and forth was cut short when Gilly stepped into the room. Jean turned to her. "Something wrong? Did something happen?" Gilly nodded. "Instructor Garen wants to see you. He didn't come himself. Said he needed to prepare some maps. He asked you to go to him instead." Jean blinked. "Is this about my first mission?" "Sounds like it," Gilly replied. "He plans for you to leave right after the break ends." Jean paused, thinking it over. The timing tracked. He had just reached 3-star swordsmanship, but the rush felt odd. Missions weren't usually this sudden, especially for beginners. Gilly added some context. They usually don't send cadets from the beginner class on real missions. It's tough work, usually reserved for the intermediate group. Jean wondered if the urgency had something to do with his promotion to the intermediate level. Whatever the reason, he needed answers. He asked Gilly to stay with Muraken while he went to check things out. She agreed and urged him to move quickly. Before long, Jean stepped into Garen Altamir's office. "I heard you wanted to see me about a mission," Jean said. Garen nodded. "You're right. A mission has been assigned to you and 9 other beginner cadets." He continued, laying out the basics. They'd be sent to scout the southern border of the Jean Kingdom. The cadets would be split into 2 teams for the job. Jean raised an eyebrow as he looked over the mission location. The Jean Kingdom bordered Beastmen territory, specifically near the land claimed by the White Wolf tribe. For a first assignment, this felt extreme. Dangerous, even. Then he glanced at his team roster. Nearly all of them were cadets who ranked in the lower half of the class. Velop Schmitz was among them, known more for inconsistency than reliability. This didn't feel random. It felt designed. Was this a test from his father? Their recent clash couldn't have gone unnoticed. Maybe this mission was orchestrated to measure him, see if his beliefs, his style, could hold up in real danger. Jean didn't flinch. Whatever the reason, he'd take it head on. No matter what came at him, he wouldn't back down. 3 days later, at the southern border region, the mission briefing goes out. The goal is to find the missing heir of the Jin Kingdoms, Semberville of the Ville family. The plan is to set up a base camp right at the border entrance as soon as they arrive. Once the camp is up, each squadron starts their search and sends someone back once a day at a set time to report in. Everyone is reminded not to call the young master a young master anymore, only commander. Anyone injured stays at camp and rests as long as needed. That wraps up the instructions, and everyone hopes the search leader is still alive. Bellop steps up and tells the commander that Eddington spotted a beast from the Watertail tribe. Jean asks what that tribe is. Bellop explains the tribe is gentle and avoids predators, so if they're around, the White Wolf tribe probably isn't close. He then tells Bellop that since the snow could swallow her up fast, she should head out 2 hours early and return to Zone 13. Bellop says she understands. Our boy turns to the others and tells them to search Zone 13 too, and they answer immediately, calling him commander. While moving out, our boy can't shake a bad feeling. He's sure his father personally ordered this mission, but everything feels way too smooth. Maybe he's overthinking and his dad isn't testing him this time. Before he can think more, blue cotton balls like creatures pop up and roast them for looking broke. Then a blue puppy walks over with a fish and gives it to them out of pity. Our boy accepts it and says thanks, promising to repay them next time. As he walks off, he thinks about how the land past Zone 13 belongs to the Beastmen and how basic rank trainees wouldn't stand a chance there. He checks his map and decides there's no need to push himself for showy results. He plans to spend the next 3 days confirming all the already searched regions. Suddenly Bellop calls out again, slipping and calling him young master. He asks what's going on, and she reports that the second squadron is ambushed. He immediately orders all forces to move and asks Bellop for details. She explains the second squadron scattered to escape, and only one person made it back to camp to deliver the news. Our boy asks if Beastmen attacked them. Bellop says no, the attackers are humans, and 3 of them have been confirmed fighting Runcandel trainees along with 13 others. Our boy says there's no way that's all of them, and is sure more enemies are around. He then orders Eddington and David to return to camp, guard the surroundings, avoid fighting if possible, and report instantly if they see anything. Eddington agrees. Our boy keeps thinking about the ambushers. There are too many suspects, and their objective isn't clear. As he runs, he wonders why they targeted the second squadron instead of the first one he's in. Whoever they are, they already attacked Runcandels, and he's determined to make them pay for it. Someone then points out fresh blood. Bellop panics, wondering if Misa and the whole second squadron were wiped out. Our boy calms her down. The blood is fresh, and there are no bodies or remains. The footprints show a battle happened, and the second squadron tried to escape. It even looks like only one person ambushed them. A soldier reports finding abandoned bandages that look like Hewfester products. After hearing they were found to the west, our boy checks the map and concludes that while the squadron was treating their wounded, another enemy appeared, forcing them to flee west. Our boy tells Sierra to regroup with Eddington and David and relay the situation. Then he and Bellop take off, but as they fly, they suddenly stop. Bellop senses the second squadron. Our boy agrees, but notes that Misa isn't with him and the number of ambushers has gone up by 1. He tells Bellop to close her eyes for 2 seconds and be ready to strike the one on the left. Using the shadow energy Murakan taught him, he wraps his sword in it. The energy boosts sharpness, destruction, and hides the weapon's presence. With that, he rushes in and strikes one of the masked men from behind. The masked man freaks out, yelling what the hell. Bellop is stunned by his speed. Our boy keeps attacking, rolling and striking, until he slams one masked man into the ground. He asks the trainees if they're all okay. One says they're fine, but Misa was taken. Another apologizes. Our boy tells them it's okay and to focus on treating their injuries. The masked enemy suddenly begs to be spared. Our boy tells him he clearly values his life more than loyalty and doesn't look like the loyal Zipple type. He gives him 2 options: talk and be the only one to die, or stay silent and die with everyone connected to him. He means it. Terrified, the man agrees. Our boy introduces himself as Gene Runcandel and swears on his family name and honor that he'll keep his word. The man starts crying and confesses he's part of a revolutionary group called Conzello. That shocks our boy. He remembers Conzello as the terror group active around the time of his death, the ones who killed the king of Jin and massacred civilians. They act like revolutionaries, but their so-called revolution is just about making their own king rule the entire world. Our boy asks if they're trying to stir chaos in the Jin kingdom by killing Runcandel trainees. The man says he doesn't know the main base, but the branch he works with is near the entrance of the Land of Beastmen. There are about 20 members there, including 4-star martial artists, swordsmen, and mages. Our boy asks why they capture Misa. The man says they want to use her for propaganda and had orders to take a female trainee alive. Bellop yells to finish him. The man says he's told them everything. Our boy nods, keeps his promise, and kills him. Blood splashes out. Our boy asks how long it's been since Misa was taken. Velop says about an hour. He figures the captors are still near the entrance of the Beastman's land. He orders the squadron to request reinforcements after treating themselves. Someone asks if he's going alone. They warn him the 24-star fighters are too dangerous. Scott says trainees dying on missions is normal, so maybe they should all go. Our boy says that's true, but he can't sit still when a trainee has been kidnapped. As a Runcandel, he can't ignore it. He tells them he's way stronger than they think and orders them to follow his command. Any more arguing counts as insubordination. Since the entire squadron is injured, Velop is now their strongest and needs to stay focused. She nods. As everyone moves out, our boy thinks to himself, Misa, please don't let me be too late. Jean began sizing up the enemy. He estimated there were about 20 of them, all 4-star martial artists. On paper, they far outclassed him. His current stats? 3-star swordsmanship, 4-star mana control, 3-star spiritual energy. Impressive for his age, but not enough to face an entire squad head-on. Rescuing Mesa was all that mattered. He crouched, placed a hand on the ground, and focused, trying to sense the faintest tremor. Then, activating his wind pursuit spell, he bolted forward, racing across the open plains. The enemy wasn't far. Based on the trail, they were heading toward wide, open terrain, exposed but fast-moving. Suddenly, arrows sliced through the air. Jean dodged without slowing. Runcandel cadet spotted, a man yelled. His name was Mill. Capture him. Jean didn't stop. He unsheathed his sword, channeling mana into the blade, and struck back with explosive force. Up on a ridge, an older man watching the skirmish gasped. He's using magic? A Runcandel using magic? Mill cursed. Forget capturing him. Kill him. He lunged, but Jin's counterstrike blasted him backward. The old man, shocked, barked orders. Keep your distance. He summoned fire magic and shot a chain of flames toward Jean, trying to trap his arm. At the same moment, Mill recovered and rushed from behind. Jean twisted, his sword cleaving straight through the flames, and stopping Mill's attack dead in its tracks. The old man growled, frustrated. Fine. If fire won't work, how about ice? He cast again, but Jin's blade shattered the ice on contact. Stunned, the mage mumbled. He broke it, just like that? Jean didn't wait. He charged forward, muttering a curse under his breath. Kinzello. He was already piecing things together. These attackers didn't bother covering their tracks. Too confident. Too green. He figured they were traveling together by carriage, organized under a rigid chain of command. That meant the loot, Mesa, was probably with a higher-ranking member. That was good. Higher ranks meant more discipline. They'd keep Mesa alive for now. Jean glanced at his map. They were nearing Beastman territory, and Kinzello's base couldn't be far. Time to stir the hornet's nest. If he played this right, he could create just enough chaos to pull Mesa out alive. Jean cast a fire spell, sending flames roaring through the forest. The chaos would serve as the perfect distraction. As the inferno spread, the Kinzello camp erupted into panic. Someone shouted, "Fire! We got a fire!" Their leader stormed out, livid. What the hell is going on? Where did this come from? Put it out, you fools. He barked at the magicians, yelling at them to douse the flames with water or ice spells. Move, before everything burns. From the shadows, Jean watched it all unfold. The man shouting orders. He was clearly in charge. A younger member nearby panicked as the fire refused to die down. This was no accident. Someone set this on purpose, he yelled. Find who did it. Bring more magicians. Seizing the moment, Jean struck. He took out one of the spellcasters with a swift blow, then slipped quietly into the main building. Inside, it was oddly silent. He moved quickly, eyes scanning every corner. Then he saw it. A trapdoor on the floor. Jean opened it and descended into the basement. There she was, Mesa Milcano, bound and sitting against the wall. She looked up in shock. You shouldn't be here, she said urgently. It's too dangerous. Jean knelt beside her, cutting the ropes. Don't worry about me. Can you walk? I think so, she answered, though she didn't sound confident. Running might be hard. That's fine, Jean said. I'll help you. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from above. Jean paused, listening. Mesa reached for his arm. Wait, promise me something, she whispered. Not now, Jean replied firmly. Stay quiet. But she didn't stop. If things get bad, you have to leave me behind. Jean didn't respond. He pulled at her feet. Let's move. Mesa gave a slight nod, and they climbed out. Outside, the scene had shifted. Smoke and fire blanketed the area. But this wasn't just from Jin's spell. Something else had torn through the camp. Jean scanned the wreckage, and then he saw it. A wolf-like figure standing in the midst of the destruction. Quajito Truca, a warrior of the White Wolf tribe. Despite her weakened state, Mesa stepped forward, ready to fight. Go, she said to Jean. I'll handle him. Before she could make a move, Quajito struck. She dropped to the ground, unconscious in an instant. He looked down at her and sneered. If you can't even put out a fire, you're not fit to live. Jin's expression hardened. Are you the one responsible for this? He demanded. Quajito turned to him. I am. Jin straightened. I am Jin Runcandel, son of Chiron Runcandel. Name yourself, warrior of the Beastmen. A glint of recognition passed through Quajito's eyes. So, you're Runcandel spawn. A few days before the Jin Kingdom mission starts, at the Runcandel family house, our boy is standing there holding his sword. He tightens his grip, and right then someone comes from behind and shoves him, calling him an idiot. Our boy slams forward, and the man with giant teeth starts scolding him. He tells him he must have a death wish because he already warned him that he's not skilled enough. If he releases the sword again, the shadow energy will poison him. If he doesn't want to die coughing up dust from shadow energy overdose, he better stop trying to awaken that sword. The man grabs his collar, and our boy quickly says he got it. The scene shifts. Our boy is standing there when someone calls out Runcandel. Then a voice says today is the day everything changes, the day their most valuable hunt finally happens. He introduces himself as Quajito Truca, a warrior from the Truca family of the White Wolf tribe, a tribe born for battle and slaughter. A fully evolved White Wolf tribesman is no joke, easily a 6-star warrior at minimum. The White Wolf tribe hates the Runcandel family because their first patriarch once invited the tribe's god, the Great White Wolf Javier, and then killed him. Our boy thinks he won't be able to run away with Mesa if he tries. Quajito, the giant white wolf man with the axe, suddenly yells that he will offer him to Javier and bring the god's tormented soul peace. Then he tells our boy to choose. Accept an honorable duel or die shredded after running away like a coward. Our boy grips his sword and says he will fight honorably. The white wolf's eyes turn bright yellow, and he shouts that it's good to see a Runcandel who knows honor. He raises his hammer and slams it down, declaring they will fight for victory. The white wolf charges, smashing the hammer into the ground and unleashing shockwaves. Our boy rushes forward too. The white wolf grips his hammer tightly and crashes it down while our boy braces with his sword. His eyes widen in fear when the white wolf's power surges toward him, but he manages to block it with all the strength he can muster. He realizes this guy is definitely from the White Wolf tribe, because just blocking him is pushing him to his limits. Their weapons clash again and again, releasing bursts of energy everywhere. Our boy thinks he still has a chance because he has a secret card his enemy knows nothing about. He considers using his sister's pendant magic or his shadow energy, but the pendant is too precious to waste on someone like this. Using magic isn't smart either, because 4-star magic won't break through a White Wolf warrior's defenses. And if anyone from the clan is investigating Kinzello nearby, a guardian knight would sense the magic instantly. That would expose him for breaking clan taboos. Their weapons keep clashing with heavy force. Our boy decides that only shadow energy is left. As the White Wolf raises the hammer for another massive strike, our boy releases his sword and blocks the attack head-on. He slams his hands into the ground, igniting flames. The White Wolf comments that it's a good sword technique and says it's nothing like the black swords the Runcandels are famous for, but admits our boy is stronger than he looks. Then he unleashes another huge burst of energy, shaking the whole place. Our boy pushes himself, trying to remember the feeling he had the night he released his sword. The White Wolf shouts that this is the end for the Runcandel boy, and that he'll offer both him and his white sword to Javier. Our boy stares at him as blue energy starts spreading. He forces himself to recall the sensation. The White Wolf suddenly widens his eyes in surprise as our boy steps toward him with both hands on his sword. The wolf tries attacking, yelling with all his might, but our boy thinks about how he never understood why his family's black sword was so legendary until recently. He strikes the White Wolf, seriously injuring him. The wolf yells in shock, asking what he just did. Our boy thinks it was a good fight. He finishes the White Wolf, ending it there. The scene cuts to the mountains. Our boy is standing, breathing hard. His shadow screams loudly, calling him a useless bastard and an idiot who doesn't understand his own situation. It calls him a shame of the clan despite being born from the same womb. Now the shadow appears in a shape and asks our boy what he expected after trying to release his sword with barely any shadow energy. It asks if he's going to just collapse from the shadow energy intoxication. It tells him to stand, because if he loses himself, now it's all over. Our boy, still wobbling, tries to grab his sword. The dead black beast reminds him he already knows what he has to do. He bites down hard, forcing himself to focus. Shadow energy bursts out of him, blue light mixing with green as blood starts dripping. He thinks the surrounding shadow energy is washing his own power away, making it impossible to release shadow energy properly. He refuses to let that happen again. He tries once more, yelling into the ground. He tells himself to stay calm, take a breath, and push through. Suddenly, all the pain vanishes, which makes him uneasy. His body feels normal, but also overloaded with shadow energy, like he's stuffed full of it. He checks himself and decides he can still move. He needs to go get Misa back. He hears a voice and asks who's there. Someone steps out, begging him not to kill them. Our boy asks if he's from Conzello. Turns out he's not. He introduces himself as Semberville from the Gene Kingdom's Ville family. Our boy realizes this is the person he was ordered to find. He says he's Gene Runcandel and was sent to search for him. Sember freaks out, repeating Runcandel in shock. Our boy thinks he had completely forgotten about the mission because he was so caught up with Conzello and honestly feels a little bad for the guy since he seems genuinely relieved. With Mesa Milcano slung over his back, Gene shrugs off the gratitude. Don't thank me. I'm just doing what I was assigned to do. He glances around. Let's head back. But first, how'd you end up getting caught by Conzello? Sember hesitates. It's a bit complicated. I followed someone here, someone I thought was my lover. Gene raises an eyebrow. You ran off together? No, she died. 2 years ago, Sember says quietly. But the woman I saw, she looked exactly like her. Same voice, same face. Even the 2 moles on her wrist, everything was the same. I know how it sounds, but I'm sure it was her. He pauses, thinking. It could have been Bear Gaston's doing. That guy's a master of transformation magic. Maybe Conzello used her to lure me, then kidnapped me for ransom. That name, Bear, sparks something in Gene. It's the second time he's encountered the sorcerer's traces since leaving Stormcastle at 10 years old. The more he thinks about it, the more off this whole thing feels. He clenches his fist. I need to find Bear. Talk to him myself. Conveniently, Bear's hideout is in the Kirano Principality's capital, right where Gene needs to be for his intermediate training. Thanks for listening, Sember says with a respectful nod. Gene gives a small one in return. Reinforcement from the main family should be arriving soon. Head back with them. Wait, did you call on the Guardian Knights just for me? Sember asks. Gene shakes his head. No, they're here for Mesa. Still, Sember bows deeply. I won't forget this. If you ever need anything, I'm in your debt. I'll remember that, Gene replies. Later, Gilly greets Gene with a warm smile. Well done, young master. First mission completed. Thanks, Gene replies modestly. You must be exhausted. I prepared a bath for you. Gene nods in approval. Efficient as always. But before he can relax, a familiar voice cuts in. Gene, it's Muraken, smirking as usual. Gene moves to pat the dragon on the head. Big mistake. Muraken chomps down on his hand. Ow, Gene yells, instinctively hurling Muraken against the wall. The dragon crashes with a thud, cackling like it's all a big joke. Gilly rushes over. Please don't throw animals, young master. Though I suppose Muraken is a dragon. Rubbing his hand, Gene glares. What was that for? Muraken's tone shifts. Are you crazy? I've warned you over and over. Stop using the shadow energy release like that. You trying to kill yourself? Gene tries to explain. Just let me. But Muraken transforms in a flash, grabbing Gene by the collar. What's more important than the life of Saldus' last contractor? Gilly steps in again, calm and collected. The young master just finished his first mission. Let's not forget that. Muraken freezes, realization dawning, then gasps. The strawberry pie. I forgot the pie. Gene and Gilly just stare. It's a serious crisis. Muraken insists. Gene lets out a sigh, clearly not in the mood to argue about dessert. Yeah, the pie's a tragedy. Let's talk about something that matters. Muraken's playful demeanor vanishes. His gaze drops to the pendant around Jin's neck. That thing, you treating it like some trinket? It's not for show. That artifact is your emergency lifeline, not jewelry to swing around. Gene brushes the pendant lightly. I know what it is, but it might come in handy when I'm up against real threats. Muraken's eyes flash. Handy? You call that a waste? Gene hesitates. Muraken doesn't hold back. You absolute fool. Do you even get what you've done? Your shadow energy didn't just grow, it exploded. You're sitting at mid-4 stars now. That jump isn't just unusual, it's dangerous. Jin's taken aback. I felt the surge, but I didn't know it went that far. To make his point, he raises a hand. Saldus' magic flickers to life, glowing steadily. I should probably thank Solder, he mutters. Muraken scoffs. You think that's a win? Shadow energy intoxication isn't some game. Out of the 11 who've lived through it, 9 died later from the aftermath. That leaves 2. Gene raises a brow. One of them must have been the founder, right? Muraken shakes his head. Wrong. It was me. Timar wouldn't have lasted long enough to be called a legend. Gene gives a casual shrug and smirks. Guess that makes us the same breed, huh? He stretches, then turns away. Anyway, I'm not planning to go through that again. I'll clean up first. The pie can wait. Gilly chuckles softly and excuses herself to prepare his food, leaving Muraken to grumble to himself, his stomach clearly not over the mention of pie. Meanwhile, back at Runcandel territory, and Runcandel, the 9th flag bearer, furrows her brow as she schemes through a report. This says Gene beat a White Wolf tribe warrior? No chance. Mayu, the 8th flag bearer, laughs. Maybe if the guy was a bandit wearing fur, but an actual white wolf? He just became a 3-star knight, and folds her arms. Unless the wolf was unusually weak. Maybe. Barely. Their conversation is overheard. Daytona and Haytona Runcandel stroll up. Haytona crosses his arms, clearly irritated. Whatever Jean is, he's not strong enough for that. Beating a white wolf isn't the issue. It's that this puts him in the intermediate class. Daytona lowers his voice. Still, what if he actually did kill the guy? Haytona snaps back. Doesn't matter. The real problem is what happens next. If he enters that class, it's over for us. Haytona clenches his jaw. It's grim. I won't lie. Mayu rolls her eyes. You two whispering like scared children. Worried about baby brother joining your class. She smirks. Come on, blockheads. At least try to act subtle. The twins protest immediately. We're not scared of him. And steps forward, eyes sharp. Stop lying. I hate liars more than anything. You don't want to know what I'd do to a lying mouth. The air goes tense. Cornered, Daytona and Haytona finally admit it. They're nervous about Jean. And smiles coldly. Good. Now we're being honest. She leans in. Want help? The twins exchange a look. What kind of help? I'll lend you some of my sisters, she says casually. Use a few cadets from the intermediate class. Let's make sure Jean doesn't get too comfortable. Haytona leans back, mulling over Anne's proposal. The intermediate class isn't a place for hesitation. It's survival of the fittest. A brutal hierarchy of 3 to 5-star knights, some fresh to the rank, others with a decade of training under their belts. And smirks. Mayu and I? We've been picking out cadets from that class for years. They follow our orders, more like servants than students. You two should do the same. Most of them aren't exactly fond of Jean either. Her voice drops slightly. But if you mess it up, don't expect me to clean up the fallout. Elsewhere, Jean rubs a towel through his damp hair, lost in thought. His first mission was a success. That alone earned him entry into the intermediate class. His shadow energy now burns at 4 stars, progress. But he knows it's not enough. To stand at the top, he must hit 6 stars in swordsmanship within 5 years. Reaching 6 stars would make him notable. 7, a master. But those levels only shine among the average. True greatness starts at 8 stars. Rarer still are the 9 and 10-star wielders. Fewer than 100 exist across the entire continent. Home to 2 billion souls. And above them all, 1, the Celestial Knight. The only person to ever break past even the 10th star. A legend bordering on myth. Jean leans back on the sofa, eyes focused. In this life, he doesn't just want to reach that level. He wants to surpass it. But first, he has to survive what's coming. The intermediate class is nothing like the basic one. Back there, everyone was young, green, and similar in skill. There was room for camaraderie. That's gone now. Here, everyone's out for themselves. Siblings or not. They'll do whatever it takes to stay on top. Jean clenches his fist. The only path forward is to dominate through force. Later, Jean stands outside his mother's room. He knocks once. Come in, she calls, not looking up from her writing. She glances at him with a soft smile. I heard about your first mission. Nicely done. Thank you, Mother. She sets down her pen. Pedro told me you refused the new room I arranged. She explains. The room isn't just any space. It's traditionally reserved for children considered potential heirs to the patriarch seat. No one stayed there since Joshua, the eldest, moved out of it. She looks at Jean. I want you to have it. Jean bows slightly. I'm grateful, but I'd rather stay where I am. A pause. Why, she asks. It's a fine room, Jean says calmly. But it doesn't mean anything to me. Too luxurious for my taste. In the end, it's just a room. She studies his face. Are you sure? I am, he replies resolute. She nods, motioning for him to leave. Once he's gone, she sits quietly. Is it a lack of ambition? She murmurs. Or does he have so much ambition he saw through the gesture entirely? She glances toward the empty room. Symbolic, powerful, and dangerous. A space reserved for the child destined to lead. Giving it to Jean would have rallied support, but also painted a target on his back. She smiles faintly. He figured out. Smart boy. Now she's watching closely, curious to see how he'll handle what comes next. In the intermediate class, power isn't enough. It's a game of allies, enemies, and strategy. Jean Runcandel stands tall before his former beginner class cadets, his voice firm. From today on, you're part of my faction, he declares. You'll be mocked, harassed, but let them come. I won't tolerate it for long. He looks each of them in the eye. Once I take full control of the intermediate class, it stops. He gives a final instruction. Never move alone. Always groups of 3, even outside training. Understood. Their voices ring out together, loud and unwavering. Yes, a commanding presence soon takes the field. Zed Runcandel, Jin's uncle and a knight of 8 stars, steps forward with a piercing gaze. This year, 10 new recruits have entered the intermediate class, he announces. 27 have dropped out. Take that as a warning. He turns to the newcomers. Learn from your seniors. His tone sharpens. My only role here is to teach you how to swing a sword and test how well you can use it. Everything else, settle yourselves. Short of murder, anything goes. Then to the senior cadets, Zed raises a hand. Say it. Without missing a beat, they chant as one, voices laced with cruelty. Runcandel does not need the weak. The words hang heavy in the air. Gene doesn't flinch, but he finds the scene sickening. Scanning the crowd, he spots the Tana brothers, Daytona and Haytona, standing beside a cadet who seems far too comfortable in the group. Gene narrows his eyes. That one's been recruited, he thinks. And no doubt, with help from Un and Mayu. It's clear. The brothers plan to crush the morale of the newcomers. They're about to learn how wrong they are. Here comes the reckless one. Daytona mutters, noticing Gene walking straight toward them. But the memory of his older sisters backing him gives him a false sense of security. Gene stops in front of Kajin Romero, the senior cadet allied with the brothers. Before anyone can react, Gene draws a sword in one fluid motion. Slash. Kajin reels back, clutching his bleeding arm. Gasps echo around the courtyard. Gene doesn't blink. Someone get him patched up, he says flatly. Daytona stares, stunned. Are you insane? Why would you just? Gene ignores him. You, he says, locking eyes with Kajin. What's your name? Kajin Romero, the cadet stammers. Do you know why I cut you? Before Kajin can respond, Daytona steps forward, sword drawn. He did nothing. You're attacking people without cause. Gene turns slowly. Can't you see I'm having conversation? Duel me later if it bothers you. For now, keep quiet. Haytona charges in next, shouting, How dare you injure one of our cadets? Gene meets him with a smirk. Oh, was he one of yours? Must have slipped my notice, he says coldly. I struck him because I saw it. Clear as day. Bloodlust. He intended to ambush me. The crowd falls silent. Even Zed raises an eyebrow, now recognizing Jin's play for what it truly is. By taking down Kajin in public, someone openly tied to the Tana faction, Jin hasn't just thrown a punch. He's made a statement. This wasn't some outburst. It was a power move. A classic Runcandel opening move in the game of dominance. Jin steps forward. I'm Gene Runcandel. You know my name. You know my blood. He scans the crowd. You're free to point your swords at me. Try to ambush me like you did. But understand this. He lifts his blade, its edge still slick with Kajin's blood. If I sense even a flicker of hostility, I won't hesitate. His voice cuts through the silence. You'll end up just like him. The air tightens as Zed Runcandel steps forward, his mere presence silencing the courtyard. Eyes locked on Gene, he calls out, loud and sharp. Gene Runcandel, 13th child of the patriarch. Do you really believe you have the right to act so boldly in front of me? Gene doesn't flinch. Yes, I do. Zed's eyes narrow to slits. And why is that? Without hesitation, Gene answers, because this isn't just about the Tana brothers. I've got a score to settle with you two. Zed leans in slightly, voice low and edged like a drawn blade. Explain. Depending on what you say next, I might cut off your head right here. Gene speaks plainly. What I did wasn't reckless. It was hazing, yes, but deliberate. I knew there'd be backlash. I welcomed it. He meets Zed's gaze. Establishing dominance in this class isn't optional. It's survival. Zed folds his arms. You're causing a mess. That alone annoys me. But you're not wrong. He gives a begrudging nod. You're playing by the Runcandel rules, even if your way is messy. Then, eyeing him sharply, Zed asks, if your problem's with me, why didn't you come at me directly instead of striking a cadet? Gene doesn't hesitate. Because I'm not strong enough to take you down yet. If I thought I had a chance, you'd be the one bleeding. Zed studies him for a long moment. So you know you're weak, but still provoke a war. That's either foolish or arrogant. Or maybe you think your father's name will shield you. Gene shakes his head. Standing still just because I'm outmatched? That's not the Runcandel way. Life can end in a second. But honor? That sticks. Zed chuckles. It's not warm. That kind of logic is ridiculous. But the corner of his mouth twitches. Still, you've got guts. Stupid guts, but Runcandel guts. He turns back to the watching cadets. Remember what you saw here? He commands. This is what it means to carry the Runcandel name. Madness. Power. Obsession with the sword. You want to survive? Fight like your life depends on it. Because it does. He gestures toward the field. Training begins tomorrow. Don't be late. Yes, sir, the cadets shout in unison. As they disperse, Daytona and Haytona hang back, their eyes full of fury. Gene meets their glare without blinking. Your older siblings might back you now, he says evenly, but they won't always be around. Think ahead. Every move has a cost. He walks past, leaving the twins simmering. Later that night, Gene returns to his quarters. He sets his sword on the rack as Gilly greets him. You're back early, she says puzzled. I started a war, Gene replies simply. Gilly freezes. With the Tana brothers? Jean nods. Cut down one of their cadets. Turns out he's part of my sister's faction. Gilly's eyes widen. They're flag bearers, Jean. Interfering with you like this breaks every unspoken rule. That kind of power play doesn't start until you become one of them. I know, he says, but I take it as a compliment. Gilly tilts her head. How so? They're breaking the rules because they're scared. It means I'm becoming a threat. He smirks faintly. And thanks to one slip of the tongue from Daytona, that injured cadet, he's now publicly tied to my side. Gilly lets out a slow breath. Then I guess your war's already working. Jean leans back, the tension fading just slightly. It's only the beginning. Jean leans back in a chair, deep in thought. If an MIU want to hit me hard, he says, they'll probably start messing with my assignments. Rig the teams. Send me on missions that could cripple or kill. He shrugs. But there's a catch. They'll want me alone for most of those. Gilly raises an eyebrow. Solo missions? Exactly, Jean replies. No witnesses. No backup. No one to hold me back. A grin creeps onto his face. That's the best part. I'll be free to go all out. No restrictions. Gilly nods slowly, seeing the logic. If that's how they play it, it might just be your best chance to build your reputation. I should thank them, really, Jean says with a chuckle. They're handing me every opportunity one need to prove myself. Then, with mock seriousness, he adds, maybe I'll take a cat with me. Definitely not Murakin, though. Murakin looks up from where he's lounging. Oh, and what's so important that you're leaving me behind? Jean smirks. You'll find out later. For now, lay low. It's not your time to shine. Murakin snorts. TCH, fine, but I better be involved when things get interesting. Of course, Jean replies, casual as ever. Gilly quietly acknowledges. Understood. Later, Zed Runcandel summons Jean, Haytona, and Daytona. Their destination, a hidden training ground known only to pure-blood Runcandel. This place, Zed says, is a privilege, but don't expect it to be easy. Everything here is earned with pain. The three respond as one. Yes, sir. Zed begins. Our swordsmanship doesn't follow the rules of other clans. No fixed forms. No locked techniques. He paces slowly as he speaks. The foundation of Runcandel swordsmanship is power. Raw, overwhelming, unforgiving. We take what we want. That's our principle. He adds, there are secret techniques, but only flag bearers are allowed to learn them. Jean listens in silence, mind drifting for a moment. And then may you just keep adding to my list of problems. Zed suddenly turns and asks, why do you think our sword style acts form? Jean answers without hesitation. Because our bodies and talents are unique. The style adapts to the individual. Zed nods approvingly. Exactly. Our bloodline is blessed. You've been given strength beyond the ordinary. Even with differences, you're all exceptional. He walks over and hands each of them a steel orb. These are called clear rocks. Jean inspects his. It's heavy, solid, and filled with steel fragments. Zed continues. These orbs can produce 3 distinct sounds when struck. Listen carefully. He strikes one. Clang. The sound is jarring. Daytona and Haytona wince, covering their ears. Zed strikes again. Ding! A soft, clean chime rings out. Force matters, he explains. Hit too soft, and the sound is muddled. But with precision and strength, something beautiful emerges. Jin's mind works quickly. Strength, focus, control, mental discipline. This training's more complex than it looks. He narrows his eyes. But this seems tame for something labeled special. Zed holds up the clear rock once more. Now the third sound. Jean leans forward slightly. What could it be? Zed lifts the clear rock high and slams it down with devastating force. Crack. A sharp rattle echoes from inside the steel ball. Jin's eyes widen. No, it's about to blow. Without a second thought, he lunges forward, shoving Haytona and Daytona to the ground. Get down. Boom. The clear rock shatters, sending metal shards and dust flying through the air. Silence follows. Then coughing. Haytona lifts his head, dazed. What was that? Zed casually dusts off his sleeves, smirking. A proper reaction. Well done, Jean. He glances down at the wreckage. If you hit the clear rock too hard, he explains, it explodes. Zed's voice hardens. You're the first in years to walk away without a scratch. The last was Luna. He lets the words hang in the air. For everyone else, the lesson came with blood. Jean stands steady, taking it in. He hadn't expected the training to be this brutal, but this is what it means to be Runcandel. And deep down, he feels a flicker of pride. Zed steps forward. Now that you understand the danger, let's begin. During the training, Jean raises a hand. How did Luna manage to avoid the explosion? Zed turns his head, a glint in his eye. You sure you want to hear it? The answer crushed your siblings. I can take it, Jean replies. Zed shrugs. She didn't dodge it. She took the blast, full force, and walked away without a mark. That's resilience. Jean goes quiet. No tricks. No escape. Just sheer durability. Zed sets a new challenge. Your task is simple. Strike the clear rock. Again and again. Until you can produce that perfect tone. Every time, under any condition. Understood, he asks. The three respond as one. Yes, sir. Elsewhere, Luna Runcandel sits quietly in her room, a book open on her lap. Her nanny enters with a tray. Your tea, Lady Luna. As she sets it down, she brings up their earlier conversation. It's about the sibling who tried to assassinate young Master Jean, isn't it? Luna nods. You still believe it might have been Mayu, Orin? I do, Luna replies. They've been keeping Jean boxed in for years. But trying something inside Storm Castle? That's almost suicidal. The nanny agrees. If your father ever found out, it'd tear the family apart. It's too risky, even for them. Luna sets her book aside. I've wondered if Jean misread something. He was only 10. Maybe it was fear, not fact. She trails off. But the way he acted around me, it wasn't just awkwardness. It was fear, like he thought I could kill him at any second. The room falls silent. Keep investigating, she says softly. I don't care how long it takes. 5 years, and still nothing. That silence feels dangerous. She glances at the window. I'm over 30 now. Maybe I worry too much. She smiles faintly. I wonder how he's doing. The nanny raises an eyebrow. You mean Lord Zed's training? Luna nods. He should be feeling the pressure from Mind's Eye by now. And those clear rocks aren't exactly gentle. She pauses. But he's probably fine. Watching someone grow, that's rare. And beautiful. The next day, 4 hours into the session, Jean is soaked in sweat, every breath burning. He grits his teeth. This is the worst thing I've ever done. Zed finally calls for a break. 5 minutes. Don't waste it. Jean slumps against the wall, gasping. At first, he thought this was all about control and focus. But now, he can feel it, something else. This isn't just about precision. It's about amplifying destructive aura. Pure, overwhelming force. Jean tightens his grip around the steel ball, sweat dripping from his brow. Zed shattered this thing without even using aura, pure muscle. That kind of raw strength wasn't something Jean was born with. But he had something else. If I can't break it with force, then I'll do it with control. Precision. Aura. He steadies his breath, reminding himself that even in his past life, his idiotic brothers had mastered this training eventually. There's no reason he can't surpass them now. Zed watches from a distance, his sharp gaze tracking every movement. Of the three, Jean stands out. Focused. Relentless. No wasted motion. Zed doesn't say it aloud, but the thought lingers. He might just beat Luna's record. He steps beside Jean and breaks the silence with a dry comment. Watching you all flail around is almost sad. Jean doesn't react, but replies evenly. Should I remind the others not to bother showing up tomorrow if they plan to drop halfway? Zed smirks faintly. The Tana twins are hanging in longer than I expected. Not bad for a couple of punks. He suddenly sits down, glancing up at the sky. You know, I was the youngest too. If I'd been born 10 years earlier, I could have had the full power of the Runcandel name backing me. His voice trails off with a rare note of regret. 1 month later, March 1795. At the Intermediate Cadet Training Facility, a brown-haired boy steps forward, holding a scroll. Listen up, he calls out. Time for your first mission assignments. He unrolls the scroll and begins. First mission, rookie escort duty. Public Blacksmith Association. Houston invading, you're up. He skips down the list, pausing dramatically before continuing. Third mission, subjugation mission. Orc hunting. Unguarded zones. Hirano Principality. He reads the names. Mesa, Bellup, Scud, Tymant, Kiko, Jusin, Eddington, Sierra, Pills, and David. 10 cadets in total. He rolls the scroll shut. Orcs move in packs. If you're not ready, you'll be corpses. Pedro will brief you on the details. Good luck. You'll need it. Off to the side, Daytona frowns. Isn't this too much for beginners? The brown-haired boy laughs. They'll probably come crawling back half-dead. Someone else adds with a cold chuckle. Better prepare incense and coffins now. Kajin Romero joins in. Hey, it's not too late to write your wills. A girl nearby snickers. Maybe ask young Master Jean to rescue you in advance. Tymant's face hardens. What was that supposed to mean? Mesa quickly steps in. Tymant, drop it. We got a mission coming. No internal fights. But Tymant isn't done. They insulted the young master. Mesa lowers her voice. And the best way to shut them up? Complete the mission. Succeed. That's how you prove your worth. The others fall silent, the weight of her words landing hard. Back in the training yard, Haytona Runcandel strikes the steel ball again. Crack! It explodes, the sound ringing through the air. Haytona moves aside, but not fast enough. A sharp fragment hurtles past and grazes Jin's arm. Jean, you okay? Haytona asks, alarmed. Jean glances at the cut and brushes it off. I'm fine, but maybe take a few steps back next time. Haytona exhales in relief. Right, I'll be more careful. Jean nods and goes still for a moment. That last explosion, it wasn't just the sound or the impact. He'd felt something else. A strange clarity, like watching an iron bead carve its path through the air. A trajectory, clean, sharp, unmistakable. It was like seeing an arrow in flight, before it even moved. Someone walks in and calls for attention, and their uncle steps forward, announcing that a mission has been assigned. Haytona and Daytona instantly get yelled at just for mentioning that it's an event. Daytona complains that the mission is in the Beeman Empire, and that he already feels nauseous and exhausted just thinking about it. Haytona adds that he hates wearing banquet clothes because they're too tight and stuffy. Their uncle gives a sarcastic condolence to his nephews and reminds them that thanks to the rest of their brothers, they don't have to dance at the Imperial Party. But even if it's technically an event, he warns them not to sigh again during a mission. He threatens that if they show attitude one more time, he'll make them wish they were dead. Both boys shout their apologies on the spot. Meanwhile, our boy thinks to himself that Sister May and Sister and are being way too harsh by sending their clueless brothers to a social event in the Beeman Empire as punishment. Their uncle continues explaining that this is a big event that even Runcandel can't easily decline. He tells them powerful people will be attending for entertainment and that they should go observe and learn. They all agree. Then the uncle says he has something for the youngest as well. Our boy steps up and says he's ready. The uncle explains that the boy's task is a VIP assassination. The target is one of Talaris's many lovers. He asks the boy if he knows about the Ice Palace and its master. The Ice Palace is a massive tower built over the western sea of the continent, owned by the Grand 51st Master, Talaris and Roma, also known as the Spider of the Abyss. She's infamous for being merciless toward anyone who harms her lovers. The Ice Palace is an independent force outside the control of Runcandel or Zipple. The uncle reminds him that he already has reports describing how strong the Ice Palace and its master are. Then the uncle reveals the target's name, Alcaro Chandra, who is currently being escorted by Ice Palace people and staying in the lawless zone of Mummet. Daytona and Haytona shout in shock when they hear the name of the place and repeat Mummet like it's cursed. Haytona whispers that if it's in Mummet, then the Guardian Knights there will definitely give them trouble. At that moment, our boy raises his hand to ask something. Daytona whispers to Haytona that this mission seems too much for the youngest, even if he's talented. Our boy asks if the clients are the Chandra family and if they seriously want their own child killed. The uncle confirms it and explains that the family tried everything to bring Alcaro back, but nothing worked. They must have decided that killing him is better than letting a family secret leak. The uncle asks the boy what he thinks about the mission and if he can do it. The boy says he will. The uncle wonders how he accepts it so easily. He assumes the boy already knows how dangerous the Ice Palace is and how deadly Mummet can be, yet he still doesn't hesitate. The boy thinks that if he had said the mission was unreasonable, he was about to say something else to the guards, but the uncle cuts in and says he likes his straightforwardness. He tells all three of them that they will leave in 2 days. Daytona and Haytona are shocked that their uncle actually allows the youngest to go to Mummet. The uncle says that since the boy is willing to go, there's no reason to stop him. Afternoon training is canceled, but they're told to keep up their personal training. They agree. Right after, Daytona calls out to the youngest Jean. Our boy looks back, and Daytona awkwardly suggests that if things get dangerous, he should reveal that he belongs to Runcandel so no one will dare to touch him. Jean looks surprised that they're worried about him. Daytona immediately denies it, saying they never said that. He claims they only care because if Jean dies, they won't get the chance to defeat him themselves. Jean smirks and tells his older brothers that before he returns, they should make a definite decision. Daytona and Haytona freeze and slowly turn their necks toward him. Jean reminds them to choose whether they like their older sister more or him. They stare at him in shock. The uncle steps in again and tells them to do exactly what the youngest says. He orders them to prepare properly and warns them not to challenge their little brother until they're strong enough. He ends by telling them that if they want long lives, they better not go against him carelessly. 2 days after Zed's warning shook the Runcandels, the spotlight shifts to Jean. He stands with Mesa and her team, ready to head off in different directions. Mesa glances at him, raising a brow. Your hair. Did you dye it? Jean nods. It's a disguise. Can't risk being spotted as a Runcandel. She gives a short nod. Makes sense. We all have our roles to play. Her group is gearing up for a subjugation mission, while Jin's path takes him elsewhere, via a separate teleportation gate. Even though she keeps her voice even, Jean catches the tension hanging in the air. Something bothering you? He asks. Mesa shakes her head. Just here to send you off. Jean blinks. It's not like we're parting for good. He straightens. Yeah, it's dangerous, but being scared won't help. Focus on the mission and stay sharp. His voice is steady, reassuring. He places a hand on Bellup Schmitz's shoulder. We'll meet again. Stay solid. Bellup nods. You too. Watch your back out there. Just before they leave, Gilly nudges Jean with a grin. Don't go collecting any cute companions while you're gone. Jean laughs. Don't worry. Just make sure you all take care of each other. Murakan, ever the loud one, chimes in, boasting about his strength. Jean quickly cuts him off. No showboating. We're in disguise for a reason. Murakin grumbles under his breath, clearly annoyed, but Jean waves him off, confident in his team. Gilly sighs. With you two gone, it's going to be oddly peaceful around here. Treat it like a vacation, Jean says with a grin. I'll bring back a souvenir. Her smile fades. Just be careful. That mission, taking out the Ice Palace Master's lover in Mummet, is no joke. Jean brushes it off with a shrug. I've got this. Welcome to Mummet. A place so brutal, even the weeds won't grow. Tonk, loud and proud, stomps into the chaos. I'm back, he hollers, laughing as the scum of the city recognize him. At the same time, Jean slips in quietly, eyes scanning the mess. This was the heart of a lawless zone, and now, everyone's staring at the stranger who just walked in like he owns the place. One man tosses a coin, eyeing Jean. Hey, newbie. Food and water. A mustached thug catches the coin midair, sneering. This guy's got guts. Tonk swaggers over, sizing up Jean. You look like some kind of knight who lost his way. A star knight gone rogue. Then, with a smirk, he drops the insult. Why don't you kneel and lick my boots? Jean doesn't hesitate. In one smooth move, he pulls his blade and strikes. Tonk crumples. Silence. A bald outlaw lets out a laugh. Well, he's dead, another mutters. Knew someone would take that idiot out eventually. Jean doesn't even blink. This is Mummet. His master warned him. Only the insane survive here. To live, you got to prove you belong. As he watches Tonk's lifeless body, Jean silently remembers everything his master has done for him, across 2 lifetimes. Someday he'll repay it all, but for now, he walks deeper into the madness. The real challenge has just begun. Jean takes a seat, and the mustache man soon returns with food, casually assuring him it's clean. No poison, he says with a smirk. Jean doesn't even flinch. Everyone knows poison's off limits in Mummet. Even I know that much. The man laughs, clearly amused. You're well informed. Got family around here. Jean shoots him glare. None of your business. Unbothered, the man leans in. Relax. Just making conversation. You here for drugs? Got some premium stuff, selling like crazy lately. Then, without missing a beat, he adds, or maybe you're looking for someone? Jean nods. I'm searching for someone named Hister. The man pauses, then shakes his head. That name's not ringing any bells. No one like that in Mummet. I know. Fair enough. Jean replies, unfazed. Know a decent place to stay? Somewhere without bugs. Try the Moonlight Well Inn. West Side. Real high-end spot. No need to pull the same stunt you did earlier. Place is filled with Mummet's big shots. At the Moonlight Well Inn, Jean steps into the sleek lobby, eyes sharp. His thoughts are locked onto one name, Alcaro Zanderer. The guy's no mystery. Jean knows the type. A spoiled noble brat, son of a count, pampered since birth. He chases attention, drowns himself in luxury, and avoids anything remotely difficult. The kind of coward who barks at the weak and grovels before the strong. But one thing puzzles Jean. Why would someone like Alcaro risk hanging around in a dump like Mummet? Then it clicks. It's about the Ice Palace Master. Alcaro's desperate to stay on her radar. But now that her eyes are on someone else, maybe he's trying to prove he's still worth her time, or maybe he's just spiraling. Jean remembers the talk of a new drug flooding the city. Wouldn't be a stretch to imagine Alcaro locked up somewhere, chasing his next fix. Still, someone like him won't be without protection. Storming him would be suicide. Jean decides to wait, watching quietly from the lobby. He doesn't have to wait long. A loud, obnoxious voice cuts through the room. Why don't I have it yet? You got it for me yesterday. Alcaro Zanderer, loud, furious, and impossible to miss, is berating one of his bodyguards. Jean observes calmly. Well, that was fast. The guard, trying to keep it together, explains that it's not about supply. They're just refusing to let him spiral further. Their job is to keep him alive, not feed his addictions. But Alcaro throws a fit. I'll die without it. Just one more dose. When they don't budge, he screams louder. When honey comes back, all your heads are gone. One of the guards sighs loudly. Big mistake. Alcaro snaps. You filthy peasants. You dare disrespect a Zanderer. That's the last straw. One guard clocks him square in the face. Alcaro stumbles, stunned into silence. The guard mutters, how long do we have to babysit this trash? Another joins him bitterly. He should just overdose already and save us the trouble. Even so, duty calls. One of them lifts Alcaro like dead weight. Stick to the mission. Protect him, no matter how much we hate it. And with that, they carry the pathetic noble away, leaving Jean with more answers and more questions. From his spot in the corner, Jean studies the situation carefully. The guard with Alcaro aren't just hired muscle. They're elite. 6-star martial artists, at least. Taking down Alcaro wouldn't be hard, but slipping away afterward? That's the real problem. Poison crosses his mind for a second, but no, that's a death sentence in Mummet. Even if the target dies quietly, the fallout would be loud enough to shake the entire city. He needs something cleaner, something loud, but with no fingerprints. Later, in his room at the Moonlight Well Inn, Jean works through the possibilities. A straight-up kill won't work. Not with that kind of protection and Alcaro's name attached. It has to look like someone else did it. Something powerful, chaotic, and untraceable. Then it hits him, spiritual energy. He's only a 4-star magician on paper, but by channeling his spiritual force, he can hit harder, 6-star level or more. The best part? Spiritual energy doesn't leave a magical signature. A lightning spell would be perfect, big, terrifying, and easy to pass off as a hit from outside. If he pulls it off, right, it'll look like a top-tier magician's work. He grins. It's risky, but bold enough to work. Meanwhile, outside the inn, Ceres Indorma makes her way through Mummit's filthy streets, her guards in tow. Captain of the Hidden Palace's 7 swords and daughter of its master, she's got more important things to do than babysit a spoiled noble. How many men are guarding him? She asks. 6, one guard answers. Ceres sighs, already annoyed. That idiot again. Sorry you all have to deal with this mess. She brushes it off. Alcaro Xanderer may be annoying, but he's not her concern today. She's here to deliver good news to her mother. That's the priority. But before she can say another word, boom, a blinding flash lights up the sky. Then a thunderous explosion shakes the ground. Ceres instantly looks toward the source. The Moonlight Well Inn. The scene opens with our boy placing his hand on the ground and saying that he's made up his mind. As he steps forward, he thinks to himself that he's going to terrorize the Moonlight Well from inside his own room using magic. Once he layers on his 4-star shadow energy, his destructive force will rise to the level of a 6-star magician. Magic at that level will immediately make everyone assume that only a high-ranking 6-star mage could pull it off. And seriously, who would ever imagine that a kid who's barely 15 could already reach 6 stars? Not even Veridin Zipple managed that easily. He just recently became a 6-star magician himself. Our boy also reminds himself that because of the special traits of shadow energy, there won't be any traces left behind. No magical residue means nobody will even consider suspecting him. He thinks that if he wants the attack to look like something coming from outside, then calling down a thunderbolt will get the job done. As he stands there, black energy suddenly starts rising from the ground. When he lifts his hand, the shadow energy begins to pour out. Black smoke spreads, darkness expands everywhere, and he's suddenly shocked by what he's seeing. He can't believe how wild the situation looks, and thinks that no matter how he looks at it, this whole plan really does feel like a half-baked idea. He tightens his hand, and then layer after layer of energy starts forming one on top of the other. Heavy, dense power keeps building up. His hair begins to whip around in the wind created by the energy surrounding him. In his head, he commands the storm to summon lightning. Shadow energy bursts outward and starts wrecking everything in the area. People panic immediately. Everyone is running, trying to save themselves. Right then, the Ice Palace Master's daughter, Indorma, arrives. She sees the scene and is shocked, muttering that she definitely picked the wrong day to show up. The soldiers behind her look at the shaking stones and the exploding energy and assume this must be the work of a high-ranking magician holding a serious grudge against the Moonlight Well. Indorma considers that possibility, but also wonders if the attacker might be targeting the Ice Palace instead. She remembers they have 6 members staying at the inn, and on top of that, her mother's lover Alcaro is inside too. She decides they have to move and orders her guards to prioritize keeping their members alive no matter what happens to Alcaro. The guards respond with full understanding. As she moves closer toward the violently crackling energy, she sees people running and screaming in panic. The energy is slicing through the surroundings with sharp speed, spreading everywhere. Someone in the chaos shouts in frustration, accusing the boy and saying he killed a Zipple magician earlier, wondering if this is revenge. That comment is just a rumor spreading through the frightened crowd. The soldiers swear under their breath, and Indorma suddenly rushes forward, shouting for Hetton to wait. As she gets closer, the energy pressure slams outward with incredible force, making everything around them crack and collapse. Hetton steps forward, stunned, trying to understand what's happening. Indorma examines the destructive force and concludes that judging by the amount of power behind it, this attack looks like the final strike. Hetton replies respectfully, confirming her observation. Indorma then admits she only hopes the others inside are all safe. Inside the crumbling inn, Jean stands amidst the wreckage, catching his breath. That final blast drained everything. His entire reserve of spiritual energy gone. Still, it was worth it. The scale of destruction definitely 7-star level. He looks down at his pendant. It absorbed the brunt of the explosion and kept him intact. Lucky. Very lucky. Now, comes the hard part, getting out unseen. Jean scans the wreckage with sharp eyes. The Hidden Palace guards are alive, bruised but standing. But Alcaro? Nowhere. If he somehow survived, this chaos might be Jin's best shot at finishing the job. Before he can act, Ceres and her guards spot him. A boy his age, alone in the aftermath of a magical explosion? That doesn't go unnoticed. Ceres steps forward. Hey, are you all right? Jin nods, playing it cool. He hides his exhaustion, careful not to show any hint of involvement. You should get out of here, Ceres says quickly. It's not safe. He offers a quiet thanks and starts moving, already thinking several steps ahead. As the dust settles, Hetton jogs over to Ceres with an update. All our men have been located. Minor injuries, but everyone made it. Good, she replies. Then, casually, if anyone's still guarding Alcaro, tell them to kill him. Hetton raises an eyebrow, but doesn't question it. He relays the order. Ceres watches the destruction around her, narrowing her eyes. The damage from the blast all bears the same magical signature. That means one mage did it all. If you find whoever did this, she tells her team, capture them. Alive. Hetton nods. Understood. Jin, hearing every word, connects the dots. Ceres and her group had come for Alcaro. So if he's really dead, there's no reason to check the body. The mission's done, but a new problem surfaces. Ceres has seen his face. If she remembers him, things could get tricky. Jin pulls his hood lower, shifts his posture, and melts into the panicked crowd. Moments later, a guard rushes over with confirmation. Alcaro Zanderer is dead. We failed to protect him. Instead of outrage, Ceres lets out a breath of relief. Finally, some good news. She turns to the guards. You've done enough. I came here to end your assignment. Thank you for enduring that brat as long as you did. Then she lifts her sword high, voice rising above the crowd. The hidden palace now controls this inn. Heads turn. Whispers spread. I am Ceres Indorma, daughter of Talaris and captain of the Hidden Palace's 7 swords. Anyone who opposes us will be treated as an enemy of the Hidden Palace. The crowd doesn't take kindly to that. One man sneers, this is Mummet. The kings rule here, not you. Another adds, maybe that explosion was aimed at you. Ever think of that? Ceres doesn't hesitate. She draws her blade and cuts both men down without a word. The gasps are instant. No one dares step forward. Let that be a reminder, she says coldly. Defy us and you die. Then, turning to face the rest, she raises her voice again. Are Mummet's kings so foolish that they'd pick a fight with the Hidden Palace? If this was your doing, expect retaliation. If it wasn't, then you've allowed danger to reach us. Either way, what are you going to do about it? The pressure is suffocating. One of the kings finally speaks up. We'll find whoever did this. They won't live long. Ceres nods. I expected as much. Start with the survivors. Search for any sign of magical ability. After a quick sweep, the kings report back. None of them are mages. Ceres isn't surprised. Of course not. No real magician would stick around after pulling off something like that. She eyes the ruins one last time. This wasn't some grand plan. Most likely, one of your pests provoked the wrong person. Her voice turns ice cold. This is your last warning. Stop resisting the Hidden Palace. Fall in line, or fall. As Ceres scans the crowd, her gaze locks on a Jin, still hanging around. You, she calls out sharply. Why are you still here? Didn't I tell everyone to clear out? Jin quickly limps forward, putting on a shaky expression. Sorry, I got scared. My legs messed up. I couldn't move fast enough. Ceres raises an eyebrow, then lets out a short laugh. A swordsman, scared and limping? How charmingly pathetic. She shakes her head. But at least you're honest. I'll give you that. She kneels down, pulling out a first aid kit. Roll up your pants. Let's patch that up. As she applies ointment to the injury, she smirks. You're lucky, you know. Surviving an explosion and getting first aid from the one and only Ceres Indorma? That's a once-in-a-lifetime combo. Jin gives her a sheepish look. How can I ever repay you? She waves him off. Please. You couldn't repay me if you tried. Just take this as a treasured memory. Maybe bow toward the Hidden Palace once in a while. With a final wrap of the bandage, she rises to her feet. Take care, little swordsman. She walks away, her guards following close behind. Jin gives a casual wave, hiding the wave of relief beneath it. As her figure disappears into the distance, he smirks quietly to himself. Mission complete. A brutal thud hits the dirt. Scut slams down and Orkin grins. 18 down, he shouts proudly. Not far off, Timon stands over another corpse, breathing heavy but smiling. Looks like we might actually get through this without losing anyone. He looks to the team. Let's prove them wrong. Let's go home in one piece. Mesa Milcano steps in with a sharp tone. Don't jinx it. 7 are still unaccounted for. Her words snap them back into focus. The group nods in unison. Okay. Mesa glances around. The orcs, usually organized and swarming, are now scattered and alone. Easy targets. She murmurs. Maybe we really are blessed, or maybe this is young Master Jin's luck following us. Then she snaps at Scut. Stay sharp. We're not done. Watching from the shadows, Murakin counts under his breath. 7 left. Almost home free. But a few days earlier, this scene had been carefully arranged. Back then, Murakin stood before a crowd of orcs, voice low and lethal. From now on, you move alone. No more groups. If I catch you together, dead. Got it. The terrified orcs nodded quickly, then scattered without hesitation. Now, in the present, Murakin strolls through the forest, muttering to himself. Why am I always stuck with this crap? He sighs. Does being the damn 1,000-year contractor really mean he can order me around like a servant? He pauses, groans, then mutters, yeah, guess it does. Damn it. Perch on a branch. Murakin watches Mace's squad from above. No casualties. Thanks to me, of course. Gene better bring back a stack of comic books. But just as he's about to relax, something shifts. A strange pressure, dangerous, powerful, creeps into the area. Murakin tenses. Great. What now? In an instant, he shifts into his human form, scanning the forest. Whatever this is, it's not backing down. He glances at the others. 3-star strength. They won't notice. Good. He breathes deep, then spreads his magic wide, cloaking the area in shadows. No one else will feel it. Not if he can help it. As Schmitz walks through the area, he pauses, glancing up at the sudden gloom above. Is it about to rain? He mutters, confused. Hidden in the shadows, Murakin retreats to a more secure vantage point, shedding his human form. His massive dragon body coils through the trees, eyes locked on the presence, invading his space. Who dares show up, uninvited? He growls, voice rumbling like thunder. But instead of a beast or sorcerer, a towering figure steps into view. Murakin's eyes widen. A cemetery giant, not a living creature, but an ancient relic. A guardian built to protect the graves of powerful beings, long thought wiped out by Murakin's own dragon clan over 2 millennia ago. The giant slowly kneels. Submission. Murakin narrows his eyes. He doesn't trust it. With a flick of his claw, he summons a dense orb of magical energy, then hurls it at the giant. The sphere detonates on impact, ripping the relic apart in a blinding blast. As the dust clears, all that's left is rubble. Murakin lands heavily, breathing hard. Been a while since I went all out. His limbs ache, a reminder of how long it's been since he used this much force. He scans the ruins, eyes settling on the shattered remains of the giant's shield. One detail stands out. This wasn't random. The Zipples, he mutters. This was no coincidence. Still, he decides to keep it quiet for now. No need to worry Gene yet. Not unless it becomes unavoidable. Looking back once more at the wreckage, he lets out a dry laugh. If the kid keeps growing like this for another 10 years, we just might stand a chance. Elsewhere, Bubear Gaston, known as Transformer Bubear, stands before Lord Bishcalibriano, the vice leader of the revolutionary group Canzello. We have a problem, Bubear begins. The cemetery giant, it's been destroyed. Bishkal leans back in his chair, unfazed. I heard it fall during the night. Bubear's face tightens. It wasn't just destroyed. It was vandalized. That thing was our masterpiece. Bishkal waves off the dramatics. And do you know who's responsible? He stands, voice low and sharp. The Dragon of Shadows. Bubear freezes. You're sure? I inspected the site myself. No doubt about it. Panic flickers across Bubear's face. Does this mean he's found us? Bishkal's gaze hardens. Maybe. Maybe not. But if he knows anything at all, we're in dangerous territory now. He paces, considering. For now, treat it as a warning. Keep an eye on the area. I'll send backup. Bishkal then adds, also, reach out to the Zipple family. It's time we had a conversation about what happens next. Back at Runcandel territory, the cadets stand at attention. Zed Runcandel faces them, his eyes briefly landing on Gene. He speaks. Gene Runcandel has returned from Mummet. A few cadets flinch at the name. Everyone knows Mummet isn't just dangerous. It's practically a death sentence. Zed continues. You all know who sent him there. And yet, not only did he return, he surpassed every expectation. That must have really stung for the flag bearers who hoped otherwise. Gene offers a respectful nod. Thank you, sir. Zed dismisses the group. The cadets respond in unison, then begin to break off. Nearby, Gene laughs and chats with his friends. Not far away, a hushed voice mutters to Kajin Romero. You heard the rumor, right? A magician blew up the inn where Jin's target was staying. A girl from the group pipes up. That guy's got ridiculous luck. Another shakes his head, frustrated. It's not fair. We've been grinding like crazy, and we're still stuck as intermediate cadets. But Gene? He's only a 4-star magician. And his team? The first guy snaps. They're all 3-star best. And he still pulls this stuff off. He glares at Kajin. Are you seriously just going to sit there and watch this happen? Kajin exhales deeply, his tone flat. There's nothing we can do. Jin's a pure-blood Runcandel. Unless Lady Mayu or Ladian steps in, we just have to deal with it. But before they can continue whispering, Gene walks over. Sorry to interrupt, he says casually. I overheard everything. Kajin stiffens. There's no way. You were too far. I heard you. Jean replies simply, then changes the subject. How's your arm? Surprisingly, Kajin doesn't snap back. Healing well. Thanks for the clean cut. It made the reattachment easier. Jean nods. Glad to hear it. Sounded like you were having an interesting conversation. Kajin lets out a dry chuckle. We're just commoners. All we can really do is complain behind someone like you. I'm sure you get it. I don't, Jean replies unfazed. I'm not a flag bearer. I'm not even officially your superior. Maybe not, Kajin concedes. But one word from you and I'd be gone. Don't pretend otherwise. Jean looks him in the eye. Why would I do that? Because of everything I've said about you, Kajin answers bluntly. I've called you an eyesore more than once. One of the others speaks up, suspicious. What are you planning, Jean? Kajin shakes his head, annoyed. He's probably just here to rub it in. How everything magically works out for him thanks to his luck. Jean doesn't flinch. I didn't call you an eyesore for your attitude. Without warning, he draws his sword. You're a 5-star knight. One of the best in the intermediate class. You might even be stronger than me. That's why I don't get it. Kajin narrows his eyes. Get what? Why someone with your talent is wasting time trash-talking instead of challenging me. He raises his blade. So go ahead. Draw your sword. Kajin's lips curl into a smirk. You serious right now? Jin's expression is calm. Unrestricted. No holding back. Fine, Kajin says, stepping forward. Hope you don't regret this. He lunges. His strike is powerful, fast, but Jean blocks it cleanly. Not bad, Jean thinks, but not as dangerous as what I'll be facing later. Kajin swings again, taunting him mid-attack. You're not ready for this. You don't have what it takes to beat me. This time, his kick lands square in Jin's chest, sending him back a few steps. Kajin charges, pressing the advantage. Jean regains his footing just in time, dodging the next strike. He's good, Jean admits, but his movements, they're getting familiar. He recalls a past training moment, a steel marble test. That memory clicks into place. Patterns. Predictability. Kajin may be strong, but under pressure, he falls into a rhythm. A few more exchanges, and Jean is done analyzing. He exhales. 3 moves. That's all I'll need. Kajin scoffs. What are you talking about? I've seen all your attacks. You won't beat me. Furious, Kajin launches his final combo, his strongest. First move, horizontal slash from the left. Jean blocks. Second, an unpredictable upward swing. Blocked again. Third, the aura slash. His finisher. The strike explodes with power, flinging Jean backward. But Jean catches his balance instantly. He dashes in, twisting mid-step. 1 clean counter. Kajin's weapon flies from his grip. Stunned, he stares at his empty hands. How did you block that? Jean lowers his blade. Honestly, I didn't think I'd catch up to 5-star aura users this quickly. Kajin scowls. You tricked me. Jean shakes his head. No tricks. You just underestimated me. He sheathes his sword. I don't fight unless I know I'll win. Not far off, Haytona and Daytona Runcandel have been watching. Both were stunned expressions. Did he really just beat Kajin Romero? Haytona asks, still processing what he just saw. Jean glances over at them, nonchalant. It wasn't that serious. Haytona doesn't push it, but the disbelief lingers on his face. Later, and Runcandel demands answers. You lost to Jean? That's gotta be a joke. She glares at Kajin. What happened? Did he bribe you? Were you holding back? Kajin's face tightens. No, I didn't let him win. Mayu Runcandel walks in, expression unreadable. Then explain, he says coolly. Kajin hesitates, then sighs. His aura, it wasn't like a 4-star. It felt like a true 5-star knight. Everyone at the training ground saw it. Mayu narrows his eyes, then scoffs. Pathetic. I expected more from you. He turns away, clearly disappointed. And, on the other hand, doesn't dismiss it so easily. Looks like Jin's shown us his true fangs. Mayu agrees. He's not just resisting us anymore. He's making a statement to the entire clan. He pauses, then adds darkly. For his next mission, we'll pick the team. And the task. Something dangerous enough to make sure he doesn't come back. Later, Gilly bursts into Jin's room, holding a strawberry pie. You've got the Garden of Swords in a frenzy, she says, practically bouncing. Jean chuckles. Can't blame them. Stuff like this doesn't happen every day. He leans back, reflecting. Only a handful have ever reached 5-star swordsmanship by 15. My father, Luna, maybe 3 others in Runcandel history. He thinks back to his training. The breakthrough still surprises him. He didn't expect to reach 5 stars so soon. He figures the clear stone he used for daily practice played a major role, accelerating his progress beyond what he thought possible. Now he's looking at a rare combination. 5-star swordsmanship, 4-star magic, and 4-star spiritual energy. It's more than just impressive. It's unique. He remembers the moment when his spiritual energy built up too much and forced his aura and mana pathways to evolve. That surge had pushed him forward, opening new realms of strength. Jean frowned slightly. I've never heard of anyone who can control all three: spiritual energy, mana, and aura. Not like this. His eyes land on a flower sitting by the window. Did you put that there? He asks Gilly. She shakes her head. It was already there when you got back. I just arranged it. He checks it carefully. No spells, no curses. Leave it. She nods and moves on. Jin's thoughts return to his recent display. Now that the whole training ground has seen his strength, there's no hiding it. He knows it'll shake things up, especially for Joshua, his older brother and one of the top contenders for the next patriarch. Backed by their mother, Rosa Runcandel, Joshua's influence has been steadily growing. But now, Jin's sudden rise will shift the balance. He wonders if he should have stayed quiet a little longer, but no. This timing works. The news will spread far and wide, well beyond the Runcandel estate. Soon, everyone will be talking about the 15-year-old who reached 5-star knight status. Watching him with folded arms, Murakin smirks. Look at him, so full of himself. Still, he's not wrong. That little stunt lit a fire under the whole clan. Jean leans back, giving his siblings a bit of breathing room for now. But his mind shifts to something more important. Our father's coming to the Garden of Swords, he says. He explains that their father has been searching for a worthy heir beyond Joshua, who currently leads the race for the patriarch seat. Luna, the eldest, stepped aside early, and the rest haven't met expectations. One sibling once caught their father's interest, but lacked the ambition to lead. That left Joshua in the lead, with Dyphus Rinida and Mary trailing behind. But now, Jin's rise has changed everything. He knows how his father operates. Age means little. What matters is potential. And now that Jin has stepped into the spotlight, a test is inevitable. A trial designed to measure his strength, grit, and leadership. Jin's sure of two things. First, the trial will be brutal. Second, his father will make sure he stays alive long enough to take it. Jin isn't just another Runcandel. He's a special case, and their father won't risk losing him to petty sibling rivalries before the real test begins. Just then, Gilly snaps him out of his thoughts, a pie still in hand. Word of your promotion's spreading fast. Once it hits the outside world, everyone will want a piece of you. Jean nods. We'll get ahead of it. When father arrives, we'll host a banquet. That'll keep the attention where we want it. You give her a serious look. Start planning, and keep an eye on Murakin. If he shows up disguised among the guests again. Murakin, lounging nearby, snorts. You think I'm some kid who doesn't know how to behave? He crosses his arms. I'll be good. Promise. Then, lowering his voice, now, hand over a slice of that strawberry pie. Gilly bursts out laughing. Days later, Gilly returns with an update. Preparations are going smoothly, but the butlers are buried under letters. Even the Beeman Imperial family sent one. Jean raises a brow. The Beeman? Now that's interesting. Gilly nods. And your father has officially confirmed his visit. He'll be at the main house within a month, and he's invited the other clans. But something stands out. No word from your siblings, she adds. Not one of them has commented. Jean smirks. Of course not. Speaking up now would make them look petty. Staying quiet makes them seem composed, even supportive. They're not dumb, just careful. Gilly nods. Smart read. Their talk is cut short by Pedro's sudden arrival. His face is serious. There's a new mission. You're being sent to the Colin ruins. Elsewhere in the mansion, Rosa Runcandel's fury fills the air. Her voice is cold, sharp. You call yourselves flag bearers, she hisses, but you thought nothing of sending Jean straight into Zipple territory? Her children stand silently, not daring to speak. Then Jean walks in. Rosa turns immediately. You've heard about the Colin mission? I have. Without hesitation, Rosa declares, it's cancelled. The room stirs. And Mayu bristle. You can't be serious, Mayu snaps. Rosa turns on them. You've been so obsessed with eliminating Jean, you've forgotten what it means to be Runcandels. Mayu doesn't back down. And what's wrong with wanting him gone? And adds, confused, why are you even protecting him? Rosa's rage boils over. Her gaze sharpens as she demands. Explain yourselves. Rosa glares at her children, their boldness testing her patience. Watch your tone, she warns coldly. Yes, your father has always encouraged rivalry among you. That competition forged your strength. She pauses, letting the words sink in. But this isn't strength. Is your scheming the result of our traditions? Or just your own personal weakness? Her gaze sharpens. I faced death missions as an intermediate cadet too, she says. All because my siblings push me to the edge. So I understand what this environment creates. Still, she steps forward, eyes locked on In and Mayu. Did either of you reach 5-star status by the age of 15? They both snap back. What are you trying to say? I'm saying Jean is different, Rosa replies. If either of you had achieved what he has, maybe I'd be shielding you instead. But look at yourselves, flag bearers behaving like spiteful children. She shakes her head. I don't regret canceling that mission. And I certainly don't regret withdrawing my support from the two of you. She turns to the others in the room. Runita, Vigo, you're not off the hook either. You allowed this mess to unfold. You bear responsibility. Rose's voice hardens. Runita, reflect on your role in this. Vigo, you'll each return one prized sword from the clan armory. Vigo's jaw tightens. What? If it were up to me, I'd take all of them, she replies coolly. Consider yourselves lucky. Then, with a dry smile, she adds, now I wonder, how will Jean react? Will he play the noble son, insisting I punish him too? Or will he act smug, enjoying this favoritism? She looks at him expectantly. Jean steps forward. Mother. She nods. Go on. To everyone's surprise, Jean says calmly, I actually like the mission Mayu gave me. Rose's expression sharpens. Do you even understand what the Colin ruins are? I do. Jean replies without hesitation. They're in Zipple territory, a place where even the Runcandels failed before. It's one of the deadliest assignments possible. He pauses, then adds, and I still want to take it. What? And blurts out, eyes wide. Jean turns to her. Wasn't this mission based on your belief in my strength? Rosa cuts in, her eyes narrowing as she studies her son. Is this bravery? Or are you testing me? I'm not testing anyone, Jean replies. But canceling the mission now, after it's been announced, could send the wrong message. He continues. The clan structure relies on power and order. If I back out, people might start questioning both. Rosa scoffs. No one in this clan will doubt us over something so minor. She glances toward and Mayu. They don't believe in you. They want you gone, but can't strike directly. So they tried to bury you with a mission. Jean nods. That's exactly why I should go. He clenches his fist. If I challenge them head-on, I'll lose. I don't have their status or influence. But this mission, it's something I can win. Rosa eyes him, still unconvinced. You know what one mistake in the Colin ruins means. I do, Jean says. But I'm confident I can survive. Then he adds, calmly but firmly, and I have one request. If I make it back alive, Jean said flatly, I want the sword my brothers are handing in. Silence gripped the room. All eyes turned to him, stunned by the audacity of his request. Rand broke the quiet first. Why should you get to keep the swords we're surrendering? He asked, clearly irritated. Look, I'll give you one of mine later. Just drop this mission. It's not worth it. He wasn't trying to pick a fight. He was worried. With their father due to return soon, Rand made it clear. Jin's life mattered more than any mission. But Jean didn't budge. To him, this wasn't just a task. It was a chance to prove himself. Even if others saw it as reckless, he saw opportunity. He couldn't help but point out the hypocrisy. If keeping me alive is the priority, why'd you let in and Mayu rope me into this in the first place? Before the argument could spiral, Rosa stepped in. That's enough, she said firmly. If Jean completes the mission, he keeps the swords. End of discussion. She dismissed the room. No more debate. Once everyone was gone, Rosa lingered in thought. She'd always worried Jean might walk the same path as Luna, his oldest sister, whose pride led to bitter consequences. That fear had driven her to temper the ambition in her children. But now, maybe she was wrong. Soren would likely be proud of the progress Jean had made. Outside, Jean stood alone, his thoughts drifting, and approached him quietly. Think luck's on your side again? She asked. Jean gave a short laugh. Luck? You know I'm famous for not having any. She didn't smile. Your attitude won't carry you through this. But then her tone softened. You're not going in alone this time. You won't be facing the netherworld by yourself. Jean gave her a small nod. Thanks. I'll see you all later. Not long after, a new face stepped forward. I'm Haas, he said formally. I'll be your partner for this mission. Then came another. Lima Haas. She introduced herself, voice respectful. It's an honor to join this mission. I also want to apologize if there's been any misunderstanding before. We won't let you down. Kajin Romero joined them, echoing their words. You've got our full support. Jean replied coolly. Let's leave the past behind. I hope we work well together. But behind his calm expression, suspicion brewed. He wasn't naive. All three had ties to One and Mayu. If things went sideways, betrayal wasn't out of the question. Before they set off, Mal Mass briefed them. The mission's simple. Retrieve 4 relics from the Colin ruins. He gave a quick history lesson. The ruins once belonged to thriving native tribes, 1,000 strong. But now, the territory was under the grip of the Zipple clan and ruled by the Phelan kingdom. Danger loomed ahead, and the risks were real. The Zipple clan had discovered the ruins centuries ago, but their arrival marked a dark chapter. They'd massacred and enslaved most of the native population. These days, they claimed to respect the survivors, but Jean wasn't fooled. To him, it was all a performance. The truth? Nothing had changed. The Cologne natives were still oppressed. And the world? It looked the other way. Jean had a theory. The Zipple clan didn't spare the native survivors out of mercy. He figured they only kept them alive to preserve the region's ecosystem, and to make it look like they were trying to right past wrongs. Normally, the Zipples liked to rule with finesse, not force. They prided themselves on control through logic and order. But what they'd done in the Colin ruins shattered that image. To Jean, it was clear. They had willingly trashed their own reputation for something far more valuable. An artifact known only in whispers, the mirror. The artifact's existence was top secret, hidden even within the clan. But in his previous life, the truth had slipped out. A bold journalist had published a bombshell article, exposing a native's eyewitness account. That survivor had spoken of a mythical power, the fountain of mana. Legend said a single glance at it could raise a person's mana to the fabled 7-star rank. Jean had his own suspicion. The Zipples were trying to mass-produce high-level magicians, and that artifact was the key. In 10 years, they'd succeed. But not this time. He wasn't going to let history repeat itself. Later, the team crouched outside a modest house, sticking to the shadows. Malhas whispered the update. The magicians are on the move, heading back to their quarters. Their target was stored in the third warehouse. That's where the relics were. According to Mile, an ambush wasn't out of the question, but they need to handle a barrier spell first. Kajin turned to Jean. We'll protect you, even if it costs us our lives. Jean nodded, but kept it practical. Appreciate it, but save your strength. We've got a long road ahead. We'll need it more on the way out. He called for a short rest. Let's take a breather. We strike in an hour. The group agreed. As they sat down, Jean handed out food without a word. One by one, they accepted, eating quietly as they mentally prepared for what lay ahead. Then, without warning, Jean stood. I'm heading in alone, he said, like it was nothing. You guys get some shut-eye. Mile blinked. Wait, what? But even as he spoke, his head started to spin. Something was wrong. Kajin groaned, suddenly dizzy. Did you drug us? Jean gave a half-smile. Relax. It's not poison. Just a little something to help you sleep. Kajin tried to push back again, but Jean cut him off. If you really want to scream that you came here to kill me, just go ahead and shout it. Kajin slumped. Mile followed. One by one, they all passed out. As Jean turned toward the mission ahead, he muttered to himself. If they just acted like their usual annoying selves, maybe they wouldn't have looked so suspicious. He cracked a smile. A dog follows orders. That's just how it is. Outside the third warehouse, 2 guards leaned against the wall, chatting idly about some wine they'd recently tasted. They never saw it coming. Jean struck the first one clean across the head, out cold in an instant. The second guard staggered back, raising his spear in panic. Who the hell? No answer. Jean sidestepped the thrust with ease, moved in, and dropped him with a single, clean blow. Jean scanned the area quickly, just 2 guards. That struck him as odd. For a clan as meticulous as the Zipples, such light security meant they didn't view this location as particularly important. In fact, he recalled that the third warehouse occasionally allowed public access, which would explain the lack of heavy protection. His eyes settled on the door's lock. No enchantments, no magic alarms, just a basic mechanism. Exactly what he expected. With practiced ease, he picked it open and slipped inside. The moment he entered, his eyes locked onto a glowing circle etched into the floor. His expression tightened. A blood and detection circle. These were supposedly designed to filter out impure bloodlines, especially anyone who wasn't a pureblood. But Jean knew better. These circles weren't tracking bloodlines. They were built to detect demonic beasts and humans carrying specific infections, which meant one thing. As long as the blood came from a regular human, it would work just fine. He wasn't about to use his own. Instead, he turned back, grabbed the wrist of one of the unconscious guards, and made a shallow cut. Collecting a few drops of blood, he smeared them across the center of the circle. The glyphs began to glow. So far, so good. Then, without warning, fire burst from the center. Jin's body tensed. That wasn't supposed to happen. He stared at the bloodied circle, mind racing. If the system had been tripped, that could only mean one of 2 things. Either the guard was infected, or he wasn't even human. From the darkness around him, monstrous forms began to emerge. The wind of silence? Jean clenched his jaw. Magic energy had already flared. Any magician nearby would have sensed it. He needed to end this quickly and with as little magic as possible. Too late for stealth now. One of the creatures lunged. Jean sidestepped with precision, drew his sword, and struck back in a single clean motion. The creature staggered, but didn't fall. Instead, it backed off, sizing him up. The others circled, cautious, but ready to strike. What unsettled Jean was the intelligence behind their movements. They weren't mindless beasts. They understood the threat he posed. Then, the worst part. The wounds he inflicted began healing before his eyes. Regenerating, he muttered, eyes narrowing. That kind of recovery speed. He'd only seen that in elite-class demonic beasts. But these things, they were human a moment ago. Or at least, they looked human. A grim realization hit him. This was Zipple territory, ruled by powerful magicians. The same place where the native Cologne people were treated like expendable test subjects. Could these things be living golems? The thought made his blood run cold. Living golems were a serious breach of magical law. Creating them was forbidden for a reason. If the Zipples were using the Colin ruins to conduct illegal experiments, then this mission wasn't about relics anymore. It was a window into something far darker. Jean shook off the thought and focused on the fight. He watched their movements carefully. They were fast, strong, comparable to low-grade 4-star automatons. But they lacked finesse. Their attacks were brute force. Nothing like the technique of a trained 4-star knight. That meant they could be taken down. He just had to stay sharp. Jean remembered something critical. Golems didn't go down easily. Even when shredded to pieces, they kept moving unless their core was destroyed. In most cases, that core was hidden in the head, chest, or abdomen. These living golems might be twisted versions, but that weakness likely remained. No time to test theories. He slashed clean through one creature's head, split it in two. But instead of dropping, the thing grew more violent, its movements faster, more erratic. Not the head, then. Just as he shifted for another strike, the creature hurled a transparent crystal at him. The moment it struck his blade, it detonated, raw energy flaring in all directions. Jin's grip tightened. Self-detonating projectiles, figures. The creature snarled, voice cracked with pain, but words still came through. Why would you do this to a fellow human? Jean didn't blink. He surged forward and drove his blade deep into its chest, the most likely spot for the core. The effect was immediate. A brilliant surge of light burst from the wound, followed by a violent release of stored magic. If he'd hesitated for even a second, that backlash would have hit him full force. The creature dropped, twitching. One final whisper left its lips. Kill me. Jean responded without pause. All right, a clean finish. No hesitation. He stepped over the crumpled figure, expression unreadable. No one chose this fate. Living golems weren't born, they were made. Whatever they'd once been, whoever, they were gone now. Their minds, their will, their futures erased, reduced to weapons. But anger could wait. Right now, there was still more to uncover, and more enemies waiting in the dark. Jean had just uncovered something huge. If the truth about the Zipple clan's experiments got out, it could send shockwaves through the Empire. But there was another thought that gnawed at him. Had his sisters known? Was this their plan all along? Maybe. Maybe not. It didn't change his goal. Even if he exposed everything, the Zipples would deny it. Creating living golems was one of the highest crimes in magic. A single accusation could spark an Imperial probe. But the Zipple clan had power, enough to twist any investigation from the shadows. Justice wouldn't come easy, so he focused on what mattered now. The evidence. He picked up a stone from the floor, holding it tightly. Whatever this turned into, he wasn't going to pretend he'd seen nothing. Still, something wasn't adding up. Why weren't the magicians reacting? No guards, no alarms, just silence. If they knew what was hidden here, security would be airtight. That meant this secret wasn't shared across the ranks. Maybe only a select few knew what was really going on. He turned to the artifacts. The slates looked straightforward, standard protection magic. But the bowl was another story. It radiated aura, and the barrier on it was far more sophisticated. Breaking it would normally take time. But Jean had already killed 2 golems. The Zipples would be scrambling to bury this incident before it leaked. That gave him a window. He made his move. Channeling both fire and water magic, he started building heat for what came next. He whispered to himself, he'd need this energy soon. Then, with a snap of his fingers, he unleashed it. Flame explosion. A colossal firebird erupted around him, wings of flame engulfing the space in a brilliant inferno. Elsewhere, Luna Runcandel wasn't holding back. The sharp slap she delivered echoed through the room as she faced and Manhua head on. What were you thinking, she snapped, sending Jean into Zipple territory. Are you out of your minds? Her fury was plain. Jean was 10 years younger than them. What reason could they possibly have for throwing him in such a dangerous mission? And didn't flinch. You really don't know why, Luna? She asked coolly. Her tone carried more than just confusion. There was challenge behind it. Maybe even accusation. Was Luna truly clueless? Or was she pretending not to see the brewing tension between Jean and the clan's flag bearers? Luna scoffed. Flag bearers fight each other. Everyone else does too. That's how our family works. It doesn't mean we feed one of our own to the wolves. Her eyes burned with disappointment. We should be ashamed. And rolled her eyes at the judgment, brushing it aside. Power games had never been her interest, she claimed. And Luna? She wasn't exactly in a position to preach, especially since their scheme to set Jean up had failed so spectacularly. Her glare sharpened. If you've got something to say it. Luna didn't hold back. Jean completed the mission. He made it out of the Colin ruins. Mother's probably already reading the full report. Her voice was steady, but cutting. That's why I'm ashamed. You tried to break him, but all you did was help him rise. A faint smirk tugged at her lips. This might be a first in Runcandel history. Flag bearers outmaneuvered by the youngest member of the family. And now, you've got nothing to show for it. She turned away, her tone final. Get out. And Mayu knew better than to argue. Wordlessly, they left. But just as they reached the door, Luna spoke again. Jean doesn't forget. So be careful. What you've done will catch up to you. Then, softer, almost like an older sister again, she added, I'm telling you this because I still care. No matter how infuriating you are, you're still my sisters. Later, Luna sat alone in her quarters when her nanny walked in with a tray in hand. With a teasing smile, the nanny spoke up. I figured you'd scold those two the moment you got back. For a second, I thought you were going through another one of your teenage phases. Luna raised a brow. Teenage phase? At my age? She allowed a short laugh. My youth was dramatic, sure, but immature? Please. The conversation shifted. The nanny set the tray down, her tone turning more serious. I do worry for them, though. Jin's not the type to let things slide. Luna nodded, her expression thoughtful. They still think they have control. But even 5 years from now, if they challenge him to a duel, they wouldn't last a minute. A grim silence settled. Are you saying they've only got 5 years left to live? The nanny asked quietly. Don't be so morbid, Luna replied, scolding her gently. Then her gaze sharpened. Did you look into what I asked about? The nanny gave a small nod. She knew exactly what Luna was referring to. The sibling who had once tried to. It had been a long time coming. Luna's nanny returned with the report, and this time, she had an answer. It wasn't in Ormayu, she confirmed. At the time of the assassination attempt, they were still in the intermediate class. They couldn't have been involved. Luna let out a quiet sigh. You're right. That also ruled out Mary, Yona, and the Tana twins. With them off the list, only a few names remained. Joshua, Dyphus, Ran, Vigo, Runita. But 3 of those, Joshua, Dyphus, and Runita, were hard to touch. They were too well protected, too high up the chain to investigate without making waves, which left Ran and Vigo, the only realistic options to probe without stirring up unnecessary conflict. Luna took a slow sip of tea, her mind ticking through each name. There was no sense rushing it. Without solid proof, digging into the others could backfire. For now, observation would have to be enough. Besides, Jean had survived. He'd grown up strong. Dwelling on the past wouldn't change anything. Not yet, anyway. Meanwhile, Jean Runcandel had finally returned home. The door creaked open and was immediately met by Gilly and Murakin. Relief washed over Gilly's face. You're back, thank goodness. Jean gave her a tired grin. I told you I'm tough. At this rate, you might not be able to keep up with me much longer. She didn't laugh. Instead, she grabbed his hand, her tone turning serious. That place you went, it wasn't just dangerous. If something had happened to you, Jean, I would have spent the rest of my life hunting down the ones responsible. Murakin frowned. All right. No need for terrifying declarations. He turned to Jean. Did you at least file the report? Yeah, Jean replied. Though I'm sure plenty of people think I only made it back thanks to others. He shrugged. Let them think what they want. He reached into his bag and pulled out a few stones, rough, dark, and pulsing faintly. Take a look at these. Murakin raised a brow. What are they? The hearts of living golems, Jean said plainly. Murakin's expression darkened immediately. You brought these back? Jean nodded. From the Colin ruins. He explained how the warehouse guards had transformed before his eyes. How no matter where he struck, they regenerated. Only a hit to the heart ended them, and that's when the stones dropped. Murakin listened quietly, connecting the dots. First the cemetery giant, now this, he muttered. They're escalating. He looked Jean in the eye. And this happened in Zipple territory. There's no way they're not involved. Exactly, Jean said. We need to go back. Figure out what's really happening. I'll admit, after what I saw, I'm not eager to walk into that place again, but with you around, I'll feel a hell of a lot better. He added one more thing, almost to himself. If I'm lucky, maybe I'll even find the fountain of mana. Murakin nodded slowly. We'll make time for it. They both knew the truth. Whatever the Zipples were up to, they'd bury it the second it got out. But Jean had no intention of letting it stay buried. Jean remembered clearly. After the mission ended, Kajin and the Haas brothers had returned to the Runcandel clan by themselves. But the fallout was already in motion. Even though they had technically completed the mission, and Mayu had wasted no time. Their cadet status was revoked, and they were cast out of the clan. Exile. A harsh sentence, especially for cadets. But no one protested. No one defended them. Whatever part they played in trying to sabotage Jean had sealed their fate. They weren't welcome anymore. This chapter was far from over. June 1795. Jean stood training alongside the Tana brothers, a clear stone glowing faintly between them as they honed their skills under Zed Runcandel's watchful eye. After one final round, Zed raised his hand. That's enough. From today, your clear stone training is complete. He glanced at the twins. Only the two of you will continue. Jean offered a nod in response. Zed wasn't finished. You no longer need to attend the cadet sessions in the mornings. You've surpassed what they can offer. Then, as if it were an afterthought, he added, expect to hear from the patriarch next week. He'll likely have something to say. The Tana twins exchanged uneasy glances. Daytona leaned toward his brother. Do you think Father's going to make him a provisional flag bearer? Daytona gave a quick explanation, voice low. If Jean was promoted to provisional flag bearer, it meant he would have to leave the clan, sent into the world to earn honor on his own. Only then, through battle and reputation, could he become a full flag bearer. No support, no safety net, just his own strength. But Jean saw it differently. If this was what the patriarch intended, then it was freedom. No more waiting, no more holding back. He could chase power on his terms, unbound by anyone else's path. Elsewhere, the patriarch of the Runcandel clan traveled with his caravan, lost in thought beneath the night sky. Khan broke the silence. We'll reach the Garden of Swords in about 2 hours. The patriarch let out a tired sigh. That boy keeps dragging me out of training. He had planned to remain in seclusion, 10 full years in the Black Sea, devoted entirely to mastering his craft. And yet, here he was again, pulled back before his time. How many times is this now? He muttered. Khan glanced over, his thoughts turning to Jean. I knew the kid was special, even back when he was in Stormcastle. But I didn't realize how much, not until the Garden of Swords. Jean had something different, something deeper. From the start, Khan had seen it in the boy's eyes. Not arrogance, not defiance, regret. Heavy, quiet, and impossible to ignore. He tried to hide it, but it clung to him. And the moment he set foot in the Garden of Swords, Jean lit a fire under the clan, provoked his siblings, stirred up chaos. No one taught him that. He just understood. In this family, survival meant crushing anyone in your way. Khan remembered Jin's battles, his decisions, his ruthless precision. He was a born fighter, and the others had sensed it too. That's why they tried to shut him down, before he grew too powerful to stop. No matter how many times his siblings threw him into danger, Jin survived. And now he was back, stronger than ever. He'd already reached the rank of 5-star warrior, an achievement too significant to overlook. But interestingly, Khan wasn't all that captivated by Jin's success at Mummet or the Khan Ruins. What truly stayed with him was Jin's very first mission. He remembered it well, a one-on-one duel with a warrior from the White Wolf tribe. Everyone expected Jin to hide behind his subordinates, to use them as pawns to tilt the fight in his favor. But instead, Jin had faced the enemy alone, just as he said he would. He stuck to his word, proved his resolve. Khan turned toward the patriarch. Do you really think Jin beat the White Wolf tribesman by himself? The patriarch answered without pause. I do. Then, with a small grin, he added, although not entirely on his own. Still, the boy fascinated him. With a knowing smirk, he muttered, I'll ask him about that myself when we meet. The caravan finally arrived at the palace. As the wheels rolled to a halt, the guards quickly stood to attention and saluted. At the entrance stood Rosa Runcandel, waiting calmly. We've been expecting you, she greeted. The patriarch gave a nod. You've done well. Rosa, ever composed, replied. I've done nothing. You already laid all the groundwork yourself. He chuckled. If these grown children were doing fine without me, I wouldn't have needed to leave the Black Sea. He mentioned they'd be receiving guests that day, ones who would have all eyes on him. Which only complicates things for the children, he added thoughtfully. True, Rosa said, then led him inside. But I prepared your favorite dishes. He nodded in approval. Good, I'll enjoy that. As they walked, something caught his eye. Jean, standing nearby, carrying 2 swords. Ran. Vigo. The brother stepped forward immediately. He pointed to the swords. Those were the ones I allowed you to keep as a gift, weren't they? Did you hand them over to the youngest? Vigo spoke up, not missing a beat. He stole them. But we agreed he could keep them if he succeeded at the Khan Ruins. The patriarch placed a hand on Vigo's shoulder. That's fair. Then, with a low laugh, he added, Still, steal them back sometime. The youngest is a clever one. His eyes lingered on Jean for a moment, a smirk tugging at his lips. Sometimes I wonder if that boy's even mine. Later, he stood beside Jean, overlooking the palace grounds through a wide glass window. This must be your first banquet, he said. Jean gave a quiet nod, but his thoughts were elsewhere. In his previous life, he had attended a few banquets, always as a guest of someone else's house. Invitations extended not to him, but to his teacher. This was different. This was the Runcandel clan's banquet, held by the main house. His house. Back then, whenever the clan hosted a gathering, he kept to the shadows. He'd hide away like he didn't belong, like he was a stain on their name. But now, he was standing beside his father, the guest of honor. The patriarch looked out at the grand hall, voice calm. The Runcandels don't host banquets often. Unlike the other noble houses, we only do it when there's something truly worth celebrating, his father finished. Which meant only one thing. Jin's accomplishments weren't just impressive. They were historic. Jin bowed slightly. Thank you for the recognition, father. The patriarch glanced at the grand hall. Tell me, how many guests do you think are here tonight? Jin took a moment to observe. Around 1,000. His father nodded. Correct. That's 200 more than the last banquet we held, 7 years ago. He looked at Jin with a weighty expression. Do you understand what that means? Jin thought it through. It means the Runcandel family's influence has grown. Any noble house could draw a crowd, but this was different. Every person here tonight was powerful in their own right, and they weren't here out of courtesy. They were here because the Runcandel name had never carried more weight. But even as the clan's authority expanded, Jin's father had spent those 7 years in near total isolation, training, hunting, and surviving in the Black Sea. He hadn't lifted a finger politically, and still, their influence had grown. Why? Because he was the only Genesis knight alive in this era. That title alone commanded loyalty, fear, and respect. It drew these nobles like moths to a flame. But that truth came with a darker undertone. If he disappeared, many of his so-called allies would vanish just as quickly. Jin knew it, too. Without his father, the Runcandel family's grip on power would weaken. They might be one of the 2 dominant houses, along with the Zipples, but if that balance broke, the Zipples would rise uncontested. His father voiced the concern aloud. If I were gone, and these people turn on this family, what would you do? Jin didn't blink. I'd disown the clan. The patriarch's gaze hardened. What did you just say? Jin stood firm. If the family falls apart just because you're no longer around, then the next patriarch doesn't deserve the position. Letting everything collapse like that, it would be unforgivable. There was silence between them, then a slight shift in tone. Then tell me, his father asked, what do you think our family's weaknesses are? Jin answered carefully. Which kind? Political? Strategic? Internal? His father gave a faint nod, satisfied with the cautious response. That's when Jin revealed something important. In exchange for returning Vigo's sword, he negotiated access to the family's commission records, normally reserved for flag bearers only. What he found inside was troubling. First, the head of the Vernov family had deceived the emperor, embezzling imperial treasures and stashing them away. Yet they still walked freely among the banquet's guests, without shame or consequence. Worse, that same family had recently submitted a commission to the Runcandels, a request to assassinate magicians from the Zipple clan. It wasn't just a petty contract. It was a provocation that could shatter the fragile balance between the Empire's 2 biggest powers. And that wasn't all. Harold's daughter had squandered her family's assets gambling and then turned to the Runcandels for help retrieving them, despite not even paying her owed fee. But within the fine print of these contracts, Jin had spotted it. Leverage. Those commission records weren't just routine paperwork. They were a vault of hidden power, details and secrets that revealed just how deep the Runcandel family was entangled in the Empire's most dangerous games. Those hidden contracts weren't just paperwork. They were stockpiles of leverage, filled with figurative and literal weapons. And for now, only Jin and his mother had access to them. When asked if the Runcandel clan could survive without him, Jin didn't sugarcoat it. If the next patriarch isn't a Genesis knight, he said plainly, then the family's survival will hinge on how well they can negotiate. It was a fair point, but he didn't stop there. He reminded his father that the Zipples had weaknesses too, just as many. The difference was the Zipples couldn't justify using underhanded tactics the way the Runcandels could, because in the grand story of the world, the Runcandels were always the villains. Still, Jin made one thing clear. Having access to powerful tools meant nothing if the next leader didn't have the guts or wisdom to use them. If that happened, if the family fell because of weak leadership, he wouldn't hesitate to walk away. And then, I'd make it my life's mission to crush the Zipples, no matter how long it took. His father chuckled at that. Living for revenge, huh? There are worse reasons to survive. He thought of his other children. Most would never dare speak of the clan's downfall so openly. They'd boast, complain, deflect. But Jin? He spoke with calm conviction. It almost made him regret the timing of his birth. He had Luna's sharp mind, Mary's wildness, and Dyfus's raw spirit in combat. A dangerous mix, one that came too late in the succession line. At best, Siren figured he had 10 years left as patriarch, 15 if fortune favored him. Just enough time to see if Jin would upend the family's future. As more guests arrived and the courtyard buzzed with energy, Siren turned toward his son. Let's head inside. But before they entered, he added, after the banquet, I want a private word with you. Jin nodded. Inwardly, Siren weighed the next step. Becoming a reverse flag bearer meant Jin would have to leave the family. But that kind of separation might be exactly what he needed. The banquet was just beginning, and it would last for 4 days. But the celebration was suddenly interrupted. Hines approached Siren with urgency in his step. What is it? The patriarch asked. We've got uninvited guests, Heinz replied. It's the Zipples. For a moment, Siren was silent. Then his suspicions were confirmed. 5 members of the Zipple family had arrived. Leading them was none other than their second-in-command, Andre Zipple. Siren scoffed. That arrogant little fool. Without missing a beat, he gave his orders. Let the others in, but not Andre. Have his servants. Not you. Tell him he's not welcome. Heinz bowed and left to carry out the command. Siren turned to Jean. Was that too harsh? Jin's expression didn't waver. No, actually, I think it's refreshing. If Andre storms off in anger, he'll be ignoring your permission for his family to attend. And in the Garden of Swords, that's unacceptable. Siren smirked. Exactly. He can either enter respectfully or limp home, missing both legs. With that settled, the banquet officially began. Standing on the terrace, Siren addressed the crowd. I am Siren Runcandel, head of the Runcandel clan. Thank you for joining us. He paused, then gestured toward his son. This celebration wouldn't be possible without my youngest, Jean Runcandel. Thanks to him, I can stand here and enjoy such a moment in my later years. Applause rippled through the crowd. With a calm, yet commanding voice, Siren laid out the rules. At a Runcandel banquet, there are only 2 things to remember. First, if you want to fight while you're drinking, the Guardian Knights will gladly escort you to be continued. In the arena, the rules were simple. The loser had to concede, and the winner, they had to show restraint. This was still a banquet, after all. Jean scanned the crowd. This wasn't some casual gathering. It was a battlefield in disguise. Among the 1,000 guests were powerful elites from every corner of the continent, tangled in alliances and rivalries. Normally, they'd keep things civil, hiding daggers behind smiles. But here in the Garden of Swords, nothing stayed hidden for long. The Patriarch's rules were clear, no killing. But beatdowns? Absolutely allowed. Winning meant more than settling scores. It was a public statement of dominance. As laughter and chatter filled the banquet, the Patriarch reminded everyone to enjoy themselves. Jean Runcandel took a breath. This clan of his, truly a strange bunch. His father's advice? Relax, have fun, and if someone caught his eye, bring them along. But there was one condition. He couldn't pick fights with weaker guests unless they insulted him or the family. Jean acknowledged the rule. Losing wasn't an option. Ever. As he turned to go, he made something else clear. If he ever fell, he'd take everything back. Not just Bradamanti, but his nanny too. With a slight bow, he gave his father a promise. The moment felt unreal. In his previous life, a heart-to-heart like this with his father? Impossible. But even now, he didn't care about fatherly affection or becoming the perfect son. His one mission was to rise above his father. Later on, Haytona and Daytona Runcandel showed up at the banquet and came over to Jean. Daytona congratulated him on hitting 5 stars and asked if they could hang out a bit. Jean agreed, then casually asked how their clear stone training was going. Daytona said things were getting better, especially after switching to the weapon their uncle had recommended. Jean nodded, quietly deciding he'd leave once the chat served its purpose. Daytona caught the hint and chimed in with a quick, "Yeah, got it." That's when a newcomer walked up, introducing himself as someone from the Kin clan. The twins greeted him too, and not long after, Daytona excused himself to return to training. Jean wished him well, getting a grateful nod in return. Now focused on the new guest, Jean mentioned he'd heard about the guy's childhood feats. With a chuckle, the man said Jean was making a blush. But the moment didn't last. An arm shot out from behind and yanked Jean by the hair. It was Wooger. Smirking, he called Jin's name, voice thick with amusement. So this was the prodigy everyone talked about, the 15-year-old who'd already reached 5 stars. Up close, Jean looked so young Wooger figured he must have been at least 10 years older. He introduced himself with a smirk, and Jean replied calmly, though guarded. But Wooger didn't stop. He threw out a taunt, accusing Jean of making him look like a fool. He wasn't being subtle, either. Sure, Jean was a Runcandel, but Wooger had seniority in the martial arts world. His words, he claimed, came from pride in his junior. Then came the warning. Jin's expression stayed cool. Locking eyes with Wooger the Tuko clan, he told him flat out. What he just did had insulted everyone present. Up until now, everyone had shown Jean nothing but respect. The tension in the air was cut by a sharp voice. Dyphus Runcandel had arrived. If you want to talk about seniority, he said to Wooger, then you should know your place even more. Wooger blinked, confused. What's that supposed to mean? Dyphus didn't miss a beat. The first and second flag bearers of the Kin clan, the Dragon King Knights, the Black King mercenaries, they all outrank you. And yet, every one of them has treated Jean with respect. Maybe you should have followed their lead, realized your mistake, and apologized. But since I've already said my piece, I'll let it go this time. That's when the Kin clan's first flag bearer stepped in, backing Dyphus. Young Master Jean just saved you from a serious misstep, he said to Wooger. Might be wise to listen. Another voice piped up with a dry chuckle. With a mouth like yours, trouble was bound to happen. Best not to dig yourself any deeper. Wooger got the message. With all his seniors taking Jin's side, there was no winning this. Swallowing his pride, he turned to Jin and gave a formal bow. I apologize. Please forgive me. Jin, steady and unreadable, simply replied, of course. Just then, Luna Runcandel strolled over, amusement in her eyes. You got a real gift for making enemies, she teased. Would it kill you to act like a normal kid every once in a while? Jin shrugged. I'm here, representing the Runcandel clan today. Fair enough, Luna said, clinking her glass against his with a smile. Then she tilted her head. What would you have done if Wooger actually challenged you to a duel? He's at least a 6-star warrior. Jin answered smoothly. The Tuco clan's patriarch and elders would have stepped in. They've had their eyes on me for a while now. Luna let out a laugh. So you already calculated all that before even opening your mouth? Do you have some secret noble mentor teaching you how to play people like chess pieces? If someone like that exists, I'd keep them close, Jin replied. But in the end, it's the sword that counts. Nothing else matters. Jin's voice turned more serious. That might be hard for you to understand, but when you're the family's hated youngest child, swordsmanship alone isn't enough to survive. Luna paused, then gave a small grin. You've got brains and talent. No wonder someone already tried to kill you back at Storm Castle. I wonder which of our dear siblings noticed your potential so early. She glanced around the grand hall. Honestly, I only came to congratulate you. These stuffy banquets aren't really my thing. Jin raised an eyebrow. Heading out already? Luna smirked. You're still too short to be my dance partner. Then, leaning in with a playful tone, she added, but when you're older, we'll dance, and I'll take you somewhere that's actually fun. Jin smirked back and took her hand. I'll remember that. As she turned to leave, Luna paused with one last idea. We should leave a message, she said. Jin gave her a questioning look. A message? Without a word, she pulled him into a hug. This, she said softly, lets everyone know how much I value you. Now that they've seen I'm watching your back, they'll think twice before stepping out of line. With a knowing smile, she turned and disappeared into the crowd. Jin gave a simple farewell. See you later. Across the hall, Bubear Gaston watched the scene unfold, overflowing with theatrical jealousy. Clutching his chest like a tragic hero, he dramatically declared his deepest wish, to bump heads with Lady Luna too. In fact, this moment had moved him so deeply that he had no choice. He must compose a poem for Lady Luna tonight. Not just write it. He'd sing it. All night long. Shut up, muttered Bishkul Ibriano, clearly fed up. But Margiela Ibriano took a gentler approach. No need to be so harsh, she told Bishkul. For someone like Bubear, this might be a turning point in his life. And besides, while he's busy being ridiculous, you're too distracted to bother me. So maybe we should give him a little credit. Moved almost to tears, Bubear clasped his hands together. Miss Margiela, as expected, you truly understand the depths of my heart. He then proclaimed himself entirely at her service. Margiela nodded gracefully, accepting the praise. Meanwhile, Jin Runcandel was growing tired of playing the gracious host. The act was wearing thin. Were those damn Zipples? Did he really have to go hunt them down himself? Right as his frustration started to spike, a voice called out. Ceres and Dorma was making her way over, surrounded by her attendants. With a composed smile, she asked, May a young lady from the Hidden Palace request a drink with the Runcandel clan's newest star? Jin turned to her, expression unreadable. And who might you be? I'm Ceres and Dorma, she said, daughter of the Hidden Palace's master. It's an honor to meet you. Realizing her identity, Jin replied with the same formal tone. The honor is mine. He poured her a drink without hesitation. Ceres gave a playful smile. Funny, we're both 15, and yet you've already achieved so much. Must be nice having the Runcandel bloodline. Jin acknowledged the advantage, but added, the Hidden Palace isn't lacking in gifts either. I imagine your father holds you in high regard. He does, Ceres replied. Unlike you, I don't have any siblings. I'm his only daughter. She paused, then added, that didn't come off rude, did it? Not at all, Jin assured her. Everyone knows I'm the youngest in a big family. Honestly, I'm a little envious. Dealing with so many siblings is a headache. Still, Jin found it odd. Ceres hadn't mentioned Mum at once. There was no way she hadn't recognized him. Not with how close they'd been that day, even if his face was still dusted with ash. Before he could dig too deep into that thought, she spoke again. I have a question. Jin nodded. Go ahead. Her tone shifted. Your leg. What happened? Jin answered smoothly. It's fine now. I was lucky. Someone kind treated it themselves. Honestly, I have no idea how to repay them. Ceres gave a short scoff. You're more shameless than I thought. Then she got to the point. Why were you at the Moonlight Well in Mummet? I think I deserve an explanation. Jin tilted his head. And what makes you think you're owed one? Her expression turned cold. Because that day my subordinates failed to catch the magic terrorist. It was a huge embarrassment. And now I can't stop wondering. Was the person I let go that day actually the culprit? Jean answered her accusation with a question of his own. Magic? Do I look like someone who'd stoop to that? You should know the Runcandel clan better than that. Ceres conceded that she didn't believe he was the magic terrorist. But if he'd been on a covert mission for his clan and had hired a magician to help, that was a different story. After all, the only ones at the inn who could have been targets were members of the Hidden Palace. And as captain of the Hidden Palace's 7 swords, she couldn't ignore that possibility. Jean immediately saw the problem. She'd made a false assumption. She thought his goal had been someone from the Hidden Palace. And while she wasn't entirely wrong, he had clashed with a few of them while going after Alcaro. There wasn't enough proof to call him out directly. With a smirk, he asked, "Aren't you just guessing at this point?" Ceres narrowed her gaze. "Are you going to keep denying it?" Her tone hardened. "Fine. In that case, I've got my own way of settling this. I'll drag you into the arena, beat the arrogance out of you, and spit on that smug face of yours." And just like that, she challenged him to a duel. Jean laughed. His father's rule echoed in his head. Don't fight anyone weaker unless they disrespect the clan. But if she was this eager for a fight, he had no reason to back down. Later that night, Jean arrived at the battleground. A guard at the entrance looked him over. "Here for a duel?" Jean nodded. "Yeah, make sure only the medics stay. Everyone else clears out. And bring me 2 decent swords." The soldier, sensing the weight of what was about to happen, gave a respectful nod. "Understood. The arena will be sealed until the duel ends." Jean figured that by midnight, the usual crowd of thrill-seekers and gossip-mongers would show up. And if he ended up defeating Ceres and Dorma, daughter of the Hidden Palace, in front of all of them, that would be too much. Before the fight began, Ceres turned to him. "Let's make a deal." Jean raised a brow. "What kind of deal?" "If I win," she said, "you tell me everything that happened in Mummet. No lies, no dodging." Jean agreed, but with one condition. "If I win, you pretend we never met that day." Ceres gave him a sly grin. "You must be hiding something pretty juicy." Then, sword in hand, she gestured. "Go on, make your move." Jean darted forward, but Ceres was faster. Her sword flashed, intercepting his strike with ease. Jean immediately recognized what she was using, myriad ice blades, a technique only those of Endorma blood could wield. He hadn't expected her to reveal her trump card so early in the match. And worse, as the youngest in his family, he hadn't even been taught the Runcandel clan's secret techniques yet. He clenched his teeth. "Seriously? What now?" Ceres didn't wait. "Not my problem," she said flatly, launching into another flurry of attacks. The duel escalated fast. At first, it looked like Jean was barely hanging on, his blade meeting hers just in time. But little by little, his true ability began to show. He was adapting, growing sharper with each clash. Still, Ceres wasn't out of options. She knew that despite the 1-star gap between them, she could still shift the momentum. "I need to end this," she thought. She didn't have the stamina for a drawn-out fight. At 4 stars, her strength was finite. Letting a drag would only play into his hands. No, she had to finish this in one clean strike. Ceres moved, ready to unleash the 3rd form of myriad ice blades, and bring the duel to its climax. Jean calmly sized up the fight. Sure, Ceres had access to myriad ice blades, but her attack power and defense still didn't match his. Judging by her stance, she was about to gamble everything on one final move to turn things around. It had to be her strongest technique. The real issue was, he had no idea how devastating it would be. If she was going all in, then he needed a trump card of his own. One of the many hidden techniques he'd studied during his time at Stormcastle came to mind, one that stood above the rest in sheer power. Ceres didn't hesitate. "It's over," she declared. She unleashed the 3rd form of myriad ice blades, a devastating strike that tore through the air straight toward him. Jean raised his blade just in time. The clash exploded in a shower of ice shards, razor-sharp and pulsing with dense aura. He smirked. Ceres caught the expression, and it threw her. Why was he smiling? That attack should have been the end of it. Avalanche was no ordinary technique. Even a prodigy like Jean, 5 stars at 15, shouldn't have been able to block it. And yet something was off. Her instincts flared. This wasn't over. Jean struck back, his blade flashing toward her face. She barely dodged, countering in one smooth motion. But before she could react again, a sudden wave of magic burst from her. For a split second, Jean froze. Had he miscalculated? The blade he chose, Stormblade of the Attila family, was a weapon of pure destruction. Way too much force for a 4-star knight like Ceres to handle. If she hadn't moved just in time, she might not be standing. Yet he'd still gone for the attack. Ceres dropped to one knee, gasping for breath. All her life, pride had been everything. But in that moment, fear, raw and primal, had taken over. She'd moved without thinking, her body pushing past hesitation just to survive. Jean walked over, expression unreadable. Then, with unexpected calm, he spoke. Are you okay? Sorry, I nearly killed you. He knew she'd heard his warning. She just hadn't reacted fast enough. No matter how much she held herself to a warrior's standard, she was still 15. Survival instincts had kicked in. If the roles were reversed, Jean figured he'd have done the same. And knowing Ceres, she'd probably have told him to dodge too. There's no need to drag this out, he said. Let's just call it even. Maybe that would help her move past it. Ceres didn't answer right away. Instead, she quietly pulled out a small medicine case and walked over. Noticing a cut on his cheek, she opened the box and offered to treat it. Consider it repayment, she said, for saving my life. Jean raised an eyebrow. Isn't that a bit cheap? You're the Hidden Palace's only heir. She looked him dead in the eye. This life, I begged to keep it once. Now, I've decided it's worth protecting again. With that, she reassured him not to overthink things and turned to leave. Oh, she added with a soft smile, let's treat today as our first meeting. And just like that, she walked off. See you tomorrow. The following day, Jean Runcandel sat with a glass of wine, quietly watching the atmosphere shift. The crowd had thinned compared to the night before. That suited him just fine. Now the real event could begin. Duels were officially sanctioned, and the audience would soon be treated to proper fights. With the distractions fading, Jean finally had time to focus on what really mattered, finding the Zipple family members. He glanced around, noting that everyone here was between 15 and 20, just like him. That made this the perfect chance to see how his own combat skills, including his magic, stacked up against theirs. For a moment, he considered asking about Colin. But no, this wasn't the time. He'd look into it later, once he officially became a reserve flag bearer. That would free up time for proper investigations. Colin, the Fountain of Mana, and whatever twisted scheme the Zipples were cooking up, he'd get to the bottom of it. Especially with Muraken's help. With his experience, finding that place wouldn't be hard. And once they did, Jean could shut down their little magician factory for good. This time, I'm staying ahead of them. He wasn't about to let something that awful happen again. His thoughts were interrupted by a familiar sight. Muraken, currently in his fluffy cat disguise, lounging off to the side. Veridin Zipple had wandered over and was now toying with the cat, gently stroking its fur with interest. Why is there a cat at a Runcandel banquet? He mused aloud. Where's the owner? Then, spotting the pendant around Muraken's neck, he squinted and read the tiny inscription. Butterfly? Then Veridin straightened up, his voice rising in excitement. I knew it. I knew if I followed this cat, I'd find you. With dramatic flair, he pointed across the room. Jean Runcandel. At last, we meet again. Jean raised an eyebrow. Who is this clown? Seeing the blank look on Jin's face, Veridin froze. Wait, you don't recognize me? Jean didn't miss a beat. Nope. Who are you? Veridin clutched his chest like he'd been stabbed. Seriously? I've thought about you every single day since we last met. Still no reaction. Not even a flicker. Desperate, Veridin tried again. Okay, maybe this'll jog your memory. My name starts with a V. He then turned to Muraken and casually gestured. You want to come with me instead? But he wasn't letting go that easily. Come on, you have to remember me. Jean stayed cool. Nope. Veridin's face twisted in frustration. We met at the teleportation gate in the Middle Kingdom. That has to ring a bell. Still nothing. No. Grabbing Jin's shoulder, Veridin practically begged. All right, maybe I'm misremembering some stuff, but listen, my name is Veridin Zipple. Jean locked eyes with him and let out a sigh. If you're trying to pretend we've never met, at least put some effort into it. You're making a scene. To drive the point home, Jean grabbed Veridin's hand. Seriously, just stop bothering me. And yet Veridin just blinked and smiled. So, you do remember me? Jean stared at him in disbelief. This guy? This was the genius who would supposedly become a 9-star magician before 30? The future heir to the entire Zipple family? Veridin kept babbling. I looked for you all day yesterday. All day. And today? 2 hours gone. Just trying to find you. Jean exhaled slowly. This night just keeps getting longer. He glanced at him. It's one banquet hall. How did you manage to wander around for 2 whole hours? Veridin sighed with exaggerated sadness. If I could have used magic, I'd have found you in seconds. But of course, no magic allowed in Runcandel territory. Jean wasn't sure if Veridin was lying or just truly terrible with directions. Probably the latter. Still grinning, Veridin leaned in. Anyway, it's really great to see you again. Can you believe it's already been 5 years? Veridin couldn't help marveling at Jin's progress. You've already hit 5 stars? That's insane, he exclaimed. Then, puffing out his chest, he added proudly, but don't worry, I haven't been slacking either. I'm a 6-star magician now. That puts me a whole rank above your swordsmanship. Jean stared at him, unimpressed. This guy? This was supposed to be the Zipple family's greatest prodigy? 6 stars by 18? If I were in his shoes, I'd be at 7 stars by now. For a second, Jean even considered whether Veridin was lying about his rank. But Veridin caught the skeptical look and completely misread it. Oh, I get it. You're touched. I searched so hard to find you, right? Grinning, he gave Jean a thumbs up. Just keep working hard. I'm counting the days till we finally get to duel. Jean wasn't entirely sure if Veridin was hiding his real power or not. But if he wasn't, and he really had reached 6 stars at 18, then only one magician had ever progressed faster, Celiac Zipple, the current patriarch. This was a good chance to get a read on Veridin's potential. Jean exhaled. I've said this before, but I'll say it again. Learn to shut up and conserve your energy. Veridin laughed. Wow, you sound just like my dad. He tells me the same thing all the time. Then Jean abruptly changed the subject. Why is the Zipple family here? This banquet wasn't meant for you. Unbeknownst to them, Buber-Gaston was quietly eavesdropping from a distance, watching the exchange with interest. Veridin shrugged. I'm the reason we came. I kept bugging my uncle, Andre Zipple, about meeting you. Eventually, he gave in and brought us here. Kind of ridiculous when you think about it. The vice-patriarch storming into enemy territory just to keep me happy. He chuckled. But really, we were already vacationing in the Hugh-Festa region when I heard about the banquet. It felt like fate. Jean wasn't buying it. That's all. Swear on it, Veridin said confidently. Jean shook his head. Then be glad this is a banquet. Keep quiet and leave when it's over. Veridin pouted. You're so cold. Then he flashed a sly smile. But you know your father once spared my uncle. Maybe you should return the favor someday. Like, say, crash a Zipple banquet uninvited. Jean narrowed his eyes. And if I decide to go on a rampage while I'm there? Without hesitation, Veridin grinned. I still won't kill you. As if that wasn't outrageous enough, he added, and even if there's a battle, I promise not to get involved. Jean stared at him in disbelief. Are you stupid? Veridin blinked. What did I do? But Jin's attention had already shifted. Someone had been watching him for a while now. Someone far more irritating than Veridin. Without another word, Jean turned and walked toward Buber-Gaston. Is there something you'd like to say? He asked bluntly. Buber perked up immediately, practically glowing. Yes, actually. Do you know when Lady Luna's coming back? Jean blinked. What? I mean Lady Luna, of course, Buber said, his tone full of dramatic sincerity. She'll return soon, right? I stayed up all night writing love poems for her, every line dripping with passion and soul. Once she reads them, I'm sure she'll see I'm not just a charming poet but a true gentleman. Then, eyes sparkling, he added with complete confidence, who knows? Maybe I'll be your brother-in-law one day. Veridin Zipple choked on his wine, practically spitting it out in shock. Jean exhaled through his nose. Someone clearly needed to be taught a lesson. Calling Buber his dear guest, Jean calmly began ripping the book apart, page by page. Buber gasped. What are you doing? Jin's voice was low and sharp. You casually threw around my sister's name, then had the nerve to call me your brother-in-law. His gaze turned cold. Do you think the Runcandel family is some kind of joke? Without another word, Jean signaled a nearby soldier. Escort him to the arena. The soldier bowed and responded immediately. Panic rising, Buber quickly changed his tone. Young master, wait, what's going on? Why are you doing this? Before he could escape, 2 Soderette soldiers grabbed him by the head. Wait, stop, Buber shouted. All I did was express admiration. Every man has the right to love. I was praising your sister's beauty. This is how you repay me. His protests went unanswered as the soldiers pinned him down. Jean stepped forward, removing his coat. We'll settle this with hand-to-hand combat. Buber's face drained of color. What is wrong with this guy? All he'd done was compliment Jin's sister. Was that really worth getting pummeled over? And worse, if Jean ever found out he was the one who tampered with those Zipple members 5 years ago, things could spiral out of control. Meanwhile, Jean rolled his shoulders, calmly preparing for the fight. From across the area, Bishkul Ibriano stared wide-eyed. What's going on? Margiela Ibriano, standing beside him, glanced over. Looks like Buber picked the wrong fight. Bishkul nodded. Jin's about to duel him. Margiela sighed. That idiot. Then she motioned toward the arena. Come on, let's get a better view. Nearby, Ceres and Dorma narrowed her eyes. Another duel, she muttered. Why is he wasting time on someone like Buber? She didn't get it. Why would Jean Runcandel, of all people, bother with such a clown? Back at the banquet, Veridin Zipple leaned against a pillar, watching with amusement. Convincing his uncle to let him come had turned out to be a great move. He hadn't expected to meet the heir of the Ice Palace either. That had been an unexpected bonus. He greeted her politely, only to be brushed off with cold disinterest. Shrugging it off, he turned his focus to what really mattered now, young Master Jin's duel. Curious, Veridin asked someone about Jin's opponent. The man, unfamiliar to him, gave off strange vibes. Could he be some reclusive martial master? Someone else noted that the guy had arrived with the Ibriano family, and maybe that humble appearance was just a front for something dangerous. Back in the ring, Buber-Gaston attempted to keep things civil, stepping forward and formally introducing himself to Jean. Jean responded by punching him square in the face. Don't talk. Just shut up, he snapped, not even pretending to care who the man was. Stunned, Bear roared and unleashed his aura, launching a counterattack. Jean remained calm, silently gauging his strength, roughly 6 stars. On the sidelines, Ceres commented that Bear seemed heavily focused on brute force. Veridin, watching closely, noted that things could go sideways fast, but that just made it more entertaining. Bear landed a solid punch, grinning triumphantly. Now you'll regret this. But Jean didn't flinch. Instead, he responded with a furious flurry of strikes. His fists rained down with brutal precision. Veridin, observing the rhythm, pointed out Jin's tactics. Lure the opponent in, let them get cocky, then strike hard when they least expect it. As the duel wore on, Jin's assault didn't stop. Blow after blow connected. Even after it was clear Bear couldn't keep up, Jean kept pressing the attack. From the crowd, reactions were mixed. Margiela Ibriano frowned. Isn't that enough? She turned to Bishkul, clearly disapproving. Margiela watched the fight, her expression tight as she wondered if the outcome was already decided. Bishkul noticed and agreed. It wasn't fair for Jean to pick on a weaker opponent. But then he challenged her. Was she really going to step in? With a smirk, he hinted that he wasn't weaker than Jean and was more than willing to take his place. Margiela shot him a sharp look. You should have more honor than Jean does, she said, then left him with a pointed suggestion. Maybe he should be the one to challenge Jean. As the tension rose, a blonde-haired boy nearby commented on how fired up Margiela seemed. A brown-haired boy advised Bishkul to listen to his sister's words carefully. With a nod, Bishkul stepped forward and called out to Jean. He demanded that Jean stop targeting Bear Gaston and face him in a fair duel instead. Soon, the two men stood face-to-face, swords drawn. Jean took a moment to consider the value of this fight. Going up against a 7-star knight was no small thing. Win or lose, it would sharpen his skills and give him a chance to experience firsthand the Ibriano family's renowned swordsmanship, something even his father acknowledged as formidable. Still, he found Margiela amusing. She clearly had no problem putting her brother in a tough spot just to make the match more interesting. With a smirk, Jean said, You must really respect your sister. Bishkul answered immediately. Of course. Should be obvious. Jean, knowing what that was like, nodded in understanding. Bishkul then shifted gears. Since he cared so much about his sister, he hoped Jean would keep his subordinates in check from now on. Then he quickly clarified. Bear Gaston wasn't a servant, but a companion. Curious, he asked if Bear had done something to deserve such harsh treatment. Jean explained that Bear came to the banquet to help his sister, who has mobility issues. But his skills just didn't fit the atmosphere of a Runcandel banquet. Jean admitted there was likely no ill intent, and asked Bishkul to let the matter drop. Privately, Jean pieced things together. Bear wasn't just any fighter. He was the notorious transformation sorcerer. Even more puzzling was Bishkul's connection to him. In Jin's past life, the Ibriano family was never linked to Bear, even after his arrest. If Bishkul knew Bear's true identity, then Jean cut himself off. This wasn't the time to speculate, especially with a 7-star knight standing before him. Bishkul simply said, Let's both do our best. Jean refocused, pushing his questions aside. The duel began. Bishkul struck first. Jean blocked swiftly. From that single clash, Jean realized something important. Bishkul's strength didn't quite match a 7-star knight's level. But his swordsmanship, it rivaled Jin's Uncle Zed's skill. The way Bishkul wielded his blade went beyond what Jean had yet learned. The spectators took note. Veridin Zipple remarked on how quickly Jean had been pushed back, while another observer added that given the circumstances, Jean was holding his own surprisingly well. As the duel intensified, someone in the crowd praised the Ibriano family's swordsmanship, famous for its cunning and unpredictable style. Another agreed, saying anyone who'd faced an Ibriano swordsman once would never want to face one again. But Veridin scoffed. To him, those people didn't understand a thing. He said the Runcandel family thrived in fights like this. If the Ibriano style was a sly, coiling snake, then Runcandel was a charging rhinoceros. Unstoppable, even if its horn broke. Back in the fight, Jean lunged at Bishkul. But Bishkul bent. Bishkul bent backward, dodging Jin's attack with effortless grace. Jean immediately sensed that Bishkul was holding back. Still, even at his 5-star level, Jean was managing to keep up. He could feel his limits approaching, but instead of discouragement, a fierce determination ignited within him. Bishkul pressed the attack, moving in with precision. Jean stepped back, feeling a familiar surge rising inside. Channeling his sword aura, he recognized this was a battle worth fighting. As Bishkul lunged forward, Jean timed his move perfectly, thrusting his sword with such precision that Bishkul's blade shattered clean in two. Unfazed, Bishkul kept his momentum, swinging the broken half of his sword. But Jean sidestepped at the last second, delivering a small yet exacting cut to Bishkel's neck. Veridin immediately called the match over, declaring Bishkel Ibriano the winner. Bishkel himself looked momentarily stunned, unsure what had just transpired in those final moments. Jean suddenly collapsed, losing consciousness. Alarmed voices called for him to be taken inside, and attendants rushed forward to help. As Bishkel reflected on the duel, he recalled the sharp sting at his throat when his sword broke. The fact that Jean could read the fight so perfectly in that split second was terrifying. A fraction of a second's difference, whether in Jin's strike or his own reaction, could have completely flipped the outcome. Watching Jean being carried away, Bishkel realized just how formidable this man truly was. Later, Jean lay fast asleep in his room, recovering from the fight, until Murakin decided to plop down on his face. Jolted awake, Jean pushed the cat off, groaning, "Move." He blinked around, processing his surroundings. Did I faint right after the duel? Just then, Gilly entered, relief clear on her face. Jean asked how long he'd been out. 2 days, she replied. Jean blinked again, absorbing the news. The banquet must be long over by now. With a sigh, he realized he hadn't even properly greeted the guests who'd come to see him. Gilly reassured him he needn't worry about missing the finale. For the last 2 days, his duel with Bishkel Ibriano had been the talk of the town, drawing massive attention. She explained it was because he'd revealed the heart sword technique at the end, a display that left many stunned. Elsewhere, spectators continued discussing the fight. One man pointed out that Bishkel could have been badly injured if things had gone differently. Another marveled at the talent needed for a 5-star swordsman to wield the heart sword, an ability far beyond his rank. Others agreed, saying the duel had set sky-high expectations for Jin's future. Back in his room, Gilly praised Jin's achievement, emphasizing how impressive it was to reach the heart sword against an 8-star knight. Even if the performance wasn't flawless, it was an extraordinary milestone. Jin quietly reflected on his progress. His heart sword wasn't perfect yet, but it was already proving its worth. Luna Runcandel's guidance was finally taking root, even though he'd struggled with her unusual teaching methods at first. He remembered her odd advice: never open his eyes during practice. It hadn't made sense then, but now he understood how it helped. Though the technique only activated in dire moments for now, he wasn't worried. Holding his own against an 8-star knight, even imperfectly, was something to be proud of. Looking back, Jean saw plenty of positives from the banquet. He'd confirmed Veridin Zipple's true status, made a potential alliance with the Ice Palace heir, and uncovered a curious connection between Buber Gaston and Bishkel Ibriano. As for the mystery behind the transformation crimes, too many questions remained unanswered. He needed more information before jumping to conclusions. While Jean mulled over his next move, Gilly placed a pot of flowers on the table before him. Curious, Jean asked about them. "They're from Ceres," Gilly said. "The Ice Palace heir left them for you." Murakin, amused, teased, "Looks like Ceres might have a thing for you." Gilly quickly corrected him. "No, in Ice Palace tradition, these flowers symbolize an unending battle, not romance." Jean smirked. So Ceres was eager for a rematch. Murakin kept teasing, insisting that getting flowers from a girl, even if they meant a duel, was still a big deal. "Right, Gilly?" Ignoring the banter, Gilly delivered a more serious message. The patriarch had summoned Jean and expected to see him as soon as he woke. Jean raised an eyebrow. "My father really said that?" Gilly nodded. This was his chance to prove his worth. Understanding the weight of it all, Jean agreed. It was time to face his father and possibly prepare to leave the family for a while. Soon, Jean found himself standing in a dark room, calling out for his father. A deep voice answered. His father was already there, watching. As Jin's eyes adjusted, his father remarked that it had been a long time since any of his children had visited him dressed so casually. It suggested Jean was preparing to leave. Jean confirmed it. He planned to depart soon. Surprisingly, his father seemed to approve. Since regressing, Jean had found his father easier to understand, and this moment was no exception. His father then asked a question. Did Jean know where they were? Without hesitation, Jean answered, they were in the mausoleum, a sacred place within the Garden of Swords. Only those who had done great things for the family were allowed entry. It was also the resting place of the family's greatest warriors. His father nodded, confirming that this land was dedicated to those heroes who had protected the Runcandel lineage for generations. Then came another question. Did Jean know about the first patriarch, Timar Runcandel? More importantly, did he realize Timar had no grave here? Jean acknowledged this. There was no burial site for Timar, not in the Garden of Swords or anywhere else. His father explained why. The dark power Timar once wielded made it impossible for him to be honored like the other ancestors. After Timar's death, the Runcandel family was forced into a humiliating deal with the Zipple family, one that cost them their ability to use magic. Because of this, they could no longer properly pay tribute to the powerful ancestors who had wielded magic before them. The Zipple family had taken full advantage of this weakness. They united their super beings and placed a curse on the Runcandel bloodline. The result? Every Runcandel born after Timar was stripped of the ability to use magic. Shifting topics, his father brought up Jin's past battle with the Tana brothers, when Jin had used his aura powers to defeat them. He asked if Jin ever wondered where that power had come from. Jin remembered well and admitted that at the time, he had lied, claiming he would use those abilities for the family's benefit. His father smirked. Back then, Jin was young and reckless. Mistakes like that could be overlooked. But if the same thing happened now, he wouldn't let it slide so easily. Then his father asked a crucial question. Had Jin ever heard Sodaret's voice before? Jin nodded. Sodaret called him a contractor, but in this life he hadn't actually heard the voice yet. Still, he understood something important. This power gave him an unfair edge over his siblings. Without hesitation, Jin asked his father directly, would it be acceptable to use this power to surpass his siblings and take control of the family? He didn't wait for an answer. Instead, he declared firmly that he intended to leave and explore the world. If, after his journey, he found nothing more valuable than the Runcandel legacy, then he would return to claim it. His father was silent for a moment before speaking. Most who sought the family's recognition left the Garden of Sword behind. But Jin was different. He wasn't leaving to earn the family's approval, but to decide if the family was even worth his. His father wasn't sure whether that mindset was admirable or arrogant. Still, he gave Jin a deadline, 5 years. By then, Jin had to either earn his recognition or accept the family legacy and come back with his answer. Jin drew his sword and gently tapped it against his forehead, a silent sign of respect. He thanked his father and solemnly promised to return in 5 years. Outside, Gilly and Murakan waited. Gilly asked if the meeting had gone well. Jin nodded. It had. Now all that remained was their departure. He noticed the bag she held and assumed it was his, but Gilly quickly corrected him. It was hers, a special pouch designed to block his aura and prevent him from using his powers. She explained that the senior nannies had passed down this practice. Jin admitted it felt strange not being able to use his powers, especially since her role as a nanny was tied to her master's success. Gilly reassured him it was for his own good. Meeting her concern with resolve, Jin vowed to protect her, not just for the next 5 years, but beyond. He also apologized for any trouble his journey might cause. Gilly brushed off the apology. Serving as his reserve rider was enough. She knew her powers would return once his trial was complete. Jin encouraged her to stay strong. As he glanced back at the castle gates, the weight of what lay ahead settled on him. This was the true beginning of his path. With unwavering determination, he stepped forward to explore the world and carve his own destiny. Meanwhile, the patriarch reflected on his own struggles. Despite reaching demigod status through sheer mastery of the sword, he had failed to break the ancestral oath binding their family to the Zipple clan. But now, with Jin's contract with Sodaret and command over shadow energy, there was hope. This youngest member of their bloodline might possess the strength to finally free them from the curse. The patriarch watched from afar, eager to see what the future held. Later, deep in a forest, Jin conjured a flickering flame in his palm, using magic to light the way. Gilly watched him and asked softly, "Are you really okay with leaving without saying goodbye? Your faction's cadets, and even Lady Luna, might be disappointed." Jin remained calm. Luna was always free-spirited. As for the cadets, Jin thought, it's not like he was marching off to his death. If he had told them, they might have seen him off with swords raised high in a grand salute. Gilly agreed. They probably would have gone even further to show their support. Changing the subject, she asked where he planned to go first. She'd heard most flag bearers chose Mummet to start. Since taking down villains, there was the quickest way to build a reputation. Jin considered this. For reserve flag bearers of the Runcandel family, reputation had to be earned from scratch. In the outside world, reserve flag bearers had to prove themselves before gaining recognition as full family members. They received no help from the clan during this journey. Jin thought of his sister Mary. She had carved her name by defeating countless fierce opponents in the continent's south, earning the terrifying title Madwoman of the South, Wind Fury Mary. Unlike her, most of his siblings had returned home within 6 months to 2 years. But his father had given him a full 5 years. And there was only one reason for that. Jin's goal wasn't just to prove himself. It was to uncover everything about shadow energy before returning. With that, he announced their first destination, the Arkan Kingdom. Gilly raised an eyebrow. You mean the nation affiliated with the Luterum Magic Federation? That's outside Zipple territory. Why start there? Jin explained that during a past mission to the Colin Ruins, he'd heard about a growing number of unregistered magicians causing chaos in Arkan. These rogue spellcasters had teamed up with martial artists, making life miserable for locals. Gilly approved. Back when I was active duty, I loved dealing with troublemakers like those. Jin's excitement grew, but a deeper realization settled in. This wasn't information he should know in this life. In his past life, those unregistered magicians and warriors were just puppets of a dark family, the teasing. But his real interest lay elsewhere. The underground auctions they ran, the secret markets where countless rare items were traded, many with hidden value. He expected to find crucial artifacts there, including a specific grimoire and a ring he needed to acquire. Gilly then pointed out a major problem. They couldn't use the teleportation gate to enter Arkan. By family rules, she was only allowed to carry 10 gold coins, and as a reserve flag bearer, Jin couldn't reveal his Runcandel identity. With no financial or logistical support, their options seemed limited. Jin, however, was unfazed. "We'll sort that out when we reach the Jin Kingdom," he said casually. Gilly, still skeptical, asked how they planned to get there. Jin shrugged. "We'll just fly." Turning to Muraken, he instructed, "Transform." Muraken hesitated. "Is that really a good idea?" Gilly immediately objected. "What if someone recognizes you?" Jin smiled. "It's worth trying at least once. Sure, there's a risk the family might find out, but isn't that what makes things exciting?" With a deep rumble, Muraken leapt off Gilly's shoulder, his body expanding and shifting. In moments, he transformed into a massive black dragon. "Hold on tight," he warned. "I'll need to fly fast if we want to reach the Jin Kingdom by tomorrow." Meanwhile, Luna Runcandel walked down a dimly lit hallway when something outside caught her eye. Through the window, she spotted a dragon soaring into the night sky. Her eyes widened in shock. "It can't be Jin?" she whispered, stunned that her younger brother was already riding a dragon just after becoming a reserve flag bearer. Resting her hand against the cold glass, she let out a soft sigh. He really was something else, leaving without even saying goodbye. Still, she silently wished him fortune in battle. Her cold, distant brother. By the time they reached the Jin Kingdom, the rough flight was taking its toll. Gilly looked pale and unsteady, clutching her stomach. Muraken shot a glare at Jin. "It's your fault for scaring Strawberry Pie," he snapped, the affectionate nickname he had for Gilly. Jin rolled his eyes. "Not my fault. You were flying like a lunatic." Muraken huffed in response, but Jin quickly shifted his focus back to Gilly. "Breathe deeply," he said gently. "Take it slow." He helped her rest against his arm, offering soothing words and steady support. Turning to Muraken, Jin asked, "Are you in a bad mood because of what people think about black dragons?" Muraken grumbled he couldn't help it, but promised to look after Strawberry Pie while Jin handled their money situation. Jin warned him to stay put, and, most importantly, not to cause a scene. Meanwhile, atop a small hill in the heart of the Jin Kingdom's capital, Simberville gazed down at the sprawling mansions below. He sighed, feeling a mix of frustration and regret. A banquet had been held in his honor, but he only learned about it after it was over. Even if it was just part of his commission, he hadn't forgotten what Jin Runcandel had done for him. The young warrior saved his life, and Simberville had hoped to meet him again, to properly express his gratitude. He recalled Jin's words, "If you ever need my help, just let me know." Just then, a familiar voice called from behind. Startled, Simberville turned sharply. There stood Jin Runcandel, a knowing smirk on his face. Jin casually placed a hand on Simberville's shoulder. "Relax, it's just me, the one who saved you from those Canzello guys." Simberville blinked in surprise, momentarily speechless. Then, recovering quickly, he asked, "How did you get here so suddenly?" Jin grinned. "Didn't I say, if you ever needed help, come find me?" Simberville nodded sincerely. "Of course. Without you, I wouldn't even be here today." Jin nodded back, satisfied. "Good," he said. "I'll wait here. Go get some gold and money." Simberville was momentarily stunned. Money? He hadn't expected that. Jin thought to himself. It was an unspoken rule. Reserve flag bearers had to conceal their identity at all costs. They were supposed to build their reputations through skill alone, not rely on family backing. It was well known that young masters of the Runcandel family, early in their training, often lived modestly for months. Until they earned money through bounties or mercenary work, hardship was the norm. But these three? They actually ate proper food. Sometime later, Jin, Gilly, and Muraken strolled through the Jin Kingdom streets, discussing their recent experiences. Gilly noted, "The food here isn't too bad." She admitted she'd braced herself for days of starvation, like most flag bearers do when they start out, but, thanks to Jin, their start had been much smoother than most. Muraken chuckled. "Just yesterday you called it extortion, and now you're glad you did it." Jin rolled his eyes. "It wasn't extortion. Simberville had debts to clear, and by giving me that money, he wiped them out." He remembered the grateful look on Simberville's face as he handed over the heavy bag of coins. As they walked, Jin suddenly glanced at Muraken with suspicion. "Are you eating too much again? We're about to use a teleportation gate, And last time you overate before teleporting, things got messy. Muraken glared. Shut up. I'm a binge eater. I have to eat a lot first, even if it means throwing it all up later. Jean scoffed. That makes no sense. Muraken fired back. If you're so worried, just ride me instead of using the gate. You were the one who wanted to use it. Gilly, amused, chimed in. If it's just motion sickness, we can handle that. But Jean shook his head. That's not the real problem. Their destination, the Arkan Kingdom, was part of the Literal Magic Federation, controlled by the Zipple family. Nearly 80% of all active dragons were under Zipple command. Riding Muraken into their territory without caution would be like declaring war. Still, Jean smirked. More than half those dragons would probably tremble just hearing Muraken's name. Muraken muttered under his breath, clearly annoyed. Those so-called dragons strut around like they own the place. Shows how much the world changed. Jean shot him a sharp look. And didn't I warn you about transforming in the middle of the street? Jean reflected on the power dynamics. Dragons, super beings who commanded them, and the many contractors bound to those forces, all currently backed the Zipple family. In contrast, he was the only one in the Runcandel family with a contract to a higher being. If not for his father, the Zipples would have wiped out the Runcandels long ago. Still, something fell off. How had the Zipple family secured so many contractors? Gathering this many in one generation seemed no coincidence. Later, Jean stood before a checkpoint guard who asked for identification. Lost in thought, he barely registered the question. Realizing they'd arrived, he handed over 2 IDs and introduced himself as Jean Grey and Gilly as Gilly Piton, just tourists visiting the Arkan Kingdom. Moments later, they waited in a room with other travelers. An announcement echoed through the terminal. Passengers might feel headaches and dizziness during transit and should remain seated. Gilly inspected their smooth security check. As expected, the family-made IDs worked perfectly. Jean nodded. The Runcandel family's forgeries were sophisticated enough to fool even Vermont's Special Affairs Division. The system's automated voice thanked everyone for their patience and confirmed that teleportation would begin shortly. Gilly hugged Muraken, who was disguised as a small black cat. Jean took a moment to reflect. The Arkan Kingdom. To him, it belonged to his past life. It had been 15 years since he was last here, but the memories felt fresh. In an instant, they were teleported to the Literal Magic Federation's Arkan Kingdom. An announcement welcomed them to their destination. Stepping onto the bustling streets, Jean took in his surroundings. Despite the 15-year gap, the capital looked much the same as he remembered from the final year of his previous life. Merchants and vendors lined the streets, calling out to passers-by. But the contrast was stark. Among them sat homeless individuals with dark, empty eyes. Gilly glanced around, frowning. Despite the pleasant weather, the atmosphere felt heavy. Jean already knew why. The suffocating presence of the Teasing family weighed down the city. He'd heard things were especially bad at this time. Shaking off the unease, Jean suggested they find accommodations first, then pursue their targets. Gilly nodded, and they set off deeper into the city. After a while, they stopped outside a rundown restaurant. Muraken looked at the place in disbelief. Do we really have to stay somewhere this shabby? Gilly, calm as ever, said, the young master probably has a plan. Muraken wasn't convinced. He's rich. Why settle for this dump? Before they could argue further, Jean headed toward the entrance. Showing off wealth here, especially as unregistered mages, isn't a great idea. Muraken scoffed. Even orcs wouldn't stay in a place this bad. Jean cut him off. Quiet. They stepped inside. The room was dim. At a table, a man slumped over, fast asleep. Jean called out, Are you the owner? The man, Jet, jolted awake and greeted them with a lazy smile. Sizing them up, he noted the odd trio, a flashy guy, a novice swordsman, and a refined lady who looked like a maid. Without missing a beat, Jet offered them juice. Welcome to Jet's Inn. Plenty of rooms available. He proudly presented their special orange juice and invited them to pick any room they liked. Muraken took the glass, but Jet's smile hid a plan. Internally, he smirked, knowing once they drank, they'd wake up in the underground auction house, about to start a new life they never agreed to. Before anyone could sip, Muraken's eyes narrowed. He sensed something off. Without hesitation, he threw the juice into Jet's face, shouting, You insignificant fool. Jet, stunned and dripping sticky juice, stammered in confusion. Muraken stepped forward and punched him hard. How dare you try to poison us? Jet's eyes widened. Poison? What are you talking about? Muraken wasn't buying it. You'll die here today for your treachery. Jet panicked. Wait, please, let's talk. Muraken showed no mercy. He followed up with a brutal kick to Jet's face. Jean watched silently, remembering his past life. Back then, Jet was a self-proclaimed informant with high-quality intel. Someone Jean had relied on during his exile when he had nothing. Jet was the reason Jean had managed to settle in Arkan. But their friendship had been anything but smooth. Jet had scammed him countless times, leading him into underground auctions with promises of rare chances, only to rob him of nearly everything, except the clothes on his back. Just thinking about it made Jin's blood boil. But this time, things would be different. In this life, he planned to turn the tables and use Jet to his advantage. Jet, still reeling from the beatdown, wasn't about to take it lying down. I'm a 5-star, you know, he reminded them, trying to regain some dignity. Before he could finish, Murakin silenced him with another punch. Who cares? Jet scrambled to backtrack, realizing he had no leverage. Fine, he stammered. The drink wasn't poison, just a sedative. Murakin scoffed, same thing. Jin stepped in. We've roughed him up enough. Let's hear what he has to say. Murakin wasn't convinced. Why waste time with someone who tried to drug us? Jet, battered and desperate, begged for mercy. I swear I'll make up for it. Murakin's patience was gone. Shut up and prepare to die. Ignoring the threat, Jin said calmly, I'm going to ask you some questions. Lie and you die. Tell the truth and you live. My judgment will be based on instinct and mood. Jet, sweating bullets, quickly agreed. Murakin huffed, but let Jin handle it. Jin's first question, what do you do for a living? Jet, now fully honest, confessed everything. He was an owner, an informant, a scammer, and yes, a human trafficker. But he promised that sparing him would make him valuable. I know everything about Arkin. I'm not lying. Jin pressed on. Why did you try to drug us? Jet admitted the truth. It was to take them somewhere. Where exactly? To the underground Teasing auction house. Jet confessed. Jin demanded details. Jet spilled everything. Teasing was a dark organization running illegal auctions, selling slaves, stolen goods, drugs, even rare artifacts. If it was illegal and valuable, it was sold there. Jin felt a surge of satisfaction. He had finally found the Teasing auction house. Now he knew what his next move would be. He decided to heal Jet tonight. After all, there was work to be done. Jet, grateful beyond words, thanked him profusely. Murakin wasn't thrilled. Spending money to heal someone like Jet was a waste. Gilly agreed. If we let him live, he might betray us again. Jin understood, but argued that taking down Teasing was worth the risk. And if Jet double-crosses us, he shrugged. We can always get rid of him later. Murakin grudgingly accepted the logic. With that settled, Jin made a decision. He'd trust Jet for now. They needed a guide in Arkin, and Jet was as good a place to start as any. The first step, find someone to treat Jet's injuries. Inside Jet's room, Jin exhaled, feeling the weight of the role he had to play. Pretending was exhausting, but no one could know he was a regressor. For now, the act had to continue. After some time, a gray-haired man advised Jet to rest until his bones healed. He casually offered his services again before leaving. Jin watched quietly, surprised. This random healer they'd found on the street was part of the prestigious Litero Magic Federation. Meanwhile, Jet examined himself in the mirror, scowling at the gap where a tooth was missing. He cursed under his breath. These people were insane. They beat him up, then healed him like nothing happened. Who were they? Some kind of heir to an elite martial arts family? Someone. Jet wondered if they were from Beeman's Special Affairs Division. One thing was certain. If he even thought about betraying them, there wouldn't be enough of him left to regret it. Cutting through Jet's thoughts, Jin announced, it's time to move. Next stop, the underground auction houses. After some time, they reached their destination. A guard blocked their way at the gate, eyeing the group suspiciously. Why is Jet bringing so many people today? The guard asked a little too eagerly. Are they products? Jet snapped. Shut up and open the door. They're my guests. Grumbling, the guard complied, and they stepped inside. The scene was striking. A massive crowd filled the auction house, but the atmosphere was oddly refined. Murakin smirked at the irony. Gangsters running this place. Yet an entire orchestra played in the background. The contrast was almost comical. Jet handed each of them a face mask. Everyone knows Salka is the boss of Teasing, he explained, but the real power behind this operation is someone else. If you plan to join the auction, wear these. Better safe than sorry. Intrigued, Jin asked, who's the real boss? Jet revealed the name, Spider-Hands Alu. The extravagant decor, the grand atmosphere. Jet said, all designed to suit Alu's tastes. But beneath it all, he's just an uneducated gangster. Jin encouraged him to continue. Jet explained that Alu wasn't like the usual small-time thugs. He wielded enough influence to control these rough streets. And more importantly, he was a 7-star martial artist from the arable lands. There was even a rumor he had ties to the pure-blood Runcandel family across the sea. Murakin immediately dismissed it. Prestigious Runcandels dealing with some low-life gangster? Impossible. He scoffed at Jin. Surely you don't believe that nonsense. Gilly agreed, saying the story didn't sound convincing. Jin remained silent, absorbing the information. If even a shred of it was true, things were more complicated than they'd thought. The revelation sparked a memory. One person might be tied to both the literal magic federation and the criminal underworld. The same person who placed a curse on Jean, robbing him of his swordsmanship. If there was a connection to the literal magic federation, there was a good chance he was involved. Jean thought about the infamous 9-star curse called Bladed Illusion, a spell so powerful no ordinary mage could cast it. He doubted anyone in Teasing had that skill. But after 10 years at Storm Castle and 5 more in the Garden of Swords with no leads, he was past being picky. 15 years without answers. At this point, even the faintest clue was worth chasing. Since they were here to shake things up anyway, uncovering Aloe's identity was a worthy goal. Murakin, always eager for action, asked, "So what's the plan? You thinking about wiping out every gangster in Arkan on day one? Might not be the smartest move." Gilly, more cautious, added, "The guard we passed looked highly trained, and there were plenty of unregistered magicians around. Starting a fight in enemy territory? That won't end well." Jean, unfazed, told them not to worry. "I've got a plan." Gilly narrows her eyes, unconvinced. "Care to explain?" Jean doesn't answer right away. Instead, he motions them closer and leans in, whispering his plan. Murakin taps his head and scoffs. "Unbelievable. I seriously wonder what's going on in that brain of yours." Gilly's not far behind in her disbelief. This is Runcandel behavior now." Jean just gives a nonchalant shrug. If the plan flops, they'll bolt. Simple. Before either of them can press further, Jet cuts in. "We're here," he announces, full of pride. Picked out a spot that won't attract attention. With a grin, he pulls back the curtain. "Welcome to the Teasing Underground Auction." Inside, the auctioneer's voice fills the air, introducing the next lot. He makes it clear, origin, backstory, it doesn't matter. What counts is what the bidders can do with the goods once they're bought. The first items hit the stage. Slaves. One nearby bidder eyes them casually, commenting on their condition. They look healthy, useful. His gaze lingers on a man, standing tall in the back, strong, adaptable, probably a good worker. Jin's eyes narrow. This is exactly the kind of place he's here to tear down. He watches quietly, face unreadable. Then he murmurs, "If things had gone another way, we could be the ones on that stage." Jet exhales beside him. "Yeah, I might have been a little too reckless back then." Jean scans the lineup carefully. No children. That's something at least. Murakin turns toward him. "So, what's the plan now?" "We wait," Jean replies. "Sometimes rare stuff shows up. If anything worthwhile comes out, I'll buy it. Then we move." He suspects the item he's after is still tucked away in storage. If his intel holds up, once the chaos begins, it'll be easier to grab it. Suddenly, the auctioneer raises his voice, officially kicking off the main event. Jean glances at his group. "Be patient. Our moment's coming." 1 week later. 20 gold. Now, do I hear 30? 130? Anyone for 140. The auctioneer's voice booms across the crowded room. Jet leans in, clearly uneasy. It's been a whole week. If you don't buy something soon, the Teasing crew's gonna start asking questions. Jean arches an eyebrow. "Isn't that your job to deal with?" Jet quickly backpedals, offering a nervous grin. Of course. Just saying, you do whatever you want." But in his head, he's panicking. If Jean keeps showing up without making a single purchase, it's only a matter of time before the wrong people start noticing. And when they do, Jet's out. Just buy something. Anything. Before things get messy. The auctioneer ramps up the drama, introducing the next item, a magic tome. He calls it Matthew Woniak's Magic Tome, hyping it as the legendary work of a sorcerer who once dominated the world. The text may be unreadable, he admits, but no doubt, it holds powerful secrets. Someone from the crowd shouts, 80 gold. The auctioneer points, acknowledging the offer. Do I hear 90? Jean just smiles faintly. The auctioneer got the name wrong. It's not Matthew. Woniak? Please. The real name is Matthew Morniak, a notorious fraud. Every one of his so-called magic tomes is just smoke and mirrors, carefully distributed through the Zipple network. No chance this one's the real deal. After a full week of attending the Teasing auctions, Jin's seen this charade more than enough. The auctioneer hypes up trash, and desperate magicians eat it up, hoping for power, buying junk. As expected, the bidding wraps and they move on. Jin just shakes his head. These wannabe magicians really fall for anything. Then comes the next item, another magic tome, this time one written by someone named Senmi. Starting bid, 50 gold. Jin knows the game. Most of these books are fakes, but every once in a while, there's one that's the real thing, hidden in plain sight. No fanfare, no big name, just quiet value, like scratching off a lottery ticket and finding gold. The room bursts into bids. Murakin casually places a hand on Jin's shoulder. If that's the same Senmi I knew, you'll want that tome. Jin takes his advice. He raises his card. Instantly, the auctioneer snaps to attention, a bit thrown off. New bid. Do I hear more? The room stirs with whispers. Who is this guy, bidding like money doesn't matter? Is he backed by some noble family? Jean doesn't flinch. Murakin knew his magic. If he vouched for Tsenmi, that was enough. Bang. The gavel drops. Sold. 150 gold. Before Murakin can even comment, the next book is rolled out. Another tome. This one penned by Shujil Hister. Murakin raises an eyebrow. First Tsenmi, now Histo? These names are getting obscure. Then Jean lifts his card again. 200 gold. The auctioneer announces, surprised. Do I hear any more? More murmurs ripple through the crowd. Who's this guy? Why is he bidding on the weird stuff? Murakin turns to Jean. That price jump. What's up? Jean shrugs. Just want to take one more. Could be worth something. Besides, my master was from the Hister clan. A clan long thought extinct. Finding a relic from them here? Unexpected. No one counters. Sold. 200 gold. Jean looks over the book, thoughtful. Maybe it's worth keeping. Maybe he'd give it to his master if they ever met again. With his purchases done, he motions for the others. Time to leave. But then, Murakin spots something. Another book. And this one's legit. It really is the Tsemi he'd hoped for. But the encryption, it's complex, layered, unusual. Jean doesn't flinch. Only my master and I could crack that, he says. Jet exhales in relief. Finally made a buy. Thought you'd leave, empty-handed, and blow the whole cover. As they prepare to move, Jean turns to Jet. Set up a meeting. I want to talk to Spider-Hand Alu. Jet freezes. That's not exactly a casual meeting to arrange. Jean leans in. Just tell him this. Veridin Zipple wants a word. In person. Jet stares, stunned. Jean walks ahead, eyes sharp with purpose. He's not just some back-alley special agent. He's a pure-blood Zipple. And if he plays this right, if he can win over the Zipple, he'll rise far beyond this pit. He's not here to survive. He's here to take control. Jin's path is suddenly blocked by a wall of guards. One steps forward, massive, built like a boulder, and eyes him with suspicion. You Veridin Zipple? Jean doesn't blink. Yeah. The guard gives a short nod. Boss wants a word. Follow me. Before the man can turn, Jean slams a fist straight into his face. The guard stumbles, stunned. Jin's eyes blaze cold as fire magic ignites around him. Is this some kind of joke? He growls. The guard, now wide-eyed and scrambling for words, shakes his head fast. I'm not Alu. Just following orders. Mr. Alu told us to bring you to him. That's it. Jean doesn't lower the flames. But before the tension can snap any further, a thunderous blast rattles the air. An explosion, close enough to shake the walls. Jin's patience snaps. He gave his name. He showed restraint. And still, Alu had the nerve to send lackeys? His voice cuts like steel. Stop hiding. The flames roar louder. If you want to talk, crawl out here on your hands and knees. A heavy silence settles. Then footsteps. Slow. Reluctant. Alu steps into view. He bows deep, trembling. I'm Alu, caretaker of Teasing. I didn't know. Please forgive me. Jet watches the whole scene unfold, jaw tight. If anyone else had claimed to be Veridin Zipple, he would have scoffed. Laughed even. But this, that aura, that fire magic, it wasn't child's play. 5-star mana, easily. Only a real Zipple could pull that off, especially at Jin's age. He gets it now. Jean isn't bluffing. He can't be. 1 week earlier. I'm going to pretend to be Veridin Zipple, Jean had declared. Murakin had nearly choked. You're what? Gilly had been more analytical. Even if Alu suspects something, he's not going to expect a direct bloodline member. At most, some elderly steward or a distant branch. That was the edge. They couldn't disprove it outright. But Gilly still looked worried. If the Runcandels, or worse, the patriarch, ever caught wind of this stunt, disaster wouldn't even begin to cover it. Back to the present. Alu, Jean says coldly. Stand up. Yes, sir. Alu straightens up fast, wiping the sweat from his brow. He quickly presents 2 books, hands trembling. Take a look, sir, he says nervously. These are their magic tomes. Before Jean can ask, Alu blurts out a confession. He hadn't gotten them through the proper Zipple channels. He knows he's overstepped. They're very important to my family, he explains, almost pleading. If I may ask, how much profit have you made from selling items like these? Then comes the backpedaling. I'm more a martial artist, to be honest. I didn't really understand the value of these things. But I swear, I'll make it right. I'll recover them. Just give me another chance. Jean cuts him off. Shut up. Alu freezes. Bring me the account book and the customer list. Jin's voice is calm, but absolute. My family starts their investigation tomorrow. Alu nods in panic. There's no room left to negotiate. As the man rushes off, Jean remains still. Teasing thought it could grow roots in the Arkan Kingdom. Thought it could become something powerful. But in the eyes of a true Zipple, they're nothing but a street gang playing house. If the investigation turns up anything the Zipple family doesn't like, Teasing is done for. No second chances. Sometime later, Jean and his team gather in a dim room, poring over piles of books and old documents. Alu stands nearby, claiming this is everything from the auction. Jean eyes the collection with doubt. Is that really all? He asks. Alu hesitates, then admits there are more valuables, but they're locked up tight in the staff quarters. He asks for time, promising to return with them in 2 hours. Jean isn't buying it. Trying to destroy something important, he cuts in, cold and direct. He lets Alu know he plans to cross-check everything by questioning the people Alu bribed. Then, with a smirk, Jean tells him to go ahead. Just don't forget who's in charge here. Alu, cornered, gives a stiff bow. I'll be back soon, he says. Before heading out, he orders one of his brown-haired guards to show Sir Veridin around the storage. The guard nods. But just before leaving, Alu leans in and whispers another command. Make sure he doesn't leave this mansion. The guard gives a subtle nod. Message received. Down the hall, Alu fumes. Who does that brat think he is? He growls under his breath. After all the gold he's funneled to the Zipples, he's not about to let some fraud pull rank on him. There's still a way to win this. Back inside, Jin's group is deep in what looks like a private library. Mirakin casually tells Gilly to grab whatever she wants. She hesitates. It's not like any of this wasn't stolen, he shrugs. As they sort through the shelves, a book drops and smacks the brown-haired guard on the head. He groans. Damn junk. Mirakin laughs and glances at Jean. Alu has probably figured out you're not who you say you are. So what now? Jean just shrugs. We take what we like and bounce before he shows up, he says, like it's the most natural thing in the world. He cracks open a wooden box and spots something shiny, a ring. Without missing a beat, he takes it, still a little stunned by how bold they're being. Gilly asks if this is really the kind of stunt they plan to keep pulling. Jean says nothing, but the smirk on his face says it all. Just then, Jet walks in with a stack of papers. Found the slave records, he announces proudly. Names, birthplaces, ages, everything you asked for. Jean nods. Nice work. We're done here. Let's move. But before they can leave, the brown-haired guard steps in their path. Alu will be back with the books soon, he says. You'll need to wait here. Jean doesn't even respond. He moves fast and hard, knocking the guard out cold in one clean hit. Jet stares wide-eyed. You're not just a magic guy, huh? He says. You can fight, too. But why go after Alu's crew like this? Jean turns to him. You got a family? Jet blinks. Yeah, a son. Without missing a beat, Jean drops a bombshell. Take your son and run. Head for the Beeman Empire. And don't look back. Jet freezes. What are you saying? Jean lays it out plain. If Jet wants to survive, the only shot he's got is to hand over the accounting books and play the whistleblower. That's the only card left to play. But Jet won't budge. I'm staying, he says firmly. I've worked too damn hard to get here. I won't let this chance slip away. He bows his head, almost desperate. Let me serve you, no matter what. For life. That's when Jean finally says it. He's not Veridin Zipple. Jet goes silent. The truth hits like a thunderclap. 2 hours later, Alu struts back into the mansion, smug and confident, until his eyes land on a guard lying unconscious on the floor. His smile vanishes. Before he can speak, another guard rushes up, breathing hard. Boss, Alu glares. Talk. The man hesitates, then delivers the gut punch. Jean and his group are gone. And they didn't leave empty-handed. They took everything. The slave records, customer list, the whole stash. Teasing's finished. Alu's rage explodes. Chase them, he roars. The guard lowers his head. We can't. They vanished. That does it. Alu grabs him by the face and flings him across the room. The guard slams into the wall with a thud. I don't care what it takes, he bellows. Round up every last man. Find them. I'll tear those liars apart with my own hands. Somewhere far from the chaos, Mirakin lounges by the fire, eyeing Jean. So, he asks, any reason we're still hanging around? Jean stays cool, arms folded, voice calm. Alu doesn't matter anymore. What we need to figure out is if he's tied to the Runcandels. Mirakin nods. Fair point. Let's call this our final goodbye. He chuckles, then adds, I did toss him a chimney grimoire, one of a kind. You should have seen his face at the auction. But then his tone shifts. What I don't get is, how did Alu even know about a relic that rare? And more importantly, how the hell did he get it? Before Jean can answer, voices ring out in the distance. Over here. They're over here. A wave of guards swarm in, weapons drawn. One yells for backup. Mirakin groans. Great. Here we go. Jean sighs. Guess it's time for a little talk. Moments later, Alu storms in, face twisted with rage. There you are, he snarls. Thought you could rip me off and just vanish? He steps forward, furious. You're gonna pay for this. I'll hang you in the marketplace for the world to see. Nobody crosses Spider-Hand, Alu, and lives. But Jean just grins. He starts listing everything they found. The names of kidnapped slaves from Beemit. The grimoire transactions, tracked and traced. The customer list, packed with nobles who look the other way. Then, with a flick of his hand, Jean sends the documents fluttering into the air like falling leaves. You're too late, he says, eyes locked on Alu. The truth's already out. By tomorrow, everyone will know what you've done. He smirks. Gotta love magic mail. Alu's face twists in fury. He screams at Jean, his threats turning savage. Alu snarls, promising to skin Jean alive, and every time he passes out from the pain, he'll be burned awake, again and again. Unbothered, Jean turns to Muraken. Hey. Muraken sighs like he already regrets what's coming. Now, what? I want a one-on-one with Alu. Muraken groans. You're such a pain. Alu explodes. You're insane, he spits. You actually think you could take me alone? He whirls around, barking at his men. Stop standing there. Kill them. The guards jump into action, activating magic crystals and charging in. Alu snaps a specific order. Keep Jean alive. The rest? Wipe them out. One lunges at Muraken. Big mistake. In a blur, Muraken moves faster than the eye can follow. He slices through them like they're nothing. Then he leaps, slamming into another attacker with crushing force. The remaining guards freeze, stunned. Alu, red with fury, shouts, "What are you waiting for? Attack!" A gray-haired guard hesitates. "Sir, if we cast now, we might hit our own men. Then aim for the back line." Alu roars. Jean glances over at Gilly. "Hang back," he tells her. The guards fire off a wave of fire and water magic. A deadly barrage. But Jean stands firm, raising a shield that blocks everything. The spells crash against it and vanish. Gilly watches wide-eyed. The guard back off, rattled. Jean grins. "Thanks to my sister Luna, this kind of thing's a breeze." Elsewhere, Luna folds her arms and scoffs. "Not even a goodbye before running off," she mutters. Muraken studies the remaining enemies, unimpressed. "They rely on numbers because they're weak," he grumbles. He rolls his shoulders. "Whatever. Just drop dead already." Then, with no warning, he releases a blinding wave of light magic. The explosion lights up the entire battlefield. Everyone stops. Alu charges at Muraken, wild with rage. One of his guards watches, confused. What's happening? Another shakes his head. He's lost it. Then he smirks. Might actually work in our favor. Back in the fight, Muraken clears out the weaker threats, just like Jean asked. With the field cleared, he looks over. "All yours." Alu, frothing with anger, demands, "Who sent you? Why are you here?" Jean barely reacts. "Doesn't matter. You're not making it out of this." Alu doesn't wait. He rushes in, fast and fierce. Jean dodges, just barely slipping out of the way. Even as he moves, Jin's thoughts race. This guy's fast, maybe even stronger than he let on. One slip up and it's over. Muraken watches closely from the sidelines. "Looks like he's finally got a real fight," he mutters. If Alu really is a 7-star martial artist like the rumors say, this won't be anything like Jin's match with Vishkal. This guy's out for blood. Muraken keeps it simple. "Do your best, kid. And don't die." Alu sneers. "You're an air mage. What are you doing out here, trying to play soldier?" Jean smirks. "And what's a rookie like you doing acting like a big shot?" Then he lunges, with no hesitation, and strikes with his sword. Alu raises an eyebrow mid-clash. "That's an interesting sword," he says, casually deflecting Jin's blow. He counters instantly, forcing Jean back with a precise strike. "You're not a mage at all, are you?" Jean says nothing, already lunging again. Alu moves like smoke, vanishing and reappearing behind Jean in a blink, aiming a vicious strike at his back. Jean spins, narrowly avoiding the hit. Alu's blade slams into the ground, sending chunks of stone flying. "Tisich," Alu mutters. "Barely missed." Jin's thoughts are racing. He's not even going all out, and it's already this overwhelming. Watching the fight, Alu lets out a low chuckle. "That fireball at the auction," he says, almost amused. "That had to be from an artifact." He clenches his jaw, realizing just how badly he misjudged things. But the worst part? The other guy. The one who single-handedly tore through his forces. Alu's eyes drift to Muraken, still standing there, unmoving. Why hasn't he made a move? Meanwhile, Muraken watches Jean take another solid hit. He sighs. "This little idiot." Gilly turns to him, clearly worried. "You're really just going to stand there?" she asks. "I know he wanted to fight a 7-star martial artist, but isn't this way too soon?" Muraken shrugs. "It's fine. He needs to learn how much life actually matters." Gilly doesn't argue. "Fair, but from the way you're talking, it almost sounds like you expect him to lose." Back on the battlefield, Jean grits his teeth and braces himself. Alu charges in again, relentless, brutal. His strikes land like hammer blows, forcing Jean to block each one under crushing pressure. Every hit echoes like thunder. The crowd watches, stunned by the intensity. Alu doesn't let up. "This is the end for you." Jean doesn't flinch. Instead, he smirks. Flames begin to swirl around him. When a Runcandel magic swordsman fights, he says coolly, "A 2-star gap doesn't matter." With a sharp motion, he unleashes a fire burst that blasts Alu backward. Alu stumbles, shocked. That wasn't an artifact. Realization dawns. Jean isn't just some mage. He's a full-blown magic swordsman. Jin's sword crackles as lightning surges along the blade, charging it with raw energy. Alu tries to parry, but his weapon strains under the impact. Still trying to get a grip on the fight, Alu sneers. Standing out like that in battle, it's suicide. But Jin stands firm. He raises his hand, now glowing with the power of a magical ring, and declares, "Helmet release." Alu's eyes go wide. What the hell is this? Before he can react, Jin closes in. His blade cuts deep. A shadowy aura swirls around him, the air turning cold with dark magic. With the momentum Jin calmly sheaths his sword. From the sidelines, Muraken watches, eyes narrowing. That's Multa's rune. Gilly blinks. Multa's rune? What's that? Muraken folds his arms. Thousands of years ago, the first emperor of Beemont wielded it, a gift forged for him after falling in love with a demon. In an age of endless war, Multa was a masterpiece. Anything below 7-star, it could block it all. He frowns, thoughtful. The real question is, how did a relic like that wind up with a bunch of thugs? Jin wonders the same. He knows this rune wasn't made for just anyone. Jin remembers, Multa's rune wasn't supposed to be floating around. It was meant to be handed over to the Beemont Emperor within 5 or 6 years. Back then, the entire academy and the media exploded with speculation about the helmet. He can still recall the exact moment it was first found, the place, the date, even the circumstances. But he puts those thoughts aside. Facing Alu, Jin closes the distance and lands a final, crushing blow. Alu stumbles, weakened and barely upright. Jin's voice cuts through the tension. "Before you die, I got one question." Alu coughs, his breathing shallow. "I heard you've got ties to the Runcandel family," Jin says calmly. "Is it true?" Muraken sighs. "Should have asked that earlier," he mutters. "Not like a dying man's got much reason to tell the truth." Alu lets out a harsh laugh. "I get it now," he rasps. "I know who you really are." He draws a shaky breath and confirms it. Yes, he failed, but that's not all. Jin narrows his eyes. "What are you talking about?" Alu grins through the pain. "You're just the youngest, but even you can't stop him." Muraken stiffens. "Him," he repeats. "Who the hell is he talking about?" Jin stays quiet, thinking fast. Spider-Hand Alu. That name was probably fake from the start. Something about all this doesn't add up. A 7-star martial artist running a street gang? Secret links to the Runcandels? No, there's something deeper. Someone bigger is pulling the strings. Muraken shrugs, half joking. "Doesn't surprise me that much. One of my ancestors, guy with 9-star power, ran a bar for fun." Still, Jin isn't laughing. Who is Alu really working for? His final words weren't random. He admitted defeat, sure, but his warning had weight. The fact that he knew Jin's true identity meant this wasn't just about teasing. It had something to do with the illusion spell and the struggle inside the Runcandel family. Jin runs through the possibilities. Yuna? Out of the picture, she walked away from the clan. Mayu and the twins? No way. Too inexperienced. The rest? None had the brains or ambition to pull something like this off. That left one name. One person who cared too much about power. Who never stopped scheming once he realized Jin was a threat. Joshua Runcandel. The next heir. Jin clenches his fists. Whether he's right or not, he needs answers. The next morning, a young boy stands on a busy corner, waving newspapers high above his head. Extra, extra. Teasing wiped out. Joint action by the Zipples and Beemont. Criminal gang destroyed in just one day. Jin glances at the headline and smirks. Looks like Jet played his part well. Sure, the Zipples and Beemont might give Jet a hard time later, but in exchange, he got something priceless. Safety. Muraken crosses his arms and snorts. Honestly, those guys deserved worse. But hey, if the big names want to claim the credit, it saves us the trouble. Jin nods. We walked away with a ring, some talented mages, a 7-star knight, and a solid win. Just then, Gilly approaches with a firm look. Young master. Jin looks at her, curious. She doesn't mince words. Just because someone's a 7-star knight doesn't mean they're all that. Don't let your guard down just because you beat Alu. Next time, you might not walk away so easily. Jin lets out a slow breath. You're right. Then he cracks a grin. I mean, compared to you, I've got a long way to go. Satisfied, Gilly gives a small nod. Jin turns to Jet, giving him a rare nod of thanks. Because of Jet's work, their trail was cold. No one would suspect where they'd gone. With the dust settled, Jin suggests they take it easy for a bit, then head for their next stop. A new path lies ahead. Muraken tilts his head. So, where to next? Jin answers simply, Taiken, an independent city. Gilly joins in, her voice warm. They call it the City of 7 Colors. Muraken raises an eyebrow. 7 colors? What's that supposed to mean? As Jin slips a few coins to a passing old man, Gilly explains. Taiken isn't just colorful. It's one of the biggest intelligence hubs out there. Right up there with the Runcandels, Zipples, and Beemont. If you want information, you go to Taiken. Muraken's eyes narrow slightly. He's starting to see the plan. So, you're doing the same thing you did with Jet? Digging for intel. Jean gives a small nod. That's one of the reasons. Not long after, a voice calls out that all passengers are aboard. Their boats set sail. As the waves carry them forward, Jean takes a moment to reflect. This time around, he needs to rely on more than just power. He needs Gilly and Muraken to walk this road with him, fully. The past, the present, and the future are all tangled together. Bishkul Ibriano, Buber Kinzello, even Aloa's ties to the Runcandels. And then there's the Colin ruins and forbidden magic. Too many questions, too many shadows. But Taiken is where the unraveling begins. After a while, Muraken speaks up. I figured out, he says. Jean glances over. Chinmi's legacy. Muraken continues. It's like magic. Jin's eyes widen. Light magic, long thought extinct. Muraken nods. Yeah, it was wiped out. The Zipples made sure of it. Chinmi fought against them. And when they crushed his people, they didn't just defeat them. They erased them. Their history, their spells, everything. Typical Zipple brutality. He goes quiet for a second, thinking, if I don't grow stronger, we might end up the same way. Jean nods slowly. That's why we have to push further. He raises a hand, energy crackling at his fingertips. Watch closely. A surge of magical energy pulses around him. Muraken leans in, but his brow furrows. Something isn't right. The magic isn't light. It's black. The pressure hits him like a wave. His eyes throb, vision pulsing from the sheer force of it. Jean chuckles. Feels weird, doesn't it? With his hand still over his face, Muraken watches as Jean calmly explains. This magic isn't just strong. It's practical. Defensive, offensive, both. I call it flashbang, Jean says, grinning. One of Chinmi's greatest spells. There's an excitement in his voice, raw and real. But then, just as he's soaking in the moment, he abruptly changes gears. Speaking of which, what do you know about a certain Hister mage? Muraken blinks. Where'd that come from? Jean pulls out a thick book, worn and locked tight with layers of magical encryption. This thing's a nightmare, he mutters. Even I can't break through it. Not yet. He flips through it, pages blank to the untrained eye. I don't know what's inside, he adds. But something tells me it'll matter later. With that, he snaps it shut. Let's shelve it for now. Someday, we'll find someone who can unlock it. A week later, the scene shifts to Taiken, an independent city full of life and color. Gilly lights up with excitement as she takes in the view, marveling at the island city's charm. Jean walks beside her, quietly observing. Unlike the rest of the central continent, Taiken belongs to no one. Not the Runcandels, not the Zipples. It's a free city, perched on the southern coast, where the ocean stretches out in every direction. It's small in size, but known far and wide. A favorite for tourists, thanks to its seaside beauty and wide-open skies. As they stroll through the bustling streets, Gilly comments on how lively it feels. Let's find a place to stay, she suggests. Jean nods, and just as he does, Muraken, perched on her shoulder, jumps down. Let's head for the center of town, Jean adds. The moment his feet touch the ground, Muraken transforms into his human form with a huff. Not dealing with another lousy inn, he mutters. Jean immediately shoots him a glare. How many times do I have to tell you? No transforming in public. Muraken shrugs like it's no big deal. Relax. Humans don't notice stuff like that. Unfortunately, someone does. A girl nearby, eyes wide with wonder, gasps. That cat turned into a man. She points straight at Muraken, drawing attention. Did you see that? Then, to everyone's horror, she starts yelling. How did you do that? Teach Julia. Julia wants to learn. Jean freezes. You're imagining things, he says quickly. A cat turning into a person? That's not possible. Julia, licking her ice cream without missing a beat, stares him down. Nope, not just me. Yuri saw it too. She looks him square in the eyes. Why are you lying, mister? Jean stumbles a bit. I'm not lying. And also, I'm not a mister. Julia squints at him. You totally are. And you are lying. Jean sighs. This is going nowhere. Didn't I buy you that ice cream? Maybe you could just pretend you didn't see anything. Julia shakes her head firmly. Nope. Julia doesn't lie. Not even for extra scoops. A short distance away, Gilly turns to Muraken with a quiet voice. What now? She reminds him. Julia was lost when they found her. The plan was to drop her off at the garrison. But if she starts talking about what she saw, it could attract the Zipples. And that's trouble they can't afford. Muraken waves it off. She's a kid. No one's gonna believe her. Gilly shoots him a cold look. If you just listened to the young master, we wouldn't be in this mess. Before they can argue further, Julia suddenly points at a building up ahead. That's the information center, she declares. Then, pouting, she adds, and I don't like the garrison. Gilly glances at her. Why not? They always bother my mom, Julia says flatly. They're mean. They break stuff. Gilly's expression tightens. Is the garrison corrupt? Another group of bullies hiding behind uniforms? Jean stays more cautious. Her mother might be on the wrong side of the law. We should find out first. As they get closer to the building, one of the guards spots Julia and immediately straightens up. Is that? It is. Someone go get the captain, he calls out, then turns to her. Little miss, you're all right. Jean steps forward. You know her? The guard laughs. Know her? Of course. She's the captain's daughter. Jean blinks, caught completely off guard. Did not see that coming. Just then, Julia's eyes light up. Mom! She dashes toward a woman in uniform, Alicia Badger. Jean watches quietly as the two embrace. So that's her mother, and the leader of the information center? There's probably more to her than meets the eye. Julia wraps her arms around Alicia with a tight squeeze. Alicia gently scolds her. You shouldn't run off like that, sweetheart. Julia pouts. You never play with me. That's why I left. Alicia sighs, brushing a hand through her daughter's hair. I'm sorry. Work's just been hectic. But once I'm done, I promise, we'll spend more time together. Julia narrows her eyes. That's what you said last time. Alicia gives her a warm smile. This time, I mean it. I really can't leave right now, but I'll make it happen. She finally turns to face Jean and the others. Most people in Taiken know who Julia is, she says, her voice polite but firm. If you're planning to stay here, I'd suggest being a little more careful. Then, realizing she hasn't introduced herself, she extends a hand. Sorry for the delay. I'm Alicia Badger, leader of the Taiken garrison. Jean takes her hand with a calm nod. Jean Grey, just a tourist passing through. Alicia raises an eyebrow. A tourist, huh? Still, she plays along. In that case, I should offer something in return. She glances at Julia. Anything you need? Jean thinks for a moment. Actually, any recommendations on where to stay? Before Alicia can reply, Julia tugs at her sleeve and whispers something in her ear. Alicia listens, then chuckles and nods. She calls for paper, and a nearby guard rushes to bring it over. She scribbles something down and hands it to Jean. A letter of recommendation, she explains. With my seal. Show this anywhere in Taiken, and you'll be treated like a guest to the garrison. She smiles. Thank you for bringing Julia back. Jean shakes his head. We should be thanking you. With that, they prepare to leave. But just as they turn away, Alicia asks casually, Hey, Julia, is it true a cat turned into a man? Julia lights up. Yup, I saw it happen. Then she lowers her voice and leans in. But the others don't want to talk about it, so I'm pretending I didn't see anything. Alicia chuckles. Good girl. Everyone's got secrets. But deep down, her thoughts linger on what she saw. A transformation like that. Only a dragon could pull it off. Later, at their lodge, Gilly settles onto the bed with a content sigh. Wow, the only place that's come close to this was back in Huffister. Across the room, Murakin is already sprawled out, arms behind his head. Now this is how a lodge should feel. Soft beds, warm food, finally. Gilly nods. That letter really did the trick. Everything's been smooth since we got here. She glances at Jean. You know, that ice cream Julia had earlier? It's pretty popular here. I was thinking of trying some myself. Jean blinks. Why are you asking me? She grins. Just checking. Jean shrugs. If you want it, go get it. That's all she needs to hear. Gilly beams and heads for the door. I'll be back soon. Once she's gone, Murakin stretches with a groan. Been a while since we've had it this good. Almost feels like a vacation. Then his tone shifts. But how exactly are you planning to meet the 7 colors? Murakin leans back, arms crossed. You do realize meeting the 7 colors isn't going to be easy, right? Jean doesn't miss a beat. I've already got a plan. He explains that the 7 colors isn't just any network. It's the most trusted intelligence group in all of Taiken. And at the center of it all, a man called the Noble Sword, Kashmir Alprian. Kashmir isn't just known for his skill with a blade. He's respected enough that the Runcandel family once considered him as an instructor for their beginner swordsmanship program. That's about as far as most people's knowledge goes. But Jean knows more, much more. In 10 years, that man will rise to power as the Emperor of Behemoth. He'll use the 7 colors' influence to gain control not only over Behemoth, but to sway even the Zipples and Runcandels. He'll unify it all and crown himself the first king of an independent Taiken. A swordsman, yes, but also a master strategist. Kashmir is someone who plays the long game, hiding his ambitions until the time is right. Jean wonders, could he become an ally? Maybe. But the real challenge lies in figuring out how to approach someone that careful. Before he can dwell on it further, Gilly bursts into the room, clearly rattled. There's something wrong, she says quickly. She explains the lodge is empty. No staff, no guests. Everyone's vanished, and something feels off. Way off. Suddenly, a hand gently rests on her shoulder. I hope I'm not intruding, a calm voice says. Jin's eyes sharpen. Standing at the door is none other than Kashmir Alprian. Why is he here? Murakin's reaction is instant, hostile, and ready to strike. He moves to attack, his energy flaring. Wait, Jean says sharply. This isn't the time. Killing him would cause more problems than it solves. But Muraken doesn't back down. With a flash of power, he shifts into his shadow dragon form, eyes locked on Kashmir. Oh, you're doing well, are you? He mocks, repeating the man's greeting with venom. Are you actually stupid enough to ask that? Jean doesn't relax for a second. Why is the noble sword suddenly showing up here? They just arrived in Taiken. No one should have noticed them, especially not someone like him. Then he spots them. Guards. 3 for no more. They're surrounded. If things go sideways, this room could turn into a bloodbath, and Gilly could be caught in the crossfire. Muraken, Jean warns. This space is too tight. Stand down. Reluctantly, Muraken shifts back into his human form, though his frustration is written all over him. Still glaring, he growls. Do you even know who you're dealing with? Kashmir keeps his expression neutral. What do you mean? Muraken scoffs. Asked if you know who I am. He doesn't wait for a reply. TCH. Of course not. One more on. He yanks Gilly into a protective hug and grumbles, still fuming. And what's with that tone? You think just because you've got a sword and a pack of guards, you get to talk down to people? Jean watches closely. Muraken's holding back, for now, but barely. Kashmir remains composed. No disrespect was intended. Muraken's eyes narrow. Then what was your intention? He points toward the door. You barged in without warning. Gave us 0 explanation. Still no answers. His voice hardens. So I'll ask one more time. Do you even know who I am? Kashmir pauses, then calmly replies. No, I don't. Muraken scoffs, unimpressed. Then why are you acting like some pompous lord? He sneers. Just because you've got a sword and a bunch of followers, you think you're better than everyone. The tension in the room spikes. Before things can spiral, Jean steps forward, voice firm. That's enough. He looks Muraken straight in the eye. Put the sword away. Calm down. Then, turning to Kashmir, his tone shifts, measured, formal. You must be the noble sword. Kashmir, Alprian. I've heard much about your reputation. Kashmir's expression flickers with surprise. How does this young man know my name? Jean doesn't hesitate. My name is Jean Runcandel. That lands hard. Muraken and Gilly both react, taken completely off guard by the sudden reveal. Jean continues, unfazed. Why don't we continue this somewhere more private? We can speak properly, and I'll answer your questions. Sometime later, they're seated across from one another in a quieter setting. Gilly and Muraken remain behind Jean, alert and watching. Jean begins. Thanks for recalling your Solderet. That kind of trust means a lot. Kashmir sits back, assessing him. He recalls why he'd brought them in the first place. A report about a dragon sighting in Taiken. He'd expected something far different. But now he knows. That overwhelming pressure from earlier? That was no illusion. It wasn't Jean, it was Muraken. And from the look on the dragon's face, if he hadn't intervened, this meeting would have turned into a massacre. His gaze shifts to Gilly. He recognizes her instantly, Gillian Cloran. Once a formidable presence at the Beeman Palace. He remembers her in the training fields, disciplined, tactical, deadly. But now, he can't sense a trace of that former might. Who are these people? His eyes return to Jean. Are you really who you say you are? He asks directly. You don't seem like you're lying, but I still have a lot of questions. Jean nods calmly, then asks. Kashmir wastes no time. Why are you traveling with a dragon? He explains that, historically, dragons only form contracts with elite magicians, those with divine pacts or unmatched power. People like the Zipples, not Runcandels. Does your family even know? He asks. Jean shakes his head. They don't. Kashmir leans forward, serious. Then you're carrying a secret that could get you killed. The Runcandel family wouldn't take this lightly. Not even a little. The question isn't what you are, it's why you're with a dragon at all. Jean doesn't answer directly. Instead, he fires the question back. Why are you so interested in meeting this dragon? Kashmir pauses, then decides to come clean. My daughter saw it, he says. She saw a black cat turn into a man. That's why I came. Jean raises an eyebrow. You believe the story of child? Kashmir chuckles. She's not just any child. He smiles faintly. Julia is a contractor of AZ Mill. Jean goes still. AZ Mill, the god of sight. Kashmir nods. A contractor of AZ Mill doesn't misinterpret what they see. Ever. The god of sight gave Julia perfect vision, so what she saw wasn't just a guess. It was the truth. He also warns that if word got out about her connection to AZ Mill, powerful forces would stop at nothing to get to her. This isn't information he shares lightly. Muraken's eyes narrow. Something doesn't add up. He takes a step closer to Kashmir, his instincts flaring. How could she be AZ Mill's contractor without a dragon in sight? He asks. That kind of bond isn't casual. It's sacred. AZ Mill's dragons don't just vanish. And if one had chosen Julia, Muraken would have sensed it. But there's nothing. No energy. No presence. Jean falls silent, thinking AZ Mill's contractors and their dragons are inseparable, especially with a child involved. They don't just walk away, which means something's seriously wrong here. He admits he hasn't figured it all out yet. But whatever's going on, it all centers around that missing dragon. Murakin's frown deepens. What exactly are you saying? Kashmir answers. Julia's guardian dragon disappeared about a year ago. He can't prove it, but he suspects the Zipples, or maybe the Beeman Empire. Right now, it's just a theory. Murakin scoffs. A dragon? Kidnapped? For a whole year? He shakes his head. That's insane. No dragon would let that happen. But then something clicks. He looks at Kashmir. Julia's about 5, right? Kashmir nods. She is. Murakin's face turns grim. If she really is AZ Mill's contractor, then she's in danger. Serious danger. Without her guardian dragon, her mind won't hold out much longer. If this keeps up, she could lose herself, or worse. Kashmir stiffens, caught off guard. What? I didn't know it was that serious. Murakin doesn't sugarcoat it. Contractors like Julia can see the future. But what most don't know is that this gift comes at a heavy cost. Normally, their dragon absorbs the mental strain. Without that protection, Julia's in freefall. Worse yet, she's still a kid. She probably doesn't even realize what she's seeing isn't real. That's the only reason she hasn't broken already. But if this continues, her visions will overwhelm her. In a year or two, she won't be able to tell what's real anymore. Jin's expression hardens. Wait, seeing the future can actually cripple someone. Kashmir nods, voice low. It's about causality. If a contractor sees the future, they're bound by it. And if they fight it, if they try to change it, AZ Mill punishes them. The consequences? Brutal, especially when it comes to matters of life and death. The more they resist the vision, the heavier the blowback. Contractors who break causality too often, they don't make it. Kashmir's tone grows heavy. Julie has been living in a reality no one else can see. And now, Jin's finally starting to understand how deep this goes. They need to find her dragon. Now, there's no other way. Without hesitation, Kashmir drops to one knee before Murakin, showing respect not just to a dragon, but to a powerful one. Then he drops a bombshell. He's not just an informant. He's the leader of the 7 Colors, Taiken's most elite intelligence network. And even with every resource at his disposal, after a year of searching, he still hasn't found the dragon protecting his daughter. Murakin watches him closely. It all fits now. Meeting Julia the second they arrived in Taiken, that wasn't random. AZ Mill was calling out for help, and he brought them right to her. With that realization, Kashmir turns back to Murakin, addressing him once more with full respect. As a great dragon, he's the only one Kashmir can turn to now, and he humbly asks for his help. But Murakin doesn't budge. Arms crossed, tone flat, he shakes his head. Even if I wanted to, I'm not the one who decides. He tilts his head toward Jin. That's up to him. Jin steps forward and looks down at Kashmir. Get up, he says plainly. They may not be close, but this isn't about politics or personal ties. It's about a child. That alone makes it worth their time. Jin suggests they put emotions aside, work together, and start searching for Julia's missing dragon. Kashmir stands deeply grateful. He promises not to forget their help. But despite how well things have gone, a knot of worry remains in his chest. If even the 7 Colors couldn't track the dragon, then maybe the answer lies with the Runcandels or the Zipples. Murakin raises an eyebrow. Is Taiken tied to the Zipples? Jin clears it up. Taiken's neutral. It doesn't belong to any faction. That satisfies Murakin. Now his attention shifts to Kashmir. Your network's reputation. It's not just for show, right? What about dragons? You got eyes on them. Kashmir nods. We do. We even track which continent each one's on. Murakin doesn't hesitate. Then give me everything you have on dragons in the Beeman Empire. But Jin quickly steps in. That might not be wise. Murakin waves him off. This is a last resort. And dragons, we don't exactly operate in the shadows. If one's out there, I'll know. Back in the city, Inya walks up to Miss Quickhantle, who's reading the newspaper. Inya's face lights up. Miss Quickhantle, look at this. She glances up. Did someone arrive? Nope, it's Sir Jin again. Inya says, grinning. He's all over the headlines. I can't believe someone our age is already a 5-star. Inya pauses, then wonders aloud. Could she ever reach that level? Quickhantle nods calmly. You've got even more potential than he does. You're not just anyone. You're the contractor of Ulta, the god of time. Compared to a boy backed by a family guardian, Inya's contract with a transcendent being puts her in another league. Then, without warning, Quickhantle tells her to go home and stay put until she returns. Suspicious, Inya tilts her head. Why? Did something happen? Quickhantle just shrugs. It's nothing. Just something dark showed up. Above the clouds, Jin Runcandel soars through the sky, riding on Murakin in his true dragon form. Tagan sits behind him, silent. Murakin glances back. It won't be long now. Once my presence fully returns, every dragon in Beemit will feel it. They'll come crawling out. He advises Jin to keep his face hidden if he wants to avoid attention. Jean nods, pulling up his cloak. Ready? All right then, Murakin growls. Let's begin. They dive toward the ground. Flashback. Kashmir Alprian hands Murakin a thick stack of documents. Here, it's every active dragon we've tracked in the Beemit region. Murakin scans the pages, muttering, so they're hiding here. He starts to say something else, then stops himself. Never mind. It'll be fine. Jean notices. Something wrong. Murakin shrugs. Just dragon stuff. Not worth worrying over. We've still got a long way to go. Just as they're about to take off, Kashmir calls out. Kashmir steps forward again, bowing deeply. Please, just a moment. Murakin gives him a bored look. Enough with the ceremony. I'm not some ancient idol. Just call me Murakin. Kashmir adjusts immediately. Understood. Sir Murakin. He bows once more, voice filled with sincerity. Please, help me save my daughter. I'm begging you. Before taking off, Murakin offers 2 key pieces of advice. First, until the guardian dragon is found, keep the girl busy. Completely exhausted. The more tired she is, the weaker AZ Mill's influence becomes. Run her ragged, he says. Games, training, whatever it takes. Make sure she falls asleep the moment her head hits the pillow. Kashmir nods firmly. I'll make sure she's always moving. Then he hesitates. And the second thing? Murakin smirks. Bring some ice candies next time. I missed out because of you. Gilly, nearby, stifles a laugh. Wow, a real gentleman. Murakin chuckles. Didn't you say you wanted some earlier? I wasn't talking about ice candy, she replies. I meant how you ease Kashmir's nerves so smoothly. Murakin shrugs. I don't worry about that kind of creature's feelings. Back in the air, Jean watches Murakin in silence. For someone who always acts like he doesn't care, he's far more considerate than he lets on. Just like any black dragon. Then, Murakin's voice cuts through his thoughts. It's coming. Jean looks ahead. A pair of dragons is flying straight toward them. Murakin immediately recognizes them. Rebus. Until. He grins. I used to beat the scales off those two. Realizing what's next, he nods to Jean. Helmet on. Jean smirks. They must have really hated you. Just sensing your aura, and they came running. Murakin shrugs. Back then, anyone who crossed into my skies got smacked. Simple rules. Jean raises a brow. Not even a little proud of that. Before he can answer, Rebus shouts across the sky. Why are you here, Murakin? Murakin casually waves. Earth Dragon Rebus. Until. I've awakened from my slumber. Got a little errand, and I'll need your help. Until doesn't look thrilled. Great ruler of the tall mountains. Close ally of Sodaret. We respect your strength, but this isn't the time. Please turn back. Rebus adds urgently. A young contractor is still here. We can't afford conflict. Until nods. The coastal region can't take another upheaval. Murakin scoffs. You two think you can tell me where I can or can't go. There's no sky I don't belong under. Until sighs, clearly frustrated. If you stay, you'll only make things worse. Your presence is already disrupting the entire area. Murakin's eyes narrow. What exactly do you mean? Rebus hesitates, then says it. Quicantel is coming, and she intends to kill you. Murakin blinks. The silver dragon? Quicantel. He exhales sharply. Right. She's tied to Ulta, the god of time. That guardian dragon. He trails off for a moment, then mutters, yeah, she's my ex. Rebus flinches. Then you definitely need to leave. Rebus, practically pleading now, begs Murakin to just leave. Please, our contractor is still a child. If she gets caught in this, she won't survive. Until adds a sharp warning. None of the other dragons know Murakin's awakened yet. But if he sticks around much longer, every dragon on the continent will sense it. And then, all hell breaks loose. Murakin doesn't flinch. I'm not running. He glances back at Jean. Hold on. And then, without warning, he dives forward like a cannonball, slamming into Rebus and Until with brutal force. The impact sends them flying across the sky. What the hell? Rebus yells, spiraling. Run. Just run for your lives. Damn you, Murakin. Jean stares, completely dumbfounded. What are you doing? But Murakin doesn't even look back. Focus, kid. More on the way. He charges again as other dragons surge in to retaliate. They're holding back, but even so, Murakin quickly realizes these aren't pushovers. Even at half strength, their techniques are serious. 8-star level, at least. And then she arrives. A flash of silver tears through the sky, and a storm of magic follows. Quicantel is here, and she's furious. You should have died back then, she roars, magic crackling around her. What gave you the nerve to show up with that smug face? Jean gulps as he sees her fury firsthand. Do we seriously have to fight that? Murakin lets out a slow breath. Yeah, looks like it. Jean blinks. So, how long were you two together? 500 years, Murakin replies casually. Well, about 5 human years. Then, as if he's commenting on the weather, he says, if you get the chance, stab her with Bradamante. Jean nearly chokes. Wait, what? That's her ex. You want me to stab her? She's got no class. Murakin replies coolly. Besides, if it comes to it, pour everything into one hit. Otherwise, you won't land anything. Before Jean can argue, Quickcantle's body begins to shimmer. In the blink of an eye, she takes her full dragon form, sleek, silver, and radiating deadly power. Her voice booms. It's too late to run. I'm going to drown you in the sea. Murakin groans, raising his claws. Can we not do this right now? Yeah, you hate me. I get it. But we've got bigger problems. But Quickcantle isn't listening. Her magic ignites the sky as she hurls a massive spell his way. Murakin narrowly dodges, wings flaring as he darts back. She gives chase, her attacks getting sharper and more furious with every strike. Spells, teeth, claws. She's not holding back. What is wrong with you? Murakin barks, trying to dodge a lunging bite. You always get this worked up. Instead of answering, she slams another blast of raw magic at him. For the love of, what even is this? Murakin spreads his black shadow aura, casting a vast cloud of darkness between them to buy time. From a distance, Jean watches the chaos. Yeah, good thing I tag along. If she caught him alone, we'd be attending a funeral. Still, Murakin doesn't seem worried. She can't reach me in this space, he calls out. Not even the silver dragon can push through it. But calming her down? That's another story. Maybe we talk to her. Try reason, he mutters. Before they even get the chance, Quickcantle breaks through the shadows in a flash. She glares at Murakin, magic thrumming through her voice. If you actually thought that pathetic shadow trick would fool me, you're more useless than I remembered. Murakin pauses, momentarily thrown off. How'd you do that? Arms crossed, Quickcantle glares down at him. Seriously? You still don't get it? Her voice is sharp. You've gotten weaker, Murakin. If you think you're still the dragon you once were, you're living in a fantasy. Murakin raises his claws in a half shrug. All right, can we not do this? I didn't come here to fight. I just need to ask you something. But she's not hearing it. Just seeing your face reminds me why I want to tear you apart, she shouts, and unleashes another punishing blow. Murakin ducks and rolls through the air with a groan. Are you seriously this mad over a breakup? Her eyes burn like fire. You think this is just about the breakup? You got a lot more coming. And with that, she slams a vicious punch straight into his face. Murakin reels, but doesn't miss a beat. He signals Jean now. Jean launches forward, sword in hand. Quickcantle snaps her head toward him, caught off guard. Wait, a human. She quickly assesses the situation. Murakin may be strong, but even he can't break through her hide. If that's the case, there's no way a human sword will. But Jean sees it. A faint shimmer of lingering shadow energy in the air, traces left by Murakin's aura. Without hesitation, Jean activates Shadow, Key Liberation, and strikes. His blade cuts straight through, piercing her arm and tearing through her wings. Quickcantle howls in pain, spiraling back through the air. Murakin smirks. Not bad. Blew through everything you had, but hey, you pulled it off. Jean stares at the blood on his blade. Wait, did I just become a dragon slayer? He exhales. Please tell me she's done now. Murakin shakes his head slowly. Not even close. Jean stiffens. You gotta be kidding. Murakin's tone darkens. Most dragons would have dropped from that. But she's not just any dragon. He stares at the still-standing Quickcantle, wounded but steady. Dragons who govern time don't go down easy. Jean, standing on Murakin's outstretched claw, watches Quickcantle carefully. Is she rewinding time? Murakin nods grimly. This is why authority and magic are two different forces. She's using authority. It burns a massive amount of energy, but it works. He glances at Jean. Don't move. Not even an inch. Seconds later, Quickcantle begins to shift, reverting back to her human form. Murakin, ever the instigator, chuckles. So, feel better now. He smirks. Didn't know you were still so hung up on me. Kinda sweet, honestly. Her eyes narrow into daggers. Hung up, she hisses. You call ghosting me for centuries a clean breakup? Murakin winces. Oof. Yeah, that still makes you mad, huh? But it wasn't betrayal. Our personalities just didn't click. Jean listens from the sidelines, stunned. These two have been arguing like this for 1,000 years. Murakin tries to steer things back. Look, I didn't come to stir things up. I'm here for something important. But Quickcantle's eyes flick to Jean. The human. Is he Soderet's contractor? Murakin waves it off. That's not the point. He turns serious. One of our own is in danger. That's why I'm here. But Quickcantle's expression hardens. You're unbelievable, she snaps. After everything, you still... Quickcantle's voice turns cold. Now you care? She steps closer, eyes locked on Murakin's. After all the dragons you've slaughtered, now you want to play the concerned elder? Her glare sharpens. Do you even know how many of our kind died because of you? Murakin doesn't flinch. He nods slowly. I know. He doesn't try to justify it. Among them was the dragon who murdered your brother. That one, I killed for revenge. He pauses. It wasn't my fight, but I got pulled into it anyway. His gaze drifts for a moment. Maybe it wasn't my place. Maybe I shouldn't have come to you at all. He exhales. Maybe I should have asked a different dragon. Quickhandle takes a long, deep breath. Her fingers curl at her sides as she tries to steady her voice. Being near Murakin always twists her emotions. Finally, she relents. All right, ask. She closes her eyes. Sorry for the outburst. Murakin doesn't waste a second. One of AZ Mill's guardian dragons is missing. Quickhandle's eyes snap open. Tychon Latrie? He nods. That's the one. Jean stiffens. Finally, they're getting to the root of it all. But before the weight of the moment can settle, Quickhandle drops a bomb. That's odd, she says. Latrie was with Valletta not long ago. Jin's eyes widen. Valletta? He remembers the name clearly. A wind dragon, one of Melzier's direct subordinates, and the guardian of Andre Zipple, the vice head of the Zipple family. A storm of suspicion swirls in his mind. Quickhandle continues. The Zipple said they wanted to teach Latrie dragon language magic. Murakin frowns. That doesn't sit right. Quickhandle nods. Even if the offer was genuine, it's dangerous. Especially when the current contractor is still a child. She suggests a detour. We should avoid any traps. Let's circle around and enter Beeman's capital through the forest. You can rest at my place. She leads the way. Later, nestled in the forest on the outskirts of Beeman's capital, Jean formally introduces himself. I'm Jean Runcandel, Soderet's contractor. Quickhandle doesn't blink. I know. Then she casually adds, and Timar's descendant. Youngest son, right? Murakin blinks. Hold up. How do you know that? She sips her tea before answering. It's obvious. She sets her cup down. You radiate the same energy as Timar. The three of us, Timar, you, and I, we spent centuries together. I felt it the moment I saw you. She shrugs. I guess you were the youngest from the way Murakin's aura reacted. With that out of the way, she shifts the conversation. Valletta took Latrie a year ago. Murakin's jaw tightens. So they baited Latrie in with promises of dragon magic. He crosses his arms. Doesn't feel right. Quickhandle agrees. Even if they did plan to teach it, there's a bigger issue. The child contractor, AZ Mill's current host, isn't ready. They can't control the power. She looks to Murakin. Would it be dangerous for them to be separated? He nods. Absolutely. Valletta should know that. Quickhandle leans back, thoughtful. Then something else is going on. Murakin catches it instantly. You sound like you've got more to say. She nods slowly. When Valletta came through Beeman, she said she wanted to introduce me to Latrie. But her voice trails off. There was something off about her. Like she was fixated on her contractor. She even asked to meet me alone. No clear reason. Quickhandle admits she almost lost her temper, but forced herself to hold back. Since her, Quickhandle exhales slowly. If she'd acted out back then, her contractor would have been the one to suffer. The identity was already exposed. Picking a fight in a place like Beeman, where half the upper class is tied to the Zipples, would have been reckless. Jean furrows his brows. Wait, that doesn't line up. He looks between them. You said your contractor's identity was revealed, but AZ Mill's contractor isn't known publicly, which means someone went out of their way to find out and target Latrie directly. Murakin's expression darkens. Yeah, that's not normal. What? Did someone invent contractor tracking magic while I was asleep? But Quickhandle shakes her head firmly. No chance. You can't detect a contractor unless they activate their authority. That kind of magic doesn't exist. Even if it did, she adds, who would benefit from using it? What's the point unless they're planning something serious? The puzzle keeps twisting. Latrie's disappearance isn't just a coincidence. Jean lays it out. There are only two real reasons the Zipples would go after other contractors. 1. Cut out every contractor they don't control. Less risk, total dominance. 2. Eliminate them and take their place. He pauses, voice low. In my past life, the contractor of Ulta, the super being of time, was a pure blood Zipple. They introduced her at the stone statue ceremony. That wasn't luck. He looked straight at Quickhandle. They've already figured out how to hijack divine contracts. The weight of his words hangs in the air. That's why Julia's guardian dragon was taken. In that life, there was never any mention of a princess of Tychon, because she didn't survive. But Quickhandle isn't convinced. Soderet's contractor already has a dozen wild theories surrounding them, she replies coolly. Why would the Zipples need to chase after more contracts? They already hold too much power. She narrows her eyes. You sure you're not just being paranoid? They're your enemy. After all, Jean meets her gaze. And you're refusing to see the obvious. He speaks calmly, but his words cut deep. Maybe it's different for dragons, but humans? We're bottomless. Power isn't enough. It's never enough. The Zipples have ruled for thousands of years. They won't stop now. Not if there's still something left to take. Quickhandle's gaze lingers for a moment, thoughtful. You're not wrong, she admits. The Zipple leadership's definitely moving behind the scenes. Jean presses her. Then why pretend otherwise? What's wrong, quick cancel? He smirks. You scared of them? The air turns tense. Before it tips over, Murakin steps in. All right, cool it. He glances between the two. Everyone knows the Zipples are monsters. They're greedy, dangerous, and brilliant. He sighs. Still, you don't lose anything by being careful. Then, unexpectedly, he turns to Quick Cantle. You should leave Beamit. Quick Cantle raises a brow. Huh, look at you. Reading the room for once. She chuckles softly. Fine, but on one condition. My contractor leaves first. She straightens. Once they're safe, I'll help. Murakin blinks. What do you mean? She doesn't hesitate. I'm going to face Valletta. Directly. If the Zipples are behind this, she says, they're already searching for a way in. If she falls, they'll come rushing in for the kill. No more words. She turns to leave, but pauses beside Jean, placing a hand on his shoulder. Quickcantle lingers for a moment, eyes on Jean. There's something about you. I guess I feel a responsibility. To Timar. She offers a faint smile. Seeing one of his descendants standing here, it brings back memories. Her gaze sharpens with amusement. Even your arrogance reminds me of him. Then she turns, voice firm. I'm going to call Valletta. Before anyone can respond, a voice calls out from behind. I'm back. It's Enya, walking in cheerfully, then stopping dead in her tracks when she sees the unfamiliar faces. Who are they? Quickcantle sighs. Didn't I tell you to stay inside? But after a beat, she changes her mind. Actually, this might work out. She gestures toward the group. This is Enya, the contractor of Ulta, the super being of time. Then she points to Jean. And this is Jean Runcandel. He's the contractor Murakin protects. Enya freezes. Her eyes widen. Wait him. She takes a step closer, barely able to contain herself. Is young Master Jean really standing right here in front of me? Jean blinks, looking around. What's going on? Quickcantle groans and covers her face. Right. I forgot to mention, she has a bit of fantasy about you. Before Jean can fully process that, Enya leans in eagerly. Can I get an autograph? Quickcantle pinches the bridge of her nose. You're a contractor. Show some dignity. Enya jumps back, flustered. Sorry, I lost control. I've only ever seen him in newspapers. She straightens up and bows politely. I'm Enya. I'm just a commoner, but I got into the academy on a scholarship. Jean watches her curiously. Ulta only accepts contractors with incredibly refined bloodlines. If Enya's a commoner, her talent must be something special. There's no need to apologize, he says. Though, I'm not exactly used to that kind of welcome. Enya's face lights up. Then, can I be even more excited? No, Jean answers instantly. Quickcantle steps in. Didn't I tell you not to leave the house? Enya shrinks slightly. I was lonely. She starts rambling. I figured I'd feel better around you. And then, just as I was thinking that, I saw Jean Runcandel in person. Talk about timing. Jean studies her silently. A commoner, attending the academy under scholarship. There's no doubt in his mind the nobles in Beamit treated her like garbage. Probably never once realizing who she really was. Exactly why he never wasted time with those academy idiots. Spoiled brats playing politics. Enya breaks his train of thought. So, why are you here? Jean looks her in the eye. I'm here for you. He explains simply. Someone may be targeting her because she's Ulta's contractor, and he intends to protect her. He extends his hand. Come with me. Enya's eyes go wide. You're really taking me with you? He nods once. And just like that, her excitement explodes. She raises her arms, beaming. Great Ulta, thank you. My prayers have finally been answered. Quickcantle deadpants. Okay, that's enough. But Enya, still vibrating with joy, throws her hands to the sky again. All hail Ulta. All hail the super being of time. Without a word, Quickcantle knocks her out with a flick of her hand. Enya slumps to the ground, unconscious. Quickcantle exhales. I was worried she might resist. She looks down at the girl. Clearly, I didn't have to worry about that. Follow you even into the Runcandel clan's underground prison, Quickcantle says offhandedly. Jean raises an eyebrow. Wait, underground prison. He blinks. We don't have anything like that. Quickcantle gives him a knowing smile. No need to play dumb. Then she adds, almost teasing, there's even a dragon down there. Both Jean and Murakin freeze. Wait, what? Before they can press for answers, Murakin suddenly collapses onto the couch, out cold. Quickcantle stares at his unconscious form, unimpressed. Wow, didn't even last a full minute. She turns back to Jean, her tone more serious now. Look, I'm not just offering help because of Timar, or even Enya. She nods toward Murakin. It's because of him. Murakin, completely unaware, snores lightly. He doesn't realize how weak he's become, she says. I didn't mention it earlier, but it's obvious now. He's not ready to face Valletta. Jean frowns. So if it comes to a fight, I'll handle it, she says without hesitation. Jean hesitates. Is Valletta really that strong? Quickcantle nods. She is. But the real issue isn't her strength, it's Miraken's condition. She reminds him, that attack I hit him with at sea? 1,000 years ago, he would have laughed it off. Now, it hit. She glances at Miraken again. He needs rest. Until Valletta shows up, you'll need a safe place. She offers her home. Jean pauses. Can I really ask for that? She shrugs. Sure, if you don't mind staying here. Then she smirks. Though convincing him is another matter. He's going to whine about crashing at his ex's place. Jean chuckles. For a supposedly cold silver dragon, she's more thoughtful than she lets on. All right, he says. We'll stay. Quickhandle nods. Good, because it's about time. Time for what? Jean asks, blinking. She glances toward the couch. 10 seconds. That's when Enya wakes up. Choose your words carefully. Jean stares in disbelief. What? You just knocked her out. Even martial artists can't recover that fast. But before he can argue further, Enya stirs. Oh no, Jean mutters. It's happening. Enya bolts upright. Sir Jean. Quickhandle steps aside, unfazed. Some things are beyond logic. I'll leave the explaining to you. Enya now sits across from Jean, serious for once. I need to know, she says. Is it true someone's targeting T-Can's contractor? Am I next? She doesn't sound scared, just curious. Even a little excited. Schemes. Adventures. Dragons. It's like something out of a novel, and she admits the idea kind of thrills her. Jean nods. That's one way to see it. Gotta stay optimistic, she says brightly. But I know what I have to do. She straightens. I'll move to Taiken with my family. When should I leave? Jean answers without hesitation. As soon as possible. I can be ready by tomorrow, she says confidently. It's just me, my little brother, and our old dog, Poofy. Nothing complicated. Jean gives her a firm nod. Then start packing. Quickhandle steps in. Go now. Get ready before it's too late. Enya waves. See you tomorrow. Before she exits, Quickhandle calls after her. And don't forget to make up an excuse for the academy. Say you're sick or something. Jean nods. Yeah, don't say she's dropping out. That'll just raise more questions. With Enya's departure settled, Quickhandle brings the conversation back to what matters, Valletta. But they're interrupted. A voice calls out from outside the door, a man wearing a cap, asking if anyone's inside. Claims he's here for firewood. Quickhandle frowns. Firewood? There's plenty outside. Why ask for more? Jean raises a hand. Wait, you really think this is about firewood? He lowers his voice. Not all dragons are easygoing, and not all visitors are what they seem. The pieces come together fast. That guy, he's probably with Beeman's special forces. He pulls his mask up. We need to be ready. Quickhandle's brow furrows. Special forces? Why would they get involved? Because of Enya, Jean says flatly. They've been watching this place. Probably waiting to ID whoever you brought here. He mutters under his breath. And they've got the nerve to spy on me? Before he gets an answer, Quickhandle throws open the door. The man outside barely has time to react. She's inside. Without blinking, she grabs him by the throat. You with Beeman's special forces? The man panics. And no, I swear, I'm just here for her. Her grip tightens. Then who sent you? Before he can speak, a new voice cuts in. That would be me. Raz steps forward calmly. You can let him go now. Quickhandle doesn't move. If you kill him, Raz adds, special forces will be swarming this place in seconds. She scowls but releases him, clearly recognizing Raz. So it's you, she mutters. But that doesn't mean she's letting this slide. If I'm killing anyone tonight, she growls, I'll start with you. Without hesitation, she lunges. Raz takes the hit without flinching. Quickhandle halts, just short of following through. He didn't even blink. Jean narrows his eyes, noting the red mask. Only division leaders in Beeman's special affairs wear those. Then there's the curved sword. That settles it. Raz, leader of Group 3, the Emperor's right hand in the Special Affairs Division, and one of the Runcandle's top swordsmen. Jean watches him carefully. Power level? At least 8-star. He's quietly relieved he covered his face with Malta's rune. Right now, anonymity might be the only thing keeping this from turning into a full-on battle. Quickhandle clicks her tongue. You're stronger than I expected for a human. Raz remains calm. We had to confirm who you were harboring. Your guests entered Beeman illegally. He brushes off his coat. Now that we've confirmed their identities, we're done here. Quickhandle glares at him. That's it? You break in, stir up a scene, and think a half-hearted apology is enough? She steps forward. There's a limit to arrogance, you know. Raz doesn't flinch. He calmly picks up a nearby box. Miss Enya, he says casually, left in quite a hurry earlier. He glances at Quickhandle, voice dropping. Don't you think it's a little dangerous for her to be walking alone at this hour? He's made himself clear. If Quickhandle decides to go head-to-head with him now, she might win. But what about Enya? If things spiral out of control, and Enya gets caught in the crossfire, could she ever forgive herself? A heavy silence fills the room as everyone absorbs his words. Then, Raz lays it out. If she walks away now, he'll let this slide. Just this once. But before he turns to leave, he throws out a final warning. Next time, there won't be any grace. If she dares to take that path again, she'll have to gamble with what matters most. Everything she's tried so hard to protect could slip through her fingers. With that, he leaves, his words lingering like a threat she can't shake. Out in the forest, Raz moves with purpose, his guards trailing behind. The smugglers are real. He's seen enough to know that. Now it's time to find out who they really are. But for now, he gives a new order. Pull back from the Silver Dragon. One of his men speaks up, unsure. Shouldn't they keep tracking Quickcantle? Watch both her and the smugglers? Raz shuts it down. Pushing further now would only light a match to something much bigger. He says he'll take the heat, just fall back. As they turn to leave, he notices something, a fresh cut on his hand, one he doesn't remember getting. It's enough to put him on edge. He tightens his orders. No more close-range tracking. Only respond if something truly strange happens. His men nod, understanding the weight of what's at stake. Meanwhile, back at the hideout, Quickcantle slams her fist on the table. She's furious with herself. How could she have left Enya in that cursed town? The thought of what could have happened if Jean, Runcandel, and Murakin hadn't shown up makes her feel sick. Jean, ever pragmatic, tells her to focus. Enya's safe, and that's what matters. Now, they need to make sure it stays that way. Quickcantle agrees. There's no more time to waste. Tomorrow they act. Morning comes. Jean and Quickcantle stand high on a mountaintop, watching ships drift away from the shoreline. Jean exhales slowly. He secured passage for Enya on a merchant vessel bound for Tychon. He even paid extra to ensure her safety. Murakin is escorting her himself, but that doesn't put Quickcantle at ease. If anything, knowing Murakin's involved makes her even more anxious. She cuts off Jean mid-sentence and says she's heading out to contact Valletta. Once Murakin returns, Jean will finally get to meet her. A week passes. The scene shifts. Murakin stands quietly in front of the house when Jean approaches. Jean thanks him for everything, but Murakin doesn't seem to be listening. Instead, he says something unexpected. Quickcantle's colder than he remembered. Jean raises an eyebrow. Why bring that up now? Murakin glances at the house before answering. This place, it was built back when he and Quickcantle were together. Letting them stay here. This is her way of acknowledging that past. Jean chuckles and throws a jab. What? Getting sentimental now? Murakin scoffs. Don't get ahead of yourself. That part of me's long gone. But as he looks at the house, something stirs. Memories from 1,000 years ago flood in. A house just like this. The sound of laughter. Days spent with Timar and Quickcantle. No matter how dangerous life was back then, it always felt fun. That thought hits him harder than expected. Jean picks up on the shift in his tone. You okay? Murakin shakes it off. Just a headache. Don't worry about it. Before the silence can settle in, Quickcantle arrives, and she doesn't hold back. With a smirk, she mocks Murakin, asking if a short flight really wore him out. Murakin fires back instantly. Shut it, he snaps. No matter how much strength he's lost, flying isn't something that drains him. Jean, already tired of the back and forth, steps in and tells him to focus. Quickcantle cuts to the chase. Valletta has responded. The meeting's been set. Tomorrow night. A deserted island off Beeman's southern coast. Jean asks what she's planning to do once they meet. Without missing a beat, she answers. She's going to ask about Latri, the guardian dragon of Asmil. And if Valletta plays dumb, then she'll make him talk. Jean raises an eyebrow, slightly impressed by her bluntness. He admits he respects the honesty. Murakin just shrugs. Not a terrible plan. But if it were up to him, he wouldn't have gotten involved at all. Then it hits him. Enya's not around. That means Quickcantle can act freely. But before she gets any bold ideas, he backpedals, warning her not to do anything reckless. Quickcantle brushes him off. She has no intention of dragging him into it. This is her fight. Murakin scoffs. Don't flatter yourself. Just because I'm not what I used to be doesn't mean I need your pity. She rolls her eyes. This isn't about you. It's about Enya. She knows the other side won't bring backup. Dragons take honor seriously. Valletta will come alone. Then, confidently, she asks if he seriously thinks she'd lose. He can relax. But Jean isn't convinced. Realistically, they won't come alone. If Latri's been kidnapped and they're messing with Ultua's contract, then they're planning something big. Later that night, on the remote island, a man steps forward to greet her. Andre Zipple. It's an honor to meet you, Quickcantle. The silver dragon of time, he says politely. Valletta stands nearby, already waiting. He introduces Andre as the winged dragon, vice head of the Zipple family, and Melzier's contractor. Quickcantle narrows her gaze. You said you'd come alone. Valletta replies smoothly. He happened to be with Andre when he got her letter, and since Andre was curious about the matter of Ultua's contractor, he brought him along. He hopes she understands. Unamused, Quickcantle replies flatly. She's been far too patient lately. Valletta ignores the jab and changes the subject. Let's not waste time, he says. There's something important you need to know about Ultua's contract. Quicantle doesn't flinch. She wants answers. Where's Latree? Valletta chuckles softly, as if he's just pieced it all together. So that's what this is about. She doesn't blink. A year ago, he took Latree, and since then, Asmel's contractor hasn't seen his guardian. She wants the truth. Valletta sighs. He says he doesn't know what kind of answer she expects, but insists that Latree is perfectly fine. Quicantle's patience finally snaps. You think this is funny? But Valletta stays calm. Why are you so concerned? He asks. Whatever ties you have to Asmel's contractor, you'd be smart to stay out of Zipple business. Quicantle scoffs. Has he truly lost it? Kidnapping a young dragon, one who hasn't even learned how the world works. That's not something you walk away from. That's a line you don't cross. From behind the rocks, Jean, Runcandel, and Murakin observe quietly. Murakin mutters a curse under his breath, clearly irritated, while Jean keeps his focus locked on the unfolding scene. Arrogant. Isn't he? He says flatly. Realizing the conversation's hit a dead end, Valletta decides to end things on his terms. With a sharp flick of his wrist, a violent windstorm erupts around them. Let's make this simple, he says coldly. Hand over the contract, and I'll let you live. Quicantle responds with a short laugh, laced with scorn. You've got guts, I'll give you that. But in the end, you're just an old lizard pretending to be something more. That's the last straw for Valletta. Then die, he roars, launching a furious attack. Without flinching, Quicantle shifts into her dragon form, gliding effortlessly out of range. But she's not retreating. Here's my counteroffer, she says coolly. Give me Latree now, and I'll make your death quick. Off to the side, Andre Zipple watches the duel with a smirk, clearly entertained by how easily Quicantle dodges Valletta's spells. But he didn't come just to watch. Slowly, he raises his staff, pulling in a massive wave of mana. It's been far too long since I fought without holding back, he mutters. Jin's eyes narrow. This is the first time he's ever seen a 9-star mage in action since his return to life. He remembers Andre, once rejected by the Runcandels, but still a Zipple. No one really knows how powerful he is. Andre raises his voice. Time to regroup. The silver dragon is ready. Sensing the shift, Quicantle moves to dodge, only to freeze mid-motion. Something's wrong. Her body won't respond. She tries to lift off, but she can't move an inch. Andre grins. What's wrong? Can't fly. His voice sharpens. You're on my turf now. He steps forward, calm and confident. This island, this wind, it answers to me. I am the king of Melger, the god of wind. No one flies unless I say so. Quicantle's eyes widen as the truth sinks in. She's trapped. You were never on my level, Andre declares. Valletta hurls another spell her way, but Quicantle barely reacts. With a smirk, she taunts them. That's it? This is your grand assault. Valletta grits his teeth. I'll show you how it's done. She had made a mistake, assuming wind was his only trick. Raising both hands, he summons a massive thunder spell, lightning crashing and surging with lethal force. Die, he shouts, unleashing the storm. From the shadows, Jean turns to Murakin. It's time. You have to step in. But Murakin doesn't move. Not yet, he replies. She's gotten too comfortable lately. But those two, they've got no idea what they're up against. Just before the spell lands, everything halts. Jean feels it, a shift in the air. Time has stopped. In that frozen moment, Quicantle moves. With flawless control, she redirects the thunder spell, bending it away like it was nothing. Andre's expression turns to disbelief. She stopped time, even canceled out my magic. He stares, stunned. Quicantle glares at him, her voice sharp. I should tear that smug face right off your skull. Andre chuckles, trying to brush it off. All that for one spell? You're a bit dramatic. He turns to Valletta. What are you doing? Attack. But Valletta doesn't move. Andre's smile drops. Valletta. Now. Still nothing. And then it clicks. He's frozen too. Time magic. Quicantle doesn't waste the moment. In a blink, she surges forward, grabs Andre by the tail, and slams him across the field. He crashes into the rocks with a loud, bone-rattling thud. Dazed and furious, Andre shouts, Valletta, how dare you betray me? Valletta doesn't respond. Quicantle looms over Andre. Keep talking, she says coldly. You're nothing but a second-rate lizard. But Andre doesn't flinch. That arrogance, he spits. Only the powerful have the right to it. Off to the side, Murakin suddenly freezes. His eyes lock onto something Andre is holding, something glowing with a sinister, pulsing energy. No, that's not possible, he mutters. That can't be an origin stone. Jean follows his line of sight, and then he sees it too. A strange, humming object radiating a power that feels wrong. Andre stands tall, his voice eerily calm. I was born as the silver dragon of time. I once believed I stood at the top, but I was wrong. He sweeps his gaze across them. Humans, dragons, even gods. In the end, they all kneel before the Zipple name. Quicantle's voice cuts in, sharp and unforgiving. Keep dreaming. It's time you accepted your end. She lets out a thunderous roar, but Mirakin's not listening anymore. His thoughts are spiraling. That really is the origin stone, a relic spoken of only in myth. Crafted by the gods in ancient times, it was meant to be a last resort, a weapon against the world's collapse. But its power was too great. Even the gods feared it, and so they destroyed it, or so everyone believed. Yet somehow, Andre Zipple has it. Mirakin's voice tightens. Why does something that shouldn't exist? Quickandel notices it too. Her eyes widen. What is that? Everything stops. The battlefield goes still. The threat is clear now. More than a duel. This is something else entirely. Andre laughs under his breath. The weak pretend to be strong, but before true power, where do they stand? The silver dragon shouts a warning. Quickandel is in danger. Andre turns, eyes scanning the shadows. He locks onto Mirakin. Only 2 black dragons left, isn't that right? His gaze narrows, piecing things together. So, you've awakened after 1,000 years of slumber. And the boy beside you. His eyes widen in recognition. Jean Runcandel, the youngest, the one who walked away from the clan not long ago. Andre's tone shifts, amused. At first, I came for Ultua's contractor. But now, looks like I found a better prize. His expression twists. Let's make it interesting. I'll awaken an old friend. He apologizes for holding back and releases a surge of energy. Mirakin flinches. A familiar presence stirs. When he thought was gone forever, a voice echoes across the battlefield, sharp biting. Took you long enough, the black dragon growls. But there's no warmth in this reunion. Valletta steps in without hesitation. Still running your mouth, I see, he snaps. But you're weak now. Go back to sleep. He launches a spell. The black dragon counters instantly. If you were any weaker, I'd be disappointed. He grins. Come on then. Let's see if a relic like you can still fight. Valletta glares. Mirakin, you'll go down in history as the fool who picked a fight with a legend. But Mirakin just scoffs. You always did love the sound of your own voice. As spells clash in the sky, Andre watches with growing interest. His eyes flick to Jean. So, they're really going to fight? He muses. I was hoping for a simple job, but now that I see that face again, there's no turning back. His tone hardens. Jean Runcandel. I'll end this myself. And just like that, he attacks. Jean barely reacts before a blast of mana barrels toward him. But Valletta intercepts it, unleashing a counterstrike. Jean, move, he shouts. But Jean doesn't just move. Jean doesn't flinch. He grabs Valletta's chain and snaps it like it's nothing. In the same motion, he smashes the Luna mirror to pieces. A ripple of energy surges. And then, Luna appears. She stares at him, eyes narrowing with curiosity. He hadn't contacted her once since walking away from home. But now, it's clear. He's in over his head. Jean knows the truth, even if no one says it aloud. With his current strength, stepping into a fight between dragons is suicide. But there's someone here, someone he can empower. Andre Zipple watches him with a smirk. Still standing, huh? He sneers. Doesn't matter. A rookie like you won't change anything. But Jean doesn't stop. He rushes forward, blade raised, a blur of movement, just one clean strike. It's so fast, Andre doesn't have time to react. For the first time, his smug composure cracks. Then, from the sidelines, Mirakin yells. Kid, get out of there. Fear flashes in his voice. Valletta fires off another blast, slamming Jean backward with a roar that shakes the ground. Jean pushes off, steadying himself again, but Valletta charges. The collision never comes. Something massive crashes down between them, stopping the attack cold. A shadow rises from the smoke. White Whale. She glances over at Jean, her voice calm and even. You shatter the mirror, she says. No message. No letter. And now here you are. Looks like you've gotten yourself into a mess. Andre studies her carefully, suspicion in his eyes. Could it really be her? She answers the unspoken question. Yes, she says. I'm the White Whale. She turns to Jean, Vice Patriarch of Zipple, Wind Dragon Wielder. That's the level of threat it takes to drag me out. Looking him over, she nods in approval. You held your ground. You're not hurt, are you? Jean exhales. Barely. I was just about out of options, thanks for the save. Then her expression sharpens as she turns her gaze to Andre. Enough games. Why are you after my brother? Jean scans the battlefield. The odds were impossible. Zipple's Vice Patriarch, a resurrected wind dragon backed by divine relics. Even with Luna's arrival, victory had seemed out of reach. But now, for the first time, he feels certain. This fight is over. Sensing the shift, Andre backs away. But before he can retreat, Mirakin appears behind him and grabs him by the collar. Their eyes lock. Mirakin. Andre's tone shifts. Mirakin speaks first. They had full control over the wind. There was nothing I could have done. If she hadn't shown up when she did, we'd all be toast. Jean places a hand on his shoulder. We made it because of you. But I'll be honest, I didn't see White Whale coming either. But now, one thing is clear. Everything's changed. Andre's face hardens. You've broken the oath, Jean Runcandel. And your sister, he snarls. She used forbidden magic. The Zipple clan won't ignore this. But Luna's expression doesn't waver. Say what you want, she says coolly. The truth you're so desperate to hide. Your clan will never hear it. Andre's fury boils over. How dare you? You think you're above us. His monstrous companion lets out a roar and charges straight at her. But Luna's already moving. She strikes. One hit. That's all it takes. The creature collapses, unconscious before it even touches the ground. She scoffs. Typical Zipple. All bark and no bite. Luna's gaze shifts to Andre's crumpled form. The vice patriarch? Seems he's no different. She then turns to Valletta, eyes narrowing. So, are you planning to stay in that oversized form? She asks. Because like this, there's a lot more of you to cut. Valletta takes the hint. With a sharp glare, he shifts back into his human form. Andre, recovering some composure, calls out to him. Valletta nods in silent reply, summoning his magical spear and gripping it tight. Jean watches closely. Something's off. The energy Valletta's using, it's not magic. Not entirely. It feels like authority, but with a darker edge. Something close to demonic energy. No wonder the Wind Dragon is fighting with everything he's got. Luna isn't impressed. Still struggling to handle that artifact? She mutters. As the scene spirals into chaos, she scoffs at them both, Zipple's mighty vice patriarch and the legendary Wind Dragon, clinging to some crude, unstable weapon. This is what you're banking on, she asks, amused. You really think something that basic will save you? The comment snaps something in Valletta. You insolent wench, he snarls, lunging at her with wild rage. Who gave you the right to speak like that? But Luna doesn't move. She meets him head-on. Their clash is thunderous, spell against strike, power against precision. The fight intensifies, their blows landing faster, harder, each one shaking the earth. But Valletta's beginning to slip. His movement's slow. His breathing turns ragged. Wounds open across his body. Luna's voice cuts through the chaos. That's it, isn't it? This is your limit. He knows she's right. He's got nothing left to give. Luna raises her weapon. No point dragging this out. And then, she invokes it. The final technique of Runcandel. Meteor Shower. Jin's mind flashes back to Zed Runcandel, explaining the nature of their family swordplay. The Runcandel blade doesn't follow patterns or forms. There's no elegance, no grace, just brutal, absolute force built to conquer. Among their 3 ultimate techniques, one stands above all. Now, back in the present, Jean watches it unfold. Meteor Shower rains down like falling stars, stunning, blinding, and terrifying. A storm of beauty and destruction, impossible to escape. As the impact lands, Valletta crashes to the ground, staggering. He turns to Andre. You okay? He mutters. But Andre doesn't respond. He's frozen, staring in disbelief. None of it made sense. She wasn't using divine authority. She wasn't wielding a god-forged artifact. So how? How was a human doing this? Valletta grips on a one thought. Survive. If he could just survive, they still had a chance. The magical god stone. It could turn the tide. Even if he died protecting Andre, it didn't matter. The stone would bring him back. With it, he couldn't die. With it, he was a god. But Luna wasn't finished. Looking down at his broken wing, she speaks calmly. I still have a long way to go before reaching my father's sword. But this'll make decent practice. Her voice is steady, but sharp, meant to provoke. Then it happens. A new presence rises behind her, monstrous and heavy, a force that makes the air shudder. She doesn't flinch, but her jaw tightens. He just wouldn't give up, and now, he was embarrassing her, in front of Jean, no less. She sighs, tightening her grip on her blade. Fine, if you want to be stubborn. Her voice dips, laced with quiet irritation. Then I'll give you something to regret. She strikes, swift and brutal. Jean watches, stunned by the battlefield unraveling around him. And finally, Murakin speaks, eyes narrowing with clarity. There's no doubt now, he says grimly. Zipple has created a source stone, and we have no idea how. Jean pushes for answers, and Murakin finally gives him a truth. A source stone, he says, isn't just a weapon. It's a balancing force, created for beings like us to keep each other in check. Think of it like a tool forged by gods to stop other gods. Murakin eyes the one on the battlefield. It's crude, still incomplete, but that doesn't make it any less dangerous. The black dragon steps in then, making a call. We're leaving. Murakin turns to him. Wait. But Jean cuts in. Leave? Are you serious? We can't just abandon Nuna. That thing's too dangerous. She shouldn't be fighting it alone. The black dragon doesn't budge. She doesn't need saving. Right now, all we're doing is getting in her way. The smart move is to fall back. They retreat. Jean grits his teeth as they move. A whirlwind of frustration builds inside him. He made it this far with talent, grit, and more than a little luck. But now, he couldn't even stand his ground. Just like back then, that bitter, helpless feeling, the same one that haunted him. No, not again, never again. If he wanted to protect what mattered, he had to become stronger, far stronger. The black dragon glances over at him, reading the fire in his eyes. Reckless, relentless, but real. A smirk tugs at his mouth. He's got it, he thinks. That spark, if he holds on to it, he'll surpass them all. Until then, Murakin would be at his side. Back on the battlefield, Luna Runcandel holds the line. Andre sneers. What? You think just because I change form you're going to win? You delusional woman. He charges. She parries, and calmly drops the truth. There are 12 beings sealed inside me. He freezes. What? 12? His eyes search her. One sword. No visible power. It didn't make sense. You should surrender, he snaps. Even if my father stood beside you, none of you could stop me. But Luna doesn't flinch. For a real swordsman, one blade is all it takes. If he truly mastered the magic he spent his life chasing, maybe, just maybe, he could have scratched the surface of her power. But he hadn't. And now, she'll show him the truth. Not just the gap between them, but the futility of what he's chasing. The limits of artificial strength. And the force of a sword that's been earned, forged through countless battles and hardened by time. Valletta watches as her aura ignites. Deep crimson, fierce as flame. He's fought warriors, knights, legends. But this is different. A flicker of doubt creeps in. No, he's gone too far. He's crossed that line. He's ascended. He's become something more. A god. He tightens his grip. Fine, let her come. He'll show her what true powerlessness feels like. She raises her blade, the mind sword, Blood Moon. She strikes. Valletta is forced on the back foot, barely able to keep up with her relentless storm of attacks. Then, Luna falters. Just for a moment, caught in a violent surge of power, she starts to fall. And from behind, take my hand. It's Jean, her little brother, reaching out through the chaos. And for a split second, she can't help but marvel at the irony. Today, the youngest Runcandel is the one catching her. She reaches for him, desperately. Meanwhile, far from the island, codename Raz arrives at Amir Beeman's position. Amir wastes no time. Status. Raz delivers the news. The island, it's gone. Swallowed whole by a vortex. The mana readings, off the charts. Something tore through space itself. He pauses. Yes, humans were involved, but one thing's certain. One thing's certain, Raz says. The Silver Dragon and Wind Dragon were at the epicenter of the blast. Their magic triggered everything. Amir Beeman doesn't waste time. What about the Wind Dragon? Raz answers carefully. Our division believes it was Valletta of the Zipple family. There's confirmation he crossed the border just before the event. Based on the aftermath, it's likely he didn't make it. Amir shifts gears. And the human mana signature? Was the source identified? Raz hesitates. We believe it came from multiple contractors and their guardian dragons. But there's more. Something else darker. It resembles the energy signature tied to that special project we've been tracking. Amir's eyes narrow. Andre Zipple. What's the status? Raz sighs. Still gathering intel. That's not good enough. Amir's voice hardens. Too many of your reports are missing details. What about Quicantel's guests? Any progress there? Raz admits it. He came up empty. Amir turns away in frustration. If you can't find the truth, who can? He pauses, then issues a command. Keep all of this from the press. If Inya isn't found by tonight, we file a missing person report. And send more agents, Special Affairs Division only, into Zipple territory. No second-rate hands. I want the best. Though still bound by alliance, Amir knows the truth. This situation is spiraling. And patience? It's never been his strength. Raz nods firmly. Understood. These are the Emperor's wishes, and I'll see them through. Elsewhere, in a dimly lit chamber, two figures sit in tense silence. Sir Bishkal breaks it. I ask forgiveness for the Devil Stone's activation. The other figure nods. As suspected, a violent clash erupted between the Wind and Silver Dragons off Beeman's coast. The island vanished completely. In its place, a vortex. Clear sign the Devil Stone shattered. Then Bubear Gaston slams his hand down. You fools destroyed it. Furious, he glares at them. That wasn't ready. You don't use something that raw without a guarantee. Still chewing casually, he tosses food across the room, landing it in his companion's mouth. I won't let this go, Bubear snaps. You'd better teach those mage idiots a lesson. They clearly have no idea what they've ruined. Sir Bishkal shields his face from the food, fuming inside. All thanks to Zipple's incompetence, his own plans are stalled, including his goal of eliminating this arrogant pig. Bubear grins, amused. I knew it. You're mad too. I even felt it. Murderous intent, wasn't it? Sir Bishkal doesn't deny it. Our leader's furious. The alliance with Zipple is under review. Until further notice, all contact with them is severed. Meanwhile, high in the mountains, conversation unfolds. Andre Zipple is dead, Patriarch declares. But Kadun raises a brow. Or he escaped. With Valletta, maybe even with Tagan, the Devil's Stone. Patriarch considers it. That leaves two options. Either the Silver Dragon was far stronger than we thought, or someone else intervened. Kadun thinks it over. If it was interference, then maybe it was the Shadow Dragon, the same one that killed the Graveyard Giant in Kinzello. It fits. Someone like that wouldn't fear a Devil's Stone. Curious, Patriarch asks, who exactly is this Misha? Kadun responds, she's Mirakin's sister. And Quicantle, she's Mirakin's ex-lover. So she's no stranger to Misha. Patriarch takes this in, considering the implications. I see, he says slowly, a calculating glint in his eyes. Then we know what must be done next. He turns to Kadun, a silent question hanging between them. Kadun's eyes widen as he realizes what Patriarch's hinting at. You're not seriously suggesting. I am. Patriarch interrupts with a laugh. You're just being a coward. Kadun doesn't hide his frustration. It's impossible to find the black dragons. If they want to stay hidden, no one can track them. Patriarch's laugh deepens, though there's a trace of annoyance underneath. A shame about the Devil's Stone, though. Kadun scrutinizes his expression, puzzled. You seem remarkably unaffected. Your brother just died. Don't you care? Patriarch's tone turns almost casual. Of course I'm sad, but I foresaw this. It was inevitable. Kadun looks skeptical, still processing. I didn't know Andre secretly attended Chiron's banquet without telling me. Patriarch shrugs. I don't lie. He did. A flash of doubt crosses Kadun's face. You're certain? Patriarch's eyes harden. Yes, now stop questioning me. Focus on the matter at hand. He pauses, then leans in, voice laced with intent. We need the Devil's Stone remade. Without it, we can't control the Runcandel family before Chiron dies. And the Black Sea Kings, they'll be a problem too. A smirk flickers on his lips as he watches Kadun. Doesn't it frustrate you? Kadun snaps back. Quit whining. If you truly want to dominate this world, do something about it. Patriarch takes a breath, nodding slowly. You're right. To become the supreme ruler of this world, we'll have to make every sacrifice necessary. Later, Jean Runcandel arrives at Gilly's house and knocks on the gate. From inside, a polite voice calls back. Please wait a moment. When the door opens, Gilly greets him. Who is it? Jean grins, stepping forward. It's us. We're back. Could you prepare a meal? We haven't eaten since flying back. He adds, almost as an afterthought. Lady Luna Runcandel is with us. Mirakin, ever playful, teases Gilly with a grin. Strawberry pie, he calls her, fanning her with a hand fan to ease the tension. But Gilly looks distressed, her eyes clouded with concern. The young master is being expelled, she says, her voice wavering. Quicantle chuckles, noticing Gilly's obvious worry. Oh, Gilly, you've misunderstood something. Your care for him only proves how much you care. She looks at Jean with an amused smile. You're lucky to have such a devoted nanny. Jean lets out a small sigh. I know. She's far too good for me. Just then, Sir Kashmir Alprian walks in. His gaze sweeps over the unfamiliar faces in the room, and he raises an eyebrow. Who are they, he asks. Jean introduces Luna. This is my eldest sister, Luna Runcandel. Luna greets him warmly, smiling. I've heard much about you, Sir Alprian. You're the famed noble sword. After all, Jean chuckles nervously, waving his hand. It's an honor to serve someone like you, Sir Kashmir. He gestures to the next guest. And this is Miss Enya, guardian dragon of the Silver Dragon lineage. Kashmir's eyes widen as he recognizes her. A dragon? And of a Silver Dragon lineage no less. He bows respectfully. A pleasure to meet you. I'm Kashmir Alprian, head of the Seven Colors and an acquaintance of Jean Runcandel. Internally, Kashmir reminds himself not to repeat the mistakes he made the last time they met. Jean, noticing the tension, apologizes. I should have informed you earlier, Sir Kashmir. I'm sorry for the lack of courtesy. Kashmir smiles reassuringly. No need to apologize. We're all on the same side now. Then, Lady Quicantle asks, what about Miss Enya? Where is she? Kashmir nods, about to speak. I was just about to mention that. Latrie returned 3 hours ago. Jin's eyes widen. Today, Kashmir confirms. Yes, she's with my daughter and Miss Enya right now. But there's something strange. Latrie has no memories of the time she was missing. Jean turns to Latrie, puzzled. Do you remember what happened? Latrie looks at them, confused. Was I kidnapped? Kashmir shakes his head. No, that's not it. Latrie shakes her head in frustration. No, that's not right, she insists. Vieta told me I wouldn't be taught dragon language magic. She pauses, searching for clarity. What happened after that? Where was I? Mirakin chimes in, his tone thoughtful. Something's off. Latrie seems too perfect, almost as if she's been untouched by the Zipple family at all. He leans forward. Maybe she wasn't even kidnapped. Luna Runcandel shakes her head, her voice firm. No, that's not the case. I personally obtained a confession from those involved. Jean, confused, turns to her. What do you mean, erasing the evidence? Luna's expression darkens as she explains. The Zipple family likely erased everything connected to the Devil's Stone, including Latree's memories. It's what they do. When things don't go as planned, they ensure there's no trace left behind. Sir Kashmir Alprian, now fully engaged, raises an eyebrow. The Devil's Stone? Jean steps forward to explain. It's an artifact we currently possess. He pauses, then Murakan adds, the Zipple family's vice head and the Wind Dragon were involved. The Devil's Stone has the power to absorb the contractors of powerful beings. Murakan's gaze sharpens. But the Zipple family's real goal is what we should be worried about. Why would they go through all this trouble, creating a fake Devil's Stone? It's clear. They want to become the ultimate rulers of this world. Jean takes a breath, the gravity of Murakan's words sinking in. They plan to gather all the divine power, eliminate anyone who stands in their way, and take control. The world will be at their mercy. Kashmir, seeing the situation escalate, suggests a pause. We'll rest for now. I'll launch a full investigation through the 7 colors. He turns to Quickcantle. If you agree, I'll escort you to Miss Enya. Quickcantle nods. I'll go. Kashmir gestures to her. This way. As they move, Gilly calls out to Jean. He turns, concerned. Are you feeling better? She gives a weak smile, but suddenly collapses, fainting again. Murakan chuckles, watching the scene unfold. Strawberry pie, he mutters under his breath. Later that evening, Luna Runcandel sits, a wine bottle in hand. She casually mentions, since Jean took down the notorious underground gang, Teesing and Tyken, the independent city has become far safer. Not only that, but within 2 months of becoming a reserve flag bearer, he also eliminated the Zipple family's vice head in Valletta. She pauses, acknowledging his achievements. Impressive, right? But you did it with magic, without authorization. If you had been caught, you would have been executed. Still, you pulled it off. That's remarkable. Gilly, still processing everything, confesses, I thought it was over when we captured our enemies. But deep down, I knew things couldn't be that simple. Luna laughs, but her sudden reaction catches Gilly off guard. Gilly, nervous, asks, what's wrong? Luna, sensing her unease, reassures her. Don't worry. As long as we avoid Father's attention, we can keep moving forward. But then, Luna drops a bombshell. He already knows everything. From the Teesing incident to Andre Zipple's death. He knows. And soon, he'll discover my involvement too. Gilly's face goes pale. That's bad. Before the tension can escalate, Jean Runcandel steps in, his voice steady. Don't worry. I've got a plan. He walks forward with confidence. I'll face Father head on, but not alone. This time, I'll do it with my eldest sister by my side. Luna raises an eyebrow, impressed. So, you had a plan all along? Jean nods. I've always known my goal. It was always to meet Father. Luna presses him further, her tone skeptical. And what exactly do you intend to say to him? Gilly, still trying to catch up, asks who Jean is planning to meet. Jean simply says that when the time comes, he trusts her to stop him if necessary. Luna chimes in, noting how even their own family is intimidated by him, which must have made things incredibly difficult for Gilly. After a brief pause, Luna agrees to join him and asks when they'll leave. Jean tells her that he plans to take the first teleportation gate tomorrow. Luna Runcandel nods in agreement, stating that acting quickly is the best course of action. Gilly opens her mouth to speak, but before she can get a word out, Luna turns to her with a suggestion. Considering their family's constant internal conflicts, Luna advises Gilly to at least be a source of warmth for Jean, a shield in this cold world. She reassures Jean, confident that he's thought everything through. Jean affirms, of course. Soon, a magician arrives, commenting on Luna's decision to bring Jean along rather than persuade him otherwise. Runtia Runcandel, clearly skeptical, questions if she truly expects him to believe that. Luna calls out to Jean, urging him to confirm her statement. She then advises Wrencher to treat Jean with care. Runtia, albeit reluctantly, agrees, though with a touch of hesitation, muttering that perhaps he should. One of the Runcandel brothers scoffs at the situation, calling Jin's actions reckless. He questions if Jean even cares about anything, especially since he's daring to step into the Garden of Swords as the next flag bearer. And Runcandel attributes his boldness to their eldest sister's leniency. Meanwhile, Mayu Runcandel criticizes Jean for abandoning his responsibilities as a reserve flag bearer. She turns to their older sister, hoping for some validation. Right? Older sister, she presses, waiting for a response. As Luna takes in the tense atmosphere, she realizes something. Everyone seems oddly prepared for this confrontation. It makes her wonder, did their father know this was coming? Suddenly, Mary expresses shock. Did the youngest really give up his right to be a flag bearer? She says, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Maybe he's curious about what happens after death now that he's hit puberty. Despite her teasing, she insists that Jean can't just walk away. He still owes her a proper fight when he grows up. Runtia turns to her sister, demanding to know why she even brought Jean here. Luna Runcandel calmly replies that she didn't. He came on his own. Runtia isn't impressed. Then you should have stopped him, she snaps. You can't afford to be careless just because it's him. At that moment, Luna realizes something unsettling. She isn't entirely sure where their father is right now. This uncertainty raises suspicion, prompting Runtia to ask why she's even bringing their father into the conversation. It dawns on Jean that, at some point, even Luna must have found Runtia difficult to handle. Finally, Runtia focuses entirely on Jean. Did you really come here to meet with our father? She asks. Jean locks eyes with her, confirming it, and addresses her formally as his second eldest sister. Before anyone else can react, laughter erupts from a corner of the room. A young boy chuckles darkly. Wow, you really have a death wish, he sneers. The only reason you're still alive is pure luck. And now you think you're special just because you were slightly better than the Tana twins. Without warning, Runtia Runcandel draws her sword, pressing it against Luna Runcandel's neck, cutting off the tension in the room. Luna Runcandel steps forward, her path unwavering. Her expression remains unflinching as she delivers a direct order from the patriarch. Effective immediately, she states. The first flag bearer is to discard her weapon. Her gaze shifts sharply to Jean Runcandel, reminding him that their father specifically instructed him to come alone. She makes it clear that if Luna refuses to comply, neither of them will be allowed to proceed. This, she emphasizes, is her final warning. As a direct order from the patriarch, Luna must surrender her weapon or face lethal consequences for any resistance. Despite the rising tension, Jean remains calm, assuring his eldest sister that there's no need to worry as the atmosphere grows thick with anticipation of a confrontation. Luna glances at him one last time before stepping aside. Now, standing not only as his father's son, but as a true member of the Runcandel family, Jean speaks with unwavering certainty. He has something important to tell their father, and he assures everyone that nothing bad will happen. After a moment's pause, Runtia gestures for him to proceed. Go ahead, she says, allowing him to approach the castle doors. As Jean walks through the grand halls, he reflects on how little his siblings truly understand their father. Technically, a reserve flag bearer isn't supposed to return home, but Jean doubts their father cares for such formalities. If given a chance to speak, just like last time, perhaps things will unfold differently. He recalls his father's words from a previous encounter. That was a good question. I'll be keeping a close eye on you from now on. With that thought in mind, Jean reaches the study room door and knocks. Inside, his father greets him with a piercing stare, his voice cold and steady. It seems my expectations were too high, he comments, the chill in his tone unmistakable. I gave you 5 years. Why have you returned so soon? Jin's thoughts sharpen as he recalls the terrifying stories of his father's sword energy, legendary for obliterating enemies without a trace. His gaze shifts to the weapon at his father's side, forged entirely from pure aura. The realization hits him. This is exactly what will happen if he steps out of line. For the first time, Jean begins to question if his father is truly as invincible as he once believed. Breaking the silence, his father speaks again, voice unwavering. I won't ask twice, he warns. Tell me why you're here. Jean knows one thing without a doubt. Apologizing is not an option, even if it costs him everything. He steels himself, standing tall, but not arrogantly, and meets his father's cold gaze. Taking a deep breath, he says plainly, I came because I missed you. His father's expression flickers, a spark of intrigue crossing his features. He's heard these words from his children before, and while they aren't unpleasant to hear, they aren't enough to soften him. After a pause, his father's demeanor hardens once more. How immature you've become, he muses. Did the outside world soften you? Jean responds with conviction. It's not the outside world that changed me. I've always liked you, father. For a brief moment, Jean wonders if his father might think his words a challenge, but quickly dismisses the thought. Did he say something wrong? His father almost laughs, clearly surprised by Jin's statement, but rather than humoring him, he waves it off. Stop talking nonsense, he says. Get to the point. Jean wastes no time, getting straight to the heart of the matter. Andre Zipple, the vice head of the Zipple family, the man who insulted me at the banquet, is dead. His father narrows his eyes, the tension rising. Did you kill him? Jean shakes his head. No, it was Luna Runcandel, my eldest sister, but I played a role in what happened. Jean calmly requests permission to report everything that transpired, adding that there are several other matters he wishes to discuss, if his father is willing to listen. After a moment of silence, his father nods. Fine, sit. As Jin's father descends the stairs, he takes a seat across from him, leaning back, his expression unreadable. After a moment, he speaks. You've been busy, from Arkan to Beemit, all in such a short time. So, tell me, Did you come here to warn me about potential internal shifts in the Zipple family after the death of their second-in-command? Jean shakes his head. Andre Zipple wasn't the real second-in-command. He acknowledges his eldest sister's overwhelming strength, but points out that, as vice-head of the only family capable of challenging the Runcandel family, Andre was still lacking in true power. His father smirks slightly. You're right. He was just the vice-head, not the true power behind the Zipple family. Then, in a rare moment of openness, he adds, there's someone else pulling the strings after Patriarch. But that's all I'll say. Jean takes note of his father's words, but shifts focus to a more urgent matter. He thanks his father for confirming his suspicions, but insists that he hasn't yet mentioned the most crucial part. His father's expression darkens slightly. Then say it. Jean takes a deep breath, ready to drop the bombshell. They used an artifact. His father frowns. An artifact? Yes, Jean continues. Andre Zipple referred to it as the Devil's Stone. He explains that, based on what he's learned, the Devil's Stone is a replica of the Origin Stone, an ancient relic said to have been created by powerful beings long ago. His father absorbs this information and then asks, the Origin Stone, has Mirakin explained it to you? Jean nods. I know about it, and I also know that you can use mana. A flicker of amusement crosses his father's face. So, do you think you can keep that knowledge hidden from me? Jean sighs. I assumed you already knew, but I didn't expect you to also know about Mirakin. His father chuckles. What I said about Mirakin was an educated guess, one that I later confirmed myself. Then, with a mischievous glint in his eyes, he suddenly asks, by the way, who is this butterfly Runcandel? Jean is momentarily taken aback, but before he can respond, his father bursts into laughter, shaking his head. I can't believe it. They've reduced the mighty black dragon to a mere house cat. How ridiculous. Still chuckling, his father finally acknowledges the weight of the information Jean has brought. This imitation of the Origin Stone, it's significant. His gaze sharpens. You should discuss this with Luna Runcandel as well. Chiron Runcandel reflects on the dangerous potential of the Devil's Stone. He remains uncertain about how far the Zipple family has advanced with its development and wonders if the rulers of the Black Sea are aware of it. The thought lingers. Perhaps he should visit the Black Sea himself to find out more. His father, watching him closely, makes his stance clear. While he's willing to overlook Jin's violation of the rules this time, there'll be a price. In return, he demands that Jean share something he truly desires. Without hesitation, Jean makes his request. No other member of the Runcandel family should be allowed to enter the independent city of Tychon for the time being. His father raises an eyebrow. So, that's where you've been hiding? Jean confirms. After a brief pause, his father agrees, but with a condition of his own. If Jean wants Tychon to remain off-limits, he must first pass a test. The noble sword, Kashmir. You'll need to make it your own, his father says, his tone as sharp as the sword itself. Jean accepts the challenge, and his father raises the stakes. If Jean succeeds, no other Runcandel family member will be allowed to enter Tychon without his permission. However, there's a catch. He will have only 1 year to prove his worth and earn Kashmir's trust. His father also points out that Kashmir had previously turned down the role of a Runcandel teacher, making this task even more difficult. Just then, Kashmir arrives, and after hearing the terms of the deal, he agrees with the arrangement. With both parties in agreement, Jin's father finalizes the deal. That's how it will be done. Later, Kashmir finds himself deep in thought, reflecting on the man before him. Chiron Runcandel, the strongest knight in the world. As he watches Chiron, he feels an overwhelming pressure. Can this man truly be considered the most dignified person among mankind? The thought unsettles him, almost making him feel physically ill. But Kashmir quickly reminds himself. Chiron is merely a guest within the Runcandel mansion. There's no reason to fear him. Chiron, however, acknowledges Kashmir with a nod of respect. Noble sword. Kashmir stiffens at the formal address. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by it, he politely asks, please, just call me Kashmir. Meanwhile, Jean steps forward and addresses his father. Seeing his son's determination, Chiron encourages him to speak. Jean looks at Kashmir with resolve and explains that their bond goes beyond mere circumstance. It's a shared destiny. Now that he has proven his connection to Kashmir, it's time to fulfill his promise. Kashmir, hearing this, privately wonders about Jin's choice of words. A shared destiny? Chiron, however, picks up on something else entirely. He raises an eyebrow, intrigued by the implication. A shared destiny with my son? He muses. Does this mean Tychon belongs to the Runcandel family now? Are you saying that Tychon and Runcandel can be unified in such a way? Kashmir remains silent, carefully considering the weight of Chiron's interpretation. He realizes the full impact. Tychon's independence may now be at stake. Chiron holds his ground, unaffected by the accusation of deceiving his father. But before the conversation can escalate, Jean Runcandel quickly intervenes. "It's nothing more than luck," he says, brushing aside the accusation. Acknowledging his son's intervention, Chiron firmly declares, "From this moment forward, no Runcandel member is allowed to set foot in Tychon without my explicit permission." He nods to his father, signaling that the matter is settled. With that, Chiron turns to Jean. "If you have nothing further to discuss, leave. I need to speak privately with Kashmir." Jean agrees and steps outside the mansion, leaving the two men alone. As Jean exits, Kashmir requests a brief word with him. Chiron grants the request, understanding the significance of their conversation. Outside, Daytona and Haytona Runcandel rush toward Jean, their concern evident. Jean meets their gaze and wonders aloud why the Tana brothers are here. Daytona, not wasting time, demands to know what he's done, asking if their father had spared him. Jean smirks, realizing that they must have been lurking around, avoiding the tension inside. Instead of answering directly, he asks them for a favor. When they press for more details, he brushes it off as nothing major, just a request to look after the cadets in his faction until his return. Confused, Daytona asks, "What do you mean by your faction?" But he quickly drops the question, realizing this isn't the time to dig deeper. As Jean walks away, he casually remarks, "You guys never worry about me, huh? But since you're worried now, I'm counting on you." Daytona sighs, commenting on how carefree Jean always seems after meeting with their father. Haytona agrees, adding, "Even so, no matter what happens, Jean can handle it." Jean strides away from the palace, heading straight toward his sister, Luna. He tells her she needs to visit their father with some pressing questions about that day, before he can make much progress, and Runcandel calls out to him, accusing him of ignoring the gravity of the situation. Jean pauses and apologizes, admitting the matter is important and too complicated to explain in full right now. And, however, isn't satisfied and demands to know how he can be so indifferent at a time like this. Just then, Kashmir appears, confirming that Jean is exactly where he thought he would be. Jean turns to him and asks if the conversation went well. Kashmir nods, assuring him that the discussion went smoothly, much to Jin's relief. And, however, remains unimpressed, questioning why Jean is still lingering in the family garden after having entered so long ago. Her voice carries irritation and disbelief at his audacity. Before tensions escalate further, Runcandel steps in, instructing them to stop. She notes that their head has finished his business, signaling that there's no need for any more confrontation. She then sheathes her sword, effectively ending the standoff. Jean expresses his gratitude to his eldest sister, thanking her for stepping in and admitting that he is forever indebted to her. Luna reassures him that it's nothing, reminding him that he simply needs to acknowledge her efforts. With a smile, Jean thanks her once again for her help. Luna then asks if he plans to leave, to which Jean confirms that he intends to fully dedicate himself to training for a while. She bids him farewell, reminding him to take care of himself. Jean responds with confidence, saying they'll see each other again, along with their eldest sister and older brothers. 1 month later, deep within the underground training hall of Kashmir's mansion, the air is thick with tension. After 30 sparring matches against Alicia Badger, Jean Runcandel has suffered 30 consecutive defeats. Yet, despite the losses, his resolve remains unshaken. He steps forward once again, requesting a rematch, his 31st attempt. Meanwhile, across the continent, in August of the year 1795, the Zipple family makes a shocking announcement. They confirm the deaths of Andre and Valletta, but provide no explanation for the cause. This deliberate silence only fuels speculation, with rumors quickly spreading like wildfire. Some claim their deaths were due to internal political strife. Others suggest they fell victim to an unknown cult, and some point to the wrath of the Emperor Behemoth. However, the most widely accepted theory is that they perished in battle against the Runcandel family. With this revelation, whispers of a possible war between the Zipple and Runcandel families grow louder. Debates erupt over which side will ultimately prevail, sword or magic. The true outcome, however, will be decided by the remaining neutral powers and which side they choose to support. Amidst the growing storm, a figure with striking yellow hair arrives with a report. He announces that the prince from the Shutron Kingdom, along with 5 second-grade mercenary groups, has officially requested support and sent gifts as a gesture of goodwill. Chiron Runcandel, ever the strategist, dismisses the gifts but accepts their requests. He instructs his men to provide the Shutron Kingdom with a decent sword and ensure the prince's successful ascension to the throne. Later, the yellow-haired messenger confirms that, in response, an 8-star Guardian Knight will be sent to solidify the alliance. Chiron Runcandel shakes his head, blaming the entire situation on his youngest son's reckless actions on one of the family's deserted islands. He criticizes Jean for already exerting influence over the family, far sooner than anyone expected. With a sigh, he mutters to himself, "This boy, always moving too fast." Without wasting any more time, he continues his preparations for what's to come. Chiron Runcandel summons Conan and instructs him to head for the Black Sea once again. Before dismissing him, Chiron gives one final order. If Kashmir sends a letter, it must be delivered to him immediately. Conan acknowledges the command and departs without hesitation. Meanwhile, Jean Runcandel tirelessly trains with his sword, his mind focused on a singular, unyielding goal. He tells himself that his 10,000 swing must be as precise as the first, but despite his relentless efforts, something still feels off. His thoughts drift to the past. Had it not been for Luna Runcandel, he wouldn't even be standing here today. 15 years have passed since his regression, and during that time, he's reached the 5-star level in both swordsmanship and magic. He's also close to mastering shadow energy. Yet, when he looks ahead, he knows it's still not enough. If he's going to survive the next 5 years, the time his father has given him, he must surpass all of his siblings in strength. As he swings his sword once again, a voice interrupts his thoughts. Kashmir steps forward, urging him to stop. He warns Jean that if he continues to push himself like this every day, even with the Runcandel family's remarkable physique, he will eventually break down. Jean, surprised to see both Kashmir and Enya, turns toward them. Enya quickly notices the state of his hands, torn skin and blood dripping onto the ground. Concerned, she reaches for his hand, unsure of how to help. Jean exhales, realizing that his impatience has once again gotten the best of him. Kashmir observes him closely, offering a dose of reality. While no one his age can match his skill, his future opponents won't be so ordinary. The biggest threat to his progress, however, isn't his lack of skill, it's his impatience. If he lets it control him, he'll only sabotage his own growth. Jean nods, admitting that he understands, but controlling his impatience isn't easy. Enya gently places her hands over his wounds, using healing magic to close them. Kashmir reassures him that there's nothing wrong with pushing his limits. In fact, what he's accomplishing in a single day is beyond what most could ever hope to achieve. However, if Jean truly wants to improve, he needs a different kind of training, something that will calm his mind while sharpening his abilities. Curious, Jean asks what kind of training Kashmir has in mind. Kashmir smirks, answering simply, sparring with someone much stronger than you. Jean raises an eyebrow, asking if Kashmir is referring to himself. Kashmir smirks back, throwing the question back at him. What do you think? Despite showing some weaknesses recently, Kashmir still carries the weight of his reputation. To prove his point, he draws his sword, effortlessly shattering a nearby wall, then formally introduces himself, the noble sword, Kashmir. However, instead of offering himself as an opponent, he sets a challenge. You can spar with me once you're capable of deflecting that strike, he declares. Until then, you'll have to make do with someone else. As if on cue, Alicia Badger walks in, immediately recognizing the sword in Kashmir's hand. Kashmir announces that his goal is to defeat her within 6 months, using everything he has, swordsmanship, magic, and shadow energy. Meanwhile, Julia, watching from the sidelines, curiously asks her mother if she's really going to fight Brother Jean. Alicia chuckles and corrects her daughter. It's not a fight, she explains, but a way to strengthen our bond. Confused, Julia asks what that means, bluntly stating that she dislikes fighting. Amused, Alicia plays along with the question. If I were to fight your brother, who would you cheer for? She asks. Without hesitation, Julia answers, Brother Jean, of course. Her mother laughs, the warmth in her tone clear. Alicia gasps dramatically in mock betrayal, reminding Julia that sometimes she needs to take her mom's side too. Julia simply shrugs, amused by her mother's playful tone. Jean, on the other hand, sizes up his new opponent. At first glance, Alicia doesn't seem particularly overwhelming, aside from her raw physical strength. But before he can think too much about it, Julia pipes up again, calling him weak and saying that Mommy told her to always support the weaker side. Alicia laughs, noting that her daughter isn't one to lie. Jean just shrugs, unfazed by the banter. With the terms of their sparring set, Alicia suggests they meet every evening after her work and dinner, 6 days a week, for 6 months straight. Jean blinks in disbelief, questioning if they really need to spar every single day. Alicia laughs, reassuring him that the time will fly by before he knows it. 2 days later, Jean and Alicia stand face to face in the training hall, preparing for their first match. Jean observes her carefully, trying to gauge if she's a skilled fighter or simply an overwhelmingly strong one. Before the match begins, Alicia makes a quick announcement. She reveals that she once worked for Beeman's Special Affairs Division, meaning she's no stranger to combat. With a grin, she warns Jean that she won't be holding back and tells him not to be discouraged if he ends up losing. Jean tightens his grip on his sword, realizing that this 6-month training period must serve a deeper purpose. He can't afford to be careless. In a flash, Alicia lunges forward, throwing a powerful punch. Jin barely dodges in time, almost crashing into the wall before he manages to block the attack. Seeing no other option, he taps into his monstrous form, his body shifting as he draws his sword and launches a counterattack. Alicia, however, swiftly dodges Jin's strike with ease. Unfazed, Jin smirks and asks if she needs to call a medic. But before he can even register her response, she lands a clean punch to his side, sending him flying. Alicia raises an eyebrow, surprised that she managed to land 2 solid hits on Jin on their first day of sparring. She notes that her first attack wasn't even at full force, making Jin's reaction all the more fascinating. With a knowing look, she asks, "Were you trying to weaken the ground before we started?" Jin exhales, admitting she figured it out toward the end. But Alicia isn't done yet. She also noticed a strange light during their fight. She presses him for details, stating it's a type of magic she's never seen before. Jin pauses, then explains that the magic he used was an ancient spell called Flash Veil, which he had coated his sword with before the match began. He admits, though, that tricks like this might not always work in the long run. Alicia scoffs at his choice of words, correcting him. "Those aren't tricks, they're strategies," she says, her tone serious. She reflects on his abilities, realizing that his victories over stronger opponents likely weren't due to luck, but careful planning. Jin ponders her words, acknowledging that success in battle often comes from precise calculations and well-executed tactics. In a sparring match, these strategies are interesting, but in a real fight, he can clearly picture the fear in his opponent's eyes when his plans unfold. For the first time in this life, he has suffered a complete loss, despite using everything in his arsenal. He wonders if her experience with Beeman's Special Affairs Division played a part in her skill. One thing is certain, if he's going to defeat her within 6 months, he'll have to face her over and over again. Rather than feeling discouraged, he feels invigorated by the challenge. Meanwhile, in another part of the world, Kashmir Alprian sits down to write a letter, the weight of his thoughts heavy in his mind as he crafts his message. 1 month later, September 22nd, 1795, in the unprotected, monster-infested region along the continent's eastern coast, known as the Black Sea, a lone figure stands victorious. Khan, a guardian knight, kneels after slaying a formidable beast. With a solemn expression, he introduces himself formally to Chiron Runcandel, Guardian Knight Khan. His voice is steady, and his loyalty unquestionable as he prepares to carry out his orders. Khan presents the letter that arrived 10 days ago, handing it over to Chiron. Chiron takes the letter, breaking the seal with a practiced motion, and begins reading aloud. The letter opens with an apology. Kashmir Alprian expresses his deep regret that he cannot adequately convey his profound appreciation and gratitude. He paints a vivid picture of the night sky in Tychon, describing the brilliant stars shining against the dark velvet expanse, as though they are singing praises of Chiron's greatness. The letter ends with, "Kashmir Alprian, a humble swordsman." Chiron sighs, remarking that he had instructed Kashmir to report on a youngest sibling. Yet it seems Kashmir has a rather poetic way of doing so. Deciding he'll need to advise Kashmir to be more concise in the future, Chiron shifts his focus to the actual contents of the letter. The letter reveals that the youngest sibling has been making steady progress on the isolated island. While he has been consistently defeated by Kashmir's wife, Alicia, that's not the most notable part. The letter details how, in their first spar, the youngest took 3 hits. By the 30th match, that number had risen to 40. However, in the 40th sparring session, Jin endured over 120 blows and still stood his ground. It's clear, the youngest is improving at a rapid pace. Khan reflects on the youngest master's losses, wondering if there's a certain amusement to be found in his defeats. Chiron, however, explains that Alicia is no ordinary opponent. She hails from Beeman's Special Affairs 2nd Division, and defeating her isn't something that can be achieved by sheer luck. He then congratulates Khan, noting that in the 40th sparring session, Jin endured over 120 hits, proving that he has pushed past his limits. With a hint of regret, Chiron muses that if the youngest had been the firstborn, he wouldn't have hesitated to hand over the family. But fate had decided otherwise. Khan, curious, asks why there's never been mention of the heir before. This is the first time Chiron has personally spoken about it, and Khan recalls observing from the sidelines but never hearing any details. Chiron responds, recalling that Joshua Runcandel's position wasn't granted through a direct appointment by the patriarch, but because Luna Runcandel stepped down. In his opinion, Joshua is still too young and inexperienced for such a significant role. Khan acknowledges Jin's rapid growth, but argues that raw talent alone isn't enough to secure his place. When Chiron questions why, Khan clarifies that it's not about being heartless. It's about recognizing Jin's inherently gentle nature. Unlike Joshua, who has a different past, Jin's kindness might make it difficult for him to sever family ties when necessary. Chiron acknowledges this and states that, in the end, this is the true nature of a Runcandel. The conversation then shifts to a more pressing matter: why the letter, which arrived 10 days ago, was delayed. The response is simple. The overwhelming number of monsters in the region slowed things down, though Khan did his best to hurry. Chiron concedes the point, but warns that next time, Khan should ensure his arrival a day earlier. Meanwhile, Alicia Badger watches Jean as he continues his relentless training. It's the 93rd day, and the young master has already achieved remarkable progress. Yet Jean remains focused, determined to complete his goal within 6 months. When Alicia suggests heading upstairs for dessert and mentions that Latree has made ice cream, Jean declines. There's still work to be done. Alicia observes him quietly, thinking about how unnatural his growth has been. With every sparring session, it becomes clearer that his aura and magic are growing in sync. The key to that balance, she realizes, lies in the mysterious black power connecting them. She recalls hearing rumors that this power was gained through a contract with a super being. While such a power may be incredible, Alicia knows that in the right hands, it could be something even greater than anyone could imagine. What truly makes Jean Runcandel formidable is not just his talent, but his sheer endurance. Alicia Badger watches him train, a faint smile creeping onto her face as she observes his relentless dedication. He's not just a genius. She thinks he's a genius who works tirelessly. At this rate, 6 months might be an overestimate. She smirks to herself, deciding she'll take him down tomorrow instead. The next day, their training resumes. Alicia, confident in her experience, calls out an obvious feint as Jean charges forward, aiming for an attack. But Jean swiftly blocks it and counters with precision. Alicia, caught off guard, takes the hit and stumbles back. Concerned, Jean asks if she's all right. Alicia brushes it off, though she admits it's been a long time since she's taken a hit like that. Jean considers fetching Anya for healing, but can't shake the thought that Alicia could have dodged that attack. Luck had played a role in this match. Meanwhile, Alicia reflects on her own mistake. Her vision had been momentarily blocked by the shadow energy, and she misjudged his movements. She assumed he would repeat his pattern, failing to prepare for his next move. Retirement had made her a bit sloppy. Determined to turn things around, she launches another attack, but Jean stops her. "It's better to call this fight a draw," he says. "Winning like this wouldn't feel right." Alicia, however, had expected him to say that. She acknowledges her carelessness and apologizes for underestimating him. Miss Anya steps in to heal her injuries, though both women know they can't ignore what just happened. Alicia wonders, if this had been 3 months ago, would the outcome have been the same even if she had let her guard down? Probably not. Alicia recognizes his incredible growth. His ambition, relentless fighting spirit, and sheer talent have propelled him forward. At this rate, it won't be long before he becomes a true force in both aura and magic. And when that happens, things will become even clearer. December 1st, 1795. Jean Runcandel watches with confusion as Murakin stockpiles an absurd number of popsicles, despite the freezing weather. He raises an eyebrow and asks, "Why the popsicles?" "It's freezing out here." Murakin shrugs. "Cold things taste best in cold weather. Plus, strawberry pie's been craving them." Jean smirks. "Are you trying to make Gilly's stomach explode?" Before Murakin can respond, Kashmir Alprin arrives, calling out to Jean. He asks if they could discuss some business. Jean nods and brings up Bishkol Ibriano, the interim head of the Ibriano family, a family struggling due to a lack of talented successors. Jean had requested information about him earlier, but before diving into the details, he first asks if Jean is familiar with a group called Kinzello. Jean recalls encountering the Kinzello group during a mission back when he was a cadet, so this discussion won't take long. While he isn't entirely certain, he shares a suspicion that Bishkol Ibriano may be connected to them. He explains that Ibriano makes a trip to the Corano Principality once a week, and every time, he visits a peculiar workshop called Explosion is Art. The name alone raises suspicions, but what makes it even more concerning is its owner, Hubert Gaston. From what Jean has uncovered, Gaston is an executive within Kinzello, which strongly suggests a close relationship between the two. Kashmir takes in the information and notes that at this point, the connection between Ibriano and Kinzello is more than just a theory. The most telling sign is that every time Ibriano visits, he brings food and supplies with him. That kind of repeated gesture hints that Gaston holds a higher position, which could explain why he personally stepped forward during the banquet. Kashmir reflects on Kinzello, his thoughts heavy with suspicion. Initially, he had assumed they were just another extreme political group, but the involvement of an 8-star fighter? That raised serious questions. Jean, recalling what those lunatics did in his past life, now sees why they never dared to directly confront the Runcandel, Zipple, or Beemit families. The danger they represented was far too great. Before the conversation can continue, the mood shifts as Murakin, who's been keeping an eye on things, tells a kid to wait because Jean is busy. However, Julia ignores the warning, grabs his hair, and loudly calls out to him. Without hesitation, she casts a magic spell, and Murakan follows up by hurling an ice ball straight at Kashmir. Kashmir dodges easily, turning to the source of the attack with a baffled look. "Why are you attacking your father?" he asks, confusion clear in his voice. Jean, refocusing, shifts the topic. He asks Kashmir if there's still no information on Spider-Hand Alu. Kashmir sighs and replies that Alu is even more elusive than they first believed. Despite the efforts of the Seven Colors elite troops, there are no records of him before he became the head of Teasing. It's as if someone intentionally erased his past. Jean considers this carefully. Maybe I shouldn't have killed him so quickly, he thinks. But what's done is done. He nods in understanding and thanks Kashmir for his continued efforts. Kashmir acknowledges the hard work of their informants and assures Jean that he'll keep digging into Conzello. He promises that if any new information surfaces, he'll report back immediately. Jean expresses his gratitude, admitting that he owes Kashmir for all his help. Kashmir waves it off. "It's nothing. But if you're really that thankful," he says with a smirk, "maybe you could take some time to play with Julia." Jean hesitates, but then declines. "It's almost time for my sparring session," he explains. "Instead, why don't you join me?" Kashmir's eyes light up with enthusiasm. "That sounds like a great idea," he replies. "I'm curious to see how much young Master Jean Runcandel has grown." Jean grins, assuring him that he won't be disappointed and hints that he has recently come to a new realization. As they make their way to the sparring grounds, Alicia Badger raises an eyebrow upon seeing her husband. "Why are you here?" she asks. Kashmir smirks and shrugs. "Am I not allowed? Jean invited me, so I came." Alicia crosses her arms, an amused glint in her eyes. "You're allowed. I just don't want you to watch me lose." Alicia chuckles lightly. "Interesting. But according to young Master Jean Runcandel, today will be your last day." Alicia takes a deep breath and responds with a faint, knowing smile. "If that's the case, I hope you'll remember me as a worthy opponent in the distant future." Jean, hearing this, corrects her. "Not just a good opponent," he says, his tone warm. "I'll remember you as a great teacher and a true friend." Kashmir silently reflects on these words. It's only been a little over 3 months, and yet Alicia Badger, a warrior in her own right, is already on the verge of defeat. Without further delay, Alicia asks, "Shall we begin?" Jean, in response, summons a phoenix. Kashmir's eyes widen in shock. 6-star mages have the ability to form contracts with powerful entities, but the outcome is never guaranteed. Mages can open a dimensional gate to the world of fire, but they have no control over which phoenix will choose them. That's why mages desperately hope to be chosen by a rare and powerful one. And among all of them, one phoenix stands above the rest. The legendary blue flame phoenix, Tess. Kashmir's gaze sharpens as he watches Jean summon the phoenix. "No way," he murmurs in disbelief. Did he actually form a contract with Tess? Only the most exceptional mages in history have been able to summon Tess, and now, Jean Runcandel stands among them. Jean turns to Alicia, the glow of Tess's flames lighting up his face. "Shall we start?" Alicia tightens her grip on her weapon, her determination unwavering. "I'm coming," she says, launching into battle. The battle kicks off, and Alicia quickly scans the scene. The Phoenix's flames aren't just any fire. They carry a strange force. The moment she nears them, she feels an intense pressure pulling her down, sapping her strength. The flames are draining her stamina rapidly, and she knows she is only about 3 minutes before exhaustion sets in. That gives her little time to end this fight. Just as she finalizes her plan, Jean makes his move. His attack lands, and Alicia flinches at the impact, thinking for a split second that it was a sword strike. But then, she realizes the truth. It wasn't just a sword. He had used wind magic. Jean Runcandel studies Alicia Badger closely. Despite her unpredictable style, one thing is clear. She thrives on control. No matter what, she's always seeking to dominate the fight. Right now, she's likely trying to regain that control, and Jean is ready to use it against her. With swift precision, he charges at her, but she dodges. He doesn't hesitate to follow up with fire magic, but Alicia evades again, narrowly escaping. Jin's relentless assault doesn't let up. He grips his sword and charges straight at her once more. Alicia analyzes her options. If she keeps dodging, she'll stay on the defensive, constantly reacting to his attacks. That's not a position she wants to be in. With no other choice, she decides to stand firm. She locks eyes with him. "Trying to prove you're a magic swordsman?" she taunts. Jean doesn't respond. He just unleashes his blue mana and strikes. Alicia spots her moment. "Gotcha!" she exclaims, certain he can't escape the pressure of her weapon. But then, in the blink of an eye, she realizes something's off. He's not in front of her anymore. Before she can react, a crushing blow lands from behind, sending her crashing to the ground, coughing up blood. The force is undeniable. This fight is over. Stumbling to her feet, Alicia acknowledges defeat. Young Master Jean Runcandel is the victor. Jean immediately turns to Kashmir Alprian. Call Inya, he orders. Then, as though an idea clicks in his mind, he asks Kashmir to repeat what he had said earlier about a microbe. Murakan, still trying to process what just happened, confirms the shocking news. Yes, young Master Jean Runcandel has defeated Alicia Badger. Saying it aloud still feels unbelievable, especially since she was from Beeman's Special Affairs Division. And Jean did it in just 3 months. But Jean isn't focused on that. No, not that, he corrects. He grabbed Kashmir by the arm. He summoned what? Kashmir blinks, still stunned. Pardon? A phoenix. He summoned Tess. A stunned silence fills the air. Shock spreads across their faces. Alicia, catching her breath, admits she went all out. She even used an aura shield, thinking it would secure her victory. But in the end, that decision became her downfall. What surprises her even more is that she fell for an attack from behind, twice. When did you plan that? She asks, genuinely curious. Jean wipes the sweat from his brow, casually revealing, from the very first match. He pauses, realizing that might sound a bit cocky. Alicia bursts out laughing. If it's you, young master, then yeah, I believe it. Jean sincerely thanks her, and Alicia smiles, saying she had just as much fun. Then, with a playful smirk, she teases him. Do you even realize how proud I am of you? And how does it feel, defeating someone from Beeman's Special Affairs Division before even turning 16? Before Jean can respond, Murakan arrives, calling out his name urgently. Jean acknowledges him, but Murakan doesn't waste time. Summon Tess. Now, without hesitation, Jean Runcandel calls upon the Phoenix. Miss Quickhantle bows deeply, greeting the Master of the Flame. Murakan, watching the interaction, nods. It's been quite a while since he's seen this. But before he can speak, the Phoenix surprises him, striking him square in the face with its beak. Murakan stumbles back, eyes wide in shock. Why did you do that? He exclaims, irritated, reminding the Phoenix that it doesn't need to be so formal. After all, it's a free entity. Murakan half apologizes, though the sincerity is lacking. Meanwhile, Jean Runcandel watches, an odd, almost refreshing feeling rising from the whole exchange. Murakan, however, isn't amused. He shakes it off and regains his composure. This is serious, Jean. You need to stop whatever you're doing and listen to me. I got an important message to pass on. But the Phoenix strikes again, its beak connecting with Murakan once more. Quickhantle remains completely unbothered, still bowing. Murakan's patience is thinning rapidly. This is serious, Jean Runcandel. Call that elder back. Now, Murakan shouts. Jean shrugs nonchalantly. All right, sure, he responds, sending the Phoenix away. Murakan rubs his face, muttering under his breath. Seriously, why is he hitting me? With a sigh, Murakan begins, I want to tell you why the great Murakan is putting up with a bluebird. Jean blinks in confusion. Wait, that's not Tess's true form. Murakan explains that what they're seeing now is just an appearance Tess adopts in this world. The Phoenix's true form can only be witnessed in the Fire Realm. Jin's curiosity sparks. The Fire Realm? Is that where Phoenixes come from? Murakan nods. Yes, you've probably never heard of it before, and that's not surprising. The term Fire Realm is known only to gods and dragons. Even the highest-ranking gods don't know its true name. Jean processes this information. So, if even the gods don't know, does that mean the Fire Realm is beyond their reach? Murakan nods again, his tone serious. Exactly. Even the flame god, Shainu himself, cannot wield the flames of the Fire Realm. His expression darkens slightly. But listen closely, this is important. He leans in, voice lowering. A long time ago, several gods and dragons, including myself and Quickhantle, left the Fire Realm. But not all of them respected its power. Some gods made the mistake of angering Tess. Murakan's gaze hardens as he recounts the event. That day, Tess showed them what true power is. In a fit of rage, Tess burned 5 gods and several dragons to ash, right there on the spot. Jean is taken aback. Wait, Tess is that powerful. The weight of the revelation settles over him. If Tess can annihilate gods, how strong would he need to be to fully wield such power? Murakan answers without hesitation. Impossible. Jean frowns, confused. What do you mean? No one, not even you, will ever be able to unleash Tess's full power. Murakan explains, his tone grave. You can't wield power from another realm perfectly. There's an inherent penalty to it. That's why even the gods who descended into this world lost their abilities. And Tess, he can't manifest his true strength here either. Jean absorbs this, his mind racing. So no matter who I become, power from another realm will always be restricted? Murakan chuckles darkly. Exactly. But in your case, he raises an eyebrow, grinning mischievously. Someone like you would be burned alive in a heartbeat. Mirakin teases, half joking. How is it that this dangerous old man can fight right when he's summoned? Does Tess even realize how surprised we were? If Tess gets angry, he might actually burn you alive. Jean stiffens at the thought, but Mirakin reassures him. If that were the case, Tess wouldn't have chosen you in the first place. Then, Mirakin delivers a message from Tess, one that catches Jean completely off guard. Tess actually likes him, and even congratulates him. Jean pauses, processing the weight of the message. Tess, it turns out, is far more powerful than he ever imagined. Even more so than Shainu, the fire god who controls all the flames in the world. He recalls the sheer power Tess holds, and the realization dawns on him just how significant this relationship truly is. Shainu's contractor, Keliark, and the guardian dragon, Kadun, wielded extraordinary power. Yet, against Tess, no fire, no matter its origin, stood a chance. Tess's flames were unlike anything else. And with the brewing conflict between the Runcandel and Zipple families, having Tess by his side could prove invaluable. The power of those blue flames could turn the tide of everything. The scene shifts to January 2nd, 1796. Chiron Runcandel sits, sifting through reports. One particular detail catches his attention. Jean Runcandel has been chosen by Tess. He pauses for a moment, but quickly dismisses it. Not that I care about phoenixes, he mutters under his breath. His thoughts shift back to Jin's swordsmanship. Though he'd allowed Jean to wield magic and shadow energy, Chiron knows the truth. Jean is a Runcandel, and a Runcandel proves their worth with the sword. He turns to Khan, drawing his attention. Ron Hiran has a grandson, he says, smirking as he speaks. Khan nods. Yes, I received some information about the Hiran family's grandson a few days ago. Chiron's smirk widens. Good luck for us. Khan agrees, adding that the news is related to a Cosmos competition request, an assassination target. The mission? To eliminate a pirate competing in the tournament. But there's a twist. Among the list of competitors, Dante Hiran has signed up under an alias. The Cosmos competition is no ordinary event. It's a brutal, pirate-run fighting tournament. Chiron recalls that 10 years ago, Mary participated and finished as the runner-up. That defeat had been her first. 2 months later, he sent the youngest to participate again. But this time, things will be different. Countless eyes will be watching. Jean won't be able to rely on magic or shadow energy. He'll have to fight with nothing but his sword. Chiron predicts that during a battle with a true genius, someone who's honed their swordsmanship for years, Jean will come to a realization. As a Runcandel, the ultimate proof of strength lies not in magic, but in the sword. Sometime later, Kashmir arrives, politely approaching Jean Runcandel. May I take a look at something? He asks, holding out a document. Jean, curious, asks, what's this about? Kashmir explains it's an application to enter the Cosmos competition. Jean is taken aback. Wait, why do you suddenly want to join a pirate tournament? Kashmir chuckles lightly. The application isn't for me, it's for you. Given how hard you've been training, it seemed worth considering. Dante Hiran from the Hiran family will be competing. Kashmir continues, explaining that Dante's grandfather, Ron Hiran, the current patriarch of the Hiran family, was once on par with Sir Chiron Runcandel before he took control. More importantly, Dante is Ron Hiran's most prized grandson. So, don't you think it would be interesting to see how strong he really is? Kashmir asks. Jean pauses, mulling it over before asking, do I really need to participate? Kashmir shakes his head. No, young master. But think about it. Dante Hiran is next in line to lead the Hiran family. This could be your one chance to clash swords with him. Jean sighs, realizing that if Kashmir is pushing this, he has no choice but to participate. Kashmir, pleased with the decision, thanks him for agreeing. As Jean walks away, he pieces it all together. So this is the plan. Kashmir is setting him up to fight Dante Hiran, and the priority is clear, swordsmanship above all. But there's something else he notices, a subtle tension in Kashmir, as if he's dealing with more than he can handle. At that moment, Kashmir mentions that he must leave tomorrow. The timing is tight. Jean blinks. Pardon? Kashmir doesn't repeat himself. Instead, he simply nods, his expression neutral. Then please have a safe trip, he says, before turning and walking away. The scene shifts to the Beladu Empire, an island in the south. A lone figure stands amidst the stench and filth, surveying his surroundings with a faint look of disgust. He mutters to himself, reflecting on how this is the first time he's been alone since his journey to Mummet. And somehow, this place smells worse than Mummet ever did. His thoughts wander to the upcoming Cosmos competition, a bloodsport set in a lawless land. Here, fighters can kill their opponents without any restrictions on weapons. Assassinations, poisonings before matches, it's all part of the game. He can't help but question the patriarch's decision to allow a grandchild of the esteemed Hiran family to to step into such a brutal contest. But then, a smirk spreads across his face. Regardless of the reason, fighting against someone like that even once would be worth it. Suddenly, Veridin Zipple appears. As Veridin takes in the foul atmosphere, he mutters under his breath, "This place reeks, as always." Then his smirk widens. "All right, let's have some fun." Pirate King Cosmos eyes the newcomer with clear skepticism. "Who are you?" he demands, his tone sharp. Jean Runcandel steps forward, unfazed. "I'm here to enter the competition." Cosmos scoffs, dismissing him immediately. "Applications are closed," he grunts, before making it clear that Jean should leave. He even suggests it might be better if Jean doesn't make it back at all. Unfazed, Jean calmly responds, "The registration deadline was supposed to be sunset today." Cosmos waves him off dismissively. "I'm not in the mood for more applications," he growls, his gaze hardening as he warns Jean not to test his patience. "I'm far too busy for this nonsense." Without another word, Cosmos flings a handful of coins at Jin's face, then delivers a powerful punch. With a mocking grin, he asks, "Is that enough for your entry?" Jean Runcandel stands there, unshaken, his expression unchanged. The Pirate King's irritation turns to amusement as he watches Jean remain unfazed. Laughing loudly, he admits that the newcomer has guts. He likes that. With a dramatic flourish, Cosmos scribbles Jin's name onto the roster and hands him a paper. "You're in Group 13, he announces, his smirk widening. "Take this inside. The people there will welcome you, with romance and love." His tone is dripping with sarcasm, making it clear that the reception will be far from warm. Jean Runcandel walks inside, where a figure wearing a head covering snatches the paper from him and calls out, "Group 13. Nearby, a man named Jean Grey overhears the call. With a confident chuckle, he comments, "They should pair you with someone decent." He grins, adding, "If no one fits the bill, I wouldn't mind if they just toss you to the sharks." He mentions another fighter, someone notorious for even managing to beat up the captain. It's a shame they're not in the same group, as he'd hoped for a showdown. Still, Jean Grey wishes him luck, though he adds with a smirk, "You'll need it. If you survive, that is." Jean proceeds deeper into the facility, looking for his room. He asks a nearby worker where he's supposed to go, but the response is curt and dismissive. He's left to figure out on his own. It doesn't take long for Jean to realize the truth. The rooms are overcrowded, filled with 2 or 3 people each. The organizers likely want to turn even the sleeping arrangements into a survival game, forcing the participants to fight for space. Before he can even settle in, someone sneers at him from the corner. "Who do you think you are?" they taunt, their voice dripping with disdain. "Why are you here?" Jean Runcandel enters the overcrowded room without a second glance at the chaos. Tensions are already high as one person barks at another to get lost. It's clear there's no order here, only survival. He doesn't waste time. His voice cuts through the noise, calm but commanding. "I'm going to count to 3, he announces. "By the time I'm done, everyone who's not supposed to be here better be gone." The challenge is laid out, and now it's a matter of who dares to stay. Jean begins his count. 1, 2. Before he can finish, a voice from the crowd hurls insults his way. But instead of backing down, Jean Runcandel immediately fires back. The tension escalates. The insults fly, and just as the room is about to implode, someone new enters. Without missing a beat, Jean grabs his sword and scans the room, his eyes cold. "Who wants to stay with me?" he asks, his voice sending a chill through the air. A moment later, a group of thugs charges at him, shouting for his head. But they're in for a surprise. Jin's strikes are swift and ruthless, each move calculated and precise. One by one, the thugs are overpowered, and soon, the room is left in stunned silence. As the dust settles, Jean scoffs, eyeing the wreckage of the brief battle. "This place may be a lawless battleground," he mutters, "but it's nothing compared to Mummet." He glances around the room and realizes there's no hope for rest tonight. Just then, the hooded figure from before appears again. He's visibly annoyed and sighs, shaking his head. "Do you plan on wiping out half the competition before the real fights even begin?" he asks. Jean smirks. "Consider this little brawl just the appetizer before the main event." The hooded figure studies him for a moment, then chuckles. "At first, I thought you were just another arrogant fool. But as the captain said, you're intense. That's why they grouped you with the decent fighters." He pauses before adding, "Groups 1 and 2 are about to start their matches, and you'll be facing some of them later. You might want to watch." The figure offers to personally escort Jean, then adds a warning, "Don't bring that sword into the spectator stands. Just sit back and enjoy the show." Jean nods, showing no hesitation. As they make their way toward the stands, he notices the massive crowd gathered for the fights. No one here should recognize him, but he can't help but wonder if his disguise was as perfect as he thought. He turns to the hooded figure and casually asks, "Have you heard the rumors about half of Group 13 being wiped out already? Bet you placed a wager on one of them." He raises an eyebrow. Who was behind that? The hooded figure shrugs, but then leans in, his voice low. Besides that mess, there's another rumor floating around. Something about a reserve flag bearer from the Runcandel family. Nearby, a person in a green dress overhears the conversation. Frowning, she asks, "What exactly is a Runcandel reserve flag bearer? Why would one even be here?" Her friend leans in, speaking with a knowing tone. "I heard it straight from some of the Cosmos Pirate executives last night, while we were drinking. There's a strong contender in the tournament, and if the rumors are true, he's from the Runcandel family." The friend laughs. If it's true, the fighter could be either Daytona Haytona or Gene Runcandel himself. If it's really Gene, things are about to get interesting. After all, the last time that kid made a name for himself, he became a 5-star, and chaos followed soon after. But here's the kicker, the friend adds with a smirk. They're not just talking about Gene. They're also talking about the Tana twins. Gene Runcandel, overhearing this, reflects on the fact that it's about time the Tana twins' names started spreading. If they're really participating, he figures he'll track them down and make them sit through the night watch while the real fireworks begin. Pirate King Cosmos makes his grand entrance into the arena, his usual flair in full display as he greets the massive crowd. With a wide grin, he taunts the spectators, asking if they haven't dropped dead from all the waiting. Introducing himself with a booming voice, he proclaims, "I am Pirate King Cosmos." His laughter echoes across the arena, before he casually remarks on how many people have come to line his pockets. He chuckles, commenting on how they clearly don't know how to manage their own money. But enough with the pleasantries, he declares, it's time to get the competition rolling. He quickly outlines the structure of the tournament. 14 participants per group, spread across 13 groups, making a total of 182 martial artists ready to compete. With the basics out of the way, he hypes up the opening match. The first fighter is introduced, someone who made it to the finals last year. His opponent? A fresh challenger, a newcomer to the competition this year. Pirate King Cosmos introduces Mantis, the so-called cute fighter from the Shark Pirates, and his opponent, the young swordsman, Paul Mick. From the stands, Gene Runcandel watches intently, noting Paul Mick's age. There are plenty of young fighters this year, but this one stands out. He looks barely 13 or 14. That's far too young for a tournament this brutal. As Gene processes the absurdity of it, a nearby spectator, sporting a nasty facial scar, shifts the conversation. Instead of talking about Paul Mick, he brings up another competitor, the reckless idiot who dared to beat up a captain. Before the conversation can go any further, the match begins. Paul Mick moves like lightning, his blade flashing through the air. In the blink of an eye, his opponent collapses to the ground, headless. The arena goes quiet for a moment, the shock settling over the crowd. Pirate King Cosmos breaks the silence, demanding answers. "What just happened?" he asks, his voice tinged with irritation. "Did anyone actually see that clearly?" He looks at the Shark Pirates, frustrated by their weak fighters. A murmur spreads through the crowd as someone finally states the obvious. The guy's head just fell off. The speed and brutality of the attack are so unbelievable that it doesn't even seem real. Gene Runcandel narrows his eyes, assessing what just happened. Dante Hyran was beheaded in an instant. Paul Mick's sword energy is on an entirely different level. Meanwhile, Veridin Zipple, one of the more excitable spectators, erupts with enthusiasm. "Now that's what I call a masterpiece," he exclaims, his voice booming over the arena. Without hesitation, he loudly declares Paul Mick the winner and immediately places all his bets on him. "This is what a real fight looks like," he announces to anyone who'll listen. The growing cheers for Paul Mick fill the air, but Gene can't help but notice Veridin's presence in the crowd. As people around them start placing bets, the energy in the arena reaches a fever pitch. Veridin, practically foaming at the mouth with excitement, urges everyone to go all in. "Can't you see? Paul Mick is the future. Bet everything. Your savings, your fortunes, everything on him." And just like that, the match is over. But the chaos is only beginning. Gene Runcandel studies Veridin Zipple, wondering if he's here on a mission. But judging by how caught up Veridin is in the excitement, that seems unlikely. If Veridin really were here on official business and got carried away, it would cause serious problems. Deciding to play along, Gene pretends not to notice anything unusual about Veridin's behavior. Before he can dwell on it further, Veridin spots him from across the stands and flashes him a grin. "Long time no see," he calls out. As the two exchange looks, Paul Mick, standing nearby, turns toward them. He immediately recognizes Veridin Zipple, recalling their encounter at the Zipple family's banquet. Surprised to see such an open exchange in a place like this, Paul Mick steps forward, extending a hand. "It's good to see you again," he says, his voice cordial. Gene watches the interaction closely, sensing that this connection may be more significant than he initially thought. Before the conversation can continue, Pirate King Cosmo strolls over, his voice booming across the stands. "Let's hear from the winner before we move on to the next match," he calls out, turning to Paul Mick. How does it feel to claim such a quick victory? Paul Mick casually responds, a smirk tugging at his lips. I'm just glad to have taken down one of the world's evils, he says with a shrug. Though I do hope he doesn't reincarnate as a pirate in his next life. Pirate King Cosmos laughs heartily at the remark, slapping Paul Mick's shoulder with a heavy hand. Becoming a pirate isn't exactly the best career choice, he jokes, casting a glance at the pirates in the crowd. Though I suspect some of them might actually be pleased with what you said. With a final chuckle, Pirate King Cosmos moves on. Enough talk. The next match is about to begin. As the following matches unfold, Gene Runcandel observes carefully, but none of the fighters seem to capture his attention, except Paul Mick. The more he watches, the more convinced he becomes. Paul Mick may look young, but his swordsmanship tells a different story. The most logical conclusion? He has to beat Dante Hyran. Gene knows that winning this competition won't be a simple matter of swordplay alone. Against someone like Paul Mick, relying solely on technique won't cut it. Magic and shadow energy will be essential to stand a chance. Still, it's too early to make a final judgment. His gaze shifts to a nearby magical stone, considering his next move. Tomorrow, some groups will finish their matches, giving him 3 days before it's his turn. Until then, the real challenge won't just be in the arena. It will be surviving the nights in this place. Meanwhile, in a quiet, dimly lit room, Sir Elder sits with a stern, disapproving expression. I didn't give it to him to mess around with, he mutters under his breath. It's an item meant for the Sir Young Patriarch to use only when absolutely necessary. With a deep sigh, he insists that it must be kept in a safe place. Across from him, Veridin Zipple casually swings a chain in his hand, a wide grin on his face. Sorry, he says, shrugging nonchalantly. I just feel lighter with this in my grasp. He pauses, tilting his head slightly. Is that the reason I was summoned here? Sir Elder's face hardens, clearly unimpressed. Every year, around this time, a martial arts competition takes place on one of the northern islands of the Beladu archipelago. It's known as the Cosmos Competitive Arena, he says, staring directly at Veridin. Are you familiar with it? Veridin Zipple pretends to be clueless, tilting his head and laughing. First time I've heard of it, he says with mock innocence. Why would I know about some martial arts tournament run by pirates? He chuckles, then adds with a playful tone. And where do I disappear to every year around this time? Sir Elder isn't fooled by the act. He brings up a name that commands immediate attention. Dante Hyran, the future patriarch of the Hyran family. Dante attended last year's banquet. Sir Elder reminds him, his voice stern. He's competing again this year. This is a rare opportunity to witness his strength firsthand, something we might need to take advantage of. One day, we may have to face him. Meanwhile, Veridin Zipple finally arrives at the arena, having caught wind of the event. He glances around with mild interest. Nice to make a little side money while I'm here, he comments, though his tone is laced with dissatisfaction. But seriously, 2 whole days and not a single match has been truly entertaining. He sighs dramatically, eyes narrowing. Sure, watching Dante Heron's skills was impressive, but everything else? Mediocre at best. With another disappointed sigh, Veridin mutters to himself, what happened to all the real fighters this year? Scanning the list of names, something catches Gene Runcandel's eye. Jean Grey. He pauses, narrowing his eyes, the pieces clicking together. Could it actually be Gene Runcandel? A slow grin spreads across his face. So, he didn't just come here to watch after all. This is starting to get very interesting. Meanwhile, Gene takes a moment to assess the situation. The number of remaining participants has already dwindled to 147. 35 are dead. But here's the kicker. Only 5 of those deaths occurred inside the arena. The rest? They were eliminated outside of official matches, likely during the chaos of the nights. Sitting down to rest after his latest fight, Gene knows the worst is yet to come. Soon, fighters from other groups will start spilling in, looking to eliminate the competition early. He can't afford to let his guard down, not even for a second. The thought of sleep crosses his mind, but he quickly shuts it down. His cadet years trained him in no-sleep endurance, but surviving 3 full days in a place like this, where stealth is impossible and predators lurk around every corner, is a whole different challenge. Just then, Paul Mick steps forward, breaking into his thoughts. I know it's rude to ask this after we've just met, Paul begins, but I need a moment to talk. Jin's gaze sharpens, his mind racing. Paul Mick, or rather, Dante Hyran. To his surprise, Paul Mick makes an unexpected request. He asks for a chance to sleep. In exchange, he promises to stand guard the next day, allowing Gene to rest. Gene raises an eyebrow, suspicious. What's this guy up to, suddenly showing up like this? Paul Mick simply shrugs, explaining, I've been watching since yesterday. You're clearly a true martial artist, at least. That's why I'm asking. Just let me sleep. Gene wants to protest, but the exhaustion hits him like a wave. Even his higher-end, no-sleep training has its limits. Before he can argue further, his body betrays him. He collapses to the ground, sleep claiming him instantly. Jean sits in his room, his senses sharp despite the exhaustion. The overwhelming smell of blood fills the air, a constant reminder of how many people have already come after him. Trouble doesn't seem to want to leave him alone. Outside, a shadowy figure, an old man, whispers for someone to wait. The time has come. But before he can make a move, Jean Runcandel's senses kick in. Without hesitation, he strikes with his sword. The room fills with the sound of steel meeting air. Coldly, Jean warns the intruder, his voice flat. Haven't you heard the rumors? Anyone who steps into this room doesn't make it out alive. A masked man steps forward, his voice calm despite the threat. We know you've already taken out every member of Group 13, he acknowledges, but we're not here to fight you. He pauses, eyeing Jean with calculated intent. We have a different target. His demand is simple. Hand over Paul Mick, the boy who just went inside. If you comply, we'll throw in an arrow as a parting gift. Jean doesn't flinch. Without a second thought, he deflects the incoming attack, catching the poisoned arrow midair. Inspecting it with a smirk, he realizes just how low these people are. Poisoned? Huh, he mutters. Targeting a child like that. You've got to be despicable. As the masked men tense up, Jean casually mentions the group of scoundrels who'd been tailing him earlier. They were underlings of Pirate One-Eyed Joe, he adds. The last guy spilled everything before dying. Apparently, they were hoping to make some quick cash by kidnapping a Runcandel. Paul Mick steps forward at this moment, clearly relieved. Thanks for protecting me, he says surprised. You didn't have to do that. He shakes his head, glancing around at the situation, clearly confused. How did you end up being mistaken for those clueless, greedy fools, he asks. Jin's eyes narrow as he looks at the masked figures. It seems like they didn't do their homework, he says coldly. But we're done here. If they want to take you, they should have come better prepared. Paul Mick sighs and realizes he owes Jean at least some kind of explanation. He tells Jean that, like him, he also comes from nobility, just not from the Runcandel family. Think of me as nobility from Beemont, he says, though he apologizes for not being able to share any further details. Despite the cryptic response, Paul Mick is already convinced. He bows deeply, his voice full of gratitude. I owe you my life, he declares. And in my eyes, a debt like this must be repaid in full. An eye for an eye, a life for a life. From this moment on, I swear to protect you with my life, no matter the situation. I swear it on my honor. Jean smirks, brushing off the sentiment. Figure that out on your own, he replies, already dismissing the vow. Right now, I need sleep. Wake me up before the Group 13 matches. Despite Jin's indifference, Paul Mick adds with a quiet smile, the protection I'm giving you now has nothing to do with the vow I just made. Don't worry about it. I may seem cold and detached, but my actions speak louder than words. I've already fought for someone I just met. That should show you that I'm a man of conviction. Maybe, in a way, we could even become friends. The scene shifts to the arena. An attacker rushes toward Paul Mick, his weapon aimed straight for him. But before the assailant can make his move, Paul Mick moves first. In a single fluid strike, Paul Mick counters and takes down his opponent with ruthless precision. The crowd erupts into a frenzy of cheers. Paul Mick, Paul Mick, they chant, their voices filled with admiration. Once again, Paul Mick's victory is absolute. As the competition continues to heat up, the crowd's attention shifts between two rising stars. Paul Mick and another fighter, Jean Grey. Spectators call out his name, some even debating whether he might be stronger than Paul. However, not everyone agrees. One onlooker points out that while Jean is impressive, he's still no match for a reserve flag bearer of the Runcandel family. Another chimes in, emphasizing that Jean isn't even a Runcandel, making the comparison pointless. Amidst the growing excitement, someone comments that this year's tournament has essentially boiled down to these two young contenders. With their dominance in the arena, it seems the final match is already decided. But just as the speculation heats up, another warrior arrives, unimpressed by the hype. He suggests that while these two might be strong, they're just a couple of guys. He urges his group to gather their forces before the winner's group takes action. Before they can proceed with their plans, a mysterious figure wearing a head covering steps in, his voice low but urgent. Stop, he warns. You're not ready to handle Jean Grey. He's been called the god of death for a reason. He glances around, making sure no one is listening too closely. I've shared a room with him. Trust me when I say challenging him would be a terrible mistake. Pressed for further details, the figure continues. The safest move is to stop interfering with Jean. He's gotten too popular, and if challengers start falling before the matches even begin, things are going to get complicated. With that, the group reluctantly agrees to back off, deciding it's better to abandon their scheme for now. Another warrior in the group, skeptical, asks, is this really the right call? His companion nods, reassuring him. According to the tournament program, We won't even have to face Jin's group. That's enough reason to steer clear. And besides, our plan has to stay secret, especially from one person, Pirate King Cosmos. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the arena, Pirate King Cosmos slams his hand on the table in frustration, demanding to know who's been pulling strings behind his back. The tension in the room rises as someone speaks up. "What do you plan to do about it, Cosmos?" they ask. "If things keep going like this, the competition will lose its excitement. The spectators will catch on." Pirate King Cosmos, his expression darkening, looks around the room. "I'll deal with whoever's behind this. But first, I need to make sure this tournament stays as chaotic as ever. No one messes with my show." Cosmos isn't interested in fairness. He's all about the bottom line. So he scraps the entire program, ensuring that the outcome will come down to a dramatic showdown between Jean Grey and Paul Mick. To him, everyone else in the tournament is just a pawn, sacrificed to raise the stakes and line his pockets. To keep the gamblers on edge, he hikes up the betting dividends to absurd heights, knowing it'll fuel their desperation. The plan? A rapid-fire sprint from the winner's match straight into the finals, all designed to maximize the cash flow. Meanwhile, the crowd's energy is electric, chanting Paul Mick's name in anticipation. Suddenly, Veridin Zipple makes his entrance, eyeing the two tournament titans. One is a rising star, dazzling everyone with his rapid ascent, while the other is a blood-soaked legend, the so-called God of Death. As the tension mounts, Veridin poses the million-dollar question: who will emerge victorious? The atmosphere crackles as a mass spectator calls out Paul Mick's name, and his companion agrees, noting how Paul's swordsmanship seems flawless. Curious, the friend asks if Veridin also placed a bet on Paul Mick. But Veridin grins, revealing he's gone all in on Jean Grey, wagering an astonishing 100,000 gold. His knight, Taggin, can't help but express concern. Jean Grey's payout is 3 times that amount. Even if Jean wins, will the pirates actually cough up 300,000 gold? Veridin just smirks, explaining that Pirate King Cosmos owns several islands. If he needs the money, he can always sell one. Growing tired of the chatter, Pirate King Cosmos cuts in with an impatient roar, demanding they stop stalling and get a Paul Mick already. The crowd erupts in a frenzy, but not just for Paul. Someone in the crowd calls out Jean Grey by his infamous title, the Grim Reaper of Group 13. The reception is far from welcoming, with boos and jeers filling the air. Some even toss wine mugs and rotten vegetables at him. Watching the chaos unfold, Cosmos grins, already thinking about how he can double next year's entrance fee. Eager to keep the momentum going, Cosmos orders the fighters to step forward. Paul Mick strides onto the battlefield, exuding confidence, and Jean Grey follows, calm and composed. The crowd's reactions are split, but Veridin Zipple stands unwavering, his belief in Jin's strength firm. He calls out to him, "Let's go." Jean, however, can't help but wonder why Veridin keeps saying that. Without hesitation, Cosmos declares the match underway. Paul Mick steps forward, vowing to fight with everything he's got. Jean Grey, unshaken, draws his magical sword and challenges Paul to attack as much as he wants. The battle begins in a blur of movement as the two clash with ferocious speed. In the opening moments, Jean Grey remains strategic, pacing himself, only accelerating when the situation demands it. He knows he has to keep up with Paul, but he also needs to conserve his energy for the long haul. The spectators are in awe, murmuring about how rare it is to witness such a high-caliber duel. One voice in the crowd even argues that calling this a mere children's fight is an insult. Paul Mick, impressed by Jin's resilience, warns him that if he's holding back, now's the time to show his true strength. Rising to the challenge, Jean Grey charges forward, unleashing a faster, more aggressive attack. Paul barely manages to dodge, and the crowd erupts into cheers. One fan shouts, "Yeah, Paul Mick, that's it. Send that scoundrel to the abyss." But Paul remains calm and collected, assessing his opponent. He knows what he's capable of, his near-immovable swordsmanship, his enhanced physique, and most importantly, his superior stamina. This allows him to drag fights on, wearing down his opponents until they crumble. Jean Grey is no stranger to deception. Fighting under the alias Jean Runcandel, he's already set the stage for his own personal brand of warfare. But if this is the extent of his trickery, Paul Mick realizes that Jean has made a critical misstep. With that thought, Paul launches a brutal strike. Yet Jean is ready. With pinpoint accuracy, he counters, forcing Paul back and proving this battle is far from over. As the clash intensifies, Veridin Zipple watches with keen eyes, analyzing every movement. In the heat of the moment, Jean Grey suddenly questions why Veridin keeps calling him by his real name, but there's no time to dwell on it. Paul Mick, however, falters. If his last strike had landed, there was something much worse waiting in return. He realizes with growing concern that Jin's shadow energy is nearly drained, but his opponent remains unyielding, gearing up for a battle that promises only to get fiercer. Jin's eyes narrow with intent. It's his turn to take the offensive. He surges forward, his blade slicing through the air, but Paul Mick, ever sharp, deflects the blow. Something feels off, though. Every strike, Jin delivers hits with the same intensity as the first, relentless and precise. No wasted movements. No sign of fatigue. Paul begins to question whether he made a grave mistake in holding back. But another thought creeps into his mind. If he keeps pushing, he might end up ending Jin's life. Suddenly, Jin, still operating under the alias Jin Runcandel, snaps. "Stop messing around," he demands, his voice sharp and cutting. "Why do you think I'm standing here? To see you hesitate." Jin declares his true identity as a Runcandel and warns Dante Hyran, Paul Mick's real name, not to make this battle a mockery. Paul takes a long breath, absorbing the weight of Jin's words. He acknowledges his own weakness, but it's gone now. "All right," he mutters, his voice steely. "Let's fight properly." And with that, the intensity of the battle skyrockets, the stakes higher than ever before. Jin presses forward with unrelenting aggression, driving Paul back step by step. Paul yells, rushing to retaliate, but Jin is quicker, striking before Paul even has a chance to react. For the first time, Paul hesitates, his expression faltering. It's not fear. It's something deeper, something chilling in the look Jin gives him. Jin observes Paul, recognizing the strain. He should be at his breaking point by now. So how is he still standing? Paul Mick? No, Dante Hyran is a genius, born once in a century with talents few could even dream of. But despite his unparalleled skill, his body is a fragile vessel, unable to truly contain the storm of power within him. Jean Grey knows suffering like no other. He's lived it, breathed it, been shaped by it. His very existence is cursed, a curse that's shaped him through every moment of agony and despair, a torment deeper than any battlefield. He knows Paul Mick, or Dante Hyran, because he, too, has felt that kind of pain. Memories of his own hellish past flood Jin's mind. The never-ending agony, the physical torment, the isolation that nearly shattered his soul. But there's no time for reflection. With a cry, Jin strikes again. Paul barely manages to block, but the weight of the fight is taking its toll. Desperation now fuels him. He recalls how many times he's pushed himself to the brink of death to get here. Gritting his teeth, he forces Jin back, then charges again, anger flooding his veins. As Paul charges, his thoughts turn inward, focusing on Jin Runcandel, the 13th child of a prestigious family, born with everything. Unmatched talent, overwhelming strength, and a physical prowess that made him nearly invincible. Yet Paul senses something else in Jin, something more desperate, something darker. Why? Is it because Jin is the youngest, not even in line for succession? No, Paul dismisses that theory. This isn't about status or legacy. There's only one reason why Jin fights with this kind of ferocity, desperation beyond measure. Jin doesn't fight for recognition or glory. His goal is far more singular. He fights because he must become the strongest, no matter the cost. As the battle continues, Paul Mick's thoughts drift to the grueling path that led him here. Each strike, each clash of blades blurs into the next. How many times has he been on the edge of despair? How many times has he been swallowed by the depths of hopelessness? In a moment of sheer force, Jean Grey overpowers Paul, throwing him aside. But just when it seems like Paul's body is on the brink of collapse, he summons his strength once more. His mind races with the memories of all the times he's dragged himself back from the edge. The moments blur together, but the resolve remains. With renewed determination, he charges at Jean once again. Jean meets the attack head-on, blocking effortlessly before countering with brutal precision. And then, for the first time, Jean sees it, Paul Mick coughing up blood. Something is seriously wrong. Paul's body is crumbling. Cracks begin to form along his skin. Yet even in this broken state, Paul refuses to give up. Jean hesitates, watching the rapid decay of Paul's body. He briefly considers pulling back his sword, but he quickly rejects the thought. To stop now would be an insult to Paul's unyielding will. With a quiet apology to himself, Jean delivers a final, decisive strike, but stops just inches from Paul's neck. Then, to Jin's surprise, Paul begins to laugh. Jean pauses, unsure. There's no anger in the laugh, no bitterness, only genuine amusement. But before Jean can process it further, Paul's exhaustion overwhelms him. He collapses, and instinctively, Jean calls for a medic. Veridin Zipple rushes over, assessing the situation. His expression darkens as he takes in Paul's condition. This is worse than he feared. But quickly, he reassures Jean, promising that Paul will survive. He begins channeling healing magic without hesitation. As Jean watches Veridin work, a grim realization begins to set in. Paul's injuries are beyond the reach of magic. His bones are shattered, his organs failing, and his very aura is in chaos. Healing magic would only serve to prolong his suffering. Veridin turns to Jean, his face serious. Lowering his voice, he asks Jean to listen carefully. He pulls out a mysterious chain, whispering that this secret must stay between them. Before anything can be done, another warrior arrives, advising against using the chain. That's not something you should ever employ, he warns, concern lacing his voice. But Veridin dismisses the warning without hesitation. Just cover us with your cape, he orders. Reluctantly, the warrior obeys. Veridin mutters under his breath, frustrated by the man's lack of tact, his inability to read the situation. Jean eyes the chain with uncertainty. What is this? He asks, his curiosity piqued. Veridin confirms his suspicion. The chain is an artifact gifted to him by his clan, not long ago, but one with immense significance. Then, he asks Jean if he's ever heard of the blood of Numerous. Jin's eyes widen as memories resurface. Numerous, the so-called god of hope, whose name was known just before the founding of the holy state Vankella, a god believed to have perished in a catastrophic event. Legends tell of the teardrops left behind as Numerous died, and of 100 drops of their blood. The myths claim that these teardrops can bring the dead back to life. And their blood? It's said to heal any injury or illness instantly. Jean remembers how, in the past, the blood of Numerous became the subject of obsession. It was so rare and powerful that no one dared to put a price on it. Major factions, including Zipple, had scoured the world in search of it. But as time passed, it faded into myth, just a remnant of a forgotten era. And now, Veridin Zipple was about to use one of these artifacts on Dante Hyran. Jean couldn't help but feel a growing sense of unease. Zipple and Hyran had never been on the best of terms. So why was Veridin going to such extraordinary lengths for him? What was the true reason behind his decision? Meanwhile, Veridin carefully retrieves a pill infused with the legendary blood of Numerous and places it gently into Dante's mouth. As he does, he reflects on the bond he shares with equal-strength opponents, musing that losing such a person is as painful as losing a close friend. Dante swallows the pill, and an intense, radiant light envelopes his body as the healing process begins. Moments later, Dante coughs, blinks, and gradually opens his eyes. Veridin's grin is wide and relieved. Glad to see you're back. Dante, still disoriented, looks around in confusion. What are you doing here? Jean Runcandel watches quietly, still trying to make sense of the scene unfolding before him. The blood of Numerous had done exactly what the legends claimed. It had brought Dante back from the brink of death. But to use such an invaluable artifact for this purpose alone? That was an unimaginable choice. Veridin, fully aware of the massive cost of his decision, simply shrugs. The cost of using the blood of Numerous is massive, he admits, tapping his head. Dante, still trying to comprehend what's happened, asks about Numerous and how he could ever repay such a debt. Jean smirks. Now this was the kind of deal Veridin Zipple would strike. However, rather than asking for something monumental, Veridin just waves it off with a grin. First things first, you're buying us all a round of drinks once this is over, he declares with a teasing smile. And this time I'm sticking around. No excuses. Then, he turns to Jean, adding with a sly wink. Oh, and when you see me somewhere else, don't act like you don't know me. Got it. Jean studies Veridin for a moment. At first, he had written him off as just another eccentric fool. But now, he had to admit, Veridin Zipple was actually a cool idiot. Fine, Jean says, amused. I'll consider it. Later, the group gathers at a hotel, where Veridin takes a moment to commend Jin's exceptional performance in the tournament. The conversation shifts toward the victory prizes, and when Jean is asked to choose one, his response takes everyone by surprise. He wants both. Veridin bursts out laughing. Spirited as ever, he teases. Jean, however, can't help but reflect on the journey that led him here. Not too long ago, he had nearly died in this very place. Now, here he was, celebrating his victory. He chuckles, shaking his head. Honestly, he mutters, I just wish Veridin had only asked for one prize. But considering how close they had all come to death that day, maybe asking for both was only fair. Veridin chuckles and waves off the idea that he truly needs both prizes. Since the situation played out as it did, he decides to hand over the bag of coins to Dante Hyran, teasing him about not lacking in money. Veridin frames it as a commemorative gesture. In fact, he mentions he plans to hang one of the coins as a keepsake. Then, as if struck by a sudden idea, Veridin suggests an exchange, which immediately piques Jin's interest. Jean watches as Veridin pulls out a piece of paper and leans in curiously. Wait, is that what I think it is? Jean asks, narrowing his eyes. He recognizes it instantly. A treasure map, something he had only heard of in stories. If Veridin intends to trade this map, then it's no ordinary offer. But Jean quickly clarifies that the map is already his. Veridin raises the bag of coins, an amused glint in his eyes. So, an empty chest in return, he asks playfully. Jean simply nods, his gratitude clear in his gaze. Turning to Dante, Jean shifts the conversation abruptly. Now, let me ask you something, why? Jean couldn't help but ask, his voice steady yet serious. Didn't you use your secret technique, like you were supposed to? His eyes narrowed. You know things should be done properly. Dante exhaled, unfazed. I don't know what you're hiding, Jean, but it's unfair to hold back and then call someone out for it afterward, he said coolly. From where I stand, that doesn't sit right. He acknowledged Jin's sharp instincts, but insisted he wasn't entirely following what was being implied. Without missing a beat, Dante threw out a bold proposal. If we ever fight again, let's do it without hiding anything. No tricks. Veridin Zipple grinned at the thought, clearly relishing the future confrontation, imagining a day when they would all stand at the heads of their respective clans, leaders destined to clash. Yet, ever the jokester, he added with a wink, or, we could just settle down and keep things friendly instead. Jean scoffed, a smirk pulling at the corner of his lips. That's awfully soft of you. Veridin shrugged, unbothered. I'm just saying, if things go sideways, it could cause a lot of trouble. We should be careful about how we handle our future battles. Meanwhile, Dante Hyran was lost in thought, contemplating the oddity of their relationship. Tonight, they were sharing drinks, clinking glasses in camaraderie. But deep down, he knew the truth. When the time came, their paths would cross on the battlefield. Friends now, but enemies later. They raised their glasses in a silent toast, acknowledging the strange, unspoken reality they shared. The moment lingered, then Veridin abruptly shifted the conversation. By the way, have you guys heard about that Veridin impersonator running around? At the same time, Pirate King Cosmos stormed into his storage room, only to find everything gone. Fury bubbled within him. Those noble scoundrels, they took everything, he growled, his frustration echoing in the empty chamber. Back at the gathering, Dante Hyran raised an eyebrow. Someone dared to impersonate you in Zipple family territory? He leaned back, genuinely intrigued. That's bold. Who would even have the nerve to pull that off? Veridin shrugged nonchalantly. No idea. But with what happened to Uncle Andre Zipple, our family's honor has taken a hit. That's why these kinds of incidents are happening. His tone turned more serious. And just to be clear, I'm not bringing this up for your sake, Dante. He paused, then added almost casually, there's also a rumor going around about a Runcandel being involved. But at this point, nothing has been confirmed. Jean Runcandel turned to Veridin Zipple with a sharp look. So, what's your plan for dealing with this impersonator? Veridin sighed, frustration creeping into his voice. I need to catch them, no doubt. But I'm thinking of hiring a high-ranking mage to track them down. Jean immediately shakes his head. Bad idea, he says firmly. If it were up to him, he'd use the rumor to boost his own public image rather than rushing to capture the impersonator. Publicly acknowledging that someone was impersonating a Zipple in their own territory would only make Veridin look weak and incompetent. It would invite mockery and disrespect. Instead, Jean suggests they let the impersonator roam for now, using the situation to their advantage later on. Veridin pauses, weighing the idea. After a moment, he nods. Now that you put it that way, you're right. I'll talk more about this once I return. Jean smirks. Then I take it this conversation is over. Before they part ways, Dante Hyran, who had been quiet up until now, suddenly speaks up. Wait, what exactly is settled here? Jean glances at him, nonchalantly shrugging. If I stay here any longer, I might actually start liking Veridin Zipple. And unlike the two of you, I have other matters to take care of. Veridin raises an eyebrow. This wouldn't happen to be about the reserve flag bearer issue, would it? Jean responds with a sly, knowing smile. Let's just say it is. Veridin chuckles. All right then. I'll see you next time, friend. As Jean walks away, he turns and, with a mischievous grin, adds, in your dreams? Meanwhile, Chiron Runcandel receives a letter from Kashmir Alprian. He sighs as he reads it, recalling how he once told Kashmir to keep his letters short and to the point. Now, receiving a message this brief almost feels like he's being toyed with. Khan, who had been standing nearby, notices Chiron's reaction. Did something happen to the young master? Chiron shakes his head. Not exactly. It's just that Jean Runcandel defeated Heron's grandson. A 6-star feat, he says, pausing to reflect. It seems Jean has been quite diligent. He then instructs Khan to inform Kashmir Alprian that they will meet for drink soon. Without hesitation, Chiron casts a spell and vanishes, his urgency evident. Khan watches him disappear, nodding. Understood. Elsewhere, Jean Runcandel is sitting with Kashmir Alprian. Alprian, glancing at the fire, suddenly asks, Do you feel that? A cold breeze. Nearby, Julia is distracted, playing with a kitten, blissfully unaware of the subtle shift in the atmosphere. Jean, still watching the fire, frowns. Now that you mention it, yeah, I do. Maybe I'm coming down with something. Alprian chuckles. You should take some medicine. After a brief pause, he changes the subject. By the way, about that map you mentioned earlier, can I see it? Jean pulls the map from his belongings, carefully laying it on the table. It's a bit rough, he admits, but maybe you'll recognize something. Kashmir picks it up and examines it closely. After a few moments, he shakes his head. This is the first time I've seen a map like this. I'm not sure I can pinpoint the destination with just this. Before they can discuss it further, Julia, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, runs over. Is that a treasure map? She exclaims, her excitement palpable. Jean and Alprian exchange a glance, surprised by her sudden enthusiasm. Julia, completely thrilled by the idea, beams and announces, I want to join in on the treasure hunt too. Kashmir flinches, startled by her sudden appearance and reaction. He looks at her in surprise before shifting his gaze back to the map. Pointing to one location, Julia says, there's something important here. She shifts her finger to another spot on the map. And here, something very precious is being carefully guarded. Before she can explain further, her expression changes abruptly, and tears begin to well up in her eyes. Kashmir, caught completely off guard, panics. Wait, why are you crying? He asks, his voice rising in concern. Murakin, noticing the sudden shift, rushes over to grab Julia, his expression tense. Her authority is going out of control, he warns urgently. We need to call the guardian dragon, now. Turning to Kashmir, Murakin urged, summon Latri immediately. Kashmir, snapping out of his shock, nodded quickly. Got it. Within a minute, Latri arrived. Murakin wasted no time, hurriedly explaining the situation. Julia lost control after seeing something on the map. Whatever it was, it overwhelmed her. Only you can calm her down now. Latri gently took Julia into his arms, his voice soft but firm. It's okay now, he soothed. I'm here. Just take a deep breath. He continued to reassure her, his calm voice steadying the air around them. You don't have to be afraid. Everything will be all right. Slowly, Julia's tension began to ease, her body relaxing as she clung to Latri, the crisis subsiding. Just then, Alicia Badger arrived, her eyes immediately assessing the scene. What's going on? And why is my Julia crying? Kashmir glanced up at her, offering a reassuring smile. Everything's fine now. By this point, Julia had fallen asleep in Latri's arms. Alicia gently lifted her into her lap, brushing a hand through the child's hair with tender care. Murakin let out a long breath of relief. Nice work, Latri. Latri smiled faintly, his gaze softening. Sorry, I couldn't greet you properly earlier. I was a little preoccupied. Murakin waved it off. Forget about that. What matters is what she saw. Was it the future? Latri's expression darkened. No. He shook his head, his tone serious. It wasn't the future, it was the past. Murakin narrowed his eyes. The past. He paused, then asked carefully, was it a grudge? Latri sighed, adjusting his grip on Julia as he spoke softly. When someone with AZ Mills' power looks into the past, they don't just see history. They see the emotions attached to it, the grudges, the deep-seated attachments. He looked up at Murakin, his voice lowering. She must have seen a place or an object that held something heavy. Latri's voice dropped further. If we had arrived any later, things could have taken a very dangerous turn. Murakin's expression tightened. What exactly did she see? Latri closed his eyes for a moment, then covered one of his eyes, as if recalling something distant and buried. He let out a steady breath, his voice firm as he began. A scene from a primeval land. His tone was quiet but unyielding as he continued. The people of that land worshipped their own deity and lived in complete isolation from the outside world. Because of this, they knew only peace and stability. He paused briefly, as though weighing his next words. That peace lasted until the outsiders arrived. Murakin listened intently, his posture stiffening, his grip on his arms tightening. Who were they? Latri's gaze sharpened, and he exhaled slowly as he recalled the memory. Mages. He paused, the weight of the memory pressing on him. At first, they approached under the guise of wanting to learn the culture of the natives. He let out a bitter chuckle. But, of course, their true intentions were far darker. The tension in the room grew as Latri continued, his voice steady but heavy with the gravity of the tale. As the excavation continued, their demands grew more unreasonable. Eventually, they turned to violence, going as far as killing a native child and eliminating anyone who stood in their way. His gaze grew distant as he spoke. Their goal was a powerful artifact, something the natives revered as a sacred treasure. This so-called divine relic was the centerpiece of their worship, but to the outsiders, it was just an object of immense value. Jean Runcandel, quietly listening, frowned as he pondered the significance of the native's devotion to the relic. What did it actually look like, he asked, curiosity piqued. Can we see it? Latrie nodded, taking a moment to describe the artifact. It was a simple silver mirror, nothing more, but it radiated a mysterious light. He then sketched an image of it on a piece of parchment. Upon examining the drawing, Gene Runcandel's eyes sharpened, recognition dawning immediately. There was no doubt in his mind. It was the artifact mirror. He recalled its once infamous magical properties, which had been hidden from the world until a daring reporter exposed the brutal actions of the Zipple family. That revelation had linked the Zipple family to the exploitation of the people in the Cologne ruins, all in their ruthless quest for the artifact. Jin's mind raced as the memories flooded back. He had seen their cruelty firsthand during his time with the Zipple family. The violence, the manipulation, and the endless hunger for power. The same hunger that had led them to exploit the sacred relic. As Gene Runcandel studied the map before him, he realized it pinpointed the mirror's location, an artifact of unimaginable power, now within his reach. His mind raced, recalling the ruthless lengths the Zipple family had gone to acquire it, and he knew this wasn't just an ordinary find. This discovery could change everything. Meanwhile, in a distant, quiet corner, a figure draped in a purple dress sat perched at the edge of a building, leisurely sipping wine. They chuckled softly to themselves, musing about how easy it was to become fond of those scoundrels if one stayed close enough for too long. Though alone, the figure found comfort in the warmth of the alcohol, savoring the fleeting peace of the moment. At the same time, Lady Lausa sat alone in her room, the weight of anticipation heavy in the air. She had waited long for this moment, and now, as she prepared herself to welcome a guest, she whispered a prayer. Tears welled in her eyes as she focused on the impending encounter, her heart racing with expectation. Gene Runcandel remained fixated on the mirror's intricate design, his mind swirling with the implications of the map he had obtained, from a mere pirate, no less. This wasn't just some trivial find. It was the key to something far greater than he had originally imagined. His thoughts were interrupted when Muin, noticing the serious expression on his face, asked what was on his mind. Gene, unwilling to reveal too much just yet, simply said that something fell off. Satisfied with the response, Muin let it go, moving on. Later, Gene reached out to Kashmir Alprian, who offered an apology for what Yuria had endured in the territory. Gene reassured him, reminding Kashmir that this was a trial every contractor of higher power eventually had to face. He had expected it. Latrie, standing nearby, reassured Kashmir further, promising that no matter what happened, they would always protect Yuria. Grateful for their support, Kashmir acknowledged that the map they had in their possession was far from ordinary. Realizing the urgency of the situation, he made the decision to seek out someone capable of deciphering the ancient language inscribed on it. He entrusted this task to the seven-colored fowl, believing their expertise was unmatched. Gene agreed to let Kashmir handle it, though privately, he harbored doubts. He knew how difficult this task would be. As Gene reflected on the past, memories of the Zipple family's brutal massacre centuries ago resurfaced. The residents of Cologne had been nearly wiped out, and those who survived were now imprisoned in Colin. This sparked a new thought in Jin's mind. If they could find a mirror before the Zipple family did, they might have a chance to change everything. 2 weeks later, on February 17th, 1796, a man named Pan was seen dancing wildly through the streets, ranting about how everything in life was spiraling out of control. Ironically, in the midst of his exaggerated performance, he twisted his foot and fell flat on the ground. Gene, watching from a distance, couldn't help but notice how exhausted Pan appeared. Seeing a kindred spirit in him, Gene suggested they talk as friends, both of them struggling through difficult times. Pan, still sprawled on the ground, looked up in confusion. "Who are you talking to?" he asked. Gene smiled, offering him a drink. "It doesn't matter who I am," he said. "Here, have a drink." Amused by the gesture, Pan grinned and accepted. "You're a good man," he said, laughing. "Are you an angel?" Gene chuckled and helped him up. "I'm sure my younger sister would appreciate your kindness." As they spoke, Gene took note of Pan's distinct skin color, commenting on it. Pan sighed, explaining that he had heard similar remarks many times before. "My tribe is called Zat," he said, the word unfamiliar to Gene. Curiosity piqued, Gene asked more about Pan's people, but Pan hesitated. His homeland, he explained, was far from here, and discussing it only brought him sorrow. Instead of pressing, Gene simply nodded in understanding, allowing the silence to settle between them. Wanting to shift the topic, Gene pulled out an old piece of paper with strange markings and casually asked Pan if he recognized the script. The moment Pan saw the paper, his entire demeanor shifted. His grip on the bottle in his hand tightened, and with an abrupt motion, he smashed it against the ground. His mood darkened, and his gaze flicked toward Latrie and Murakin. who were standing nearby. His voice grew sharp as he demanded, "Why are you approaching me, especially with people from Colin?" Sensing the rising tension, Jean quickly intervened, smoothly introducing himself as the freeloader of Takin's defense captain, Elisa. With a nonchalant wave, he pointed at the black-haired and green-haired figures standing beside him. "Oh, and those two? They're dragons." Pan froze, the shock evident in his expression. Struggling to process what he had just heard, he immediately questioned why Jean would reveal such dangerous information so carelessly. Jean, unfazed, simply shrugged. "The truth will come out eventually," he remarked casually. Pan wasn't convinced, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. "Be more cautious," he warned. "Some truths are better left unsaid." Jean Runcandel reassured him. "Don't worry, everything's fine." Pan, still cautious, pointed out that they had no ties to the Zipple family and asked how Jean had managed to find him. Jean explained that they had come across the map purely by chance, casually adding that the green-haired boy with them was the dragon of Asmil. Pan's eyes widened in shock. "Asmil? You mean the Asmil?" he asked, seeking confirmation. Jean nodded and explained that they had unlocked the contents of the map using Asmil's authority, revealing a deep-seated grudge hidden within it. He admitted they had been searching for someone who could interpret the map for some time, but until now, no one had the necessary knowledge. Finding Pan had seemed like pure luck, or so it appeared. But as Jean reflected on it more, he couldn't shake the feeling that this coincidence might not have been random at all. Pan, sensing that something bigger was at play, suggested they follow him. "It's best you meet my sister," he said. After a while, they arrived at a dimly lit house, where Lady Lausa was already waiting for them. She greeted them warmly, revealing that she had been expecting their arrival, and the esteemed individuals from Takin. Pan hesitated, apologizing for bringing unexpected guests without prior permission, but Lady Lausa simply smiled. "You did well," she reassured him. Mirakin, intrigued by her calm demeanor, asked, "Why were you expecting us?" Lady Lausa's expression turned serious. "It's different," she explained cryptically. Jean Runcandel, listening intently, agreed. "What's different about it?" Lady Lausa's gaze hardened as she elaborated. "It isn't just a feeling of holiness. This presence, it's something extraordinary, something that shouldn't exist in a place as forsaken as this. To me, this presence could only belong to someone of the noblest bloodline of Cologne, or perhaps someone chosen by a higher force." She paused, then revealed something even more startling. "This individual," she continued, "was born from the head temple of swords, chosen by the Shadow. They're the last dragon of the Shadow tribe, and the other is the guardian dragon of a child cherished by the great Asmil." Her voice dropped, and she quickly dismissed any grandiose interpretations. "But don't read too much into it. It could be nothing more than an illusion, or perhaps a trick." Jean Runcandel, still processing the weight of her words, couldn't ignore the unmistakable aura surrounding her. It was unlike anything he had felt in a long time. Unable to hold back his curiosity, he asked directly, "Lady Lausa, are you a god?" She denied it immediately, shaking her head. "I'm not a god," she said firmly. "If I were, I wouldn't be hiding here, exiled from my homeland." Mirakin, quietly observing the exchange, speculated that Lady Lausa might be the physical embodiment of an old god, though he wasn't entirely certain. Her insight was remarkable, but was that truly all there was to her? He also noted that, like all things, even her presence would eventually fade, like the remnants of an ancient memory. Lady Lausa acknowledged the discomfort in his words, but before she could respond, Sir Black Dragon bluntly pointed out the painful truth, striking a nerve. He showed no concern, simply expressing his surprise that an old god might still be lingering in Cologne. Jean Runcandel, always the pragmatist, noted that even if Lady Lausa had answers, she might not fully understand them herself. She then requested to see the map again. As he handed it over, Jean asked if she could decipher its contents. Taking her time, Lady Lausa examined the markings carefully, her eyes tracing the intricate lines. After a long pause, she finally read aloud. "To the one who reads these letters, after winning over the hearts of Cologne, please do not abandon them. Come here and advocate for them, proclaiming that they are nothing but quiet people who simply wish to live in peace." Her voice carried a weight of emotion as she read, revealing a deep-seated resentment in her tone. The burden placed upon her by a higher force was clear, yet she lacked the power to fulfill it. She then disclosed something unexpected. Her grandfather, now long deceased, had created this very map. Originally, it was meant to lead to disaster under the name of Zipple. But now, under Jean Runcandel's name, it carried a flicker of hope. As she reflected on this, she questioned whether her daily prayers had ever truly held meaning. Before the mood could become too heavy, Lady Lausa smirked, suggesting they strike a deal. Mirakin raised an eyebrow, intrigued, and asked, What kind of deal do you have in mind? Lausa clarified. It was about helping her before she completely lost her strength. Murakin encouraged honesty, urging her to be upfront about what she truly needed. Jean Runcandel, already aware they were heading to Cologne, suggested she be straightforward about her request. But Lady Lausa simply chuckled. Never trust help that comes from sympathy or compassion alone, she advised. Then, shifting the conversation, she touched a small pendant, her only remaining reward. She explained that by using the last remnants of her divine power, she could call out to Sodaret. Murakin, observing the exchange, referred to Sodaret as the astral body of an ancient god, Asmel's contractor. But before they could process this further, something unsettling caught his attention. There were many people lurking nearby, watching them from the shadows. Sensing the tension, Murakin turned to Jean Runcandel, his voice low. What's our next move? Jean nodded, acknowledging the situation. It's time to prepare for our journey to Cologne, he said. But doubt crept into his mind. Could he truly save everyone? Could he guarantee their safety? Lady Lausa, noticing his hesitation, stepped in. I can provide valuable insight into the internal affairs of Cologne, she said. Information that could prove crucial. Jean met her gaze, his expression serious, and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, he said, his tone filled with both appreciation and resolve. Sometime later, they arrived at the entrance to Cologne's historical site. A large no-entry sign stood in their path, a clear warning to anyone who approached. Kashmir Alprian frowned, concern etched across his face. Perhaps I should have sent the 7-colored fowl ahead to scout, he muttered. Murakin shook his head. Even if we sent our subordinates, he remarked, it wouldn't change the fact that this place is off limits. The weight of their next step settled upon them. Jean Runcandel agreed, his gaze fixed on the sign. This area used to be accessible before my regression, he said, his voice thoughtful. But my time here during my cadet days seems to have altered events. A heavy silence followed, the future uncertain, but their resolve unbroken as they stood at the threshold of the forbidden. Jin's thoughts drifted back to his past life, where the dark secrets of this place would have remained hidden, only to be uncovered by a reporter after 11 long years. But now things had changed. That revelation, once inevitable, might never come to pass. With a resigned sigh, he acknowledged there was little he could do. Kashmir Alprian, ever the strategist, turned to Jean with a question about their next steps. If the site was truly being used for magic experiments, as Jean had hinted, there might already be a way inside. Before Jean could reply, Kashmir's voice cut through the air, demanding both Jean and Murakin's attention. Jean frowned. Something didn't sit right. Restricted zones were never so easily accessible. There should be more than just a warning sign. A proper site like this would have guards, barriers, maybe even some defensive magic. The Zipple family was known for being meticulous, especially when it came to places of importance. He voiced his concerns, but Kashmir considered another possibility. Maybe they had already found what they were looking for. Jean couldn't help but wonder if the Zipple family had abandoned their search after centuries of failure. But before his thoughts could settle, Murakin's voice broke the silence, dripping with sarcasm. Maybe they're just using the place as their personal vacation spot. Murakin cut himself off mid-sentence and suddenly pointed toward a group of workers. Jin's gaze snapped toward them, and his instincts flared. His eyes locked onto one man in particular, a silver-haired figure. A pure-blood Zipple? Without hesitation, he called out to the man. Confirm your identity. The answer came immediately. Murin Zipple. The name clicked in Jin's mind. Murin Zipple, the infamous lunatic of the Mage's Tower. Jean recalled that Murin wasn't just another son of Patriarch Zipple. He was known more for his bizarre eccentricities than his family name. But something felt off. Murakin was a pure-blood Zipple as well. Yet he had no entourage, no guards, just a relaxed air about him, casually drinking in broad daylight like he was on a leisurely stroll. Kashmir, equally intrigued, remarked that Murakin was the master of the 7th Mage's Tower, an 8-star mage with untold wealth and power. That level of influence, Kashmir noted, could explain Murakin's cocky demeanor. Murakin, ever pragmatic, shrugged and suggested a simple solution to the problem. Kill Murin and clear out the area using the microbe they had on hand. Jean didn't hesitate. No, you don't kill a pure-blood Zipple. Not after what happened with Andre Zipple. The consequences would be disastrous. The Zipple family would come down hard on them, unless they had an absolutely undeniable reason to strike. They needed more than just a flimsy excuse. They needed solid proof. Just as the conversation was about to go further, Jin's sharp senses caught a new presence. His eyes narrowed instinctively, and he turned swiftly to spot a figure lurking nearby. Dino Jaglin. Jin's mind raced. There was something familiar about this man. Without missing a beat, Jin approached him, his voice steady, but carrying an edge. Who are you? He demanded, making it clear he wasn't interested in small talk. The man replied calmly, Dino Jaglin, a reporter. The name struck Jean like a bolt of lightning. Dino Jaglin, the same reporter who, in his past life, had uncovered the truth about Cologne. But something didn't quite fit. In Jin's past life, it had taken years for the truth to surface. Yet here was Dino, seemingly doing the work of a decade, all on his own. A thought nodded Jean. Had Dino really been working alone back then? Jin's eyes sharpened as he took in the man's appearance. Dino looked young, perhaps even frail, but his audacity to challenge the Zipple family was undeniable. It was a quality Jean couldn't help but respect. He asked, his tone almost thoughtful, Are you here looking for the next big scoop? What truth are you trying to uncover? Instead of answering, Dino turned the question back on him. Where did you come from? He asked, his voice calm but probing. Jin's mind raced. This was no ordinary reporter. Jean gave Dino a reassuring glance, his tone calm. Relax. We're just passing through, helping out a local friend. And since you're a reporter, it seems like our goals might actually align. Dino seemed to relax a little, nodding. I'm aware of the situation in Cologne, he confirmed, his voice steady. At that, Murakin raised an eyebrow. Should we really be sharing all of this with him? He asked, skeptical. But Kashmir waved off his concerns. It's all part of the plan, he said, confident in their approach. Murakin, however, wasn't convinced. And what exactly is the plan? He pressed. Kashmir explained calmly. This reporter is here to expose the truth about this place. If we work with him, we could create a solid reason for confronting the Zipple family. I suspect he already has some key information on the matter. Dino didn't deny it. Instead, he reached into his bag and pulled out a weathered notebook. Here, he said, offering it to them. This contains extensive notes on the natives here. Jean flipped through the pages, impressed by the level of detail in Dino's work. A small chuckle escaped him. If the Zipple family ever got their hands on this, his voice trailed off, leaving the unspoken threat hanging in the air. But Dino remained unfazed. I've already spent plenty of time with Murin Zipple, he replied confidently. He's been drinking nonstop for days. Honestly, he's too intoxicated to pose any real threat. If we wanted information, an interrogation or elimination would be a lot simpler than expected. Jean nodded, taking it in. He paused for a moment, then addressed Dino again. In that case, what do you say we go have a chat with Murin? Just as he spoke, Murin made a passing comment, shaking his head in frustration. The old elders always send people to miserable places for the most trivial reasons, he muttered, his voice dripping with disdain. He referred to the elders as nothing more than insects. Dino, ever the opportunist, approached Murin, breaking the silence. Drinking alone again? He asked with a knowing smile. Murin, already deep in his cups, waved lazily at him. Ah, there you are. I was waiting for you. Thought I might die of boredom, he said, slumping back in his chair with a dramatic groan. You know, it's exhausting not having a proper conversation with anyone around here. Dino gave a small smile and introduced himself. We're travelers and storytellers, he said, casually. I thought you might find us interesting, so I brought my companions along. Apologies for the unannounced visit. Murin barely acknowledged the apology, instead waving it off with a lazy smile. It's fine, but tell me, where exactly did we meet? He asked, his tone curious. Dino didn't miss a beat. Phalon Kingdom, he replied smoothly. We were gathering medics. With that, the introductions continued. Jean stepped forward, offering a respectful nod. It's an honor to meet you, Murin Zipple. Murin simply smiled, though there was a hint of something unreadable behind his eyes. Meanwhile, Veridin Zipple stood off to the side, his face contorted in disgust. Brother Murin is a despicable man, he muttered to himself. My late uncle, Andre, was already evil, but Murin, his expression darkened, his stomach turning at the thought of Murin's actions. Even the memory of them made him feel ill. Dante Hyran, taken aback by the harsh words about his own kin, spoke up. Is Murin really that bad? Veridin didn't hesitate. He's a monster from the abyss, something far beyond what someone as innocent as you could understand. His voice was firm, almost a warning. Then, he turned to Jean Runcandel, his gaze sharp. Avoid him, if you can. Confronting Murin will only bring disaster. The scene shifted back to the present, where Murin suddenly broke the silence, his voice sharp with curiosity. Do you share stories during your travels, Jean? He asked. Jean nodded, confirming what Dino had already mentioned, that they often did. Murin's expression sharpened slightly, a knowing glint in his eyes. You may have seen much, but it's nothing compared to what a high-ranking Zipple family member experiences on a mission, he said, his tone laced with subtle pride. Leaning back, Murin called out to Dino, his casual tone barely hiding the sharp edge beneath. It's been 2 weeks since we last met, hasn't it? He paused, letting the silence stretch before adding, I can't help but wonder, who are you really? Dino kept his composure, but Murin's curiosity only deepened. And tell me, Dino, are you curious? he asked, his voice dropping to a low chuckle. You've got some nerve, wandering into restricted Zipple territory like it's your own backyard. Murin's gaze darkened as he leaned forward, his voice turning almost mocking. How were your little chats with the natives? I hope you weren't too attached to them. He let out a slight smirk. Because they're gone now. Dino froze for a split second, his mind racing as Murin grinned wider, the amusement in his expression chilling. What? Just realizing it now. Murin mocked, shaking his head with a laugh. Every single one of them that spoke to you vanished. His voice dropped lower, almost gleeful. And if you try to match me, I'll just keep rising higher. Dino's gaze remained unflinching, locking with Murin's. He stood his ground, not a hint of fear in his eyes. Murin tilted his head in genuine curiosity. I don't get it, he murmured. How can you be so fearless? He ran a hand through his silver hair, letting out an exaggerated sigh. It's giving me goosebumps just thinking about it. His expression twisted into something darker. You really are audacious, aren't you? Dino's eyes narrowed, a calm but dangerous intensity settling in. What do you mean? Murin's smirk deepened, and his voice turned sinister. The Garden of Swords and the scoundrels backing you. Before Dino could react, Murin moved like a streak of lightning. His magic surged forward, a lethal wave that aimed to strike. But Murakin was faster. In a flash, Murakin grabbed Dino and yanked him out of harm's way, just in time to avoid the full brunt of Murin's attack. Runcandel observed the shield that had protected them, his mind working quickly. He couldn't detect any magical energy being used to create it. The fact that the magic had been hidden within the campfire only made things stranger. He should have been able to sense its flow. Something was off about this entire situation. Murakin spoke, his voice low and cautious. Be careful, he warned. Magic power can be concealed, but it can never be erased completely. Whoever's doing this is hiding something. As the tension thickened, Murin's voice rang out again, his tone dripping with mockery. Runcandel, I've been expecting you, he said. A certain girl made a request to me. When Jean asked how he recognized him, Murin didn't answer. Instead, Jin's patience thinned, and he unsheathed his sword, making it clear that if Murin wasn't going to talk, he would force the answers out. Murin chuckled softly, recalling Jin's rank. Still just a reserve flag bearer. Huh, he said, his voice laced with contempt. How did you come into possession of that request? Is this a personal matter? Jean scoffed, his irritation rising. Murin's tone grated on him, the flippant attitude wearing thin. You're annoying, Jean muttered under his breath, a weary chuckle escaping his lips. I'm done playing games. Realizing his own rudeness, Murin waved off the conversation, his face growing serious. He quickly summoned a protective shield, just as Jean launched a barrage of magical projections. Murakin reacted instantly, stepping forward to shield Dino and the others from the oncoming magic. The tension escalated as several individuals from Murin's side moved to protect him from the attack. In the chaos that erupted, Murakin's voice rang out, commanding those around him. Get out of the way. Take the others to safety. Meanwhile, Dino Jaglin, boiling with anger and frustration, cursed under his breath, his voice loud and bitter. Why are you doing this, Murin? He shouted, unable to hold back. What have these people done to deserve this? You're nothing but human trash. The words hung in the air, charged with fury, as the confrontation continued to spiral toward a dangerous climax. Murin observed Dino's outburst with cold amusement, his gaze lingering on the reporter's frustrated expression. He relished in seeing the despair on Dino's face, mocking him for believing in something so hopeless. How foolish of you, he sneered. Do you really think you'll find peace by saving people even more pathetic than yourself? Without hesitation, Murin shifted his scorn directly onto Dino, calling him nothing more than a flatterer and a spy. This is all your fault, he spat. Nothing will stop me now. With those words, he prepared for another strike, determined to eliminate everyone in his path. But before Murin could act, Runcandel exploded into motion. A devastating attack shot toward Murin, cutting his words short. Shadows swirled around Jean like a growing storm, his presence darkening the battlefield. There was no need for more words now. Murin's fate had already been sealed. As the battlefield erupted in chaos, Kashmir Alprian watched from a distance, his mind analyzing the destruction unfolding before him. He had managed to strike when Murin let his guard down, but the damage was still catastrophic. What piqued his curiosity, however, was the strange power of shadow energy that Jean had just unleashed. Murin, for his part, seethed with frustration, unable to comprehend how a non-magical force was draining his own magic, as if the very shadows were alive and feeding on his power. It didn't take long for Murin to make the connection. Runcandel was manipulating shadow energy. A smirk curled on Murin's lips as he pieced it together. So, Soderette is backing Runcandel again? He mused aloud, impressed by the hidden force at play. It seemed Jean was far more cunning than he had initially realized. Jean, never one to waste time, immediately harnessed his shadow energy, positioning Murakin and Kashmir above the fray. With a focused strike, Jean launched a decisive attack aimed directly at Murin. As the magical strike neared, Murin muttered under his breath. Again, he couldn't sense anything. Jin's sharp eyes caught the telltale signs of Murin's deliberate concealment of his mana flow. While it made Murin's magic harder to detect, it worked to Jin's advantage. He now fought under the assumption that Murin was using magic continuously, draining his energy bit by bit. Murin, acknowledging Jin's quick reaction, realized that the young man had been preparing for this battle all along. But he scoffed, doubting that Jin could save anyone involved. With a determined glare, Murin rushed forward, eager to attack. Jin met his challenge head-on. Murakin, never one to shy away from combat, jumped into the fray, adding intensity to the battle. Murin wasted no time retrieving his magical staff and unleashed a powerful strike at Jin, which the latter blocked with precise timing. Determined to end the fight, Jin warned Murin not to come any closer. However, he quickly discovered a troubling truth. No matter what spell he cast, Murin's shadow energy nullified it completely. Unfazed, Jin retaliated with another spell, and for a brief moment, he felt a sense of relief as it connected. But Murin simply laughed, exhilarated by the challenge. "This is what I've been waiting for," he said, his voice dripping with excitement. "Thank you, Jin. This battlefield will be a testament to my power." Jin, however, was starting to understand the true nature of Murin's magic. It wasn't just offensive, it was a trap designed to wear him down over time. Instead of trying to counter every attack directly, Jin shifted his strategy. He focused on dodging and conserving his stamina, buying time for his next move. Subtly, he signaled to Murakin and Kashmir Alprian, who instantly recognized his plan and adjusted their positions. Murakin urged the group to move swiftly and get everyone outside the magic circle, a suggestion that Dino Jaglin, though still simmering with anger, quickly agreed with. However, Murin dismissed their efforts with a mocking smirk. "The magic square extends as far as the eye can see," he said, his confidence oozing from every word. "There are no gaps. You can't escape." With a cruel laugh, Murin launched another devastating attack, challenging Jin to embrace the battle fully. Jin barely managed to dodge Murin's attack, but the sheer force sent him crashing to the ground. As he scrambled to regain his footing, he noticed something unsettling. The earth beneath them was beginning to erode, the ground splitting open where Murin's magic had struck. The battlefield had fractured, cutting the group in two. With no clear escape left, Jin had no choice but to press forward. He raised his sword, using it to deflect the energy surging toward him. But something about Murin's abilities fell off. Despite being an 8-star mage, Murin was wielding an overwhelming amount of magical power, far beyond what should have been possible. Jin's instinct screamed that Murin was concealing something, perhaps an artifact, amplifying his strength. Murin, ever the observer, noted Jin's movements with interest. He couldn't help but admire how Jin had not only evaded his fire pillar, but also nullified its effects, avoiding the crumbling terrain. These were not the instincts of a typical fighter. Jin had a deep understanding of magic. With a smirk, Murin chuckled, recognizing Jin for what he truly was, a magic swordsman. But before he could dwell on it further, Jin's voice broke through. "Control your emotions," he reminded, his tone sharp. Murin exhaled sharply, his amusement fading slightly. "You're right," he said, acknowledging Jin's advice. But he also attributed Jin's skill to his battle-hardened experience. Still, he couldn't ignore the fact that the situation had become more troublesome than he had expected. Determined to finish the fight, Murin prepared an even stronger spell. As he began to channel his magic, he considered a far more dangerous tactic, mana counterflow. The very thought of it sent a cold thrill through him. Mana counterflow was a terrifying phenomenon where mana spirals out of control within a mage's body, causing their internal organs to rupture and break down. It was the ultimate affliction for any mage in battle. Murin smirked, noting that those with weaker mana reserves would experience it first, making it an efficient way to rank mages. So far, this curse had only affected magic users, unlike martial artists who relied on their physical strength. But as he focused on Jin, Murin realized something critical. Jin Runcandel didn't possess mana. That made the counterflow impossible for him to experience. Even so, Murin had no qualms about using magic against those weaker than himself. If Jin didn't have mana, he was still vulnerable to the other dangers of battle. There was no reason to hold back now. This fight would be settled, one way or another. Jin, sensing Murin's intent, closed the distance between them, pulling a magical sphere from his belt for closer inspection. But as he moved, Murin suddenly felt his vision clouded. The shadows around him grew thicker, darkening his field of view. He blinked, trying to adjust. At first, he thought it was the familiar force of shadow energy. But something was different. There was an intense light piercing through the void, almost blinding in its intensity. Murin's mind raced, speculating what this might be. A burst of light magic, perhaps? But no, this felt like ancient light magic. He hadn't expected that. He let out a sarcastic chuckle, finding the situation almost absurd. A battle of light and shadows. Murin mused aloud, almost amused by the poetic contrast between the two opposing forces. As Murin tried to process the shift, Jin's attention was elsewhere. He noticed that the dark energy lingering in his wound was dissipating. His senses sharpened, his body moving with a fluidity that felt more instinctual than magical. It was as if the beast within him had fully awakened, pushing his physical abilities to their peak. Though his mana wasn't as potent as Andre Zipple's, Murin was quickly proving to be an aggravating adversary in their one-on-one fight. Murin, still calculating, paused. His sharp mind weighed his options. Will they clash again? He chuckled inwardly. The more he fought Jin, the more intrigued he became. Despite Jin's apparent lack of mana, Murin sensed there was something else, something Jin was holding back. This, Murin thought, would make things even more interesting. Murin walked away slowly, his mind racing. He mused aloud, fully aware that Jin probably thought he was insane and wanted nothing to do with him. Yet, despite their differences, Murin couldn't shake the nagging feeling that they were more alike than Jin would ever admit. Jin, however, wasn't interested in indulging Murin's mind games. Are you stalling with all this pointless chatter? He asked, his voice flat and unimpressed. If that's the case, I'm not interested. Murin gave a half-hearted apology, but his grin remained smug. Defeating me won't be easy, he warned. The barbaric individuals still supporting me are giving me an advantage. He counted the number of times they had drawn power, 3. That was more than enough to tip the scales in his favor. Jin's instincts flared, sensing something ominous. Don't take it too far, he cautioned. Clarify your true intentions. Murin's smirk widened, his interest in Jin only growing. He observed Jin more keenly, noting that his control over magic surpassed even that of an 8-star mage, a realization that genuinely surprised him. Murin raised a hand and cast a spell, his voice dripping with conviction. Nothing should exist under Zipple's blessing. And yet, here you are. He looked at Dino Jaglin and the others, tools in his eyes, nothing more. To Murin, they were mere mana amplification weapons, to be used at his convenience. They may look lifeless, he said coldly, but as long as they're alive, they can still replenish my mana. He turned to Jin, his expression growing darker as he locked eyes with him. If you truly wish to kill me, he said with chilling finality, you must first eliminate these obstacles in your way. Murin's words hung in the air, and his tone became more pointed. You and I are alike, Jin. We're both willing to do anything to achieve our objectives, no matter the cost. His smirk twisted as he urged Jin to act swiftly, to finish this and set off the final fireworks. But before anything could unfold, a new voice cut through the tension. Ludika Mamutica arrived, her presence commanding attention. She immediately accused Murin of lying, rejecting everything he had said, especially about the item that supposedly amplified his mana. Her voice trembled with urgency as she revealed that after torturing the collapsed individuals, she had uncovered the truth about the so-called divine relic and how it could be used. Murin's eyes narrowed, his curiosity piqued. Divine relic? He demanded, suspicion creeping into his voice. He was beginning to realize that something was amiss, that Jin Runcandel might be playing a deeper game. Ludika ignored him, instead pointing at the fallen bodies around them, including her own comrades. She emphasized their dire condition, making it clear that they were beyond saving. Her words hit Murin like a slap, and his face contorted with rage. Stop talking nonsense, he barked. You're nothing but an insect. But Ludika didn't back down. With a cold, unwavering voice, she spoke the chilling truth. They're all dead. Murin's expression darkened instantly, his face flushed with fury. Shut up, he screamed, his temper boiling over as he turned his rage on Jin. You're a demented murderer, Murin accused, his voice seething with disgust. A manipulator, using people as tools for your own gain, experimenting on them, discarding them when they're no longer useful. The realization hit Murin like a blade. Jin had deceived him from the start, pulling him into a trap, tightening his grip on him bit by bit. Ludika, her voice shaking with desperation, pleaded for anyone to end this nightmare. Tears streamed down her face as she begged for help. Please, someone, stop this, she cried, her words breaking with emotion. But to Murin, She was nothing more than a rat who had dared to overstep her place. He sneered, his cold malice apparent as he looked at her with disdain. "You've ruined my spectacle," he snarled, "and now you'll pay." His anger flared as he made a decisive move, launching a deadly attack toward Lutica. "The screams will be glorious," he muttered darkly, his excitement rising. "It'll be the perfect grand finale for the night." He had kept her alive out of convenience, but now he was eager to snuff out her life. The moment she became an inconvenience, she was disposable. Just as Miran's attack was about to land on Lutica, Dino Jaglin suddenly burst from the woods, desperation in his voice. He pleaded with Jean, his words frantic. "Save her, Jean Runcandel. Lutica, Tika. She's the acting leader and the last pillar of support for the natives. If she falls, so will they." Jin's eyes flickered with recognition. A sharp clarity washed over him as his mind raced. In that instant, he identified Miran's secret weapon, the telltale blue flames of the Zipple family's forbidden magic. The evil eye. He'd heard whispers of it before. A memory surfaced, his master's voice echoed in his mind, as though she were casually sitting beside him, sipping tea. "The blue flames are a deadly force," she had once explained. "A technique exclusive to the Zipple bloodline. These flames burn endlessly, refusing to be extinguished by any normal means. And the more one struggles against them, the faster they'll be consumed." Back in the present, Jin's thoughts raced. How can I counter such a fire? Then his master's voice rang clearly in his mind. Simple. If a fire won't go out, just burn it away with an even hotter flame. Jin's resolve hardened. Without hesitation, he summoned a flame hotter than the one threatening to consume Lutica. The fire surged forward, clashing with Miran's blue flames, pushing them back. With swift precision, he shielded Lutica Mamutica from the deadly blaze. Miran watched the exchange, his eyes glinting with intrigue. So it really is a hotter flame, he mused, his voice tinged with a mix of admiration and frustration. As Jean cradled Lutica in his arms, Miran's curiosity only deepened. How is this possible? He wondered. A mere magic swordsman, and a Runcandel at that. How could he wield such power? With a sneer, Miran threw out his next challenge, his voice dripping with disdain. "Tell me, how does someone like you get named the strongest mage of your generation? A title only Tess had the right to bestow? That's something I could never have imagined." Lutica felt the intense heat surrounding her, yet not a single burn marred her skin. Instead of pain, she felt the flames protecting her, as if they were a barrier keeping harm at bay. Overcome with gratitude, she looked at Jean and spoke softly. "Thank you. I can't express what this means." Jean nodded, his tone calm but firm. "If it weren't for you, I might have been deceived as well. But now, with the truth laid bare, you can rest easy." Lutica shook her head. "No, this isn't the time to relax her guard. Miran is tapping into the power of the divine relic, a power he doesn't even truly possess. He's learned a few activation words through torture, but the relic itself, that remains hidden. The location is known only to my people." She turned to Jean, her expression urgent. "Did you come here at Priestess Laus's request?" Jin's gaze hardened. Lutica continued, her voice barely above a whisper. "Once this battle is over, I'll reveal the location of the relic, but only if you end their suffering." Miran's expression darkened, disbelief flashing across his face. He hadn't expected Tess to choose Jean, nor had he anticipated the trap magic or the evil eye being used against him. The realization hit him hard. His smirk faltered as Jean locked eyes with him, sensing the panic bubbling beneath Miran's carefully crafted facade. Jin's voice cut through the tension, cold and resolute. "Playtime is over," he declared. "It's time for you to descend into hell." Miran sneered, his lips curling with contempt. "Hell?" he echoed, his voice dripping with arrogance. "I've seen more hell than you could ever imagine. I've been the lover of the witch Helurum. I've drunk with the kings of the Black Sea." His eyes burned with fury. "I know hell better than anyone, and you." Before he could finish, Miran summoned his magic with a flourish, unleashing a pressurized flame, its sheer force aimed to crush everything in its path. The air seemed to warp around the attack, threatening to suffocate everything in its wake. But before the flames could reach their target, a new presence intervened, cutting through the oncoming destruction with deadly precision. Jin's eyes narrowed. Tess. The flames dissipated as Tess blocked the attack with effortless grace, her magic pushing back Miran's assault. She stood tall, a quiet fury in her gaze as she locked eyes with Miran. Jean, momentarily distracted by her intervention, couldn't help but wonder, was Tess angered by that spell? Before he could dwell on the implications, another presence arrived, Mirakin, stepping onto the battlefield with his usual nonchalance. Jean immediately turned to him, his voice sharp with urgency. "Mirakin, what are the natives? Are they safe?" Mirakin nodded, his expression serious. Everyone's evacuated. They're safe. But we need to focus now. We can't let him keep us on the defensive. Jean nodded, resolve hardening in his chest. It's time to end this. Murakin's voice cut through the chaos as he quickly explained. That spell Murin just cast is a possession spell. He's trying to summon the Demon King Orgle. If Tess interferes, we only have a short window to stop it. With a swift, calculated move, Murakin braced himself against the ongoing assault. He turned to Jean, his eyes sharp with urgency. Gather your shadow energy. Unleash your sword's full potential. Strike with everything you have. Then, with a smirk, he added, step on my shadow energy and run. Jean understood immediately. Their plan was to slice open the dimensional rift before the summoning could fully take effect. Without hesitation, both swordsmen charged forward, their blades flashing in unison, cutting through the air with deadly precision. But as their swords collided with the dimensional rift, an overwhelming force slammed into Jean. He staggered back, his body shaking as the mana counterflow took its toll. His vision blurred, and for a fleeting moment, doubt crept into his mind. Could he hold on? Could he keep up a fight for Tess? But no. Jin's resolve steeled. This isn't my fate, he thought, his grip on the sword tightening. I won't let it end like this. With renewed determination, he surged forward again. Even if it took him 10,000 swings, he would not allow the outcome to be the same. He poured every ounce of his being into the blade. Every breath, every heartbeat, every ounce of willpower. This time, his sword didn't just clash with the rift. It tore through it. Jin's sword found its mark, and with one final, decisive strike, he pierced through his opponent. Murin Zipple screamed, his body writhing in pain as he tried to counterattack, but it was futile. The flames that engulfed him burned with a ferocity unlike any he'd ever experienced. His body twisted, his skin bubbling, as he let out a bone-chilling scream, the flames consuming him from within. Jean stood motionless, his gaze fixed on his sword. There was something different this time. The release of shadow energy carried a sensation he'd never felt before. Is this a fragment of the Heart Sword? He thought. It wasn't just magic. This was something deeper, something far more profound than mere power. Despite the lingering questions, Jean struck again, his sword slicing through the air with a sharp, final motion. Murin's body slowly crumbled, turning to ash as it was carried away by the wind. The battle was finally over. Jin's gaze dropped to Murin's magical staff, still clutched in the fading remnants of the Zipple heir's hand. A faint, pulsing glow emanated from it, the last flickers of its power. Without a moment's hesitation, Jean destroyed the staff completely, ensuring no trace of it remained. It's finished, Jean muttered, his body giving in to the exhaustion. He collapsed to the floor, his strength spent. Murakin and Ludika Mamutica stood in silence, the weight of the battle hanging heavily in the air. After some time, Murakin broke the silence, his voice low and thoughtful. The wands used by the masters of the Zipple family's magic tower carry a unique function, he said, examining the remnants of Murin's staff. There's a small rune at the top. I wonder what it does. Without warning, the rune activated. A subtle hum filled the air as the staff sent out a distress signal, a direct line back to the magic tower. Murakin's eyes narrowed, and his voice became urgent. We don't have time to rest, he said, shaking Jean. Wake up. Jin's eyes fluttered open, groggy from exhaustion, but still conscious. Murakin sighed in relief. You're finally awake, he muttered before forcing something into Jin's mouth. Swallow this. Jean grimaced. What is this? He sat up, spitting the object into his hand to inspect it, still dazed. Murakin didn't wait for him to ask more questions. You nearly died from mana counterflow, he explained, his voice laced with urgency. This, he gestured to the object, is a unicorn's horn, a rare and potent medicine known to neutralize counterflow. Jean took a slow breath, feeling his mana begin to stabilize for the first time in what felt like an eternity. The tangled mess of shadow energy and aura inside him was slowly settling, and his strength began to return. Kashmir Alprian clapped him on the shoulder with a small smile. That was an impressive fight. Jean nodded, grateful but still not fully recovered. When did you even prepare this? Kashmir shook his head. I didn't prepare it. We were given it. Jin's gaze shifted toward Dino Jaglin, who was standing nearby, still catching his breath from the chaos. He turned back to Kashmir. How did Dino get his hands on something this rare? Kashmir gestured toward Dino, his tone light, but with an underlying seriousness. You'll have to ask him yourself. Dino smirked, the edge of sarcasm in his voice. Murin and I used to drink together. During one of his drunken rants, he mentioned that his family had a unicorn's horn stolen. She found it. As he finished, Ludika Mamutica stepped forward, her presence shifting the atmosphere. With formal grace, she introduced herself. My true name is Ludicama Mutica, she said. I am the proxy saintess of Lady Lausa. She bowed respectfully before them, then straightened, her gaze serious. What is the current situation? She inquired, her tone laced with a quiet strength. Even in death, I will not forget this moment, she vowed solemnly. Ludica then explained the deeper meaning behind Lady Lausa's request for their rescue. It wasn't about physical salvation, but the restoration of the divine relic, their lost columns. Jean frowned, confusion crossing his face. Restore? What does that mean? If something is broken, how can it be restored? Before she could answer, Murakin interjected, his voice low but sharp, his expression unreadable. As a dragon who's lived for over 3,000 years, I've never heard of a divine relic like this before. At first, I thought it was just a bluff. He paused, recalling the battle. But now, I know it wasn't just raw talent. That lunatic's magic, it was something more. It had to be the power of the divine relic. Murakin leaned in, his voice barely above a whisper, as if the air itself might shatter with the wrong words. Who is the true owner of the divine relic? His question was layered with caution, as if invoking the name of the relic's deity could summon something far beyond their understanding. Ludica hesitated, her eyes flicking to the others before answering. The god's name is Clom. Murakin's brows furrowed, his mind working to process this revelation. I've never heard that name before. What era did this god belong to? Before she could respond, Kashmir Alprian cut in, his voice steady but urgent. If this is true, then we need to locate the divine relic and get out of here fast. We may be in a remote area, but this is still Zipple territory. We have no idea when they'll notice us. Ludica, however, revealed a critical issue that stopped them in their tracks. Retrieving the divine relic wasn't that simple. It first needed to be restored. To do that, she continued, we need the sun's energy to open the sealed ground. Murakin frowned, his frustration evident. The sun? It's the middle of the night. She nodded, acknowledging the challenge. Exactly. We'll have to wait until noon and conduct a ritual with the tribe members to awaken it. Murakin sighed in exasperation, rubbing his forehead. Why does everything have to be so complicated? He glanced at the group, his voice turning urgent. We need to finish this before Zipple forces arrive. Everyone, stop standing around. Move. Meanwhile, Jean Runcandel stood off to the side, his mind racing. The Zipple family, the divine relic, the midday sun. Something about this whole situation felt incomplete, as if a crucial piece was still missing. At the very least, Murin Zipple was no longer a threat. With Tess having dealt with him, this remote location had essentially been abandoned by the Zipple family, as long as no signal was sent to the magic tower. That realization snapped into place in his mind. Murakin suddenly brought up Murin Zipple's status as a master of the Zipple family's magic tower, assuming that everyone would already understand the implications. But Kashmir Alprian disagreed, urging that there was no time to waste discussing it further. Jean Runcandel's gaze darkened, his voice low with certainty. They'll find us soon. As if on cue, a pulse of magic energy surged through the air, a sudden, jarring presence that cut through the atmosphere. The magical staff that Murin had once carried, now in Jin's grasp, activated with a sharp pulse. Murin's staff had triggered an emergency signal. Midder Elner, the vice master of the 7th Magic Tower, was now on alert. He had received the signal, and his presence was imminent. Kashmir Alprian's expression turned grim as he eyed the rune inscribed on the staff. There's no doubt about it. He's a master of the Magic Tower, he said, his voice heavy with the realization. Murakin's fists clenched at his sides, his frustration mounting. Then we need an explanation, now? He stepped forward, his gaze intense. What does it truly mean to be a master of the Zipple family's Magic Tower? What does that title entail? His tone carried an edge, as if the answer could change everything. The air around them seemed to thicken with tension as they awaited an answer, the urgency of the situation pressing down on them. Jean stared at the magical staff in his hand, his mind racing as he tried to recall what he'd heard about it. He had heard rumors about a feature that allowed the masters of the Zipple family's Magic Tower to summon the mages under their command, but he wasn't entirely sure if it was still true. More importantly, how did he know about it? Murakin's piercing gaze was fixed on him, demanding an explanation. Jean met it without hesitation, his voice calm but firm. The Zipple family is always evolving. I wasn't certain if this feature still existed until I heard about it from my elder sister, Luna. His mind drifted back to the words his teacher had spoken to him while he was unconscious. Only now did he fully understand their meaning. Those words had unknowingly prepared him for this exact moment, an insight he hadn't realized he'd gained until now. Kashmir Alprian, standing to the side, added to the conversation. Each tower is home to at least 100 mages, most of whom are ranked 7 or 8 stars. But their duties don't end with magic. They're also tasked with protecting civilians. If even half of them show up, it'll be a serious challenge. Jean looked over at him, his expression serious. How long will it take for them to arrive? Kashmir's voice was grim. The seventh tower is located at the northernmost part of the continent. Even with the use of a teleportation gate, it'll still take 2 hours. Jin's eyes narrowed in concern. 2 hours? That's cutting it close. He paused, then asked, I have a request. Is there any way we can speed this up? Kashmir's expression soured slightly. Any delays could result in the death of everyone here, including me. The other party remains neutral in this matter. There's no guarantee they'll hurry. Jin's expression hardened, but his voice remained steady. You don't need to worry about offending anyone. The urgency of the situation ensures that my request won't be rejected. He met Kashmir's gaze with unwavering determination. I won't let anyone die, not if I can help it. Kashmir studied him for a moment, then gave a reluctant nod. Understood. We'll make it happen. With a deep breath, she shifted focus. Now, we'll begin the ceremony to restore the divine relic. Mirakin, still unsure about the course of action, glanced at Jean. Are you sure about this? He asked, his voice tinged with doubt. Jean coughed slightly, rubbing his neck. I might have overstepped, he admitted. Mirakin shot him a critical look. Summoning your subordinates after defeating someone? In my time, losing meant accepting defeat, not calling him back up. Jean smiled faintly. It's a bit different now, he said. We call my elder sister, Luna Runcandel. And Kashmir is fetching someone essential to our plan. Mirakin raised an eyebrow. And you think this person will make it in time? Jean nodded, a calm confidence in his voice. If Mike Robb uses the teleportation gate, he'll make it. The conversation shifted as a distant rumble echoed in the air. A group appeared, mounting dragons, as they flew toward the location. One of the riders, a tall figure, commented, We'll need to endure what's coming. Another, a more seasoned individual, turned toward the Vice Master and said, This location is a historical site of Colin. We should document everything we observe here. The Vice Master nodded in agreement, his eyes scanning the scene. The natives are in the middle of some kind of ceremony. There are 2 unknown individuals present. But where is the Master? An old man in the group called for calm. Perhaps the Master is a hostage, he suggested, his voice calm but filled with concern. The Vice Master's anger flared at the suggestion. His fists clenched. If anything has happened to my elder brother, everyone responsible will beg for mercy. Meanwhile, Murin, standing nearby, observed the situation carefully. His eyes narrowed as he took stock of the forces gathering around them. 6 dragons and about 30 mages, he muttered to himself, calculating their odds. If this escalates, I'll have to undo my transfiguration. But once Zipple's main force arrives, things will get far worse. He turned to the others, his voice low and serious. Prepare yourselves. The worst is yet to come. Jean, reflecting on Mirakin's earlier assessment, considered how, in the past, this situation might have been manageable. But now it was uncertain. The pieces of the puzzle were coming together, and yet the outcome still felt elusive. Mirakin's thoughts, however, drifted back further in time, far beyond the current battle. A wound from 1,000 years ago. The memory surfaced unbidden, a piercing strike to his heart that had never fully healed. It haunted him, even now, as if reminding him that some battles were never truly won, only survived. As the dragon touches down, the group steps off. Jan Runcandel turns to Mirakin, asking if he recognizes any of the dragons. He notes that they all seem to be fire dragons. Mirakin shakes his head, replying that he doesn't recognize them. These are young red dragons, a lower-ranked type of fire dragon, most likely under Khadun's command. Just then, Mitter Elner steps forward, identifying himself as the Vice Master of the Zipple family's 7th Mage Tower. Without wasting time, he demands to know the location of Master Murin Zipple. Jan Runcandel admits he doesn't know where he is, though he makes a mental note of Mitter's name. It's unfamiliar from his past life. Mitter speculates on the disappearance of Murin Zipple. He suggests that, considering Murin's difficult nature, he might have made enemies. Mitter pointedly implies that the Runcandel family could be involved. Jan Runcandel asks if Mitter is expecting a confession, but Mitter merely reassures him. He's not asking him to remove his mask or weapons. He just wants a simple answer. Is his brother alive or not? Mitter appeals to their shared bloodline, pleading for honesty. He promises that if Jan Runcandel tells the truth, no harm will come to his family. But Jan Runcandel scoffs at the notion, calling it absurd. He condemns those who harm others in the name of family, dismissing it as empty talk. Mitter, however, stands firm. He argues that the people he calls bugs are just as human as the Zipple family. Growing frustrated with Jan Runcandel's lack of cooperation, he accuses him not only of hurting his brother, but also of mocking him. Losing his patience, Mitter commands his warriors to prepare for battle, not to kill, but to capture everyone alive. With a crackle, The air fills with magical energy. Spells are unleashed, designed not for a quick death, but for excruciating pain. Mitter vows to make them beg for mercy, promising that their suffering will honor his brother's soul. Giant Runcandel quickly analyzes the situation, recognizing the signature of advanced 8-star magic. The intensity of the battle ahead is clear, and although he dislikes the overwhelming heat, there's no time for complaints. He retaliates swiftly, summoning his own powerful magic to counter the incoming onslaught. The clash is inevitable. Meanwhile, a figure enters the scene, drawing Mitter's attention immediately. He scans the area carefully, assessing the new presence. At the same time, Talaris and Ceres arrive, with Talaris remarking aloud that she'd heard her daughter had given someone a flower. Though she's a bit late, her entrance doesn't go unnoticed. Mitter Elner's focus shifts as a freezing domain settles over the area, neutralizing the 8-star magic entirely. The biting cold is unmistakable, but what truly stands out is the presence of a certain individual. An elderly man, nearby, wonders if the Ice Palace Master, Talaris Endorma, is behind this. Jan Runcandel acknowledges that Kashmir Alprian must have succeeded in his task. Mirakin, however, seems impressed by the Ice Palace Master's power, recalling the legendary Snow Toad mode, a creature only controllable by select few, and marveling that humans in this era can still wield such remarkable abilities. Talaris opens a portal, instructing her daughter to step through and rest before leaving. As the portal closes, Talaris Endorma approaches Jayan Runcandel. She acknowledges her daughter's gift of flowers to him, offering a slight bow before introducing herself. She mentions that she's heard much about him and remarks on his resilience despite his injuries. Yet, she notes that his internal wounds might be even more dangerous. Jan Runcandel dismisses Talara's concern, reassuring her that his injuries aren't a problem. Talaris humors him, noting that at least he's still able to talk, which gives her the opportunity to ask something important. She inquires if he's the one who killed her toy, someone named Alcaro, or something similar. Jan Runcandel pauses, recalling a mission from his student days involving Alcaro. He quickly realizes that Ceres must not have kept it secret. However, Talaris clarifies that she's not blaming him for anything. In fact, she had already intended to deal with Alcaro herself. She shifts the conversation, asking if Jayan Runcandel knows someone like Mirakin, suggesting that he might serve as an example of an acceptable man. Mirakin, amused, praises Talaris Endorma for her sharp perception. She responds with a playful remark, suggesting they should share tea sometime. Suddenly, she changes the subject, bringing up Ceres, her boyfriend, and a few things she still needs to handle. However, her daughter, clearly frustrated, immediately corrects her. Ceres is not her boyfriend, no matter how many times she's had to explain it. She then wonders why Ceres received flowers in the first place. Her daughter clarifies that the flowers were meant to protect him before the upcoming confrontation, adding that he must have been too distracted to notice the significance. Jan Runcandel sighs, resting his head on Ceres' lap. He admits, with a weary tone, that everything's been pure chaos. Meanwhile, Ceres reflects on Kashmir Alprian, wondering if he was the one who brought the flowers. She recalls how Kashmir urgently presented the flowers, explaining that the boy her daughter had given them to was in grave danger. He had even gone as far as to wake her mother from sleep, proving himself a reliable ally. Jayan Runcandel agrees, acknowledging the kindness of everyone around him, including Ceres. She brushes off his gratitude, casually stating that she simply doesn't like seeing him hurt, at least, not by anyone other than her. Before he can respond, he suddenly starts coughing, black blood spilling from his mouth. Ceres immediately asks if he's okay, and even he's taken aback by the strange color of his blood. As he wonders how he's been fighting in this condition, she quickly uncorks a bottle, apologizing as she orders him to stop talking and drink. As he complies, Ceres silently reflects on his unwavering determination to push forward. While she admires it, a hint of frustration lingers over his recklessness. Meanwhile, Talaris Endorma shifts her attention to Mitter Elner. Studying him carefully, she comments on his lack of silver hair, questioning whether he truly comes from pure blood. Mitter Elner immediately realizes that this won't be a simple conversation. Fortunately, he had already reported to the main family before coming here. Now, he just needs to buy time until reinforcements arrive. Introducing himself formally as the Vice Master of the 7th Mage Tower, he demands to know why Talaris is meddling in Zipple family matters when she's the dominator of the Western Seas. However, Talaris counters with a sharp remark, asking what exactly the Zipple family considers its business. She mentions that she hasn't been active for some time, suggesting it might actually be the Zipple family causing the disruption. Mitter attempts to argue, but Talaris cuts him off. With finality, she declares that she'll overlook the matter this time, commanding him to leave. Outraged by Talaris' dismissal of their authority, The third elder steps forward, furious that she would make such bold claims on what he considers Zipple territory. Talaris, unfazed, challenges his audacity, questioning whether he truly has the courage to speak to her in such a manner. A sudden shift in the air signals imminent danger. Behind Talaris, a massive serpent materializes. Without hesitation, she commands the third elder to silence himself, then launches a powerful attack that knocks him out cold in an instant. Elner reacts quickly, ordering the third elder's group to raise a barrier to block out the freezing cold. They scramble to comply, successfully erecting the barrier, but the battle is far from over. A dragon lets out a fierce roar, unleashing a torrent of fire, but Talaris counters with her own magic, effortlessly neutralizing the flames. Calmly, she assesses the situation, questioning whether they're truly prepared to continue the fight, even if it means everyone perishing here. Elner refuses to back down. With his magic staff raised, he launches a retaliatory strike, boasting that history will remember their names, not hers, nor the Ice Palace's. His confidence is unwavering as he declares that the firepower granted to him by the patriarch ensures even she cannot escape his flames. Talaris remains unfazed, studying him with mild interest. She asks if he's using space explosion magic, then casually remarks that Celiac must have granted him his power, implying the patriarch seems to have taken a liking to him. The battle has only just begun. Talaris, unimpressed, notes that Elner must have missed an important lesson about the Ice Palace. Luckily for him, she's more than willing to teach it. Without a moment's hesitation, she points her sword at him and launches a freezing attack. In the blink of an eye, ice rapidly consumes his hand, freezing it solid before shattering it into pieces. Stares at his shattered hand in shock, struggling to process what just happened. He wonders if this is wind magic, but Talaris mocks his confusion. Is he more surprised that his carefully laid trap was undone so quickly, or that he's just lost a limb? Yet, strangely, there's no pain. Before he can fully comprehend the situation, Talaris points out his fatal flaw. Mages like him are always too distracted, even when their enemy is right in front of them. She questions whether it's arrogance or stupidity, adding that martial artists would never make such a mistake. In that moment, finally grasps the overwhelming difference in power between them. Even if reinforcements arrived, it would make no difference. Faced with an opponent of Talar's caliber, survival is impossible. Despair washes over him as he collapses to the ground, knowing the fight is lost, while Talaris prepares to strike once more. Just then, a magical circle flares to life, and in the blink of an eye, and his followers vanish, leaving Talaris to wonder at their sudden disappearance. Elsewhere, one of Midder's subordinates praises him for a successful retreat. He calmly reassures them that they've done their part, leaving the rest to the White Knight. Back at the battlefield, Talar's daughter asks if everything is settled as they observe a massive vessel approaching. Curiously, she wonders aloud if it's a Kozek. Mirakan explains that it's actually a wartime vessel used by the Zipple family. But the real concern isn't the ship's presence. It's what, or rather who, is aboard. Runcandel immediately connects the dots. The vessel signals the arrival of Andre Zipple's forces, a direct response to the recent attacks following the death of the family's vice head. But the real threat isn't the ship itself. It's the elite squad within it. The White Knight, an exclusive force selected from the Zipple family's strongest ranks, is now on their way. Runcandel contemplates his role in the upcoming conflict. If he isn't careful, he could become a liability. Talaris announces her decision to leave, making it clear that she has no intention of involving herself in a battle of this scale. Her plan is to relocate the natives to safety, and she instructs Runcandel to prepare himself. However, he refuses to leave. He insists the ceremony must be completed. Without it, they won't be able to stop further attacks from the Zipple family, and more innocent lives will be lost. Talaris scoffs at his defiance, calling him a child and brushing aside his objections. She's not asking for his opinion, but Runcandel stands his ground, explaining that if they don't act now, the cycle of violence will continue. He pleads with her, asking for her help to prevent this from happening again. After a brief pause, Talaris relents, but with one condition. They have exactly 1 hour to finish everything. No more, no less. And once it's over, she warns, they'll need to have a serious conversation with his parents. Meanwhile, Ludika and the others are deep in prayer to Klum as Runcandel rushes toward them. Without wasting any time, he urges her to speed up the ceremony, warning that the Zipple family is preparing for a full-scale attack. But Ludika remains firm, telling him they're fully aware of the looming threat. She insists they can't risk further danger. Until they find the divine relic, their enemies won't be able to harm them directly. Despite the urgency, she takes a moment to express her gratitude, acknowledging that he and his allies are the only ones willing to help after all this time. Jayan Runcandel refuses to accept this as the end. Grabbing her by the shoulders, he insists he didn't come this far just for her to give up. There has to be another way. Ludika considers his words, and after a moment, she admits there is one possibility. If Priestess Lausa were present, she could complete this ceremony immediately. But without her, there's no alternative. Talaris' daughter, overhearing this, quickly asks if Lausa is dead. Jayan Runcandel reassures her that Lausa is alive and in Tychon. Relieved, Talaris' daughter wastes no time, summoning an ice dragon and instructing Jayan Runcandel to get on, confidently stating that if Lausa is alive, she can bring her here from anywhere. Before Jayan Runcandel can respond, Talaris Endorma scolds her daughter for using the mot without permission, commenting on how much fun she seems to be having. But the girl remains unfazed. While she's unsure of Jayan Runcandel's exact plan, she made a promise to see this through, and she intends to keep it. Meanwhile, Mirakin stands unfazed by the upcoming battle. He assures them that holding off Zipple's strongest forces for an hour is no problem for him. He could do it easily. When asked if he will assist, he reminds Talaris that while he can't use his full authority without revealing his identity as a dragon, he's still more than capable. Talaris accepts his terms, but with a playful grin, asks if she can borrow his cat paws. Mirakin simply smiles in response. The White Knight arrives, standing tall and unwavering. They formally announce themselves as Zipple's elite forces and immediately demand that Talaris step aside. If she hands over the one responsible for killing a member of the Zipple family and the natives, they promise not to escalate the situation. Talaris, however, isn't intimidated. Without missing a beat, she counters their demand with one of her own. If they want her cooperation, they need to bring Celiac here. The leader of the White Knight hesitates for a moment, weighing her words, before reluctantly conceding that they might not have a choice. Without a word, the White Knight commander summons a massive magical circle, commanding it to disintegrate everything in its path as he launches a fiery assault. But before the flames can reach Talaris, Mirakin steps in, effortlessly blocking the attack. In response, she retaliates with a counterstrike of her own, and the two forces collide, creating a massive explosion that cancels out the attacks. The White Knight commander quickly assesses the battlefield and takes charge. He orders Squad 1 to set up a defensive shield to protect their line, preparing for the aftershock. As his eyes scan the opposition, he spots the Ice Queen, but is most drawn to the man standing beside her. There's something off about him. This man is punching through magic without any visible aura, a feat that shouldn't be possible. Recognizing the threat, the commander doesn't waste any time. He immediately sends word to the Zipple main family, preparing to unleash their most devastating weapon, the war cannon. Meanwhile, Jayan Runcandel reaches his destination and knocks on the door. It creaks open to reveal Pan, who eyes him with suspicion and demands to know who he is. Unfazed, Jayan Runcandel cuts straight to the point. He's here for Priestess Lausa. At that moment, Lausa appears, calmly stating that she's been expecting him. Without wasting time, Jayan Runcandel asks if she's ready to leave immediately. She nods, and they set off at once, with Jayan Runcandel promising to explain everything on the way. Back on the battlefield, Talaris Endorma launches another attack on the White Knight, with Mirakin joining in, noting her immense strength. Suddenly, two enormous ice hands materialize, reaching out to grab the White Knight. He barely has time to react, demanding to know what they are. With a smirk, Talaris explains that they're a gift from the Ice Queen. Perhaps not perfect, but certainly better than nothing. Before he can respond, his hand begins to freeze solid. Panic flashes across his face as he shouts that he can't feel his fingers. Despite this, he recognizes the effectiveness of the attack and retaliates by hurling a massive boulder in their direction. Talaris barely flinches, dismissing the boulder as child's play. As she deflects the attack, she recalls something Jayan Runcandel had mentioned: the Zipple family's keen interest in this land. Realizing that they won't be able to use the war cannon here, she concludes that both sides must tread carefully to avoid unnecessary casualties in this delicate situation. The White Knight watches her, frustration growing by the second. If she believes time is on her side, she's gravely mistaken. However, he hasn't yet received the final order to fire. Instead, he observes the natives locked in a ceremony, and notices that two key individuals have suddenly disappeared. Suspicion creeps in. Something is afoot, and he can't afford to let this drag on any longer. Just then, another White Knight rushes forward with a message from the main house. The commander listens intently before repeating the single-word directive: annihilation. Talaris raises an eyebrow, puzzled by the sudden escalation. Mirakin, sensing the shift in energy, wonders if they've finally given up. Talaris quickly dismisses the idea. There's no way the Zipple family would back down so easily. As expected, the White Knight commander immediately launches a fierce attack. With a booming voice, he declares that permission has been granted by the patriarch himself, which can only mean one thing: total destruction. Talaris clenches her jaw, realizing this may be her last chance to turn the tide. The commander wastes no time, beginning a final countdown. 1, 2, 3. Talaris stands firm, still demanding to see Celiac. But before she can push further, reinforcements arrive. Jan Runcandel, Talaris' daughter, and Priestess Lausa appear on the battlefield, ready to change the course of the conflict. The White Knight commander doesn't hesitate. With a single commanding order, he instructs his forces to fire. A flurry of attacks races toward them, but Talaris Indorma steps forward without a moment's hesitation, using her own power to shield everyone from the devastating barrage. Her daughter, determined not to stand idly by, rushes to her side to assist. In the heat of battle, Talaris calls her daughter Shrapnel, a nickname that catches the attention of those around them. When questioned about it, Talaris smirks, explaining that it's because of her daughter's ice trait. Anything that touches her mother's sword freezes instantly, making her as dangerous as flying shards of ice. The battle rages on, but one thing becomes abundantly clear. Their enemies have no idea what they've just unleashed. As the tension escalates, Jean Runcandel instructs Priestess Lausa to lower her body and remain still. He rushes forward to engage the enemy, and shortly after, Lausa joins the fray, noting with a touch of admiration how much his skills have improved. Meanwhile, Miss Ceres observes Jin's ability to keep up with her movements, surprised at his progress. Despite the brief camaraderie, Jin can't shake the grim reality of the situation. He voices his concern about the challenges of escorting the priestess to the ceremony's location while facing the formidable ship looming over them. Miss Ceres grimly adds that the Zipple forces have brought something truly terrifying to the battlefield. Elsewhere, the White Knight issues a stern warning. He declares it impossible for an ordinary human to survive Kozak's war cannon, stressing that this is the Ice Queen's final opportunity to accept their terms. If she refuses, he vows to destroy her entire party, even if it means leveling Cologne itself. But Talaris Indorma remains unshaken. Amused by his threats, she mocks his bravado, pointing out that he lacks the resolve to carry out such destruction. With unshaken confidence, she boldly declares her identity, asserting that no matter how many Zipple scoundrels arrive, none will be able to take her life. She orders them to retreat while they still can. The White Knight, realizing that killing her might be impossible, shifts his focus to her companions. He questions whether she can protect everyone under her care from the destructive force of Kozak's war cannon. He suggests that enduring a slight humiliation might be preferable to losing everything. Unfazed, Talaris asks about her daughter, pressing him on whether the girl plays a vital role in the native ceremony. Upon receiving confirmation from Jean Runcandel, Talaris resolves to ensure her daughter reaches the altar at any cost. She vows to shield them from the cannon blast, declaring that either the Ice Kingdom or the Zipple forces will bear the shame of failure. As the tension reaches its peak, the White Knight orders the cannon to be prepared, announcing Cologne's imminent destruction. Talaris entrusts Miss Ceres with the priestess's safety and turns to Jean. She asks him about his plan, and he assures her that he will create a path for her and the others, even if it costs him his life. His words prompt Talaris' daughter to question his decision, highlighting the immense danger posed by the overwhelming shrapnel. Jean reflects on the many sacrifices that have led him to this moment. If he doesn't risk everything now, he fears he will fail to honor the choices and commitments that have brought him here. Meanwhile, Lady Lausa recalls a dire warning from an old man. He had urged her to flee with the priestess, emphasizing the relentless determination of the Zipple forces to uncover the relic's location. Gripping her shoulders, the man had stressed the importance of survival, insisting that Cologne's future and their sacred mission depended on it. He had pleaded with her to find safety and seek someone capable of saving them all. With urgency in his voice, he had taken her hand, guiding her to ensure she understood the vital role she played in protecting the priestess. As the battle intensifies, the White Knight arrives on the scene, demanding to know the whereabouts of the priestess. Receiving no useful answers from the trembling insects before him, he mercilessly burns them alive, showing no mercy for those who cannot provide what he seeks. Meanwhile, Lady Lausa is lost in thought, reflecting on the choices that led her to this moment. She had once convinced herself that running away was the right decision, but deep down, she realizes that leaving everyone behind was always her choice. Hiding on a remote island, praying to a silent force, and waiting for a savior, these were decisions she had made on her own. Suddenly, Jean Runcandel's voice snaps her back to reality. He reminds her that no matter what happens, even if they all die, she must reach the altar and stake everything on this moment. Determined, she affirms her understanding and gives the command to fire. At the same time, Talaris and Dorma's daughter charges forward, joining the fight. Jean steadies himself, pushing away any hesitation. He knows that the only thing he needs to trust is his unwavering will. Every swing of his sword must carry the same intent, the same strength, and the same precision as the very first. Doubt has no place in battle, only absolute conviction. As the battle rages, Jean calls out for Muraken, who warns him that more attacks are incoming. The White Knight retaliates, unleashing a barrage of fire that forces Muraken to urge everyone to keep running, not daring to look back. For a brief moment, hope flickers in Muraken's mind. He acknowledges their progress, believing they might just succeed. But in an instant, a massive fire attack strikes Jean directly. Muraken calls out to him in alarm, his voice filled with concern. Through the pain, Jean reflects on how he has made it this far, because of the support he's received from those around him. He knows that if he doesn't lay everything on the line now, he won't be able to carry the weight of the choices he has made. Meanwhile, Miss Ceres and Lady Lausa continue their desperate assault. Miss Ceres questions why Jean is going to such extremes, but Lady Lausa silences her, urging her to keep moving. Looking back now would only make their sacrifices meaningless. As the chaos unfolds, Lady Lausa's thoughts drift once more. She had spent so long waiting for Clom's answer, but now she sees it clearly. Nothing will change through prayers alone. The time for waiting has long since passed. She has made her decision. Suddenly, Clom's voice echoes through the battlefield, calling for Jean Runcandel to wake up. Jin's body goes cold as he slowly opens his eyes, surveying the devastation around him. In the distance, Talaris and Dorma and Miss Ceres sit huddled in fear, completely surrounded by the White Knights. Confused, Jean asks what is happening, until his gaze locks onto the massive dragon looming behind him. Its sheer size is overwhelming, far larger than any ordinary dragon, its body engulfed in an eerie red glow. Recognition hits him hard. It is Khadun, the guardian dragon of Celiac. The sight alone confirms the Zipple family's terrifying resolve. As he stares at his own unconscious body lying motionless on the battlefield, a sinking realization settles in. Had they failed? Clom's voice cuts through the storm of thoughts, questioning where it all went wrong. Was this the result of his choices? Should he have ended everything with Murin Zipple's death? Would it have been better to take the natives and flee? Doubt and regret begin to consume him as he wonders. Had he made the wrong decision from the very beginning? But Jean Runcandel's soul stands firm in his decision. He has no regrets. The only thing that enrages him is that even in death, his weaknesses and incompetence remain unchanged. Jean blames himself for the suffering of those around him, convinced that his own shortcomings and foolish choices led them to this devastating point. His soul aches with guilt, a weight he feels crushing him, believing that he's the one responsible for their pain. Clom acknowledges his frustration, but urges him not to release that feeling just yet. She tells him it will shape his path moving forward, guiding the decisions he'll make. Before Jean can fully absorb her words, a bright light appears before him. Confused, Jean questions what it is. A voice responds, introducing itself as Clom, the one who sealed herself inside the mirror with Sodaret's help. She reveals that she had been waiting for Jean, the boy chosen by Sodaret. Jin's soul hesitates, struggling to understand what Clom means. However, she doesn't give him much time to process. She informs him that, as the contractor of 1,000 years, time is running out. After everything that's transpired, Jean should now understand the road he must walk, the weight of his choices, and the pain of those he failed to protect. Left speechless, Jean questions whether anything even matters anymore, now that everything seems lost. But Clom reassures him, nothing is truly final. There's still more to be done. With those words, Jin's soul is drawn back into his body. His eyes snap open as he surveys the battlefield, his mind racing. How many times has he woken up like this today? Before he can gather his thoughts, Miss Ceres approaches, noting the shock in his expression and how much he clearly values his life. Moments later, Muraken arrives, slapping him hard on the back of the head, muttering that she wants to beat him to death. Still reeling, Jean states with certainty that Khadun attacked him. Muraken raises an eyebrow at this comment, questioning who exactly attacked him. She explains that Khadun retreated the moment their eyes met, almost as if acknowledging something. And now, Jean is finally awake. Talaris and Dorma, who has been watching from the side, admits that she had been wondering what kind of belief gave him the strength to do what he did. But she never expected him to make a god descend. Jean stiffens. He asks her what she means by God, and what exactly she's talking about. Muraken looks at him incredulously, asking if he really did it without even knowing. She explains that the priestess channeled the god into her body, and it wasn't just any ordinary deity. The moment it descended, it annihilated Kozek in an instant. Jean is stunned. He admits he has no idea what the god did, but he saw firsthand that the White Knights were powerless against it. On top of that, there was an infinite surge of magical power and an unbreakable barrier. He doesn't know who or what it was, but he is certain it wasn't just any ordinary god. Yet, strangely, he can't seem to remember any of it. Shaking off his confusion, Jean turns to Clom and demands answers. Now that he's awake, what exactly is Clom planning to do? Clom, however, clarifies that Jean has it wrong. She isn't Priestess Lausa. Instead, she introduces herself once more as Clom. She reveals that thanks to Lausa's sacrifice, she was able to descend, experiencing both the suffering and the weight of death firsthand. Jean Runcandel processes everything that has happened, still unsure whether what he witnessed was real or simply an illusion. Clom simply states that Jean should consider it a small lesson, one that goes beyond what he originally set out to achieve. Before Jean can question further, Murakin steps in, accusing Clom of playing tricks on the kid. He demands that Clom stop acting superior and give them straight answers. What exactly was her plan? And what did she want from Jean Runcandel? In response, Clom presents a mirror, revealing that she has been waiting for its rightful owner. Jean studies the object before him, scrutinizing it with suspicion. He questions whether it's really just a mirror. Clom then begins to explain his true nature. She reveals that she is the creator and the source of all magic power, but that immense power had once spiraled out of control, nearly destroying the world. It was only thanks to Saderet that she was sealed away to prevent the world from falling into ruin. Talaris and Dorma, still trying to grasp the enormity of the situation, asks what Saderet is. Clom clarifies that after losing control of her power, Saderet had sealed both herself and her magic inside the mirror. Murakin, skeptical as ever, questions whether this means Clom is the so-called god of magic power, since he's never heard of a god like that before. Clom dismisses the label, telling them instead to watch as Sadaret's seal is revealed. Murakin, observing the mirror closely, notes that the seal is made from shadow energy, but has grown dangerously weak over time. She realizes that Clom must have needed someone capable of maintaining it. Clom confirms this, explaining that the magic inside the mirror is infinite and ever-expanding, and that magic is her. If it were fully unleashed, the world would be crushed under its power. To prevent that catastrophe, she had asked Saderet to seal her away. For generations, the children of Cologne had been entrusted with guarding that seal. Murakin, visibly frustrated, points out the suffering the people of Cologne endured to protect him. She asks why Clom didn't seek protection from someone more powerful instead. Clom, unfazed, responds that the world of the past was vastly different from what it is now. At that time, there was no force stronger than Cologne's people. However, after her sealing, her blessing could no longer reach them, leaving them to struggle on their own. Even so, she insists that everything was necessary, because now she can finally put an end to it all. As she speaks, she locks eyes with Jean Runcandel, referencing the 1,000-year contractor, Saderet. Miss Ceres, clearly puzzled, asks who this contractor is. Meanwhile, Jin's mind races. He himself is in a contract with Saderet. Before he can voice his thoughts, Clom sends the mirror toward him, instructing him to take it. She explains that within the mirror lies Saderet's power, the power to preserve the world. As soon as Jean grasps the mirror, he feels an overwhelming surge of magic rushing into his body. The sheer energy coursing through him is staggering, but he quickly realizes something alarming. Every time the magic leaks from the mirror, the seal weakens further. A dark realization hits him. Was this the very artifact that the Zipple family had recklessly used for their own purposes? Had they been toying with something that could bring about utter catastrophe? Jean Runcandel reflects on his past life, acknowledging that his duty now is no longer simply to protect the people of Cologne. It is to safeguard the seal itself. However, Clom clarifies that his task isn't just about maintaining Saderet's seal. The people of Cologne were never meant to carry this burden alone. That's why Saderet entrusted this responsibility specifically to him. Clom continues her explanation, telling Jean that the seal isn't merely a dense concentration of shadow energy. It is a masterpiece. It is something Saderet poured all his power into, something he had never attempted before. In essence, the seal contains a part of Saderet himself. Jean recognizes the immense value of this, but his thoughts immediately shift to Priestess Lausa. She had promised to summon Saderet personally. Clom, however, shakes her head, stating that Lausa had simply promised too much given the circumstances. Even if the black dragon standing beside Jean tried to summon Saderet now, he would refuse. Clom offers her apologies on Lausa's behalf. Jean, however, firmly responds that it's not about compensation. He didn't take on this responsibility expecting something in return. Even so, he expresses his gratitude for everything Lausa had tried to do. Clom's mind races. How did Lausa know the truth? That Jean had lived twice. More pressing, though, was how Lausa had gotten hold of that knowledge. But there's no time for answers now. Clom has already spoken all that was necessary. Her role in this moment has ended. With heartfelt sincerity, she turns to Jean, grateful for his choice, one that finally breaks the cycle of endless suffering. She calls him Sodaret's child, the savior who's freed them. As her time here fades, she takes her place within the mirror, her voice carrying one final blessing for the path Jean must now walk. Talaris and Dorma, standing back, watches with quiet awe. To her, it's a rare sight, one that only the most ancient beings would understand, a god expressing thanks to a mortal. It's a moment of staggering importance. But she snaps out of her reverence. They have to move. Reinforcements could be on their heels at any moment. Jean nods in agreement. I'll lead you out of here, he says, his voice steady. Together, they would leave this place behind. Lady Lausa, now understanding, finally grasps the full weight of it all. That's why there had been no response from Clom, because she had been within the mirror the entire time. With quiet resolution, Clom steps forward again. The weight of their past, of everything that had led them here, rests heavily on her. By merging with Lausa's body, she didn't just save one life. She saved them all, the children of Cologne too. She acknowledges the torment it must have been for him to carry this burden all this time. Lady Lausa bows, gratitude heavy in her voice. Thank you, Clom, not just for hearing our prayers, but for answering them, for saving us when we were on the edge of despair. Her words are filled with emotion as she adds, please, no apologies. None of us have wronged each other. Clom smiles softly, her own heart full. It was because of your faith that I'm here, and I'm grateful for that. Lady Lausa, with a gentle, heartfelt reply, says, all we ever wanted was for our memories to be free of sorrow. Clom acknowledges this, silently contemplating Jean Runcandel's unyielding resolve. His determination had touched her deeply, and now she entrusts him with a world that would no longer be bound by the pains of the past. Ludika speaks up then, breaking the moment of reflection. She reminds them all of the 10,000 years of hardship their people had endured. How, as a weak and impoverished tribe, they'd always been dealt a cruel hand, ultimately leading to their subjugation by the Zipple family. Ludika knows Jean already understands what followed. If the mirror had fallen into the hands of the Zipples, all their sacrifices would have been for nothing. The thought of it weighs heavily on her, but she finds relief knowing that fate had led the mirror to Jean instead. Jean nods, humbly acknowledging that he could only be here today because of the people of Cologne. But deep in his mind, a darker thought stirs. If the Zipples had gotten their hands on the mirror, as they did in his past life, the world would have been doomed. With their immediate safety secured, Jean turns to the next matter at hand. I'll make arrangements for you to stay under the Hufster allied powers, he says. But Ludika looks at him, confused. Hufster, she asks. Before Jean can explain, Dino Jaglin interrupts, skeptical. Does a Runcandel reserve flag bearer really have that kind of authority? There's no need for you to go out of your way for us. Jean explains calmly. This is a letter addressed to Luna Runcandel, the first flag bearer of the Runcandel family. Present it when you arrive in his territory, and you'll get all the help you need. Dino Jaglin hesitates for a moment, then finally offers his thanks to Jean. Jean smirks in response, casually suggesting, if you're truly grateful, you should start spreading as much bad press about the Zipple family as you can. Dino considers it for a second, but doubts the effectiveness. You think the Zipples will just let that slide? Even if I write the article, they'll bury it with censorship. Jin's smile widens knowingly. Do you really think you're the only one who despises the Zipples? My words will be the spark, and once people read your article, those who've suffered at their hands will rise with you. Jean leans in, his tone encouraging. You're destined to be a great reporter, Dino. All you need is confidence. Don't hesitate, just go forward. With that, Jean moves on, entering a nearby room where he greets Miss Talaris and Dorma with a deep bow of gratitude. She waves off his gesture with a relaxed tone. It was nothing, child. Really, it's fine. But Jin's mind lingers on the consequences. Because of me, the Ice Palace and the Zipple family may clash, he admits. Talaris, however, offers reassurance. Celiac will tread carefully. This wasn't an outcome they expected, and that alone changes everything. She pauses, reflecting on the arrival of an ancient god in their world. Celiac might even see this as you growing stronger, she muses. But then, Talaris quickly clarifies, but don't think this was an act of goodwill. It was simply a request fulfilled. No need for gratitude. Jean nods in agreement, accepting her words. Then, with a smirk, he asks, so, would you like any compensation for your help? Amused, Talaris raises an eyebrow. What should I demand from a contractor of Sodaret and a magic swordsman like you? Jean briefly considers how things have played out. You could probably take quite a lot if you were serious about asking for something, he muses. But after a moment, Talaris casually shrugs it off. Let's call it even. I've already learned a lot from this. Turning to her daughter, she asks for her opinion. Her daughter, clearly annoyed, raises an eyebrow. Why are you even asking? You're already planning to let it go, right? Jean thanks Talaris formally, addressing her as the Ice Queen. She simply replies, it's time to leave now. I've been away for too long. As they prepare to part ways, Miss Ceres steps forward, determined. It's time to settle our unfinished business, she declares, looking at Jean. We should fight properly, so we're no longer indebted to each other. Talaris chuckles, teasing her daughter. Still going through puberty? Huh? Can't even be honest about your feelings. Her daughter, flustered, snaps, why have you been acting like this since yesterday? Then, after a beat, she sighs in frustration, conceding, fine, we're leaving now. Goodbye. Later, Talaris arrives at a quiet place where Chiron Runcandel is preparing food. It's been a while. She greets him warmly, a smile on her face. Chiron looks up, surprised by her sudden visit. What brings you here? Without wasting any time, Talaris gets straight to the point. Have you considered marrying your youngest child in my family? Meanwhile, Luna sits quietly, reading a letter detailing the recent events with Kozek, the White Knights, and a master of the 7th Magic Tower. She shakes her head with a slight smile. Once again, the youngest has stirred up quite the commotion. Turning to Dino Jaglin, she casually asks, by the way, how is the youngest doing? Dino Jaglin nods in confirmation, explaining that while the battle had been intense, they left Tykin once he had recovered. Luna lets out a relieved sigh before turning her focus to a more pressing matter, Ludika and her specialty. Ludika hesitates, caught off guard by Luna's shift in conversation. Sensing the confusion, Luna clarifies, I understand that you're refugees, but I can't simply allow you to stay without contributing something. Luna calls for Nanny, instructing her to find suitable jobs for Ludika and the others, and to work with the local citizens to help them settle in. Nanny acknowledges her request and assures her that she'll take care of it. Turning back to Ludika, Luna continues, instead of just accepting help, I believe it would be better for you to stand on your own. She asks, would that be acceptable? Ludika pauses briefly, then nods in agreement. Yes, thank you. We're grateful for the chance. Luna then looks at Dino Jaglin and asks, are you truly the person I've heard about? Dino confirms his identity, and Luna immediately offers her support. I'll back you with everything I have. But, she adds, you must deliver the results the youngest has requested of you. Dino responds confidently, don't worry, I will. Luna nods, satisfied with his answer, and assures him that she will uphold her part of the bargain. 1 month passes after the Cologne incident, and Dino reflects on how the entire world became consumed by the news of the massacre. Reports spread like wildfire, detailing the brutal slaughter of Cologne's natives by the Zipple family, only for unknown adventurers to exact vengeance. The incident quickly became a source of tension among the major powers. The Runcandel family, along with other factions opposed to the Zipples, wasted no time spreading the news far and wide. Despite the Zipple family's official claim that Murin had acted independently, no one truly believed it. Then, evidence emerged from the wreckage of Kozek, revealing the Zipple family's direct involvement in the massacre. This revelation sent shockwaves through the political landscape. The Huster allied powers were furious, while the Literal Magic Federation worked to suppress the information. Meanwhile, the Emperor of the Beeman Empire took a different approach, publicly declaring the Zipple family's innocence. Dino observes how public outrage surged initially, but then began to subside. In the aftermath, the Runcandel family gained newfound prestige for revealing the truth, while the Beeman Empire strengthened its ties with the Zipple family in exchange for their loyalty. However, the damage was undeniable. The Zipple family, once untouchable, had lost much of their honor and dignity. Forced into silence, they retreated into the shadows, nursing their wounds after the crushing blows, including the loss of their second-in-command. As Dino Jaglin writes in his diary, he reflects on the changes. For the first time in a long while, the Zipples had been forced into a defensive position. He also admits that he had misjudged the Runcandel family. Once, he had thought them nothing more than sword-obsessed martial artists, but now, he sees them as far more strategic than he ever imagined. Just then, Ludika arrives at his door, carrying a stack of letters. She points out that these are donations and messages of support sent to them. As she scans the overwhelming number of letters, she comments on how, after being ignored for centuries, people are finally paying attention to them. Ludika adds, the prayers that were once directed toward Clom are now being offered to none other than young Master Jean Runcandel. Dino Jaglin reflects on this new wave of attention. He knows it will continue until the world learns that the mysterious, unknown adventurer is, in fact, Jean Runcandel himself. He's certain that, one day, Jean will rise to become a flag bearer, elevate the Runcandel family's status, and ultimately be the one to bring down the Zipple family. Meanwhile, Khan surveys his surroundings. It's the third time he's been here, and he hopes that Sir Kashmir Alprian's writing has improved since the last time. His eyes land on a massive ice wall ahead, and curiosity bubbles up within him. What's this wall made of, he asks aloud. Talaris Endorma, standing nearby, looks at her own hand in slight surprise. She explains, my body just moved on its own. I formed the wall before I even realized it. Chiron Runcandel, standing off to the side, scowls. Pay me back for this, he demands. What is this? A new provocation tactic. Interrupting someone's meditation to talk about marriage. Talaris smirks, quickly shutting down his assumptions. I'm not here to cling to you like before. She responds before launching an attack on Chiron Runcandel. Khan reacts instantly, stepping in to block her strike. Are you Khan's knight? She asks, sizing him up. Khan corrects her. No, I'm Khan. Recognizing him, Talaris acknowledges, it's been a while. Meanwhile, Chiron remains unfazed, dismissing Khan's interference. Don't worry about her, he says. Just hand over that. Khan doesn't hesitate, immediately presenting a letter. As Chiron opens the letter, he learns that Kashmir Alprian claims to have located Tagan, Murak, and Zipple. Khan adds, not long ago, an unknown adventurer helped the Colons, who were being slaughtered by the Zipples. This mysterious figure punished the Zipples and rescued the natives. During that time, the master of the 7th magic tower, Murin Zipple, was killed. Reports also confirm the Kozek and White Knights were attacked. This revelation catches Chiron off guard. The youngest was in that region, he mutters, surprised. What's this Kozek? He asks, but doubts the youngest could have pulled it off alone. You were involved, weren't you? He questions Talaris. Talaris simply nods. I received a request. That's all. Chiron, still skeptical, furrows his brow. But Kashmir Alprian didn't mention any of this in the letter. Why hide it? Talaris, playful as always, raises an eyebrow. What? You planning to scold him? Chiron, more serious now, shakes his head. No, I think a warning's in order. Talaris grins. Maybe praise would work better. Chiron's curiosity is piqued. Praise? What do you mean? She shrugs. It's clear that Kashmir has chosen his loyalties, and they're not with you. They lie with Jean Runcandel. After a brief pause, Chiron thinks it over. I almost put the youngest in a tough spot, he admits. And for that, I owe you one. Talaris smirks. Oh, you owe me now? Then, with a teasing look, she adds, and don't forget, your youngest owes me too. Chiron raises his hands in mock surrender. You'll have to collect that debt from the youngest yourself. Satisfied, Talaris decides it's time to leave, but leaves him with a final thought. You should really think about what I said, especially since your youngest and my daughter seem like a perfect match. Sometime later, Jean Runcandel sits alone in his room. An eerie chill suddenly creeps over him. He furrows his brow, puzzled. What's going on? He mutters to himself. Gilly, noticing his sudden discomfort, asks, Is everything okay? Jean brushes it off, his voice calm but distracted. It's nothing, just a strange feeling creeping up on me. Meanwhile, across town, Kashmir Alprian sits down with young Master Jean Runcandel for tea. He, too, has been experiencing the same unsettling sensation. It's been happening to me quite often lately, Kashmir admits, setting down his cup. Strange, isn't it? Kashmir Alprian chuckles, observing Jean Runcandel's puzzled reaction. It's been happening a lot since you came back from Colin, hasn't it? Maybe it's just growing pains. He pauses before adding, After all, with the mirrors boost your magic power, it could simply be a side effect of all that growth. Jean smiles lightly, considering the incredible strides he's made. 6-star swordsmanship, 5-star shadow energy, and now 7-star magic power. The realization hits him. To think he reached 7-star status just from the mirror alone is nothing short of staggering. But no matter how hard he pushes himself, there's a limit. The seal that restrains him remains as strong as ever, unyielding and unbroken. Just then, a guard enters, interrupting his thoughts. A man claims to be one of your intelligence operatives, young master, and requests an audience. Kashmir laughs, shaking his head. Well, that's convenient. Let's make up an excuse and send him away. Jean ponders for a moment, but decides against dismissing the visitor. The man knows something crucial. He knows the exact location of one of the 7 Colors secret bases. Is this man former 7 Colors? Jean asks. The guard confirms the stranger's origins, and Jin's curiosity piques. The man reveals that this is his first time setting foot in Taiken, further heightening Jin's suspicion. Who could this person be, and what's his game? He gazes out the window, mulling over the situation. Meanwhile, Kashmir Alprian chuckles darkly, noting, You just saw something ridiculous, young master. Someone unknown to the 7 Colors managed to track us down? That's troubling. His eyes narrow as suspicion grows. Could this be Jet? Jet, The name alone sends a surge of anger through Kashmir. Jet had been a notorious backstabber, the infamous information broker who betrayed him more times than he could count. The very thought of those betrayals makes Kashmir want to rip the man apart on the spot. But he remembers he once spared Jet's life because the man had a son. Still, as the situation unfolds, Kashmir senses there's more to this story than he initially thought. Impatient, Kashmir demands answers. I don't remember you. How did you find out about our branch's location? Jet responds calmly, kneeling and introducing himself. Jet, he says, owner of an information store in Arkan. Kashmir narrows his eyes. Arkan, he questions. You were supposed to be from Teesing. Jet nods, confirming. I was the informant who helped dismantle Arkan. We took them down from within to put an end to their tyranny. That's how it all played out. Kashmir is still skeptical. I'm certain this is all thanks to young Master Jean Runcandel before we arrived here. But there's something more pressing. He steps forward, his voice low. How did you discover the location of the secret branch? Your answer will determine your fate. Jet remains unfazed. For an informant, security is like life itself, he says. Until you accept me as one of you, I won't reveal anything. Kashmir's patience wears thin. He grins darkly. You won't see daylight again until you start talking. But Jet remains composed, unfazed by the threat. Instead, he drops a bombshell. The person the Seven Colors are investigating holds information on Spider-Hand Alu. At that moment, Jean Runcandel steps forward, intrigued by the new development. Tell me more, he says, his curiosity piqued. Kashmir immediately steps in to cut him off. Even if he knows something, it's likely a lie. Jet, eyeing Jean, finally seems to notice him. He had assumed the Lord of Tychon was Kashmir, but now he realizes there's more to this young man. Cautiously, he remains silent for a beat, sizing up Jean. Jean smirks and casually greets Jet. It's been a long time since we last met, Jet. But tell me, why are you here without the gift you once gave me? His voice is light, almost playful, but the underlying tension is unmistakable. Jet's demeanor shifts instantly, his tone turning sharp and biting. You're both a pair of fools, he sneers, his eyes flicking between Jean Runcandel and Kashmir Alprian. You, Alprian, are nothing but a scoundrel, impersonating Veridin Zipple, trusting you will bring Tychon the same fate as Teesing. The accusation hits like a slap, and Kashmir Alprian's patience snaps. His expression darkens, fury rising within him. How dare you speak to me like that? He growls, stepping forward, ready to strike. But just as his hand moves, another voice interrupts, cutting through the tension. Murakan strides into the room, clearly unimpressed. Did you not hear me calling earlier, Kashmir? He asks, a hint of mockery in his voice. And where's the ice cream you promised to bring? Kashmir freezes, momentarily unnerved. Apologies, Sir Murakan, he stammers. I'm in the middle of an interrogation. Murakan, however, brushes off the excuse with a wave of his hand. His gaze shifts to Jet, narrowing with recognition. You, he says, I remember you, the crazy scoundrel from before. Why are you here now? His eyes flick between Jet and Kashmir, then narrow further. And why are you speaking so informally to Kashmir? As realization hits, Murakan recalls the events in Arkan. This lunatic must have been that kid's subordinate, the one who had caused so much chaos. And if that's the case, then Jet must be one of the highest-ranking informants in the room. Jet, sensing the change in the atmosphere, doesn't hesitate. He bows low, his voice humble. I was an idiot for not recognizing you sooner, Sir Murakan. Jean Runcandel watches the exchange, finally understanding the weight of the situation. Jet, it seems, is no mere underling. He's someone important. Good, Jean says, his voice calm but commanding. Now, let's get to the point. Tell me everything about Spider-Hand Alu. Jet exhales deeply, gathering himself before he speaks. Spider-Hand Alu's real name is Tagan Marius. He was once the Runcandel cadet. Jin's eyes narrow at the name. Runcandel cadet? The words feel oddly familiar, but he can't place why. Just as he's about to ask more, Gilly leans in, whispering in his ear. Tamia Marius was the first young lady's nanny, she whispers. And that's her surname. Jin's mind races, the pieces falling into place. Spider-Hand Alu, a former Runcandel cadet, was connected to Tamia Marius. And now, Jet is revealing more about him. He's from Delki, part of the Hufster Allied Powers, and he's a commoner who somehow passed the Runcandel cadet exam. Jin's curiosity deepens. Jet continues. Back then, he went by the name Tagan Marius. But that identity has been erased. It no longer exists. Jean looks to Gilly for confirmation, his thoughts swirling. Is that true? He asks. Gilly nods, confirming his suspicion. Nanny Tamia Marius was indeed from Delki, she says, her voice steady. How long ago did this exam take place? Jean presses. Jet answers without hesitation. The year 1776. Exactly 20 years ago. Kashmir Alprian speaks up, his voice low with suspicion. 20 years ago? That was during the Civil War in the Delki Kingdom. It would have been nearly impossible for a commoner to even attempt the cadet exam, let alone pass it. He glares at Jet, his suspicions growing. Are you lying to me? But Gilly steps in again, her voice calm but certain. Alu is real, she says. And if this story checks out, then someone from within the Runcandel family must have helped him. Jean Runcandel's mind races. He begins to piece together the possibilities. Who within the family would have the authority to assist a commoner like Alu? There are only two groups that could have done it, the purebloods or the nannies who support them. He recalls the unique role of Runcandel's nannies. They don't just raise the children. They have a great deal of influence, depending on the status of the pureblood child they serve. 20 years ago, Luna Runcandel was the temporary head of the family, which means her nanny would have wielded considerable power during that time. Jin's mind flashes with the implications. If Tamian Marius and Spider-Hand Alu are truly connected, could the same person who cursed him in his past life be involved in all of this? Or did Tamian Marius act alone? If so, why? And what was her true motive? The questions swirl in his mind, but one thing is clear. This story is far from over. Jean Runcandel's thoughts are interrupted as he turns sharply to Jet, his expression serious. Has this information been verified? He demands. Without missing a beat, Jet swears on his life. I personally went to Delki and confirmed everything myself. That's all Jean needs to hear. His resolve hardens. All right, he declares firmly, his voice unwavering. Take the lead. Jet blinks in confusion, his brow furrowing. Pardon? Jean doesn't hesitate. We're going to Delki. Right now. The weight of his words settles over the room, and as Jean sets his sights on the Delki Kingdom, one thing is certain in his mind. He's going to get answers. Personally, the scene shifts to the Delki Kingdom, a territory aligned with the Hugpester allied powers. In a dimly lit alley, a man writhes on the cold ground, his face pressed into the dirt beneath the heavy boot of Brother Gabor. The man's suffering is met with a cruel smirk from Gabor as he taunts him. You're late. You know what happens if you don't meet the collection deadline. Gabor warns, his voice dripping with menace. Desperate, the man pleads for mercy, explaining that he fell behind due to the need to feed his daughter. His fear turns into defiance, and he dares to threaten Gabor, vowing to report him to the authorities if this continues. Gabor laughs darkly, clearly amused by the man's empty threat. Report me, he scoffs. You're under the protection of the great Runcandel. You're untouchable. Don't even think about it. Just as Gabor prepares to continue his taunts, a voice interrupts the tense atmosphere. Hold on. Stop right there. A purple-haired girl steps forward, her voice casual, yet carrying an undeniable warning. If this keeps up, things might get a little troublesome. Don't you think? Gabor glares at her, his anger rising. What's your business here? He demands. Then, his eyes narrow in realization. Wait, if you're here, that idiot must be nearby too. As if on cue, another figure appears from the shadows, a masked man. Without a moment's hesitation, he slices Gabor's neck open, blood splattering across the cobblestones. The man beneath Gabor gasps in terror, his threats forgotten as raw fear takes hold of him. The masked figure steps closer, his voice dripping with contempt. How pathetic, he sneers. Groveling for survival after wasting your life playing gangster, even after receiving help from your own mother. The fallen man, shaking with fear, scrambles desperately for a way out. I'll give you all my money. I won't report anything, just please let me go. My daughter is waiting for me at home. But the masked man doesn't care. To him, these people are all the same, scum. We're not here for money, he says coldly. The man, trembling, begs for forgiveness, pleading for any way to survive. Before he can receive an answer, the purple-haired girl moves swiftly, her magic piercing through him. It's nothing personal, she murmurs as he collapses to the ground. Just unfortunate. Then, almost as an afterthought, she adds, everything is for that person. Meanwhile, Kashmir Alprian provides crucial context, his voice steady. The surname Marius is common across the continent, but in Delki, it's different. There, only a specialized organization was permitted to use it. He recalls the Moon Sacrifice Orphanage, a place that appeared to be a typical orphanage, but in reality, was a brutal training ground. The orphanage, he explains, was run by Delki's royal faction, turning orphans into assassins and spies. The method was simple but horrific, Kashmir continues. First, the children formed deep emotional bonds with one another. Then, they were forced to kill each other. The ones who survived became perfect assassins. The orphanage was eventually shut down when the prince's faction won the civil war. But of the children raised in that hell, 10 were released as free citizens. Except for Alu, who was declared dead. That means 9 of them are still alive. Kashmir hands Jean a stack of papers containing the addresses of the surviving children. Jean Runcandel takes one look at the documents and nods, his expression unwavering. I see. There's no hesitation. We're going to Delki. Right now. If these assassins are linked, if this orphanage has any connection to the cursed bladed illusion, then this could be Gene Runcandel's chance to track down the one who cursed him in his past life. And this time, he won't rest until he finds them. As they prepare to leave, Kashmir Alprian offers a polite farewell, wishing Gene and Jet a safe journey. After a while, Gene arrives at the Delki Kingdom's teleportation gate. Jet quickly brings him up to speed on their first target, Gabor Marius. Gabor has been involved in gangster activities in the rough neighborhood of Nara. Jet suggests finding a place to stay, as the journey will take time, but Gene dismisses the idea. Resting isn't a priority. They need information first. Without hesitation, Gene directs them to the western region, where 3 survivors from the Moon Sacrifice Orphanage are located. They'll worry about lodging later. Upon arrival, Jet knocks on a door, but before anyone answers, a group of guards appears. They stop, eyeing the scene. Several dead bodies scatter nearby. Gene scans the scene with precision. The cause of death is clear: poison, mixed with wind magic. In the Huffister region, such a method is considered a magical crime. Whoever is responsible must have incredible nerve. A bystander shakes his head, muttering to himself. Gabor, huh? Looks like his gangster days finally caught up with him. Jin's eyes narrow. Did you say Gabor? The man nods. Yeah, why? You know him. Jin's skepticism is evident. The bodies are barely recognizable. How can you be so sure? The man explains that it's not his first time seeing Gabor in this state. Just the previous night, he saw him stumbling around drunk. Shortly after, he heard a scream. And now this. The other dead body. Someone deeply in debt to Gabor. A tragic end. Gene pieces things together. The poison suggests Gabor was the intended target, while the other man was likely collateral damage, eliminated by magic. But something doesn't sit right. If they had planned to kill him with poison, why rush it? Why not wait until Gabor was alone? A realization strikes. Jet. Gene calls sharply. Jet, sensing urgency, quickly asks, "What's wrong? Who's next?" Gene demands. Jet hesitates, then answers. Weatherway Marius. 2 hours from here. Without a second to waste, Gene orders, "We're running. We get there in 1 hour." Jet grimaces but keeps pace. Something about this situation feels off, but Gene is already lost in thought. The poison, self-moderating, assassin grade. Fresh. The bodies haven't even started to decompose. Their skin and complexion, still intact. That means the killer is still out there. It hits him hard. Someone is systematically hunting down the survivors of the Moon Sacrifice Orphanage. Right now. If they don't act fast, the next target will be dead before they can even reach them. Gene pushes them to move quicker. Time is running out. Let's go. Jet agrees, and they sprint to a nearby building. As they approach, Jin's eyes catch something. A mark etched onto the structure. It's an 8-star wind magic symbol, known as Hellwind. The power radiating from it is growing stronger with every passing second. Jet points out that only 2 targets remain, but at this rate, catching them will be nearly impossible. He expresses concern that they've been seen at every scene so far, and could easily be mistaken for suspects. He suggests reporting the situation to the guards. Gene rejects the idea outright. No, we're handling this ourselves. If they involve the authorities, they'd be under investigation themselves, and by then, it would be too late. Gene grits his teeth in frustration. His enemies are trespassing on his territory, and he'll be damned if he lets them get away with it. No matter what, he'll stay ahead of them. Meanwhile, Varys watches the unfolding events with a bored expression. She casually asks who the next target is, clearly uninterested, as if this whole thing is more of a nuisance than a challenge. With a sigh, she comments that this has turned out to be far less exciting than she expected. She wonders aloud why their older brothers, who underwent the same training, turn out to be so weak. The masked man beside her explains that just because it was training, it didn't mean the experience was the same for everyone. Only they had truly been chosen, and it's clear they stand on a different level from the so-called failed products. Varys smirks. All right, let's wrap this up. An explosion rocks the area, catching Kyujin completely off guard. On the other side, someone starts following Gene Runcandel and Jet. The pursuer, a man clearly on edge, apologizes and nervously asks if all the survivors of the Moon Sacrifice have really been eliminated. Gene Runcandel confirms that someone is systematically hunting them down, eliminating them one by one, in order of their proximity to the dimensional gateway. As a result, they've been constantly trailing behind, forced to chase the killer. Gene reveals that this pursuit has led them to him. Since he lived the farthest away, they had to track him down directly. He also acknowledges that because of this, they managed to save his daughter. But his face darkens as he voices his regret, fearing that their enemies may have already reached her. Gene Runcandel, puzzled, asks what he means. Then it hits him. Despite not having trained for years, the orphans who survived the Moon Sacrifice still endured brutal conditioning. The fact that they're being taken out so easily points to only a few capable hands behind the attacks. Varys and Kyujin come to mind. Gene acknowledges that those two are on a whole different level. Then a question rises. Weren't there originally 10 survivors? Dan Marius corrects him. There were 12 survivors of the moon sacrifice. And the ones hunting them down? They weren't just survivors. They were monsters, trained directly by him. Before he can say more, Vera strikes Dan Marius from behind, sending him crashing to the ground. She lets out a relieved sigh, admitting she was worried they might slip away. With a tilted head, she looks down at him. Brother Dan Marius, what's going on? How'd you know we'd be coming? Since when have you been so sharp? Dan Marius turns toward Varys and Kyujin, demanding to know why they're doing this. Kyujin, however, sighs and apologizes, stating there's no time for explanations. He casually mentions they've been at it since early morning and are completely worn out. Suddenly, a flash of light streaks across the sky. Varys frowns in confusion. A lightning bolt? From out of nowhere. Kyujin's eyes narrow. Wait, is he a mage? Jean Runcandel steps forward, his gaze locking on Varys and Kyujin. He's been wondering who's been messing with his plans, and now, seeing them face to face, his curiosity intensifies. With a smirk, he introduces himself, clearly pleased to finally meet them. But his tone quickly sharpens. Who sent them to disrupt things on his land? Whoever it was, he promises to drag the truth out of them, slowly and painfully. Jean studies them closely. They aren't even trying to hide their identities, and, judging by their appearances, neither of them seems to be older than 30. The woman, though, she's at least an 8-star mage. But she's not a Zipple. So who the hell is she? Varys remains unfazed, crossing her arms with a smirk. Wow, you've already hired a bodyguard? And tell me, how do you think Brother Dan Marius knew we'd be here? Her eyes flick to Kyujin. Kyujin shrugs casually. That guy, he definitely wouldn't have figured it out on his own. But his boy, now that's a different story. He might hold some answers. Varys grins wickedly. We could always turn Brother Dan Marius into minced meat and interrogate his bodyguard after a little remodeling. Kyujin's expression shifts slightly, and he reminds her to stay alert. Something's off. This doesn't feel like normal inner ki. Varys laughs, clearly amused. You look nervous. Relax a little, will you? You're always so careful. That's probably why you're not popular. Just then, Jean creates a magical circle, and Varys' eyes narrow. Wait, did he just block that attack? She looks around, suddenly feeling drained. Damn it, did I use too much energy getting here? Jean Runcandel, however, is already analyzing the situation. He recognizes the spell immediately. 4-star magic, Blade Wind. It's clear they've been conserving mana, given they've been at this all morning. But something else catches his attention. The man nearby. If Jin's instincts are right, this man is the one using poison. The sword he's carrying confirms it. He's not just any assassin, but a poison-wielding swordsman. Jean makes a split-second decision. Jet, take Dan Marius and run. Jet hesitates, clearly shocked. Are you serious? We can't just run, and I'm not leaving you behind. Jean doesn't hesitate. He clenches his fists, fully aware that this enemy is no ordinary threat, at least an 8-star mage. Kyujin smirks at the situation. A magic swordsman? Oh, so your life is more valuable than that piece of trash over there. Be smart. Hand him over and run while you can. Jean Runcandel exhales, unbothered. You're right. My life is more precious, he admits with cold clarity. But I happen to be quite attached to him. His expression hardens. Jet, go. Now. Jet protests, still unwilling to leave. I'd rather die with you. But Jean shuts him down with a steely gaze. Stop saying things you don't mean. Go. Reluctantly, Jet obeys, grabbing Dan Marius and dashing away. As he runs, he shouts back, determined. We'll meet again. Alive. Varys watches them go, and to her surprise, she finds herself tearing up. With a smirk, she wipes her eyes. I actually thought he might get away for a second. She turns to Kyujin. Keep Jean busy. I'll take care of the rest. I'll be back after I kill them. Meanwhile, Jean pulls out a small mirror, a deep sigh escaping him. I really shouldn't have accepted this damn thing, he mutters, regretting the gift before all this chaos unfolded. Without missing a beat, Jean lunges forward and stabs Kyujin. Kyujin reels back in shock. He didn't even see the attack coming. Stumbling, he tries to counterattack, but Jean Runcandel is too fast, dodging the strike with ease. Varys' eyes narrow in confusion. What's going on? I can't see anything. She looks around for Kyujin. Where are you? When she gets no response, her voice rises in anger. Kyujin, don't tell me. Her fury explodes as she throws curses into the air. How dare you let this happen? I swear I'll kill you. But Kyujin, ever calm, steps in, his voice cool. Relax. He'll recover on his own. No need to get worked up over this. He adds, with a sigh. We've been pushing ourselves too hard today. If we aren't careful, mana overload will be the least of our worries. Varys exhales sharply and nods. Fine. I get it. Meanwhile, Jean Runcandel isn't about to lower his guard. He knew this wouldn't be easy, and he's already anticipating their next move. Across from him, Kyujin takes a small bottle from his belt and drinks its contents, preparing for whatever comes next. Runcandel immediately senses a sickening aura emanating from Kyujin. Poison. His mind races as he recalls hearing about warriors who had built a resistance to poison, then used it as a weapon. The process was brutal, slowly eating away at their lifespan, but the power it granted was often enough to justify the price. Kyujin, now visibly revitalized, studies Jin with renewed interest. A magic swordsman, skilled in both magic and swordplay at the same time. He clicks his tongue in irritation. You're more annoying than I thought. But what truly catches his attention is the light magic Jin just wielded. Kyujin's eyes narrow, intrigue and suspicion growing. I've never seen magic like that before. Just who the hell are you? As much as Kyujin is curious, the mission still takes priority. Deciding that capturing Jin alive isn't worth the risk, he launches a full-on assault. Runcandel blocks the incoming strikes with swift precision and quickly steps back. But Kyujin is relentless, pressing forward without hesitation. Despite the constant barrage, Jin evades each attack effortlessly, his movements like that of a shadow, slipping through the onslaught. Then, in a flash, Jin counters. Kyujin barely dodges in time, but his mind is working overtime. His aura is only 6-star. So why does he move like someone far stronger? There's clearly more to Jin than meets the eye. Just then, Varys' voice cuts through the chaos. Wait, those blue flames. Her eyes widen in shock. That's Tessa's flames. Before anyone can react, she disappears into the blaze, vanishing as if she had never been there. Kyujin turns sharply, calling out to her in surprise. Varys. His attention flickers for just a moment, but it's enough for Jin Runcandel to capitalize on the distraction. A smirk pulls at Jin's lips. So, he does care about her. Jin Runcandel braces for another strike, but before he can make his move, Kyujin freezes in place. His expression shifts to one of utter confusion as a dark energy swirls around Jin. Something that's neither magic nor aura. It's something entirely foreign, something unknown. Meanwhile, Jin takes full advantage of the moment and strikes again, plunging his blade into Kyujin. Kyujin barely reacts, but a realization settles in. He finally acknowledges what he's up against. Jin Runcandel isn't just a magic swordsman. He's powered by both the Blue Phoenix and Shadow energy, making him an incredibly dangerous opponent. Kyujin's curiosity peaks. Will his poison even affect someone like this? Without wasting a second, Kyujin strikes with his deadly poison. The effect is immediate. Jin collapses, his body quickly weakening as the poison spreads through him. Jin's mind races. If I don't regain control now, I'm dead. Nearby, Kyujin and Varys are also wounded, but they're in better shape than he is. Gritting his teeth, Jin tries to push himself up, using his sword for support. But fresh blood pours from his wounds, staining the ground beneath him. Just as the fight is about to continue, a sudden commotion fills the air. A group of people approaches, their presence commanding attention. One of them turns to the leader and reports, "We found them." A regal voice responds with authority. "Prepare the archers. Knights, follow me." Jin barely manages to lift his head at the sound of the name. Like a Delki, third Prince of Delki. The prince steps forward, his voice firm and commanding. "Drop your weapons. Now." Jin wonders if Jet had been the one to call them. His body struggles against the poison, but his resolve remains unbroken. Meanwhile, Kyujin quickly grabs Varys, steadying her as he gives Jin a sharp, warning look. "This isn't over. I'll come looking for you again. Don't get too comfortable." With that, they begin to retreat. Prince Lycodelki, however, isn't about to let them escape so easily. "Do not lose sight of them," he orders sharply. "Capture them immediately." Then his attention shifts to Jin Runcandel, noting his worsening condition. "Are you on their side?" he demands, his gaze piercing. His next question is more urgent. "Where's the nearest healer? If we don't act fast, it may be too late." Jin Runcandel struggles to stay conscious, fighting against the poison's grip, but he refuses to let himself slip into unconsciousness. The next thing Jin Runcandel knows, he's waking up in an unfamiliar place. His body feels heavy, but he's alive. Prince Delki sits nearby, watching him with a calm expression. "You're finally awake," he says, his tone soft, but with an edge of authority. "This is my villa. Since we couldn't confirm your identity, I brought you here for now." Jin struggles to sit up, the poison still taking its toll on him. "How long?" he asks, his voice weak. "It's been 3 hours," the prince replies, exhaling in relief. "Honestly, it's a miracle you survived. That poison was lethal. It would have killed an 8-star martial artist instantly. But being a Runcandel, well, that's a different story." The prince's eyes flicker with recognition. He recalls seeing Jin at the banquet and confirming his identity. Now regaining some strength, Jin shifts the conversation. "What about Kyujin and Varys?" Prince Delki's expression hardens. "They managed to escape, despite suffering serious injuries. My knights lost them." Then, the prince eyes Jin carefully. "But tell me something. How did you get injured so badly?" His mind races. Last time I checked, he was a 5-star. Even if he's improved, He should only be a 6-star now. There's no way he would have struggled this much unless. His gaze sharpens. Unless he had outside interference. Jean doesn't hesitate to express his gratitude. Thank you for saving me. The prince waves it off casually. It's fine. Saving a Runcandel in Huffister is only natural, even if you were just a reserve flag bearer. But Jean isn't done yet. His voice grows serious as he fixes the prince with an unwavering look. Did you inform the main house? Prince Leica Delki hesitates, the briefest flicker of doubt crossing his face. Then he nods. Of course not. The moment the words leave his mouth, Jin's expression darkens. If they know, I would have been better off dead. As expected, it didn't take long. Powerful figures had already begun stirring trouble in Delki. Jean studies the prince carefully. Are they comrades from Tychon? He wonders aloud, his curiosity piqued. Prince Leica Delki chuckles lightly, unfazed by the question. You haven't caused me any trouble, he replies with a dismissive wave. But then, with a knowing smile, he leans in slightly. However, could you do me a favor? Jean raises an eyebrow, intrigued but cautious. What kind of favor? The prince gets straight to the point. When you eventually become a flag bearer, I want you to send more guardian knights to Delki. And I'd also like a small share of the Delki gold mine, which the Runcandel family currently controls. Jin's lips curl into a smirk. Seems like you don't value my life very highly, he remarks, his tone sharp. Instead of just sending more knights, he offers a bolder solution. I'll send twice the number you requested. And as for the gold mine, I'll return all the shares. The prince blinks in surprise. You think that's feasible? Jean, confident, leans back slightly. Don't worry. There's nothing I won't be able to achieve in Huffister in the future. The weight of his words hangs in the air. The prince frowns slightly, clearly considering the implications of Jin's statement. Unless he plans to become the next patriarch. Even as a flag bearer, he shouldn't have this much authority. Before the conversation can go any further, the door opens, and two familiar figures enter. Murakin and Gilly. Gilly doesn't waste a moment to express her frustration. It hasn't even been that long since you caused chaos in Colin, and now you're already stirring up more problems? Murakin crosses his arms, his expression unreadable but unimpressed. An 8-star mage and a knight? At the same time, what were you thinking? Do you have a death wish? Jean sighs, clearly worn out, and apologizes. I'll be more careful next time. But in the back of his mind, questions linger. Why didn't Prince Leica Delki inform a main house? A sense of relief washes over him, though. It's not just Kashmir Alprian here, but even Miss Quickcandle. At least he's not alone. Just then, Jet enters, his tone serious. Sir, I've returned. Jean turns to him, still feeling the lingering effects of the poison. What happened to you? Jet hesitates for a moment before responding. I tried reporting the situation, but no one believed me. So, I had to beat them up. He gestures toward Murakin, who simply shakes his head, clearly used to Jet's reckless ways. Jean watches them all carefully, the weight of the situation sinking in. His mind races. There's no telling how deep this web of intrigue goes. Before anyone can respond, Kashmir Alprian suddenly pushes Jet aside, rushing toward Jean Runcandel with concern clear in his eyes. Are you all right? He asks, his voice soft but filled with worry. Jean, still recovering from the ordeal, takes a deep breath, the pain still gnawing at his body. Do you know what happened to Dan Marius? He asks, his voice steady despite the exhaustion. Kashmir nods grimly. Despite repeated interrogations, he refused to talk, at least, until you arrived. Jin's expression hardens. I risked my life for Dan and his daughter. I won't waste time with formalities. They make their way to a nearby cafe, where Jean gestures for Dan to speak. His voice is firm. Tell me, who trained all of you? Hugin, Varys, everyone. Dan takes a deep breath before answering, his tone heavier. It was Runcandel's first flag bearer, Luna Runcandel's nanny, Tamia Marius. She's our mother. In a dimly lit chamber, Varys and Hugin kneel before Tamia Marius, who sits with an icy demeanor. Her eyes are cold, her voice laced with frustration. Not only did you fail your mission, she says sharply, but you also let your identities be exposed to a magic swordsman. Her sigh echoes through the room, tinged with disappointment. It seems you two have a death wish. Varys tenses, her voice pleading. Mother, Tamia Marius silences her with a glare, her tone final. Leave my sight. From this moment forward, our relationship is over. Varys's eyes widen in shock. What do you mean? She asks, the reality of the words sinking in. Are you saying you're discarding us? Tamia Marius doesn't hesitate. I made a mistake. Panic sets in as Varys's hands tighten into fists. No, please, she begs, her voice cracking. We won't fail again. Just don't throw us away. But Tamia Marius remains silent, her decision unmoving. With a cold, calculated gesture, Tamia Marius kicks Varys away, making it clear that they should leave and never seek her out again. As Varys calls out to her, a motherly plea in her voice, Tamia Marius walks away without a word. Hugin stays by Varys' side, offering her silent comfort as she breaks down in tears. Kyujin, watching from a distance, quietly wishes her peace and well-being. Tamiya Marius pauses for a moment before leaving the house, her mind deep in thought. She is now certain. The magic swordsman was none other than young Master Jean Runcandel. That dark energy, known as shadow energy, was exactly as she had heard from someone in the past. If Jean Runcandel had already uncovered clues about her, it wouldn't be long before he came looking for her, especially with a young lady by his side. But she wasn't worried. Even if the truth was uncovered, the young lady wouldn't be able to kill her. What truly mattered now was gathering more information about Jean Runcandel. She knew he possessed both shadow energy and magic, something that even that person might not be aware of. The so-called hunting dogs weren't completely useless, after all. Meanwhile, Din turns to Jean with a new question. Had you met Takamarius? Jean confirms, but his tone is flat as he adds, the man you refer to as Spider-Hand is already dead. Killed by me. Din, intrigued, presses further. What happened? Jean explains, Alamarius had been running a mafia syndicate. Before his death, he mentioned that his assassination had been ordered by that person. Din recalls something from 15 years ago. Before Alamarius left Elki, Tamian had made a deal with someone high up in the Runcandel family. If things ever went sideways, the siblings would be in danger, so caution was always advised. Jean asks if Din knows any specifics about the deal, but Din shakes his head, his face clouded with uncertainty. All I know is that it involves someone even higher up in the Runcandel hierarchy than Tamiya Marius. Without hesitation, Jean makes up his mind. I'm leaving. Kashmir Alprian, who had been listening quietly, looks up, confused. Where are you going? Jin's response is calm, but resolute. I want to meet Luna Runcandel myself. Meanwhile, in Luna Runcandel's palace, a woman sits across from Luna, sipping her tea leisurely. The soft clink of her cup echoes in the silence, a stark contrast to the tension in the air. Luna Runcandel looks at her guest with a smile, asking if her stay has been comfortable. The woman across from her responds gratefully, saying that it has been, mentioning that recently, everyone has been able to find jobs, making life much easier. Luna nods thoughtfully. If the youngest hears about this, he'll surely be pleased. Suddenly, Luna's expression shifts as she senses a presence at the gate. Looking up, she sees Jean Runcandel standing outside. With a knowing glance, she murmurs, the youngest. Jean enters, and they share a brief moment of laughter, the warmth in the room palpable. But the moment doesn't last long. Luna's expression hardens, and with a chilling calmness, she asks, why did you raise the orphans as assassins? Jin's gaze sharpens, and he sits down, his posture serious. Luna Runcandel's expression darkens as she recalls a shocking truth. Someone had even placed a curse on the youngest, who was none other than her sister's nanny. The weight of it hangs in the air as she demands answers, insisting that there must be some mistake. But Jean remains firm, convinced that the information he received is accurate. Luna tries to deflect, claiming the nanny is on vacation and asking Jean to come back later. But the moment she finishes speaking, Jin's composed facade cracks. Luna, growing more agitated, slams her fist on the table. There has to be a setup, she declares. Someone is manipulating events behind the scenes. Luna's voice is low and serious, as she points out that the survivors Jean questioned must have lied. If the nanny was truly involved, there had to be a deeper reason behind it. She hesitates, clearly troubled by the possibility, but then, after a moment of thought, she agrees. I can't just sit idly by, she says, her decision firm. We need to find out the truth for ourselves. Without wasting another moment, she makes it clear, they need to go to the nanny. Meanwhile, Nanny Tamian sits deep in thought, her mind focused. Varys and Kyujin had exposed their identities, but it no longer mattered. That person would deal with them soon enough. After all, they were just hunting dogs, disposable. She could always create more. But what truly unsettled her was how the young master had discovered this information. Had the mage made a mistake? Or was there another explanation? The quiet sound of a knock at the door breaks her from her thoughts. Her expression tightens as she senses who's outside. They've come. As Luna Runcandel and Jean Runcandel step inside, Luna wastes no time. She gets straight to the point, her voice cold and commanding. Did you know Varys Marius and Kyujin Marius? Nanny Tamian nods, confirming her knowledge of them. But before she can elaborate, Luna presses further, her gaze unwavering. Why did you secretly create assassins? And why were they targeting Jean Runcandel? Caught off guard, Nanny Tamian hesitates, then pleads for them to listen. It wasn't my order, she insists, her voice trembling. I acted out of panic when I realized my so-called hunting dogs had come into contact with Jean Runcandel. That's why I've been waiting for Luna. Please, you must understand. I never intended this to happen. But Luna isn't convinced. Her voice rises in anger, sharp and cold. Do you really think flimsy excuses will be enough? She demands. Did you expect to be forgiven for secretly raising assassins under my nose? Overcome with emotion, Nanny Tamian bows her head, her voice breaking. If you don't believe me, then I beg to be submitted to the family trials. There, I'll testify in full. I'll explain everything. Luna glares at her, her eyes burning with frustration. Are you trying to run away from responsibility? She spits, her voice sharp. This isn't the person I once knew. I can't understand why you're speaking in circles. Why can't you just give a straight answer? Nanny Tamyun's head lowers, the weight of her guilt heavy in the air. She admits, with a deep, sorrowful tone, I hid the truth. But there was a reason. She looks up, her eyes filled with regret. The only reason I raised those subordinates was simple. I did it to survive. Luna Runcandel narrows her eyes, her voice steady, but dangerous. What do you mean by that, she demands. Nanny Tamyun lets out a heavy sigh, her voice sharp with concern as she questions Luna's awareness of the dangers that surround her. Do you really not understand how many enemies you have in your own family? She asks, her words carrying a sense of inevitability. Tamyun reveals the painful truth. The constant threat of danger forced her to act in ways Luna might never understand. Luna, still in disbelief, pushes back, demanding to know who would dare harm her people. The nanny gives a knowing look, an expression that speaks volumes. Luna, it seems, is utterly unaware of the peril she's in. Tamyun's tone grows colder as she uncovers the shocking truth. The household staff never last more than a year. Some don't even make a month. Did you never wonder why? She asks, her voice heavy with the weight of the reality Luna has been blind to. Luna falters, caught off guard by the question. She presses for an explanation, but the nanny doesn't hold back. Every single one of them was murdered, Tamyun reveals, her words sharp and chilling. By the very siblings you believe you love. Luna's face hardens, the truth too much to accept. If that were true, she snaps. Why didn't you tell me? Tamyun shakes her head, her voice filled with regret. I knew exactly who you were, she says quietly. I knew you wouldn't have done anything. Would you have been able to kill your own siblings? To punish them, as they deserve. The question hangs in the air, piercing through Luna's defenses. Tamyun reminds her of the time she stepped away from the throne's battle, unwilling to fight her own flesh and blood. Luna falls silent, the reality of her nanny's words sinking in. She doesn't want to face the truth, but Tamyun isn't done yet. The war for the Runcandel throne never ended, she presses. The moment you withdrew from that fight, you left your people vulnerable. They became prey. Tamyun's mind drifts back to her own past, to the moment when she first tasted real power. 35 years ago, she had been nothing, a nameless orphan, cast aside as nothing more than a tool for the nobility. But that all changed when she was recognized for her skills and became the nanny to the Runcandel family. For the first time, she had been treated as a person, not just livestock. It had been fate. She had never resented Luna for being born into power. There had been no jealousy. Instead, she had felt gratitude, for it was Luna, that small, warm presence, who had given her a sense of purpose. But as more children were born into the family, the competition grew. And yet, the patriarch declared that Luna alone, had inherited all the true talent. Luna recalls the days when she sparred with every member of the beginner class, and always emerged victorious. Even when Joshua and Runtia teamed up against her, she triumphed. Nanny Tamyun had watched with admiration, praising her talent. But Luna had always shrugged it off indifferent. She didn't care much for fighting, it just came naturally to her. At that moment, Tamyun had begun to worry about Luna's naivety. Yet, as time passed, she began to question if those concerns were even necessary. Perhaps Luna was already beyond her worries. The silence breaks when Luna's voice turns cold. I won't even show my face in front of Joshua again, she declares, her tone as hard as steel. Next time, I'll kill him without hesitation. With a brutal, unforgiving glare, she orders him to leave, his very presence ruining her appetite. Without a second thought, she throws him to the floor. But Luna's wrath doesn't stop there. Her eyes narrow at her sister, and in a flash, she hurls food at her head, calling her trash. Lick the floor for the rest of your lives, she spits. That's all you're worth. As the scene unfolds, Nanny Tamyun watches from the sidelines, her heart heavy. The child she had once cared for, innocent, pure, was gone. In her place stood a young woman, all authority and power, her innocence stripped away. At just 13, Luna had become something else entirely. Something dangerous. Years passed, and the weight of it all became too much for Luna. Exhaustion marked her every step. Tired of her mother's endless expectations, her father's cold indifference, and the constant tension with her siblings, she found herself wanting to break free. The family, the entire Runcandel legacy, had become a cage. She didn't want to be the next head of it all if it meant becoming just like them. She wanted an end, a release from it all. But Nanny Tamyun was quick to shut down any thoughts of escape. No, Luna, she said firmly. You don't have a choice. Luna's eyes narrowed. She refused to accept that. You expect me to kill my own family to preserve this cursed legacy, she shot back, disbelief lacing her voice. But she wasn't going to become another tool of destruction. Instead, she vowed to forge something new. She would become a sword. Not one that destroyed, but one that protected the family. One that would break the cycle of bloodshed. By the time Luna turned 19, Her turbulent adolescence had finally come to an end. The thirst for revenge that had once consumed her was gone, buried beneath a growing sense of resolve. But Nanny Tamian had never let go of her own thirst for vengeance. For 20 long years, she had endured endless pain, abuse, and sacrifice, all for one purpose: to see Luna rise as the matriarch and, through her, exact the revenge she so desperately craved. Yet, despite everything, Luna had become something else entirely: an untouchable force, a white whale gliding above the chaos. And Tamian? She was just a starving predator, circling below, desperate to follow her. But it didn't matter. Tamian would follow Luna to the ends of the earth, and when the time came, she would find a new dream to chase. Luna, oblivious to the complexity of her nanny's feelings, simply offered her gratitude. "Thank you for always being there," she said softly. But dreams, no matter how strong, don't last forever. Soon enough, Luna's siblings began to notice the change in her. And the moment they did, the hunt began. What Luna's siblings unleashed in their madness and obsession was beyond anything Nanny Tamian had ever faced, even after a lifetime of assassination missions. But Luna could never know. If she did, she would blame herself. And that was something Tamian could never allow. How could she protect Luna now? How could she fight back against the tide that threatened to drown her? Then it came to her bloodhounds. Just like she had once been trained to kill, she would raise her own deadly forces. She would find orphans, the ones no one cared about, and mold them into weapons. Her own personal army. That was the only way. But in the end, it wasn't enough. They captured her. Now, standing before her was Tamian Marius, the infamous instructor and one of the deadliest assassins from Moon Sacrifice. Without wasting a moment, he made his intentions clear. He wanted her skill. He wanted her loyalty. And in exchange, he would give her exactly what she desired. But Nanny Tamian didn't flinch. Without hesitation, she told him to just kill her. Tamian Marius, however, only smiled. "Listen to the end," he urged. He had seen that same smile on her face before, the one she wore to hide everything beneath. But he knew the truth lurking behind it. "Do you really want to live like this?" he asked. "Do you really not resent the princess, who's oblivious to everything happening behind the scenes?" And then, he made his final offer. "If you come with me," he said, "I can give you true freedom." That day, the starving anglerfish, forever circling the aloof white whale, finally heard the voice of its savior. Back in the present, Nanny Tamian couldn't help but wonder. Had Luna figured it all out? As Jean Runcandel and Luna Runcandel stepped outside, Jin's gaze flicked back at her, curious. What kind of expression did she have right now? Meanwhile, Nanny Tamian, lost in her thoughts, whispered an apology to herself. Even if her life ended here, she prayed that Luna would never know the full truth. But that wouldn't change anything. No matter the reason, the fact remained. She had secretly trained assassins and pointed them at young Master Jean Runcandel. And that, she knew, was an unforgivable crime. She had already confessed her sins to the main house. Just as the tension in the air grows thicker, guards suddenly appear. Jin's sharp eyes scan them, his thoughts racing. Execution nights, he deduces. It seems Tamian Marius has already made her move. With a cold, calculating smile, he leans in, his words deliberate. "We'll meet again at the trial," he says, clearly aware that someone is backing her. But who could it be? Not many people have the power to protect someone from a trial like this. Tamian Marius meets his gaze with unwavering confidence. "You're speaking nonsense," she responds coolly. "I have no one but Miss Luna Runcandel. And if it is my fate to be executed, then I will face it with dignity." Jean scoffs, unimpressed. "For someone so ready to die, you sure have a lot to say." He narrows his eyes, considering her past. "And considering you were once part of that person's circle, is there really anyone left who would risk everything to save you?" Nanny Tamian doesn't offer a reply. Instead, she turns to leave, her voice steady. "If you have nothing more to say, I'll be on my way." As the guards begin to move her, a thought crosses her mind. As expected, he didn't get this far on luck alone. That's right. Whoever that person was, they may have abandoned her. But the secrets she holds about Jean Runcandel, those could be her salvation. If she plays her cards right, if she makes the right deal. Just then, a guard steps forward, delivering a chilling message. "That person has sent their regards. Good job." Before Tamian can even process the words, another guard moves in, faster than she can react. A blade flashes toward her, ready to strike. Tamian whips around, just as the sword descends, but it never reaches her. With the speed and precision of a lightning strike, Luna Runcandel steps in, blocking the attack with ease. Her eyes blaze with fury. How dare this mere execution knight, who should only be escorting her nanny, attempt to kill her? Her voice cuts through the chaos like ice. "Has he forgotten who I am?" Jean watches the scene unfold, his suspicions confirmed. So is Tamian Marius. He can see the battle ahead. The execution knights are fierce, yes, but they're no match for Luna Runcandel. No matter how many there are, They won't stand against her. Without hesitation, Jean makes a break for it. But the execution knights? They're relentless, like bloodhounds. Even if it costs them their lives, they will hunt him down. Jean moves in an instant, his sword flashing with deadly precision. He cuts through one knight effortlessly, his blade finding its mark. The second knight attempts to flee, but Jean is already on him. Meanwhile, Luna charges forward, cutting down enemies with calculated grace. One knight dares to strike at her. In an instant, she snaps his dagger in half, grabs his arm, and slams his face into the ground. Without pausing, she grabs another knight by the neck, lifting him off the ground as though he weighed nothing. Jean Runcandel's attention shifts to Tamiya Marius, confirming his worst fear. She was right all along. The young master had never intended to save her. Luna Runcandel turns to the remaining knight, her tone icy. If you want a painless death, you'll answer my questions properly. Without a word, she rips the mask off one of the knights. The knight's face contorts in agony as blood pours from every orifice, his eyes bulging grotesquely. Before she can get any answers, he collapses, dead. Poison, Jean mutters, the realization striking him like a thunderbolt. The knight had chosen death rather than face interrogation. Luna, furious at the wasted death, flings the lifeless body aside with disdain. Jean steps forward, his voice firm and commanding. Enough. Since we've come this far, Tamiyan, tell them everything. Luna's gaze hardens, her voice laced with betrayal. You were supposed to investigate which of my siblings were targeting Jean Runcandel. Instead, you deceived me. Her voice wavers slightly, though her anger still burns hot. How could you betray me like this? Tamiya Marius chuckles bitterly, accepting her fate with a resigned calmness. She had seen this coming, but age had made her foolish enough to fall into such an obvious trap. Her laughter turns into a cough, and blood dribbles from her lips. Luna Runcandel rushes to her side, catching her before she collapses completely. Tamiyan weakly tries to speak, but Luna hushes her, a sense of panic creeping in her voice. No, don't, she urges. The poison will spread faster. But Tamiyan, despite the pain, laughs softly, her voice strained. This poison, it's the same one Kyujin gave me. How ironic. Her body trembles, the poison working its way through her veins. It's too late, she admits, a deep sense of regret settling in. She doesn't want to die. She longs for forgiveness, not vengeance. If only she could turn back time and stay by Luna's side. In her final moments, she wonders, where did it all go wrong? And then, with a sharp clarity, it hits her. The moment she chose vengeance over the young miss. That, she realizes, was her fatal mistake. With the last of her strength, she whispers, young miss. Young master, listen carefully. Luna's panic escalates, urging her to stop speaking. More blood will come out, she exclaims, trying to hold her together. Tamiyan's voice is weak, but she continues with unwavering determination. Even if I confess now, my sins won't be erased, but you both need to hear this. She struggles to breathe, the weight of her words pressing down on her. 15 years ago, the mage who placed the curse on me was Kedar Hall. Jean Runcandel's eyes widen, the revelation shocking him to his core. Tamiyan pushes on, her breathing ragged. He's well known. You'll find him easily. And the one who made the deal, the one who ordered harm against the young master. Luna interrupts, her voice sharp with urgency. Enough. I understand. Stop talking. But Tamiyan, in her final moments, forces out the most damning truth. It was Joshua Runcandel, Runcandel's second flag bearer. He knew of the youngest master's power and the contract. Her voice falters, and then, just as darkness begins to claim her, she falls silent. Blood spills from Tamiya Marius's lips, her life slipping away. Luna clings to her, grief overwhelming her as she cries out, Nanny. Her voice cracks with pain. Tamiyan's eyes soften at the sound of Luna's voice. With the last of her strength, she whispers, I'm sorry, young miss, for hurting you. Her voice falters as she admits, I should have told you sooner. Her breath shudders, and she adds, claiming everything I did was for you. That would be an excuse. But in this moment, I finally understand. With her final breath, Tamiyan reaches up, placing a frail hand against Luna's face. Memories of their time together flood her mind. Laughter, warmth, the bond they once shared. A bittersweet smile forms on her lips as she pleads, so please don't remember this lowly person for too long. And with that, her body goes limp in Luna's arms. Luna's grip tightens as the full weight of loss crashes down on her. Mom! She sobs, her cries echoing into the night, the sound of her heartbreak reverberating through the stillness. Elsewhere, in a darkened room, a lone guard approaches Joshua Runcandel. Without looking up, he crushes his cigarette beneath his boot and asks, his voice cold, did Tamiya Marius get the death she deserved? The guard nods silently, but Joshua exhales slowly, his expression unreadable. I only wanted her to die in peace, he mutters, disappointment in his voice, as though the execution had failed to meet his expectations. Before the conversation can continue, the guard speaks again. Tammy Marius's hunting dogs have arrived. Joshua glances briefly at the door before giving a casual wave. Let them in. The doors open, and Kyujin and Varys step inside, immediately kneeling before him. Joshua surveys them with an amused look, his voice casual yet piercing. So, Tammy Marius excommunicated you? Varys nods, her eyes full of desperation. Yes, but please, we'll do anything to change her mind. Without her, we are nothing. Hugin, standing beside her, clenches his jaw in frustration, but Varys ignores him, continuing to plead. We'll accomplish anything you ask. Please, just help us. Joshua leans forward, his elbow resting on his knee as he taps Varys's head lightly. Unfortunate, he sighs, his tone laced with mock sympathy. But I can't grant your request. Confusion flickers across their faces, the desperate pair left struggling to comprehend the young master's words. Joshua leans back in his chair, his expression darkening as he watches them carefully. It seems you haven't heard the news yet, he says, his voice calm, yet heavy with the weight of the revelation. Tammy Marius didn't excommunicate you out of hate. He pauses, watching their confused expressions. She did it to save you. The room falls silent, the air thick with tension. Joshua continues, his tone casual, but the words hit hard. She's dead, he says matter-of-factly. Killed by an unidentified swordsman. Varys's hands tremble, a look of disbelief crossing her face. No, she whispers, barely able to process the words. Joshua explains with a chilling detachment that Tammy Marius had claimed she was under threat and had asked for his help. In response, he had sent 5 of his top officers to assist her. Yet, in the end, Tammy Marius had perished, and the knight guarding her had lost their life as well. Kyujin's fists clench, his anger boiling over. Who was the swordsman? He demands, his voice low and dangerous. Varys, fury burning in her eyes, vows with venom in her voice. I'll kill them. I'll kill them 100 times over. Joshua sighs, shaking his head. Whoever they were, they struck a deal with a soldier. Beyond that, we have no information. Kyujin slams his fist into the floor, the sound echoing through the room. I'll find her myself, he growls. I'll avenge her with my own hands. Joshua observes their anger with mild amusement, the corner of his mouth twitching as he stands up. I understand your feelings, he says, his voice calm but firm. But now isn't the time. He walks past them, his stride purposeful. Eventually, the swordsman will come for me too. When that time comes, we must be ready. He turns back to them, his eyes steady. Can I trust you to wait? Varys and Kyujin exchange a brief glance before nodding. We'll handle it, they promise, their voices unwavering. As they bow their heads in gratitude, Joshua smirks, clearly amused by their loyalty. Despite their lack of blood ties, they would go to war for Tammy Marius. She raised her hunting dogs well, he muses aloud. His expression shifts, the smirk deepening. And I should also thank the youngest sibling, he thinks to himself, for dealing with Tammy Marius ahead of schedule, and for the gift I received as a result. At that moment, a knight rushes into the room, stopping before Joshua Runcandel. A moment, please, he says urgently. Joshua raises an eyebrow, his expression unreadable. You're already in the room, he points out dryly. Why ask for permission now? The knight ignores the remark, leaning in to whisper something into Joshua's ear. Joshua's face remains impassive, but Kyujin notices the shift in his demeanor. Is something wrong? He asks, his tone sharp with concern. Joshua straightens up, offering a reassuring smile. Nothing to worry about, he replies smoothly. Just a family matter. He turns back to them. You should return for now. I'll arrange a place for you to stay until I call for you. Kyujin steps forward, his tone urgent. If there's anything we can do. Joshua waves him off dismissively. That won't be necessary, he replies, his voice firm. Meanwhile, at the palace, Luna Runcandel storms through the halls, her presence a force of nature. She cuts through the knights, blocking her path with effortless precision. One of them stumbles back, barely managing to parry her strike. What are you doing? He demands, his voice panicked. Even as the first flag bearer, this is against household law. Luna doesn't hesitate. Shut up, she snaps, her tone icy. Where is Joshua? The knight grits his teeth, trying to hold his ground. You need to leave. This goes against which law? Luna interrupts, her voice cold and commanding. His expression hardens, his resolve faltering. You should never utter that word before him. Luna's eyes narrow dangerously. I'm the first flag bearer, she reminds them, her voice leaving no room for argument. Do your jobs. Without another word, she surges forward, cutting through their defenses like a blade through silk. In moments, the knights lie unconscious at her feet. Just then, Joshua Runcandel steps into view, his eyes scanning the fallen knights before settling on her. Are we finished here? He asks, his voice calm and unbothered. Luna doesn't lower her blade. Move aside, she warns, her patience running thin. She points her sword at him, eyes sharp with intent. So, you're here, brother. Joshua folds his arms, his gaze amused. You show up unannounced, looking like death itself, he remarks, his tone light, almost mocking. What is it this time? Luna Runcandel studies Joshua carefully, her eyes narrowing with cold precision. You look scared, she observes, her voice laced with a sharp edge. Hiding behind your knights, as if I came here to kill you. She tilts her head slightly, the words hanging in the air. Is that what you're afraid of? Joshua chuckles lightly, trying to mask the unease creeping into his veins. Do you have to speak in such a menacing tone? Luna doesn't respond to his attempt at levity. Something tragic must have happened to you, she muses, her voice almost thoughtful. Are you willing to share? Joshua sighs dramatically, but there's a hint of sarcasm in his voice. As family, I'll always listen. His thoughts, however, betray him. That's it. The younger brother she wants dead is standing right in front of her. His fingers twitch, weighing his next move. If she attacks, he won't hesitate. His household will support him. But Luna Runcandel doesn't strike. Instead, she steps closer, her eyes locking onto his, and calls him by a title he hasn't heard in years. Little brother. Joshua's body stiffens at the words, his mask cracking for just a moment. I didn't come here to kill you today, Luna continues, her voice cool and devoid of emotion. I came to give you a final warning. With a swift motion, she sheathes her sword, but her presence remains as imposing as ever. When that child returns, you won't be able to handle it, she says, her voice steady and sure. Even if you hide like you are today, it won't be enough. She pauses, her gaze turning colder. If you were smart, you'd run. Joshua says nothing, the silence between them hanging like a taut wire. Luna takes a step back, her expression hardening. But if you refuse, her gaze cuts through him like a blade. You'll regret not dying today. With that, she turns and walks away, leaving him standing alone amidst the wreckage of the hall. Joshua exhales slowly, a smirk tugging at his lips as he watches her retreat. How unfortunate, he murmurs to himself, his voice dripping with disdain. The mighty Luna Runcandel, reduced to spouting nonsense. Luna Runcandel lets out a small, bitter laugh as she walks away, her words a final sting. What a pity, she remarks without turning back. You haven't changed since we were kids. Joshua doesn't respond, his mind turning inward as he watches her go. It's best to stay silent for now. He knows that Luna is playing her own game, but so is he. For now, I'll let her walk away because of the Zipple, he thinks. But once everything is settled and the Runcandel household is secure, she will be the first one I eliminate. Nearby, Jean Runcandel watches the tension between Luna and Joshua unfold, his eyes lingering on Luna as she approaches him. Are you hurt? He asks, his voice soft with concern. Luna shakes her head, brushing off his concern. I'm fine, she replies flatly, though there's a moment of hesitation before she adds, thanks for the advice. Her voice softens slightly, the tension in her shoulders easing. It helped me get my emotions in order. Jean Runcandel sighs, his expression darkening. That's only because Joshua was looking for a way to manipulate you. Luna nods in agreement. Of course. He kept provoking me while hiding behind the Black Knights. Jin's frown deepens at the mention of the Black Knights. Among the many warriors of the family, these 10 were the elite, the strongest, most loyal soldiers. They answered only to the patriarch and his wife. And yet, they were standing behind Joshua. How did he convince our father to side with him? Jean wonders, suspicion brewing in his mind. The two stand in silence, the weight of the conversation heavy between them. Their gaze falls upon the grave of Tamian Marius, the silence stretching on. Jean breaks the quiet first, his voice low. The poison was horrific, he murmurs. It dissolves corpses completely. Luna clenches her fists, her jaw tightening, as she speaks through gritted teeth. I couldn't even give Nanny Tamian a proper burial. Her voice wavers, but she quickly steadies herself, the anger still simmering beneath her calm exterior. This poison was used on my people on my side. Jean Runcandel shakes his head, his eyes dark with disgust. That's not right. Luna exhales deeply, her expression darkening with a mix of regret and frustration. If only I had known how to comfort Nanny, maybe this wouldn't have happened. Her voice grows quieter, the weight of the loss settling on her shoulders. Jean watches her closely, his gaze softening with understanding. Despite the betrayal, Tamian Marius had been the closest thing Luna had to a real family. Now, with her gone, Luna's own sibling, Joshua, had become her sworn enemy. Who can possibly ease her pain now? Luna's mind drifts back to her childhood, and she mutters softly, almost to herself, I always hated fighting with my siblings. Jin's voice cuts through her thoughts, sharp and unrelenting. No, you weren't just unwilling to fight. You were scared. He pauses, letting the words sink in. The animosity between purebloods runs deep. It always has. Luna nods slowly, the weight of his words settling on her. I was afraid we would repeat the past. The silence between them deepens, the shared understanding hanging heavily in the air as they both stand before the grave of the woman who had once been their protector. Luna Runcandel's gaze hardens as she reflects on the path she's walked. And that's why you chose to become the family's sword, Jean Runcandel observes. So none of us would die. Luna lets out a bitter laugh, her voice heavy with regret. I succeeded in that. But I was a fool. I ran away when I should have faced things head on. And now, Jean Runcandel is paying the price for my cowardice. A new resolve sparks in her eyes, her grip tightening on the hilt of her sword. There will be no more sword protecting the family, she declares firmly, her voice unshakable. Jean Runcandel looks at her in surprise. Elder sister. Luna plants her sword deeply into the ground with conviction. Her voice is unwavering as she speaks. If anyone goes after Jean Runcandel, I will deal with them myself. She tightens her grip on the hilt, even if it means eliminating every single threat. From this moment on, my sword belongs to him. A deep breath fills her lungs, but the weight of regret clouds her thoughts. This is all my fault, she thinks. Tamian Marius, Joshua Runcandel. If I had acted differently, none of this would have happened. But there is no turning back now. Luna steels herself, the decision finally clear in her mind. Helping Jean Runcandel is the right path, even if it means turning her back on all her other siblings. Her past cowardice has cost too much already. Jean Runcandel, his resolve just as strong, looks at her with unwavering determination. No matter what happens, I'll stand by your side, he assures her. Whoever threatens you, I'll eliminate them, even if they're our own blood. His words strike deep, cutting through her lingering doubts. He asks if she remembers their bond, reminding her that no matter what she becomes or where her path leads, he will always stand by her. Luna looks at her youngest brother, the one she once tried to protect from the shadows. Now, no matter what path he takes, she will stand by him. Jean steps forward and embraces her, his voice firm. When you return as a flag bearer, I'll protect you. Luna closes her eyes, finally acknowledging the truth. Her sometimes arrogant, but fiercely loyal youngest brother is her family. And for that family, she is ready to give everything. She will help him rise. She will help him become the next patriarch. Meanwhile, Murakin, ever the observer, frowns, his curiosity piqued. A mage was involved. A curse was cast. That wouldn't have happened in Timar's time. Gilly, still visibly shaken, exhales sharply, struggling to process the news. I can't believe it. I shouldn't speak ill of Joshua Runcandel, but... Murakin interrupts gently, his voice calm, but encouraging. There's no need to hold back. Keeping it in will only make things worse. Go on, say it. Gilly takes a deep breath, finally releasing her frustration, openly criticizing Joshua Runcandel. The words flow freely now, her anger and confusion spilling out. Just then, Jean Runcandel steps into the room with a playful grin, his usual carefree demeanor on full display. Strawberry pie, he teases, addressing Gilly with his typical mischievous tone. She huffs, but quickly softens at the unexpected lightness of his greeting. That was oddly refreshing, she admits, her mood shifting. But she refocuses, turning serious once more. But more importantly, why would Joshua Runcandel want to harm you? Jean shrugs nonchalantly. There are plenty of reasons, he says, his tone casual, though a hint of something darker lingers beneath. But what matters now is that I take no action, despite knowing about the contract with Soderette. Gilly nods, recalling Joshua's past actions. His past breach of taboo at Storm Castle, that failed attempt to harm you. Yet, at the main estate, he did nothing. The contrast is glaring. Murakin narrows his eyes thoughtfully. We need to figure out why, he suggests, his voice low and measured. If our theory is right. Jean Runcandel leans back, his mind whirring as he contemplates the puzzle before him. Joshua might be after my contract, he muses aloud. He recalls his past encounters with Enya and the Zipple family, the only ones known to have the ability to steal contracts. But even as the thought crosses his mind, something doesn't add up. Even if Joshua Runcandel is involved, Jean continues, he shouldn't have ties to the Zipple family. His brow furrows as he runs through the possibilities. But if not through them, then how? Before he can dive deeper into his thoughts, the door opens, and Kashmir Alprian steps in, holding a sheet of paper. I've found the place you were looking for, Kashmir Alprian announces as he hands Jean Runcandel the sheet of paper. Jean takes it without a word, scanning the information quickly. So it's confirmed. Kashmir nods. He's a renowned mage, retired to Meltador State on the eastern continent. He's been operating under the alias Amal ever since he helped establish the high-ranking magic academy in Zipple. Right now, he's engaged in a specific magical research project there. Jean takes a moment to process the new information before turning to Gilly, Murakin, and Kashmir. His voice firm, he gives his orders. I need all of you on this, he commands. For the next 3 months, find them all. Meanwhile, Huel arrives at a quiet cafe, where a man named Amal sits, seemingly lost in thought. Approaching cautiously, Huel politely asks if the man before him is Sir Amal. Amal looks up, intrigued by the stranger's question. And who are you? He asks, his voice measured. I'm Huel Hister, an aspiring mage, Huel replies smoothly. I'm currently en route to the esteemed Meltador Magic Academy, but upon hearing about the presence of a noble sage in the area, I couldn't resist the chance to meet you. The mention of aspiring mage piques Amal's curiosity. The term draws some puzzled glances from nearby patrons, but before any tension can rise, Amal waves his hand and commands everyone to leave. The air crackles with magic as he incapacitates the patrons with a swift, practiced spell, his gaze fixed intently on Huel. Who are you really? Amal demands, his voice now laced with suspicion. Huel, unfazed, repeats his claim. I am an aspiring mage, he says calmly. Amal scoffs, studying him closely. Aspiring mage? He sneers. Your physique clearly belongs to a seasoned warrior, not a scholar of magic. His eyes narrow in confusion. What are you really? Tell me. Huel stands his ground, his voice unwavering. My body carries the power of 7-star magic. Amal's confusion deepens, his suspicion growing. 7-star magic. He repeats, his voice tinged with disbelief. Explain yourself. Feeling the weight of the mage's suspicion, Huel doesn't hesitate. If you must know, I am the last surviving member of the Hister family. The mention of the Hister name sends a shockwave through Amal, who now looks at Huel with barely concealed anger. The Hister family? Amal presses, his tone dangerous. Clarify yourself. Hugwell's expression remains calm, his voice unwavering. I belong to the only household that was ever capable of standing against the Zipple and magic. Amal laughs, though the sound is cold and mocking. That's a lie. The Hister family was wiped out, completely annihilated by the Zipple. His gaze is hard, skeptical, and dismissive. But Huel stays calm, unaffected by Amal's words. Instead, he reaches into his bag and produces a book. Take a look, Huel says, holding it out. This book was given to me by the mercenary leader who raised me. Just before his death, he revealed my true lineage and entrusted this book to me. The author is none other than Suziel Hister. Intrigued but still skeptical, Amal raises an eyebrow. Let me see it, he says, his curiosity piqued. Huel, however, refuses. No one touches this book without my permission, he says firmly. If you want to, you'll have to kill me first. Amal leans in, sensing the determination in Hugwell's voice. He studies the book carefully. His eyes widen as he begins to recognize the cipher and the magic contained within the pages. It's unmistakable. The writing belongs to the legendary Hister family. He spent his entire life searching for traces of them, and now, in his hands, is an authentic Hister magic book. Amal pulls back, his expression unreadable for a moment. Then, with a deep breath, he shifts the conversation. Where are you staying tonight? He asks, his tone now warmer, more inviting. This place is dedicated to my research, and it's one of the most secure spots imaginable. You can stay with me if you wish. He pauses before asking the burning question. How has a member of the long-lost Hister family survived all this time? Huel meets Amal's gaze, his expression resolute, as the next chapter of his journey begins to unfold. Huel Hister begins by sharing his past. Raised as an orphan under the care of a minor mercenary, the Grey Owl. Though he'd been wielding a sword since childhood, he never showed any real talent for it. But when it came to magic, everything changed. The moment he touched it, magic felt natural to him, as if it had always been a part of him. This realization only grew clearer when he uncovered his family's history, hidden within the patriarch's final will. Huel reflects on the immense power his family once held. The Hister bloodline was one of the few forces capable of challenging the Zipple, the infamous masters of rewriting history. It dawns on him that his sudden connection to magic may not be a coincidence, but something deeper. Before he can think on it any longer, Amal interrupts, reminding him that the Zipple had been hunting him ever since. To avoid their notice, Huel had planned to enroll in a magic academy, using it as a disguise to keep his identity hidden. But Amal has more to say. He reveals a chilling truth. 3 centuries ago, the Zipple eradicated anything that could threaten their supremacy, especially anyone linked to the Hister family. And when they couldn't destroy something directly, they would place enormous bounties on it. Even today, anything remotely tied to the Histers could fetch a staggering 10 million gold. The number hits Huel hard. His eyes widen. He challenges Amal, asking if he plans to live a life on the run, hunted by the Zipple, or if he'd prefer to leave behind a legacy that would be remembered throughout history. Then, Amal drops a bombshell, his true name. Kedard Hall. Kedard Hall, of Reflux. Hugwell's mind races. That name, Kedard Hall of Reflux? The very same Kedard Hall who was a legend long before Huel even thought of magic? It couldn't be. He presses Amal for confirmation, recalling the tale of how Kedard Hall had risen to 9-star status without ever bowing to the Zipple, even going so far as to secretly train their students. Amal doesn't need to say more. He knows Huel understands. He offers him a rare opportunity. If Huel agrees to become his disciple, He'll inherit the legendary reflex magic and ensure its name is carried on for generations. This isn't a decision to be made lightly, especially when the Hista magic lineage is so rare. Amal opens up about his past, a time when he first uncovered traces of the Hista bloodline and became fascinated by it. He spent years following the trail, only for it to grow cold. Just when he was about to give up, Huel Hister appeared before him, holding a book of magic that could change everything. If Amal can refine the reflex magic using that book's knowledge and pass it on to Huel, his legacy would be guaranteed. Determined, Huel conjures a glowing orb of magic, showing Amal just how far he's come. The veteran mage nods in approval, signaling that they are now ready to unlock the full potential of the reflex system. Huel, acknowledging Amal's guidance, credits his master for helping him reach this point. Both of them, master and disciple, are bound by fate, ready to carve their names into history. Then, Amal turns his attention to the magic book in Huel's hands. "May I take a look at it?" he asks. But Huel refuses, without hesitation. Curious, Amal asks why, but Huel's response is simple. It's his personal belief. Amal sighs. He makes it clear that if he truly wanted to, taking the book by force would be effortless. But out of respect for Huel's convictions, he won't break that trust. Still, he demands the book be handed over now. Realizing he may have spoken too hastily, Huel pauses, his earlier words feeling too blunt. Instead of flat-out refusing, he proposes a compromise, an opportunity for mutual understanding. They should share their beliefs, hear each other out, and see where that leads. Intrigued, Amal asks what Huel means by belief and why it carries such weight. Huel responds with clarity, explaining that if he is to entrust something as precious as his life's treasure, then Amal should be willing to do the same. In that spirit, he requests access to the legendary book of reflux in exchange for his own magic book. After a brief moment of thought, Amal agrees, but with one caveat. The book of reflux is not currently in his possession. It is safely stored in the eternal warehouse of Vankila Castle. He will retrieve it personally. He asks if Huel understands this arrangement. Huel agrees, his resolve firm. Amal then suggests that Huel continue to focus on mastering the deeper aspects of the reflux system while he retrieves the book. As he reflects on the importance of the book of reflux, Amal realizes something. He had always intended to pass it down only after his death. Now, with Huel's magic, he wonders if this young man might be the key to surpassing the Zipple once and for all. Shaking off these thoughts, Amal gives Huel a final instruction. Wait here while he steps into another room. Alone, Huel contemplates the legacy he is about to create, the history he will leave behind. After some time, the door creaks open. Amal calls out to him, and Huel is instantly on his feet, ready for whatever comes next. Amal, with a piercing look, asks if Huel has mastered the deep reflux system. Without a moment's hesitation, Huel confidently replies that he has. It's strange, but it feels as if this power has always been inside him, lying dormant, waiting for the right moment to awaken. Amal is momentarily stunned, taken aback by Huel's natural aptitude. This boy, he's a prodigy. Impressed, Amal congratulates him and hands over the requested item. Huel accepts the magic book, promising to return quickly. Amal, understanding the weight of what Huel holds, reassures him that it will take time to fully decipher the book of reflux. He's free to study it at his own pace. Huel, humbled by the trust placed in him, admits he's not yet on a level to fully understand all of its complexities, but is honored to even be given the chance to learn. Satisfied, Amal suggests that the Real training begins now. Since Huel has grasped the deep reflux system, it's time for practical, hands-on experience. His suggestion is simple but effective, fighting against summoned magical creatures. With a smirk, he asks, "Are you up for the challenge?" Huel, always curious, raises a question. Can reflux magic work against non-human opponents like bugs? Amal chuckles, clarifying that he's not talking about actual insects but rather the bugs of the town, humanoid creatures. Though they lack magical abilities, they still resemble humans physically, making them perfect for training. In his younger years, Amal often used these creatures as practice dummies because of their similar build. Before the training begins, Huel makes a bold request. He asks Amal to use reflex magic on him directly. He believes experiencing its effects firsthand would be more beneficial than simply reading about it. Amused by his disciple's eagerness, Amal laughs. He's proud of Huel's confidence, but he also warns that they must be careful. Reckless use of magic could attract unwanted attention from the knights of the capital. With a smile, Amal activates the core ability of reflux magic, absorbing an opponent's magic and redirecting it with amplified force. He conjures a magic sphere, preparing to drain Huel's energy. But when the sphere comes into contact with Huel, something unexpected happens. Nothing. Reflex magic has no effect on Huel. Confusion clouds Amal's mind as he tries again, attempting to drain Huel's magic with reflux. But the result is the same. Nothing happens. That's when it hits him. Huel has already surpassed the 7-star rank. This isn't the power of a rising magician. It's something far beyond that. Overcome with shock, Amal staggers, his knees buckling as he collapses to the ground. How could this be happening? In that moment, Huel steps forward, holding up an artifact known as the mirror. He reveals its power, an endless source of magic energy. This, he explains, is why reflux has no effect on him. If this artifact had fallen into the hands of the Zipple, they would have used its power to bring misery to the world. But for Huel, it has been both a gift and a curse, a burden that has condemned him to a lifetime of torment. Then, in a move that shocks Amal to his core, Huel pours a potion over his head, triggering a transformation. His appearance begins to shift, and with a calm precision, he removes his glasses and lenses, revealing his true identity. He speaks with an air of finality, declaring that he has returned from the depths of hell for one purpose: to kill Sir Amal. Amal is frozen, disbelief flooding his senses. That name shouldn't exist. It couldn't be real. He had personally confirmed the truth with the mercenaries. How is this possible? Huel, or rather Jean, calmly confirms it. His story is the tale of the last surviving member of the Hister family, spanning 44 years since Kedard Hall's time. Without a moment's hesitation, Jean kicks Amal to the ground, pressing his foot against him. He recounts the years of scorn, humiliation, and the countless battles that should have claimed his life. Yet, against all odds, he has made it to this moment. Looking down at Amal, Jean assures him there will be no regrets. He intends to fully harness the power of the Book of Reflux, the very magic that Amal has devoted his life to. Then, with a knowing smirk, he delivers the final, crushing truth. The reflux magic Amal had wielded for so long, it was never truly his. It belonged to the Hister family all along. Amal demands to know how Jean Runcandel is so certain of Reflux's true origins. With a sly smile, Jean simply responds, "Soon, the whole world will know the truth. And when that happens, everything you've built, all your legacy, will crumble to dust." Amal, however, refuses to accept it. With defiance burning in his eyes, he insists that his name will be remembered, that his legacy will live on forever. Unfazed, Jean recalls the curse that had set him on this path, the request that had driven him to this moment. He gives Amal one final piece of advice, that he should be grateful for the role he played in this grand scheme. Then, with an almost indifferent gesture, he releases his hold on Amal. But Amal isn't finished. With one last surge of defiance, he uses his own blood to scrawl a message on the wall, his words of final declaration: "I will not die peacefully." Jean, unimpressed, dismisses Amal's defiance. He doubts that Amal will survive for much longer. As his thoughts shift, Jin's mind drifts to Joshua Runcandel, and he realizes that this is just the beginning of what's to come. In a peaceful village, Gilly stands outside, hanging clothes to dry. As she works, a cat curls up beside her, and she sighs, thinking about the young master. It's been 3 months since he set out in search of Kedard, and the time has passed more quickly than she expected. Murakin, lounging nearby, observes the passing time with a wry grin. He comments that the boy's a handful, always so reckless. The moment he becomes an apprentice, Murakin knows he'll be itching for any excuse to take him down. Sometimes he swears Jin's stomach must be full of a swarm of bees, constantly buzzing with energy. But Gilly isn't laughing. Her voice heavy with concern, she admits that every day, her heart tightens with worry. Scooping the cat into her arms, she mutters about how Jean Runcandel's impulsiveness always leaves her on edge. Turning to Murakin, she asks if the young master even has any idea just how much he stresses her out. Murakin chuckles and waves off her concern, reassuring her that she shouldn't fret. He leans in, lowering his voice as he shares some gossip. Apparently, the 7-colored peacocks have been spying on them and noticed something strange. Kedard's eyes would practically melt with affection whenever he looked at Jean. Murakin shrugs it off, telling her there's no reason to worry. After all, Jean Runcandel seems to have Kedard wrapped around his finger. Just as he finishes, Jin's voice cuts through the air. "You're making it sound like I'm trying to seduce him," he snaps, clearly overhearing their conversation. Jean Runcandel steps into view, arriving unnoticed, but catching the tail end of their exchange. At the sight of him, Gilly immediately springs into action, throwing Murakin aside and rushing to her master with a mix of relief and concern. She's just happy he's back, safe and sound. Jean offers a brief, weary nod in acknowledgement. "I'm back," he says simply. Without missing a beat, he turns to Murakin and reveals the real reason for his return: the magic book he'd gotten from that scoundrel. Holding it out, he hands it over before collapsing onto the grass, drained from the journey. With a groan, he mutters, "I'll leave it to you to transcribe it." The scene shifts to the Garden of Swords, where Joshua Runcandel sits in his room, having lunch in silence. But his mind is far from the meal in front of him. He's preoccupied with one burning question: Jean Runcandel's involvement in the murder of Kedard Hall. He can't help but wonder what Jin's true motives might be, and whether he really could have killed someone as powerful as Kedard. But if he did, Why had he stayed hidden for so long? The rumors swirling around suggest that the key to understanding extreme overload magic is locked away in the eternal storage of the Holy Kingdom of Vankella, making any investigation nearly impossible. Meanwhile, Haytona Runcandel speaks up confidently, stating that Jean Grey is definitely an alias the youngest Runcandel had assumed for his status as a provisional flag-bearer. Daytona Runcandel, sitting beside him, agrees, noting that they are, after all, in the presence of their elder siblings. But Haytona remains unconvinced, shaking his head. It can't be the youngest, he insists. Jean is such a common name. Lowering his voice, Daytona counters, reminding him that even though the youngest Runcandel is impressive, Kedard Hall was a 9-star mage. No way someone like Jean could have pulled off something like that, he murmurs. Then, with a slam of his fist on the table, Mayu Runcandel erupts. His frustration is palpable as he scolds his brothers, seething with anger. None of them have ever encountered a 9-star mage in person, so they shouldn't even dare to speculate. He mocks them for being clueless, and scoffs at the thought of these idiots becoming provisional flag-bearers in just a few months. And Runcandel, across the table, lets out a soft laugh, finding the entire exchange both amusing and infuriating. She watches her brothers with a mischievous smile, commenting that their stupidity is almost cute. In fact, she says with a dark chuckle, she finds it so adorable that she almost wants to cut them into little pieces. Before things can spiral any further, one of the merry Runcandels cuts in sharply, her voice icy. Enough, she snaps. Quiet down. You're disrupting the meal. Deepu's Runcandel, clearly frustrated, groans. Why can't we just have a normal conversation, he mutters. Mary doesn't miss a beat. I told you to shut up, she replies coldly, her tone like steel. Annoyed, Deepu's fires back. Why do you stay quiet when the Tana twins speak, but suddenly have a problem when I do? Without a second thought, Mary glares at him, warning him with deadly calm. Say one more word, and your face will pay the price. Just as the tension begins to escalate, Joshua Runcandel, ever the calm and collected one, suddenly claps his hands together, cutting through the heated exchange. Enough, he says, his voice commanding attention. It's been a while since we've eaten together. Was it really necessary to turn this into a fight? Then, almost casually, he drops a bombshell. For the record, I think the youngest could have killed Kedard Hall. His words hit the table like a thunderclap, and the room falls into a stunned silence. Mayu, wide-eyed, demands clarification. Wait, what? Even considering our eldest brother. Joshua leans back, unfazed, and explains. Of course, Jean couldn't have done alone. But, he turns to Yona, his eyes sharp. If that child helped him, then perhaps it was possible. A cold realization washes over Deepu's. His expression darkens. So that's what this is about. Joshua is trying to keep Jean, the youngest provisional flag bearer, in check by dragging Yona into it. The conversation shifts in an instant, and frustration brews among the siblings. The game has changed, and Joshua is always the one pulling the strings. Mary Runcandel doesn't hold back. She turns to the eldest brother, her voice laced with challenge. Can you take responsibility for suggesting that Yona helped Jean Runcandel? She demands. Joshua remains unfazed. Responsibility, he asks with a raised eyebrow. What do you even mean by that? This is just speculation. He leans forward, his tone turning colder. A 9-star archmage was killed, yet we still don't know how or why. Unless it was someone from Nameless, the most notorious assassination group in existence. Pulling off such a feat would be nearly impossible. He casually adds another piece to the puzzle. Yona was assigned to Nameless long ago, on our father's orders. Here's my theory. The youngest, Jean, must have commissioned Nameless to ensure his name would be known across the world. Meanwhile, Yona, feeling abandoned by our family, sided with him, hoping he would stand by her in return. Mary's eyes narrow. She's seen this pattern before. Joshua, she says, her voice sharp, you've been wanting Yona's downfall for years. Now, you're being unusually direct, suddenly pulling her into Jin's mess like this. Mayu, still processing the revelation, nods in agreement. If Yona did help Jean, it would explain his incredible performance as a cadet, he murmurs. Then, more thoughtfully, he adds, but if she's with Nameless now, how does she truly feel about the family? Before he can finish, Mary strikes. In the blink of an eye, she grabs Mayu's face and slams him into the wall, delivering a brutal punch. And Runcandel is on her feet in an instant, rushing to help, while Deepu steps in, grabbing Mary's arm. Don't take this too far, Deepu warns, his voice steady. You're just playing into Joshua's hands. Mary scoffs but reluctantly backs off, her voice dripping with coldness. As the 7th flag bearer, I wouldn't dare challenge the 2nd flag bearer of the family. But remember this, if anything happens to Yona, our father won't stand by and watch. Deepu exhales slowly, turning to Mayu. Instead of provoking Yona with words, he advises, face your fear of her directly, with your sword. That's the true way of the Runcandels. Joshua smirks, his eyes gleaming with mischief. Then why don't you draw your sword? He taunts, a challenge hanging in the air. Deepu shakes his head, a quiet frustration crossing his face. How would drawing a sword solve anything? It wouldn't help anyone, least of all them. Meanwhile, Haytona and Daytona Runcandel, who had stayed mostly quiet up until now, finally speak up. Their words, however, aren't about Yona or the youngest's rising influence. Instead, they express a simple, unexpected sentiment. They miss the youngest. The room falls into a brief, somber silence as the weight of their words settles in. Elsewhere, Dante Hyran sits in deep thought, reflecting on the recent murder of a 9-star mage. One detail keeps nagging at him, the name Jean Grey. It's a troubling clue, and with no other suspects in sight, the trail seems to lead directly to him. Veridin Zipple, standing nearby, nods in agreement. That's correct, he says. Then, after a moment, he turns to Dante. Can you spare some time? Dante raises an eyebrow, intrigued. Time for what? Veridin smirks, his voice low but decisive. Starting tomorrow, I suggest we pay Jean Runcandel a visit. Dante, his mind already racing through possibilities, turns to Veridin. Do you know how to reach him? Veridin nods, confirming he does. He then begins to explain his plan, carefully laying out the steps. Dante listens attentively, weighing the pros and cons. After a moment, he agrees. It's a solid idea. Let's move forward with it. First thing tomorrow. Meanwhile, across the kingdom, a guard rushes in with an urgent report. His superior listens as the guard reveals some troubling news. Dante Hyran and Veridin Zipple were seen together at the banquet hall. Until now, the relationship between the Zipple and the Hyran clan had been vague at best, but this meeting changes everything. The guard continues with an even more ominous piece of information. There are growing suspicions that the Zipple were involved in the death of Kid Hall. Worse yet, it seems that Veridin Zipple may have provided Dante Hyran with sensitive information. The Zipple, it seems, are actively aligning themselves with other powerful clans while eliminating anyone who doesn't fall in line. Kedar Hall's death is just the latest example of their cold and calculated tactics. A figure, known only as Raz, listens intently. After a brief pause, he offers a suggestion. Whether this information is true or not, it could serve as a powerful tool to manipulate the Zipple's next moves. Leaking it to the media could apply the right kind of pressure. The guard bows deeply. I'll do as you wish. Raz, lost in thought, considers the Zipple's unusual urgency. Typically, they operate with careful precision, but this time feels different. Something, or someone, has shaken them to their core. Whoever it is, Raz realizes, is proving difficult to track. Back at the estate, Julia clings to Jean Runcandel's arm, pleading with him not to leave again. She looks up at him with wide, concerned eyes, her voice trembling as she asks him to stay. Gilly, standing nearby, chimes in, suggesting with a forced smile that this time, Jean should stay and spend time with Julia instead of rushing off again. But Kashmir Alprian, ever the calm presence, intervenes gently. The young master is very busy, he explains, his voice soft. Please understand. Even so, Gilly can't hide the disappointment in her eyes. She knows he's leaving again, without any proper rest. Worse, he's heading straight for Nameless City, Samel. A place far too dangerous. Jin's response is calm, almost distant. There's something I need to retrieve, and someone I want to meet there. Gilly hesitates, a question hanging in the air. Do you even know anyone in Samel? Meanwhile, high atop a distant mountain, Yona sits at the edge of a cliff, watching the wind scatter fallen leaves in its wake. A faint, knowing smile curves her lips as she watches the scene unfold. So, he became a provisional flag bearer and left the house. She muses aloud, her voice a soft whisper, carried away by the breeze. And yet, he's already out there, making a name for himself. She leans back, stretching her arms as she relaxes into the moment. I can't wait to see how strong he's gotten. Her fingers idly play with the leaves at her side, and a sly smirk tugs at the corner of her mouth. I wonder, will he come by Samel? The thought lingers in her mind. If he does, it'll be fun to play together. Back at the estate, Kashmir Alprian gently hugs Julia, offering her comfort before turning to Jean. While you're gone, he begins, his tone hesitant. I'll also be away for a little while. Jean glances at him, sensing something off. What's wrong? He asks, his curiosity piqued. Kashmir hesitates, his eyes lingering on Jean before he offers a quiet, uncertain smile. I'll explain later, he says, but the words don't ease the tension hanging in the air. Kashmir sighs deeply, his expression thoughtful. There's something I left behind in Beeman, he admits. Jean, understanding the weight of his words, thinks to himself that his father must have called for him. Jean nods with a quiet acknowledgement. I see. Take care of it, he says, giving Kashmir the space to handle whatever business awaits him. At that moment, Murakan appears, a satisfied look on his face. I'm finished with what I needed to do, he announces, not wasting another moment as he strides toward the door. Without hesitation, He swings it open and steps inside. Jean acknowledges Muraken's diligence, and Muraken wastes no time in inviting him to join him. Come, let me engrave something onto your back, he says with a grin. The two move to another room, and Jean removes his shirt, revealing glowing inscriptions etched into his skin. Muraken observes the markings, nodding in approval. This will let you use Kadar Hall's magic with no problem, he notes. Jean feels a surge of excitement, imagining the perfect weapon to pair with his photon cannon. He's eager to test it out. Muraken explains further that, after carefully deciphering the inscriptions, he's discovered the magic's full potential. Even mages ranked 7-star or lower would have no chance of overwhelming Jean. He should be able to suppress them all at once. Jean, feeling both relieved and empowered, pulls his shirt back on and decides to activate the magic immediately. As spiritual energy flows from him, Muraken watches with a keen eye, noting that it's working perfectly. The power ripples through the room. Just then, Inya arrives, but she's caught off guard by the surge of magic. Jean, she calls out, and immediately, Jean worries if she's all right. To his surprise, she exclaims, I love this feeling so much. I could die. She laughs, assuring him that she's fine, and even encourages him to try it again. Before they can, Quickcantle suddenly appears, sweeping Inya up onto her shoulder. Jean, noticing her presence, waits as she speaks up. This so-called scoundrel has taken things a step further and started harassing you now. Huh, she says with a sigh. It's getting more ridiculous by the day. Jean, feeling responsible, admits, it's my fault. I'll apologize once she wakes up. But Quickcantle waves him off, her tone dismissive. She was practically asking for it, she says, as she shifts the topic. I've heard you're headed to Samel. Jean nods, confirming. Samel is an enormous training ground for the Nameless. Even visitors aren't safe from the constant threat of assassination. At my current level, I should be able to fend off attacks from the Nameless cadets. But the longer I stay there, the stronger my pursuers will become. Eventually, even the best assassins will come after me. He pauses, recalling a past incident, and realizing just how dangerous this situation truly is. I didn't fully understand just how perilous this would be. Even if the assassins aren't targeting me specifically, surviving there isn't guaranteed. Quickcantle doesn't seem surprised by his admission. Instead, she hands him a small bag filled with shimmering pearls. Jean opens it, puzzled, and looks at her. What are these? He asks, his curiosity piqued. Quickcantle explains, these pearls hold significant value among the Nameless assassins. If you ever find yourself in a fight you can't win, showing these should be enough to spare your life. Jean looks at the pearls, still not entirely sure of their power, but deeply appreciative. Thank you, he says sincerely, though he admits, I'm not sure how I'll ever repay this. Quickcantle waves away his concerns. The best way to repay me is by doing well. If you succeed, it'll make my contractors feel more at ease. She smiles as she adds, when you return, help Inya with her training. That's all I ask. Jean nods without hesitation, assuring her, I've got it covered. With that, he finally prepares to leave. The scene shifts to the year 1796, September 4th, in the infamous city of assassins, Samel. Jean arrives at the southern entrance, but before he can move any further, he's stopped by a guard. The guard holds out his hand, blocking his path. Entry isn't allowed without a nameless plaque. The guard informs him, his tone flat. Jean calmly reaches into his pocket and pulls out the plaque, his expression neutral. The guard eyes him for a moment, then nods, allowing him to proceed. The path ahead is fraught with danger, but Jean is ready to face whatever comes next. Jean calmly presents a document proving that he has the necessary clearance to enter Samel. The guard takes the paper, scrutinizing it for a moment before nodding in approval. Valid, the guard confirms. Then, with a curious glance, he asks, and what brings you to Samel? Jean replies casually, I'm here just for the experience. The guard chuckles at this, clearly amused. Well, that should certainly be an interesting experience, he says, stepping aside to grant him entry. You can collect your nameless plaque when you leave, just present your entry pass. Before stepping through the gate, Jean pauses and turns to ask a final question. I have one thing I need to clarify, he says. The guard raises an eyebrow and waits for him to continue. Jean asks, does the law of the Nameless only apply to visitors after they've entered? Before the guard can answer, an attacker suddenly emerges, aiming for Jean. His reaction is swift, and with a single motion, Jean knocks the assailant out cold. A smirk forms on his face as he remarks, seems the law applies even before entering. As the would-be assassin collapses, a coin rolls out from their hand. Jean bends down to pick it up, glancing at the fallen figure. You've been radiating murderous intent this whole time. If you're going to be an assassin, maybe reconsider your career. You clearly don't have the talent for it, he mutters, more amused than anything else. Turning to the onlookers, Jin's gaze sharpens. Anyone else want to try? He asks coolly. One of the figures steps forward and replies, we're assassins, not warriors. Direct confrontations aren't our style. Jean nods in understanding, accepting their response. With that, he steps past the guard and enters the city of Samel. As he walks deeper into Samel, Jean reflects on the Nameless and their unique culture. He observes the signature milk-white garments worn by the Nameless assassins, a symbol of their pride in never leaving bloodstains, even while dressed in such a pure color. His sharp senses detect the presence of others, though they remain nearly imperceptible. He can't help but admire their precision. It's more breathtaking than he imagined, yet it sends a chill down his spine. This place is unlike any he's encountered before. Jean takes note of the towering, nameless coffin in the distance. Only those who have survived long enough and carried out numerous assassinations can earn the right to live within its walls. As a visitor, Jean knows he's nothing more than a target in this brutal cycle of daily killings. Arriving at an inn, Jean reminds himself that he doesn't want to repeat the kind of suffering he endured in the Cosmos arena. To survive here, he'll need to be cautious and strategic. The innkeeper, a man with a scowl, scoffs at the absurdity of the situation. "You want a room?" he asks, his voice dripping with disbelief. Jean nods. "Yes." The man clarifies, his tone blunt. "This is Samel. Assassination is permitted here, even against nameless cadets." Jean acknowledges this calmly but still insists, "I'll stay." The innkeeper, now genuinely curious, asks, "Why would you choose to stay in an inn under these conditions?" Jin's answer is simple. "I'd rather not have too many unexpected visitors at night." The innkeeper seems displeased by the remark, and Jean realizes it may have come off as a subtle challenge. With a smirk, the innkeeper finally relents. Fine. I'll cover the cost of your room with my life instead," he says, his voice tinged with bitterness. "You can rest easy, at least for now." He leads Jean upstairs, showing him to a room. Jean steps inside, immediately scanning for any traps or hidden threats. After a quick inspection, he's satisfied there's nothing amiss. He lets himself relax for a moment, using the time to strategize his next move. Just as he begins to settle, a sudden sound reaches his ears, clapping. It's slow and deliberate, echoing in the room. Instantly, his instincts kick in, and he prepares for a fight. However, something feels off. He didn't sense anyone nearby. He scans the room carefully, his eyes narrowing. It's then that he spots a figure, hiding under the bed. Sister Yona, the intruder, barely holds in a sigh of relief, realizing how close she came to being caught. Meanwhile, Jean reflects on an odd encounter earlier in the city. He recalls seeing a small child wandering around, and he had followed the child, just in case. But the moment he spotted Brahmani, his excitement had gotten the better of him. Now, he questions whether he misheard the sound of clapping. He was certain it came from the ceiling, yet when he looks up, there's no one there. Paranoia creeps in as he wonders if his nerves are playing tricks on him. Still, in Samel, he knows that such caution is a necessity. As Jean stays alert, Sister Yona watches him closely, silently admiring his instincts. She realizes that his mind's eye is already half open, a remarkable achievement for someone his age. As his elder sister, she can't ignore his potential. At first, she considers having some fun with him, but after a moment's thought, she decides that there's no choice. She has to train him properly. With a smirk, she tells herself that he should look forward to it. For days pass. Suddenly, another figure enters the inn, bluntly telling Jean that it's time for him to leave. Unfazed, Jean calmly asks if he needs to pay for his stay. The man shakes his head, reminding Jean that from the beginning, payment was never required. Jean raises an eyebrow, questioning the sudden change of heart. The man sighs, admitting that he's simply giving up. He won't be attempting to assassinate Jean anymore. He explains that when Jean first arrived, carrying the nameless plaque, he had assumed that Jean was the successor of a renowned clan, someone who had already accomplished great feats at such a young age. The man admits that, while he expected Jean to be strong, he never imagined it would be to this extent. Over the past 4 days, he hadn't found a single opportunity to strike. Frustrated, he acknowledges that he simply isn't on the level required to kill Jean. Meanwhile, Jean reflects on his time at the inn. He spent the days gathering information, all while remaining on high alert due to an unknown presence constantly lurking around him. Now, he wonders if his constant vigilance was the very reason no opening ever appeared for an assassination attempt. Regardless, the failure to eliminate a visitor in Samel is a significant disgrace. With that in mind, Jean brings up his upcoming promotion evaluation. Since the assassin has given up, he requests that the man leave. The assassin agrees, acknowledging that his skills have stagnated. However, he adds that he learned a great deal from observing Jean these past few days. Before they part ways, he offers Jean one final piece of advice. When facing an assassin, he should imagine he's fighting either a mage or a swindler. Outside these walls, those are the types of enemies he'll encounter the most. With that, he wishes Jean good luck. Jean thanks the man and prepares to leave. Yet, something about the advice sticks with him, creating an ominous feeling. His gaze sweeps across the room, noticing the numerous traps scattered across the floor. He frowns, questioning the purpose of these traps. Was this some kind of prank? Just as he wonders about the traps, a masked figure suddenly lunges at him. Jean reacts swiftly, dodging the attack and moving behind his assailant. "How dare you attack me now?" he demands. Without wasting any time, Jean escapes to the rooftop, only to find even more masked figures waiting for him. They throw wired traps toward him, sending them scattering across the roof. As the wires tighten around him, Jean notices that some of the earlier traps have become tangled around his sword, restricting its movement. One of the masked men taunts Jean, boasting that with his sword tangled in traps, he won't be able to fight back. As they charge, declaring that this is the end, Jean reacts instantly, knocking them all back with swift, precise strikes. Before the battle can escalate further, one of the masked figures calls for a halt, admitting their failure. At that very moment, a new figure appears, demanding to know what's going on. Without hesitation, Jean tosses a bag of coins toward him. The man catches it, clearly puzzled, as Jean insists he take it. He refuses to be in anyone's debt. The man opens the bag and scoffs. "This is ridiculous. I can't believe an intermediate rank cadet like you would treat higher rank cadets this way." Meanwhile, Jean simply declares, "This time, I'm really leaving." But just as he's about to step away, a barrage of arrows rains down toward him. Jin's reflexes kick in immediately, and he deflects the arrows with ease. But as he deflects the projectiles, it becomes clear. These are poison-tipped arrows. The ambush is escalating, and Jean doesn't know who's behind this attack, but the constant onslaught is beginning to wear on him. More arrows fly toward him, and he quickly dodges, scanning the surroundings. With so many enemies hidden in the shadows, it's impossible to predict their next move. And if that's the case, then he'll just take control of the situation himself. Jean decides that rather than continuing to evade, it would be better to gain higher ground and search for the attackers. As he moves, masked assassins rush him, but Jean swiftly counters their strikes, taking them down with ease. Yet, the attacks don't stop. Arrows rain down once more, forcing him to keep moving. How many of them are after him? From a high vantage point, Sister Yona watches him, an amused smile on her face. As expected of the youngest, he's even more agile than she anticipated. For the past 4 days, she's been testing his limits, and now, seeing his progress, she feels the effort has been worthwhile. She encourages him, at least in her mind, to keep struggling a little longer. If he continues this way for just one more week, his mind's eye will fully awaken. But even as she watches, she acknowledges the brutal truth of their world. If Jean turns out to be weaker than expected and dies in the process, well, that would be unfortunate. But there's nothing to be done about it. Training in Samuel is always a gamble with death. She playfully urges him to give it his all, not just for the sake of progress, but for survival. Meanwhile, Jean remains locked in battle, dodging arrows and striking back. He moves strategically, using a tree for cover as he eliminates his attackers. His sharp instincts tell him that these cadets aren't acting alone. They're too coordinated. There's someone pulling the strings from behind the scenes, and once he figures out who, he plans to make them regret it. Suddenly, a piece of paper flutters through the air. Jean snatches it and reads the message scrawled across it. "Let's play again in the afternoon." A smirk forms on his lips. So, it was Sister Yona all along. At first, he had suspected that one of the top assassins of the Nameless was behind this large-scale ambush. But in the end, it turned out to be her. Still, this actually works in his favor. If he endures all of this, he'll have leverage, a reason to ask her for something he wants. For example, poison antidotes. Jean knows that the world is full of deadly poisons, some so potent that even the Runcandel family's blessed bodies can't withstand them. He recalls the venom of Tammy Marius's hunting dog, Cugin, a poison so lethal that even he wouldn't survive it. What he truly needs is the legendary 1,000 poison antidote, a secret elixir passed down only to the top assassins of the Nameless. Those who drink it develop immunity to 10,000 different poisons. And Sister Yona? She's not just any assassin. She's the youngest top assassin of the Nameless, and the one who possesses the 1,000 poison antidotes. If he plays his cards right, this brutal game might just turn into an opportunity. Despite being in possession of the legendary 1,000 poison antidote, Sister Yona had never actually consumed it. She was naturally immune to poison and had no need for it. Jean recalls that in the end, she was tricked into handing it over to Sister and Runcandel. That fact alone sets off alarm bells in his mind. If and had it, that meant she was likely aligned with Joshua Runcandel, even in his past life. And if that was the case, Jean had no intention of letting history repeat itself. His goal was clear. He had to intercept the antidote before it fell into enemy hands. Anything that could benefit them, he would take away. Anything that could harm them, he would make sure to exploit. But first, he had to survive Sister Yona's relentless pranks. The scene shifts to the second night of her games. As he moves, a chain suddenly whips toward him, wrapping tightly around his sword. Thinking fast, Jean drives his sword into the ground, grabs the chain, and yanks it with all his strength. The masked attacker at the other end is pulled off balance, crashing down hard. Wasting no time, Jean strikes the nearby building, shattering its foundation and forcing the masked men inside to tumble out into the open. As they scramble to regroup, Jean launches a counterattack, cutting through them effortlessly. His attention then shifts to a wooden door nearby. With narrowed eyes, he calls out to those hiding behind it, demanding they step forward. He doesn't believe they're nameless cadets, so that leaves only one other possibility: outsiders like himself. Still, after being relentlessly hunted for the past 2 days, his patience is running thin. He warns them to come out while he's still asking nicely. After a brief pause, the door creaks open. Stepping out are none other than Dante Hyran and Veridin Zipple. Dante greets him warmly, while Veridin follows suit. Jean eyes them suspiciously, immediately questioning what they're doing here and why they've come looking for him. Veridin, feigning hurt, comments on how cold Jean is being, pointing out how difficult it was for them to track him down. Dante chimes in, adding that they even had to dip into their secret funds just to obtain a nameless plaque. Veridin, unable to resist, dramatically calls Jean a heartless scoundrel, complaining about his cruelty. Dante quickly agrees, piling on the guilt. Jean, unimpressed, cuts them off. Enough. Just explain why you're here. Veridin lets slip that they really wanted to meet him again, regretting that they missed that night at the arena. Realizing what he just revealed, he quickly covers his mouth, awkwardly trying to brush it off. Jean narrows his eyes. This was getting more suspicious by the second. Before Veridin can dig himself into a deeper hole, Dante jumps in to explain. They spent every last coin trying to acquire a nameless plaque, which meant that now, they were completely broke. Jean takes a long look at them. 2 heirs from powerful clans, now sleeping on the streets of Samel. And all because they were looking for him. With a sigh, he decides to take responsibility. If they were going through all this trouble for his sake, the least he could do was pay for their food. The moment he says it, both Dante and Veridin light up with excitement. Jean Runcandel agrees to cover their food, but on one condition: they need to earn their keep. Before they can respond, masked assassins strike again. Dante Hyran, immediately grasping the situation, unsheathes his sword and jumps into the fight. With a confident smirk, he counters the attackers and then glances at Jean. Will this do? He asks. Jean simply observes, gauging Dante's skill. Meanwhile, Sister Yona watches the battle unfold. Curious about the new intruders, she casually asks for their identities. Just then, OWL appears behind her. Something wrong? He asks. She turns around, barely acknowledging him. Oh, it's you, old man. Ignoring the jab, OWL sighs. Listen, Sister Yona. Even if it's him, he can't be causing this much of a disturbance. He gestures toward the ongoing chaos below. Do you realize how many of the cadet houses have been affected? Yona, however, couldn't care less. That's not important right now, she replies. I was having fun playing with the youngest when those scoundrels decided to butt in. OWL frowns. Who dares interrupt our Yona? She simply points. Them. Over there. OWL follows her gaze and narrows his eyes. And just what kind of scoundrels dare do this? OWL, watching from above, quickly assesses the situation. The one in the middle is Yona's brother. The 2 standing behind him, they're from the Zipple and Hyran clans. It doesn't take long before all 3 charge forward, engaging the nameless cadets in battle. Yona, growing impatient, leaps from the rooftop. Fine, I'll handle this myself. But before she can drop into the fray, OWL casually grabs the back of her shirt, holding her in place. If you go, they'll die, he says flatly. That's the point, she snaps. This is the first time my brother has come to visit me, and these fools are ruining it. I haven't even had a proper conversation with the youngest yet. OWL, unfazed by her tantrum, suggests an alternative. If you really want them dead that badly, let's make a game out of it. Yona tilts her head. What kind of game? A game with their lives at stake, he clarifies. 3 rounds, starting at dawn. But instead of cadets, we'll send real assassins after them. He smirks. If they die, you win. If they survive, you lose. Finally releasing her shirt, he steps back. Yona crosses her arms, clearly displeased. Why? She demands. Sending assassins after all 3 of them at once raises the youngest chances of dying way too much. Her expression softens for a moment. I'd rather he didn't die. He's such a good kid. And it's only the 2nd day we've been playing together. OWL chuckles. Then you'll have no choice but to watch them play. She clicks her tongue, but ultimately gives in. Fine. But in return, you don't get to interfere. She leans forward, eyes glinting mischievously. And I'll be the one choosing the assassins. OWL shrugs. Not a problem. Then, as if remembering something more important, he asks, by the way, do you have any idea how many houses collapsed in Samel today? Yona blinks. No. OWL sighs. 37. She tilts her head, unimpressed. And this is what happens when you send cadets after your little brother, just because you want to play with him. His tone sharpens. I'll be expecting a written reflection on this. Yona groans, her patience clearly wearing thin. She dismisses the conversation with a wave, claiming she's busy, and exits, shutting the door behind her. Watching her leave, OWL reflects that, for now, he has successfully stopped her from acting on impulse. He knows full well that the Nameless could have been in serious danger if she had intervened directly. After some time, Runcandel rises, deciding it's time to start moving. Looking around, he notes that everyone is asleep. After all, no attacks were expected during the day. His thoughts shift to Dante Hyran, observing that while Dante's body remains as frail as ever, his swordsmanship has sharpened significantly. Jean speculates that Dante must have unlocked a secret technique of the Hyran clan, allowing him to advance to a new level. As for Veridin Zipple, Jean admits he has no clue what's going through his mind. Veridin was someone who once seemed impossibly distant in his past life. Yet now he's here, helping under the simple excuse of repaying a meal debt. He acknowledges that death is a real possibility in this situation and begins contemplating how he can use them both. And, more importantly, how he can protect them once night falls. He anticipates that the assassin's Yona sins will only grow stronger and start strategizing his next moves. Just then, OWL arrives. Jean immediately notes how eerily undetectable he is, recognizing him as one of the Nameless' best assassins. He considers that aside from Sister Yona, no other elite assassin from the Nameless should be testing him. OWL, meanwhile, acknowledges the presence of a low-rung Runcandel but greets him formally as the 85th leader of the Nameless. He takes note of Jin's composure, remarking that his lack of fear shows a strong spirit. OWL casually adds, almost offhandedly, that Sir Chiron Runcandel must have found a rare gem in his later years. However, OWL still finds it excessive that Jean doesn't even adjust his posture despite recognizing him. Jean responds, explaining that, given the circumstances, there was a real possibility that the master of the Land of White could have taken his life. He states firmly that a Runcandel does not bow until death. OWL scoffs at his recklessness. But Jean is more concerned with why OWL has appeared before him. Someone of OWL's caliber, a man at the level of a king, wouldn't come here without a serious reason. Jean speculates that it must have something to do with Sister Yona. OWL, unimpressed, points out that even Sir Chiron Runcandel himself rarely speaks. Yet here was a mere low-rung Runcandel daring to bring up Yona's name. Without warning, an overwhelming aura erupts from him, instantly filling the space with crushing pressure. Jean barely has a moment to react before pain surges through his entire body, forcing him to tense under the invisible weight. Meanwhile, OWL remains eerily calm, his voice steady yet dripping with menace. He makes it clear, this entire situation is nothing more than the result of Jean Runcandel's unchecked arrogance. Jean struggles against the pain, taken aback by the sheer intensity of OWL's reaction. His body tenses, barely able to withstand the pressure. Meanwhile, OWL remains completely unfazed, casually remarking that, given the situation, even tearing Jean Runcandel to shreds wouldn't be enough to satisfy him right now. Despite his irritation, OWL ultimately decides to let it slide, considering Sir Chiron Runcandel's influence. Jean quickly realizes the true reason OWL mentioned his father's name. It was a justification. If Jean had made a mistake, invoking Sir Chiron's name gave him a reason to spare his life. Recognizing his recklessness, Jean Runcandel apologizes, admitting that he spoke too brazenly. He acknowledges that if punishment is necessary, he's ready to accept it. However, Al makes one thing clear. Starting tonight, real assassins dressed in white will be coming for him. While Al personally doesn't care about Jin's survival, those two, Dante Hyran and Veridin Zipple, must not die. He instructs Jean to listen carefully and enforce the punishment by sending assassins instead of cadets. Jean, intrigued, comments that this is nothing more than a game set up by Sister Yona, one that directly targets the lives of Dante and Veridin. He wonders if Owl is trying to interfere with Yona's plans and questions why he's choosing such a roundabout approach. Unless, of course, even a nameless king himself can't control Yona. This thought makes him reflect on just how much power Yona holds within the Nameless. Turning back to strategy, Jean explains that the assassins will strike 3 times, and the 3 of them must stick together, making their way toward the center of the city. If they manage to do that, he'll have a chance to survive for at least a day. But come morning, he needs to get Dante and Veridin out of the city. Only he should remain behind. With his life on the line for the so-called game, he asks Owl if there's any reward he can claim. Owl raises an eyebrow and inquires what Jean wants. Without hesitation, Jean requests 1,000 poison antidotes. Owl scoffs, calling him a lunatic. Even if Sir Chiron himself had made such a request, it wouldn't be granted. However, after some thought, Owl concedes that such a price is fair, given what's at stake. But he makes one thing clear. Jean must ensure the survival of the other 2. Before leaving, Owl offers one last piece of advice. There is no enemy you can't kill if you put your mind to it, but carelessness is deadly. A weapon is far more terrifying when held back, and those who swing recklessly will eventually face the consequences. He then questions why Jean continues to bring up Yona when he already understands his concept so well. This makes Owl wonder, does Jean not know the full extent of Yona's connection to them? Or was he genuinely curious when he asked about her earlier? Regretting that his emotions got the better of him, Owl feels ashamed for provoking Jean without understanding the full situation. OWL simply smirks, saying, "That's a great answer," before vanishing. Realizing that OWL has left, Jean Runcandel turns his gaze toward Dante Hyran and Veridin Zipple. He makes up his mind. He's sending them back. Apologizing, he states firmly that he has no intention of following orders anymore. Jean Runcandel gathers the group and warns them to stay sharp. Starting today, real assassins will be coming after them instead of cadets. Dante Hyran, unfazed, remarks that even though the enemy's level has supposedly gone up, he doesn't see any threats yet. He questions why they're moving so urgently. Veridin Zipple agrees, pointing out that the night has only just begun. Jean explains the difference. When they fought cadets, their presence was immediately noticeable after sunset. But now, with night fully settled, something has changed. Earlier, he could sense an attack coming, a flying dagger in the dark. But this time, there's nothing. It's not that there are no enemies. It's that their presence is completely undetectable. Instead of sensing them, he feels something else, an unmistakable sensation of being hunted. The gap between cadets and real assassins is far larger than he expected. From a distance, Sister Yona watches, perched casually on someone's shoulder. She notes, as expected, that her youngest sibling is already on the move. Owl, raising an eyebrow, questions whether she truly plans to kill him. After all, she sent an elite assassin right from the start. Yona scoffs, dismissing the thought outright. She explains that her little brother is sharp. He's already trying to escape, but once the real attacks begin, there'll be no way for him to survive. And if that happens, the two trailing behind him won't make it either. But Yona remains confident. She insists it won't come to that. Her brother's mind's eyes already half open. Intrigued, Al asks how someone so young could possess such an ability. Yona reveals that, although it might look like he's moving purely on instinct, it's more than that. He's sensing something, even if it's faint. Over the past few days, his mind's eye has been awakening, opening even further now. A rare sense of pride fills her voice as she speaks of him. This surprises Sir Owl. He's never seen Yona show this kind of reaction toward anyone before. He finally asks, "So, the youngest is Jean Runcandel?" Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Jean Runcandel races forward, deep in thought. He wonders if someone's testing him, expecting something from him. Before he can ponder further, a sudden explosion erupts in front of him. Without hesitation, he shoves Dante Hyran and Veridin Zipple aside, barely managing to push them out of harm's way. Impressed, Veridin praises Jin's quick reflexes, asking why they had to stop. Before Jean can respond, a nameless killer ambushes them. One assassin lunges with a dagger, but Jean reacts in an instant, blocking the strike. The attacker falters, stunned. How did Jean sense him? Before the killer can recover, Veridin steps in, freezing the attacker in place with his ice magic. Dante watches, nodding in approval. Veridin, pleased with his work, casually remarks that they can just leave the assassin frozen. Jean, however, quickly interrupts, urging them to move. They can't afford to waste time. Just as he finishes speaking, another nameless killer shatters the ice and charges, blades flashing. Veridin, taken aback, asks what's going on. Jean explains that if they don't end this quickly, the hidden assassins will join the fight. There's no way they can take on both groups at once. Dante, understanding the urgency, orders everyone to move. They have to head straight to their goal. But Veridin laughs, taunting the assassin. "Is that really an assassin?" he mocks. "He can't even catch me." Jean frowns, finding Veridin's behavior odd. Normally, he'd close the distance and strike, but instead, Veridin is keeping his distance. Jean wonders why, but is quickly forced back into the fray. Another assassin lunges at him, but Jean knocks the attacker away in a fluid motion. Jean calls out of Veridin, who just shrugs. "I couldn't have predicted this," he says nonchalantly. Annoyed, Jean snaps at him to stop talking and prepare his strongest magic. Veridin grins, agreeing, promising to buy him 10 minutes. He just needs a moment to focus. Without hesitation, Veridin unleashes the heavenly annihilating Jade Flame Demon First Formation. The raw power radiating from him is enough to stun even the nameless assassin. The attackers instantly recognize the overwhelming magic as a real threat. Jean Runcandel stands frozen, his eyes wide in shock. He watches in disbelief as Veridin unleashes the legendary Ring of Erupting Flames Massacre, a spell of unimaginable power. His mind flashes back to the past, remembering the former head of the Zipple clan, Ryal Zipple, a mage so fearsome she earned the title of Empress of Magic over 200 years ago. The Ring of Erupting Flames Massacre was so destructive that Ryal had only ever used it once in her entire lifetime. Before Jean can fully process what's happening, another nameless killer attacks Veridin. Veridin calls out for help, and Jean reacts swiftly, stepping in to block the strike just in time. But he knows this is only the beginning. If one assassin is attacking, there are sure to be more closing in. Without wasting a second, Jean orders Dante Hyran to take action. Dante instantly responds, activating the Hyran secret technique, Imperial Sword Dragon Blade Armor, and launches a devastating counterattack against the nameless cadets. As the battle rages on, Jean reflects on how much both Dante and Veridin have grown. He wonders to himself, how is Veridin able to wield such immense mana at his age? Can it really be possible for him to master a secret magic that has only existed in legend? Meanwhile, Veridin realizes something has gone wrong. He made a miscalculation. Gritting his teeth, he raises his axe high, preparing to unleash a fire attack. The nameless killers watch him warily, anticipating his next move. Jean wastes no time. He commands Dante to grab Veridin and run, assuring him that he'll hold the assassins back. Dante doesn't hesitate, hoisting Veridin onto his shoulder and sprinting away at full speed. Still coughing up blood, Veridin apologizes to Jean. He admits that it's been a long time since he last used that technique, and he must have lost control of the mana. The overload is hitting him hard. Jean, unfazed, tells him to stop talking and, more importantly, to stop spitting blood everywhere. He then orders Dante to keep running and head toward the location he had mentioned earlier. Dante nods in acknowledgement and keeps moving. Behind them, a nameless killer urgently orders his comrades to give chase. He insists that they must catch their targets, no matter the cost. If they let them escape tonight, Yona herself will handle their punishment, and that a fate worse than death. Meanwhile, Al notices Yona seems deep in thought and asks if something is wrong. She questions whether he secretly helped Jean Runcandel and his group, finding it suspicious that they knew exactly where to run. How could they have known about the safe zone? Jean, reflecting on their surroundings, realizes they've reached the center of Samel City, a place where certain benefactors and families of nameless assassins reside. He notes that the assassins have stopped attacking. Unless there's an enemy invasion or another major emergency, the nameless assassins follow a strict tradition. They don't use weapons in this area. Still recovering, Veridin asks Jean how he knew about this place. Was it part of some test? Jean confirms that it was something like that, but Veridin remains unconvinced. It still doesn't make sense, he mutters. Yona, observing from afar, points out the obvious. If no one had told them, how could they have known to flee there? Al just laughs, brushing off her suspicions and pretending not to understand what she's implying. Instead, he changes the subject, casually asking if Yona has finished writing his letter of reflection for the destruction he caused. Yona, seeing right through him, bursts into laughter. Lying through your teeth again, she teases. He was the one who broke their promise first. With a dramatic gesture, she declares that it's her turn now. She'll handle things herself. To the outside world, Owl is the king of Nameless, the leader of the most feared assassin organization to ever exist. But to him, Yona is something far beyond just his daughter. She's an unparalleled force, a talent that no other assassin could even dream of matching. She's been given many names by the world. The one born to be an assassin, the second coming of the god of murder. Those who've seen the chaos she can bring firsthand know the truth. She is a blade steeped in destruction. With finality, Yona asserts that she will personally handle the situation. The promise has been broken, and Owl must not interfere. Owl, realizing he cannot stop her, simply nods. He knows there's nothing left for him to do but hope that Jean Runcandel can somehow get Dante Hyran and Veridin Zipple, the interim patriarchs, out of the city before Yona reaches them. Yona, ever focused, reminds Owl that night is falling. It's time for her brother's two companions to die. She invites him to join her, and, knowing it's futile to resist, Owl agrees. He understands the gravity of the moment, though a part of him regrets having to deal with Yona like this. Still, there's no turning back now. A part of him wonders if things could have turned out differently. Perhaps if he had listened from the start, none of this would be happening. He also wonders if, despite everything, Yona might show mercy. She seems to have a soft spot for the youngest. After all, the two step out onto the terrace and look through the window of another house. Inside, Jean Runcandel remains alert while Veridin Zipple collapses to the ground after drinking a healing potion. Jean, frowning, wonders why his companions are still asleep. Yona, amused by the sight, laughs softly. How convenient, she muses. They're all gathered so neatly. It makes killing them so much easier. But before she can act, Owl's voice cuts through the silence. Hold on. Wait. His tone is firm, stopping her in her tracks. Yona raises an eyebrow. Owl, frustrated, continues. How dare they sit there, chatting so casually with the youngest while I haven't even had the chance to speak with him yet. Yona dismisses him with a wave. I've made up my mind. They're going to die. Owl, unconvinced, demands, stop interfering. Yona scoffs, her eyes cold. Stop pretending you don't see it, she says, gesturing toward the window. It's only then that Owl notices it, the object in Jean Runcandel's hand, the silver dragon's claw. Jean, on the other hand, is puzzled. Why hasn't there been any reaction? He expected the nameless assassins to respond the moment they saw it. No matter how many times he encounters this, it always sends chills down his spine. They're in the same room, yet their presence remains unreadable. Moments later, Yona and Al step inside. Jean, ever composed, greets them formally. Older sister Yona, he says before, for the first time, addressing Al as the 85th nameless king. Al studies him carefully, impressed. Clever, he thinks. Jean Runcandel is sharp. He recognized him almost immediately, a rare quality indeed. But Al also notes something else. Looks like you knew we'd be coming, he remarks. You drugged your friends, didn't you? Jean doesn't hesitate. It wouldn't be good for them to know too much, he replies calmly. Without wasting any time, Al gets straight to the point. Where did you get the silver dragon's claw? Jean holds up the claw, clearly aware of its significance. It was a gift from a silver dragon I met on my travels. If I show this to any nameless assassin, no matter the situation, I'll survive. Yona, watching him closely, nods. That's right. According to our rules, there's no one we can't kill. Al calls Yona over, and she responds with a subtle gesture, acknowledging the unspoken command. He quickly confirms the deal. If Jean hands over the silver dragon's claw, they can guarantee his survival. But before handing over the item, Jean has one final question. Sensing the curiosity in his eyes, Al asks what's on his mind. Jean wonders aloud why real killers are after him, instead of just the cadets. He shifts the topic, then, asking if Sister Yona is wary of him simply because he's a Runcandel. Yona denies it, but Al's mind races. He can't help but think back to the unbelievable scoundrel who had secretly instructed him to keep quiet about his involvement, especially where Yona was concerned. Finally, Al reveals the truth. He and Yona had made a bet. Al had bet that Jin's friends would survive, while Yona had bet against it. Thanks to Jean Runcandel, Al won. But the stakes were higher than a mere wager. From this point forward, no more assassins would come after Jean Runcandel. All nameless killers, Yona and himself included, would leave him and his allies alone for the next 10 years, unless Jin's family decided to attack first. It was a promise that couldn't be undone. Jean feels a wave of relief wash over him. With this dangerous threat removed, he can now fully focus on the battles awaiting him with his siblings. Al, however, brings up another point. Since Jean has obtained the silver dragon's claw, he deserves a reward. Jean thanks him and says they can discuss the details later. Al nods, but he points out that there's something far more important at hand, an overdue conversation between two siblings. He encourages Jean to speak freely. Yona turns to him, her expression unreadable. After a moment, she finally speaks, addressing him with a single word. Youngest. In a shadowy room, several masked figures gather. One of them reports that a Runcandel reserve flag-bearer is currently with the interim patriarchs of both the Zipple and Hiran families. He admits that even Sir Joshua Runcandel likely didn't anticipate this development. Their leader sees this as promising news, speculating that there might be something more going on between Miss Yona and the reserve flag-bearer. With a clearer understanding of the situation, they now have a chance to gather more evidence. However, another problem arises. The number of assassins targeting the reserve flag-bearer is increasing, and the reason remains unclear. One thing is certain, they can't kill him yet. Until further notice, they must proceed with caution. Back with Yona and Jean, Yona chuckles, amusement flickering in her eyes as she looks at her youngest sibling. I have no intention of fighting you, she assures him. In fact, I want to help you grow. Jean Runcandel isn't convinced. You sent dozens of killers after me, he points out. Yona quickly clarifies. That wasn't my intention. Things just escalated. She changes the subject. Veridin, Zipple, and Dante Hiran are with you. Have you truly considered what that means? A Runcandel associating with both a Zipple and a Hiran? That's almost unheard of. Jean asks if she regrets not being able to kill them. Yona dismisses it. The silver dragon's claw is far more important. Jean then suggests that she'll probably report his alliances to the family, but Yona counters. Why would I do that? It could lead to your death, or worse. Jean isn't buying it. If that's not your goal, why did you send all those assassins? He demands. What's the real reason? Yona simply smiles, her eyes glinting with mischief. I just want to play with you. Jean frowned, feeling unsettled. Was she really treating him like a toy? Yona denied it, but when he pressed her, asking if their elder sister had ordered her to do this, her expression suddenly faltered. Tears welled up in her eyes as she shook her head, saying that wasn't what she meant at all. Jean studied her, trying to discern whether she was being sincere. Did she truly just want to play with him? Hesitating, he asked why she was crying. But even Yona didn't seem to know. It's just coming out, she admitted quietly. That didn't add up. Wasn't she supposed to be one of the best killers? Surely, she had been trained to suppress her emotions. Yet Yona revealed that she hadn't received such training when she first joined the Nameless. Her mother had told her that she didn't need to suppress anything, that she could kill just fine without it. Jin's curiosity deepened. Had you killed before joining the Nameless? He asked. Yona paused, thinking for a moment. Then, she admitted, when I was 8, maybe even at Storm Castle, I killed one of my cousins because he annoyed me. Jin's eyes widened as Yona continued. After that, her nanny, who had been responsible for her education, mysteriously disappeared. At Storm Castle and the main estate, her siblings were around, but she was forbidden from eating with them or participating in cadet training. At first, she thought it was punishment for killing her cousin, but she was wrong. Instead, she was given missions that involved taking lives. Jean processed her words carefully. It made sense now. Yona had been born with a terrifying talent for killing. Their father must have isolated her, perhaps to protect his other children from her. Despite everything, Yona suddenly laughed, the sound light and almost carefree. I'm just happy I can talk to you like this, she said. I don't really care where I was sent, but it is unfortunate that I can't see my siblings anymore. Jean studied her closely. She was anything but normal. She might not feel guilt over the lives she had taken, but that didn't mean she was devoid of emotions altogether. He couldn't deny it. There was something tragic about the way she had been shaped by her upbringing. Jin's thoughts drifted back to the past. He had understood the necessity of isolating Yona at the time. It had been a means of protecting the other children from her. But transforming her into what she had become had been a difficult decision, one that weighed heavily on him. Suddenly, Yona turned to him with a question. Do you hate me too? Jean shook his head, immediately denying it. Instead, he asked, do you ever feel that your treatment was unfair? Yona tilted her head, her expression confused. What do you mean? He sighed, trying to explain. You were raised as a tool for killing from childhood. Doesn't that bother you? Yona didn't respond with anger or regret, as Jean had expected. Instead, she simply asked, is that a bad thing? When Jean confirmed that it was, Yona tapped his forehead lightly and smirked. You're too soft, youngest. Then she added, you've never killed anyone, not even in battle, even though you've had the chance. Maybe I'm just born this way. What am I supposed to do about it? Jin's eyes narrowed as he shifted the conversation. Are you a contractor? Yona dismissed the idea, but Jean pressed on, asking what kind of power she possessed. She refused to answer. Instead, she shifted the focus back to him, saying, you've got your secrets too. Jean wondered if she was referring to his shadow energy, but something about the way she spoke made him uneasy. Her tone was unsettling as she continued. Whatever's inside me, it's terrified of you. From the very first moment I saw you, it's been screaming at me to kill you. Yona sighed, shaking her head. Jean had left her speechless in more ways than one. Then, with a playful smile, she told him to think of it as her liking him so much that she was actively resisting her instincts. Would you return the sentiment? She teased. Jean remained skeptical. They didn't exactly have warm memories together. Should I try threatening you instead? He mused aloud. If I tell you that if you don't like me, I'll have to kill you, will that finally push you away? Yona ignored his sarcasm and abruptly changed the subject. Should I give you the elixir of 10,000 poisons? She asked, implying that it was the very reason their siblings had sought her out and why he had come here. I don't have much use for it. You might as well take it. Jean shook his head, refusing. Even if you hand it over, it won't change anything. Her expression faltered, and she asked, what do you want from me then? What do I have to do for you to like me? What will it take for me to finally be accepted by my family? Jean looked up at the sky, noticing how bright the moonlight was in Samuel. Instead of answering her, he suggested, let's take a walk. Bonds are formed through conversation, after all. He extended his hand in front of her, waiting. There was a brief hesitation, but she eventually reached out and took it. As they walked, Jean silently pondered the situation. His elder sister was dangerous, unpredictable, and completely clueless when it came to connecting with others. Yet, beneath it all, there was something pitiable about her that he couldn't ignore. Jean just needed time to figure out how to handle her. As they walked down the eerily silent street, Jean couldn't help but notice how empty it was. Not a single soul was around. Yona, sensing his curiosity, casually explained, I arranged for the area to be off limits. After all, this is supposed to be our time to have fun together. She gestured to the side. There's a place I like. Visitors aren't usually allowed there. She raised an eyebrow. Do you want to go? Jean shrugged. Sure, let's go. They continued walking, and soon, Yona announced, we're almost there. Just up this way. She pointed ahead. Jean glanced upward, curious. What's waiting for us? Flowers and a cliff, she said simply. Jean paused at that. A cliff, he muttered. Just hearing about it is making me dizzy. Yona rolled her eyes. Did you really think I was going to push you off or something? She scoffed. Your fears are pointless. Even if you fell, there's no way you'd actually die from something like that. Jean laughed. Relax, I was just joking. Before long, they reached the top of the cliff. Jin's eyes caught something unusual, a cluster of green flowers. He narrowed his eyes, confused. Are those green roses? Yona confirmed. Yep, people usually dismiss them as weeds, but in the moonlight, they have their own kind of beauty. She smiled softly. They're my favorite flowers. She continued. Green roses don't wither easily. Even if they're stepped on or left without water, they endure. And even if one dies, another grows back almost immediately. Yona plucked one of the flowers and held it out to him. A gift, she said. Jean hesitated. Memories stirred in him. This wasn't the first time he'd been given a green rose. He recalled receiving them a few times in his current life, but oddly enough, he also had memories of them from his past life. Yona burst into laughter. Don't worry. She was only messing with him. Honestly, she found it funny how he never seemed even a little scared of her. Then, a bit more serious, she admitted something. Besides chatting with OWL or their father, this was the first time she'd ever felt this at ease with someone. Jean grinned. You know, you'd be a much better florist than an assassin. Yona blinked. A flower shop? He nodded. If she started learning about flowers now and opened a shop on his land, he'd swing by all the time. She paused, thinking, that actually doesn't sound terrible. Jean smirked. As long as you promise not to kill any of your customers. She rolled her eyes. But before she could fire back, he mentioned he had somewhere to be. He was going to meet the nameless leader. Yona's mood shifted instantly. Where do you think you're going? She snapped. And just like that, she threatened to kill him if he dared leave. Jean let out a sigh. Enough with the drama. Realizing she had her own mission to take care of, Yona turned away. Whatever. I'm going too. With a careless wave, she leapt off the cliff. See you around. Later, Al stood atop a roof, cigarette in hand, staring into the horizon. He exhaled slowly, eyes fixed ahead. So, Jean Runcandel finally shows up, he muttered. Bet he spent all night chatting with Yona. Even though he knew I was waiting. Behind him, Jean appeared. Sorry to keep you. Al dropped his cigarette and crushed it underfoot. Calm and direct, he spoke. Everything Jean had asked for, already handled. He prepared it long before their confrontation even began. Sure, Jean had gone off script and ignored the plan, but in the end, things worked out. Both clan heirs were still breathing. He even got his hands on a silver claw. Since the outcome was solid, he was willing to listen to whatever Jean had to say next. Jean chuckled. Didn't peg you as the bragging type. Al raised a brow, unimpressed. Jean went on, admitting he might have crossed a few lines here and there. Then he asked, was Al starting to think he was getting cocky? Just because he and Yona had gotten close. But Jean wasn't there to stir up trouble. In fact, he had something else in mind. He wanted to be friends with Al too. After all, they wanted the same outcome. Then he laid it out. He could delay Yona's return to the clan for 5 years. More importantly, he'd supply the perfect excuse to keep the family offer back. Al stayed quiet, weighing his words. Then came the question, could Jean Runcandel really stand by those promises? After all, he called himself nothing more than a symbolic figure. Without missing a beat, Jean said yes, he absolutely could. I'll push further. Then why? Why go to all this trouble? Jin's answer was simple. His sister didn't belong in the shadows. Someone like her, so full of emotion, shouldn't be stuck in a world built for killers. Just because she was good at it didn't mean she was meant for it. If she went back now, she'd just be a pawn again. Instead, he dreamed of a better future for her. A peaceful life, with someone who truly understood her. Maybe one day, she really would open that flower shop. That's all he wanted, for his sister to be free and happy. Al took it all in. He wasn't sold just yet. After being lied to by Jean twice, he figured something was brewing behind the scenes. Then, he asked the next question. Runcandel's real intentions slowly come to light. In return, Jean Runcandel asks Al for a single favor, just once when the time is right. But this isn't a request from Jean Runcandel. It's from Jean Grey, as he prepares to leave Samuel behind. With a lowered head, he promises to take Veridin and Dante with him, making sure Al has nothing left to be concerned about after today. But Al remains indifferent, brushing him off and telling him to leave already. A week later, Kashmir trails behind Khan to a hidden location. As they arrive, he can't help but notice something unsettling. The place reminds him of the Black Sea. The air feels heavy, but there's an eerie sense of cleanliness, like someone just wiped away the chaos. Khan turns and says they've arrived. Kashmir scans the area, curious about the people gathered here and what this meeting is really about. Before he can dig deeper, Talaris and Dorma reacts instantly, her irritation obvious. She mutters something sharp about how a married man, like him, shouldn't be around. Talaris's thoughts spiral. Now that Kashmir's here, there's no way she can openly discuss anything related to her children's marriage. Meanwhile, Sir Al shares the same concern. With both Kashmir and the nameless leader present, any talk about Jean and Yona is off the table. Kashmir, however, suspects Talaris showed up to propose a marriage arrangement. Still, he's more interested in figuring out who the other guest might be. At that moment, Chiron Runcandel steps forward and suggests they all sit down. Chiron admits he was the one who called Kashmir here, but things haven't gone as planned. Turning to Talaris, he makes it clear he's not the one intruding. That title belongs to her. And to Owl. As everyone takes their seats, Kashmir can't help but glance at Owl. A realization hits him. Owl must be the leader of the Nameless. But what could have happened between him and young Master Jean? Jean had only just left for Samuel. Did something already go down? Breaking the silence, Kashmir mentions he might be running late. Chiron responds that the initial plan was just to share a drink and talk. But that discussion will have to wait until the other two leave. He trusts Sir Owl understands. With a nod, Chiron shifts gears and asks how the youngest is doing. Kashmir replies that Jean already left for Samel, seeking intense training to handle poisons and assassins. Talaris immediately voices her concern. Why is the boy always throwing himself into danger? She can't help but worry. What would happen to her daughter if something ever happened to him? Sir Owl speaks up, saying he came to talk about a related issue. But with the Ghost Blade and the Master of the Hidden Palace sitting there, he's reluctant to speak. Chiron quickly puts his worries to rest. He trusts the Master completely, and the Ghost Blade never lets anything slip. There's no reason to hold back. Reassured, Sir Owl agrees. After a moment of silence, Owl makes a passing comment about the Silver Dragon's Claw. Chiron doesn't react, and instead asks what the youngest requested. Owl explains. Jean asked for total erasure. He wanted every trace of his presence wiped out. No one should remember Jean Grey or Jean Runcandel. Not the Empire's citizens, not the nameless cadets, not even the assassins. The scene cuts to a flashback. Soldiers are suddenly under siege, ambushed by assassins. Their formation shatters into chaos. One soldier yells out, desperate to know where the attacks are coming from. The captain, however, stays dismissive, calling the attackers a minor threat and ordering the men to hold formation. But before he can even finish barking orders, a hidden figure strikes, dropping him in an instant. Another soldier, rattled by the chaos, shouts out, "Why are they being attacked? Don't the nameless fear the wrath of the Runcandels?" But before anyone can answer, an assassin appears behind him and ends the question with a clean beheading. Back in the present, Chiron turns to Owl and asks if the Guardian Knights, the ones tracking the provisional flag bearer, were handled. Owl nods, explaining that the youngest likely sensed their presence. That's why he made the request to erase everything. Then, with a teasing edge, Chiron asks if Owl was actually worried about taking the blame. Caught off guard, Owl scratches the back of his neck. Maybe a little, he admits. They weren't just dealing with a handful of knights. But Chiron waves off the concern, telling him that eliminating the threat was necessary. Even if they had to take out hundreds, it wouldn't have mattered. Relieved, Owl lets out a short breath and thanks him for putting his mind at ease. Then, smirking, he jokes, "What now? Does Chiron want a song of praise in return?" But Owl's expression turns serious. There's one last thing he needs to share. Chiron raises an eyebrow. What is it? In response, Owl hands him a folded piece of paper. He explains it was left behind by the provisional flag bearer before he left. Whatever's on it, it's not for the Ghost Blade or the Master of the Hidden Palace to see. Chiron unfolds the note and reads it, and his face shifts with surprise. Elsewhere, Jean Runcandel steps into a quiet room. Veridin and Dante are fast asleep, undisturbed. Jean pauses for a moment, observing them. They look drained. He had only come back to grab his sword before heading off to meet the nameless leader. But now, looking at the two of them, he wonders, did he overdo it with the sleeping dose? Still, he lets it go. They've earned the rest. Just as he turns to leave, something in his pocket catches his attention. A letter and a small tube. Frowning, he pulls them out. As he opens the letter and begins to read, his eyes widen. It's from his youngest sister. She writes to him simply, addressing him as Jean. The tube, she explains, holds the 1,000 poison antidote, a rare and potent remedy. If he drinks it and fully activates his mind's eye, she believes that not even a top assassin could take him down. Not even her. She ends on a light note, half joking that if he gets too strong, she won't be able to give him surprises like this anymore. Still, she wishes him well, tells him to take care of himself, and, to his surprise, wishes him a happy birthday. She signs it. Your loving sister. Jean blinks. Birthday? It completely slipped his mind. Everything that's been going on made him forget. Holding the letter, something clicks in his mind. If Yona was the one who gave him this antidote, he could use it to bargain with her father. It's risky, but if he plays it right, it might be enough to delay Yona's return. It's drastic, but he's fulfilled his part. Now it's her turn to hold up hers. Back with Chiron Runcandel, the atmosphere is still heavy with tension. He finally speaks. Is it really true? Owl doesn't hesitate. Yes. If Yona wants to disappear, then she's nearly impossible to track. Even for me. And despite everything, he's found himself outmatched. Again and again. Chiron Runcandel bursts into laughter, shaking his head in disbelief. The thought that someone like him got played by that rookie is almost too ridiculous to believe. Still, he knows Yona didn't do it on purpose, but part of him kind of wishes she had. He admits he's not alone. It's happened to him too. Flashing a grin, he tells Owl that an official invitation will be coming soon. When the time's right, he wants Owl to visit the Garden of Swords, and they'll talk this over properly. For now, message received. Then, Chiron turns toward Kashmir, curious why he's here. Kashmir gets straight to the point. He came with important news. Grand Magician Kadard Hall is dead, and the one responsible was young Master Jean. Chiron's expression hardens. He quickly turns his gaze to the remaining guests. It's time for the uninvited to leave. He states it plainly, He has private matters to discuss over drinks with a ghost blade and hold a jar. Owl nods in understanding and begins to take his leave. But before he can leave, Talaris and Dorma cuts in, insisting she should stay. She already knows everything anyway. Chiron doesn't budge. He orders her to go. Talaris, unfazed, gives him a sly smile and warns him. If he kicks her out, she might just start spreading rumors about the power his son is wielding. Chiron rolls his eyes, dismissing her threat as nonsense, and again tells her to leave immediately. Elsewhere, Jean Runcandel eyes Veridin, Zipple, and Dante. He tells them to quit wasting time and head out already, but neither of them moves. He sighs, clearly worn down. Aren't you tired of all this? Veridin folds his arms and fires back. Finding Jean was a pain, and things only got more complicated afterward. After everything they've been through, they figure Jean owes them at least a few more days. Dante nods in agreement, backing Veridin without hesitation. Jean knows when he's been cornered. With a reluctant shrug, he tells them to do whatever they want. Still, he can't help but ask, why are two future clan leaders hanging around like this? Time isn't something they can afford to waste. Veridin answers without missing a beat. That's exactly why they're here. Once he becomes patriarch, life's going to be nonstop. They won't get chances like this again. And besides, their clans will be enemies. This might be their last friendly meeting. Jean raises a brow. Shouldn't you be more focused on locking in that title first? Veridin just smirks. His position is rock solid. Nothing he does now will stop him from inheriting the title. Dante joins in, casually sipping his drink as he adds that he has the full backing of his grandfather, the head of the high-rank clan. His future secure too. Jean exhales slowly, acknowledging their points. Still, he reminds them, unlike them, he actually has places to be. Dante nods, then brings up Kedar Hall's death. Says it happened a couple months ago. Jean shrugs, wondering why Dante's even bringing it up again. He already said it wasn't him. Veridin, starting to lose patience, snaps that Jin's putting up walls between them again. Jean just smirks. Ever think maybe you're the one being too clingy? Unbothered, Veridin leans in. So, are you really going to keep acting like this? Jean just laughs. Once he becomes a flag bearer, he says, they probably won't be seeing much of each other anyway. Dante Hyran gave a quiet nod, agreeing that once they each inherited the duties of their clans, moments like this would be a thing of the past, especially for him. Not wanting to waste what little time they had left, Veridin Zipple jumped in. Then let's make the most of it, he said, shifting the focus to Jayan. If Jayan had any hopes of becoming a flag bearer, he needed to build a solid reputation first. Sure, he didn't get credit for taking down Kedar Hall, which was a shame, but there was still time. So Veridin floated an idea. Why not travel together and help Jayan make a name for himself? Dante picked up on it instantly. We could do some real good, he suggested, helping people along the way. Veridin was all in. He rattled off a list of notorious criminals. The Mummet Kings, Mad Jack Low and Western Beemont, the stragglers of the Dark Magic Association. He even threw in the Venkalanite of Destruction as a half-joke, and then, just casually, added the Orange Tiger tribe to the mix. Jean raised an eyebrow, clearly unimpressed. You seriously think the three of us are going to go on some epic journey together? He took a sip of his drink and waved it off. Stop spouting nonsense. But Veridin wasn't joking. He leaned in, grinning wide. I mean it. We should go, not as warriors, but as friends. Jayan didn't budge. You're ridiculous. The next morning, Jayan jolted awake in a bed he didn't recognize. Blinking away the fog, he looked around, puzzled. When did he even fall asleep? Gradually, bits and pieces came back, Veridin pressuring him to drink, things getting loud and chaotic. He stumbled out of the room to find Veridin and Dante knocked out cold on the couch, snoring like they hadn't a care in the world. Jean let out a sigh. Let's just go to Beemont already, he muttered, vaguely remembering tossing them into a transfer gate. After that, everything got blurry. He recalled returning to Tychon, but not much else. Strangely, his body felt good, energized. Just then, Inya stepped in, relief washing over her face. Young master, she said warmly. How are you feeling? Did the 1,000 poison antidote work? Jean froze. Wait, the 1,000 poison antidote. He stared at her. Did I pass out after drinking it? She nodded. You did. Honestly, I thought you were gone for a second there. She explained how his body kept darkening and then going back to normal every few minutes. Even in that weird state, she said, he somehow still looked cool. Before he could respond, Lady Quicantel entered quietly, making Inya jump. She looked at Jayan calmly. You're finally awake. Jean sat up straighter. How long was I out? 5 days, she replied. Most people take a full month to recover from the antidote. But thanks to your Runcandel blood, you're back much sooner. Jean let out a breath of relief. At least he hadn't lost too much time. Quicantel encouraged him to think of it as a well-deserved rest. Still, his mind was racing. Anything happened while I was out? Nothing too urgent, she said. Though, Kashmir Alprian returned not long after you left. At that moment, Inya chimed in. Oh, and Gilly had to leave this morning. She got an urgent summons from a clan and took the transfer gate back to Runcandel. Still feeling the fog of recovery, Jin Runcandel asked about the clan situation. Miss Enya offered a calm smile and reassured him. Gilly said she'll be back soon, so don't worry, it's probably nothing serious. With that, she excused herself to go inform the others that he was finally awake. Sometime later, Jin found himself seated across from Muraken and Lady Quickcandle. In front of him was a bowl filled with something unidentifiable. Muraken, looking way too pleased, grinned. Relax, it's just a little something to celebrate your comeback. Go on, drink up. Jean narrowed his eyes at the bowl, but eventually gave in, downing it in one shot. He sat still for a beat. What was that? Muraken's grin widened. How'd it taste? Jean shrugged. A bit warm. Nothing special. That's when Muraken casually dropped the bomb. It's poison. Jet Scoundrel got it off the black market. One sip, and anyone below 7 stars would drop dead instantly. Jean went completely still. So, you thought giving that to someone who just woke up from a 5-day coma was a good idea? Lady Quickcandle sighed, clearly used to this nonsense. Muraken, that was beyond reckless. Still, she had to admit it. If Jian was fine after drinking that, it meant the 1,000 poison antidote had fully taken hold. She gave him a nod. Congratulations. There's not a poison out there that can kill you instantly anymore. But the moment passed quickly. Her tone turned serious. Now, it's time you kept your promise. Jean nodded. He had agreed. If the clan supported him, he'd help Enya with her training. Lady Quickcandle confirmed it. She's been studying hard, but theory only gets you so far. She needs real battle experience. Sooner or later, she'll have to hold her own. Jean hesitated. Does she really need to fight? Her gaze sharpened. She's your companion. When the day comes that you face your siblings, every one of us will be fighting beside you. You think she won't? The question hung in the air. Though it sounded like a scolding, Jian realized her words weren't just for him. They were also a message for Enya. He finally nodded. You're right. She needs to be strong, too. Only then can I truly see her as a companion. Then, with a calm resolve, he revealed his next move. He planned to hone his overload magic by facing skilled mages, and Enya would come along. Just then, Enya re-entered the room with a playful glint in her eye. Well, just the two of us. Is this supposed to be a date? She smirked. Don't worry, I'm not going to lecture you about manners or anything. Just try not to get carried away. Meanwhile, far away in the Garden of Swords, Chiron Runcandel's voice cut through the air like steel. I heard something interesting happened in Samel, he said, eyes fixed on Joshua Runcandel. Care to explain? Joshua said nothing. Chiron's tone sharpened. Speak. Still silence. With a slow motion, Chiron removed his metal gloves. Because of you, he said coldly, Yona's return has been delayed. He held a stare. So, what do you have to say for yourself? Chiron didn't wait. A hard slap landed square across Joshua's face. Stand up straight. Joshua, blood trickling from his nose, planted his hand on the table and forced himself up. Another slap. Owl and Gilly stood nearby, silent and visibly uneasy as they watched the scene unfold. Chiron stared down at him with cold disdain. Take off that black metal armor. You're not worthy of it anymore. Joshua, still pressing his sleeve to his nose, didn't resist. He removed the armor without a word. Chiron scoffed. Disgraceful. The second flag bearer of Runcandel, beaten by the youngest. Someone who hasn't even earned the title yet. Absolutely pathetic. He narrowed his eyes. Do you remember what I told all of you? Joshua, still dazed, replied. You told us never to touch Sister Yona. Another blow. This one sent him crashing to the floor. Al took it all in. This wasn't just a reprimand. It was a warning. If it ever happened again, not even Joshua's rank would shield him. No one would walk away unscathed. Chiron's voice grew quieter, but no less intense. I know you didn't intend to defy me. That's the only reason the armor your mother gave you 17 years ago is still untouched. He turned his back. But my patience ends here. When the Black Sea calls for you, your title as flag bearer will be revoked. He gestured to the door. Leave. A guard came forward to escort Joshua out. Outside, and Runcandel was already waiting. The moment she saw his bruised, bloodied face, she burst out laughing. Joshua, humiliated and furious, screamed into the hallway. Back inside, Chiron shifted his attention. Gilly, step forward. She stepped up immediately. How is the youngest? He's doing well, Gilly replied with a respectful nod. He left Samel after taking the elixir of 10,000 poisons. He's recovering now. Chiron gave a short nod and moved toward a set of black armor. You're to deliver this to him, and make sure he hears every detail of what happened here today. Gilly's eyes widened. This, Chiron said, resting a hand on the armor, is why I summoned you. Understanding the gravity of the moment, Gilly bowed low. I'll deliver the message to the youngest flag bearer, for the clan, and for the young master. Later, Jean asked about the nameless king in passing. Though his attention was clearly on Joshua, Gilly confirmed it. The punishment was intense. Brutal, really. But part of me enjoyed it. She gave a slight smile. That final uppercut. It was beautiful. I doubt young Master Joshua will forget it. She added that Joshua had once possessed the black metal armor, crafted 3 decades ago by master blacksmith Pecan Minche. Jean remembered it. That armor wasn't just gear, it was a symbol. A prized relic, claimed by Uncle Zed after conquering Zipple's 5th magic tower. Jean Runcandel calmly noted that the armor was part of Joshua's homework. Gilly blinked. Homework. He nodded. Joshua was expected to return with that armor, nearly destroyed. It would prove that he'd gone up against real threats. No more hiding behind status. But it wasn't just about Joshua. Jean made it clear. This was also a warning to Sir Owl. Using Sister Yona as a bargaining chip, that wouldn't be tolerated again. If Sir Owl's unhappy, Jean said flatly, he can remove the interim patriarch. But he'd do well to remember. I can erase Nameless at any time. He even admitted the warning likely applied to him, too. Gilly was stunned. Everything the patriarch did, every gesture and word, carried deeper meaning. She began to wonder, was all of this because he pitted his daughter? Or did he know something about her that no one else did? It was starting to seem like Sister Yona had secrets of her own. Shifting gears, Gilly asked if he had chosen their next destination. Jean confirmed it. They were heading somewhere soaked in magical energy. Their goal? Eradicate what remained of the Dark Magic Association. Gilly raised an eyebrow. Weren't they wiped out 2 centuries ago? Jean nodded. Mostly. But a few survived. Not many, but enough to still be dangerous. He added that Inya would be joining him, and this mission would be a perfect chance to test out counterflow-type magic. Their journey led them south, into Beemit. As they arrived, Inya used her magic to change her appearance. Her eyes wandered the familiar streets, soaked in memories. I never thought I'd come back here, she murmured. Then she turned to Jean. So what now? Jean didn't answer. Instead, he grabbed her hand and quickly led her to a different street. Startled, she stumbled along. Sorry. What's going on? He glanced over. You remember why we're here, right? Of course I do, she said, confused. Then he stopped. His tone dropped. Don't use my real name. The sudden seriousness made her freeze. Her face flushed red. She quickly sat down, trying to hide her reaction. Hey, Jean called out again. The scene faded into memory. Jin's thoughts drifted back to the Dark Magic Association. 200 years ago, they had plunged the continent into chaos. As the name suggested, their power came from the Dark World, and their influence once stretched across entire nations. They left behind scars that history would never forget. He remembered the one who brought them down, Ryle Zipple. She had unleashed the annihilating Thousand Fires, Mako's first formation, and ended the reign of the association with a single devastating blow. In his past life, Ryle had been Soderet's previous contractor. Back then, Soderet had hoped Jean would one day follow her path. But Soderet made it clear, before Jean could even think of meeting her, he had to earn it by passing the test she left behind. Back in the present, Inya mentioned a troubling rumor. The surviving remnants of the Dark Magic Association were kidnapping children. Is this really Beemit? She asked, eyeing the gloomy expressions of the people around them. Jean shrugged. Probably just the nobles making life miserable. Inya frowned. What do you mean? He looked over at her. You live in the capital, didn't you? You should know. Beemit has one of the strictest public orders on the continent. They're great at wiping out small-time criminals, Jean explained, but when it comes to organized crime, they look the other way. Inya frowned. Why would they do that? Because both sides, criminals and victims, depend on the nobles in one way or another, he said. And Beemit's probably holding off on eliminating the Dark Magic Association so Academy mages can get their moment. Inya blinked. Wait, the Academy. They're coming here. Possibly, Jean replied. But don't expect speed. The higher-ups are notoriously lazy. It'll take a while. As if on cue, someone nearby shouted, the capital's mages and nobles have arrived. Several carriages rolled onto the street. Robed figures stepped out one after another. Academy mages straight from the capital. A bystander whispered, awestruck. The capital's mages are really here. Jean narrowed his eyes. That was fast. Faster than he expected. He made a decision right there. We're staying far away from them. Among the new arrivals, one of the mages raised his voice confidently. We're here to eradicate the Dark Magic Association. Their end is inevitable. Jean scoffed under his breath. The arrogance of Academy mages hadn't changed one bit. In his past life, dealing with them only ever led to disaster. They're all going to die, he muttered. Inya stared. What? He clarified. There's no way they're wiping out the Dark Magic Association. Not with what they brought. Later, the two sat at a restaurant table covered with dishes fit for royalty. Inya's eyes widened. No way, brother, she gasped. Are you sure it's okay to order all this? Jean just shrugged. Most of my comrades are just as rich as I am. She gave him a look. Well, I'm not. He smiled. Then open a personal account. Tykin's Central Bank, the Continent Steel Dragon Bank, or even Van Kella's Eternal Storeroom. Pick one. I'll give you some pocket money to start. Inya was stunned. Thanks. Young Master Jean, you're kind of amazing, she thought to herself. Then she remembered something. Hey, what did you mean earlier when you said the Academy cadets are all going to die? Jean leaned back. Like I said, they're inexperienced. But aren't they all 4-star mages? They've been through top-level training. The Dark Magic Association shouldn't be a threat. Jean shook his head. That's exactly the problem. He laid it out for her. Those idiots from the association, they're survivors. Killers. People who've lived through real war and blood. The cadets? They've never had a brush with death. According to the latest intel from the Seven Colors, there were about 50 members left in the association. Their average rank? 4 stars. The Academy cadets? 30 in total. Even with similar ranks, the association's got the edge, Jean said. Experience. Ruthlessness. They're not afraid to die. Just then, a group of nobles took the table next to them. Robed cadets, loud and careless. A brown-haired young man groaned. Ugh. I'm so annoyed I lost my appetite. Did you see how that pig-faced lord kept bowing to us? Disgusting. A stocky cadet named Kit burst out laughing. That guy was practically licking our boots. The first cadet shrugged. Whatever. I just hope the food lives up to what the seniors said. Jin's eyes narrowed. Academy cadets. He turned to Enya and spoke quietly. We're leaving. Now. As Enya tried to hide her face, Jean noticed the tension in Enya's face. Her expression said it all. She was remembering something unpleasant. And he was right. Her mind flashed back to her academy days, to the bullying. Jean lowered his voice. Are they the ones? She started to call him young master, but quickly caught herself. Brother, yeah, it's them. That was all he needed to hear. If it were up to him, they'd leave without another word. But it was already too late. One of the cadets, Chip, locked eyes with Jean, instantly suspicious. Hey you, who are you? Chip called out. Why are you looking at us like that? Jean didn't respond. Chip stepped forward, voice rising. You two don't look like servants. What's your deal? Still silent, Jean held his gaze. That was enough to push Chip over the edge. Don't tell me. You're with the Dark Magic Association? Jean raised an eyebrow. Why do you want to know? The response only made Chip angrier. How dare someone question him? He forced a grin, covering his fury with smug arrogance. Apologies, he said, fake politeness dripping from his tone. Let me rephrase. He pointed his staff directly at Jean. Tell me what organization you belong to. You're acting awfully suspicious. Refuse to answer, and I'll personally drag both of you in for interrogation. Before it could escalate further, the restaurant owner, a heavy-set man, rushed over. Please, he said quickly. If there's going to be trouble, take it outside. But Chip wasn't in the mood for diplomacy. Without warning, he struck the owner across the face. Stay out of this, Chip snapped. No wonder the southern region's such a mess. No one here respects nobles. He turned, sneering at the room. Time someone reminded these hicks how to behave. He didn't get to finish his sentence. Jin's fist landed hard and fast, smashing into Chip's jaw. The blow sent him flying, silencing the room. The other cadets froze. The brown-haired one gaped. What the hell do you think you're doing? Jean didn't answer. He turned and calmly walked toward the door. Stop right there, the cadet shouted. You trying to run? Jean said nothing. He simply stepped out and closed the door behind him. Then his voice rang out, loud and clear. Attention, cadets of the 1st Company, 3rd Platoon, Special Affairs Division. Inside, Enya blinked in confusion. Special Affairs. The brown-haired cadet scoffed. What kind of nonsense is that? There's no such thing as a 1st Bureau, 3rd Division. He glanced around at the others. He's bluffing. Before they could react further, the air shifted. Jean unleashed his magic. Invisible pressure snapped down on the cadets like a vice, wrapping around their throats. One by one, they dropped to their knees, hands clawing at their necks, choking. Panic set in fast. Help! I can't breathe. Jean watched them coldly. This was nothing, barely a fraction of what he was capable of. And yet, these so-called elite cadets couldn't even handle it. He tilted his head slightly. It looks more like reflux than real suppression, he thought. He stepped toward them as they writhed. You harassed a civilian. That alone was bad enough. His voice was low but cutting. But now, you've interfered with a special agent on duty. He looked each of them in the eye. What do you think will happen when your families and the academy find out? Realizing how badly they've messed up, Chip's bravado crumbles. His face pales as he pleads, desperate to avoid dragging his family into the mess. We'll do anything. Just leave our families out of this. Jean watched them squirm, satisfied. Well, he said coolly, since you were deployed to assist in dismantling the Dark Magic Association, it's time you became useful. Things have gone off track, so I'll be supervising the mission personally. Before they could react, he issued a sharp order. Comply. Immediately. The cadets, with no way out, nodded. Why yes, sir. Jean told them to grab their things and return to their base camp at once. Then he turned to Enya. Austin, he said smoothly. She nodded, stepping in close. Jean leaned down. How was my acting? Before she could respond, he gave a quick smirk. Your turn. Enya froze. Wait, what? Relax, he said casually. Those idiots are still out of it. Taking the cue, Enya clapped her hands. Let's move. Apologize to the owner. Clean this place up. The cadets scrambled, tripping over themselves to obey. One of them bowed repeatedly as he muttered apologies. Enya handed the stunned owner a small pouch. This should cover it. The man blinked. I haven't had any customers today anyway. 5 days later, October 22nd, 1796. Sir Orton stood before the assembled cadets. Today, the active cleanup operation begins, he announced. You are to obey all commands from your squad's assigned mages. One cadet raised a hand. What about that 7-star mage? Will everything be all right? Sir Orton didn't look concerned. Relax. We're dealing with the remnants of a dead group. If anything serious comes up, I'll handle it myself. Among the cadets, Jean moved silently, face hidden beneath a cloak. His thoughts weren't nearly as relaxed. 50 enemies hiding in that forest. And none of these kids seemed concerned. They hadn't picked up on any signs of danger. That alone made him uneasy. The enemy wasn't sloppy. They were confident. Too confident. Why hasn't anyone sent a scout yet? Just then, a cadet came running. We're under attack. Orcs. Sir Orton stayed calm. Group 1, attack spells. Group 2, deploy barriers. The response was fast and efficient. The orcs were wiped out. Sir Orton glanced at the bodies. Maybe they were tamed. Doesn't matter. A cadet piped up. Was that it? Sir Orton shrugged. Maybe this isn't as serious as people thought. Take a short break. Jin's eyes narrowed. They're resting? Here. That's insane. He grabbed Chip. Tell him this location's perfect for an ambush. Warn him. Chip hesitated, but eventually passed the message on. Sir Orton barely reacted. Worried? Set up a barrier then. Chip returned, looking uneasy. He said I could set one myself. Jean wasn't satisfied. Those orcs were weak. Too weak. Yet Orton chose this spot to rest. Something doesn't add up. Doesn't this seem strange to you? He asked Chip. Chip blinked. Wait. Do you think Sir Orton is suspicious? Stop with the formal talk, Jean said bluntly. Your life's on the line. The brown-haired cadet chimed in. I saw Sir Orton eating meat this morning. Chip raised a brow. And he's a vegetarian. The implication hit them like a brick. Later, Sir Orton stood at the mouth of a large cave. This must be their hideout, he said calmly. Shields up. Get ready to infiltrate. He turned, giving orders to. Leader Arts was ordered to remain on standby, with groups 4 and 5. He acknowledged the command with a nod as Sir Orton prepared to move with the rest. Inside the cave, the cadets lit their lamps, illuminating the massive space ahead. One of them glanced around, frowning. There's only 50 of us. Why is this place so huge? Another speculated. Could be they're planning to turn it into a fortress, or maybe hide some kind of weapon in here. Despite the unease, someone muttered confidently, Sir Orton will handle whatever comes. That confidence shattered a moment later. Out of nowhere, an orc burst from the cave wall and lunged at a cadet, its blade aimed to kill. The brown-haired cadet yelled out. An orc just came out of the wall. It's an ambush. Panic spread. Sir Orton. Orders. But the man they looked to for guidance only smiled. Orders? Behave yourselves. You'll make fine specimens. The cadets froze, stunned by his words. Run, one of them shouted. Sir Orton's voice rang out. Chase them down. Kill them all. The orcs surged forward. Inya turned to Jean, eyes wide. We have to step in. Sir Orton laughed behind them. Pathetic. Can't even recognize their own professor. What a disgrace. He tilted his head, admiring the orcs. Excellent craftsmanship. The sculptor outdid himself. But then he caught a flicker of light above him. An intricate magic circle hovered over his head. His grin vanished. No, that's impossible. Don't tell me. Jean turned to Inya. Things are about to get messy. Stay close. Someone screamed the moment they saw Jean move. And then he was in action. Jean charged into the fray, tearing through the orcs. One after another fell, until a few stood their ground. He narrowed his eyes. They tanked that hit. These ones must be around 8-star level. From the shadows, a voice called out. So you're Kadar Hall's disciple, the man said, stepping into view. And you can use reflux. Interesting. Jean turned to see a rugged mage with sharp eyes, sizing him up. I take you're all Joe. The man smirked. I see my name precedes me. But you don't get cocky. You got lucky because of that sneak attack. I've already gauged your level. You're a 7-star at best. Jean said nothing. I'm Raul Joe, he declared. I assume even a pup like you's heard of me by now. Jean gave a faint shrug. I've also heard your half-brother mastered earth magic. That true. He looked around the cavern. Smooth walls, floating stones, clearly not natural. This whole place, you made it, didn't you? Raul Joe laughed. Good eye. Took a bit of work. Still, there are 9 mages stronger than me in the Dark Magic Society. Even if you somehow survive this, they'll hunt you down. Forever. Then he tilted his head. But I'm not heartless. I see potential. Join us. Jean arched a brow. You could move up quickly. Raul Joe continued. Start under me. Get promoted fast. Executive material. A small flicker of magic danced in his palm as he spoke. Jean stared at him. Wait, are you actually serious? Inya, watching nearby, muttered. He's strong. But why is he talking like that when he looks half dead? Raul Joe chuckled, coughing as blood trickled from his lips. I boosted the reflex sphere with some added energy. Shadow-like black. Then his eyes widened with realization. You, Kadar Hall's disciple. Or a mage. contracted with Sodaret. He collapsed mid-sentence. Jean looked down at him. 8-star in name only. From the corner of his eye, he spotted more movement. Works more of them. Inya, be careful. She sprang forward, aiming clean shots to their heads. Are you okay? I'm fine, Jean replied. She paused briefly. Those sudden movements, they freaked me out. Jean watched her. She handled that better than I thought. Inya was performing better than Jean had expected. She stayed calm, attacked decisively, and didn't flinch, even when the orcs came charging. Suddenly, a strange, heavy sound echoed through the cave. A giant wolf stepped into view, towering, muscular, and holding a weapon. His presence was overwhelming. What's happened here? The beast asked, surveying the destruction. What chaos? His gaze landed on Ralt Joe's body. Well, even Ralt Joe is dead. He turned to Jean, eyes narrowing. That you're doing? Jean, without speaking aloud, used telepathy to send a quick message to Inya. You're gonna learn a lot from this. The massive wolf grinned. You must be skilled mages. It's okay to be scared. I'll decide that after I hear your name, Jean said evenly. The wolf slammed his weapon into the ground, causing the entire cavern to tremble. You're different from the humans I just killed. At the cave's entrance, he finally introduced himself. I'm Goltef Hapalef, he declared. Now that you've heard my name, we must fight. Then, surprisingly, he extended an offer. Jean groaned. Not this again. Goltef Hapalef invited him to join Kinzello. Jean frowned. Kinzello? But this is a dark magic association base. Goltef nodded. The association is merely a branch. Kinzello takes in only warriors. The mages? They work through the dark magic association. Jean recalled a memory, a white wolf he'd encountered back in his academy days. He suspected it had ties to Kinzello too. Exactly, Goltef said, as if reading his thoughts. That's why I'm offering you a place. You killed Ralt Joe. That proves your worth. Join us, and I'll make you an executive. So they're short on people, Jean thought. If they're handing out executive ranks this easily. Goltef grinned. We can never have too many. Ours is a noble cause. Jean tilted his head. What does being an executive involve? Sounds tempting. Then his voice turned cold. Too bad. He smiled faintly. I don't serve anyone weaker than me. Goltef's grin twisted into a snarl. You arrogant. He lunged. Jin's shield snapped up just in time to block the strike. Goltef backed off slightly. I understand your decision, he growled. But my kindness ends here. Jin's shield quivered under the pressure, cracks beginning to form. How long are you going to hide behind that thing? Goltef roared. Show me what you've got. Inya fired off a blast of flame toward him, but Goltef caught it with one hand. A second shot followed. He brushed it aside too. Tsich, he scoffed. Your fire magic's as weak as your disguise. His eyes barely glanced at her. You? I'll deal with later. Then, he locked on a Jean again. Come out. Fight me properly. Jean didn't need another invitation. He shot forward, blade flashing, and slashed Goltef's leg. Goltef flinched, eyes widening. A sword? Not a wand. He glanced down. A magic sword. He smiled. So you're a magic swordsman. This just got interesting. Instead of finishing him off, Goltef stepped back. You're worth presenting to my superior. Don't get ahead of yourself, Jean said, lifting his sword again. You're not the only one who enjoys a challenge. I've been wanting to fight someone from the White Wolf tribe for a long time. Their swords clashed again and again, each strike heavier than the last. Goltef lunged, aiming high, but Jean met the blow head-on. The wolf paused for a moment. There's more to you than I thought. That aura. 7-star, maybe, but your skill says otherwise. His eyes narrowed. You're Runcandel, aren't you? What's your full name? Jean answered without hesitation. Jean, Runcandel. Goltef grinned. Then fight like one. I acknowledge you as a warrior. The battle resumed. Faster, fiercer. Jin's eyes burned with focus. If this is about honor, then I'll stake my name and my blade on it. Jean stood tall, declaring that he would not be denied. He would be reborn, with the blessing of Javier's soul. His voice echoed through the cave as he called out to Goltef Hapalef. Come, fight me with honor. He swung his sword with full intent. Even if I have to swing 10,000 times, I'll defeat you again, just like I did the first time. But what happened next caught everyone off guard. Goltef Hapalef dropped his weapon, and then, slowly he knelt. Jean lowered his blade slightly, eyes narrowed. If I spare you, will you speak about Kinzello? Goltef chuckled. You really don't know, do you? He looked up with a grin. In the White Wolf tribe, snitches earn no honor. Jean raised a brow. So you choose death over breaking your tribe's code? Goltef's voice was firm. No warrior from the White Wolf tribe is a coward. How dare you try to humiliate the one who just fought you? Jean nodded slowly. I understand. I won't dishonor your tribe. Not when I face them next. He stepped forward. But know this, what I'm about to do. It's mercy, and you'll be remembered for it. He raised his sword. You'll stand beside Javier. With a single, clean strike, Jean ended it, decapitating Goltef Hapalef. From behind, Inya called out. Aren't you scared? She looked at him with awe. I respect what you just did. Jean shook his head. You don't need to say that. Inside, he reflected. The white wolves I fought back at the academy weren't even close. This one was different, stronger. But it still hadn't been a difficult battle. He turned to Inya. First time seeing so many people die. She nodded, pale. Yeah, honestly, I feel a little sick. But her voice steadied. I realized something. If I don't want to drag down the people I care about, I need to be stronger. Jean gave her a small nod. If this isn't for you, you don't have to fight. Be a non-combatant. Before she could answer, a rough cough interrupted them. Chip. He was still alive, groaning, barely able to sit up. Please have mercy. I'll never harm civilians again. Jean raised an eyebrow. You're still breathing, huh? Inya stepped forward. Pascal Chip, do you remember me? She pulled off her cap, revealing her face. Chip blinked. Why you? How are you still alive? If I wanted you dead, she said calmly, you'd already be gone. Her gaze sharpened. So listen carefully. Jean Grace saved your life today. She straightened her back. I'm the contractor of Ulta, the god of time. The future archmage. Her voice turned cold. From now on, you're not preying on weaklings. You're facing my comrades. Elsewhere, Maddo Baker sat bound to a chair, soaked, shivering. A splash of water hit him again, cold and deliberate. He blinked. What the hell's going on? Across from him, Alicia Badger stared him down. He tried to piece things together. No, I fooled the academy. Lured them into the cave. Even saw heavenly defiance with my own eyes. You're Kadar Hall's disciple, right? He asked, forcing a grin. There's been a misunderstanding. Kadar Hall is one of us. So why the ambush? Alicia didn't even blink. Ambush. She stepped closer. I was hoping you'd at least pretend you weren't just a murderer, hiding in a fragile country, playing games with students. Her voice sharpened. But no, you're exactly what I thought. Someone who used cadets like test subjects. Like some back alley killer. Maddo laughed nervously. I don't know how you found me, but you're making a mistake. If you lay a finger on me, the association will destroy you. Alicia's eyes narrowed. You talk too much. She raised her weapon and brought it close to his face. Just a breath from his eye. Alicia's blade hovered near Maddo Baker's eye. You're going to answer every question, she said coldly, and you're going to do it slowly, while feeling the same pain you made others suffer. Maddo shuddered in the chair, struggling to meet her gaze. Meanwhile, Alicia sat with the others, having rejoined the group after the interrogation. They say the Dark Magic Association's main base is in Oterium. Oterium. Kashmir echoed, eyebrows raised. Murakan tilted his head. Isn't that the capital of Vankella? It was, Alicia confirmed, about 500 years ago. But while you were asleep, the Holy Kingdom of Vankella moved its capital. Murakan frowned. Why would they move a whole capital? Quicantel answered before Alicia could. They were invaded by demons. Murakan's expression shifted from confusion to shock. Demons. Quicantel nodded. They came for a relic, something stored in Vankella since the founding of the nation. The Eye of Jito. She continued. The demonic relic had been protected for generations. When the demons came to reclaim it, both Runcandel and Zipple sent their knights and mages to help Vankella. That was the War of the Holy Kingdom, she added. The only time Runcandel and Zipple fought together. Jean listened closely as she spoke. They won, she said, but the land was ruined. Mountains collapsed. The sky split apart. They couldn't rebuild it. That's why Vankella moved its capital. And now, Oterium is overrun with monsters. Jin's thoughts spun. So that's where Ryal Zipple's legacy is hidden. The Tome of the Ring of Erupting Flames. Massacre by the Empress of Magic. Things are getting more complicated. How did they manage to secure that area? He asked aloud. Alicia responded. They've been holding it for about 50 years now. The Dark Magic Association isn't just some scattered group anymore. They've built real power. There are at least 3 confirmed 9-star mages. Kashmir stared at her. You're serious? Alicia nodded. Vermont Academy's Great Elder, Hudrin Hensirk, Susan Rillistar, ruler of Rillistar, and Grand Magician Chukan told her. Kashmir rubbed his forehead. That's insane. That many 9 stars in one place. Jean leaned back, piecing it together. If they're that strong, even Kinzello won't act rashly. He realized now why Runcandel, Zipple, and even Vermont had been playing the waiting game. They were reluctant to provoke such dangerously influential figures, letting Kinzello run rampant in the meantime. And there's more, Alicia added. I know it's hard to believe, but Kinzello might also have the Transformer. The one who turned Maddo Baker into Auden Melson. His name is Bouvard Gaston. Jin's eyes widened. Bouvard Gaston. That name came up when I had you investigate Vishikal of Liano, didn't it? Kashmir nodded. Yeah, I remember it. Murakan asked. Are we sure it's transformation? Couldn't it just be a disguise? Quicantel crossed her arms. Humans don't have that kind of ability. Transformation magic is something only dragons can use. Alicia nodded. Even Maddo didn't understand what happened. He blacked out, and by the time he woke up, the transformation was already complete. Jean thought back. When I left Storm Castle, Zipple's radicals transformed into Guardian Knights to ambush me. Murakan's eyes lit up. Right, that did happen. In any case, Jean said, I need to meet Bouvard Gaston face to face. Kashmir glanced over. You're not going alone, are you? Jean smiled. Don't worry. I've already got someone in mind. But I need a favor. He turned to Kashmir. Please mobilize the 7-colored peacock. I want to know everything about the connection between Kinzello and the White Wolf tribe. Kashmir gave a slow nod. Understood. 1 week later, Hyran clan residence. The scene shifted. Raz stood in front of Ron Hyran, patriarch of the Hyran clan. Not long ago, Raz began, we launched an operation to completely eradicate the remaining. Raz stood at attention before Ron Hyran, the patriarch of the Hyran clan. During the operation to eliminate the remnants of the Dark Magic Association, there was an incident in the south, Raz reported. We lost nearly 20 academy cadets, 2 6-star mages, and 1 7-star mage. Ron's eyes narrowed. So the plan failed. Raz shook his head. No, sir. According to the surviving cadets, 2 unidentified individuals, disguised as squires, neutralized the association. They went by the names Jean Grey and Austin Grey. He paused. The older brother, Jean, uses magic. The younger one, Austin, fights with a sword. Ron leaned back. Then why come to us? Without a word, Dante stepped forward and opened a wooden case. Inside was a shattered fragment of a weapon. Its surface scorched, the metal warped. He held it up. This was used by the White Wolf tribe, he said. Turning the piece slightly, he pointed to the severed edge. Based on the precision of the cut, it was likely struck by a high-level knight. He turned to Ron. What do you think? Ron examined it briefly. You're talented, Dante, but you haven't reached that level. At the very least, he added, this was the work of an 8-star knight. Dante gave a sheepish laugh. You're right. I jumped the gun. Rez gave a short nod. Thank you for your insight. I'll be taking my leave. As he turned to go, Dante stared at the broken fragment a moment longer. Jin's already at this level. There's a lot Veridin and I need to talk about. Raz, meanwhile, was deep in thought. Austin Grey, small build, rough voice, swordsman, probably in his late teens at most. And yet, he destroyed a White Wolf's weapon like it was nothing. There was only one person that came to mind. Dante Hyran. Raz narrowed his eyes. He's hiding something. Keep an eye on Dante Hyran's movements, he told his servant quietly. Yes, sir, came the swift reply. October 30th, 1796. Transfer Gate, Khan Kingdom. The system announcement echoed over the plaza. The gate will open shortly. Please be seated. Jean sat in a quiet corner, reading a book, lost in thought. Bouvard Gaston's workshop should be near Curano Dukedom. He'd waited years for this opportunity, but until now, he'd lacked a solid reason to pursue him. The Dark Magic Association had handed him the perfect excuse. As he read, a red-haired girl approached. Excuse me, could you move your bag? Jean glanced up. She pointed to the seat beside him. Without a word, he shifted his bag. She sat next to him, but didn't stop looking his way. The forest was thick and overgrown, every step muffled by moss and fallen leaves. Jean moved carefully, eyes locked on the path ahead. At the end of the trail, tucked deep within the woods, was a crooked, weathered cabin. Buber's workshop. He'd gone through multiple detours, passing through nearby factories to avoid attracting Kinzello's attention. The delay had been necessary. Workshop owners had called Buber a sculpting genius. The best of the best. Jean scoffed. A genius sculptor? Please. The man's just a transformation freak. Then he saw it. Right outside the cabin, standing tall like some deranged monument, was a grotesque sculpture of a nearly naked man in a loincloth. In bold, tacky letters it read, Art is an explosion. Jean clenched his jaw. Yeah, genius. More like lunatic. He resisted the urge to destroy it on the spot. Instead, he walked up and knocked hard. From inside, a loud voice bellowed. Oi, stop right there, you bastard. A round, loud man stormed out of the workshop, ready to throw hands. But the moment he saw who it was, he froze. Wait a second, Jean. Jean smirked. Been a while, Buber. Before Buber could say another word, a few droplets of spit flew from his mouth, landing squarely on Jin's face. With a sneer, Buber growled, You've got some nerve showing up here. Jean calmly wiped his cheek, brushing off his robes. Spraying people with saliva isn't exactly how you welcome guests. Guess my ass. I don't welcome guys like you. Buber barked. Jean gave a light chuckle. Is that how you treat the guy who once saved your life? Buber scoffed. Save me? You? If my siblings had heard even half the garbage you almost said at that party, you'd be dead. Lucky for you. I was the one who heard it. Without warning, rage flared in Buber's eyes. He lunged forward, trying to tackle Jean. Jean sighed. Predictable. He didn't even dodge, just raised a fist and punched. Buber flew backward, crashing through the workshop's door. See, Jean muttered, brushing his knuckles. That was me being nice. A gruff voice called from inside the house. Buber, what's all that noise? A tall man stepped outside. The moment he spotted Jean, his posture shifted. Young Master Jean? Jean offered a polite nod. Mr. Bishkal, long time no see. Bishkal, ever composed, straightened his collar. I heard you were still just a reserve flag bearer. What brings you all the way here? Before Jean could reply, Bear scrambled over, blood dripping from his nose. He latched onto Bishkel's leg like a toddler, throwing a tantrum. Mr. Bishkel, you gotta kill him. He humiliated me at that party, and now he's here stirring up trouble. Bishkel looked down at Bear, clinging to his pants, then back at Jean with mild disgust. This filthy clown brought it on himself. He cleared his throat. I don't know the full story, but young Master Jean isn't the type to cause trouble without a reason. Jean folded his arms. I won't deny I hit him, but given who it was, I'd say he earned it. Bishkel sighed. This wasn't how he'd hoped to spend his afternoon. I came here for something simple, Jean said, calming his tone. I wanted to commission a semi-statue of my father. A bust. But now, you've made it complicated. Bishkel raised an eyebrow. A bust, huh? Sounds like a reasonable request. But you're not the kind of person to apologize over a delayed statue. You're here for something else, aren't you? Jean cursed internally. Sharp as ever. He smirked. Yeah, all right. I wasn't after Bear. I came here for you. Bishkel's expression hardened. Let me guess. You're here to challenge me? Under the name of a reserve flag bearer. Jean laughed lightly. Exactly. Embarrassing, isn't it? But I can't even step into Ibriano's house without an invitation. With my current title, I needed a workaround, and I knew you were here. Bishkel exhaled sharply. I refuse. Jean blinked. That was quick. I came here to rest. Showing up uninvited like this? That's rude, even for you. Jean opened his mouth to reply, but his body suddenly froze. He couldn't move. Bishkel turned his back. His voice was cold. If you can't even react to a surprise attack, you have no business trying to duel me. Go home. Jean grit his teeth. That was dangerous. I nearly countered without thinking. He let out a slow breath. Fine. I get it. I'll leave. As he turned to go, Bear stormed toward him, practically foaming at the mouth. Jean Runcandel. You think that name gives you everything? Arrogant brat. You'll be dead long before anyone calls you a genius. Jean didn't speak. His sword was out before anyone could blink, its edge stopping just inches from Bear's throat. Bishkel's voice rang out. Young Master Jean. Jean didn't flinch. His tone was cold and steady. Mr. Bishkel, I'll admit, I acted arrogantly before. But mocking the name, Runcandel, that crosses a line. He stared directly at Bishkel. Tell me, would you stand there and do nothing if someone disrespected the name of Bano? Bishkel's face tightened. No, I wouldn't. Then you get it. Jean slowly lowered his blade. Bishkel exhaled heavily. In that case, I'll have to stop you, young master. A faint smirk tugged at Jin's lips. Try it. Bishkel's expression turned sharp. You could die. Jean didn't hesitate. Even if it cost me my life, I'll defend Runcandel's name. Bishkel froze. He wasn't bluffing. Jean meant every word. Damn it. I should have silenced Bear earlier. His fist clenched. I want to crush that fool right now. But I still need him to finish this mission. Jean turned to Bear. I'll count to 3. Bear's face drained of color as he dropped to his knees, trembling, but still defiant. Why should I? He muttered. Jean began counting, voice ice cold. 3, 2. Bear scoffed. What did I even do? Jin's sword glinted in the low light. Beside him, Bishkel stood stiff with rage, jaw clenched so tight it looked like he might snap a tooth. And under that pressure, Bear finally cracked. He hit the floor, panic taking over. I'm sorry, he blurted out. Jean let out a calm breath. If Bishkel hadn't stepped in, you'd be dead. Let this be a warning. Anyone who slanders Runcandel pays the price. He sheathed his sword and turned to Bishkel. Your men were out of line. If you need a vent, take it out on me. Bishkel shook his head. No need. You weren't wrong. His voice was controlled but firm. Please leave, young master. Jean gave a short nod and walked off without another word. The moment his silhouette vanished into the night, Bear spat on the floor, gritting his teeth. Why the hell was he even here? That arrogant bastard. Bishkel's glare cut through the room like a blade. The air went still. Even Bear, hot-headed as he was, bit his tongue. After a tense pause, Bishkel let out a slow sigh. TCH, get inside. We need to talk. Feeling the weight of Bishkel's anger, Bear straightened up quickly. Why, yes, sir. Inside, Bishkel took a seat, his voice grave. The leaders officially ended our alliance with the Zipple family. That means all ancient civilization materials we receive from them will now be cut in half. Bear's eyes widened in alarm. But without those, tracking the remains of the dead gods will be even harder. Bishkel didn't react. There's one condition in the alliance contract. It gives us the right to reclaim something we once gave them. Realization hit Bear. The compass. We need that compass. With it, we can find the living gods and use them as ingredients. His voice trembled with excitement. Bishkel nodded once. That's the plan. Suddenly, his head turned sharply, as if something outside had caught his attention. Bear frowned. What is it? Bishkel moved toward the window and scanned the darkness. After a brief moment, he stepped back. Nothing. Just my imagination. And just like that, the conversation ended. Deep in the forest, Jean moved like a shadow, quiet and swift. The cold night clung to the trees, but he stayed sharp, every step deliberate. Then suddenly, a blur from above. A figure lunged from the branches, striking without hesitation. Jean reacted instantly, sword flashing up to block the blow. Steel met steel with a sharp ring that echoed through the silent woods. A grin crept onto his face. Come on, Sister Yona. Ambushing me like that. Bit dramatic, don't you think? The attacker paused, then pulled back her hood. Yona's familiar face emerged from the shadows. You noticed right away. Huh, she said, dropping her disguise. Well, I did what you asked. But it wasn't easy pretending I didn't recognize my own little brother. Earlier that night, under the moonlight in a quiet corner of Samel, Yona stood alone, her gaze distant. Footsteps approached. Yona, a man called. It was Al. He walked up and handed her an envelope. Here's your letter. Her eyes lit up as she took it, quickly scanning the contents. Jin's message was brief, but clear. I'll be moving soon. She held the letter tightly, silent for a moment. I'll head out in a few days, she finally said. Al frowned. You're just gonna leave like that? If Sir Chiron finds out you've been meeting your brother. Without responding, he reached into his coat and pulled out a wig, gently placing it on her head. You need to be careful. If you get caught, there's no going back. Yona gave a faint smirk as she adjusted the wig. Relax. I've got it under control. The wind whispered through the trees as she turned toward the path ahead. In another letter, Jean had written, I'm going to meet a sculptor named Bubert Gaston. I need intel, anything, even his mutterings. If you can, eavesdrop and send it my way. While Bishkul and Bubert were locked in conversation, Yona had waited in the shadows, listening closely. Now, back in the forest, she passed the information on to Jean. Kinzello officially cut ties with the Zipple family. Jin's eyes lit up. Not bad. You learn more in one night than most spies do in a month. He tapped the Runcandel document in his hand. This should help me piece together their next move. Suddenly, Yona's mood shifted. Her voice dropped. That Bubert guy, I think we're cut from the same cloth. Jean raised a brow. Bubert? What do you mean? She hesitated, then murmured. Youngest, you've got secrets too. Jean frowned. What are you trying to say? Yona didn't answer. Just shook her head. Jean smirked. Oh, so you're keeping things from me now. Without warning, he lifted his hand. A flicker of blue flame danced in his palm. Is this what you were talking about? The moment Yona saw it, something inside her snapped. A terrifying aura exploded from her body. Pure killing intent. Jean stepped back, stunned. What the hell? Then her face twisted with pain. A memory surged to the surface of the cousin she had once killed. A wound that never truly healed. No, she cried out. Jean clenched his fist, and the flame vanished. That reaction, it wasn't just about the aura. Something deeper was triggered. Yona held her arms tightly, trying to steady herself. Whatever happens, don't show me that power again. Jean gave a solemn nod. All right, I'm sorry. She exhaled shakily, then looked at him. Why now? I thought you'd wait until you became lucky to reveal it. Jean shrugged. I thought I would too. He paused for a beat, then offered her a faint smile. But when you gave me that green rose, it made me realize something. For me, green roses mean comfort when everything feels like it's falling apart. They're a symbol of trust. That's enough. From now on, I won't keep any secrets from you. Yona stared at him, something heavy flickering behind her eyes. But before she could speak, Jean cut in with a grin. And don't worry, no matter what happens, even if we ever fight, I'll make sure you're not strong enough to kill me. Yona laughed out loud. There you go being dramatic again. She grabbed his arm playfully. Come on, let's go have some fun. Jean froze in place. Wait, Chiron's warning. Never take advantage of Yona again. A chill ran down his spine. Yona? That sounds kinda... Too late. She yanked him by the arm. Let's go play. Jean stumbled after her. Sister, hold on, wait. Meanwhile, on Chiron's side, the mood couldn't have been more different. In a dimly lit room, Chiron stood with his hands resting on his sword, face unreadable. His voice was low as he questioned Khan. What have Jean and Yona been doing these past 2 days? Khan stepped forward and saluted. My lord, Lady Yona's mostly just been playing around. Chiron's eyes narrowed. Playing? Yes, sir. He leaned in slightly. What about Jean? Did he ask her for help? Khan hesitated, then replied. The guards say no, sir. The clan head gave him a direct warning. He wouldn't dare. Chiron slowly exhaled, eyes narrowing just a little. He wouldn't dare, but that doesn't mean he won't try. A small chuckle escaped him. That boy, he doesn't know fear. Al barely made it out of Yona's attacks in one piece, and even Luna keeps her distance. But the youngest? He charges straight in. Khan gave him a curious look as Chiron pulled out a letter. This just came in. A message from Kashmir. He opened it and scanned the contents. Jean took down Goltef Hapalef, a warrior from the White Wolf tribe. Chiron's eyes sharpened. It's been years since I last heard that name. Khan raised a brow. You know him? Chiron nodded. Hapalef was their leader. He once challenged me. Relentless fighter. Our duel lasted 5 hours. Khan gave a low whistle. 5 hours? Then the youngest defeating him. That's serious. It is. Chiron's gaze darkened as he read on. Says here. Jean muttered something about cutting while splitting. He even split Goltef's hammer in two. Chiron paused, thoughtful. He does like to cut things in half. But then, something clicked. His grip on the letter tightened. No, that's not just a habit. His voice dropped lower. This technique, it matches the one written in the old records. Spell-infused swordsmanship. Hidden weapons. Light blade control. Chiron looked up, eyes gleaming. This is Timar style. The lost technique of the first Runcandel family head. Vanished for over 1,000 years. A smirk touched his lips. So, has the youngest become a magic swordsman stronger than me? Now that's a fight I want. Elsewhere, tension simmered in Kashmir's mansion. Kashmir leaned back, trying to absorb what he just learned. The Zipple and Kinzello families, allies? That alone's insane. He looked over at the messenger. And now you're telling me that alliance collapsed because of Andre Zipple's Devil Stone? A brief silence. And the stone itself, already destroyed. Pubert, Jean said. He's the one who made that Devil Stone. He glanced around the room. He used relics from the ruins of dead gods and pieces of ancient civilizations. His power, sculpting, lets him create dangerous artifacts or even modify existing ones. Alicia folded her arms. So he's the core of Kinzello. Jean gave a firm nod. Across the room, Murakin was deep in thought, murmuring to himself. Relics from dead gods. Could it be like the tears or blood of numerous? His eyes widened a little. Now it makes sense. Then he spoke up. Kid, there's something I never told you. Jean turned. What is it? Murakin sighed. Remember when I went to Duke Kurano's territory to help out your cadets? Yeah. Jean replied. Well, back then, a grave giant, buried for 2,000 years, suddenly reappeared. I handled it quietly, but I never figured out why it showed up in the first place. His gaze narrowed. Now, I'm thinking Bubert might have been behind it. Quicantel, who had been silently listening, spoke up. If that's true, then Bubert may be connected to the god of sculpture. Silence swept through the room. Jean raised an eyebrow. The sculpting god? Never heard of him. Murakin frowned. You wouldn't have. He disappeared from history ages ago. Quicantel added. He was one of the beings involved in creating the primeval stone. But after it was shattered, he lost his divine status and was turned into a human. Murakin continued. The golem he made, meant to guard the tombs of gods who allowed humans to rest, was the grave giant. But all of them were wiped out by us dragons. Kashmir's expression hardened. So, are you saying Bubert made a pact with a dead god? Quicantel shook her head. Unlikely. But if this isn't Wells' doing, I can't think of any other explanation. Jean chimed in. There's more. Among the relics, well created, one might be able to track someone who made a contract with a god. Murakin's eyes widened. That's impossible. You can't track a contract unless it's been activated. Alicia stiffened. Wait, are you saying they were hunting Julia because of that? Jean nodded. Exactly. The artifact, it's called a compass. But it's not complete. That's why they took Latrie, the guardian dragon, not Julia. Quicantel let out a slow breath. So their plan is to use the compass to find a contractor, then absorb them using the Devil Stone. Jin's jaw tightened, which is why we need to get that compass before they do. He turned to the others. The Zipples are returning it to Kinzello next month. That's our best chance to intercept it. Jean turned to Alicia. Take Julia and Enya to the Ice Palace. Alicia frowned. Why? What are you up to? Jin's gaze didn't waver. Until the Zipples hand over the compass. They'll be looking for people with fake contracts, trying to uncover the truth. We can't risk keeping them here. A heavy silence fell over the room. Kashmir, seated beside Jean, spoke up. He's right. With 3 contractors in Tychon, it's only a matter of time before things get dangerous. And Tychon's not a stronghold. Quicantel crossed her arms. Then we move now, before the compass zeroes in. Jean nodded. I'll set it up. The Ice Palace will protect them until then. In March, we regroup in the Beladu Empire. From there, we infiltrate Pirate Land. Kashmir's brow furrowed. And where will you be until then? Murakin, lounging nearby with his arms folded, gave a sly grin. This kid? He's got a different path. Someone in the room raised a skeptical eyebrow. Safer than the Ice Palace. Is that even possible? Murakin shrugged. Of course. The safest place in the world. He trailed off, his eyes distant, remembering a conversation from earlier that day. Back then, he'd shifted into his cat form and curled up on Gilly's lap. Looking up at Jean, he said casually, Kid, head to the underworld. I was planning to send you there anyway. So now's the perfect time. Jean raised an eyebrow. Myung Wong. Gilly paused mid-stroke, her hand resting gently on the cat's fur. You mean the Myung Wong? That legendary tribe that defeated all the Beastmen. That's right, Strawberry Pie. Murakin replied with a lazy flick of his tail. But they've been in decline for 5,000 years, Gilly said, frowning. Jean was silent for a beat. A ruined land, then? Does it even exist anymore? Murakin leapt from her lap, landing gracefully on the floor. His feline eyes gleamed. It's real. Deep in the Great Mitra Desert. Right inside Beastman territory. And the kicker? You're the only one who can go. Jean narrowed his eyes. Why me? Because of the 1,000-year contract, Murakan said, his tone turning serious. Even if a god tried to enter, they couldn't set foot there. But you? You can. Jean exhaled. Explain it so I'll actually get it. Murakan's voice lowered. The Mianwang made a pact with Sodaret. That land exists for one reason, to forge Runcandel magic swordsmen. It's the ultimate test. If you want to become one, you have to go. Jean took it in silently. Murakan gave him the details with a quick nod. Head for the southern border of the Jean Kingdom. It's right near Beastman territory, same place you completed your first cadet mission. You'll have to cross a mountain to reach the Mitra Desert, but trust me, that's the easy part. Now, standing beneath a snow-laden tree, Jean stared out at the path ahead. His thoughts wandered to the tribes nearby. He wasn't particularly close to them, but maybe, just maybe, he could ask for help. They were kind, cautious by nature, and known for avoiding predators. Almost like the feline clans. Shaking off the thought, Jean took a deep breath, then stepped forward into the unknown. Before long, he arrived at the Watertail tribe's village. One of the tribesfolk spotted him instantly. "Oh, it's you again. Poor thing." The creature's tone was half teasing, half sympathetic, recalling their last encounter when Jean had passed through with a group of wandering travelers. "Are you hungry?" it asked. Jean chuckled, pulling out a large fish from his pack and holding it up. "Not today. I came to return the favor." The Watertails lit up, delighted. They snatched the fish with giddy energy, tossing it into the air and playing with it like excited children. Later that night, Jean sat quietly beside one of them, staring into the flickering firelight. After a pause, he finally asked, "Is there a path that only certain people can take to reach a place like the Mitra Desert?" The Watertail blinked. "Mitra Desert? Never heard of it." Jin's eyes narrowed slightly. "I've heard whispers. I want to find it myself." At that, the Watertail grew silent. Then, in a hushed voice, it muttered, "If you go there, you won't survive. If I were you, I'd turn back." Jean smirked. The way it had said that, it was oddly funny. He glanced at the little creature and shook his head. "Appreciate the warning, but I can't keep hiding forever." The Watertail didn't respond. It simply turned and started walking, leading Jean through winding forest paths. After a while, it stopped and pointed ahead. "Just a bit further. You'll find a wide clearing." Sure enough, Jean stepped into a vast open space. A clear stream ran through the middle, glittering under the faint light. He let out a low whistle. "You weren't kidding. This place is incredible." The Watertail gestured toward the waterfall up ahead. "Take some water. After that, go through the market. That's the way to reach the desert." Jean nodded. He crouched by the stream, filled his bottle, and splashed some cold water on his hands before moving on. They continued trekking until they reached a torchlit cave. The warm glow flickered across the walls, casting shadows. Jin's eyes adjusted as he spotted something curled up on the ground. A tiny, mouse-like creature, fast asleep. He didn't move, just watched quietly. There was something strange about this place. He whispered, "This is the Golden Tongue tribe, isn't it? I've never met them before." The Watertail nodded and walked over to the far corner of the cave. It nudged the sleeping Golden Tongue gently. The small creature stirred, then sprang up, hands on hips, looking furious. "What do you think you're doing? Why'd you bring an outsider here? We made a deal. No one but our kind passes through. You're breaking the rules. You promised. Are you seriously okay with that?" Jean stood off to the side, watching the heated scolding like an amused spectator. Honestly, they were so small, it was kind of cute. But the Watertail didn't seem bothered at all. It grinned, reached into its pouch, and pulled out a shiny gold coin. Calmly, it placed it in front of the Golden Tongue. "Relax. He's headed to the Mitra Desert. Trust me." The moment the Golden Tongue saw the coin, its attitude did a complete flip. Its eyes sparkled as it snatched it up. "Oh, why didn't you say so earlier? A special guest like this? I trust him completely." Jean almost laughed at how fast that switch happened. Without missing a beat, the Golden Tongue marched toward a nearby door. "Right this way. I didn't know we were entertaining someone so important. I'll escort you myself." Jean tilted his head. "Where does this door go?" The Watertail gestured again. "On the other side is a grocery store. Past that is Yuka Market. The Golden Tongue tribe will guide you from there." Jean nodded, but the Watertail continued. "The market's chaotic. Don't mind the weirdos. The ones we call cannies, they're trustworthy. Might seem rough, but they won't scam you." Then it turned to leave. Waving its small hand, it said softly, "I'll stop here. Safe journey." Jean called out, "Wait, before you go. What's your name?" The Watertail paused and glanced back with a smile. "I'm Dark Spark, of the Watertail clan." Jean started to reply, But Dark Spark interrupted with a wave. "No need. I already know. Jean Runcandel. I've seen the Runcandel cloak before. You're the real deal, a true leader." Jean let out a quiet chuckle. "You're something else, and I trust you won't breathe a word of this to anyone." Dark Spark gave a mischievous grin. "The Dark Spark doesn't do leaks." Jean placed a hand over his chest and nodded. "Then next time we meet, as a Runcandel, I'll repay this debt." With that, he stepped through the door into a small grocery shop. leaving the quiet forest world behind. Waiting just inside, a cheerful golden-tongued tribesman greeted him. Welcome, off to the Mitra Desert. I can guide you if you'd like. Jean shook his head. No need. I'll manage. Thanks for opening the way. He pulled a towel over his head to cover his face, then stepped into the light of day. The tribesman didn't press, just bowed politely. Safe travels. Come again anytime. As Jean walked, he thought to himself, the Canine's clan, definitely reliable and honest. He made his way through the noisy Yukiyuka market, weaving past shouting merchants and curious onlookers. The place buzzed with energy, traders haggling, creatures selling everything from glowing stones to exotic meats. One tall vendor waved his arms and shouted, Come, come, you won't find better prices anywhere else. Jean ignored the noise, eyes scanning the edges of the market. In a dim corner, a hooded figure stood quietly, unmoving. He approached and lowered his voice. I need a guide, someone who knows how to reach the Mitra Desert. The figure raised its head, revealing a canine face. Without speaking, the guide gave a firm nod and gestured for Jean to follow. They moved quickly through back alleys and winding paths. Before long, the buildings faded, replaced by an endless stretch of golden sand. The Mitra Desert. The sun blazed overhead. The heat was dry and brutal, the dunes shifting with the wind like waves on fire. Jean turned to the guide and offered a handshake. Thanks. I wouldn't have made it here this fast without you. The dog-headed guide grinned, tongue hanging out, tail wagging happily. Then, with a final wave, it disappeared back toward the market. Jean turned toward the sands, stepping into the vast emptiness. The Manhwa clan. The land where the shadow sword is passed down. He took a breath. If I die here, no one will ever find me. The great Mitra Desert. Endless, deadly, and forgotten by time. Once, it was home to a civilization overflowing with gold, magic, and mystery. But over the centuries, the land turned savage. Not even the fiercest monsters could unravel its secrets. Crossing was suicide. It was the most remote place on the continent. No one who entered ever came back. But Jean pressed on, his purpose crystal clear. Find a shadow sword guardian. The Manhwa clan. 5,000 years ago, they were legends. A race that had kept peace among monsters during their golden age. And now, just a name buried in myth. Jin's thoughts drifted back to what Muraken had told him not long ago. He'd been stunned. What? They vanished in one night. Muraken, still in his cat form, nodded solemnly. They were proud. Too proud. They refused to bow to the gods, and paid the price. You mean they actually stood against the gods? Jean had asked, incredulous. Muraken's tail twitched. You've seen what demon stones can do, right? Jin's face darkened. Yeah, I've seen. Then understand this, Muraken had said. Even a fake primordial stone is terrifying. The real ones? Created by the gods themselves. One stone alone has enough power to erase an entire race in a single day. Jin's eyes widened. No way. That can't be true. But Muraken, unbothered by Jin's disbelief, kept going. Not every god turned away from them. One showed mercy. Just then, Gilly, silent until now, gasped. It was Soderette, wasn't it? Muraken purred with approval, rubbing his fuzzy head against her arm. Bingo, strawberry pie. You're catching on. After soaking up a few moments of attention, his tone shifted. Serious now. Soderette saved the last of the Manhwa clan. Made a contract with them. I don't know what that deal included, but one thing's certain. Only they hold the key to shadow swordsmanship. Even Timar Runcandel learned it from them. Jin's whole body tensed. Timar Runcandel. The name echoed in his head. He was the very first patriarch of the Runcandel clan. Yet history barely remembered him. The Zipples had wiped every trace. No statues. No tombstone in the sword garden. Just a legend with no name. If I really meet the Manhwa clan, maybe I'll finally learn the truth. Shaking the thought away, Jean pushed forward. The desert was relentless. Days melted into each other. By night, he huddled by flickering fires for warmth. Time blurred. 1 day, 2, then weeks. A full month passed. The heat gnawed at his strength. His skin was cracked and dry, muscles burning, thirst clawing at his throat. Every step was a battle. Fighting someone strong would be easier than this, he thought grimly. Out here, there's no enemy to defeat. Just the slow grind of survival. December 1st, 1796, 30 days later. Jean dragged his feet across the sand. His body felt hollow. Hunger didn't bother him anymore. It had turned to numbness. He had long stopped counting how many days since his last proper meal. Water had run out ages ago. So this is what dying in the desert feels like, he thought. Maybe this is how it ends. My footprints are already fading behind me. No going back now, only forward. As far as I can. Then, a voice rang out behind him. I finally found you. Jin's instincts kicked in. Despite the fatigue, his body snapped into motion. He spun around, eyes sharp, every muscle tense. Through the swirling sandstorm, he saw 2 blurred figures. They moved through the storm like ghosts, their outlines dancing in the haze. One of them called out, voice clear, even through the wind. Man, I've missed this. Without you, the main court was unbearable. Jin's grip tightened around his sword. That voice. As the storm thinned for a moment, their faces came into view. Daytona and Haytona, swords slung over their shoulders, grinning like they'd just found a toy. Been a while, little brother, Daytona said with a smirk. Jin blinked. The Tana brothers? Am I hallucinating? But the moment passed fast. The brothers shifted, grins fading, stances firm. Let's see what you've got. Daytona shouted. He charged. His blade came down hard, each swing packed with weight and speed, forcing Jin to retreat. Jin's body screamed in protest, but instinct kept him moving. Then Haytona's voice rang out from behind. Caught you off guard, didn't we? Jin spun sideways, barely dodging Haytona's sneak attack. Damn it, they're not holding back. He grit his teeth. If I don't block, don't counter, these two will cut me down without a second thought. Daytona pulled back, smirking. We waited until you were completely worn out. Jin narrowed his eyes. So this isn't some hallucination, it's real. He steadied his breath, gripping his sword tighter. This how you greet me after all this time, brothers? Laughter was his only answer. Exactly why we're doing it. Haytona taunted, voice sharp with mockery. In a flash, Jin made his move. He turned and bolted in the opposite direction. The twins gave chase instantly. Running already? Daytona shouted. Not happy to see us. Jin could feel them gaining on him. Too fast. Too coordinated. He glanced back, just in time to see their blades slicing through the storm toward him. He twisted his body mid-stride, barely dodging the strike. But before he could plant his feet, Daytona was already behind him, grinning. Right here. Jin's instincts flared. He pivoted and raised his sword just in time to block. Sparks exploded between them as their blades clashed. They're synced perfectly. One covers the other without pause. But even as he reeled from the force, Jin's focus narrowed. They're fast, but that's all. No finishing technique. No depth. He spotted an opening and moved. With a sharp pivot, he slashed between their blades, cutting off their coordination. For a brief second, he caught the flicker of fear in their eyes. A faint smirk tugged at his lips. In my past life, these two tormented me, bullied me like it was their birthright. And back then, I couldn't do anything. TCH, they weren't strong. I was just powerless. Gripping his sword tighter, Jin unleashed a mighty swing. A shockwave erupted across the desert, sand exploding into the air as the force hurled Daytona and Haytona across the dunes. The crash echoed for miles. Dust choked the air, curling into the sky like smoke. And when it cleared, there they were, crumpled in the sand, too broken to move. Their proud smirks were gone, their eyes filled with panic. Jin stepped forward, his gaze icy and unmoving. The brothers trembled. Why, youngest brother, wait. Daytona stammered. I'm sorry. Please, just let us go. Haytona begged. Jin paused. Their pitiful expressions gave him pause. For a moment, the storm in his chest wavered. He remembered those rare moments before Chiron, when they looked at him with concern, not cruelty. Could have been different. But no, that didn't change what they'd done, or who he had to become now. He took a breath. My name is Runcandel, Jin whispered. Dark energy surged through his blade, dense, cold, relentless. The aura rippled outward like a void. He raised a sword above their heads. Why, you bastard? Daytona coughed. You're no brother of ours. How dare you call yourself our blood? Haytona screamed. Jin didn't answer. The wind howled through the desert. His body was wrecked, his face blank, his soul heavy. Moments later, the sand was still. Their bodies lay silent beneath the burning sky. But even after the clash, something felt wrong. Jin stared down, whispering to himself. Why aren't they disappearing? They remained. Not illusions. Not visions. They were real. A full day passed, and still, they didn't vanish. In silence, Jin buried them beneath the dunes. Two swords planted firmly in the sand, marking their graves. Then he turned and walked away, his steps heavy, his shadow long. Behind him, something moved. A woman emerged from the darkness, her form cloaked in shadow, her face hidden. Her voice sliced through the still night, smooth and venomous. Yes, killing your own blood is never easy, she whispered. But if you hadn't, how many more siblings would have suffered? Her voice dropped, laced with mock approval. You made the right choice. Sir Soderette. A dark aura coiled around her, swirling like smoke alive with malice. The desert wind howled across the dunes, loud and unrelenting. Scorpions emerged from beneath the sand, drawn by the lingering scent of death. They moved as one, small shadows in the night. Jin didn't look back. He slumped against a massive rock, exhaustion sinking deep into his bones. A scorpion crept toward him, but he barely noticed. His eyes were fixed on something else, a tiger beetle skittering past. Without hesitation, he grabbed it, tossed it into his mouth, and bit down. The taste was putrid, but he didn't flinch. If not for the anti-poison wine still in my system, this would be suicide. He chewed slowly, then muttered, Yona, and the others. I hope they're okay. Images of Daytona and Haytona flickered through his mind. Guilt pressed against his ribs like a weight that wouldn't let go. Suddenly, his stomach lurched, and he coughed violently, the bile rising in his throat. He grimaced. Yeah, definitely the worst thing I've ever eaten. He reached for his water bag and tipped it over. Only a single drop touched his tongue. TCH. Frustrated, he hurled the empty bag into the sand. Nothing. No food. No water. Nothing but heat and silence. Under the burning sun of the 11th day of the 12th month, 1796, Jean staggered forward across the endless sands. Each step was heavier than the last. How long have I been walking? He didn't know. Why am I still walking? He couldn't remember. Eventually, his legs gave out. He collapsed to his knees, breathing hard. I came here, just to kill my brothers and sisters. Then, out of nowhere, a figure appeared, calm, still. They extended a water bag toward him. Jean didn't reach for it. His body moved on instinct. In one swift motion, he grabbed the person's wrist and drew a knife, pressing the blade to their throat. His voice was dry, hoarse, but sharp. Who are you? The figure didn't flinch. A woman. Her voice was soft and amused. You always greet me with a knife, just like last time. Haven't changed one bit. Jean froze. That voice. She lowered her hood and smiled. But of course, your skills back then were nothing like now. His breath caught. Master Valeria? Her smile widened. Hello, my disciple. Jean stared, stunned. Valeria Hister, the only heir of the Hister family. A 7-star mage. His mentor, in another life. She had been the first person to look past his disgrace, to tell him, you have talent. When the world turned its back on him, she had been the only one to reach out. The one who'd kept him moving forward. His teacher. His closest friend. His savior. The first time they'd met, he'd been nothing. A discarded outcast. And now, somehow, she was here again. But something felt wrong. This isn't right. She's not supposed to be here. Not yet. In his past life, they hadn't crossed paths at this point in time. So why now? His gaze darted around. Where even am I? He hadn't noticed it before, but everything, the air, the light, the landscape, felt different. He steadied himself, forcing his thoughts into place. No, something was off. He looked at her closely. Valeria looked exactly as she had the day he last saw her in his previous life. Not older, not younger. Frozen in time. His eyes narrowed. Valeria. No, master, he said calmly. I think you're the second illusion I've faced. Valeria smiled knowingly. So you figured it out. She pulled out the water bottle and held it toward him. Here, drink. Jean didn't move. He shook his head. No, master. If I want it, I'll have to earn it. Valeria raised an eyebrow, then casually tossed the bottle at him. Really, she scoffed. You're in that condition and still want to fight me? One blow would be enough to finish you. Jean caught the bottle midair, but didn't drink. His hand clenched around it. Why does it always have to come to this? His voice was low, more weary than angry. Isn't there another way? Valeria's gaze didn't waver. You already know the answer. You've grown, stronger, wiser. Even your will is stronger than mine now. So stop hesitating. Drink, and be ready. Jean twisted the lid open, letting out a quiet breath. What am I to you, really? Her expression softened. Magic hummed faintly around her fingertips. You're my only disciple. The one I never wanted to lose. The one I hope won't disappoint me. Jean let out a bitter chuckle. If that were true, would you have ever said the same thing back then? For a split second, something changed in her eyes. A trace of something deeper. Regret. If it were up to me, she murmured, I would have loved you more than I did. I might have kissed your forehead like family. Jean took a sip. The water cooled his throat, but not his heart. His gaze hardened. It's strange. Feels like I'm arguing with a piece of myself. At that, Valeria's warmth vanished. Her voice turned cold, then stopped talking. She raised a hand, and magic cracked around her like a lightning storm. Prove yourself. Move forward. Use whatever you've got. Sword, darkness, all of it. Jean wiped his mouth and slammed his sword into the sand. I won't need it. Valeria laughed, the sound low and amused. You've gotten cocky. That'll cost you. Jean didn't flinch. I'd regret it more if I needed a blade to beat you. Dark energy surged from his hands, thick and alive, swirling in pulsing waves. The shadows wrapped around him, sharp and untamed. You were everything to me when it came to magic, he said softly. And you always will be. Valeria's own power flared in answer. A blazing column of light shot into the sky, cutting through the gloom. Thunder boomed across the desert. Lightning cracked the sky in violent bursts. She grinned wide. This is the part of you I love most. Reckless, raw, ready. The very air trembled. Get ready. Bolts of lightning rained down from the heavens, crashing into the sand around him. Jin's eyes rolled upward. Seriously. He darted to the side, just as the next strike came down. 1 second slower, and he'd have been scorched to ash. But didn't stop there. A blue iron spear, crackling with lightning, came flying toward him. That's not just a weapon. He dodged again, barely staying ahead of the strike. She's really going all out, he muttered. Throwing up a barrier, he intercepted the next spear. The impact tore through his cloak, leaving nothing but shreds flapping in the storm. Jean gritted his teeth. She's not holding back at all. More lightning spears formed around her, humming with lethal energy. The storm was gathering again, magic spiraling like a cyclone. You've gotten good at dodging, she called out, a spark of amusement in her eyes. Jean didn't reply. He studied her carefully, his mind racing. Each one of those attacks carried 7-star force. She couldn't keep it up forever. Valeria caught his gaze and smirked. Oh, that look in your eyes, you're finally taking this seriously. She laughed lightly. Analyzing my mana, are you? Her eyes turned razor-sharp. This is your last chance, disciple. Pick up your sword. If you don't, you die. Jean stood his ground. No sword, he said flatly, magic already gathering in his hands. Whether I live or die, we'll find out when this fight's over. Valeria's gaze flickered, something unreadable behind her eyes. But as the swirling energy grew at his fingertips, her expression shifted. Backflow magic, she murmured. So, you found a new teacher. Jin's jaw clenched. I have nothing to say to you. He knew exactly what she was doing. That was always her way. Push until the blades sunk deep. And once she marked someone for death, she never stopped until the job was done. His counterflow technique wasn't complete. Not yet. And with the force she was putting into those lightning spears, absorbing, even one could kill him. You won't be disappointed, he muttered, focusing hard. Blue wind coiled in his palm, the shape of storm. I just need time. Reverse the flow, and strike. His eyes locked onto hers, ice cold, unmoving. I'll fight you with everything you taught me. Valeria chuckled, sparks dancing from her fingers. Good, she said softly, but her voice was a blade. I'm looking forward to it. And then she moved. The ground erupted with a deafening blast. Jean didn't counter. He dodged. Fast. 3 minutes. That's all I need. She was always 3 steps ahead. But he was her student. He knew her rhythm. Lightning spears screamed through the air, chasing him like hounds on a trail. As he was about to vault away again, the ground beneath his feet pulsed. Something was wrong. A massive magic circle spread wide. Before he could escape, chains burst from the circle, clamping around his legs. His eyes widened. This range, it's enormous. More chains lashed out, wrapping around his arms and torso, locking him in place. He strained against them, teeth grit. These weren't ordinary bindings. There's no way she has enough mana to hold a field this size and power 5 lightning spears. Then the burn hit. The chains glowed red-hot. Pain seared through his limbs. He let out a hiss, nearly collapsing. But something felt off. He focused. Only one of those spears has real mana. The others are dummies. As they closed in, the battlefield exploded with blue light. Feathers scattered like embers on the wind. Valeria's expression faltered. Tess. In a single flash, the chains holding Jean snapped, breaking apart like glass under pressure. Behind him, Tess stood, wings outstretched, eyes glowing. Valeria's gaze narrowed again. Even in your condition, how much longer can you hold out? Jean dropped to one knee, breathing ragged. She was right. His mana was nearly gone. But he wasn't done yet. He forced himself upright. Then the magic circle returned. This time, it wrapped around Tess, chains lashing to her wings, pulling tighter with every second. Tess cried out, wings straining against the binds. Jean remained untouched. He turned slightly, voice low. Thank you, Tess. Above them, the sky twisted. A vortex of blue tore through the clouds, spinning, pulsing, hovering right over Valeria's head. She coughed suddenly, blood slipping from her lips. Mana reflux, she muttered. Her hand trembled. That only happens when you lose control of your own magic. Her eyes locked on Jean. What are you hiding, disciple? Jin's voice cut through the air like ice. I'm not hiding anything. I've already lost. Valeria's eyes narrowed. Lost? Then why are you still pouring out mana like that? No one survives that kind of backlash while juggling multiple spells. How are you doing it? The chains wrapped around the lightning spears sparked violently, straining with volatile energy. You're right, she admitted, stepping back. No one else could pull this off. Which is why I stay back. You're not done. Not yet. But Jean didn't stop. He stepped into the magic circle, slow and steady. You know, he said quietly, I've never lied to you. Not once. Behind her, something stirred. Shadowy forms crawled into view. Unnatural, silent, and creeping closer. Don't, Valeria warned, her voice hardening. Take one more step, and I'll hit you with everything I've got. Jean kept walking. His hand trembled as it reached forward. Valeria, I just want to see you. One last time. Her expression turned cold. I said stop. The blast came fast. Pure force slammed into his chest. Jean staggered, barely staying upright, his breath ragged. Pain surged through him, but he held on. Just one shot. The glowing orb in his hand wasn't meant to strike. It was a decoy. What he really needed was that lightning spear, the one drenched in mana. Valeria didn't hold back. All 5 spears shot forward, slicing through the air, locked onto him. Jin's eyes snapped toward one spot. Found it. His fingers closed around his sword, its surface swirling with black energy. Despite his earlier vow to fight unarmed, he now held the weapon tight. Valeria saw the shift, but too late. Jean twisted, spinning on his heel. The blade arced, not toward her, but behind his own back, gathering force. Then, he drove it forward. Valeria's eyes widened. The blade pierced through her. She stumbled, her expression unreadable as her body hit the ground. Dust and smoke surged around them as a distant explosion rumbled across the sands. Jean dropped to his knees, gripping the sword's hilt, his breath ragged. Valeria lay still, blood seeping from the wound. Then, to his disbelief, she smiled. "So this is why you never drew your sword." Jin's voice was barely a whisper. "Because I know you, Master." She let out a shaky breath, her gaze softening. "You've grown so much. I'm proud of you, my precious disciple." Jean froze. A radiant light began to surround her. Slowly, her body started to fade. He couldn't look at her. Not directly. His head stayed bowed, eyes locked on the sand. Thoughts spiraled in his mind. Since I regained my power, I knew. I felt it. This was never real. But that didn't make it hurt any less. In his past life, Valeria and magic were all he had. Every battle, every scar, it had always been for survival. And now, he'd struck down the only person who ever believed in him. His teeth clenched. He pulled his cloak tighter, shoulders shaking. Silent tears traced down his cheeks. Valeria's form vanished completely, swallowed by the night. Jean kept walking, across the endless desert, step by heavy step. Blades littered the dunes, their hilts barely visible above the sand. It's all an illusion, he told himself again. But then, a blinding light exploded ahead. Jean flinched, throwing a hand over his eyes. From within that glow, a figure began to emerge. His breath hitched. Father. But no, it wasn't him. What stood before Jean was something far worse. The air thickened, pressing down like a mountain on his chest. This wasn't ordinary magic. This was domination. Pure, overwhelming force. A black aura erupted from the figure, rushing at Jean like a tidal wave. It swallowed him whole. His body froze. Blood trickled from his mouth. Too strong. He gasped, lungs straining under the weight. This pressure, it feels like I'm standing before God. Just one glance told him everything. This being could crush him without lifting a finger. Still, is that what this is? Trying to make me kneel? Jean spat blood into the sand, straightened his back, and wiped his mouth. If I were the kind to kneel, he muttered, I'd have never made it this far. Rain started to fall. He clenched his fists and forced his body forward. Every step was a battle. He's no god, just a man, same as me. All I have to do is keep walking, keep moving forward, and take him down. His fingers tightened around the hilt of his sword. His limbs screamed, his steps staggered, but he refused to stop. Then, something strange happened. Timar, the man radiating all this power, chuckled. Just barely. A sound that hadn't escaped him in 1,000 years. A spatial rift tore open beside him, and a girl stepped through, her eyes fixed on his face. Wait, Timar, did you just laugh? She reached out, trying to touch his cheek like she couldn't believe it. You really did. You laughed. I haven't seen that smile in ages. I waited so long for it. But why? Her voice wavered. Why are you smiling at him? Meanwhile, Jean dragged his broken body forward, muttering through gritted teeth. I'll cut him. I'll cut him. I'll cut him. Timar's gaze never left him. That boy. The girl folded her arms, letting out a short breath. Even I gotta admit, that kid's different. His will's unshakable. He didn't hesitate to kill his own brothers. Even when he took down his master, he felt every bit of that pain, but he didn't stop. He gets it. What it means to move forward. She turned to Timar, her tone sharp now. Enough. Stop testing him. But Timar didn't answer. Instead, he drove his sword into the ground. A blinding light exploded from the blade, rushing toward Jean like wildfire. It tore through him, burning through flesh and bone. He grit his teeth, barely holding on. What the hell, Timar? The girl snapped. Are you trying to kill him? Timar's voice was calm. The test is over. She groaned. You always pull this crap. Then, the light shifted, and from within it, a pair of feet stepped out. Jean emerged, broken and bloodied, but still standing. The girl stared, eyes wide. I see now. He reminds you of him, doesn't he? She sighed and stepped back. All right, I'll keep watching. If he made you laugh after 1,000 years, I want to see how far he can really go. And just like that, she disappeared. Timar raised one hand. Every sword buried in the desert quivered, then rose into the air, glowing with deadly purpose. A moment later, they shot toward Jean. But Jean didn't back down. His will blazed brighter than ever. I'll reach you, he whispered, no matter what. Even if it meant killing his brothers. Even if it meant cutting down the only person who ever believed in him. Because in the end, they would have done the same. That was his will. A brilliant blue light erupted across the battlefield, swallowing everything in its glow. Jean held his sword with both hands, black energy pulsing through the blade with every swing. Whether it was the first strike or the 10,000th, it never changed. His voice rang out, unwavering. I am of the Runcandel bloodline. Anything that stands in my path, I'll crush it. Across from him, Timar smiled again. Jean didn't flinch. He repeated, louder this time, firm as steel. I am a Runcandel. Whatever dares block my way, I will destroy it. With a clean, fierce slash, shadows burst from his blade. No flash, no technique, just raw, brutal power. But before the blow could land, something shifted. The enemy vanished. Then pain, blinding, white-hot. Jean hit the ground hard, his teeth slamming into the dirt, blood spraying from his lips. Still, he forced himself up, limbs trembling, breath ragged. I will reach you. A voice echoed through the silence. Wrong. Think again. Why are you here? Jin's eyes snapped open. Why am I here? The voice spoke again, calm but absolute. Go to the Myungwang's domain. Jean froze. The Myungwang. And then it hit him. Right. That's why I came here in the first place, to learn how to wield aura. But where was that voice coming from? Was it just another illusion? His mind flashed back to something Urakan had told him. When a third illusion ends, release the dark energy. Only then will you meet the Myungwang. It clicked. I forgot. This is the third illusion, and it's over. Jean took a slow breath, steadying himself. I must have lost track while crossing the desert. Now was the time. He released it. A surge of light exploded from his body, bursting upward. Would this finally lead him to the Myungwang? But the sky stayed still. Minutes passed. Nothing. Jin's fist clenched. No, it can't be false. Murakan wouldn't lie to me. The sword in his hand pulsed, dark energy swirling around it like a storm waiting to break. Then, a flash. A beam of light sliced through the heavens. And from that tear, a figure descended, silent, composed. He landed with quiet grace, his sword gleaming under the pale sky. His voice was low, but commanding. Sodaret's contractor. You didn't disappoint. You've passed. Jin's grip tightened. Passed. What does that mean? The man smiled, as though the answer should have been obvious. I don't know what Sodaret had in mind, but the only requirement here is an unbreakable will. You showed more than that. You even shattered Sodaret's own barrier. He stepped forward and ruffled Jin's hair like one would a younger brother. But Jin's instinct screamed. This man was dangerous. Without hesitation, he swung. Don't play with me. The man chuckled, easily sidestepping. This is what I like. You're not like the others. His expression softened as he finally spoke his name. I'm Tantel, and I've waited 1,000 years for this moment. For you, child of Sodaret. He raised his arms, voice echoing through the air. Welcome to La Perosa. The world shifted. In the blink of an eye, the endless desert vanished. Jean stood in a city of gold. Colossal towers reached toward the sky, their walls glittering with embedded jewels. Everything shimmered, radiating majesty, power, and age-old splendor. This is the domain of the Myungwang, Tantel said, a note of pride in his voice. La Perosa. Humans call it the Dark Light. You've earned your place here. He handed Jean a bottle. Parched from the journey, Jean grabbed it without thinking and took a long drink, only to spit it out seconds later. What the hell? That's booze. Tantel burst into laughter. Huh? Surprised? That's crystal wine, refined from diamonds. Clears the mind, heals the body. Jean wiped his mouth, annoyed, but he couldn't deny it. His body already felt lighter. The fatigue pressing down on him just moments ago had started to fade. Tantel gave him a look. You'll want your strength back before meeting your brothers. Brothers? Jean raised an eyebrow. What are you talking about? Tantel didn't answer. He simply turned and motioned for Jean to follow. As they walked through the city, Jean couldn't help but take it all in. La Perosa was ancient, but spotless. The streets gleamed, the architecture immaculate, untouched by time. Now he understood why so many risked their lives trying to find this place. His eyes drifted toward the doors lining the streets. Every entrance was embedded with glowing jewels, but something about them felt off. What are those gems? Jean asked. Tantel gave him a quick glance. Not just ornaments. Those are our hearts. Jean stopped. Your hearts. Tantel nodded. If the one who lives behind that door is still alive, the jewel glows. Jin's breath caught. So why aren't any of them lit? They had walked far, and not once had he seen another living soul. How many of you are still alive? He asked carefully. Tantel paused, counting silently. 77, including the god of war and the 12 battle kings. Jean stared at him. That's barely anyone. Tantel gave a quiet laugh. You'll see why soon enough. As they walked on, he continued. The god of war and the 12 will be the ones to grant you the Aura Sword. It's part of the deal Sodaret made. They've been waiting for you. The Shadow Sword. Just hearing it made Jin's fingers twitch. At last, they reached a towering temple. Enormous gates stood before them, carved with ancient runes, and from inside, a crushing energy pulsed outward. This is it, Tantel said. The Temple of the God of War. This is where you'll receive the Aura Sword. Jean swallowed, heart pounding. The pressure leaking from inside the temple felt like Timar's aura all over again. If he hadn't survived those illusions, he probably wouldn't even be standing. Tanel placed a hand on his shoulder. One thing. Be careful what you say to your brothers. They're not like Soderette. They don't care about you. Before Jean could reply, the doors swung open with a deep rumble. Blinding light poured out, revealing a group of powerful figures inside. Their voices echoed through the hall in a strange, chaotic chorus. Hyun, look at him. He's adorable. How old are you? Did you eat before coming? What's your favorite food? What do you think of La Perosa? Jean froze, stunned, as the so-called brothers threw rapid-fire questions at him with wide grins. Tantel sighed and rubbed his temples. How many times do I have to tell you guys? Before he could finish, a deep, commanding voice cut through the noise. Where is he? A woman strode into the room, her presence instantly shifting the air. She scanned the space with sharp eyes, then locked onto Jean. So it's true. Our disciple has finally arrived. Her voice, though gentle, carried undeniable authority. It's been 1,000 years since Timar left. She stepped closer, eyes shimmering with a strange mix of nostalgia and something deeper. Hope, maybe. 1,000 years. Without warning, she hoisted Jean up onto her shoulders like he weighed nothing. Her strength caught him completely off guard. Under that relaxed grin was muscle packed with power that didn't match her casual vibe at all. You're not meeting the god of war looking like this, she declared. Now, who's going to bathe the second disciple in history? Jean froze. Wait. What? Who said anyone needed to bathe me? I can wash myself. Too late. The others immediately jumped in, eyes gleaming. Me? I'll do it. No way, it's my turn. I haven't bathed anyone in centuries. Let me. They crowded around, practically vibrating with excitement. The girl grinned. All right, rock, paper, scissors it is. And just like that, chaos exploded. Legendary warriors, ancient beings of incredible power, huddled together and threw down hand signs like it was a life or death match. While they were distracted, Jean slipped away. A miracle. None of them followed. Turns out, the game had completely taken over their focus. Jean finally made it to the bath, letting the warm water soak into his skin. The fatigue from the journey slowly melted away. For the first time in what felt like ages, he allowed himself to breathe. Then, just as he was starting to relax, a memory surfaced. That woman. Belize, was it? She'd looked him dead in the eye and said with complete seriousness, a human who knows how to bathe? Hard to believe, but I'll trust you this time. Don't miss a single grain of sand in your ears. Jean groaned and slapped a hand over his face. What kind of reputation do humans have around here? He sank lower in the water, half ready to drown himself from sheer secondhand shame. Wait, could it be? Back in Timar's time, humans didn't even know how to bathe properly? The thought made his head spin. No wonder these people looked like divine warriors. Compared to them, he felt like a stick figure. Their bodies weren't just built, they were blessed. No doubt about it now. This was a race made for war. Finally, with a long sigh, Jean dragged himself out of the water and dried off. The moment he stepped out. Perfect. You're very clean. Jean blinked. It was Tantel, beaming like a proud uncle. And the traditional outfit suits you well. Jean stared blankly. Never in his life had he imagined a day where bathing properly would earn him compliments. Tantel clapped his hands. No need for your old clothes now. We'll burn them. Purify the remnants. Jin's eye twitched. What is with these people and burning stuff? But he shoved the thought aside. Bigger things were ahead. So, I finally meet the god of war. And the fighting kings? The ones meant to pass on a shadow sword. Tantel turned with a small smile. That's right. He gestured toward the massive temple. Let's go. Jean followed, reminded that weapons weren't allowed inside. The warrior brothers from earlier were already waiting nearby, ready to guard his belongings with pride. As they walked, something caught Jin's eye. A faint light pulsed from Tantel's chest. Gentle, steady, but brighter than before. Jean muttered under his breath. His heart. It's glowing again. Brighter than last time. He'd seen it earlier, but back then, the light had been dim. Could it be the war god's influence? The glow from Tantel's chest pulsed stronger with every step. Jean wasn't sure what it meant, but the thought gnawed at him. Still, he pressed on. They finally reached the temple gates. Tantel stopped and faced him, expression serious. Once you're inside, only speak when spoken to. The war god's brothers don't tolerate arrogance. One wrong word, and they'll throw you out without a second thought. Watch yourself. Jean gave a dismissive wave. Yeah, got it. Now open the door. Tantel nodded, and pushed the massive doors open. A wave of brilliant light spilled out instantly, flooding over them. The temple's interior was jaw-dropping, grand beyond anything Jean had ever seen. But all of that faded when his eyes landed on the throne at the far end. There she sat, a goddess, smaller than the others, but her presence, overwhelming. Even the most regal figures around her paled in comparison. Power radiated from her effortlessly. Jin's eyes drifted to the warriors flanking her, 12 figures, each exuding their own force of dominance. He recognized them at once. The 7 king of Belize, the 8 king, Garment, the 9 king, Baba, and then, the elite among elites. Third Fighting King, Palem. Second Fighting King, Lamora. First Fighting King, Baltarok. He scanned the hall further. 10th King Ko. 11th King Nada. 12th King Teto. Then the remaining rulers. 6 King Dalfer. 5 King Boris. 4 King Rinfa. Each one powerful, legendary, unshakable. Yet not one of them came close to the woman on the throne. Jin's lips curled into a faint smirk. She was calm, silent, but even standing still, she radiated dominance. There was no mistaking it. This was the successor to the Aura Sword. As Jin stood in the silence, energy surged from within him, filling the temple like a rising tide. The air thickened, and then, her voice rang out. Smooth, cold, commanding. You don't look like Timar, she said, locking eyes with him. But your energy, it feels just like his. Her words sent a ripple through the room. Baltarok was the first to respond. No doubt, his energy is a match. Lamora nodded slightly. But can he surpass him? That's what matters. Nada scoffed. Huh, we waited 1,000 years, and now we expect another Timar? That kind of warrior doesn't come twice. Belize stepped forward, calm but firm. And yet, he's the only one who's made it this far. That alone proves he's worthy. Jin stayed silent, listening to the debate. His mind flicked back to the gardener from earlier. Was she speaking up for me? For a moment, he felt something close to gratitude. But then, to them, I'm just a shadow. Just Timar's echo. His fingers curled into fists. I'm not here to replace anyone. He raised his head and spoke, clear, steady, unshaken. You're all too focused on Timar. I'm not some heir clinging to his legacy. I'm Jean Runcandel. The room tensed. Ko stepped forward, furious. How dare you speak out of turn? You speak only when granted permission by the brothers of the war god. The air grew sharp, heavy with building energy. But before anything could escalate, the goddess lifted her hand. With that simple motion, the entire room fell silent. Enough, she said. Ko bit back his fury and stepped back, fists clenched. The goddess turned her gaze to. Yes, Ban said, her voice echoing across the temple. You are Jean Runcandel. We've spent too long clinging to the past and overlooked the present. A new heir stands before us. There was no room for doubt in her tone, only truth, spoken like law. She straightened, then introduced herself, her voice more measured now. My name is Ban. We don't use human titles or honorifics here, so you'll call me by name. Her eyes locked with his. But know this, until all of Myeongwang acknowledges you, you are not one of us. Jean didn't flinch. He understood. They hadn't accepted him. Not yet. Their scorn wasn't subtle, and that was fine by him. At least now he knew who was watching him, and who he needed to watch in return. But the real mystery was the Fighting Kings. Unlike the others, their expressions revealed nothing. Even Ban, seated in all her power, gave away nothing. Then she made her decree. The succession ceremony will be held tomorrow. As she spoke, she reached for the blade, resting beside her. Lifting it to her lips, she said, almost casually, until then, you are forbidden from using your own sword. And with no warning, she tossed the blade toward him. Jean caught it mid-air, his reflexes instinctive. His grip tightened, and a jolt of recognition hit him. The sword of the god of war. At first glance, it looked plain, ordinary even. But the moment he held it, something deep within him stirred. An invisible pull tugged at his core. Wait, is it pulling my energy? He clenched the hilt tighter, but it was no use. A strange force spread through his body, siphoning something from inside. Hidden energy. Essence. Ban watched without flinching. That technique is called sword stealing, she said. I doubt you've ever had your internal power forcefully drawn out before. Jean let out a dry chuckle. Yeah, this is a first. But the harder he tried to resist it, the faster the sword pulled. Damn it. The more I fight back, the more it drains me. Ban tilted her head slightly, amused. Your ancestor, Timar, adapted to the Shadow Key sword faster than this. I'm sure you can manage. You were confident enough to throw your name around earlier. Prove yourself. Jean met her gaze, fire in his eyes. Give me time. I'll show you soon. Even as he spoke, unease sat heavy in his chest. But he had no choice now. He'd see it through. A little while later, Ban addressed the room again. That's enough for today. Everyone, return. The gathered warriors began to move. But Belize and Garmin stayed behind. Belize stepped forward and bowed slightly. God of War, with all due respect, I believe it's too early to place the air sword in his hands. Garmin raised a brow. Why? Belize folded his arms. Timar didn't overcome the Shadow Key sword until after mastering the early stages of Aura. And back then, he was already over 20. Garmin shook his head. That's enough, Belize. I get it. You want to protect him. He's the first real heir we've had in 1,000 years. But do you think the God of War would make this decision lightly? Belize didn't back down. We can't compare him to Timar. Too much time has passed. Van's voice cut in, sharp as a blade. Time may have stopped here, she said, but the outside world kept moving. Silence fell. She rose slightly, her gaze sweeping across them. We are the heirs of the Aura Sword. Our role is to pass it on. Testing the strength of the Runcandel line after 1,000 years is part of that duty. No one spoke another word. The next day, Jean woke feeling like he just clawed his way off a battlefield. Every part of him throbbed. His muscles screamed. His thoughts were a haze. He sat up slowly, limbs heavy and stiff as stone. Then a voice cut through the silence. "Did you sleep well, Jean?" He turned and found Garmin standing nearby, watching him with a curious expression. "Sleep?" Jean could barely form a word in his mind. Sleep was impossible. That damn sword hadn't just drained him. It had tormented him. His soul felt like it had been wrung dry. Before he could reply, another voice rang out, low and commanding. A tall, broad figure stood at the door, arms crossed. "I am the 8th Sword King, Garmin." Jean blinked, shaking off the fog in his head. Garmin smirked. "I'll be your first instructor." As Jean looked him over, something clicked. "Wait, you're the guy from the gate." "That's right," Garmin said, grinning. "Heard you managed to bathe yourself. Impressive. Though I can't say it made you look any better." Jean said nothing. No sarcasm. No glare. Just a cold stare. He cut to the point. "Before we start, there's something I need to know." Garmin's smile faded. "I haven't acknowledged you yet." Jean raised an eyebrow. Acknowledged? They were now in the training yard. Before them, a tree branch held a training sword. Basic and unadorned. Garmin pointed at it. "Cut with that sword. 10,000 times." Jean narrowed his eyes. Garmin didn't blink. "Show me you can do that. If you can't, there's no point in going any further." For a moment, Jean simply stared at him. Then a slow smirk crept across his face. "A test, huh?" Without a word, he grabbed the sword and swung. Once, twice, then again, again. The strikes came sharp and focused, one after another, relentless. 2,000, 2,500, 3,000. Each swing, measured, controlled, perfect. Off to the side, Tantel watched quietly. His eyes slowly widened. He's not even slowing down. 5,000, 6,500, 7,000. Other warriors began to take notice. Training stopped. Eyes turned. 7, 400. "He's still going," someone whispered. "No one should be able to keep that pace." And yet, he is. Jean didn't hear them. His body moved on instinct, strike after strike. In his past life, he had been weak, clumsy with a blade. A disgrace. Not anymore. Now, he was a Runcandel. He shut his eyes. The noise faded. The crowd vanished. All that remained was the rhythm of his sword. Luna's voice echoed in his memory. "For those who live by the sword, the 3 eyes are more important than sight. Don't open your eyes until you understand your blade." It wasn't about technique. It wasn't about power. Every strike had to be as perfect as the first. Then, 10,000. Jin's final swing cut clean through the air. He stopped, breathing steady. Eyes opened. He turned to face Garmin. "Well, was that enough for you?" If this had been meant to break him, Garmin had misjudged. Jean hadn't come to bend. He came to prove himself. Garmin stared, eyes narrowing. He actually did it, the Sword King thought. Even among the Runcandel, that kind of execution is almost unheard of. For the first time, he looked at Jean not as an outsider, but as someone who might truly belong. The crowd erupted. Did he actually do that fast? No way. 1,000 years later, and a descendant like that still exists. Cheers filled the training field. Warriors buzzed with excitement. But Jean, soaked in sweat, barely acknowledged them. He turned to Garmin with a flat expression. "You just gonna stand there staring?" Garmin blinked, still processing. Then, a low chuckle built into a deep, hearty laugh. "Not only did you meet the standard, you shattered the time record. That was impressive." Jean waved a hand, brushing the praise off. Yeah. If you're just gonna toss around weak compliments, spare me. Say something that actually matters." Garmin raised an eyebrow. "And what would that be?" Jean met his gaze head on, voice firm. "Admit, I'm ready to learn from you." The crowd fell silent. All eyes turned to the Sword King. Garmin exhaled slowly, then nodded. "Fine, I admit it. You've earned it. You'll learn from me." The field exploded again. No way. The 8th Sword King himself took him in. He's not just a Runcandel. He's the real deal. Garmin raised a hand. The noise dropped instantly. "That's enough. Clear out. The real training starts now." Reluctantly, the spectators backed off. Jean stood his ground as Garmin turned, stepping toward the center of the field. In one smooth motion, Garmin reached for his weapon, a massive sword blazing with flame. He lifted it like it was made of air. "Let's get serious." Jin's eyes lit up. "We sparring?" Garmin scoffed. "Sparring's for equals." Jean frowned. "And you're saying we're not?" The Sword King smirked. "Let's start with this. You can't even lift my sword." Without a word, Jean grabbed his own blade and swung at him. The impact cracked through the air, the vibration shooting up his arms. Garmin didn't budge. His expression darkened. "What the hell was that?" Jean grinned. "Testing a theory. You said I couldn't lift your sword, but clearly I just did." Garmin's jaw tightened. "That's not what I meant. I meant no matter how hard you hit, my sword won't even move." Jean shrugged. Casual. "Oh, that's what you meant." "Yeah, I was starting to think something didn't add up." Garmin stared at him, somewhere between annoyed and entertained. This guy, He's more interesting than I thought. He raised his sword again, stand solid as stone. All right then. This time, hit me with everything you've got. Jean let out a slow breath. Fine by me. He gripped his blade and swung hard, full force. The strike landed with a thunderous boom. But the result? Nothing. Garmin's sword didn't move. Not even a fraction. Jin's eyes narrowed. What the hell? It's like hitting a fortress wall. Garmin flashed a grin. Told you. You can't even shake it. But Jean wasn't done. Then I'll try again. Be my guest. This time, Jean focused deeper. Sword energy isn't enough. Not this time. He wrapped his blade in magic, channeling pure force into it. He knew this wouldn't fly in real combat. No one would wait while he charged an attack. But now wasn't about tactics. It was about limits. His power surged. He struck again. The clash was deafening. The earth split beneath them. Stones exploded into the air. A wave of raw force shot out, blanketing the field in dust. And then, Jean flew backward from the shockwave, his body skidding across the ground before coming to a harsh stop. He groaned, feeling the sting of fresh cuts and the dull throb of bruises already forming. Damn, that much of a gap in power. For the first time, he fully felt the sheer weight behind Garmin's strength. This wasn't just technique. This was something else entirely. What kind of monster is this guy? But Jean wasn't the only one reeling. Garmin's fingers tingled painfully. His grip had nearly slipped from the sheer force of that last hit. That strike. He hadn't expected Jean to pack that much power, even after being drained of spiritual energy. Yet somehow, the kid had still unleashed a blow that demanded respect. A slow smirk crept on Garmin's face. 1,000 years later, and the Runcandel blood still runs this strong? Even after surviving the Great Desert, this kid's no joke. But this wasn't over. Not by a long shot. He planted his feet, face hardening. If Jean thought one good strike would earn his approval, he was dead wrong. Their eyes locked. Don't expect me to go easy on you, Garmin bellowed. His voice carried across the field like thunder. I'll give you 1 week, he said. In that time, you must land a strike strong enough to make my great sword tremble. Jean wiped sweat from his chin, never breaking eye contact. Not going to show me how it's done? Garmin didn't blink. You've already seen it. The 3 illusions laid it out. Faith. Belief that nothing's impossible. The moment you turn that belief into spiritual energy, that's when the real training begins. Jean nodded. All right. So how long did it take my ancestors? A wry smile flickered on Garmin's lips. 2 days. No hesitation. Jean dove into the challenge. For days, he trained. Relentless, focused, unyielding. Each strike honed sharper, more precise. Day and night blurred together in a haze of sweat and aching muscles. On the 4th day, it finally happened. A faint crack echoed through the yard. A piece of Garmin's mighty sword chipped and hit the dirt with a dull clink. Dust rose in a soft cloud. Jean staggered forward, breathing heavy. He reached down and picked up the shard, turning it in his hand. Exhaustion clung to him like armor. But behind it, satisfaction. 7,560, he muttered. The number of strikes it took. Across from him, Garmin lowered his sword, his face unreadable. Jean frowned slightly. TCH, a full day slower than Timar. If I'd been more focused, I could have done it yesterday. But Garmin wasn't thinking about speed. Sweat drenched his back as he stared at Jean in silence. I took a week off assuming he'd need a month, but 4 days? He thought back. Timar had done it faster. But would he have, if he'd trained with the Sacred Fire sword? Garmin wasn't so sure. He glanced at the chipped fragment, a whisper of disappointment flickering through his chest. What a shame. But admiration quickly replaced it. The gods of battle said it clearly. Our role is to see whether the Runcandel bloodline has grown stronger in the 1,000 years since. Out loud, Garmin finally said, Jean Runcandel, you've impressed me. Jin's eyes lit up. So, you acknowledge me now? Garmin nodded. Yes. And soon, even those who kept their distance will see it. The purity of your soul, the strength of your will. And in that moment, Jean knew he had earned it. The 8 Sword King's respect. He grinned. That was actually pretty fun. Garmin hesitated. Then, slightly red in the face, he muttered, I have a favor to ask. Jean raised an eyebrow. A request? From you. Garmin cleared his throat, clearly awkward. Can I be the first to taste your accomplishment? Jean blinked. Taste? What are you even talking about? Garmin's eyes lit up with something bordering on anticipation. Just answer the question. Still trying to figure out what was going on, Jean shrugged. Sure, I guess. Before he could even react, Garmin lit up with joy. Thanks. He reached for the broken fragment of his own sword, right out of Jin's hand. And then, to Jin's absolute horror, he ate it. Garmin casually popped the jagged piece of metal into his mouth and started chewing. Jin's face went pale. Did you just eat your own sword? Garmin closed his eyes like he was savoring a delicacy. The moment he swallowed, a surge of power radiated from his body. His aura flared out, thick with heat and pride. The flavor's perfect. Really suits La Perosa. Jean could only stare. Garmin, what in the hell are your teeth made of? Garmin clapped him on the shoulder with a grin. Well done, Gene Runcandel. Next training session's tomorrow. And just like that, he was gone. By the time Gene had mentally caught up, night had already fallen. A purple glow spread across the sky, bathing La Perosa in a surreal, breathtaking light. Gene stood alone, taking in the view. I've been so focused on surviving that I never stopped to appreciate this place. The world here was different. Sacred. This land had been shaped for the Runcandel warriors who had once formed a pact with Sodaret. And now, after 1,000 years, he stood here in their place. But still, am I truly worthy of this legacy? His thoughts were interrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps. Gene, why the long face? First day too rough for you. It was Tantel. Gene shook his head. No matter how bad it gets, I'll push through. Tantel snorted. Really? Word is you haven't slept in 3 days. Gene sighed. If my body could keep up, I'd be fine. But it's been hell. Tantel reached into his robes and handed him a small pie. Exactly why you need this. Eat. Gene squinted at the treat, suspicious. His last gift from Tantel had been alcoholic. This isn't wine, is it? Without missing a beat, Tantel took a big bite himself. Relax. That was last time. This is a traditional pie. Cacto. Not as smooth as jelly wine, but it'll restore your strength and bring down the swelling. Gene finally bit in, and his eyes widened. Warmth rushed through his body like a healing wave. Whoa, this actually works. And it tastes amazing. Rapesa had its fair share of strange foods, but this cacto pie? Definitely worth bringing back. Come on, Tantel said. There's someone we need to talk to. Gene followed, still chewing. Hey, by the way, how does the War King ranking system work? Is lower number stronger? Tantel chuckled. No, the numbers just show who became a War King first. There's no ranking outside the 2 war gods. We respect each other with honorifics, but titles don't mean hierarchy. Gene raised a brow. That's surprisingly fair. Exactly, Tantel said. We're not like humans, or beastmen. No need to fight over status when everyone stands as equals. As he spoke, Tantel vanished. A sudden flicker of shadow, and he was gone. Jin's instincts flared. He stepped back quickly, hand on his sword, eyes scanning the area. Tantel had vanished, but not alone. Something else had moved. What the? Who are you? The figure in front of Gene wasn't Tantel anymore. In a blink, he transformed, now standing with the distinct look of one of the 5 fighting kings. With a casual smirk, he gently brushed aside Jin's drawn sword. Surprised, he said coolly. Jin's eyes widened. No way. You're... A booming laugh interrupted the tension. Huh. Little jumpy. Huh. The man said, flashing a wide grin. Name's Boris. I'm a war king. Jin's brain caught up. Wait, you're the one who was with Garmin at the gate. Boris nodded, clearly impressed. Sharp memory. In the background, Tantel stood quietly, completely unfazed, like this kind of thing happened all the time. As they spoke, Boris's sharp eyes suddenly narrowed in on something. He stepped in lightning fast and grabbed Jin's chin. Hold still. Why were you missing a tooth? Gene pulled back, annoyed. It's broken. Boris raised an eyebrow. How'd that happen? Gene let out a sigh. During the final trial, I tried to strike down an illusion of Timar. But right as I swung, it vanished. I got so pissed I clenched my teeth too hard and snapped. Boris burst into full-on laughter. You broke a tooth from rage? Huh. Runcandel teeth are tougher than wyvern hide. And you still cracked one? That's incredible. Gene blinked, unsure whether that was a compliment or an insult. But before he could react, Boris reached into his own mouth and yanked out one of his teeth. Blood gushed out like a fountain, but Boris was grinning ear to ear. Take a look, he said proudly, holding the bloody tooth high. This baby is pure Myungwang pride. Gene just stared, completely speechless. Boris, clearly loving every second, continued. This tooth, it bites through stone, steel, even diamonds. You'll need some serious bite force to make use of it. But you've got the jaw for it. Gene didn't move, didn't speak. His soul momentarily left his body. Meanwhile, Boris looked like a child on festival day. All right, he declared. I'm gonna grind it down and fit it right into that empty molar of yours. Gene and Tantel both shuddered at once. This wasn't generosity. This was something else entirely. Gene stared at him like he'd just been told the moon was edible. This guy's absolutely nuts. Before he could respond, Boris shouted, let's do it right now. And just like that, whoosh, he vanished. Gene swallowed hard. The Myungwang clan's teeth are a whole different species. A flash of memory hit him. Garmin casually chewing through his own shattered blade like it was candy. And now Boris wanted to implant one of his teeth. He turned to Tantel, desperate for answers. Has this ever happened before? Tantel shook his head. No. First time. The next day, Gene returned to training. As he stepped onto the field, something odd caught his eye. The ground smooth, untouched, not a single crack, despite the punishment it had endured. Gene frowned. I didn't notice it before, but this flooring is insane. He crouched down, then stood and gave the surface a quick slash with his blade. Clang. The sound rang out, sharp and metallic. His sword left barely a scratch. Jin's eyes widened. This isn't normal stone. He examined the faint mark left behind, and something clicked. Could this be ancient iron? The kind used in a Bramante sword, or the black armor? Then he noticed something else. Farther across the field, the surface was scarred. Deep cuts, some jagged and massive, proof of past battles. One more inch of force, and those strikes could have torn the entire arena in half. Jin's breath caught in his throat. What kind of training happened in this place? His gaze settled on a particular sword mark. So sharp and deep, it made his skin crawl. That's when Garmin showed up. Massive sword slung over his shoulder. "So, you noticed," he said with a smirk. "About time. Looks like you're finally starting to pay attention. That means you're ready to take this seriously." Still fixated on the mark, Jin turned toward him. "Who did this?" Garmin's grin widened. "One of your ancestors." Jin exhaled sharply. "Of course it was. If you can master the first stage of the spirit sword," Garmin continued, "you might be able to pull off something similar. Though, I doubt you'd leave a scar this deep." Jin narrowed his eyes. "You really think I can't do it?" Garmin didn't miss a beat. "That's right." Jin scowled. "So he seriously doubts me. Huh?" But instead of backing down, he tightened his fists. "Fine. I'll prove you wrong. Tell me, what's the first stage of the spirit sword?" Garmin saw the fire in Jin's eyes and gave a knowing smile. "All right, let's begin. The first stage is called soul cutting." "Soul cutting?" Jin echoed, brows furrowed. Garmin nodded. "It's the foundation of the spirit sword. And its peak." He raised his blade. "But instead of me explaining it, how about I show you? You'll understand faster." "Wait, what?" Jin asked. "Show me how." But Garmin didn't respond. He just poured an overwhelming surge of magic into his sword. The air around them began to vibrate. Then he looked at Jin. "Before I demonstrate, tell me, what do you see?" Jin blinked, confused. "What do you mean?" Garmin gestured to his blade. "Strange, isn't it? I'm using spiritual energy, but you can't actually see it, can you?" Jin sighed. "Weren't you supposed to be teaching me this technique? If you can't even control your own spirit energy properly, what's the point? I thought you inherited your power from Sodaret." "Relax," Garmin replied, amused. "Watch closely." He raised his sword. "Now witness the truth." Suddenly, a crushing wave of spiritual pressure burst from his body. Jin's eyes widened. "What is this?" In an instant, the entire space around them was swallowed in darkness. Garmin moved, fast and silent, his blade cutting through the void with deadly precision. His swing was cold, merciless. When the tip of his sword kissed the ground, time seemed to stop. Jin froze. Every part of him screamed to move, but he couldn't. His body wouldn't listen. Then boom, a shockwave erupted. The ground split open with a deafening crack, the training field torn apart by a jagged slash that seemed to slice through the world itself. Jin stood still, heart racing. That was soul-cutting. His thoughts spun. It's like Luna's red moon slash, but faster, cleaner, and it barely uses any energy at all. He looked at Garmin, alert. If this guy can use that move over and over, then anyone below level 7 wouldn't stand a chance. Jin clenched his fists. No matter what, he had to learn it. Garmin chuckled, clearly pleased. "Well, what did you think of your first look at soul cutting?" Jin took a breath. It was unreal. Fast, elegant, and ridiculously strong. Garmin laughed. And that was only half its real strength. Just a scrap left behind by Timar. Jin frowned, deep in thought. They say soul beheading is both the starting point and the final form of a sword spirit. If that's true, then leaving behind a sword soul that massive, like what I saw here, that's the peak, right? Garmin's eyes lit up. If you only reach the level of spirit beheading, then yes, that would be your limit. But once you reach the true pinnacle, the essence of the sword spirit, it becomes something far beyond technique. It becomes pure, overwhelming power. Jin raised an eyebrow. "You mean power that surpasses swordsmanship itself?" Instead of answering, Garmin asked, "Do you know why it's called soul beheading?" Jin hesitated. Before he could speak, Garmin answered his own question, voice sharp and clear. "It's called that because it can't be dodged. It can't be blocked. It's absolute. Subtle but deadly. Even if your opponent is stronger, if their will wavers for even a second," he suddenly bellowed, "you can end them on the spot." Jin swallowed hard, the weight of those words hitting him. "That really is power," he muttered. Then he inhaled and asked, "So where do I start? How do I use soul beheading?" Garmin got straight to the point. "First, you need to understand what it feels like when your aura and your sword become one." Jin mulled it over. Aura and sword becoming one. That actually sounds familiar. Garmin tilted his head. "Explain." Jin closed his eyes, searching his memories. "I've felt something like it before. Not exactly a soul merging with the blade, but close." Garmin was intrigued. "Go on." Jin nodded slowly. "Back when I fought Murin Zipple, he used the demonic Beast King's Orgel curse to tear open the gate to hell. Something strange happened then. It was like something was planted in my mind, something that drove me to swing my sword." He opened his eyes. "No matter how many times I swung, 10,000, 100,000, it didn't change. The sword was already in my hand. My intent flowed straight through it. Every slash had one purpose: hit the target. Flashes of past battles raced through his mind. The time he shattered Goltefa's hammer, the moment he cut through Lord Timar's illusion in the Mitra Desert. In those moments, he felt it, his aura and sword moving as one. Then it clicked. His eyes lit up. Garmin noticed immediately. Looks like you finally get it. But Jean wasn't just understanding it. He was locked in, his will sharpening, igniting like a blade drawn for battle. Garmin nodded, pleased. That's the feeling. No wonder you caught on so quick. You've been through so many brutal fights. You've been using the foundation of soul beheading without even knowing it. He rubbed his chin. Now comes the hard part, turning that instinct into a real technique. Raising his sword, he looked at Jean. Watch carefully. I'll show you again. Jean blinked. Wait again. Garmin closed his eyes. His focus narrowed like a razor's edge. He murmured to himself, I will cut it. I can cut it. Then his eyes flew open, veins pulsing, aura surging. His sword trembled, filled with raw energy. And then, boom. The impact this time was even more devastating. The ground erupted beneath them, rocks and debris blasting outward. A deep crack tore through the earth, connecting with the old one. Now, 3 massive fissures split the training ground. One from before, and 2 fresh, clean slashes. Garmin stared at the destruction, practically glowing with excitement. Ho-ho, that one was stronger. He held up his sword like he'd just won a prize, completely forgetting why he started the demonstration in the first place. Jean let out a sigh. Weren't you supposed to be teaching me? Garmin froze, then rubbed the back of his head, sheepish. Well, it's kind of a feeling thing, you know. Jean folded his arms, not amused. A feeling? Really? You just realized something during that strike? Everyone saw it. Garmin shifted uncomfortably, clearly not eager to explain. All right, fine. The truth is, I'm more used to using the Sword of the King. I hardly ever rely on sword spirit techniques. To me, spending spiritual energy on them feels inefficient. Jean scowled. Aren't you supposed to be my master? Garmin waved him off. Come on. Isn't it better for you if I'm stronger? No need to stress. Just focus on mastering the spirit-draining sword. Once you've got that down, learning the first sword spirit technique will be easy. After that, you'll start training with your brothers and sister. Jean scoffed. So I'm getting the leftovers, huh? In that case, why don't you show me this Sword of the King you're so proud of? Garmin didn't hesitate. No. Jean raised an eyebrow. Why not? Because you're not one of us yet, Garmin said flatly. Besides, only those with the hearts of light can wield it. Even if you tried, it wouldn't respond. Jean smirked. Who said I wanted to use it? I just want to see it. But in truth, he had his own reasons. He remembered what Tandel told him the night before. Once your training with the King brothers is done, you'll be sparring with the regular warriors every day. If that was true, seeing the Sword of the King now would be a key move before things escalated. Jean crossed his arms. Just once. That's all I'm asking. Garmin stiffened, clearly torn. You're putting me in a tough spot. If word gets out, I showed you the Sword of the King, I'll be the one in trouble. The kings are the only ones safe from punishment. Jean paused, then grinned. Looks like the timing's perfect. He sighed dramatically, voice dripping with mock defeat. Well, if that's how it's going to be, I guess I'll just have to start telling everyone you're unfit to teach me. Maybe I'll even say I already mastered the first soul sword move on my own. Garmin's jaw dropped. You dare threaten me, Garmin of the War King family? Jean met his glare head on. Yes, this is a threat. So what are you going to do, Garmin? Air the sword spirit. Garmin's face twisted with frustration. His pride flared, but in the end, he knew he was cornered. Fine, he snapped. Just once. Jean smirked. Once is all I need. Garmin took a breath, trying to calm himself. His irritation started to shift into something else, an odd flicker of excitement. All right then, I'll show you the basics of the Sword of the King. First, you need to control the flow of energy through your body But before he could finish, something unexpected cut through the air, pulling everyone's attention elsewhere. Boris marched into the arena with that same obnoxious grin plastered on his face. He stopped right in front of Jean, holding something up like it was a prize. Jean, I made a special adjustment, just for you. Jean blinked, already feeling a headache coming on. Great. This guy again. Boris held up a tooth. You're gonna love this, he said, beaming. Jean stared at it, completely baffled. How am I supposed to use that? No explanation. Boris just shoved the tooth straight into Jin's mouth. Just trust me. Bite down. You'll get it soon enough. Jean stood frozen, horrified. How does he even move that fast? He looked at the tooth in his hand. It was surprisingly well made. But still, it was a tooth. Someone else's. Maybe even Boris's. Is this even safe? Before he could talk himself out of it, Boris forcefully pushed the fong into an open spot in Jin's mouth. The moment it clicked into place, something changed. A strange yellow aura seeped from the tooth. Then, in a heartbeat, everything shifted. The fong fused with Jin's body. And then, an explosion of unfamiliar energy tore through him. Memories. But not his. They were Boris's. One after another, wild scenes from Boris's past flooded Jin's mind. The chaos. The madness. It was all real. and it was all being transferred into him. A golden light sparked in his eyes. What is this? He gasped. Memory transference? A memory from his previous life surfaced. His master had once spoken about this. An ancient, forbidden art. A lost form of inheritance magic. Supposedly impossible by modern standards. He remembered her exact words. In a Hister family's inheritance land, there exists a tool that can transfer memories. But it's a unique artifact. One made only by our ancestors. And yet here he was, absorbing it all. Not just one technique, but every martial art the Mianwang bloodline had ever developed. Knowledge of the Mianwang sword was pouring into him. Unstoppable. Still in shock, Jean turned to Boris. What did you just do? What kind of enchantment did you put on that Fong? Boris grinned, enjoying himself far too much. Can't say. Secret, he said cheerfully. But here's a hint. It's not magic. Jean squinted. If it's not magic, then what is it? The air turned heavy with tension, until Garmin stepped in to explain. Humans use what you call magic, sure, he said. But our kind, we don't have magicians. Jean raised a brow. Then who uses this kind of power? Garmin smiled. We have blacksmiths. Real ones. Like Brother Boris. Jean looked at Boris in disbelief. He's a blacksmith? Boris struck a proud pose. That's right. In our history, the Boris brothers were the finest blacksmiths the Mianwang lineage ever produced. As Jean tried to process that, Garmin and Boris slipped into an easy rhythm, reminiscing like old war buddies. Back in the day, people lined up just to get a glimpse of his work, Garmin said proudly. It's true, he added with a nod. But when the wars ended, and peace settled in, there was nothing left to forge. Nothing left to fight. He let out a booming laugh, stretching his arms. Probably why I've been itching for a real challenge lately. Boris was just as fired up. It had been far too long since he had a chance to truly show what he could do. Meanwhile, Jean stood there, overwhelmed. A civilization from 500,000 years ago, using tech and power that felt like something out of myth. Could they really have been strong enough to go toe-to-toe with gods? Whatever the answer, one thing was clear. What he just received was no ordinary gift. He turned to Boris, a rare note of sincerity in his voice. Thanks for this tooth. I'll make the most of it. Boris flashed a sly grin. Well, you know how this works. When you get something, you've got to give something back. His grin widened. I gave you that tooth. So now, you owe me your second victory. Jean didn't hesitate. Victory? I don't know what kind of win it'll be, but I'll give it everything I've got. Boris laughed, clearly pleased. That's what I like to hear. Let's get started right away. By January 20th, 1999, a full month had passed, and Jean hadn't let up for a single day. His training was relentless. Under Garmin's guidance, he learned to cut through souls. From Boris, he learned how to control his body with precision. The two alternated, hammering lessons into him day after day, their teachings flowing into one another like a seamless rhythm. Jean picked up more than just skills. He mastered movement. How to make his body lighter and faster. How to control when to strike with force or when to hold back. Most importantly, he learned how to break through his own limits. Having two masters he could trust completely gave him confidence. And that confidence sparked rapid growth. Boris began teaching him the martial arts of the Mianwang lineage, a style brutal, mysterious, and deeply rooted in power. Through relentless effort, Jean achieved something few had ever done. He formed an energy core in his chest. It wasn't complete, not yet, but it glowed with potential, like the light field of the bright king's bloodline. It was extraordinary. During one fierce training session, Jean gripped the Mianwang sword and swung hard at the ground. The force exploded outward in a shockwave. Boris watched from the side, impressed, but uneasy. Well now, he let out a breath, shaking his head. Not easy, huh? Jean stared down at the blade, still feeling its energy pulsing in his hands. Boris smirked. Honestly, pulling it off on the first try would have been weird. But still, this is something else. There was pride in his voice, but also disbelief. You actually formed a gem heart. That's the kind of thing we're born with, tied directly to aura. Even Timar wouldn't have seen this coming. Jin's mind raced. Maybe Timar hasn't fully inherited the Boris King's memories yet. If I didn't have the Fong's memories, I wouldn't have attempted this either. Then Boris's expression turned serious. Listen, Jean, you gotta keep this quiet, especially from those who still doubt you. If they find out you're wielding the Mianwang sword, they won't take it lightly. Jean nodded. Got it. Still, even as he trained, the question kept echoing in his mind. Why hide it? Anyone who reached this stage could shape an aura field. Why should it be any different? To him, it felt completely natural. The surrounding elemental energies, fire, water, wind, all flowed together in perfect harmony. The only thing that mattered now was whether this new core could function like the true heart of a Mianwang warrior. The Mianwang kings were born with a heart of light, an aura-infused core that let them command its power without restriction. By human standards, every Mianwang king was born at level 9. They weren't just fighters. They were weapons. Jean frowned. Does that mean I won't be able to wield the Mianwang sword properly? His thoughts were interrupted. How's training with the Bora's brother going? Garmin called out. Bora's turned to him. Perfect timing. I've finished my part. The fourth brother should be arriving soon. Garmin looked surprised. Already. Bora's nodded toward Jean, standing calmly beside him. I was going to test his soul sword first. But after watching him train, there's no point. He's already passed the test. He grinned. Garmin glanced over at Jean and gave a small nod. So, he's that determined to break through his limits. Meanwhile, Jean looked over with curiosity. So, what am I supposed to learn from the fourth brother? Garmin answered. The next part of the soul sword technique. The follow-up to what I taught you. Jin's interest sparked. The second part? Now that I want to see. Boris chuckled. Just don't expect a long conversation from the fourth king. Jean tilted his head. Why's that? Garmin stepped in. She's not quiet by choice. She can't speak. She practices the art of silence. No one really knows why, but it's an old tradition. It goes back to the days of La Perosa. The art of silence, Jean repeated. It didn't sound like a big deal at first, but something about it stayed with him. If she doesn't speak, how is she going to teach me the second part of the soul sword? Just then, footsteps echoed from a distance. Boris smirked. There she is. Moments later, a figure stepped into view. Rinfa, one of the four fighting kings. As soon as their eyes met, a chill crept down Jin's spine. He knew that face. No expression, no emotion. The same one he'd seen during the mythical battle. Garmin had a rough charm despite his intensity. Boris was approachable, almost cheerful. But Rinfa? Jean swallowed. This won't be easy. Still, he stepped forward. Nice to meet you. I'm Jean Runcandel. But before he could finish, something shot past him. The ground cracked beneath his feet. He looked down. One word was carved deep into the earth. Rinfa. A cold sweat ran down his neck. That speed, I didn't even see her move. Garmin chuckled casually. The fourth king. Is that the mainland's language? Jean didn't even have time to ask what he meant. Rinfa moved again, just a subtle flick of her fingers. Then came the blast. A blur tore through the air, followed by a deafening burst of dust and rock. Jean jumped back, stunned. What the hell just happened? As the dust cleared, Rinfa stood at the arena's center, sword in hand. The blade pulsed with pure energy. Her face showed nothing. No emotion. Just focus. Nearby, Garmin was on the ground, bruised, clothes shredded like he'd been caught in a tornado. He coughed, barely holding himself up. What the hell? But even through the pain, he reached for his sword, eyes burning with fury. Fourth Battle King. He roared, launching himself forward. Jean could barely follow what was happening. The arena had become a whirlwind of raw power. Garmin charged with full force, blade swinging straight for Rinfa. But she moved like a ghost, effortless, silent. She sidestepped, leapt into the air, and twisted mid-flight. And then, she struck. A single slash, packed with terrifying force, cracked through the sky like lightning aimed at Garmin's chest. The blow was about to land, until Boris suddenly shot forward like a cannonball. With one brutal kick, he smashed into Rinfa's sword mid-swing. The impact was explosive. Her blade flew from her hand, spinning across the arena. Boris didn't stop. He surged up, caught Rinfa's leg mid-air, and, without a pause, slammed her into the ground like a falling star. The earth shook on impact. Jean just stood there, frozen, mouth wide open, mind blank. What the hell was that? This wasn't just a spar. This was a star-level clash. Rinfa, unfazed, rose to her feet with calm precision, casually brushing the dust from her shoulders. Boris landed softly across from her, his face unreadable. The fourth Battle King, Boris said, his voice cool. Are you seriously planning to challenge the eighth? He gave a slow shake of his head. Let's not take it there. Be patient. Rinfa didn't answer. She just stood there, silent, and gave a small shake of her head. Meanwhile, Garmin groaned, clutching a fresh bump on his forehead. All right, I get it. I was wrong. That seemed to satisfy Rinfa. Without a word, she slid her sword back into its sheath. Boris hoisted Garmin onto his shoulder and turned to her. That's our part done. Jin's all yours now, fourth Battle King. Then he glanced back at Jean with a grin. Just don't break the eighth king, all right? I still want to play later. Jean gave a nod. Understood. As Boris and Garmin slowly made their exit, Jean let out a long sigh, watching them disappear into the distance. Is it really that big of a deal, just because I picked up a few words from the mainland? He wondered. And, do brothers normally beat each other half to death like this? Just then, a strange image surfaced in his mind. Yona. Her face flashed vividly before his eyes. Then he looked up at Rinfa, standing silently before him. His expression tightened. Why do they look so alike? He raised a hand in greeting, but as expected, not a single word came from Rinfa. Somewhere else. Yona stirred awake, blinking groggily as she sat up. She yawned, mumbling, youngest brother. Next to her, a small, water-tailed creature let out a sleepy sigh. Yona's eyes snapped open. Without hesitation, she scooped the little thing into her arms and hugged it tight, rolling on the floor with joy. I didn't imagine it, right? She whispered, smiling wide. Back at the training grounds, Training with the fourth king, Rinfa, had officially begun, or at least, that's what it was supposed to be. In reality, Jean was the only one doing anything. He wiped sweat from his brow, chest heaving. Every muscle in his body ached, but he pushed on. I never asked the Du King about the dual sword spirit. And since I didn't ask, he never taught me. I'll have to figure out myself. He cycled through footwork drills, refining each strike, trying to pull his aura into perfect alignment. Overhead, Rinfa stood still, arms crossed, watching without a word. The silence was heavy. No feedback, no instructions, just that gaze. Is this really training? Jean thought. Every time he focused on his energy, Rinfa would suddenly appear right in front of him, without warning, like a ghost. Each time, Jean was caught off guard. How is he this fast? He growled inwardly. The movements were eerily similar to Boris's, but with none of the playfulness. Rinfa didn't hesitate. He didn't pull punches. Out of nowhere, his greatsword came crashing down. Jean barely dodged in time. Pain exploded in his arm as the force sent him staggering back. Rinfa didn't flinch. No expression. Just a flicker of something in his eyes. Was it approval? Or amusement that Jean hadn't been sliced in half? Jean clenched his jaw. Every session with the Killing King feels like a death sentence. If not for unlocking the mind's eye, he'd have lost his head at least 5 times by now. But despite how brutal it was, Jean never once asked why Rinfa trained him like this. He'd already learned something from Yona. People like her, maybe even Rinfa, only approached others once their curiosity was satisfied. For now, Rinfa still had no intention of speaking. 10 days had passed since training began. Jean pushed himself non-stop, absorbing everything he could. Rinfa remained silent the entire time, but not absent. She communicated through words etched into the ground. But one day, after reading one of her responses, Jin's expression darkened. Why? He asked flatly. I've heard you haven't spoken in years. Not even your brothers know why. But lately, you've been writing to me, instead of cutting off contact completely. If this is supposed to be forbidden speech training, shouldn't that mean no communication at all? He stepped closer, voice sharp. Otherwise, isn't this just silence by choice, not discipline? On a stage nearby, Garmin and Boras were quietly observing. Garmin gave a small nod. He's got a point. Boras crunched his popcorn. Yup, makes sense. Jean turned back to Rinfa. His voice didn't waver. You've probably wondered why I never asked about the dual sword spirit. He folded his arms. It's because I don't want to be taught by someone who just stands there with presence, but puts no heart into it. You're the heir to the sword spirit, aren't you? That means more than just practicing in silence. You should be teaching with intent, just like Garmin and Boras did for me. Garmin blinked. Didn't think he'd call her out like that. Boras lowered the popcorn, suddenly tense. Is this really okay? Jean bowed low, deeply respectful despite his boldness. If I've crossed the line, I apologize. But that's what I truly believe. With that, he turned to leave. Then, she spoke. Don't. Jean froze. The voice was quiet but unmistakable. Even Garmin and Boras dropped their popcorn in shock. Did she just... Brother Rinfa spoke. Slowly, Rinfa pulled down the cloth, covering her mouth. Her voice was calm, but it hit like a blade. It's not what you think. Without saying anything more, she drew her sword and pointed at Jean. I will teach you, she said, and I'll show you something extraordinary. Without hesitation, Rinfa stepped forward and began to move. Each swing of her sword was flawless, sharp, elegant, and deadly. Her strikes flowed like poetry. Clean cuts, fluid steps. It was as if rose petals were being sliced mid-air, falling gently in perfectly half pieces. Jean couldn't look away. This is real mastery. Rinfa closed her eyes, her aura tightening like a drawn bow. Then, her power surged. She moved. With a graceful sweep, her sword cut down in a compact, forceful motion. Then it shifted, left, right, slicing in perfect balance. Petals caught in her strike drifted to the floor in silent fragments, split clean down the middle. This is nothing like Garmin's style, Jean realized. Every movement is pure, distilled swordsmanship. Each slash mirrored the next, like reflections colliding. A precise clash from both directions at once. Dual swordsmanship. Left or right, above or below. It didn't matter. The result was always the same. This is the second sword spirit. Jean stepped forward into the center of the ring, his eyes locked on Rinfa's blade. He inhaled, steadying his focus. Then Rinfa raised her sword and brought it down. The aura twisted, spiraling into a perfect vertical cut. The energy streamed like a spiral tornado, slicing through the air and striking the earth in a line, so precise it barely rippled the surface. From the sidelines, Garmin and Boras could no longer sit still. They jumped down instantly, racing to Jin's side, excitement radiating from both. See? What did I tell you? Boras was practically bouncing, arms flailing with excitement. Fourth Battle King, Rinfa. She always uses that move. And now we've actually seen it in person. Legendary. Rinfa turned her gaze to Jean. How do you feel after witnessing the second spirit sword? Jean paused, gathering his thoughts before answering. It's incredible. Strong, precise, but there's a kind of beauty to it too. It feels like no one's ever truly showcased it like that before. Rinfa gave a subtle nod. Yes. Then, Garmin suddenly blurted. Wait. Is that oath still active, Brother Rinfa? Rinfa remained composed. It's fine. Don't overthink it. Garmin sighed in relief. But he wasn't done. In that case, we should tell the others. Boris pumped a fist. Absolutely. Everyone needs to hear her now that she's speaking. She never even said a word back when Timar was around. He turned on his heel. I'm going to call them. Before Jean could say anything, Garmin and Boris bolted. So fast. It looked like they'd jumped onto invisible motorcycles, vanishing in a cloud of dust. Rinfa turned back to Jean. Scissors. Jean blinked. Huh. The name of the second technique you just saw? Rinfa said. It's called scissors. Jean processed the name for a moment, then gave a slow nod. It fits. The way the essence forged blades crossed. It really did feel like a pair of scissors slicing through everything. Rinfa studied him carefully. Can you replicate it? Jean let out a breath and shook his head. Not yet. I can't pull something like that off after just seeing it once. He looked down at his sword, frowning. And there's another problem. This blade keeps absorbing my essence. It's unpredictable. That sword doesn't just absorb, Rinfa replied calmly. It also restores. Jean raised an eyebrow. So, I can clear out what's taken in. Rinfa nodded. Think of the sword like a scabbard. You can draw out the absorbed energy, just as you would a blade. Jean tightened his grip, absorbing every word. If your essence control was clumsy before, Rinfa continued, this sword will sharpen it. Learning to overcome its absorption trait will teach you true balance. She pointed directly at him. And I believe you can do it. Jean let out a surprised laugh. Wow, you actually explain things better than Garment. You make a great teacher. Then his tone shifted. So why'd you take a vow of silence? Rinfa's expression darkened slightly. Like you said, it wasn't training. She looked away. It's punishment. Jin's smile faded. Punishment. He hesitated, then added softly, you never told the others. So I'm guessing you couldn't. It must have been rough, going through that alone for so long. He looked at her earnestly. I might not be one of your brothers, but if you ever want to talk, I'll listen. The air went still. The sky dimmed as dusk settled across the training ground. After a long pause, Rinfa finally spoke. Her voice was quiet, steady, and heavy with memory. She told him everything. Her past, her silence, the weight she'd carried alone. Jean said nothing, only listened. His face gave nothing away. So that's how it is, he murmured at last. Rinfa gave a quiet nod. Jean clenched his fists. You warned them not to challenge the gods, and they ignored you. Rinfa's eyes shifted to the horizon, where the last sliver of sunlight disappeared. She didn't respond, but she didn't have to. The silence said everything. Jin's mind spun as he processed everything. So all this time, Rinfa has been carrying the weight of the Myungwang clan's downfall. She blamed herself for not stopping her brothers. But was that arrogance, or just the guilt of someone who cared too much? Almost like she could hear his thoughts, Rinfa spoke quietly. Thanks to you, my punishment ended far more peacefully than I expected. Jean raised an eyebrow, a little skeptical. Do you regret it? Rinfa stood, her voice steady. No, I feel relieved. Then she looked him in the eye. Something rare, something real. Thank you. You have a way of moving people. Jean grinned. I'll count that as a compliment. Before he could say more, a thunderous wave of voices rang out across the field. A crowd of Myungwang members came rushing in, their excitement echoing off the walls. They sprinted toward Rinfa, faces full of shock, joy, and disbelief. You finally ended the ban. What happened? We thought you'd lost your voice for good. Laughter mixed with shouts. A few looked close to tears. Questions flew in from every direction. Rinfa stayed composed, even as the moment swept over her. Jean stepped back, watching from the sidelines. Most people, when others ignore warnings, just point fingers. But Rinfa, she blamed herself. Maybe now, after all this time, she'll let others in. Then a familiar voice broke his train of thought. Hey, Jean. He turned to see Boris strutting toward him, grinning like he just won a bet. Since you got Brother Rinfa to speak, I'm taking full credit. As promised, Boris declared, puffing out his chest. Jean raised an eyebrow. Credit for what exactly? For the second achievement, of course. Boris said proudly. Jean folded his arms. The others may not know the full story, but you do, don't you, Boris? Boris blinked. Huh, what are you talking about? Jean smirked. You knew the real reason Rinfa was forbidden to speak. And yet, it wasn't one of your clan who broke that silence. It was me. For a beat, Boris stared, then burst out laughing. You're right. That's exactly why it counts as your second achievement. Training with Rinfa continued. She taught Jean not only how to control the essence-absorbing sword, but also guided him through the core patterns behind the second spirit sword technique. His essence deepened by the day. Within 2 weeks, he had learned the structure behind Scissors, her signature move. Of course, executing it with her precision was another story entirely. But that didn't bother Gene. Because to him, it was simple. He'd keep pushing, non-stop, until he could. Mastery wasn't a question of talent anymore. It was a matter of time. February, year 1790. Gene stood tall, calm but brimming with confidence. I think it's time I return this sword, he said, looking down at the weapon. Tantal smiled. From today onward, you'll be the one needing it. Gene raised a brow. Didn't you say I wouldn't need it in this place? Tantal nodded. True, but now that you've trained with the Fourth Brothers, it's time to train with the regular ones. Jin's eyes narrowed. Starting today? Yes, Tantal confirmed. This afternoon, everyone will gather to watch the match. By now, the brothers are probably choosing who gets to fight you first. Gene felt the rush of anticipation build in his chest. Finally, ever since he arrived, he wanted to test himself against the manhwa warriors, to fight them for real. He clenched his fist. Yes. But then Tantal added, to be honest, Gene, I feel like it might still be a little early for you. Gene smirked. Oh, sounds like you think you're going to lose. Gene frowned slightly. Are the regular warriors here really that strong? Strong enough to match the White Wolf clan? Tantal chuckled. The White Wolf clan? Please. The warriors of Manhwa are leagues beyond them. Even the elite Red Tiger lords would have a hard time keeping up. And don't forget, First Brother isn't exactly your biggest fan. Don't expect an easy matchup. Gene stroked his chin, weighing the odds. Yeah, if we're going by human standards, just about every Manhwa warrior is at least 9-star level. Whoever I face, it's not going to be a walk in the park. Tantal nodded. Exactly. But don't worry, I'll be cheering for you. Gene tilted his head. Wait, what was that advice you gave me again? Tantal grinned. I told you to take a good look at the Manhwa sword. Gene smirked. Already did. Thanks to Boris's memories, he'd seen it. Seen how the sword moved, how it cut, how it controlled the flow of a fight. But this would be different. This time, he'd face it in real combat. Tantal waved him along. All right, you've got some time before the match. Head to the waiting room and rest up. Gene gave a firm nod. Got it. Inside the waiting room, Gene was given a quiet corner. Without delay, he unsheathed his sword and began cleaning it, making sure every inch was pristine. He moved with care, focused, calm, ready. Then, from across the hall, a voice thundered out. Gene, you ready? He turned and saw Boris jogging toward him, energy bouncing off him like static. Gene couldn't help but grin. You guys made it. Boris and Garmin joined him, but Gene stayed composed. There's not much to prep. Once they pick my opponent, I'll fight. His grip tightened on his sword. Win or lose. I'm ready. Garmin nodded. You're strong enough. Then he sighed, almost like he couldn't believe his own words. No, he's something else entirely. It's hard to believe he's just a human kid. Don't let it shake you, though, he added quickly. Gene said nothing, but Boris looked uneasy. I'm just worried, Boris admitted. Jin's the type who takes failure hard. Rinfa stood nearby, arms crossed. She finally spoke. It's always harder for people who've never failed before. Boris nodded. Exactly. That's why, Gene, you need to know how to get back up if things go south. Gene tilted his head, confused. Why are you all acting like I've already lost? Boris sighed. Because we don't want you to turn out like Timur. Jin's eyes narrowed. Timur. Garmin nodded. Yeah, before coming to La Perosa, Timur had never lost a single fight. But once he got here, he started losing, and it broke him. Gene asked, what kind of level was he at during his first match? Lena, listening in, answered without hesitation. A little stronger than I am now. But even he struggled against the regular warriors. Boris added, and after that first loss, he just shut down, locked himself away, fell into depression, never really came back from it. Gene chuckled, shaking his head. They got all wrong. Losing once. That was nothing. Gene had failed plenty of times, bled, suffered, clawed his way out of hell more times than he could count. Even in his past life, he'd been crushed and broken. Yet he always got back up. With a quiet, confident smile, he looked at them. Don't worry. I'm not Timur. A few hours before the match, the Manhwa gathered at the arena. The stands were packed, the air electric with anticipation. It had been 1,000 years since the last major match, and the betting had already started. Oh, come on. How many moves before he's done? One onlooker whispered. 10 max, someone replied. Same here. 10 at most. Gene stepped into the ring. The roar of the crowd was deafening. He looked around, eyebrows raised. Are they seriously betting on how fast I'll lose? He sighed, brushing some dust from his shoulder. This clan really has a gambling problem. A moment later, Jin's opponent finally stepped into the ring. The moment he appeared, the arena exploded with cheers. The Shaka brothers are back, someone shouted from the stands. The excitement hit a fever pitch as a tall, broad-shouldered warrior with long hair strode confidently toward the center of the arena. His name was Shaku, known across the clan as the Lightning of Battle. He smirked as he approached. So, is the undefeated warrior ready? Gene stood slowly, calm and unfazed. No need to be. Just come at me like you're trying to kill me. The smirk on Shaka's face faded, just slightly. He looked unsettled. Gene didn't stop there. If you treat this like any ordinary match, you'll pull your punches. You'll think I'm too durable to die, and that hesitation will be your downfall. Without another word, Jean drew his sword and tossed it to the ground. Shaka blinked, then scoffed. You're either bold or insane. But his expression shifted. The confidence faded into irritation. No one's more annoying than a human who doesn't know their place. His eyes narrowed. Is he trying to provoke me? Then it happened. A soft glow began to radiate from Jin's chest. It expanded, slow, steady, until his entire body was enveloped in a subtle, golden light. Shaka's smirk disappeared completely. You wait, that glow. Jin picked up his sword, and with a sudden, fluid motion, he unleashed it. Manhwa. A blast of energy tore across the battlefield, rippling with fierce pressure. The ground trembled. Shaka jumped back instinctively, heart pounding. Who taught you the Manhwa sword technique? Jin didn't answer. Instead, he surged forward, his blade whistling through the air like a predator locked onto its prey. Shaka's face paled. That sword. It's incredible. Jin muttered to himself, eyes locked on the strike. Shaka staggered, still trying to comprehend what he was seeing. No way. The Manhwa technique isn't something just anyone can learn. It's exclusive to our bloodline. And he wasn't wrong. The Manhwa sword wasn't just about form. It required something more. A rare trait. The mind's light. Without it, the technique was useless, no matter how well someone memorized the steps. But Jin wasn't imitating it. He'd unlocked the key, the memory in Boris's tooth, that had triggered everything, that had awakened the mind's light within him. Since that day, he hadn't stopped training. Over and over, every swing, every breath, every second honed toward this moment. He charged at Shaka with everything he had. No hesitation. Only one thing left now, fight. Boom. A deafening shockwave rocked the arena. Outside the ring, Garmund, Boris, and Rinfa watched in silence. Some spectators stared, stunned. Boris's eyes narrowed, his joy gone, replaced with quiet concern. But Shaka wasn't some pushover. As the dust settled, he stood tall, sword braced, locked against Jin in a fierce clash. A man who dares to wield the Manhwa technique so carelessly. Shaka growled, voice tight with fury. Then he shouted across the field, Fifth Battle King. Boris's expression changed instantly. Shaka didn't take his eyes off Jin. Do you still have your fusion skill? A voice called back, steady and confident. Of course. Shaka nodded. Good. He took a deep breath. Suddenly, his chest lit up, brilliant yellow, flashing like a supernova. Jin narrowed his eyes. What is that? A wave of pressure surged outward as Shaka's energy exploded from his body, crackling, roaring, blinding. The very air vibrated. Then, with a thunderous roar that shook the arena to its core, Shaka's power erupted. A towering blast of destruction erupted, far more powerful than Jin's Manhwa sword could ever unleash. Shaka's roar thundered across the battlefield. You dare disgrace the Manhwa sword like that? I'll make you regret it. The aura around him surged violently. He wasn't just powerful. He was the heir of a legend that had never known defeat. Jin's gaze locked in. Lights swirled around him, forming a radiant halo that expanded into a massive formation. He raised his sword high, calling out to the goddess. But nothing. Confusion flashed across his face. Why wasn't she answering? Then it hit him. This place, it's a dimension crafted by Mr. Soderette. Tess can't enter here. Before he could think further, Shaka closed the gap in a flash, voice sharp with mockery. Running into trouble, are we? With blinding speed, Shaka brought his blade down. Jin ducked just in time, barely escaping the crushing force of the strike. The weight of Shaka's aura pressed down like a mountain, but Jin wouldn't back down. Tightening his grip, he charged. His sword sliced through the air, relentless, precise, and fierce. But it wasn't enough. Shaka didn't budge. His power was overwhelming, his presence suffocating. One burst of energy, and Jin went flying, his body slammed into the ground like a discarded doll. Dust rose as he tumbled across the battlefield. Pain screamed through his limbs, but he forced himself upright. Shaka came at him again, sword ready. Jin didn't flinch. He met him head-on. They collided like twin storms, every strike shaking the ground beneath them. Their auras exploded on impact, rippling through the arena. Jin gritted his teeth. He's fast. Too fast. He tracked every move, looking for a flaw, but Shaka was airtight. No openings. No weak spots. Then Jin saw it. A place no training could protect. He didn't hesitate. In one burst of motion, he lunged and drove his finger straight for Shaka's eye. But instead of soft flesh, it felt like he'd stabbed solid stone. A sickening crack echoed as Jin recoiled. His finger bent at an unnatural angle, mangled and throbbing. His eyes went wide. What is he? Shaka's grin widened. Didn't anyone tell you? Our eyes are as tough as our hearts. A chill ran down Jin's spine. This guy isn't human. Shaka let out a low, grim laugh. Back when our kind ruled, there were hundreds of thousands of warriors just like me. His aura erupted again. Murderous pressure poured from his body, freezing the air. Jin's limbs locked. His sword felt heavier by the second. Shaka's voice sliced through the silence. Having trouble holding that blade. With a casual flick, he knocked the sword clean from Jin's hands. This, Shaka said, grinning, is normal suppression. It's a force field that tugs at your weapon, making it useless. Before Jin could react, Shaka's fist came crashing toward him. Jin twisted away just in time, landing hard but rolling quickly back to his feet. Too close. I can't fight like this. He bolted back, putting distance between them. He was still in the fight. And behind the pain, there was a plan forming in his eyes. Shaka looked like he was having the time of his life. The more Jin tried to escape, the more it fueled his excitement. He closed the distance like a predator toying with his prey. Jin glanced over his shoulder. He's closing in, but I only need one opening. With everything he had, Jin darted across the battlefield, his movements swift and agile, searching for the right moment. Then, there it was. He came to a sudden stop, sword raised. He began channeling his energy. Spirit sword, first form. Power surged through him as he fused it with the decapitating soul technique. Then, with a single strike, he unleashed a fierce, devastating slash aimed straight at Shaku. But Shaku was faster. His blade collided with Jin's before the technique could even begin. With a smirk, he muttered, "You really thought I'd just let you try that?" He knocked Jin's sword aside with brutal force, then grabbed him by the collar. Before Jin could react, Shaka drove his fist in his gut. Jin's body lifted off the ground from the impact, blood spraying from his mouth as he crashed hard into the dirt. But Shaka wasn't done. Before Jin could move, a foot came crashing down, slamming into the ground beside him, shaking the earth with its force. Jin tried to rise, but his body was failing. Blood ran from his nose and mouth. Every breath felt like fire. Shaka didn't let up. He lifted his leg again and slammed it into Jin's ribs. Then, with eerie calm, he ground his foot into Jin's skull, smashing his face into the dirt. Still not satisfied, he sent Jin flying with a brutal kick. Jin's body crashed against jagged rocks, torn and bloodied. His limbs were battered, his strength drained. Everything was slipping away. Above him, Shaku's blade gleamed coldly in the dim light, descending with deadly intent. Shaku pointed his sword at Jin's throat and leaned in. "Just like I said, I'm taking everything. Your limbs are mine." He gripped Jin's throat and whispered, "Next time, learn your place." The sword flashed. Darkness. Elsewhere, Jin's mind floated in a hazy void. Voices echoed faintly. His eyes barely opened. Two blurry figures hovered above him, Boras and Belize. "This kid's not like the others," Boras muttered. He sighed, resigned. "If you're saying that, then I guess we've got no choice." Jin flinched slightly as a needle slid into his skin. A strange warmth spread through his veins. "Start the transfusion," Boras ordered quietly. "Let's hope he survives." A golden glow traced through Jin's body, his veins lighting up as something foreign merged with his blood. His muscles tightened. Then, suddenly, his eyes snapped open. Pure white. His body convulsed as raw, uncontrollable energy erupted from within. Boras and Belize exchanged tense glances. Something had awakened inside him. But something was wrong. Jin couldn't hear Soderette. There was a strange emptiness. Was his body rejecting the blood? Would he die here, just like the god of war had warned? And if he did, would their entire race vanish with him? "They're afraid," Ban's voice whispered somewhere in the void. "But even if he dies, that's the fate we've all accepted, him included." Jin drifted between two worlds, life and death. The voices continued, but their faces never appeared. His body floated in a dark ocean, the waves pulling him down. He knew, if he let go now, it would all end. Then it came back to him. That moment of defeat. The brutal reality of being broken, helpless, and crushed under Shaka's power. For the first time, Jin had felt true despair. But then, another memory broke through the haze. Yona, standing there with a bottle of wine in her hand. "This wine's poisoned," she'd said with a sly grin. "But if you drink it and use the mind's eye of the limit, no assassin will be able to touch you. Even I'd have a hard time taking you down." She'd laugh then, her voice light. "When the time comes, I won't be around to give you gifts like this anymore. Kind of a shame, isn't it? Anyway, take care of yourself, okay?" That moment felt like it belonged to another life. Now, soaked in sweat and trembling, Jin gritted his teeth. Pain ripped through his body like wildfire. His insides twisted. Every nerve screamed. But who said this was the end? Not fate. Not Shaco. Not anyone. He still had promises to keep. People waiting for him. His veins throbbed with unnatural energy. The power Boras had infused into him spread through every inch of his body. And from deep within his chest, a strange, glowing light began to rise. "I'll decide what happens to me." That thought echoed loud and clear as his awareness slowly returned. March 16th, year 179. It had been a long time since he'd passed out. Jin's eyes snapped open. At first, he just lay there, staring at the ceiling. Disoriented. Silent. Then it clicked. "I survived." He pushed himself up, muscles aching and stiff, as if they'd been in use for weeks. How long was I out? A month? I've wasted too much time. I need to. Then he saw it. A glowing light pulsed from his chest, bright enough to bathe the room in its glow. Jin's brow furrowed. He raised a hand to the light. What is this? The energy inside felt overwhelming. Alien, but strangely familiar. Something about him had changed. His eyes widened. No way. Is this a Mianwang heart? It couldn't be. Those were rare beyond belief. Yet his body told him otherwise. Could Boris's blood alone really create something like this? Before he could dwell on it, the door creaked open. A voice rang out. You're awake. Jin turned. It was Bon, the goddess. She stepped in, calm and collected. God of War, she said. I wasn't sure how to explain this to you. Jin's mind started racing again. She continued. Boris gave me his fangs. Using his blood, I created the heart inside you. We didn't exactly ask for permission. Jin's face darkened. So I had no say in this. Bon lifted an eyebrow. Would you have refused? He scoffed. Do I even get to say no at this point? I was awake right before the transfusion started, you know. Bon exhaled sharply, almost annoyed. If that's how you feel, then I apologize. Jin rubbed his forehead, sighing. I'm not asking for an apology. I just need to understand what this means. This heart, whether I wanted it or not, it's part of me now. He looked down at his glowing chest. This is my contract. Not with you. With myself. Bon watched him for a moment, then turned to leave, a faint smirk on her lips. Huh, I thought you'd be more difficult. Jin's voice followed her. If you were my enemy, you'd be seeing a different side of me right now. But even as he said it, doubts lingered. This new heart, was it a blessing or a burden? Would it truly make him one of them? The Mianwang might accept him now. But for people like Shaku, this would only make the hate run deeper. Almost as if she'd read his thoughts, Bon replied offhandedly. Probably. Jin crossed his arms. Then let me ask you something. She paused and glanced back. He lowered his voice. Tell me honestly, if I hadn't had your help while I was here, would I ever have been truly accepted? Bon hesitated. Her eyes flicked to his clenched fists, then back up. If I said yes, she asked, what would you do? Rip that heart out. Jin smirked. It was created with my own power, wasn't it? But it's not something you asked for, she said evenly. He let out a breath. Maybe not. But if I can't reach your level without relying on your blood, then that's all it'll ever be to me. A shortcut, nothing more. Bon studied him quietly, then gave the faintest smile. Jin still carried doubts, but one thing was clear. The path ahead was his to choose. She narrowed her eyes. Then tell me this. Why would you want to destroy it? Jin's voice was steady. Because if I made it once, I can make it again. That means it belongs to me. But this started out as someone else's power. And if it didn't come entirely from me, then I'll never see it as mine. Bon tilted her head, a smirk forming. You're surprisingly grounded. A man who stands by his words. She crossed her arms. But just so you know, my brothers would have recognized you even without the blood. Jin blinked, caught off guard. For the first time in a long while, something shifted in his chest. He placed his hand over the glowing heart. In that case, I'll put it to good use. With that settled, he turned to the matter at hand. I'll be leaving in May. There are things I need to deal with. But once I'm done, I'll return. Until then, we can adjust my training schedule. Bon nodded. That gives us 2 months. Mornings with the 7th King, Belize. Afternoons with Shaku. 49 days later. As expected, the Mianwang heart didn't earn him any special treatment. Some of the Mianwang were openly hostile, at least in the beginning. But when they realized he hadn't asked for the heart, the cold stares started to fade. The Mianwang weren't just strong. They were on another level entirely. And if Jin wanted to close that distance, he had to earn it. So for 49 days, he fought Shaku, and lost. All 49 times. But he didn't sulk. Every fight brought new insights. Each loss peeled back another layer of what it meant to survive the highest level. After 10 battles, he was sure he could take Luna. After 20, he wasn't so sure anymore. By 30, he knew. He wasn't on Luna's level yet. At 40, he realized something else. If he timed it right, he could take one of Shaka's arms. The gap was shrinking. His speed had skyrocketed. His instincts sharpened. Every match with Shaka wasn't just a fight. It was a crucible. He'd started to enjoy them. Not because he liked the pain, but because of what he became in the middle of each clash. There was only one drawback. His limbs kept getting sliced off, which meant regular visits to Bora's for emergency healing. But even that didn't bother him much anymore. Eventually, the Mianwang stopped bringing up Timar. Stopped comparing him to someone else. Jin had carved out a place of his own. Today, once again, Jin and Shaku stepped into the ring. The crowd roared, the air electric with anticipation. Someone shouted from the stands. Jin, make it count today. Time for Shaku to lose one. Jin caught the look on Shaku's face, tense, almost annoyed. He grinned. What's with that look? Don't tell me you're tired of me already. Shaku chuckled. Not at all. If anything, I've started enjoying our fights. You're getting harder to hit. Jin's expression turned cold. That kind of sentiment won't help me out there. Let's just fight. Shaka sighed. You really don't know how to take a joke. Up above, Bond stood watching, her eyes locked on the arena below, tracking every movement. Then a voice addressed her from behind. Dear God of War. She turned. Tantel approached with purpose. What is it, Tantel? I heard Jin's leaving La Perosa soon, he said. The others are warming up to him. I think it's time we let them challenge him. Formally. Another voice chimed in. Tantel's right. People come just to watch him fight. Why should it only be Shaku testing him? Bond thought for a moment, then rose to her feet. Her voice rang out across the gathering of warriors. If that's how you all feel, she said, then we'll make it official. There are 2 weeks left before Jin departs. Anyone who wants to challenge him, step forward. She raised her hand. If he defeats you, do we agree to recognize him as our brother? Her gaze swept the crowd. Any objections? As expected, KO's expression darkened. He didn't speak, but his glare toward the ring said it all. I don't want to accept him. But deep down, KO couldn't deny it. Garmin had trained Jin in the Shadow Sword and the soul-severing technique. Boris had given him Muller's blood, something no one else had ever received. Jin had helped Rinfa complete his training without ever asking for anything in return. And even after being cut down day after day, he'd never shown arrogance, never complained, never gave up. He endured. Right then, a thunderous footstep echoed across the ring. Baltarok stepped forward. His voice boomed. I am King Baltarok. I accept Gene Runcandel as our brother. A rare smile broke across his face, genuine and proud. From the sidelines, Boris glanced at Garment. The realization hit both of them at once. Without a word, they leapt down into the ring. Their voices echoed across the field. We, the 8 fighting kings and the 5 fighting kings, accept Gene Runcandel as our brother. Tantel grinned as others joined in, their expressions filled with respect. Then, Tantel raised his voice, calling toward the massive gates. Gatekeeper of La Perosa, it's me, Tantel. Shaku turned to the crowd and nodded firmly. I also acknowledge Gene Runcandel as our brother. Gene froze. The words hit him like thunder. He hadn't expected this. Not so soon. Not like this. But a slow smile spread across his face. Footsteps approached. The giant gates creaked open. A golden light bathed the arena as Bond stepped forward, radiant and commanding. So it's decided. She looked around. No one objected. With a sweep of her hands, she summoned a glowing sphere into the air, then clapped her palms together, shattering it in a brilliant explosion of light. From this day forward, Bond declared, Gene Runcandel is one of us. Once Gene was officially accepted into the Myungwang, everything kicked into high gear. Those eager to challenge him didn't waste a second. They settled the order of their duels the old-fashioned way. Rock, paper, scissors. By the end of that same day, Gene was already locked in non-stop combat. From morning to night, there was no break. If the sun was up, he was fighting. If it was down, he was still fighting. The stage was soaked in blood again and again, and his world became one long, brutal match after another. Every single member of the Myungwang clan came at him. No time to rest, no time to think, just one relentless challenger after the next. By dawn, it all started over again. Then came the rematch with Shaku. This time, Gene had every intention of smashing him into the ground. He landed a few sharp hits, and Shaku immediately threw his hands in the air. I give up. Gene blinked. What? Shaku grinned. You already beat everyone else. Let's just skip the part where I get humiliated. Gene let out a long sigh. This guy. With that, the match was over. Now only 9 days remained before Gene would have to face the dueling kings. Until then, he continued to fight the rest. Eventually, after a relentless streak of battles, Gene completed all 64 matches against the Myungwang champions. That night, the palace was bathed in moonlight. Inside, the hall was alive with celebration. Laughter echoed off the walls, and the smell of roasted meats and spiced drinks filled the air. Tantel raised his cup with a grin. Brother Gene, you survived the madness. Let's drink. Gene accepted the glass, only for his face to twist in horror. He sniffed it. That smell. No, it couldn't be. Wait, is this that same awful mineral wine from when I got here? Tantel laughed and nudged him. Oh, come on. It's different now. Just try it. Gene eyed the cup like it might bite him. Different, huh? He gave a swirl, sighed, then took the plunge. One gulp in, his eyes went wide. Wait, this is actually good. Sweet. Smooth. What is this? Boris chuckled nearby. Same wine. Gene whipped his head around. No way. Yup, Boris said. That gem heart of yours changed how it tastes. Gene was stunned. That's actually crazy. Before he could finish the thought, Shaka suddenly threw an arm around him like they'd been drinking buddies forever. Right. Since you're already toasting, have a drink with me too. Gene laughed, handed over his glass, and nodded. You're on. They counted down, clinked glasses, and downed them in one go. Boom. The alcohol hit them like a battering ram. Shaka doubled over, laughing. Oh man, instant regret. Gene groaned, rubbing his head. Yeah, bad call. But the party was just getting started. All around them, Voices erupted. Jean, drink this one. No, mine first. Here. From me. He couldn't tell when it happened, but at some point his tiny cup had transformed into a giant tub of booze. With a wild grin, Jean raised it and chugged the entire thing. The hall exploded in cheers. The crowd hoisted him into the air, shouting his name like a champion. Amid the chaos, Rinfa collapsed from sheer sensory overload, hitting the floor with a loud thud. The room erupted with laughter. The celebration had just begun. Eventually, drained from the chaos, Jean finally made his way back to his room. His face was flushed from all the drinking, and the weight of the alcohol was beginning to settle in. He eased the door shut, took a long breath, and leaned against the wall. Some fresh air might help. He climbed up to the rooftop, hoping the night breeze would clear his head. But someone was already there. Belize. She stood silently at the edge, gazing up at the moon. Under its glow, her silver hair shimmered like starlight. Jean walked over and asked casually, "You out here too? What are you doing?" Belize turned, a gentle smile on her face. "You seem happy tonight, Jean." He chuckled. Hard not to be. That party was something else. She nodded, eyes returning to the sky. Even though this place was created by Soderette, it still feels like home, like the world we left behind. Jean looked up with her. "Yeah, I get that." After a quiet moment, he asked, "Aren't you curious about the outside world? I mean, no one's ever asked me about it, even though I'm from there." Belize's smile faded, her gaze turning distant. "That's because, when our time stopped, we realized we'd never return." Jean frowned. "Wouldn't that make you even more curious?" She let out a soft laugh. "Maybe, but longing for something out of reach, what good does it do? No matter how much we remember the people we loved, they're gone. Forever." He instantly regretted asking. "Sorry, I didn't mean to bring that up." Belize shook her head, still smiling. "It's all right, but..." She hesitated. "I heard something from Bon." Jin's eyes narrowed. "What was it?" Belize turned to him, her expression unreadable, her voice barely above a whisper. "The outside world, it's been over 500 years. Maybe, just maybe, they've discovered a way to get us out of here. Magic, technology, something." Jean stared at her. The idea caught him off guard. Could they really leave this place? He thought it through, and frowned. Not likely. As far as he knew, interdimensional travel was still unreliable at best. No one even knew how to properly connect the fire world, the Phoenix realm, with the human one. The only consistent method was summoning, and even that had limitations. Dark magic. It showed potential, but it was outlawed by the association and still not well understood. So how could someone like Belize ever make it back? Jean remembered the day Tantel came to fetch him. He hadn't physically left La Perosa, but he was still able to observe the outside world. "How did that work?" he asked. Belize nodded. "Only happens when an heir appears near the desert." "An heir? It's a rare phenomenon," she explained. "That's why I wanted to ask." She paused, then took a step closer. "Jean, if it's not too much to ask, could you look into it for us? Try to find a way for us to return." Jean didn't hesitate. "Yeah," he said. "I'll do everything I can. Once I'm back out there, I'll find a way to open that path." By sunrise, Jean was already up, standing by the lake with his sword in hand. His movements were sharp, methodical, precise. He cleaned his blade slowly, deep in thought. The compass. It was time to move. If he didn't act now, he might not get another chance. Luckily, Yona had managed to secure intel from Buber Workshop. A stroke of luck, one he couldn't afford to waste. A once-in-a-lifetime chance. Jean clenched his fist. "I can't afford to fail." Then a voice called from behind. "You look deep in thought, Brother Jean. Something weighing on you." He turned to see Bon approaching. A smile tugged at his lips. "Perfect timing. I actually want to talk to you," Jean said. "It's about that important matter we discussed before." Bon crossed her arms. You mean the one you said you'd handle in May?" Jean nodded. "Yeah, I need to head back and execute our plan with my team. But..." He exhaled, dragging a hand through his hair. "I don't know if I'm strong enough yet." Bon raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing at the edge of her mouth. "That's rich. Who exactly do you think you've been fighting here?" Jean sighed. "I know. These warriors, they're gods in human form. But that's just it. If I were on their level, I wouldn't be hesitating like this." His eyes lowered. "I haven't beaten a single one of them." Bon didn't interrupt. He kept going, his voice softer now. "If it were just me, I wouldn't care how many times I got hurt. But my team, they're not all as strong. If something happened to one of them..." He left the rest unsaid. Bon's expression shifted. She studied him quietly, then finally spoke. "So that's what's really eating at you." She gave a small nod, then reached into her robe and handed him a sword. Jean blinked in surprise. "What is this?" "It's my Phoenix Thunder sword," she said. "Sigmund, Bora's reforged it for you." Jean ran his hand along the hilt, feeling its sheer intensity. This wasn't just a weapon, it was a force. Then Bon raised her hand toward him. "Use the time you have left to fight me." His eyes widened in disbelief. "You? But I haven't even finished my training with the Fighting Kings." Bon's lips curved into a lazy smirk. "Didn't you say time is running out? Relax. I'll inform them myself." She stepped closer, her presence suddenly heavy, her voice losing all playfulness. Until you leave, I'll guide you. I'll help stabilize your spirit and your sword. Jean froze. Could he really change paths now? Could he afford to? His gaze dropped to Sigmund, the blade glinting under the sun. All he had to do was draw it. At first, he didn't truly understand what that meant. But the moment he entered the arena and faced the god of war, reality crashed down on him. The pressure felt like a collapsing sky, crushing, suffocating. Just standing there felt like drowning. Jean tightened his grip, and when he finally drew Sigmund, the truth pierced him like a blade through his chest. I'm gonna die. Sweat slid down his face. His mind tore through every tactic, every form, every possible outcome. Yet none of them led to survival. He replayed battle after battle, desperately searching for a loophole. There was none. If I draw this sword, I die. His thoughts spiraled, panic squeezing his chest. There has to be a way. There has to be something I'm missing. By the 5th day, that fear had twisted into raw desperation. Jean trained like a man possessed, pushing past reason, forcing his body and mind to their limits, desperate to master Sigmund. And in just 5 days, he died 90,000 times. Each clash, each swing, each failure was torture, death after death, again and again. And now, today, he would finally wield Sigmund in a real battle. The sword in his hand flared with violent light, its radiance warping the air itself. This time, it wouldn't be another death. It would be war. A thunderous blast ripped through the arena as Jean charged. Dust and smoke exploded outward, swallowing the field in a swirling haze. The ground quaked beneath them. This impact shook the battlefield to its core. When the dust slowly cleared, only one figure remained standing. Bon. She had stopped Jin's blade, right at her throat, with a single finger. Effortless. A faint smirk rested on her lips. That was a good move, she said calmly. You could have used that from the start. Jean stood before her, soaked in sweat, chest rising and falling, every breath a struggle. He took a long breath before speaking. This time, I drew my sword because for the first time, I didn't feel like I was going to die. His fist clenched. It wasn't enough, but it felt different. Bon smiled, warm and knowing. Don't let that shake you, she said. Before time froze, barely anyone could even graze me. 5 days ago, you already had this strike. You just didn't use it. Jin's brow tightened. Because I didn't trust myself. She nodded once. Exactly. You didn't believe in your own strength. And because of that, you had to endure failure after failure. Jean let out a slow breath, a faint smile forming at the edges of his lips. So that's it. In this fight, I remembered something I'd forgotten, he said quietly. I realized it once before, when I faced Timar's illusion. But somewhere along the way, I lost sight of it. Bon gave a soft laugh. That's what doubt does. It blinds you. If you hadn't figured it out, her eyes glinted. I was ready to take Sigmund back. Jin's eyes widened. Even after everything. But you didn't quit, she replied. You landed that strike. Because this time, you truly believed you could. In the final 4 days, Jean completed a legendary technique. A sacred art from the god of war's own arsenal. A move that could only be performed with Sigmund, the holy sword of the manhwa. When it was finished, he slid the blade back into its sheath and smiled. Now, I'm ready. It's time to return to my friends. Bon nodded in approval. Good. I'll be waiting for our next battle. She gestured behind her. They're waiting for you at the King's Fighting Hall. Once you say your goodbyes, you're free to leave. Jean bowed his head. God of War. Thank you. But Bon stepped forward and gently lifted his chin. Look up, she said softly. There's no need for formality between siblings. She cupped his cheeks and smiled. Travel safely, my brother. A genuine smile spread across Jin's face. Yes, and when I return, I'll be even stronger. May 17th, 1797. After parting with each of his brothers, Jean finally left La Perosa behind. As he walked, his thoughts raced ahead. There was too much to prepare for. But one realization stayed with him. Mianwang artifacts could leave this world, but the warriors themselves could not. To test it, he hid a Mianwang emblem inside the cloak Boris had made for him. He filled his pack with essentials, mineral wine, cocoa cakes, and whatever else he could carry. Who knew when he would taste them again? When he crossed the blazing great desert of Mitra, he braced for the heat, but it barely affected him. Was it the brutal training in La Perosa? Or was it the gem heart? Either way, he kept moving, ready for whatever waited beyond the sands. For days after leaving La Perosa, he reached the same place where he had once parted from his guide. Now, on May 25th, he followed a narrow stream, the wind cool against his face. Then, suddenly, voices echoed ahead. Whoa, you really crossed the great desert. The Watertail tribe had spotted him. Jean turned, a grin spreading as he recognized one of them. Dark Spark. Perfect timing. How have you been? What brings you out here? Dark Spark laughed. Just finished a trade run. Golden Tongue's back in Yuka now. Jean nodded slowly. So, things really are moving fast. Dark Spark's smile faded. You're alive. That alone is shocking. We thought you were dead. Jean let out a short smirk. Can't blame you. Things got messy. But I survived. They walked together, trading brief updates, until Jean finally spoke again. I'm heading to Yuka Yuka too. Darkspark stopped instantly. No, you can't. Jean frowned. What? Darkspark lowered his voice. The Red Tiger clan arrived a few days ago. It's bad. Really bad. You should change course. Go to Mekamika Market instead. He pulled out a few coins and pressed them into Jin's hand. Take this. For travel. Jean paused. If I turn back, how long will I lose? 3, maybe 4 days, Darkspark answered. Jin's eyes hardened. Too long. I have urgent business. He glanced around. Any hidden routes? Darkspark shook his head. None that won't get you killed. Jean exhaled. Then I'm going straight through. Darkspark stiffened. You don't understand. They're slaughtering any humans they see. Jin's lips curved into a calm, confident smile. Then I'll deal with them. Darkspark hesitated, but Jean was already moving on. Night fell, and the desert wind grew cold. The caravan continued until dark silhouettes appeared ahead. Red tigers. Everyone slipped behind a brush. Darkspark whispered, this is bad. If they see you, you're dead. Jean remained calm. You go first. I'll follow behind. After a moment, Darkspark nodded. Be careful. The water-tailed tribe's carriage rolled forward. The red tigers stopped them and began inspecting the cargo. Oof. You brought plenty this time, one of them muttered, digging through crates. They seemed satisfied, until one of them suddenly smacked Darkspark on the head. You're kinda cute too, the warrior sneered. From the shadows, Jin's eyes narrowed. Enough. His voice cut through the night. If you already took their money, you should have let them pass. Why rough them up too? The red tigers froze and turned. A lone human stood in the distance, arms crossed. Hey, is that a human? One scoffed, stepping forward. Where do you think you're going, Brad? Get over here and hand everything over. Another laughed. Yeah, strip while you're at it. Might let you crawl away. Jean didn't move. His smirk remained. Funny. That's exactly what I was about to say to you. Jin's voice dropped, cold and sharp. Now, return everything you took from the beastman, while I'm still asking nicely. The red tiger stiffened. Something about him felt wrong. His presence, his tone, the pressure in the air. But they still lunged forward. Jean sighed. Knew you wouldn't listen. The instant he released his killing intent, the world seemed to tighten around him. The air grew heavy, suffocating, as if an invisible hand was crushing everything in its grasp. One of the tigers staggered, his breath choking in his throat as the pressure slammed into him. His knees shook, then gave out. He hit the ground with a hard thud. The other warrior went pale. His whole body trembled as he dropped to his knees. Please, have mercy, he begged. Jean stepped forward, calm and merciless, planting his foot on the fallen warrior's chest. I'll count to 3, he said coldly. If you're still here by then, you're dead. He began. 1. The other tiger scrambled up in panic. 2. With a desperate groan, he slung his unconscious partner over his back. 3. Before Jean could finish, the tiger bolted, sprinting on all fours like his life depended on it. I'm out of here. Jean watched them disappear, shaking his head with faint amusement. Then he turned back to Darkspark and casually held out the stolen fish. This is yours. You paid for it. Darkspark's eyes lit up as he took it, nodding eagerly. Thank you, human. He hesitated, then asked, would you stay for our clan's feast? We're celebrating a successful hunt. Jean checked the time and gave a small, apologetic smile. I'd like to, but I can't stay long. As he turned, he added, return everything else to their owners. Grateful, the water-tailed tribe quickly prepared a hot piece of grilled fish and offered it to him. Jean paused, then smiled faintly. All right, just one bite. He accepted it and sat by the fire with them. As the fish crackled over the flames, Jean finally let out a soft laugh. All right, let's eat. I was hungry anyway. They gathered close, sharing the fresh meal. Between bites, Jean asked casually, can I buy dye in Yuka Yuka Market? Darkspark blinked. Dye? For what? I need a disguise. Where I'm going, I can't be recognized. Darkspark nodded. Then skip dye. Try the Golden Tribe's makeup technique. It's much better. Jin's eyes lit with interest. All right, let's check it out after we're done. A short while later, Darkspark guided him through the stalls until they reached the Golden Tribe's booth. A robed mouse beastman stood behind the counter, flashing a sly grin. Well, back from the dead, huh? Lucky you. Without waiting, he snapped open a catalog. So you need a disguise? Let's start with our premium dyes. He flipped the pages theatrically. I know what you're thinking, pricey, right? But these are top tier. Crystals, rare plants, natural flower pigments. You want colors? We've got them. You want fragrance? You'll smell like royalty. And who knows, your kids might even be born with the same hair color. Darkspark groaned. Save the pitch. This guy just took out the Red Tiger clan. That wiped the grin right off the merchant's face. The water-tailed tribe stepped forward, proudly displaying the recovered goods. Look, we got everything back. Everything they stole, returned. The merchant spun toward Darkspark, eyes wide. Wait, so you tell me that now? After you let me ramble about products? Why didn't you stop me? Darkspark shrugged. Wanted to see how long you'd go. He sighed, clearly tired. You were enjoying yourself too much. The merchant threw his hands up. Do you realize what almost happened? I nearly charged a war hero. I'd have destroyed my reputation. People would think I'm a greedy, shameless rat. Jean watched from the side, silent. This energy felt strangely familiar. But the mouse wasn't finished. He jabbed a finger at Darkspark. If I had charged him, I'd have ruined everything. Someone who defeated the Red Tiger clan deserves respect, not a bill. Darkspark rubbed his forehead. All right, you're sorry. Let's move on. At last, the merchant turned to Jean and bowed deeply. My sincerest apologies. I didn't know you were the one behind their fall. You've done every merchant in Yuka Yuka a favor. He straightened and gestured to his booth. No charge. Your disguise is on the house. Come in. Let me show you what the Golden Tribe's finest makeup can do. May 31st, 1797. The skies over Belladue hung low and heavy. A creeping darkness pressed down on the southern harbor town like a curse. Jean walked through the narrow, lantern-lit streets, his blonde hair faintly catching the light beneath his hood. His eyes stayed sharp, taking in every shadow. Still the same. Belladue hadn't changed at all. Now hidden beneath a new disguise, crafted by the Golden Tribe, Jean moved carefully through the streets he once knew. His clothes were different, his aura concealed, but the people were the same, mercenaries, drifters, addicts. Belladue had always attracted the broken. Most had lost everything in the Cosmos arena and were now empty shells, wandering in desperation. But farther north, beyond this ruined town, the atmosphere shifted. Behind layers of illusion and gold stood a towering castle. To the world, a palace of splendor. Beneath it, rot, an aristocrat's playground where the elite gambled and indulged in secret. And tomorrow, that was where the compass would lead. Jean drew in a slow breath, a faint unease settling in his chest. I wonder if the others made it here, safely. That was when something caught his eye. A ragged man staggered through the street, laughing like a madman. His clothes were torn, his face hollow, his eyes dull. Another soul broken by the arena. But as the man drifted closer, something clicked. Jin's gaze sharpened. The man stopped in front of him, flashing a wide, crooked grin. He slipped a small piece of paper into Jin's hand. Spare some change for a poor soul. His voice was hoarse, barely more than a whisper. Jin's jaw tightened. Jet, what are you doing like this? He swallowed his frustration and tossed a few coins. Jet caught them midair, eyes gleaming. Bless your soul, friend. He laughed, vanishing back into the crowd. Jean unfolded the note. Password, Bird's Beak Motel, room 203. Check under the bed for a nail board. He folded the paper and turned without hesitation. The Bird's Beacon sat in a dark alley, its cracked sign swaying in the wind. Jean stepped inside. A gruff old man stood behind the counter, barely looking up. No rooms, he growled. Try somewhere else. Jean smirked. He was exactly where he needed to be. Been a while, Bill, he said casually. The innkeeper froze, then slowly reached beneath the counter and slid out a key. Room 203, he muttered. Jean took it and went upstairs. Room 203. He dropped to a crouch, reached under the bed, and felt around until his fingers struck something solid, a board nailed into place. With a sharp pull, he pried it open. Inside sat a small lockbox. Jean gave a faint smile. They hid this well. He opened it. On top lay a folded letter, with a red ticket beneath. Jean read, Sir, it's been some time. The others are already in position across the island. So far, neither Kinzello nor Zipple suspects a thing. Here's what we know. Kinzello has brought in heavy hitters. The Grand Mage of Anne's, Chukan told her, along with 5 mages at least 8-star level. In addition, 3 warriors from the White Wolf clan, each strong enough to command an assault unit. They've also hired specialists, assassins, snipers, and more. Zipple remains hidden. Based on their pattern, they won't act until the operation begins. Mission time, 10 p.m., June 1st. Target, the casino in the Northern Mansion. Your red entry ticket is enclosed. After completion, proceed to the extraction point. The inns housing our allies are listed on the back. Also, after speaking with Lord Kashmir and Lord Neuron, Lady Ceres from the Ice Castle will be joining us. She's sharp. Recon, tactics, ambushes, she excels in all 3. I'll be returning to Tychon after this. Give my regards to Miss Gilly. Good luck, Jet. Jean leaned back, exhaling slowly. A 9-star mage, 5 at 8-star, and 3 elite warriors. Kinzello didn't come here to play. His fingers tapped against the letter. And if Zipple brings the same kind of force, this entire island is about to explode. He stared out the window. The night sky stretched endlessly, stars scattered like distant sparks. By tomorrow night, this pirate haven becomes a battlefield. The quiet wouldn't last. At the Northern Mansion, a roulette will spun, marble clicking as it slowed. The tension thickened with every turn, until it settled on 17. A graceful young woman covered her mouth in mock surprise. Oh my, it seems I won again. Groans rippled through the table, disbelief hanging heavy. An older man with an eye patch leaned toward a defeated player and chuckled. Still no portrait on the wall, and there goes another 1,000 gold. That unlucky gambler was Jean. In one of the city's darker corners stood an old villa turned casino, a strange blend of faded elegance and flashing neon. Its lights pulsed through the night, luring thrill-seekers into a world of chance and ruin. Jean stepped inside, calm and composed. The moment he crossed the threshold, the atmosphere shifted. Voices lowered, heads turned, especially the women. Whoa, someone whispered. Have we ever had someone this good-looking walk in here? Another breathed. Whispers spread like wildfire. Who is he? Should I talk to him? Just one drink. Seeing him already made my week. Amid the buzz, a woman with glasses laughed loudly. Well, a new face. This dusty old casino just got interesting. Jean looked her way and noticed the fluffy cat in her arms. If not for Muraken's warning, I wouldn't have known who she was. She stood and adjusted her glasses, smiling. Zelia. She introduced herself. Jean nodded politely. A pleasure. Not quite Buber's level, but the Ice Palace disguise team did decent work. A casino host soon approached, elegant and warm. First time here? Why not try roulette? It's our most popular game. Jean smiled back. Maybe later. I'll look around first. His eyes scanned the room, connecting the dots. So this is where the rest of our team is gathered around the roulette table. The host, Ceres, let out a light laugh, clearly sensing his caution. A man who thinks before he plays. I like that. She gestured ahead. Come, I'll show you some of the other games. They walked together until she indicated a nearby table. Over and under. You know dice, right? Her tone stayed friendly, but Jean caught the hidden signal. She was pointing out the disguised agents from both Zipple and Kinzello seated close by. After a few steps, she turned back to him, eyes gleaming. If you feel lucky later, I'll be at the roulette table. Jean inclined his head. I'll remember. Ceres smiled teasingly. It's getting late. Don't keep me waiting. Jean chuckled. I'll try not to, ma'am. As he passed the dice table, his expression shifted. Calm, focused, observant. Jet was right. Kinzello's people were here, hiding in plain sight. But something else stood out. Zipple's men were here too. They're elite, pretending to be ordinary gamblers. That meant this wasn't a simple operation. Among them were specialists, operatives sent for something far bigger. Just then, a werewolf player lifted his nose and sniffed the air. His grip tightened on his glass, nostrils flaring as a low growl escaped him. He pushed back from the table and strode straight toward Jean. Hey, you. Jean paused and turned. A werewolf, from the White Wolf clan? The man's face was broad and slightly round, his fur so pale it almost glowed under the lights. He narrowed his eyes and crooked a finger. You, come here. Jean hesitated. Did he sense something? My energy should be completely hidden. Then his face lit up as if struck by sudden excitement. He gasped and spun around dramatically. No way. A real white wolf? Here. I never thought I'd see one up close. He patted himself down and leaned in like an overexcited fan. So the rumors are true. That fur, it's really that white. And smooth too. The werewolf's ears twitched. His expression darkened. Back off, he growled. Okay, maybe too much. Jean raised his hands with an awkward smile. All right, my fault. No offense meant. Then he blinked innocently. But why did you call me over? The werewolf studied him for a moment, then waved him away. Forget it. Thought you were someone else. Go. Jean bowed politely. Have a good evening. But inside, his thoughts were cold. I'm already losing patience, and the real mission hasn't even begun. If this explodes, I may have to put down every beast folk in this place. A sudden cheer erupted across the room. He won again. The noise rippled through the casino, but Jean barely reacted, until his eyes caught Ceres standing at one of the tables. At the same time, Zelia rose from her seat and walked straight toward him, a bright smile on her face. There you are, she said sweetly. Couldn't stop thinking about me already. Before he could answer, she stepped closer and brushed his cheek, her tone playful, yet strangely warm. Last time, I gave you my name. Isn't it your turn now, sir? Jin's gaze dropped to the drowsy cat in her arms. Something was wrong. Then he saw it. A tiny strip of paper wedged between the cat's teeth. The cat yawned, just enough for him to read. At 10 p.m., goods will be exchanged at the central card table on the second floor. A second later, the cat swallowed the note. Impressive training. Keeping his expression steady, Jean took Zelia's hand and kissed it lightly. Bommerl, at your service. Zelia's lips curved. Then come, Mr. Bommerl. Let's join the others and play the night away. He followed her into the crowd, his mind racing. Everyone here. Could they all be Ice Palace members in disguise? His eyes swept the room. That man with the lazy grin and eye patch, Kashmir. The girl scribbling beside a pile of chips, glasses slipping. Inya. The unfamiliar face. That had to be Alicia. Nearby, Ceres picked up a chess piece, rolled it between her fingers, and set it down with deliberate calm. And now, let the real game begin. The roulette will spun. The marble rattled, then dropped. 17. Ceres clapped in mock surprise. Oh my, I've won again. The mood shifted instantly. Players leaned in. Whispers spread. Kashmir chuckled, glancing at Jean. You holding up? That's another 1,000 gone. Jin's eye twitched. What kind of cursed luck is this? He inhaled and forced a crooked smile. Quitting now would just sting more. One more round. Ceres arched a brow. Confident enough to continue? Why not? Jean smirked. But this time, I choose the game. She gestured smoothly. Go ahead. Cards. Ceres laughed softly. You think you can win at that? There's only one way to know. She rose and adjusted her dress. Second floor. Follow me. Jean stood, cracking his knuckles. Looks like things are getting interesting. Murmurs swirled as players debated whether to follow. Kashmir waved them off. We'll stay here. Go on and enjoy. Suit yourselves. Ceres flicked her wrist and turned. I'll be back before 10. Be ready for the next round. Jean caught the meaning beneath her words. Be ready by 10. The exchange is about to happen. As the clock crept closer, whispers spread through the room. Is he all right? He's still playing? He looks ready to snap. Jean sat stiff at the table, knuckles white around his cards, jaw locked tight, as his frustration spilled over. Damn it. He dropped the cards and slumped back. I give up. I can't beat you, ma'am. Awkward laughter followed. Out of money already. Poor guy. That's what happens when you challenge Lady Zelia. Ceres rose, smoothing her dress, her expression half mockery, half pity. Luck is on your side tonight. A faint smile crossed her lips. Actually, I'm done playing. She turned away. Safe travels. Others followed. We're heading out too. Jean stayed slumped, muttering to himself. As Ceres passed, she spoke softly, deliberately. Don't let it get to you. There's always tomorrow. Jean glanced up, unreadable. Then ding. 10 p.m. He didn't move. Head lowered. Mind racing. This is it. No second chance. Across the floor, two men exchanged subtle signals. Every movement precise. No words. Only code. One reached inside his shirt. Jin's focus sharpened. There it is. The man drew out a golden compass hidden beneath his collar. Jean moved. Power surged into his palm. He slammed his foot into the floor and launched forward. This is it. Now. Jean kicked the table over, cards and chips bursting into the air. Chaos swallowed the room as energy flared around his hand. The battle for the compass had begun. 10 minutes earlier, a man in an unfamiliar uniform slipped quietly into the casino. Laughter and clinking glasses drowned his arrival. Across the room, Jean sat hunched, face buried in his hands. Broken on the surface, razor focus beneath. In a shadowed corner, a white-haired man stood watching the entrance in silence. The instant the doors opened and the newcomer stepped inside, the white-haired man straightened and greeted him with a courteous nod. You've arrived. Thank you for coming. The man was Karl Zipple, one of the Zipple clan's representatives. Beside him, another figure clicked his tongue in irritation. Jagged yellow hair, a deep scowl. Enough with the polite act, Chukan, he snapped. What kind of place is this? And why is it so damn loud? That was Chukan told her, Kinzello's top mage from the Anne's Plain of the northern mainland. A name that carried weight. Karl waved lazily. It's a casino. Casinos are noisy. Try not to let it bother you. Chukan dropped into a chair with a growl. I'm getting too old for this. Everything pisses me off lately. His eyes narrowed. So, what about your little thieves? Karl's expression didn't change. They're just gamblers scattered around. If we really meant to keep the compass, do you think we'd be playing games here? A faint smile tugged at his lips. No, we're not. Chukan leaned forward, his voice cutting. Spare me, Karl. You only talk like this because of your surname. If you truly planned to return the compass, you'd have gone through proper channels. Instead, you're stalling. His tone hardened. Keep pushing, and we'll make sure Runcandel hears every detail. Let's see how long your scheme survives then. Karl remained calm, but a flicker of annoyance crossed his eyes. So that's how you want to play it. Chukan continued, venom in his words. You broke the alliance terms, and now you sit here pretending nothing happened. I don't know what your father's planning, but if he thinks we'll stay quiet, he's wrong. Karl chuckled dryly and adjusted his glasses. If you're that curious, why not ask him yourself? A faint smirk followed. That is, if you have the courage to stand before him. Chukin's jaw tightened. Enough. Hand it over. Across the room, Jean stayed slouched, watching. Every nerve in his body was locked on this moment. It's close. The window is small. The second I see it, I move. Karl leaned toward Chukan and murmured something. Chukan grunted and reached into his pocket. Jin's eye sharpened. There. A flash of gold. The compass. His heart slammed at his chest. Now, power surged as Jean summoned ancient light magic into his palm. A blinding radiance exploded through the room. Karl's eyes widened. Chukan flinched. The operation had begun. Earlier, during the briefing, Jean had said, the moment I see the compass, I activate ancient light magic. Murakan had doubled over in laughter, barely able to breathe. Ancient light magic? Seriously? What was he planning to do? Blind them into surrender. Kashmir, far more composed, rested his fingers against his chin and studied Jean. Ah, so that was it. He meant to take away their sight. But then his gaze sharpened. And if a master-level guard is there? One mistake, and this turns into a massacre. Jean only nodded, his expression steady. That's the risk. We're facing 9-star mages. If I charge them head-on, their reactive defenses will activate before I get close. I'll be dead before I even touch the target. The room fell quiet. The compass. His voice lowered, cold and certain. But if they can't see me, they can't stop me. Understanding finally spread through the room. Jean continued without raising his tone. Once the light detonates, they'll be blind for 10 seconds. That's all I need. I take the compass and disappear. Now, in the present, blinding radiance exploded across the casino floor. Jean clenched his teeth and launched himself forward. 10 seconds. One chance. No second tries. The ancient light still scorched the air as he ran. 10. Every heartbeat was a countdown. Every step had to land perfectly. Around him, the world collapsed into chaos. People screamed, tripped, clawed at empty air in the blinding white storm. Mr. Chukan, what's going on? Chukin's furious roar tore through the noise. Carl Zipple, is this your doing? 4. Jean pushed harder, eyes locked straight ahead. The compass gleamed faintly in Chukin's grip. 3. His pulse thundered. Which hand? 2. He saw it. There. Jean hurled himself forward, pouring everything he had into that single motion. Suddenly, an explosion tore through the upper floor. The shockwave rippled through the casino, rattling walls and shattering the moment. Screams echoed everywhere. Ceres snapped toward the blast, her instincts flaring. What was that? She broke into a sprint without thinking. Through smoke and falling debris, a faint glow cut through. Jean emerged, battered and gasping, but the compass was in his hand. Ceres stared. He actually did it. He didn't stop. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed it to her. She caught it and instantly turned, signaling down the corridor. In the same motion, she tore an earring from her ear and hurled it to the ground. Boom! Another explosion ripped through the room, sending panic crashing outward. Downstairs, Inya stood waiting, every nerve taut. The blast thundered through the casino, and a hooded figure burst from the smoke, pressing something into her palms. The compass. White smoke swallowed the floor. Panic spread like fire. A bomb. We're under attack. Guards flooded in, weapons raised. Seal the exits. Eliminate anyone suspicious. Inya hid the compass and lifted her eyes, just as Ceres met her gaze through the haze. It was done. She turned and ran. Ceres exhaled slowly, forcing herself steady. Not how we planned it. But with this much chaos, no one will trace us. Power surged through her as she raised her voice. For Zipple, Alicia was already in motion, seizing one man by the throat and crushing the air from his lungs before turning and cutting down another who dared block her path. For the honor of Zipple. Kashmir surged in beside her, his hands glowing as he carved a path forward with sharp, merciless strikes. Moonlight sliced through the thick smoke, catching fleeting shadows in violent motion. Cries echoed from every direction. Where's the target? Find a compass. Jean dropped to one knee, his breath coming in harsh bursts, his sword scraping against the floor as it hummed with restrained power. His fingers shook. Every muscle burned. That was too close. Without Mianwang's swordsmanship, I would have fallen. His jaw clenched. One moment of hesitation, and it would have ended. Not far away, Chukan dragged himself upright. Coughing as rage twisted his face. The item is gone. Retrieve it, whatever it takes. Jean lifted his blade and forced himself steady. His vision was clearing. I have to finish this before he fully recovers. He drew the sword up and poured a massive surge of energy into it. Sparks scattered through the air. Lightning crawled along the blade's edge. Across the hall, Chukan was unraveling, fury and panic tearing through his voice. You Zipple filth. You think you can escape? Carl pointed frantically, desperate to shift the blame. Mr. Chukan, no. It's not us. Look over there. A sudden flash of lightning illuminated the space behind them. Chukan turned, instinct screaming. Lightning? What now? That was when they arrived. The White Wolf clan stormed in like a living wall of muscle and wrath. At their front, a towering werewolf snarled, golden eyes burning as he scanned the destruction. Chukan, are you hurt? But Chukan couldn't answer. A heavy, familiar presence flooded the room. The werewolf's ears twitched. Every instinct warned him. He turned toward the source and froze. Jean. An overwhelming pressure poured from him, crushing the air itself. The floor fractured under his feet as electricity danced along the Sigmund's phoenix sword, pulsing with lethal power. The werewolf whispered in shock, that aura, it's him. Jean remained silent. His expression was empty. His sword rose. Then, a colossal bolt of lightning tore through the sky. The explosion thundered through the world. The mansion that once stood in splendor collapsed in an instant, shattered into rubble as earth and stone burst outward. Thunder rolled without end. The White Wolf staggered back, disbelief written across his face, his men frozen in fear. Stand up, he roared. He's only one man. No one moved. Jean stepped forward. Just one step, and the ground trembled. The white wolf clenched his fists, forcing himself to stand firm. Name yourself. My instincts demand I face you with honor. Jean gave no reply. He drove his foot into the ground. Another crushing wave of power swept across the field. The white wolf's face went pale. His legs refused to move. His claws shook. Behind him, his men were drenched in cold sweat. Then Jin's voice cut through the fear, quiet yet razor-sharp. Did your instincts never tell you to run? The werewolf froze. So did everyone else. Jean advanced, each step crashing like thunder. His grip tightened, the strange pressure around him thickening, crushing the air. It was unfamiliar, yet something ancient stirred in his blood. The White Wolf tribe had never faced a force like this. Only half-forgotten legend spoke of it. Jean lifted his sword. In that instant, he released the third technique. Power detonated like a raging storm. The air split as the ground trembled beneath the weight of it. This was death given form. Condemning strike. Golden arcs tore through the battlefield. Blinding, merciless, unstoppable. The White Wolf warrior's mind raced. I can't block this. Not even with my hammer. He tried to shout a warning, but his voice died in his throat. He could only watch as the light swallowed them whole. And then, they were gone. Reduced to ash. He stood there, unmoving, lips quivering. Decora. Melto. Silence answered him. His fists tightened. His chest heaved. No, this can't be real. This has to be a nightmare. Cold sweat covered him as the dust slowly settled. Then he saw it. Someone was still standing. Chukan. For a heartbeat, hope surged. Then his gaze snapped back. Jean was already closing in. Too fast. His teeth clenched. No matter what, I will uphold my duty as a warrior of the White Wolf clan. He charged, hammer raised high, striking from behind in a final, desperate gamble. Jean sensed it. In a flash, he dipped aside, the blow missing by inches. Without slowing, he spun and released a wave of force that tore outward. The werewolf was hurled back, his body carving a trench through the ground before crashing to a stop. He groaned and forced himself upright, then stared at his weapon. Shattered. His eyes widened. My hammer, broken. His hands trembled. What is this monster? Chukan blinked as his vision finally cleared. Devastation stretched in every direction. Rubble. Smoke. Light. His hands shook. What just happened? Across the field, the battered werewolf saw Jean turn his focus. Straight toward Chukan. His blood went cold. He screamed, his voice breaking. Chukan, watch out. Too late. The air ignited. Golden sparks burst across the sky, spiraling like embers in a violent storm. Everything vanished into light. Jean stood at the center, sword in hand, moving forward with calm, unbreakable resolve. Chukan reacted instantly, throwing up a barrier and flooding it with power. He knew what was coming. The White Wolf warrior roared in desperation and hurled himself at Jean one last time. But the instant he drew near, boom, he was blown away, crushed under the sheer weight of Jin's aura. His body slammed into the dirt as debris scattered. Gasping, eyes burning with frustration, he forced out a hoarse cry. Chukan, he's too strong. Be careful. Chukan tightened his grip on the spell. The barrier still stood, but only barely. It groaned as cracks spread across its surface like a spiderweb. This can't be happening. He was a 9-star warrior. His shield was supposed to be absolute. It was crumbling like fragile glass. Then, shatter. The barrier broke apart. Chukan's mind raced. Who is this? If he had used the Glacieri's ice technique, Talaris would have been the answer. If he had drawn the Runcandel Heartsword, he would have assumed a Black Knight. But this, lightning swordsmanship, there was no such recorded school. No lineage that fit. A name crossed his thoughts. The Hister clan? No. Impossible. They were long extinct. Then another, far darker idea surfaced. Beeman's forbidden experiments? A perfected product? The mystery only deepened. None of it made sense. Unable to hold back any longer, Chukan shouted. Why are you doing this? Who the hell are you? Jean stopped, his sword resting casually at his side. A faint glimmer of amusement flickered in his eyes. Do you really want to know that badly? Chukan scowled. I haven't felt this in years. You clearly know who I am, yet I know nothing about you. Are you a magic swordsman? Jean chuckled softly. Magic swordsman. Demon swordsman. It doesn't matter. His gaze hardened, killing intent flooding the air. Because all of you, he raised his blade, are going to die here today. Chukan gathered a glowing sphere of energy in his palm. You've got to be joking, he snarled. I don't know how our intel leaked, but if you think you can just walk in, steal from us, and leave, then you're insane. His voice dropped, cold and cutting. Answer me, or I'll make your death excruciating. Slow clapping echoed. Carl, who had stayed silent until now, smiled with open curiosity. Impressive, he said. Chukan stared at him. You didn't only use ancient light magic, Carl continued. You wielded lightning. You defeated a White Wolf captain. You overpowered the 7-star force, all as a magic swordsman. His grin widened. Jean, you're not just strong. You're extraordinary. Chukan whirled on him, furious. Carl, what the hell are you doing? To his shock, Carl dropped his facade and bowed slightly toward Jean, his voice smooth and deliberate. I suppose I should introduce myself properly, he said. Carl Zipple, 4th Magic Tower Master of the Zipple family. He adjusted his glasses, a confident smirk forming. I'll be direct. I can give you anything: status, influence, wealth beyond imagination. Join Zipple. Chuckin's face twisted in fury. Carl Zipple, are you out of your mind? Disbelief surged through him, but Carl only laughed and waved a hand, covering his ears. Please, Mr. Chukan, not so loud. You'll damage my hearing. Ignoring the outrage, Carl continued smoothly. Let's be honest. It's far easier to bring him to our side than try to kill him. After seeing this, I don't believe we can win. You arrogant bastard. Chukan snapped. Stop talking nonsense. Carl shrugged. Then perhaps you should try recruiting him into the Canelo family. Jean let out a short, bitter laugh. Unbelievable. Disgust edged his voice. So this is Zipple's great strategy. When you can't win, you try by people. Carl's grin faltered. Jin's eyes sharpened. Tell me, Kozek isn't parked nearby, is it? Carl froze. Every muscle tightened. What did you just say? He whispered. His mind reeled. Kozek, the White Knight spaceship. A classified name. How does he know that? His gaze flicked to Jin's helmet. Memory flooded back. The attack, Miron's death, the unknown figure who left ruin behind. Now that presence stood before him. His breath hitched. Then realization struck. His hand trembled around his staff as he pointed at Jean, voice shaking with excitement and fear. It's you. His eyes burned with manic curiosity. Why did you come Cologne? How much do you know? Jean gave no answer. Carl spiraled, releasing everything in a single, monstrous spell. The air warped as jagged ice spears fell from the sky. Massive glaciers formed above, crashing down like frozen meteors. Jean lifted his sword, its edge gleaming. His voice was colder than the storm. I don't owe you an explanation. Without looking back, he turned to Chukan. Chukan told her. He stepped forward. It's time to decide. Their eyes locked. The compass is gone. Your men, including the White Wolves, are dead. You're out of options. Jin's voice sank lower. If you're as smart as they say, you already know what comes next. Chukan stood frozen, breath caught in his chest. Carl snarled, lifting his staff. What are you doing? I'll kill you. A storm of ice spears screamed through the air. Jean didn't even flinch. In one fluid motion, he activated both the Myung-Wong sword and the thunder formula. Lightning erupted around him, energy tearing through the air as it howled. The incoming spears were cut down one by one, shattering like brittle glass against the storm that wrapped his body. Then he vanished. The air itself split as Jean surged forward. Carl didn't even register the movement. The blade passed through him. You call yourself a Magic Tower Master? Jean said coldly as blood sprayed through the air. Pathetic. Carl reeled back, eyes blown wide in disbelief. His staff, his prized focus, had already snapped, fragments scattering across the floor. Agony tore through his chest as crimson spread across his robes. A broken cry escaped him before he collapsed, trembling. The shattered remains of his staff clattered and splintered even further. Chukan stood frozen, sweat streaming down his face. Every instinct screamed one truth. This man exists on an entirely different level. Jean approached him slowly, every step calm and deliberate. Don't lose your nerve now, he said quietly. You and Carl are in serious trouble. If you activate the rune, reinforcements from the Magic Tower will arrive, won't they? He leaned in slightly, voice dropping. But so will Runcandel. And Beamant. Chuckin's face twitched. He's reading my thoughts. Jin's expression never shifted. No rage. No fear. Only absolute control. Carl, wounded but still breathing, forced himself upright, hatred blazing in his eyes. You bastard. You'll regret this. You think you can touch me and walk away. His fury was swallowed by an eruption of power. Blue fire exploded around him, wild and uncontrollable. Heat surged as the flames twisted, devouring the air. Even space shimmered beneath the intensity. Jin's eyes narrowed just slightly. Chukan stiffened. Even he hadn't expected this. Then he recognized it. The blue flame. His blood ran cold. That fires. The truth struck like a hammer. The flame of Tess. The true master of the fire world. Terror flooded him. Who is this man? Carl, consumed by the inferno, snarled at Chukan. Stop standing there. Do something. But Chukan couldn't move. He could only stare into the flames, a deep, suffocating fear tightening his chest. For the first time, he felt powerless. Carl's voice grated on, desperate and shrill. Something inside, Chukan snapped. Without a word, he struck Carl across the shoulder. Carl staggered. Then the second blow came, packed with the force of a dragon strike. The impact hurled him to the ground in a broken heap. He looked up in shock. "Why, Mr. Chukan." Chukan stared down at him, eyes cold. "You just admitted the compass is gone. That ends our alliance." His gaze sharpened. "And weren't you already planning to betray me?" A dark smirk curled across his lips. I just beat you to it. Jean, watching from the side, stepped in and drove a hard kick into Carl's ribs, slamming him flat against the floor. Well, Jean said with a faint grin, I didn't expect you two to make this so easy. Carl lay twisted and barely conscious, his body racked with pain. Jean turned back to Chukan. The man who rules the An's plains isn't a fool. Chukan bent down, then lifted Carl's limp body onto his shoulder. Just using the moment, he muttered. Jean gave a short chuckle. Instincts don't fade with age. Your commander would rather have Carl Zipple in chains than chase a compass that's already gone. Chukin's thoughts churned. He even knows about the commander. His jaw tightened. The compass was lost. 3 white wolves, full squads, even an upper 8 stars unit. Everything had been wiped out. Taking Carl was the only way to salvage this disaster. As he adjusted Carl's weight, he thought grimly. No one could have foreseen this. But if I bring Carl back, the commander will understand. If Zipple truly has fallen. He exhaled and met Jin's gaze one last time. We're finished here, kid. Next time, you might not be so lucky. He turned and walked away, already calculating his next move. Then a voice rang out. Kid, I saw everything. A sleek black cat sprinted across the wreckage, then in a flash shifted mid-stride into Murakin, who lunged forward and crushed Jean in a fierce embrace. You've gotten absurdly strong, Murakin roared. I could cry. If Strawberry Pie were here, she'd be sobbing. Jean struggled to breathe. Murakin, easy. And, thanks, staying in cat form must have been rough. I managed, Murakin said proudly, then boomed. Your fan took the compass and left the island. Mission complete. Jean released a long breath. 6 months of planning, it finally worked. Then his expression tightened. What about Ceres, Kashmir, and Alicia? We were supposed to regroup once it was over. Murakin scratched his head, suddenly awkward. Yeah, about that. There were complications. Jin's eyes narrowed. Complications? Was anyone hurt? No. Murakin waved quickly. Nothing like that. But those 3. Jean stared. What? Murakin sighed and pointed toward the harbor. Look for yourself. Jean followed his gaze and froze. Murakin grinned. That's Runcandel, and Beeman's special division. And over there, a warship from the Beladu Empire. Jin's face darkened. What the hell? A man burst through a door, gasping. Captain! He shouted, urgency flooding his voice. Inside, the captain lounged, half asleep, barely reacting. The man shouted again, louder. Captain, something massive is happening. The captain snapped upright, irritation flashing across his face. What's all the shouting about? Still gasping for air, the man blurted. The Beladu Empire's warships. They're arriving by the dozens. For a moment, disbelief flickered in the captain's eyes. Then he laughed, long loud. So it begins, he said, a slow grin spreading. It's finally time to move. His eyes burned with anticipation. The noble descendants' transport ships have already departed, the man added. The captain's smile widened. Good. Then no one leaves this island. Across the port, knights rushed into position. One barked orders. We've received reports. Illegal factions are gathering here. Before Beladu docks, we need proof. Get it. From the shadows, cloaked figures whispered among themselves. Inside the old house, muffled voices echoed through the dim room. It's Runcandel's knights, someone whispered. Another voice answered, cold and sharp. At this speed, they were waiting for the casino chaos. Someone leaked our plan. Behind the thin wooden walls, Jean and Murakin listened. Thankfully, Anya got the compass out, Murakin muttered. They'll never trace the deal now. Jean nodded slightly. Now we just get everyone off this island, without revealing who we are. Meanwhile, aboard the ship, panic clashed with shouted orders. All hands, defend the ship. Don't let them board. Only 3 Runcandel knights stood their ground, unmoving. This ship is our only way out, one roared. If we fall fighting. Back in the old house, Jean and Murakin peered through a crack in the wall, watching the harbor erupt. Think they can hold them? Jean asked quietly. The door creaked open. Ceres rushed in with Alicia, and Kashmir close behind. Jean, are you alright? Jean gave a quick grin. Perfect timing. His gaze shifted outside, hardening. But we got a problem. Every exit is blocked. Kashmir stepped forward. There's still one chance. We move to the other port. If we're fast, we can make it. And if the military surrounds the island, someone cut in. Jean nodded. Then we don't gamble. We move. Now, the harbor had become a battlefield. Flames devoured ships, smoke smothered the air, and steel rang beneath the night sky. Every step toward escape was soaked in desperation. Bodies plunged into burning waters. Screams vanished beneath explosions. The docks were a graveyard. Jin's group arrived in time to see it all. Murakin's fists trembled. They're burning every ship. Jin's voice was ice. They're not hunting us. They're making sure no one survives. Alicia scanned the battlefield, urgency cutting through her voice. If this keeps up, the other port is our only chance. But it's at least a 30-minute run. Those ships could be gone before we arrive. Murakin growled. Then we don't run. We fly. Jean stayed composed. If you transform, you might escape, but you'll expose yourself to the entire world. Muraken's frustration erupted. And if we stay on the ground, we die. Before he could move, a hand seized his shoulder. Wait. Muraken snapped around. What are you saying? We don't have time. Kashmir pointed upward, his voice low. Look, above them, glowing lines stretched across the masts of every warship, casting an eerie light over the island. The sky itself shimmered, rippling with foreign energy, an immense arcane barrier sealing everything in. Muraken's eyes narrowed. What is that? Kashmir's tone darkened. Beeman's Great Link Barrier Formation, a magic grid built to trap dragons and airborne monsters. Alicia nodded grimly. The moment it detects flight, it fires thousands of red beams. You wouldn't clear the ground. Ceres, standing behind them, crossed her arms. Even if you survive, Black Dragon, the rest of us won't. Kashmir leaned closer to Jean. Young master, it may be time to withdraw. Jean clenched his fists. His mind raced. No, there has to be another way. Then he noticed movement at the edge of the chaos. A group lurking in the shadows, guarding something. Pirates? Strange. Where's their ship? Why hide now? Something was wrong. Follow me, Jean said. They tailed the figures through narrow streets, staying hidden, until the group vanished. Muraken frowned. We lost them. Jin's gaze dropped. A deep, dark well. Kashmir pointed. Down there. Jean didn't hesitate. We're going in. One by one, they climbed down. At the bottom, a voice echoed through the dark. There's a tunnel here, Mir called. Jin's eyes sharpened. Whatever they're hiding, it's down there. Move. They pressed on until the tight passage opened into a vast underground den packed with murmuring pirates, tension thick in the air. A sharp voice cut through the noise. How many followed us? Heads turned, eyes narrowing into the shadows. Jean stepped forward with his team, a lazy smirk on his face. What's the celebration? Planning a jailbreak. The pirates stiffened. Damn it, we were followed. At least it's a small group. Captain, what do we do? Before an answer came, a thunderous voice echoed through the cavern. Enough. A tall figure emerged from the depths, his gaze locking onto Jean. Jean lifted an eyebrow. You the captain? The man's face twisted, rage shaking his voice. Jean Grey, you bastard. I've been waiting for you. Jean let out a short laugh. Guess I left an impression. The pirate captain, Cosmos, stepped forward, fists clenched. I'd recognize that smug voice anywhere. Because of you, I'm drowning in debt. Gasps spread through the cavern. Wait, Jean Grey. Last year's champion. The one who ruined the captain's bet. Yeah, Veridin Zipple wagered 100,000 gold. He's still collecting. Jean chuckled. That sounds like Veridin. His smile faded as his gaze hardened on Cosmos. Enough talk. You've seen what's happening outside. Balato's fleet is burning every ship. You got a way out or not? Cosmos' glare wavered, something cold and heavy replacing it. Then he snarled. Shut up. You think I'll help you? Kill them. We escape after. He raised his arm. Jean struck first. One brutal punch sent Cosmos crashing to the ground, blood spraying from his mouth. The hideout went silent. No one moved. No one spoke. Captain, someone whispered. Jean crouched, gripping his collar, voice calm and icy. Why so hostile? He smirked. Who said anything about charity? Leaning closer, he whispered. This is a deal, Cosmos. Get us off this island, and I'll erase every coin of your debt. I'll even add a bonus. He paused. Sounds fair, doesn't it? Cosmos narrowed his eyes. And why shouldn't I think you'll stab us in the back once we leave? Jean didn't hesitate. I swear on my name. And my family's. I'm Jean Runcandel. Their eyes locked. When Runcandels give their word, we keep it. Cosmos stiffened. Runcandel. Not Paul Mick? Jean nodded once. Paul Mick was a cover. Dante Hiron. And you think it was coincidence we met in your arena? The truth hit Cosmos hard. So that's why Zipple worked with Runcandel. They were trying to recover Dante. He exhaled, piecing it together. This was never about gold. The name Runcandel carried weight. He knew a vow from them wasn't empty. With help, he stood, hesitated, then nodded. Fine. Deal. Follow me. They moved deeper underground. The tunnel widened, opening into a massive hidden dock. And there it was. A colossal ship concealed beneath the island, its dark hull glinting under torchlight. Cosmos spread his arms, grinning. This is our ace. His voice echoed. Order ship number 7. We're escaping on this. Jean blinked. It's impressive, but how are we getting this out of here? Cosmos rubbed his chin as if thinking, then, grinning like a madman, slammed a lever. The engines roared. The cavern trembled. Water churned violently. Jean stumbled. Cosmos, is this actually safe? Relax. Cosmos yelled over the noise. You're in good hands. Good hands, Muraken shouted, clinging to a rail. You can't even steer straight. Just wait. Cosmos laughed. It'll make sense soon. Jean wasn't convinced. A bad feeling crept over him. Behind them, pirates, now working with Jin's group, rushed to load supplies. Secure that barrel. Move, we're leaving. Careful. Kashmir watched, Arms crossed, eyes narrowed. He leaned toward Jean. Are we really trusting them? The water level can't even float this thing. We're underground. How are they launching? Jean stayed calm. They've survived this long. That ship isn't here for decoration. Get everyone aboard. We'll adapt. At the helm, Cosmos took position. A pirate shouted, Captain ready. Cosmos grinned. Excellent. Jean stepped beside him, giving one last doubtful look. This better work. Cosmos smirked. Watch closely. Without warning, he raised his arm. Detonate. Yes, sir. A voice replied from above. A burning fuse raced through the tunnels, the flames slithering into the dark. Then it hit. A thunderous explosion ripped through the underground base. The floor shook, walls cracked, dust poured down. Everyone froze. And then the water came. A monstrous roar followed as a massive surge burst through the breach like a released beast. Jean spun. What the hell? A tsunami was rushing straight at them. The ship lurched. Cosmos pulled his hat down and gripped the wheel. Hang on. The current seized them instantly. Water slammed the hull, throwing everyone off balance. Cosmos, you're telling me this is fine? Jean shouted, clinging to the rail. Cosmos only grinned. Trust me. Trust. At the speed, it was escape or disaster. Screams mixed with laughter. Pirates howled in joy while Jin's team panicked. Ceres clung to a pole, face pale. This is not what I signed up for. Murakin, nearly airborne, yelled, This guy's insane. Cosmos' crew hooped like it was a ride. Faster, Captain. Jean tightened his grip as the ship tore through the tunnel. Then he saw it. A cliff. No room to stop. Cosmos. There's a wall ahead. Cosmos didn't even blink. He twisted the wheel like he'd done this 1,000 times, his voice steady, almost amused. That's exactly why you trust me. The ship surged forward as blinding light poured through the opening ahead. Without slowing down, Cosmos locked the wheel and drove straight to the wall. This is how you bring order to chaos, he roared, eyes burning with wild excitement. Boom. The hull smashed through the cliffside and burst into open sky. Order ship number 7. Cosmos bellowed, his voice shaking the air like a battle cry. Below them, the city froze. People stopped in the streets, heads snapping upward. Jaws dropped. Gasps turned into shouts. Some stood in disbelief. Others could only stare as a pirate ship soared through the air. Cosmos drank it in, grinning like the world already belonged to him. Jean, on the other hand, was losing his mind. We're flying. Cosmos, you lunatic. This is not normal. Cosmos laughed and waved him off. Relax. It's not real flying. The Empire's detectors won't even notice us. As if on cue, the ship began to fall. Cosmos cleared his throat. All right, time to land. Hold tight. Gravity slammed back into them. On a nearby warship, a lookout spotted the falling vessel and shouted, They're escaping. Turn around now. Soldiers rushed into chaos, but Cosmos only smiled wider. Out here, no vassal and no Imperial fleet can touch us. He spun the wheel and pushed forward at full speed. Sails up. Let's remind them why they call me the Pirate King. The ship tore across the waves, and above them, fireworks exploded. The night sky burned with a massive glowing image of Captain Cosmos, larger than life. Jean smacked his forehead. You're kidding me. He even had time to set up fireworks. June 18th, 1797, Free City of Tychon. The capital buzzed as Jean returned. He hadn't even crossed the gate when 2 familiar voices rang out. Young master. Gilly ran to him, tears spilling as she grabbed his arm. Thank goodness you're back safely. Jean smiled softly, then turned to Enya. You've been busy too. What about the compass? Enya nearly froze. That smile again. Completely unfair. How can anyone look like that, after everything he'd been through? She steadied herself and smiled back. It's safe. Come inside. I'll show you. Inside, the room was alive with voices. Everyone had been trying to figure out how to activate the compass while waiting for Jean. Anya stepped forward. It works like other relics. Just channel magic into it. Jean reached out without hesitation and poured his energy in. The compass glowed at once, projecting a shining globe across the ceiling. Kashmir stared. Those red dots, are those contractors? Jean studied the image. Looks that way. Most of them were clustered around Zipple and Beemit. Murakin crossed his arms. Then why isn't Tychon lit up? Weren't 3 contractors here? Enya nodded, already expecting it. That's what's strange. I tested it earlier. Tychon doesn't appear at all. She looked at Jean. And here's the strangest part. Even when you leave Tychon, your position stays hidden. A heavy silence filled the room. Murakin let out a slow breath. Well, yeah, that's obvious. Every head turned toward him. He lifted his shoulders in a lazy shrug. Jin's bound to the god of darkness. You really think some relic compass is going to track that? Enya's eyes lit up. That's incredible. He's so far beyond it that the compass can't even recognize him. But Jean wasn't smiling. His thoughts were already spiraling. It wasn't just him. Enya and Yuria didn't appear either. Something about Tychon itself was interfering. The land, the air, the power surrounding it. Before he could voice it, Murakin spoke again. You mean the mirror? Ceres nodded slowly. The mirror of Tychon. It carries the sealing power of Clom and Sodaret, the magic gods. Enya straightened, pride shining through her voice. Thanks to the young master, Tychon is protected. That mirror only exists because of him. Kashmir exhaled. At least we can rest a little easier. With the compass, we finally have an advantage. No more ambushes. The door burst open. Jet rushed in, clutching a book in one hand and a newspaper in the other. Boss, have you seen today's paper? You're everywhere. He passed them around. Enya grabbed one instantly and flipped it open. Let's see what kind of nonsense they're printing now. The headline screamed. Mystery Man appears on Pirate Island in Belardo's Beam Estate. She read aloud. A mysterious figure wearing a black helmet of magical origin single-handedly defeated a notorious pirate crew. Witnesses describe him as Bomberl, a golden-haired young man with a breathtakingly handsome face. Enya paused, staring at the page. Breathtakingly handsome. What is this, a romance novel? Jet laughed. Looks like you've already got fans. She continued. He reportedly wields lightning, suggesting a contract with a storm god, Fatal. If confirmed, this would be the first storm contractor in 288 years. Major powers are now tracking his movements. Murakin snorted. Fatal? That idiot again. Kashmir smiled faintly. The media loves exaggeration. Still, this works in our favor. Jean raised an eyebrow. How so? With everyone chasing a phantom, Kashmir replied. Our enemies are looking in the wrong direction. Misinformation buys time. Jean smirked. So I'm famous now. Jet grinned. Get used to it, boss. Stardom suits you. Jean groaned. I expected rumors. Not this. Off to the side. Enya curled up with the paper, rereading the article in silence. Her expression stayed unreadable, until a small, private smile appeared. Jean was about to ask what she was thinking when his eyes drifted back to the glowing map. Wait, he said quietly. Everyone looked over. There's another contractor, Jean said. In Hugh Fester. The room fell silent. Murakin's gaze sharpened. You're sure? Jean pointed at the projection. The signal is faint. I can't lock onto it, but it's there. Far away, inside a shadowed mansion. A silent study filled with ancient tomes. Maps spread across a massive table. A low voice broke the stillness. Black helmet, lightning power. Joshua, draped in black, tapped his fingers against the polished table, his thoughts circling like a storm. At last, he lifted his gaze to the others. What do you think? Kyujin leaned against the shelf with his arms folded, voice calm, but edged with steel. It could be him. The Sodaret contractor we've been tracking. Varys twirled a strand of hair, her eyes glinting with mischief. Or the rumors might be true. Maybe he really is Fatal's chosen. Kyujin said nothing, but the tension in his stare spoke for him. In his silence, a decision was already forming. This threat would not be allowed to exist. Night pressed against the windows. Inside, Joshua held a note, his mind locked on the same image, a black helmet wreathed in lightning. He faced the gathered group and asked coldly, could it truly be the same contractor? Kyujin answered with quiet certainty. It might be the soldier they had been tailing all along. The pink-haired girl tossed out her theory. Maybe he's Fatal's contractor. And that kid with him, he's hiding something. Julian shot her a lethal glare. She only smirked, savoring the tension. Joshua slammed his palm on the table. Enough. The sharp sound made the kid flinch. Joshua turned to Julian, his voice hard as iron. Do you really think you can take out all 3 White Wolf leaders at once? Julian hesitated, eyes lowered. Not yet. A dangerous gleam crossed Joshua's eyes. Then it's time you grew stronger. Julian's jaw tightened under the weight of those words. He muttered to himself, already dreading what lay ahead. Out on the Black Sea, Chiron stood at the railing, letter in hand, waves crashing below. He glanced toward the noise on deck. They're still talking about this Bamel guy. Khan nodded. Yes, sir. They say he wiped out 3 elite White Wolf warriors in Beladu. Some even claim he's the new Thunder God Fatal's contractor. Chiron smirked knowingly. If they learn how young he is, they'll lose their minds. Khan blinked. Sir, Chiron's grin widened. Relax. As long as we keep quiet, the flag beaters won't notice. Khan nodded, saying nothing. Yet Chiron's thoughts kept turning. Something about the letter felt wrong. Did Cassie miss something? Why Iceland? And now they're saying he belongs to the youngest. Not me? He scowled, then suddenly laughed. Khan stared at him. You look far too happy. Chiron handed him the letter. Read it. Try not to laugh. Khan scanned the page and read aloud. Respected Sir Chiron. Last night at the tavern, Sir Jean said something ridiculous. I think I could take a direct hit from my father now. Can you believe it? Khan exhaled sharply. Has Ghost Blade lost his mind? Even if he is the youngest. Chiron leaned back, arms crossed. Tell me, Khan, have you ever heard of the Bright King's tribe? Khan nodded slowly. Yes. A legendary beastman clan. They ruled the world 5,000 years ago. That's them, Chiron said quietly. From what Jean told me, he may have crossed paths with one of them. Most likely through some trials set by Sodaret. They're called the Gods of War. Warriors so terrifying that even I would think twice before challenging them. Khan lifted a brow, and the youngest went up against one. Chiron nodded. That would explain his confidence. Or his recklessness. Or he's still green. Khan replied, folding his arms. He doesn't understand how martial arts truly work yet. Bring him to the Black Sea. Let him learn. Chiron shook his head. I want to see it myself. Whether he can really back up a claim like that. He turned toward his desk, picked up his pen, and began to write. I'll send a letter. To the Annie Mountains. July 21st, 1797. Free City of Tychon. A man slipped quietly into Casimir's room. Sir, an old woman is asking to see you. She says she wants to sponsor the silent-colored fowl. Casimir raised an eyebrow. So, that happens all the time. The man hesitated. She brought a massive container. It's filled with gold. It's unsettling. Casimir stood at once. Then don't keep her waiting. Bring her in. Elsewhere in the city, Quicantel suddenly froze, her eyes narrowing. Jean noticed. What's wrong? She didn't answer at first. Then she said, there's a dark energy spreading through the palace. It feels the same as it did in the Annie Mountains. Jean frowned. What happened there? 40 years ago, she said slowly, one person slaughtered every dragon in that region. Jin's eyes widened. One person. Murakin blurted out. Who could do that? Quicantel replied, without hesitation. Vanessa Olsen. A carriage rolled to a stop. The door opened, and a woman stepped down, sharp eyes sweeping over the mansion before her. The stench of dragons is still thick, Vanessa muttered. Even from here, everyone knew the name. Vanessa Olsen, the terror of the Annie Mountains. Inside, Casimir greeted her stiffly and introduced his wife. Vanessa inclined her head politely. Forgive my sudden visit. Your wife is quite beautiful. Casimir froze, completely thrown off. Back with the others, Quicantel stared out the window. It's her. I'm certain. Murakin clenched his fists. What is she doing here? Don't tell me all that gold is to pay for our graves. Quicantel shook her head. If she wanted us dead, we'd already be gone. Vanessa doesn't kill without reason. Murakin scowled. Still, no human should be able to wipe out dragons like that. Not unless there's someone like Themar. She isn't Themar, Quicantel said sharply. And you need to stop living in the past. You're not strong enough right now. Not to face her. The word struck hard, but Murakin didn't retreat. Then I'll grow stronger. I'll face her someday. Jean stepped in. Murakin. Has Quicantel ever spoken without meaning what she says? Murakin glared. When I return to full strength, I'll prove it. A quiet thought surfaced in Jin's mind. Could his father have sent Vanessa to test him? But that clash of blades on the pirate ship. Would Casimir really have passed along something like that? Before Jean could chase the thought, a servant approached. Sir Jean, Madame Vanessa is requesting you. She's waiting in the garden. That confirmed it. If she truly came on his father's orders, then this was no small matter. In the garden, Vanessa sat at a table with Casimir and Elisa, speaking casually, as if they were longtime friends. They were discussing a rare delicacy. Casimir laughed. All I had to do was sponsor her once, and now I get to taste something this exquisite. Elisa smiled. We truly appreciate your generosity. Vanessa replied lightly. If it supports the 7-colored fowl, it's worth it. That was when Jean arrived. Vanessa turned to the couple. Would you excuse us for a moment? They nodded and stepped away without hesitation. The moment they were alone, she went straight to the point. Chiron sent me. He wants to meet you. Jean had already expected it. Even with her power hidden, her presence alone felt overwhelming. He still asked, why has no one ever spoken of you? Someone with your level of strength. Vanessa answered calmly. Because the world is far larger than you realize. That's why people like you exist. Swordsmanship, magic, shadow key. There will always be something beyond what you know. Jean paused. My father must trust you deeply, if he shared things like this with you. He does, Vanessa said. Enough to turn his back on me, without hesitation. That told him everything. The stories were true. This was the woman even dragons feared, the terror of the Annie Mountains. Vanessa shrugged. I never liked that title. If I'm remembered at all, I'd rather be called a Black Knight. She explained what it meant, especially for a Van of Runcandel. Becoming one meant surrendering everything. Name, past, even identity. A life devoted entirely to the clan. Only in death were they honored. Only then were their names carved into the Runcandel monument. For centuries, the Black Knights have been the clan's strongest blade. And whenever people spoke of those who conquered the Black Sea alongside Jin's father, Vanessa's name was always among them. Jean bowed deeply, formal and sincere. He addressed her with full respect, as Runcandel's premillennial flag-bearer. You are the sword that lives only for the family. Vanessa gave a dry laugh. Maybe you're not a complete waste after all. Then her voice hardened. Bring your weapon. I found a quiet island on the way here. That's where I'll punish you. As their ship sailed toward the isolated shore, Jean glanced at her. This punishment, is it just a spar? Vanessa didn't answer at once. Instead, she asked, do you even know what you're being punished for? Jean blinked. Not really. Good. At least you're honest. It changes nothing. She turned toward the sea, her voice cold. You're still guilty. Then she asked the question that mattered. Do you truly believe you could stand against Sir Jivan? So Casimir really had told his father about that moment on the pirate ship. Vanessa met his gaze without blinking. If you want to prove yourself, then take responsibility for what you said. All of it. No restraint. Jean had expected something like this. But hearing it from her, so blunt and final, left no room for doubt. This wasn't a lesson. It was a trial. One meant only for him. He spoke quietly, already knowing the answer. Don't tell me the only way is to beat you. Vanessa laughed sharply. Beat me? You think that's possible? No. Just touch me. One hit. Even if your blade only brushes my clothes, I'll call it your victory. She hadn't even finished before Jean moved. His aura exploded, blue surging with threads of yellow lightning. In a flash, he was already within striking distance. But Vanessa was faster. With a slight shift of her stance, she caught the blow and hurled him back into the ground. He rose instantly and charged again, his blade cutting straight for her throat. Vanessa parried with ease. That pull in your swing, was that the Bright King sword you just tried to show me? Her tone sharpened. Oof. Now I want to see your shadow key. And your magic. He attacked again. And again. Every strike grew more desperate, more furious. Vanessa stopped them all without effort. Jean clenched his jaw. She knew. She knew about the Bright King sword. His father must have told her far more than he'd imagined. She asked him plainly, I told you trust me. Why don't you? Jean answered with a roar and unleashed a relentless assault. Steel rang. Sparks burst. Lightning flared with every clash. Vanessa never wavered. She read every movement, turned aside every angle. He forced out everything the Bright King's sword could give, yet not even the edge of his blade touched her. She wasn't just defending. She was observing, studying his form, watching the wild blue magic spiral above him like living fire. Then Jean cast a spell. Dark energy tore through the air. Vanessa smiled. So the kid can cast as well. She flicked her hand, and the spell dissolved like mist. Jean charged again, his fist glowing, crackling with holy light. Vanessa's eyes narrowed. His sword pulsed deep blue, heavy with power. Even most 9-star knights wouldn't last this long. Then he struck. In a blur, his blade flashed toward her neck, closer than ever, a hair's breadth away. Vanessa exhaled softly. Her eyes closed for a single heartbeat. She vanished, and in the next breath, she was behind him. Her fist drove into his side, one clean, crushing blow that sent him spinning through the air. Jean slammed into the ground, blood spraying from his mouth. Vanessa watched him in silence, a new understanding settling in. So this is why Chiron believes in him. Jean forced himself upright, wiping the blood from his lips. Tell me, he said through clenched teeth, when Luna was my age, could she stand against father? Vanessa answered without hesitation. No, not at 17. She wasn't ready until 18. Jean froze. So that was it. A benchmark. Not just a duel, but a measure. If he failed here, the meaning would stretch far beyond this moment. He drew in a slow breath and let the pain anchor him. Then lightning began to gather again. It flickered around his body like fireflies in a storm. He had already lost a limb once. If that was the price to prove himself again, he would pay it. Above him, blades of mana sparked to life, yellow and crackling, forming a raging sky. Vanessa glanced upward and smirked. If that's your final hand, then make it count. As the blades dropped into perfect formation, Jean raised his sword and met her gaze. Watch carefully, he said, his voice rumbling like thunder. God of War technique, fourth sword. He drove his blade into the ground. A violent tremor surged outward. The earth split, thunder roared, and massive yellow rings of mana spiraled through the air, twisting the space around them as the battlefield reshaped itself. His eyes burned as they locked onto Vanessa. I'm only getting started. The thunder weapons embedded across the field erupted, lightning racing in every direction, turning the land into a living storm. Jean stood at the center, energy crackling across his skin as if it belonged there. From a distance, a lone figure watched in silence. To her, this wasn't a sword technique. It was a terrain drowned in lightning ki. It looked closer to high-tier, elemental sorcery than martial swordplay. She had been curious, hearing of this ancient move, said to descend from those who ruled the world 5,000 years ago. But seeing it now, it felt almost too theatrical, more illusion than legacy. She approached one of the thunder weapons driven into the earth and exhaled softly. If this is all he has, what a disappointment. Then, boom, a lightning bolt detonated inches from her, tearing a crater into the ground. She stumbled back, eyes widening. It wasn't display. Jean had lured her in, and she had stepped straight into it. In a flash, he launched forward, lightning trailing behind him like a comet. A glowing blue magic circle bloomed beneath his feet as he moved, spell woven seamlessly into spell. He knew this was not the full power of the ancient god of war technique. Not even close. But it was enough to declare his intent. High above, phantom dragon claws formed in the sky, massive and crushing. At the same time, more thunder mines ignited beneath Vanessa's feet, bolts raining down from every direction. Jin's gaze sharpened. She would have to move. Even with crushing claws above and a raging storm below, Vanessa didn't move. "You thought I'd dodge?" she said calmly, that familiar grin tugging at her lips. She lifted one hand, power flooding into her palm. Jin's heart skipped. She wasn't going to evade it. She was going to erase it. And she did. Every bolt of lightning was brushed aside with a flick of her hand. The dragon's breath surged forward, a wave of blue fire. Vanessa met it head-on. With a single, flawless swing, she cleaved the flames apart. They split cleanly, spiraling past her without leaving a mark. Jin didn't hesitate. The moment the fire vanished, he charged into his next form. Vanessa's eyes narrowed. Her playful look remained, but now there was something else in it. Interest. Respect. "If I'd known you had this much fight in you," she muttered, "I would have brought a real sword." Jin activated the first form of the shadow sword. Dark energy wrapped around him. Blue light tangled with deep black, the air snapping under the strain. Then he struck. A slash of pure soul energy tore across the field, a shadow streak ripping through everything in its path. Vanessa answered at once. Black magic burst from her, forming a violent cyclone. The clash thundered like the wrath of the gods. The earth buckled. The sky roared. The shockwave hurled everything outward. When the dust finally settled, there was only silence. Vanessa stood unmoving. In her hand remained only the hilt of her blade. The rest had been reduced to dust. Fragments of her sword glittered at her feet, like fallen stars. She stared at them, arms still raised, frozen for a long moment. Jin collapsed to his knees, completely spent. His breath came in harsh gasps, sweat clinging to his skin. Vanessa looked at him, her expression unreadable. Then a faint smile appeared. "Your father asked me to punish you," she said, her eyes drifting to the bruise on his cheek. "But after what I saw, I think you've earned a reward instead." Despite the pain and exhaustion, a quiet pride settled in Jin's chest. Later that night, beneath a sky scattered with stars, they sat beside a calm lake near a small campfire. The violent energy of the battlefield had faded into stillness. Flames flickered softly, casting long shadows across the clearing. Jin held a cup of tea, while Vanessa sipped hers with easy grace. "You handle your drink better than I expected," she said, watching him over the rim of her cup. "No wonder they say you drank the all-poison wine." Jin let out a small laugh. "You're too generous, Lady Vanessa. I've still got a long way to go before I reach your level." They fell into a quiet, unhurried silence. Then Jin spoke softly. "Can I ask you something?" Vanessa nodded. "When did you first meet the patriarch?" The question made her pause. Her eyes drifted toward the fire, where old memories flickered like scars in the flames. "It's been a long time," she said quietly. "This will take a while, but I'll tell you." She began. Once, she had been just a girl, an orphan, living peacefully with her siblings in a small village. Then the fire dragon came. It tore through everything. Her home, her family, her entire world, reducing it all to ash in moments. She could only stand there as the flames swallowed everything she loved. From the ruins, only one thing survived. Hatred. She went to the empty mountains, the fire dragon's domain, and let that rage consume her. Dragon after dragon fell beneath her blade. Her name spread like wildfire. To monsters, she became a nightmare. To people, a legend. Yet the one she sought, the dragon that had taken everything, never appeared. Still she stayed. She fought. She waited. She killed. Any being that crossed her path, dragon or human, was cut down. "I lost my sanity," she said plainly. For 50 years, she wandered those mountains as something less than human, a weapon driven only by vengeance. Then he appeared. Sir Chiron. Power beyond reason. The first human in 15 years who managed to defeat her. She had been a beast, not a warrior. And yet, he did not kill her. Instead, he led her to the dragon she had waited a lifetime to find. The truth revealed itself. The fire dragon was not just a monster. It was the child of Khadun, the guardian dragon of the Zipple clan. And Khadun arrived with it, ready to defend its offspring. Chiron held Khadun back alone, buying her the moment she had chased for decades. She did not hesitate. Her blade pierced the fire dragon's throat. Clean. Final. Her revenge was complete. She fell to one knee and swore herself to Chiron. From that day on, she became his sword, one of his black knights. Jin listened without a word, the fire crackling between them. Her story settled heavy in his chest, every line carrying pain, loss, and unbreakable loyalty. And now that same blade, tempered in vengeance and fire, had turned toward him, not with hatred, but with belief. Vanessa exhaled and leaned back against the log. "I've said more than I should," she murmured. Then her eyes sharpened. "Now, your reward." From beneath her cloak, she drew a folded parchment and held it out. "Sir Chiron gave me this. He told me to pass it to the one I believed truly deserved it." Jin's breath caught as he took the map. He unfolded it slowly, eyes tracing the ancient markings. "This is the Black Sea." Vanessa nodded, a faint smile on her lips. Jean stared at the map, unable to believe what he was seeing. The Black Sea, wild, unmapped, feared by every nation. A place where monsters ruled, where even the mighty Zipples refused to draw borders. And yet, there it was. Mapped. The Runcandels accomplished what no one else could. Vanessa said, pride threading her voice. She explained that the chart was the result of a covert expedition, led by Sir Chiron and a handful of his most trusted knights. It wasn't just history. It was a key. Then she gave him his path forward. Follow the map, she said. There's a trial waiting at the mark point. Jean looked up. A trial? Does that mean I'll be fighting something? Vanessa answered without hesitation. Yes. A monster. One that must be defeated. Her voice lowered, edged with warning. They say it was created long ago by the witch Helurum. Elsewhere, under a gray, overcast sky, a weathered cottage stood at the mouth of a cave. Behind it, the skeletal remains of a dragon sprawled across the rocks like the bones of a fallen god. Vanessa stepped forward, eyes sharp. She pushed open the door and swept the room with her gaze. You've gotten better at surprises, she said dryly. Wasn't a letter enough? Now you show up unannounced. Her eyes settled on the figure inside, calm yet alert. You really tracked this place down, just to steal my tea? She glanced at the cup in his hand, half suspicious, half amused. The man answered evenly. What do you think of my son? Vanessa's expression softened. Sir Chiron, you've aged. She studied him closely. I see it. The worry in your eyes. It's all for him, isn't it? After a pause, she added with a faint smile. But you're underestimating your youngest. Honestly, if we fought seriously, I don't know if I'd win. Chiron nodded quietly. I could tell, just by looking at you. Vanessa poured herself some water, the sound gentle and steady. I agree, Sir Chiron. That's why I already gave him the map. Chiron's voice grew solemn. That wasn't a small choice. You foresaw this. Then it darkened. And now that the map is in his hands, does that mean you've made peace with what happened to Luna? Vanessa fell silent. Memories stirred, buried regrets rising again. They had placed everything on Luna. Every hope, every expectation. It had been too much. If only we had seen it sooner, she thought. Maybe she wouldn't have chosen that path. The quiet stretched until Chiron spoke again, calm and firm. Our roles are finished. Now we focus on what must be done. Give everything. Vanessa nodded slowly. I'll watch over him. I won't let him end up like me. Or worse. She hesitated. I have a feeling. Joshua is watching him too. Planning something. Chiron's expression tightened. I couldn't care less about Joshua. He isn't worth watching. If he can't even control his own blood, he has no right dreaming of real war. Vanessa's expression darkened, unease flickering in her eyes. Then, barely above a whisper, she asked, but what if he becomes like Luna? The words hung in the air. What if he becomes like Luna? Chiron's face hardened, his jaw tightening, as something cold crept into his gaze. A sharp blue light pulsed in his right eye, dangerous and alive. His voice dropped, slow and lethal. Is that why you gave him the map? He leaned forward, every word cutting deep. Was that your only reason? August 15th, 1797, above the Black Sea. Wind howled as Jean clutched the map, struggling to keep it steady. Riding atop a soaring dragon, he pointed ahead. There, that's the place. Shadow's voice cut through the storm. Confirmed. Black Shadow hovered above, eyes scanning the endless abyss. We've crossed into the Black Sea. Jean looked back at the map. A faint glow pulsed from a single mark. That light. It's where the pillar should be. Shadow corrected him. Not a pillar. It's a nest. Flying beasts live beneath those rods. Dozens of them. As if summoned, the nest stirred. Dozens of winged creatures rose, eyes locking on Jean and Shadow, mouths opening to reveal jagged, dripping fangs. Shadow growled, they've got nerve. The dragon sensed the threat and roared back, unleashing a torrent of blue mana. The sky shattered, the shockwave ripping through the clouds like thunder. Jean watched, stunned. The power rolling from the dragon felt like the sea itself had turned into lightning. He glanced at Muraken. You've recovered a lot of your strength. Muraken exhaled. This is nothing, just a fragment of what I once had. Jean frowned. But your heart was destroyed. How are you still this strong? Before he could finish, Muraken descended. He landed heavily, dust spiraling around him. I can't fly any farther, he said. His gaze swept forward. That cloud will melt straight through dragon scales. He looked back at Jean. Those monsters we saw earlier, they can walk through it. After a pause, he added, everything here carries poison in its blood. Every tree, every beast. This entire sea breathes toxins. They stared toward the distant glow. Then the black-cloaked man beside them spoke. Your father is something else, Jean. Of all places, he chose this cursed sea to map. Even dragons avoid it. Jean fixed his eyes on the glowing mark. What is this place? What's buried there? The man's voice turned grim. There's one beast we came to kill. The one raised by Helurum. Jean stiffened. You know Helurum? The man gave a slow, knowing nod. Everyone in their world had heard of her. Even 1,000 years ago, her name alone was enough to make entire kingdoms tremble. Demons worshipped her, Gods feared her, and she had taken their power and stitched it into her own flesh. Jean felt a chill crawl up his spine. His voice dropped without him realizing it. So the disasters in the old records, they were all tied to her. The man held his gaze. All of them. She wasn't just similar to a demon. Half of her truly was one. Her lifespan was the same as theirs. Endless. Unfading. He let out a slow breath, as if the memory itself weighed on him. Just being near her was a curse. When she awakened, even gods took a step back. No one dared to form a contract with her. Then he snorted, shaking his head. Except for one lunatic. The Monster King, some called him Queen. He had actually dated her, and somehow survived long enough to tell the story. Jin's brow lifted. Dated her? The man nodded. That guy was completely insane. His expression hardened. Listen to me, Jean. Stay away from her. Even if curses don't work on you, it won't matter. She always comes back. Every time. Jean tilted his head slightly. Are you afraid of her? The man's eyes flared. Afraid? When did I ever say that? A low, rumbling growl rolled out from behind him. From the shadows, a massive wolf stepped forward, its body coiled to strike. The man didn't even turn. When misfortune marks you, he said quietly, things like that start crawling toward you. That's why I'm warning you now. Jean remained calm. What I don't understand is why my father and the Black Knights left it alive. They knew exactly where it was. The man's face darkened. Believe me, I've asked myself that more times than I can count. Before he could finish, the wolf launched itself from the ridge, fangs bared. Jean moved without hesitation. He spun, his blade flashing once through the air. The beast was cut down mid-leap. Black, toxic blood sprayed across the rocks, hissing where it touched. The man stumbled back, shielding his face. That's what I meant. Creatures from the Black Sea bleed poison. One drop is enough to kill. He pointed at the thick, dark fluid. That much. Instant death. Watch where you step. Jean turned to Murican. Stay here. This one's mine. Murican gave a short nod. Fine. But be careful. The bushes ahead are filled with thorn traps. I'll handle it. Jean said, already moving forward. His gaze swept over the dense brush. A butterfly drifted past, its wings coated in faint, glittering powder. Poison. It wasn't just wandering. It was guiding him, drawing him deeper into the thicket. There's something wrong in there, he murmured. Then he saw it. At the center of the forest stood a massive knot of thorn vines, twisted and towering. A thorn vine? He whispered. Why is it so enormous? Suddenly, a huge paw slammed down on top of it. Jean froze. Beyond the wall of thorns, barely visible through the shadows and tangled growth, a colossal feline shape emerged. Its eyes were locked on him. The pressure of its presence alone was suffocating. He stared at the living barrier of vines, and at the monstrous cat hidden behind it, waiting. Frozen in place, Jean locked eyes with the beast. This had to be the one. And yet something felt wrong. It wasn't snarling. It wasn't raging. It didn't even look feral. If anything, it looked almost cute. On impulse, Jean spoke to it. The response shocked him. The cat didn't attack. It simply watched him, calm and still, as if listening. For a moment, it felt like the tension had broken. Then it bolted. It leapt through the trees and vanished into the forest. What the? Jean stared after it. Is it scared of me? Is that thing even a real beast? He didn't wait for an answer. His body shot upward as he took to the air, scanning the forest from above. Without warning, a massive sphere of tangled thorns came crashing down from the sky. Jean slashed through it mid-air and twisted away, but another one followed, bigger, heavier, faster. He snapped his head up. The cat was floating in the distance, shaping the thorny masses and hurling them like weapons. Jean slammed into the ground and rolled, groaning. This is going sideways fast. Then realization struck. It's not running. It's turning the terrain into a weapon. His fist tightened. Father, Lady Vanessa, I won't fail this test. But the thought that wouldn't leave him was simple and brutal. How was he supposed to catch it? Jean raised his palm. A tiny flame flickered to life. No more holding back. Fire spiraled around his body, growing hotter, wilder, swallowing the air itself. Let's see you hide from this. With a roar, he unleashed Flame Jade Storm. A wave of fire tore through the forest, devouring the undergrowth in a blazing surge. Yet the cat did not flee. It stood in the heart of the inferno, eyes fixed on Jean, calm, steady, unshaken. You could have just come out, Jean growled. Now I'll burn the whole forest. In the next instant, it appeared behind him, silent as drifting smoke. Jean turned slowly, already aware of its presence. So you finally showed yourself, he said, a sharp smile forming as he drew his sword. Let's see how long you last. The cat struck first. Jean didn't even blink. Save your strength, he muttered. Then the air shifted. The creature's body twisted and expanded, warping into something enormous and monstrous. Jin's grip tightened. So this is your real form. Its eyes flashed. A strange orb formed and slammed into his chest. And suddenly his mind shattered open. His brother's laughter. Their scorn. Every time he had been broken. Every moment he had nearly died, dragged back into his thoughts. What is this? Jean staggered, breath ragged. Why am I reliving this? The visions kept coming, crashing into him in endless waves. A soft meow echoed through the chaos, light and taunting. The cat darted above him, attacking again, trying to pull him deeper into the nightmare. Jean slipped aside, forcing his focus back. TCH, mind tricks. Cheap. And then something inside him shifted. Power surged through his body. Fleshnet. Energy rebuilt him faster than before. This feeling, he whispered. Regeneration. That's not normal. That's high tier. Golden mana crackled around him, light spiraling like a storm. No more waiting, he said. I end this now, before it heals again. The cat stiffened as Jin's golden aura exploded outward, blinding and overwhelming. The ground trembled beneath their feet. The beast raised its claws, but it was already too late. Jin's strike crashed down like a thunderbolt. Boom! Before the echo faded, a second flow of mana surged through him. Cool, sharp, glowing blue. It gathered along the edge of his blade as he leveled it at the creature. First form, Shadow Sword Soul Slash. With one clean motion, the sword tore through the air. The wave of energy cut straight through the cat, splitting its body in two. Rest in peace, Jean said softly, convinced it was finished. Then something moved. The two halves twitched. Jin's eyes widened as flesh stirred and shifted. Slowly, impossibly, the body began to pull itself back together. You've got to be kidding me. His jaw tightened. Even with regeneration, nothing should come back from that. Muscle and bone snapped back into place, reforming before his eyes. He ground his teeth. Father really could have warned me. How do you kill something that just doesn't die? He muttered. His thoughts raced. Black seeking tot. It couldn't regenerate this fast. Quick handle dragon. Even that had a limit. But this doesn't feel like a trait or a skill. Then the world changed. The sky darkened. Poisonous mist rolled through the air, thick and suffocating. Lightning tore across the clouds as rain crashed down around them. The cat lifted a paw to shield its face. Jean stared in shock. It's not regeneration, he breathed. It's a curse. The truth struck him all at once. My master. He must have placed a curse on me. His gaze returned to the beast. Is that what's keeping you alive? The cat met his eyes. They were soft now, shimmering with tears. It lowered itself to the ground, no longer trying to fight. Jean finally saw it. This creature had lived far too long, and all it wanted was to stop. He stepped closer. Your forest is gone, he said quietly. Where will you go now? The cat didn't answer. It simply sat there, tears still glimmering. Jean bowed his head. I didn't come to destroy your world. This is a trial, something my father ordered. As a child of the Runcandel kingdom, I can't defy the patriarch. The cat's eyes lifted, surprise flickering across its face. Something shifted inside it. Slowly, its form began to change, its presence growing different. Less beast, more something else. Jean watched in silence. I wish I could understand you, but I don't know your language. The creature glanced back at him, then turned and walked away, not fleeing, but guiding. You want me to follow? Jean said softly, and went after it. They entered a wide chamber veined with vines and carved from natural stone. Jin's gaze locked onto something at once. Wait, is this your home? Then he saw it. At the center of the room sat a gleaming bottle. No way, that's royal liquid. He stepped forward, stunned. This must be the reward Father mentioned. The cat kept its eyes on him as he lifted the bottle. Jean let out a soft laugh. It almost looked curious. Interested, he said. These were made by the fairy bloodline. They say when you drink one, the spirit inside tells you a story, straight into your mind. He didn't hesitate. He took a sip. The world lurched. A surge of visions crashed into him. The forest dissolved, replaced by shifting images. He saw the cat, no longer silent, no longer bound by instinct. It spoke clearly, its voice echoing inside his head. Your path is already chosen. All that remains is to find Luna, daughter of Chiron Runcandel. The vision faded. A single drop slid from the bottle into a small waiting jar. Jean blinked. This was meant for Luna. His thoughts raced. The cat stayed here for her. The royal liquid, it was all for her. The cat tilted its head, watching him closely. Jean turned toward it. You want some too? It didn't hesitate. The moment it drank, its body went still. Its eyes widened as the message poured in. A whisper only it could hear, calling it to follow the one known as Runcandel. Later that night, the cat slept on a high branch, curled beneath the moon. Below, Jin's presence shifted as Murican stepped forward. The cat opened one eye at once, sensing him. Murican approached, gaze narrowing. Took you long enough, Jean. His eyes flicked to the feline. Wait, is that Shuri? Jean raised a brow. You know it. The cat stretched lazily, pretending nothing was unusual. Murican smirked. Figures. Like Helurum's other creatures, Shuri isn't a mystery. That name's famous. The cat leaned down and brushed against a smaller kitten, nudging it gently. Murican continued. That's no monster. It's a mythical beast, the red jade familiar. King Orwell gave it to Helurum. She couldn't ride horses, so he gave her something far rarer. Jean looked intrigued. Why call it familiar? Murikin snorted. You've got eyes, don't you? See how it sticks close? That means something. Maybe it already chose you as its next master. Jean was about to reply when the cat suddenly stiffened. Then it spoke, its voice clear. Murikin, the little cat, is following you, Jean. A glowing red orb formed in front of it. The cat froze, startled. Jean stepped closer and lifted it. This is a red jade. Murikin nodded. Pour your mana into it, and you'll bind with the red jade familiar. You'll become its new master. Jean didn't hesitate. He sent his mana into the orb. Red and blue energies collided, spiraling violently as pressure surged through the air. The cat trembled, drawn to the power. In a blink, its body vanished, then reappeared beside the red jade, pulled by instinct. Jean stared in awe. It fused with it. That means I can summon it now. Whenever I want, he whispered. He tried again, sending more mana through the bond. The cat appeared once more, faintly glowing red. Jean looked down at his hands, almost in disbelief. Then he glanced at the cat. Shrink. The creature obeyed. Its massive body rippled, shrinking and tightening until it was small enough to curl comfortably at Jin's feet. The red jade familiar adapts to its contractor, Jean said quietly. It was huge because it had no master. Once bonded, it takes the form that matches the honor it's given. He crouched and brushed its fur with care. You're even cuter like this. You're coming with me. A faint smile crossed his face. From now on, your name is Shuri Runcandel. I'll protect you. Shuri leapt into the air, purring, light as a spark. Far away, on Bluebird Archipelago, Island 32, a savage storm tore across the rocky coastline. Waves smashed against the cliffs like war drums. In the heart of the chaos, a single building still stood. Inside, a prisoner stirred, wrists bound in cold steel. A figure in a dark coat stepped forward, slow and deliberate. Across the room, another man was strapped to a massive cross-shaped restraint, his limbs stretched tight. Without warning, a yellow blur ripped through the air. The impact landed with brutal force. A scream shattered the silence. From the shadows, a man with glowing red eyes watched, his smile wide and warped. He leaned in, savoring the suffering, feeding on the agony as if it were his greatest pleasure. Elsewhere, beneath a clear sky, Jean stood in a bright room, sunlight pouring through tall windows. Someone turned to him. What did you bring back from the Black Sea? He smiled. Something incredible. You'll see. A girl nearby spun around, eyes shining. I knew you wouldn't come back empty-handed. Jean lifted the red jade. A ripple of gasps spread through the room. A white-haired woman stepped forward, her gaze fixed on the artifact. That's Helurum's red jade familiar, she said softly. Show us the cat. Both girls leaned closer as Shuri appeared, their eyes wide. Jean chuckled. I thought it was just a beast. Murikin says it's a mythical creature. The woman nodded. Even 2,000 years ago, it was rare. Only those with demon blood can sense it now. Her eyes flicked to Murikin. He had one too. Jean turned. You did? That explains why this contract felt familiar. Why didn't you tell me? Murikin looked away, voice low. Mine lived a full life. It passed long ago, crossed the Rainbow Road. He exhaled. I cared for it more than you think. The woman added gently. Murikin's cat form is based on his familiar. Jean smirked. So you're more sentimental than you look. Murikin muttered. Shut it. Then the mood shifted. The woman's tone hardened. I thought creatures like that were extinct after the fall of monsters. She studied Shuri closely. He carries a trace of immortality now. Even if he wants to die, he can't. Resting her chin in her palm, she whispered. A witch gave me that curse. Curse garbage. Her gaze fell to the floor. Maybe one of Helurum's old disasters ended with Shuri inheriting that fate. Jean narrowed his eyes. Why would you think that? Her lips curled into a hard scowl. To place a curse of immortality, you'd have to sacrifice over 1 million human lives. Jin's body stiffened. Even Murikin looked away. If that curse is still active, Jean said quietly, then Helurum may still be alive. Somewhere in this world. His voice hardened. And if she is, why would she leave Shuri behind? No one answered. Even the white-haired woman, who had once severed her own contract, turned away in silence. Jin's gaze snapped to Murikin. You really didn't think before you spoke, did you? Murikin lowered his head, the weight of guilt pressing down on him. Jean stepped forward. Father left behind the royal liquor. Whatever he's chasing, it feels like he's searching for something long gone. His eyes drifted into the distance. Maybe it's all for Luna. Murikin replied evenly. You're the one who passed the trial. You're the one who brought the familiar back. Jean looked down at Shuri. So, does that mean you see me as your master now? The words were soft, but doubt lingered beneath them. I don't know. Father always chose Luna. Even after she stepped down, he still watched over her, like she was the only one who mattered. Old memories surged forward. The cold look. The command, not to return. You won't die. You've done well. He had understood what that really meant. He was being cast aside. His fists clenched. Then a voice broke the silence. Young master. It was Mary. I hope I'm not overstepping, she said gently. But I don't believe the patriarch ever resented Luna for her kindness. Jean blinked, pulled back to the present, his hand still resting on Shuri's fur. Mary continued. This creature is bound by immortality. If everything had gone as planned, Miss Luna would have taken the trial and forced control over it. Shuri let out a low purr as Mary stroked him. She met Jin's eyes. But maybe the patriarch wanted the next heir to be someone who could show mercy. Someone who understands the burden of not being able to die. Someone like you. Jean remained silent, lost in thought. He remembered the quiet moments with Luna, the forest, the wind, the warmth in her voice. Yeah, he whispered. Mary, you might be right. They sat together in silence, hands resting on Shuri's fur as the cat nestled closer, purring softly. The scene shifted. In another room, a man stood beside Jean. The compass is secured, he said. I wanted you to see it for yourself. A globe of shimmering blue mana formed in the air. Jean narrowed his eyes. What is this? The man pointed. A contractor has been moving through the Ufester allied powers. We traced the activity to the Bluebird archipelago. He continued. The 7 colors swept the region. We've confirmed the contractor's exact location. Where? Jean asked. Island 32. The man added. That island is tied to a family under the Runcandel Guardian Knights. Jin's expression shifted. A Guardian Knight? He nodded. We believe it's Joshua. He likely claimed the island for himself. Jean let out a quiet scoff, eyes flashing. Joshua, huh? Whether he's hiding the contractor there, or just letting the island rot, it doesn't matter. That's where I go first. Chapter 153. A ship fought through raging waters as lightning ripped across the sky. The storm howled like a living thing. Murican growled. What is with this weather? Jean stood steady beside him, while a sailor shouted over the crashing waves. That's the Bluebird archipelago. Storms never stop. With lightning like this, sea battles are suicide. No sane people live here. Jean scanned the chaos. Exactly the kind of place Joshua would use to hide something. Or someone. He patted Murican's back. You alright? A dragon with seasickness. I didn't expect that. Murican snapped. Maybe it's a side effect of getting my power back. Ever think of that? Jean smirked. Alright. So what's the plan when we find a contractor? I'll decide after I see how they react. Jean muttered, eyes fixed ahead. The sailor gestured toward the violent sea. We can't get any closer. The water's too wild. It's black as ink. Murican barked. Jean, summon Shuri. Let that furball carry me in. Jean raised a brow. Since when do you swim? In this mess? I don't. Jean flicked his hand, red flame sparking. With a surge of mana, Shuri appeared, tail swaying, eyes bright. Jean glanced at the storm. Think you can carry him ashore? Before he finished, Murican was already clinging to Shuri's back, halfway there. The cat let out a cheerful cry, bounding through the air like it was play. Jean grabbed Shuri's fur and leapt after them, only to plunge straight into the crashing waves. Shuri surged forward, slicing through the sea with impossible speed. Hang on, Murican shouted. Moments later, they landed on the rocky shore, water spraying behind them. Jean jumped down, scanning the coast. Is the contractor here? He asked. Then he dismissed Shuri at once. No reason to drag the familiar into what came next. Murican stiffened. Your sword, it's shaking. Jean looked down, startled. Why now? Fatal. He hesitated. No, this is different. The blade tugged in his grip, trembling with intent. It's reacting, guiding me. The pull grew stronger, drawing him toward a cliff glowing with strange yellow light. Mana pulsed from its peak, heavy and electric. There's something up there, Jean said, already moving. He followed the sword's call, steps quick, the air growing thick and ancient around him. Then he stopped. His eyes widened. Resting at the cliff's edge was something vast, monumental. Murican exhaled slowly. That's no hill. That's a god's grave. Jean stared. A god grave. Murican nodded. The Thunder God's resting place. You're standing right in front of it. Jean took a careful step forward, all washing over him. The sword in his hand buzzed, alive, as if it recognized this place. Is this why it's called the Lightning Sword? He murmured. Does it carry the Thunder God's power? A darker thought crept in. Was this blade given to me by the god himself? He shook his head. No, that's impossible. A voice cut through the silence. That sword didn't just carry power. It killed Graham, and sealed his essence inside. Jean turned sharply. He had always wondered how Graham truly died, but this was far beyond what he expected. Standing here, at a god's grave, with that sword in his hand, it felt unreal. One question rose above everything else. Why would Joshua choose this place to hide a contractor? Before the thought could settle, blue mana exploded behind them. Fast, sharp, lethal. Jean and Murican spun just as a shockwave smashed into the ground, rattling the cliff. Another strike followed. Jean moved at once, intercepting it midair and twisting the blast aside. But it wasn't over. A second aura flared, green mana, shaped into a jagged, wind-laced arrow. It tore through the air beside a blade humming with poison and lightning. Jin's gaze locked onto the source. A man stepped from the shadows, sword in hand, expression calm and sure. I've been waiting to meet you, Jin. Jin narrowed his eyes. There was no mistaking it. One of them. The immune bloodhounds. Joshua's personal unit. Created after her fall. Ruthless. Absolute. And this man was the contractor. He confirmed it with a thin smile. Now that the lightning's been activated, you're already finished. Then he said the one thing that made Jin's pulse spike. I'm not just a contractor. I'm Graham's brother. He stepped forward, power rolling off him in waves. I'm the wind god. From the rear, a red-haired man barked, his voice sharp with command. Julian, hit the human first, then bring down the guardian dragon. Use everything the lightning's got. The wind god gathered his power, thunder spiraling around him. His eyes cut through the storm. Don't miss. And don't embarrass me. Then, without warning, he struck. Murikin snorted. So now I'm a target just because I've gotten old? He glanced at Jin. Go. That brat needs a real lesson. He crossed his arms as shadows surged around him. On the other side, Fatal formed lightning into an arrow, its glow cutting through the rain. Murikin didn't even blink. A contractor daring to challenge a guardian dragon, he muttered. You've got nerve. Not much else. He met the incoming blue bolt with a roaring wall of shadow, then vanished in a flash. The sky erupted as darkness and lightning collided. And in the next instant, Murikin drove Fatal's head straight into the ground with brutal force. Fatal groaned beneath the crushing weight of the spell, barely able to move. Murikin stood over him, unimpressed. You thought that was enough to beat me, he said flatly. You're decades too early. Black mist rolled across the battlefield, swallowing the sound. Then Fatal's voice tore through the silence. Jin, you're my mother's enemy. I'll rip you apart. And then she'll finally be proud. Sparks exploded as their swords collided, steel screaming against steel. Jin's gaze stayed steady. So Joshua told you I killed her. Shut up. Fatal roared. Jin didn't yield. Your mother was murdered by assassins pretending to be executioner knights. Poison triggers. Joshua ranged it. Their blades crashed again, flashes of light bursting between them. Listen to me, Jin said, voice hard as iron. Joshua Runcandel is my older brother. Fatal froze. What? You're a Runcandel. That's right. Before he could continue, a woman burst into the air behind Fatal and lunged at Jin. Liar. Their swords met, blow for blow. Jin moved swiftly, deflecting her strikes without breaking his focus. Joshua deceived all of you. She slashed again, shouting over him. Don't listen, Kyujin. He's lying to save himself. Jin knocked her blade aside. Joshua ordered your capture to bury the truth. He killed her. With his own hands. Steel rang as their weapons locked. You were in the magic squad. A contractor. If you were innocent, you would have told me the truth from the start. Vari staggered under the pressure, sweat dripping as her mana surged. Kyujin stood frozen, face pale, doubt clouding his eyes. Jin's voice turned cold. If you still won't believe me, then we're done. You don't want the truth, you want someone to blame. His gaze cut through them. Or maybe you're just afraid. Afraid to stand against Joshua. So tell me, who really failed her? Varys didn't answer. She screamed instead. Green mana erupted around her like wildfire. Thunder cracked as lightning turned a vivid emerald, spiraling wildly. Kyujin, she cried. Jin stepped back, shaken. Wait. Her lightning and fatals. Aren't they supposed to be the same? Murikin appeared at his side, jaw clenched. We've got a problem. Jin turned. What kind? Murikin's eyes narrowed. When I hit her earlier, something shifted. She became Fatal's inclination. Inclination? Jin echoed. You mean a shared power? He stared at Varys, a strange sense of familiarity stirring. This feels wrong. Murikin nodded. Think back. The god that descended into that saint. The one that erased everything. Kosik, Murikin murmured. No. Jin said, lifting his gaze to the sky. Fatal did it too. Above them, blue mana churned violently. Thunder folded in on itself, condensing into something dense, something divine. Jin's voice dropped. Fatal, my brother. The one I swore I'd kill. His eyes hardened. Did he just descend into his own grave? He looked down at his sword. It glowed brighter now, swirling with both blue and yellow light. These are my thoughts, Jin whispered. They're Graham's. I don't know what happened between those two gods, but this sword, it's furious. If I don't act now, it'll tear everything apart. He spun toward Kyujin. Choose. Stay and die, or run while you still can. Kyujin pulled Varys close, his heart hammering. Jin's voice cut through the chaos. You want revenge? Then live long enough to take it. Kyujin didn't reply. He turned and ran, carrying his sister away. At once, a golden surge erupted from Jin's sword, splitting through the storm. Murikin shouted over the rising power. What are you doing? That thing's about to explode. Jin kept his eyes on the blade, jaw clenched. It's Graham. He's going after Fatal. I have to stop it. He glanced at Murikin. He's ready to destroy everything. Murikin growled. There's one way. I'll need time to gather shadow energy and open a dimensional gate. Can you hold him back? Jean tightened his grip as lightning spiraled outward. I'll try. Above them, the sky tore open as the storm was dragged straight from his weapon. Murican braced, darkness spreading around him as he prepared the gate. But it was slow. Because Patel was changing, mana rippled across the field. Julian's body twisted, his form warping as Patel's essence forced its way through. Murican hurled a wave of magic to stop it, but it slammed into an unseen barrier. Too late. Patel's protections were already in place. Then he spoke. He felt it. The absence of Graham. The hollow space left behind. A cold smile curved his lips. He lifted a hand and crushed the mana around him, snuffing it out. Then he touched the air and murmured, "It's them." Floating above the cliff, his presence fell like a crushing weight. Even without a full divine body, Jean could feel it, his breath growing heavy under the pressure. A god, without question. Still, compared to Graham, the god of war, Patel didn't feel nearly as overwhelming. Jean sensed that too. Confidence flickered in his eyes as he stepped forward. Patel's gaze narrowed. "You think you can win?" He fired without warning. A dense arrow of mana tore down from the sky and smashed into the ground. Jean rolled aside, just in time as stone and earth burst upward. But Patel wasn't finished. A second portal ripped open overhead. Dozens of arrows poured out, each blazing with divine force. Jean ran, fast, darting across the field, evading one strike after another. One grazed his side, slowing him just enough. Above him, Patel sneered. "You're nothing but a worm. That sword doesn't belong to you." Jean said nothing. Instead, he tore off his cloak and hurled it aside. Boom! Lightning erupted from his body. The entire battlefield shook as raw power exploded around him. Jean rising through the blast, wrapped in stormlight. Patel flinched. "You're acting like one of the Bright King's bloodline." Then he saw it. From deep within Jin's chest, the Bright King's stone shone, unmistakable, burning like a signal fire. Proof. Jean lifted his blade, fire crackling along its edge. His voice stayed calm, steady. "I didn't steal this sword," he said. "It was given to me." His eyes locked onto Patel. "By the one who killed your brother." Jean stepped forward. "Dan," he said quietly, "the god of war." Patel froze. The name struck harder than any blow. Even the storm seemed to fall silent. Jean raised his sword. The blade burned with concentrated fury. The ground beneath him trembled as the power surged through his body. "You already know what this sword can do," the sky answered. Lightning coiled around the blade, spiraling upward in a blinding pillar. Thunder roared as a storm-forged tornado formed around him, and with a single swing, Jean released it. The blast tore across the battlefield like divine judgment, slamming into Patel with the force of the heavens. The earth split, light and sound swallowing him whole. Far away, Kyujin stopped mid-run. The explosion lit the sky in gold. He turned, eyes wide. That power, was that really Jean? The same man they fought in Delki? Jin's words echoed in his mind. About Joshua, about Taimun's curse, about how she was silenced before she could speak. Kyujin clenched his jaw. Had they been wrong all along? He looked down at Bariz in his arms. Doubt tightened his chest. Was it too late to change? Back on the battlefield, Jean struggled to rein in the storm he had unleashed. The power inside him refused to settle. It spiraled, threatening to tear him apart. He gritted his teeth. Maybe, if Murican stayed close, he could survive and turn this around. But Patel surged forward, unrelenting. Blow after blow drove Jean back. He blocked, deflected, parried, yet couldn't break through. Then it happened. A single opening. Patel staggered. Just for a heartbeat. His voice shook with rage. "You dare look down on me? You think this is enough?" He snapped. Mana erupted from him like a living storm. He shaped it into a colossal arrow, crackling with lethal light, and aimed it at Jean. "This ends now." The arrow fired. Jean barely registered it. Before it could reach him, a shadow tore through the sky. Murican. He threw himself into its path and took the full force. The arrow detonated. Patel froze, shock cutting through his fury. "Why?" he rasped. "Why would you protect him?" Murican didn't answer. Thick smoke rolled from his jaws as shadow mana unfurled, sharp and serpentine, filling the air. Patel flinched, his wings flaring as he pulled back, trying to escape. But Jean was already in motion. Lightning surged through his limbs as he shot forward, a living blur tearing through the chaos. He streaked past Patel like a thunderbolt, carving across the battlefield. And in that instant, something clicked. His mind flashed to the flame realm, to Tessa's true form. That endless, crushing divine light. Even gods could be destroyed in this world, if they were bound to mortal flesh. Patel had descended, but he was still only a shell. That was the key. This was the opening Jean had been waiting for. Across the field, the truth was clear. Jean wasn't just enduring anymore. He was rising, closing the distance to the divine. Even Patel, burning with rage, could feel it. But rage twisted into madness. His mana exploded, shaking the skies as he roared, voice echoing like thunder. "I am a god. Tear my body apart if you want." I will not die. A warped grin spread across his face. You think someone like you can even touch me? Patel's voice dripped with mockery as he tore open another portal, mana spiraling wildly out of control. I didn't expect this, he muttered darkly. Another freak, like Shuri. His grin widened as the portal swelled with unstable energy. What's wrong? Getting scared? Go on, try me. Let's see how you fare against an immortal god. The sky suddenly shuddered. A violent gale screamed downward. Lightning ripped through the clouds as a massive surge of power formed overhead, aimed straight at Jean. It was a killing blow. And then, everything stopped. A voice sliced through the storm, sharp with venom. Immortal? You? Don't make me laugh. In a blink, the massive attack vanished, snuffed out like a dying flame. Patel froze, shock flooding his face. The voice came again, louder. You dare call yourself immortal here? At the very place your brother fell. Then came pure fury. Incarceration of Patel. Is it? Fine. I'll handle you myself. The heavens split. From the sky descended a colossal dragon, divine and overwhelming. Its presence crushed the air, dwarfing Patel, reducing him to a flicker beneath a mountain of shadow. A true god had arrived. Jean could only stare, breath caught, heart pounding. Was this Muraken's Shadow Key liberation? Then realization struck. This wasn't just high-tier magic. Shadow Key liberation wasn't power. It was dominion. A force tied to the origin of all shadows. Every shadow came from a single source, Sodaret's mind, the endless sea of black mist. And Sodaret was the Shadow Sovereign. Jean, the sole contractor of Sodaret, was his chosen vessel, which meant this form Muraken had taken. It was under Jin's command. Not even Muraken's true self. Only a fragment, a shard of his prime. And yet, it eclipsed a false god. For the first time, Jean didn't feel like he was barely holding on. He wasn't surviving. He was the storm. Patel screamed from above, his voice cracking as panic finally bled through. He demanded to know how Sodaret's pet could dare defy him. He reached for his mana, desperate to strike back. Nothing answered. The power he had relied on his entire existence simply vanished, the sparks dissolving into dust between his fingers. He staggered, roaring in disbelief, asking why it would no longer obey him. Then the world split. A massive clawed foot slammed into the ground before him, tearing the earth apart as the shockwave rolled across the battlefield. Muraken stood over him, towering, his eyes burning with cold fury. A god throwing a tantrum because his powers were sealed. Pitiful. And hadn't he claimed he could survive no matter what happened to his body? Muraken lifted his foot again and told him the truth. He had never been struck by a shadow key. Patel screamed for him, stay back. Too late. Black beams tore through him in an instant, clean, merciless. His arms and legs vanished like smoke. He tried to stand tall, forcing out a lie, claiming he could regenerate, that this meant nothing. But he felt it. The shadow key did not merely tear flesh. It severed mana itself. It cut into the divine essence that held him together. Even his core had been split apart. He collapsed in a mangled heap, howling for it to stop. Muraken did not stop. Another surge of dark energy detonated, erasing what little remained of his limbs. In pure desperation, Patel threw up a barrier. It shattered like glass. Muraken looked down at him with disgust, calling him a stubborn little cockroach who did not know when to die. Patel could barely breathe. His body shook, each breath a fresh wave of agony. Above him, Muraken hovered like death itself. What's the matter now? Couldn't even tell what was hitting him anymore. Starting to feel scared? Patel dragged himself across the ruined ground. No more than a shadow of the god he once claimed to be. He begged through broken breaths, insisting he was still a god, but this was only one of his forms. Muraken stared at him, unimpressed. Hadn't he sworn he was immortal? Hadn't he said being a god made him untouchable? Patel screamed an oath to the storm, begging to be spared. Muraken answered with cold scorn. All that arrogance was gone. Now he was groveling like a frightened human. He should have tried to keep some dignity. Patel's scream tore through the air. Muraken did not hesitate. The final blast of the shadow key surged forward, laced with lightning. It ripped through the sky and slammed into Patel, hurling his shattered body away in a storm of thunder and darkness. Muraken exhaled sharply. He was done with this clown. Jean stared in shock, convinced it was finally over. But then a faint glow flickered within the debris, a soft light still lingering in the wake of the shadow key. Muraken's eyes darkened. He wasn't dead. He had only been pushed to the edge. The pain had broken the vessel. Once that limit was crossed, reincarnation itself failed. Patel's final scream echoed through the silence, raw and hollow. His mind could no longer endure. The divine energy was torn from Julian's body like smoke in the wind, leaving behind only a shattered shell, no longer possessed. The god's presence dissolved into nothing, fading back into the void where it belonged. Julian's body finally went still, his breathing shallow but steady, the last traces of divine power evaporating into the air. Muraken stepped away and exhaled. He said the god was gone, probably crawling back to the divine realm to hunt for another puppet, but that it was finished here. The black mist thinned, the broken sky slowly clearing as silence returned to the battlefield. Julian lay unconscious, steam still rising from his body. With a rough grunt, Murakin shifted back into his human form, staggering as the power left him. He muttered that it was the first time he had gone all out in centuries, a tired smirk tugging at his face. Kneeling beside Julian, he said the reincarnation was broken. He would be out for a while, but he would live. Jean checked his pulse. Strong. Steady. It was time to regroup. He barely took a step before Murakin swayed and collapsed. Jean rushed to him, asking what was wrong. Murakin weakly gave a thumbs up, struggling to keep his eyes open. He said he was fine, just pushed too far, and that this body was no longer built for that kind of power. Jean frowned. Murakin looked drained, pale, shriveled, like something dried out under a burning sun. He told him he really had gone overboard and looked like a sun-dried mushroom. Murakin grumbled for him to stop whining and told him to hand over the fluff ball. He needed it. Jean passed it over. The moment Murakin hugged the creature, he flinched and yelped, calling it lethal. Jean snorted and stood. He said he would look for Kyujin and Bariz, telling Murakin to stay put. As he headed toward the jungle, he called out, wondering if they had already left the island. At the far edge, a winding river cut beneath towering cliffs. Jean spotted a tiny boat drifting nearby, far too small for two. As he drew closer, something shifted. Shuri? No way. Not far away, Youngnim stood in silence, watching everything. The unconscious Murakin, the fluffball curled beside him, and Julian lying motionless. He looked down at the kitten, puzzled, calmly asking why it was here alone, adding that he did not particularly enjoy hurting things. It was too small, too fragile to be on its own, which meant one thing. Where was its master? The kitten glared at him, eyes sharp and defiant, like it had no patience for him at all. In a blink, Jean appeared in front of Youngnim, his stare cutting deep as he demanded to know what he was doing there. Youngnim returned the question without hesitation, asking what a flag beater was doing in a place like this. Jin's eyes flicked to the boat. If someone had come in it, there was only one answer: Joshua. It was far too cramped for two people. Youngnim gave a small nod. He said it had been a long time, that he was glad to see Jean, and that there was a lot he had wanted to say. There was no point hiding anything now. They both knew the truth. Jean cut him off, his voice sharp, saying he remembered every single thing Youngnim had done. Youngnim studied him. He said he could see how fired up Jean was, and that he understood, but he did not regret anything. Then his tone shifted, subtle and probing, as if he were testing the ground beneath them. Youngnim spoke first, his voice calm but cutting. He reminded Jean of the message left in Kiddart Hall. He will not die in peace, and how it had spread through every report. Strange, he said, that no one had ever realized who wrote it. Jin's jaw tightened. He said Joshua should have finished the job when he had a chance. The anger finally spilled over. Jean summoned the shadow key, forcing his soul outward as black flame pulsed around him. If Youngnim truly meant to kill him back then, he should have gone all the way. None of this would be happening now. He pointed straight at him, his voice burning. Youngnim did not move. He only smiled, eyes glowing red, studying the power around Jean with open fascination. He said that power should have been his. Jean sneered, telling him he did not have a mind for it. Shadows coiled around his blade as he raised it, daring him to come and take it. There were no more words. Jean lunged, his sword crackling with black shadow. As he charged, he shouted where Youngnim's knights were now, reminding him that he had brought them when he hunted Luna. Going alone, he said, did not suit him. He drove his blade into the ground, stopping just short of Youngnim's feet. Youngnim leapt into the air with a scoff, asking if Jean truly believed a power boost made them equals. Jin's eyes narrowed. The sword Youngnim wielded was not his usual one. When it came down, it split the earth, the shockwave nearly throwing Jean off balance. Before he could recover, Youngnim dove again, the next strike detonating on impact. In an instant he was in front of him, blade moving with brutal speed. Jean blocked, but the force rattled his bones. Youngnim shouted that he had never needed others because he was weak, that he could have walked the same path Luna did. His blows grew heavier, faster, unrelenting. Jean deflected them through sheer grit, but the pressure kept rising. If he had wanted to, Youngnim growled, he would have surpassed her long ago. Jin's guard wavered. Each strike, charged with soul energy, tore into him. Blood sprayed as gashes opened across his body. His limbs grew heavier with every breath. Then he understood. Flag bearers were not just stronger. They existed on an entirely different level. But Youngnim was not finished. He slammed his sword down again, asking if Jean truly thought he had seen the real world. Jean barely raised his arms in time. Pain tore through him, blood filling his throat as he staggered back, coughing. Youngnim hissed that Jean knew nothing. Had he ever wondered why the Runcandels had not wiped out the Zipples yet, even with their father still alive? Before Jean could answer, Youngnim drove a vicious kick in his chest, crushing him into the ground. He raised his sword high and roared, demanding to know why Jean had never let him come along. why their father had not cast him out when he failed to meet expectations. He did not wait for a response. Because father knew, Youngnim snarled. He was the one who watched their enemies most closely, especially within the Garden of Swords. Jean clenched his teeth. There was no dodging what came next. He would have to face it head-on. Youngnim's blade flared with a deep, burning red, while Jean drew on the shadow key once more, darkness coiling into his sword. Their weapons met in a violent clash, unleashing a storm of blows. Hundreds of strikes traded in blinding bursts of fury. When the last collision hit, a crushing wave of force tore across the battlefield. Dust and smoke swallowed the air as they stood their ground, eyes locked, chests rising and falling in heavy breaths. Jean finally spoke. He said he had never once looked down on Joshua, only that he knew Joshua was not meant to lead. People praised him now, he said, only because he had stood behind Luna Nanan. Youngnim shrugged lightly, offering a dry remark about Jin's shadow sword, admitting it was not half bad. Shuri appeared at Jin's side, poised to leap in, but Jean raised a hand and stopped her. He told her to stay with Murakan. That was what mattered. Youngnim let out a short, bitter laugh, asking if Jean truly thought he would attack a half-dead dragon, if that was really how little he thought of him. Then his gaze shifted, realization flickering through his eyes. He finally understood why Jean had fought with such reckless certainty. Jean knew Youngnim could not kill him. If Jean died, the contract would disappear with him, making it meaningless. He had already accounted for it. He knew how to transfer the contract, just as the Zipples and Kinzelos had done before. Youngnim nodded sharply. Smart, but did not matter. After this, Jean would not even be able to lift a sword. And for someone like him, that would be worse than death. Bloodied yet unbroken, Jean raised his weapon again. Maybe so, but he was not letting him walk away. Dark energy tightened around the blade, condensing into a pulsing black core. Youngnim stepped back without thinking. This was different. Jin's voice remained calm. He said he was not alone. Someone was coming. Youngnim struck at the forming vortex, golden mana surging toward the black spiral behind Jean. The moment it touched, it vanished. No light, no sound, just gone. Youngnim froze. Jean lifted his eyes and reminded him that he had warned him once. He should have ended it back then. The sky twisted above them, black clouds spiraling into a massive vortex. From within, Jean called forth the black light. A jagged tear split the air, firing out a beam of glowing yellow. Youngnim's expression shifted. He knew what this was. Jean was not merely drawing on power. He was burning his shadow soul to perform a full summoning. The black light never revealed what would emerge. It was unstable, unpredictable, sometimes weak, sometimes uncontrollable. Then a figure stepped through. All doubt drained from Youngnim's face. Garmund emerged from the portal, his voice low and steady as he greeted him like an old friend. Jean turned toward him, a rare softness crossing his features, and apologized for the sudden call. Garmund stepped forward, his massive frame radiating pressure as his soul burned like twin blades forged from pure force. He stood nearly twice Jin's size, his presence alone heavy enough to crush the air. What do you need? He asked, his tone calm and direct. Jean answered with a single word. Kill. The target stood right in front of them. Garmund did not hesitate. He raised his blade, his voice booming like thunder as he declared his name and title. Garmund of the Great Bright King's tribe, the 8th king of fighting, summoned by his brother. His purpose was simple: destroy the enemy before him. He turned his gaze to Youngnim. If he had any last words, now was the time. The earth trembled beneath his feet. Blinding energy poured from his body, heavy and suffocating, like the moment before a storm breaks. Youngnim met his stare, cold and unyielding. He scoffed, asking if this was really it, some ancient spear from a dead tribe. His aura flared in savage red as he told him to raise his soul, promising to cut him down before dealing with the brother who had dared summon him. Garmund bared his teeth, his voice low. A man who hid behind pride and power, he said, had no right to call himself a warrior. Youngnim charged, eyes narrowed, throwing back that Garmund was not even blood, only pretending to be family. The word struck, but Garmund did not react. Instead, everything shifted. Youngnim blinked. Garmund vanished, and in the same breath, stood behind him. That fast. His voice dropped, calm and final. Silence, then. He would take that as his last words. Fall into despair, enemy brother of Jean. The blade descended. A single, crushing strike, powerful enough to split the sky. And with that, the chapter ended. The battlefield roared as Garmund, the spirit Jean had called forth, clashed with Joshua in a violent storm of steel and force. Each collision tore through the air, the ground shuddering beneath them. From a distance, Jean watched in silence. This was the end. No more chances. No more escape. Garmund looked down at Joshua and asked if he had no last words. He lifted his sword, saying he would do what must be done for Jean. The blow fell like a meteor, driving Joshua into the earth. But he did not break. Bloodied and battered, Joshua forced himself back to his feet. Garmund was not impressed, but he was curious. Not by Joshua's skill, but by the stubborn will that refused to die. A small chuckle escaped him. That was Runcandel blood. Intrigued, he stepped forward and pressed his foot against Joshua's chest, saying he wanted to see how long that fire would last. Joshua answered with power. He erupted, slashing upward and knocking Garmin back, snarling that he would not be humiliated by a mere spirit. For the first time, Garmin's eyes shifted. He had believed Jean was the peak of the Runcandel line. Now he saw he had underestimated them. He surged forward again. One clean swing shattered Joshua's sword. Blow after blow followed, merciless and fast. Then came the final technique, manhwa, a brutal, overwhelming strike meant to end everything. Joshua fought back with burning mana and relentless force, pouring in all he had. But the tide had already turned. He couldn't keep up. From above, Jean watched in cold focus and said it would end here. Then the air changed. A terrifying surge erupted from Joshua's core, his aura exploding into blinding light. Even Garmin froze for the briefest moment. Jin's eyes widened as he recognized it. The forbidden technique. The Runcandel clan's self-destruction spell. This was not simple suicide. It was annihilation. Joshua was prepared to erase everything around him. Cracks spread across his skin, light seeping through like molten fire beneath the surface. Jean shouted for Garmin to get out now. Nothing on the island, or anywhere near it, would survive what was coming. He even offered his mythical beast as a way to escape. Garmin refused. Timar's blood ran through Joshua, he said, and that alone made him too dangerous to be left alive. Someone had to stop him, even if it meant losing everything. He explained that he had not been summoned in his true form. What stood here was only a memory, bound in shadow. In time, it would fade. If there was still time later, he would explain the rest. With the last of his strength, he seized Jean and hurled him beyond the blast radius. As the light reached its peak, Joshua turned his head toward Jean. A twisted grin spread across his face as he shouted his final challenge. Survive this. After the battle at the archipelago, Jean saw a newspaper and froze. Printed in bold was a name he could not accept. Joshua was alive. Rage surged through him. His fists clenched as the paper crumpled in his grip. He stared at the headline again and again, trying to understand the impossible. Elsewhere, in a dim room drenched in shadow, Joshua slumped in a chair. His body trembled, weakened by the failed self-destruction. Every breath was a struggle. The door creaked open. A woman stepped inside, calm and composed, cloaked in darkness. Her voice cut like a blade as she mocked him, asking if this was truly what the next head of the Runcandel family looked like, hiding in a basement. Joshua glared and asked if she had come only to insult him. She answered that she had come for that, and for more. Then the truth was revealed. Joshua had not survived by chance. He had used a clone, one she had created for him, and he had wasted it. He destroyed it. Now he was paying the price, shaking, unbalanced, barely holding himself together. He tried to justify it, saying he had no choice, that what Jean summoned had to be destroyed. She was not convinced. The manhwa, she said, came from the realm of the dead. It did not belong in this world. He had not survived. He had merely thrown away what she had given him. Then her voice turned colder. The prophecy, she said, could never have meant someone like him. It should have been his sister, or even Jean, or their father, the original subject of it all. She scoffed. If his father had not reached Genesis and rewritten his destiny, if she had met him first, none of this would have happened. Everything would have been extraordinary. But instead, this was what remained. Her eyes narrowed. She said she was stuck helping him. Joshua's hands clenched around the armrests. The chair cracked beneath his grip, splintering under the strain. Even so, she admitted one thing. He had done something useful. Now they knew Jean could summon both the manhwa and Shuri. More importantly, they knew exactly where he was. There was a trace of irritation when she mentioned Shuri at Jin's side, but she brushed it off. It didn't matter. In the end, everything still circled back to him. He was the son of prophecy. She would make another clone. Joshua asked how long it would take. Not long, she said. The materials were already prepared. Jean was still struggling to accept it. He had seen Joshua die. There was no doubt in his mind. Yet now his face was being displayed at a public ceremony in the kingdom of Shuchuran. Was it real? Kashmir confirmed that it was. The image was not staged, not altered. No tricks, no misinformation. They considered another possibility. Had Gaston turned someone into a Joshua lookalike? Jean dismissed it. The power that erased the Bluebird Archipelago was real. That kind of destruction could not be faked. Only a true Runcandel could release something like that. Quickandel asked the question anyway. Could the one at the ceremony still be a fake? Jean had no clear answer. Maybe. The only way to know was to find Fatal's contractor. That was their best lead. Murakan groaned, clearly irritated. All of this had happened while he was unconscious. Quickandel did not hold back. She reminded him that if Jean had not summoned the manhwa, they would all be dead. She stared him down and told him the truth. He may have been the strongest dragon of his era, but now he was clinging to memories. A relic standing at death's door. Murakan stayed silent. Then he let out a slow breath and admitted she was right. Quickandel softened. He needed help. They should go see Misha. Jean asked who she was. Muraken's older sister, Quicantle replied. That struck a nerve. Muraken snapped, shouting that she was not his sister, then stormed away, warning her never to call her that again. Jean raised a brow. There was clearly history there. He learned that Misha had bullied Muraken when they were young, and when he finally regained his strength, the first thing he did was get revenge. Jean asked why she would help him now. Quicantle said that Misha was a black dragon too. Despite everything, she would help, and she would go with them. Misha listened to her. Still, the next morning, Muraken was gone. No warning. No farewell. Later, Gilly found a letter hidden in her room. Muraken had left on his own. It was his choice. He had not wanted to disappear like that. But there was something he had to do, and when he returned, they would finally take the trip he always talked about. Elsewhere, beneath the cover of night, a man slipped through a forgotten corner of the city. He reached a crumbling house and quietly entered. A hooded figure was waiting inside. They made the exchange quickly. A heavy pouch of gold for a single vial of clear, almost invisible liquid. Deadly. Undetectable. The buyer turned the vial slowly between his fingers and asked where something like this came from. The hooded man gave no answer. He told him the deal was finished and ordered him to leave. Then he stepped into a quiet, dim room. A young girl lay on the bed, her body trembling, every breath a struggle. He pulled back his hood. It was Kazan. Tears gathered in his eyes as he knelt beside her, whispering for her to hold on just a little longer. She was all he had left. Back at their base, Kashmir brought news. They had located Kazan Marius in the Delki Kingdom. Since the ceremony in Shucharan, rumors had spread of a rare blood poison appearing in Delki. One of Kashmir's mercenaries had secured a sample. It matched nothing in any academic record, which meant only one thing. It was something only the Marius family could create. Delki was their home. Jean and the others left immediately. When they reached the abandoned house, Kazan was already there, waiting. He had known Jean would come. He had made sure of it, because he needed help, before Joshua found him first. He had to save his sister. One glance told Jean the truth. Barry's was in the final stage of mana backflow. Her body was breaking apart from the inside. Jean said he was not sure he could save her. Kazan fell to his knees, desperation spilling from every word as he begged. She was all he had left. He would pay for everything he had done. If only Jean would save her. Jean looked down at him, his voice cold and steady. Begging meant nothing. If he wanted proof, he would come with them. Only a Vankela saint could truly cure her, Jean said. But first, she needed a healer. Now, there were only a few healers under Hufstetter capable of treating mana backflow. Reaching one without alerting Joshua was nearly impossible. There was only one path left. Rush Baris to Tyken for emergency care, then track down a Vankela saint. Time was running out. Alicia gently lifted Baris into her arms. They moved fast. Before leaving, Jean gave Kazan a final warning. If Joshua's men ambushed them, Baris would come second. They would leave her behind. Kazan's eyes filled with tears, but he nodded. He understood. They hurried toward the portal. But Jean felt it. Something was wrong. Baris was fading fast, her mana spiraling out of control. They had no time. As they neared the Tyken portal, Jin's gaze sharpened. They were being followed. 3 agents. Close. He turned to Kazan and told him to take them out, quietly. No witnesses. Kazan nodded once and vanished into the streets. Kashmir frowned as she watched him go. 3 trained men in broad daylight. That kind of stealth was something only elite, nameless assassins could manage. Jin's voice was cold. Then he had better be one. Or he dies. Elsewhere in the city, one of Joshua's agents, having lost his target, turned into a narrow alley and froze. Kazan was waiting. A single, precise jab. A flash of metal. Desert neurotoxin. Undetectable, fast, lethal. The agent's heart seized mid-step, his body collapsing before he could even cry out. To anyone watching, it would look like sudden cardiac failure. Not far away, the second agent leaned against a wall, newspaper in hand, pigeons clustering at his feet. The third strolled casually nearby, groceries in one hand, a bottle in the other. Kazan lifted a small stone and flicked it into a pigeon's skull. The bird dropped. Wings burst into the air as the flock scattered. The second agent flinched, raising his hands on instinct. In that instant, Kazan moved, forcing a toxin-laced crumb into his mouth. A muffled gasp. A brief choke. The poison swelled his airway, targeting soft tissue. Silent. Clean. To the world, it looked like he had simply choked on food. One left. Kazan picked up the bottle from the third man's hand, slipped a few drops of poison inside, then hurled it back. The glass shattered against the agent's face. Stunned, he staggered backward and fell into a nearby canal. From a distance, it looked like a drunk who lost his footing and drowned. 3 deaths. No sound. No trace. Only accidents. Neat and forgettable. Back at the Tyken Kashmir estate, the air was heavy with silence. The doctor stepped away from Baris and wiped his hands. She was stable, he said, and out of immediate danger. But without a Vankela saint, she would never use mana again. Kazan thanked him quietly, emotion tightening his voice. Jean watched from nearby, then reminded him, cold and direct, that he still had a debt to repay. Jean had done his part. Now it was Kazan's turn. The contractor tied to Fatal sat bound, the air around him tense. Jean kept his guard up, apologizing for the rough handling, saying he had not known when the man might snap again. The contractor glanced at Kazan, surprised to see him standing beside Jean. He asked if Kazan had turned on Lord Joshua. Kazan answered without hesitation. No, Joshua had turned on them first. He reminded him of what happened when he became an incarnation. Joshua had nearly killed him. That was not loyalty. It was fear pretending to be loyalty. The contractor snapped at him to be quiet. Kazan did not waver. If he wanted to live, he needed to talk. The only reason he was still breathing was because Jean had spared him. The contractor sneered, asking who this so-called young Master Jean even was. Jean stepped forward. He said he was not just anyone. He was Joshua's younger brother, the one who made a pact with Soldred. Jean Runcandel. The contractor froze. That name, Joshua had spoken it more times than he could count. Without another word, Jean summoned his shadow and sliced through the chains. Metal hit the floor. One lie, he warned, and he would end him. The threat filled the room. That was all it took. The contractor finally broke. What happened at the Bluebird Archipelago, he said, had not been planned. He had gone there alone, seeking power. That was when he discovered a method to amplify Fatal's authority using the remains of Graham's tomb. But that was not the real revelation. He admitted he was a backup, a replacement Joshua had prepared in case the attempt to steal Soldred's contract failed. If it did, Joshua would sacrifice him and take the contract anyway. Jin's eyes darkened. He had seen Joshua self-destruct. The blast had been real, overwhelming. No one should have survived it. Yet Joshua was alive, still moving, still scheming. Something unnatural had intervened. When Jean demanded the truth, the contractor hesitated, then spoke of protection. He would talk, but only if his life was spared. Jean did not hesitate. If it was worth hearing, he would live. And then the name was spoken. The prophetess. Nearly every step Joshua had taken, the contractor said, came from her guidance. She had told him about Graham's tomb. She had taught him how to use it. The Joshua who exploded at the archipelago was likely a clone. Jin's voice tightened. Cloning? Was that even possible? The contractor said he did not know everything, but he had heard she used death row prisoners from the Huffist Union. It took dozens of lives to create just one. Jean asked why he had not run, knowing all of this. The man's eyes went empty. Because Joshua had his guardian dragon. His voice broke as he said his entire village had been wiped out. His family was gone. If he lost his dragon, he lost everything. He fell to his knees and begged. If he could not get it back, he had nothing. Jean looked down at him and told him to pledge his loyalty, completely. Do that, and he would have a chance to reclaim it. Later, Jean met with Kashmir and Quickhandle. The name hung heavy between them. The prophetess. A woman who could tear apart contracts and create life through death. Someone hidden. Someone terrifying. Jean turned to Quickhandle and asked if she had any idea who this woman might be. Only two answers fit. Either a demon king, or the witch, Helurum. If it truly was her, then nothing they had heard was impossible. Cloning. Contract manipulation. Magic that could bend fate itself. Jean felt the scope of it widening. This was no longer only about Joshua. Another hand was moving in the dark. One with a deeper link to the Runcandel bloodline. Kashmir agreed. With someone like the prophetess backing Joshua, it was hard to believe the higher ranks of the Runcandel clan were unaware. Whether they ignored it or supported him was another matter. Quickhandle's voice hardened. If that was the truth, what would Timar say, seeing his descendants fall this far? The weight of their enemy finally settled in, and Jean made a decision he had delayed for far too long. He cannot wait 5 years. Not anymore. It was time to return to the clan. Before he could even begin to plan, a messenger burst in with urgent news from Santel. 2 dragons, a fire dragon and a massive black one, were locked in battle. The destruction was on a catastrophic scale. There was only one black dragon that fit. Murakan, Jean, Quickhandle, and Kazan moved at once. They mounted Shuri and shot into the sky, the wind tearing around them as they raced toward Santel. As they flew, Quickhandle's worry surfaced. Letting Murakan leave alone had been a mistake. Jean tried to steady her. If something had happened to Murakan, he said he would know. The bond between them was too strong. But her thoughts turned darker. If Murakan was fighting Khadun, she would not kill him immediately. Not if she had other plans. What if he had been captured, drugged, his wings torn off, and his body chained? Left powerless? Jean clenched his jaw. It made too much sense. If Khadun was involved, maybe Murakan was not the real target. Maybe he was. Soderet's new contractor. Shuri suddenly halted in midair, letting out a low, urgent growl. They looked ahead and froze. Santel was a burning graveyard. Flames devoured the city. The heart of it was reduced to blackened ruins. Quickhandle scanned the destruction and nodded grimly. It was her. Only Khadun's fire burned like that. Kazan narrowed his eyes. The flames had been raging for days, yet not a single report had escaped. Which meant only one thing. The Zipfuls were controlling the information, silencing everything. Jin's expression hardened. They were going in. As they neared the outer gate, something felt wrong. This was Shul territory, but those soldiers were not from Shul. They were holy knights of Ankela. Their presence was unmistakable, and their purpose was clear. They were not here to save anyone. They were sealing Santel off. Jin felt bitterness twist in his chest. The Holy Kingdom of Ankela, once neutral, had chosen the Zipfuls. Instead of protecting civilians, they were locking them inside. Quickandel stepped forward. If Murakan was in there, she would not wait. Jin tried to stop her, insisting he and Kazan should go first, but she had already decided. She would strike the gate directly and create enough chaos for them to slip through. She walked straight toward the entrance. 2 holy knights blocked her path and warned her that the area was restricted, that they could not guarantee her safety beyond that point. Quickandel did not even blink. In a flash, she moved. One knight was hurled aside, smashing into the ground. The second barely reacted before her blow crushed his helmet and sent him down cold. Then she snapped her fingers. The gate exploded into dust, and, just as effortlessly, she rewound time. Stone reformed. Metal bent back into place. The gate stood whole again, untouched, as if nothing had ever happened. Kazan stared, unable to hide his awe. A dragon wielding time itself was something beyond imagination. Once they slipped inside, horror swallowed them. Bodies. Dozens of them. Civilians. Men, women, children, strewn across the streets, slaughtered without mercy. Then a voice echoed across the square. A man stood before the trembling crowd, arms spread in false comfort, his tone wrapped in gentle lies. He told them not to fear. A vicious beast and a monstrous dragon were clashing beyond the city, but help had come. Heaven's proxy now stood before them. Hope, he said, had arrived. He called the creature that had killed their families a monster, promising it would soon face divine judgment. Jin watched him closely and spoke under his breath. He was using persuasion magic. Kazan frowned, asking what that meant. Jin gestured toward the crowd. Their eyes were wrong. It was not belief, it was control. Saints called it divine power, but it was nothing more than mind magic. It failed against strong will, but when people were broken like this, it spread fast. Something felt wrong. Persuasion had been outlawed by the current Holy King, Michelin. It was heresy now. Saints were not supposed to use it. Quickandel's gaze hardened. They were blaming the massacre on Murakan. That meant he had not been captured. Jin agreed. If they had him, there would be no need for this show. Which led to a darker question. Why were Heaven's proxies breaking holy law just to aid the Zipfuls? The man continued, his voice sharpening as he warned of the dangerous group hiding within the city. Anyone who saw them was to report to the proxies at once. Jin's eyes narrowed. It was time to move. As they slipped toward the shadows, someone in the crowd noticed them. A murmur spread, then shouting. Fingers pointed. The alarm rang. Kazan hurled a smoke bomb into the street, and the 3 vanished into chaos. Behind them, the man's voice turned vicious, ordering the holy knights to hunt them down and wipe them out. A horn blasted through the air. Moments later, the holy knights of Ankela arrived, weapons drawn. Jin acted first. Lightning tore from his hand, dropping every knight but one. The last raised a golden shield, just in time. The barrier shimmered, holding against the strike. Kazan stepped forward, ready to finish it. But the knight raised a calm hand. Wait, he was not with the proxies. Jin's gaze sharpened. Then what was he? The knight answered that he would not raise his sword against anyone who was not a pagan. Then he asked something unexpected. Were they with the black dragon, fighting the madwoman outside? Jin locked onto him, demanding where Murakan was and who he was. The knight removed his helmet and straightened. He said he'd been waiting for them. Sir Murakan had asked him to watch until they arrived. He bowed slightly. Lani Salomi, second-class knight of the Order of Dawn, under the protection of doctrine. As the square erupts into chaos, people run in every direction, screaming and shoving as the sudden arrival of the Holy Knights sends panic through the crowd. In the middle of it all, Lani Salom, a Class 2 Knight of the Dawn Order, stands her ground, forcing her voice above the noise as she orders nearby civilians to get behind a building and take cover before anyone else gets hurt. Moments later, her commander storms in, eyes burning as he demands to know what happened. Lani answers without hesitation, telling him they were ambushed and that the attackers escaped through an alley leading toward District 1. She urges him to chase them right away, but instead of acting, he turns his anger on her. He scolds her for not drawing her sword when her fellow knights were in danger, blaming her rigid beliefs for letting the situation collapse. He even questions whether someone like her deserves to be called a knight at all. Lani doesn't argue. She lowers her head and calmly says she will accept whatever punishment he decides. That only makes him push harder, coldly reminding her that the person who has always protected her will not be there forever. He is especially enraged that she hesitated when a suspected pagan was right in front of her. Lani answers just as quietly that there is no proof, that they're only labeled as infiltrators for now, nothing more. The commander is unmoved. He places her on probation on the spot, ordering her to hand over her sword and armor and wait for further orders. Then he turns to the others, telling Squad 3 to treat the wounded before heading to District 1, while the rest are to follow him immediately. Several knights sneer as they pass Lonnie. Some mock her for getting off so lightly, while one even tells her she should transfer out, accusing her of staining the Dawn Order's honor. From nearby, Jean Runcandel watches in silence. He recognizes her at once. In his previous life, she had been Michaelin, the Holy King's adopted daughter, infamous for her drinking and endless scandals, despised by nearly everyone. But the woman standing here now is completely different. This Lonnie Salem is sharp, steady, and unwavering. Once things finally settle, Lonnie approaches Jean and his group and tells them it's time to head to District 1. She offers to guide them herself, leading them toward a place that is not open to ordinary people. Jean finds it strange that she would help them at all, but Lonnie explains that before becoming a knight, she was simply a citizen of Vankella and a believer in the gentle goddess Ayala. Above all else, she says, her duty is to avoid lies and corruption, and to never allow evil to grow by standing on the wrong side. As they move through the city, Lonnie reveals what she saw. The true disaster, she says, is the dragon Khadun. Sir Murakin tried to stop it from destroying everything, but the situation spiraled out of control. Jin's heart tightens as he asks whether Murakin survived. Lonnie answers heavily that he is still alive, but barely. She used all the divine power she had to heal him, yet it was not enough to fully save him. Before Murakin lost control and transformed, he left her with one final message. He said that Jean Runcandel would come for him. The transformation wasn't something Murakin chose. It was forced on him by a fatal wound, his body warping into its strongest possible form, just to keep him alive, a survival instinct that only the most powerful dragons ever possess. From the side, Miss Quicantel clicks her tongue and calls him a fool. Yet beneath that sharp tone is clear relief. Murakin may have lost much of his former might, but at least his instincts still protected him. Jean can only whisper Murakin's name, his voice unsteady. Miss Quicantel wastes no time, snapping that they have to move immediately. If Murakin isn't treated soon, he may never return to his true form. Lonnie doesn't hesitate, guiding everyone through a hidden route out of the city, urging them to escape before it's too late. Before leaving, Jean turns to Lonnie with sincere gratitude. He tells her that without her holy power, everything would have ended in tragedy. By the name of Soderette and the Runcandel clan, he vows to repay this debt. Lonnie simply shakes her head, saying she only followed her beliefs and prayed for Murakin's recovery. Then she quietly thanks Jean as well. Far away, Khadun is seething, furious that Murakin slipped through his grasp. It's rare to see him so shaken, and someone nearby even points it out. Khadun snaps back that he isn't just angry, he is enraged at himself for making such a mistake. They had originally been searching for someone named Misha, yet they crossed paths with Murakin instead. Khadun explains that capturing Murakin would have lured out his contractor, and with Soderette's contractor in hand, restoring the Devil's Stone would have been simple. Even so, they steady themselves, now certain the rumors about Murakin meeting the Beam and Earth Dragons were true. The white-haired man decides to wait and observe, reasoning that Murakin likely isn't as powerful as he once was. Khadun cuts in, warning that nothing is certain, that Murakin might still recover his strength. When someone asks if a dragon's heart can heal without the Devil's Stone, Khadun admits he has never seen it, but black dragons are different. It is entirely possible Murakin is roaming alone, secretly searching for a way to regain his lost power. Their talk drifts to the Holy King. The white-haired man is irritated that the king sent the Dawn Order without informing him, certain the old man will soon arrive and turn everything into a grand spectacle. The thought alone exhausts him. Someone jokes that they could just get rid of the king, that he is old enough to find peace in death, but Khadun dismisses the idea as insanity. Not far away, Veri sinks in her own thoughts. She slowly realizes that these people help her without a trace of doubt, no one even bothering to watch her. That means Kyujin's letter must have been telling the truth. The realization leaves her hollow, as if something inside her has gone quiet. After everything they went through, she can't help but wonder what the journey was really meant to be. Veris lies awake when someone quietly approaches and places a bowl of warm soup in her hands, gently telling her to rest and not push herself too hard. Veris thanks her and admits her mana still has not fully recovered, even though her body feels much stronger. The guilt of being a burden gnaws at her, and she offers to help anyway, remembering Kyujin's words about how much they have already done for her. Trying to blend in, she awkwardly slips into a set of local clothes, unsure if she has worn them properly. The woman smiles and tells her it looks fine. Veris asks her to wait and promises she will help clean once she figures it out. As Veris looks down at the unfamiliar fabric, a sudden memory of her mother surfaces. In that moment, a soft blue light fills the room, and Misha, Sir Murakin's sister, appears, complaining that her troublesome little brother is the reason she had to travel all this way. Jean Runcandel soon arrives, warmly greeted as young master, and immediately asks about Murakin's condition. Not long after, Kyujin spots Veris, his face freezing in shock as he softly calls her name, overwhelmed to see her alive. Tears well up as he admits he thought he had lost her forever. Veris, trying to ease the heaviness, teasingly asks if he even knows how to cry. Kyujin laughs, wiping his eyes, and says he is fine now. Jean turns to Veris and says he is glad she is recovering. Veris replies that she read Kyujin's letter and thanks both of them for everything they did. Kyujin adds his own thanks, then suddenly notices a small wound on her and asks what happened. Veris explains it was from a surprise visitor, and the maid adds that Muraken's sister was the one who startled her. She also mentions that the guest is waiting in the sitting room. Kyujin's expression hardens in an instant. He shouts that he will not let anyone hurt Veris and bolts toward the sitting room, ignoring her as she calls for him to stop and wait. Elsewhere, Jean is stunned to see Misha again, realizing it has been a long time since they last met in the Mitra Great Desert. As they eat, Misha praises the food, and Jean tells her Latrie made it. Curious, she asks who Latrie is, and Jean explains that she is Julia's guardian dragon. Hearing that, Misha immediately understands that Jean is AZ Mill's contractor. Jean suddenly recalls the strange shadow he sensed back in the desert, and realizes it must have been Misha all along. Flustered that she saw everything, he shyly asks how she knew to come here. Misha just laughs, and says she always knows where Muraken is. When he was younger, she secretly placed a powerful tracking spell on him, magic far beyond the ordinary. She can sense his location and what he is doing at all times, and the best part is that Muraken has no idea it is even there. Miss Quickanel mutters that no one here truly understands what Misha just said. Misha laughs it off, admitting she should have called in authority instead of simple magic. To make the difference clear, she decides to show them, explaining that while Muraken uses shadow energy to fight, she commands far more refined techniques. When she finally reveals her power, the air itself seems to shift, and everyone in the room is left staring in silent awe. She leaves behind a thin trace of shadow and explains that it allows her to track anyone whenever she wishes. Then, as if it were nothing, she creates a shadow copy of Jean, a calm and gentle double that offers to take his place so he can rest. Jean Runcandel freezes, watching a perfect version of himself move freely, without any mirror, sends a chill through him. This is not ordinary magic. It carries the weight of something far deeper and far more dangerous. The unease crawls through him as he imagines that duplicate wandering around. Misha notices and warns him not to be tempted by such power, reminding him of Timar's tragic end. She tells him she will not allow Jean to walk the same road, promising she will always be there, watching over him. AZ Mill, who has been quietly observing everything, reacts and calls Jean Mr. Misha immediately picks up on the fact that AZ Mill can follow her thoughts. Since AZ Mill, also known as Julia, is the contractor of this place, she must have seen something important. Misha wonders if Julia sensed traces of Timar within Jean, or perhaps something even greater. For a brief moment, she even considers whether Jean might be connected to Soderette. She does not voice it, but Soderette's silence feels heavy, almost deliberate. That quiet absence begins to form a shape in her mind, and Misha realizes that the lack of response itself may be the answer she has been searching for. Julia casually tells the spiky-haired man that Jean will not become another tragedy of the past. Jean hears it and reflects on how Julia has called him Mr. since the day they met. Yet now the word carries a strange new meaning. After so long without easy conversation, even Misha seems to enjoy the moment. She jokes about leaving Muraken in his cat form, saying he looks too cute to turn back. When Jean politely asks her not to, she laughs and assures him she is only teasing, then requests a spare room. As she leaves, she gives a final warning, telling them not to panic if they hear loud noises or screams while she treats Muraken. Suddenly, Julia senses an intruder. Her presence shifts, sharp and ready to strike. Misha steps forward at the same time, saying she will handle it, while Kyujin also rushes in with the same intent. Both shout out, prepare to confront whoever has appeared. Before things can spiral, a maid quickly slips in, straightening Kyujin's clothes and calmly explaining the situation. She suggests taking Julia away for a moment, hinting that her intense feelings for Jean may have left her unsettled. Misha flashes a playful grin as she asks once more for a spare room, warning everyone not to panic if they hear loud crashes or screams. She is about to treat Muraken, and it will not be quiet. The days that follow are filled with non-stop noise, and with every scream that echoes through the halls, Jin's unease grows heavier. After 3 long days, Miss Quickanel finally tells him the truth. Misha is not only healing Muraken, she is trying to restore his lost power as well. It is a dangerous gamble. Even if it fails, Muraken will survive, but he could lose everything that makes him strong. When Jean asks what their chances are, Quickanel gives a blunt answer. 50%. Not hopeless, but terrifying all the same. Then, just as the tension becomes unbearable, Muraken suddenly leaps up, shouting in triumph as power floods back into his body. The celebration barely lasts a moment before Misha snaps at him to calm down, explaining that she could only restore 40% of his original strength. His body simply could not endure anymore. Murakin narrows his eyes and accuses her of holding back on purpose so he would not surpass her. Misha explodes in frustration, shouting that she risked far too much to save him, and if he keeps running his mouth, she will personally knock him back into place. Murakin instantly backs down, nervously promising to behave. Later, Jean thanks Misha with heartfelt sincerity. She waves it off with a smile, saying she knows how painful it must have been for him to wait. Then she adds that she needs to leave soon, unlike Murakin, who clearly has nothing better to do. Jean feels a flicker of guilt, wishing he could have repaid her somehow, but Misha reassures him. Helping him was her duty as Soderet's proxy, and now that Jean carries her shadow, they will always be able to meet again. Before she goes, Misha gives him one final piece of advice. He must go to Old Oterium immediately. Jean is startled and asks why. Misha reveals that a powerful grimoire is hidden there, the legacy of Rial Zipple, known as the Annihilating Thousand Fires. Jean is stunned that she knows about it. He hesitates, reminding her that Old Oterium is currently controlled by the Dark Magic Association, and with his present strength, breaking him will not be easy. Misha nods, admitting she originally planned to send him there after he became a flag bearer, but waiting that long would be too late. Now that Murakin has recovered part of his power, she believes Jean has a chance. A grim realization settles over Jean. He is not the only one searching for that grimoire. Misha confirms it. The other seeker is a mage he has already been wary of, Arya Alhart. The name hits him like a blade. Arya Alhart was one of the many names his Mentor Valeria used in his past life. A Heart of the White Owl, a name that once meant everything to her, and now that same name is tied to the hunt for the Annihilating Thousand Fires. Jean asks what Misha means when she says Arya carries a destiny like his. Misha answers without hesitation. Jean is the one chosen by shadows, while Arya is the one chosen by history. If Jean ever crosses paths with her, he should help her. One day, she could become an irreplaceable ally. The words linger in Jin's mind, making him wonder if Arya's connection to history is tied to Valeria's lifelong search for the Hister family's mages. Before leaving, Misha turns to Murakin and tells him to treasure the second chance he was given and to look after Jean properly. Murakin snaps back, calling her a nagging old woman, and Misha instantly fires off her usual die in response. Just then, someone timidly offers her a strawberry pie. Misha's eyes light up as she accepts it with pure delight, thanking him sweetly. Watching the exchange, Jean smiles to himself. They really do act like siblings. Before she goes, Misha leans in with one last mischievous warning, telling everyone she is exactly Murakin's type, so if he ever gets any ideas, they should cut him down on the spot. Murakin turns bright red and yells at her for teasing him yet again. Quicantel hurriedly steps in, asking Misha to stop and wishing her a safe journey. Misha thanks her warmly and says her goodbyes. As she leaves, Murakin quietly calls after her, apologizing and calling her strawberry pie, saying he is fine now. Misha looks back, sees the calm in his face, and tells him she is glad. Jean turns to Murakin with relief and says he is glad to have him back, even at partial strength. Murakin nods, admitting he owes his survival to that holy night. Without her, he would have ended up dissected in a Zipple laboratory. Jean tells him her name, Lani Salam, the adopted daughter of the Holy King of Vankella. Murakin is stunned by the revelation and swears he will go thank her in person. Jin's expression darkens as he delivers the news he learned from Sir Kashmir. During a blessing ceremony, Lani got drunk and caused a major scandal. She is now imprisoned, waiting for trial. Murakin is shocked, and Jin's voice grows heavy. Her life may be in danger. Elsewhere, Lani lies weakly on a bed, her strength completely drained as she softly calls out for her father. Not long after, Jean and Murakin arrive in the Holy Kingdom of Vankella, stepping into a city overflowing with celebration. It is December 14th, 1797 Advent, and the streets are packed with people, music, and cheers. Jean explains that Advent is a sacred week-long festival, celebrating the day the goddess Ayala descended upon the kingdom. Murakin watches the joyful crowd and notes that Ayala is seen as gentle and kind, which fits her image, yet he knows that when she is angered, that calm can turn into catastrophe, like a volcano that has slept for centuries suddenly erupting. Humans, he reflects, are always drawn to powerful symbols. And not long after, the Holy King himself makes his appearance. Murakin studies the man standing before the crowd, Michaelin, the Holy King and Lani's adoptive father. Jean confirms that it really is him. Yet Murakin cannot hide his surprise. The Holy Kings he remembered carried a presence that felt almost divine, a weight that made them seem untouchable even without physical power. But this Michaelin feels different. There is no sacred aura around him at all. Jean and Murakin make their way to Ayala's Eastern Church, where Lani Salam is being held. Jean is certain that once they see her, the truth will come out. Outside her room, Two guards joke casually, saying she is still drunk and that the stench of alcohol is unbearable. Since she is in no state to attend the Advent ceremony, they laugh that guarding her is the easiest duty they could have hoped for. Nearby, Muraken, disguised as a sleek black cat, silently observes them. One of the guards notices the cat and chuckles at its irritated expression, squinting to see what it is holding in its mouth. Before they can react, Muraken strikes, slipping them sleeping poison prepared by Kyujin. Both guards drop to the floor without a sound. Muttering in annoyance about having to do such petty work after regaining some of his strength, Muraken withdraws as Jean moves on. With the way clear, they quietly unlock the door and step into Lonnie's room. The heavy smell of alcohol hangs in the air, and Lonnie lies motionless on the bed. Jean approaches and gently calls her name. Lonnie slowly wakes, her eyes widening in shock when she sees him. She gasps, unable to understand why he is here. Jean gives her a calm smile, telling her he came to keep his promise. Muraken adds his thanks for saving him earlier, and says they have returned to help her. Recognition dawns on Lonnie as she looks at Muraken, relief flooding her face when she sees he is safe. Muraken, now sounding far more confident, promises that they will get her out of this mess. At that, Lonnie suddenly breaks down, tears spilling as she sobs without restraint. Jean sits beside her and quietly asks what is wrong. Through her tears, Lonnie reveals the truth. The man calling himself the Holy King is a fake placed there by the Zipple family. Her real father has been kidnapped, and no one knows where he is being held. Jean briefly wonders if Buber Gaston is involved, but then remembers that Zipple and Kinzalo are no longer allied. Muraken tells Jean to stay with Lonnie while he goes to investigate. As he slips away, something strange draws his attention. When he looks closer, his blood runs cold. He finds the bodies of human golems, once living people reduced to empty tools. The sight drags up memories he would rather forget. One of them, barely alive, begs for release. Rage surges through Muraken as he realizes the Zipple family has never stopped their horrific experiments, not even here in the Holy Kingdom. Muraken had already shifted into his cat form before entering, not wanting to risk hurting anyone in such a fragile place. Now, surrounded by the silent bodies, Lonnie closes her eyes and prays for their souls, whispering that the world should never forget the tragedy of their deaths. The weight of it all finally breaks her. Tears slide down her face as she says the Holy Kingdom is beyond saving. Jean does not interrupt. When she finishes, he quietly gives her a choice. If she truly wants to give up, he can help her vanish to a place where no one will ever find her, somewhere she can live in peace. But if she still wants to fight, then she has to stand up, because they are willing to stand with her. Lonnie looks at him in disbelief and asks if they would really risk everything for her and for this kingdom. Jean tells her this is not just about her. It is about the debt he owes her from Santel. As a Runcandel, he cannot turn away from what the Zipple family is doing to the Holy Kingdom. He offers an alliance, the heir of Runcandel joining hands with the rightful heir of the Holy Kingdom. Lonnie lowers her head, ashamed of everything he has already seen. After a brief silence, her voice returns, steadier than before, as she accepts his hand. For a long time, the Zipple family had been quietly taking control of the Holy Kingdom, seizing influence over key figures and organizations, including the Dawn Order where Lonnie served. Her real father, the true Holy King, had sent her into that nest of lies to uncover the truth. But the deeper she went, the more dangerous it became, until she realized she could trust no one. After she reported what she had learned in Santel, the Zipples made their move. They kidnapped her father and replaced him with a perfect double. At first the imposter seemed flawless, but something was wrong. He could not reproduce the Holy King's divine power. Lonnie had one secret way to be sure. Her real father could not move his left thumb, a flaw known to almost no one. When she saw the fake king move it naturally and confronted him, the Zipples answered with a cruel message. Her father's severed thumb was delivered to her room, and the sight left her frozen in horror. Muraken recoils in disgust. Jean asks what happened to it, and Lonnie says that once she confirmed it was real, it burst into flames and vanished, destroyed by powerful fire magic. Such a spell could only come from someone linked to the fire god Shuinu, narrowing it down to two suspects, Celiac Zipple or Kadun. Jean starts piecing everything together. Lonnie tells him only 3 people are aware of it: Pontifex Montiano, Pontifex Connell, and the Holy Knight's commander, Servitura. When Jean asks which of them can be trusted, Lonnie answers quietly, none of them. Lonnie continues, explaining that Montiano and Connell both handle the kingdom's religious and political affairs, and each have been her father's closest friends since childhood. Yet when she mentioned the thumb, they only exchanged quiet, knowing smiles. There was no shock, no questions. In that moment, she understood that even her father's most trusted allies had already sold themselves to the Zipple family, and whatever hope she had left shattered. Muraken then asks about the last name, Servitura. Lonnie admits she has never actually met him. Vitura always opposed her father's rule and pushed for a deep alliance with the Zipple family. Jean wonders if that is why she never encountered him in person, and Lonnie agrees. Her father treated Vitura as an enemy, and whenever they crossed paths at official events, Vitura's hatred was impossible to miss. But Montiano and Khan were different. Her father kept them close at all times, seated beside him during meetings and banquets, sharing secrets and decisions, even walking with them in private. Jean absorbs all of this, then quietly tells Lonnie to take him to Vitura. She stiffens, surprised by the request. Jean speaks again, almost to himself, wondering if her father could really have been so blind as to keep his enemies so close, even after the Holy Kingdom had already fallen into Zipple hands. Not long after, they reach Sir Vitura's residence. Standing before the gates, Lonnie calmly asks the guards to see Sir Vitura. They immediately demand that she and her companions surrender their weapons. Fear creeps in her chest. If Vitura truly works with the Zipples, this could turn into a trap, one that might cost her father his life. Murakan tries to reassure her, telling her that with him here, no holy knight could threaten them. But Lonnie's fear runs deeper than her own safety. If anything goes wrong, the real Holy King could be killed before they ever get close to saving him. Jean speaks in a low, steady voice. Given how completely the Zipples have taken over, he says, it is unlikely her real father is still alive. From a strategic point of view, there is no reason to keep him after the coup. The words hit Lonnie hard, but deep down she has always known it. She takes a shaky breath and accepts it. If she wants answers, she has no choice but to face Vitura. They step forward, and a voice suddenly echoes from inside. Sir Vitura calls out Lonnie's name, mocking her as the Holy King's daughter and the troublemaker from the Dawn Order. He demands to know who her companions are. Lonnie simply says they are friends. Vitura lets out a cold laugh, calling them criminals. He accuses them of slaughtering soldiers at the Eastern Temple and fleeing like cowards. He adds that he has been searching for Lonnie, and now that she has come on her own, he assumes she is finally ready to listen. Vitura warns her that even the smallest mistake will cost the Holy King his life. Then he turns to his subordinate, Kane, ordering him to inform the Zipple family that Lonnie Salem has been captured and to drag Jean and Murakan to the underground prison in chains. He makes it clear that he has many questions for them. Murakan instantly senses the hostility and prepares to strike, but Jean stops him with a single word, telling him not to move. Murakan argues that there is no reason to be taken, that they could wipe out the guards before any message reaches Zipple. The guards mock him, calling him a coward who talks big but runs when it matters, and threaten that any resistance will put Jin's and Murakan's families in danger. Lonnie stands frozen, regret crushing her. She wishes she had never come. Guilt and anger twist inside her as she feels herself losing everything, unable to protect her father and dragging everyone else into danger. Tears well in her eyes as she struggles to keep herself together. Jean quietly tells her to lift her head. Vitura's expression changes as he looks at Jean, and he thanks him for protecting Lonnie, even though he does not know their connection. He apologizes for placing such a heavy burden on Jean and praises Lonnie for making it this far. He tells her she has done well and that she can finally rest, drawing his sword not in threat, but in respect as he softly calls her name. Vitura repeats that she has done well, his voice filled with sincerity as he holds his blade in a solemn salute. Lonnie finally speaks, admitting that she once doubted him. Vitura gently assures her that her safety is all that matters. Jean steps forward, saying he is relieved his instincts about Vitura were right. He is surprised Vitura recognizes him, but Vitura explains that he saw Jean once before at the Lone Tree Bridge party hosted by the Garden of Swords. Jean had been quietly drinking alone in a corner, so it makes sense that he thought no one noticed him. Turning back to Lonnie, Vitura reveals the truth. Though he and her father appear to be political enemies, they were actually secret allies, working from the shadows to keep the Holy Kingdom in balance. Their cooperation was hidden so well that Zipple never suspected a thing, which is why Zipple targeted Lonnie first, believing Vitura was on their side. Jean adds that the kingdom is not simply divided into pro-Zipple and anti-Zipple factions. It is split between those aligned with Zipple and those working with Canzello. Vitura continues, saying that as unbelievable as it sounds, the Canzello faction has shapeshifters, and the fake Holy King was one of their creations. Vitura begins laying out how it all started. At first, Zipple and Canzello worked together to seize control of the Holy Kingdom, but something went wrong along the way, and no one knows what it was. Whatever happened, it turned them into enemies, and now both sides are fighting for dominance. The Holy Kingdom is split in two, one side backing the Zipple family, the other standing behind Canzello, while only a small group still remains loyal to what the Holy Kingdom was supposed to be. Jean then pulls out a broken shard from a human golem and asks when these experiments really began. He explains that when he saved Lonnie from the Eastern Temple, some of the soldiers there had already been turned into human golems. At the mention of that, Vitura's expression darkens as he brings up Ayala and says the experiments began about 6 months ago. It was Canzello who started them. Innocent civilians and soldiers were taken from their homes and dragged to a place called Old Oterium, where they were used as test subjects. Every single month, more than 100 people disappeared into those experiments. Lonnie is shaken, admitting she never knew any of this was happening. Vetura tells her it isn't her fault, that she simply never had the chance to uncover the truth in time. He says the Holy Kingdom fell into this nightmare because neither he nor her father were strong enough, and that failure still weighs on him. Muraken asks why Vetura never sought help from the Runcandel family, or anyone else once things became this bad. Vetura answers that if Runcandel had stepped in, the Holy Kingdom would have been wiped out completely. Jean agrees, saying Runcandel has no interest in saving the kingdom, only in exploiting it, whether by controlling the saints with healing powers or stealing the treasures stored in the eternal storeroom. Muraken can't deny that. Vetura then reveals that the Zipple family already knows about the human golem experiments and has chosen to do nothing. Jean says Zipple will only reveal the truth when it benefits them, when it can be used to turn public opinion against Kinzello. That is how Zipple operates, always moving for its own gain. Jean also points out that the human golems they've been fighting recently are different from the ones he saw before, and he realizes that's because these are Kinzello's versions, not Zipple's. Muraken asks why Kinzello would even create them. Jean answers by revealing his true objective. He intends to take down both Zipple and Kinzello, but in a way that avoids a massive war and saves as many people as possible. Vetura and Lonnie are stunned. Jean calmly explains that he and Muraken will infiltrate Old Oterium, capture Kinzello, and free the innocent people being held there. Those survivors will become living proof of Kinzello's crimes. Vetura immediately objects, saying two people could never pull off something like that, and even if they did, the rescued followers would just end up siding with Zipple, leaving everything exactly as it is. Jean doesn't waver. He says this isn't some delusion or reckless gamble, that he will crush Kinzello with his own hands and drag the truth about the Zipple family into the open. He tells him to trust him and wait. Lonnie steps forward without hesitation, backing him completely. She reminds them that Jean and Muraken didn't just appear to talk. They acted, coming to the Holy Kingdom when everyone else turned away. Vetura falls silent, thinking it through. Until now, he believed their only option was to hide Lonnie and beg a third power for help, slowly rebuilding through alliances. But meeting Jean changes everything. For the first time in a long while, he feels hope stir. Maybe this boy, sent by Ayala, really is their final chance. He decides to trust him and pledges his full support. Jean then tells Vetura to keep pretending loyalty to the Zipple family and to protect Lonnie until he returns. Vetura swears he will, no matter the price. With that, Jean prepares to leave, completely certain he will come back. Vetura thanks Jean Runcandel from the bottom of his heart, while Muraken only tells him to endure and wait. To sell their story, they decide Vetura will fake being injured after a stage clash with Jean and Muraken. A moment later, Vetura cries out, collapsing in a convincing performance for anyone watching. Lonnie rushes toward him in panic, but Vetura stops her, explaining this is all part of their cover, a way to explain the fallen holy knights and make everything look real. Before Jean departs, Vetura hands over his sword and tells him where Jin's own weapon is hidden, inside the central chest on the first floor. Jean promises to return before the advent ends, and Vetura sends him off with a silent prayer for his safety. Deep beneath Old Oterium, in the hidden headquarters of the Dark Magic Association, a suffocating silence hangs over the basement. A lone girl stands among the fallen, weighed down by the fact that she couldn't save them. Then everything changes. The protective barriers and illusion spells outside suddenly vanish, not shattered but erased, as if they were never there. Panic erupts, guards shout in confusion, realizing someone has broken in. Their terror peaks when a massive black dragon appears before them, a sight that should not exist. As the battle explodes, the magic soldiers try to fight back, but darkness washes over the area, and their spells fail to answer them. Amid the chaos, Jin's cold voice echoes through the stronghold. He offers no mercy, only a declaration that their end has come and they should prepare to die. Muraken storms in like a natural disaster, unleashing his power without restraint. His roar shakes the halls as he declares himself the death of everyone there, drowning the enemy in fear. Watching him, Jean finally understands why Muraken always spoke of his own legend, because even in this incomplete state, the dragon's terror is overwhelming. While Muraken pulls every eye toward himself, Jean slips into a concealed passage that Sir Kashmir revealed earlier, moving alone with a single purpose, to find and rescue the captives. Inside the base, panic spreads like wildfire. Susan Lillistar and Chukan told her to stare in disbelief as the barrier they poured everything into vanishes in an instant. They have no idea who did it, but the moment the words Black Dragon surface, fear takes hold. With no path of escape, they decide the only option left is to hold out until Sir Joe, their strongest card, arrives. Jean Runcandel pushes deeper until he reaches the chamber where the hostages should be, only to find it completely empty. A chill runs through him as the thought hits that he might already be too late. Then a woman steps out and introduces herself as Mercurial Scylla, a saint of the Dawn Chariot who was sent by the Holy King to infiltrate the association 3 years ago. Jean demands to know what happened to the captives. Scylla doesn't sugarcoat it, telling him they were already turned into human golems, and that Joe is after them now. When Jean asks how many of them were innocent people from the Holy Kingdom, her answer is brutal, around 800. As the enemy base's protective field begins to crack, unease ripples through the association. Whispers spread as they cling to the hope that Sir Joe will arrive. When he finally does, both Chukan and Susan feel a surge of relief, until they realize the truth. Joe isn't here to save them. He is the head of the Dark Magic Association, and he looks delighted. He stares at the black dragon with open excitement, seeing it as the perfect test subject for his new creations. He talks about throwing even his own soldiers into the experiments, calling it the greatest day of his life. Whether the dragon lives or dies doesn't matter to him, because he believes his army of human golems is more than enough. At the same time, Jean uncovers an even darker truth. These human golems were created using the blood of the Wang people. He expected Joe to be cruel, but this goes beyond anything he imagined. Scylla explains that Joe somehow collected and cultivated the blood of the Wang, a race that vanished thousands of years ago. Rage burns through Jean at the thought of such a sacred lineage being twisted into something so vile. Then Scylla delivers the final blow. Once someone becomes a golem, there is no way to restore them. Jean already knew it, but hearing it still cuts deep. She tells him there is something he has to see. What he finds leaves him shaken. Before him stand those who failed to complete the transformation, their bodies twisted and broken. Scylla explains that Joe ordered her to dispose of these failures, but she secretly kept them alive. They can only survive with special magical devices, and no matter how hard she tried, her healing powers were never enough. She believes the high healers of the Holy Kingdom might still be able to save them, and with desperation in her eyes, she begs Jean to help them. Jean steadies her with a quiet certainty, telling her this is exactly why he came. Then, without warning, every piece of equipment the survivors rely on goes dead. The light fades. The power vanishes. For a split second, panic spreads, until Scylla rushes to check the devices and realizes the truth. They are not broken. The mana itself has been drained from the entire area. The battlefield has already been claimed. Jean doesn't hesitate. He tells Scylla to stay behind and protect the survivors, no matter what happens. She nods, gripping her resolve just as tightly as her fear, and whispers a prayer to Ayala, asking her to watch over Jean and the Black Dragon as the real fight begins. Cold Joe's laughter cuts through the tension. He stands proudly before his army, 800 human golems forged from the ancient blood of the Wang, each one a stolen life twisted into a weapon. He mocks the Black Dragon, convinced Murakan cannot possibly stand against numbers like these. But Murakan does not retreat. When Jean calls out to him, he charges forward without holding anything back. In an instant, the invisible force binding the golems collapses, and the entire army freezes, leaving Cold Joe staring in disbelief at what just happened. Murakan's roar tears across the field. He condemns them for turning innocent people into tools of war, for defiling his lost kin and reshaping them into monsters. The grief of seeing his people used this way erupts in an uncontrollable fury, and his rage alone is enough to make the battlefield tremble. And then, another presence steps in. Bommerl appears, and for the first time, Cold Joe is shaken. He cannot understand why Bommerl has come now. Not here, not at this moment. But Bommerl does not wait for questions. He declares that this ends today, that Cold Joe's darkness will be erased once and for all. The sword slammed down with a deafening crash, and the world exploded in yellow lightning and roaring fire. As the blade struck, its wielder chanted words of annihilation, a declaration that the one being targeted would be wiped from existence itself. Everyone watching froze in shock. A bespectacled man and woman stood motionless, their faces drained of color, while a bald man stared in awe as the swordsman shattered solid rock as if it were nothing more than dust. In that instant, he understood what he was witnessing, the power of the Wang jewel heart. Tears slid down his face as he whispered about its beauty. Yet even as he admired it, greed crept into his thoughts, louder and more insistent with every heartbeat. That power, he decided, was never meant for anyone else. It belonged to him. He imagined what he could achieve with it, how his own grand work would finally be completed. His face twisted into something unsettling as he shouted for the swordsman to surrender the jewel heart, then barked orders to his men to rip it from the man's body. The figure they faced wore a mask, bathed in a pale blue aura. When their powers collided, the air itself trembled, and the masked man shot upward like a rising dragon, leaving the others stranded far below. The bald man erupted in rage, screaming at his men for hesitating and demanding they restrain the masked figure. Grinding his teeth, he finally called out the man's name, realizing the truth in a burst of fury and dread. Murakan. From high above, the masked figure's voice cut through the air like steel, ordering his subordinates to slaughter everyone except their leader. The twisted, horned creatures grinned with their elongated claws, promising it would be effortless. Then the shadows moved. Dark blue, ghost-like figures poured across the field, and one of them lashed out, a razor-sharp nail smashing into a soldier's jaw. Blood sprayed as the man collapsed, completely overwhelmed by the assault. The bald man could barely breathe as the nightmare unfolded around him. Before he could gather his thoughts, the masked figure addressed him from a distance, sword in hand, calmly calling his name. Joe. He demanded Joe surrender, stating flatly that the battle was already decided. Joe only smiled and drew a dagger-like weapon, muttering that he had hoped he wouldn't need to use it. A crimson circle bloomed in the air, a star etched into its center, as he called upon the name of Palak. Fierce winds whipped around the masked man, as something massive took shape. A monstrous form emerged, rising into the sky, its sheer size rivaling Murakan himself. But what truly unsettled him was not its bulk, but the countless energy signatures pulsing within it, a dreadful, layered presence that pressed down on his senses. He dropped to one knee under the weight of that ominous aura. Joe laughed, mocking him, calling him a child who was already being dazzled by the brilliance of his creation. Pride swelled in his voice as he declared this was the ultimate result of all his experiments. The creature, he explained, had the body of a white elephant, was formed from the blood and skin of countless monsters, and carried a core forged from the hearts of 5 phoenixes. With triumphant laughter, Joe shouted that this was meant to surpass even celiac Zipple himself. He named it Palak, an ice golem designed to devour fire itself. The masked man whispered that such a creature could bring disaster upon the entire world. His voice then rose in fury as he demanded how Joe dared to parade a golem built from a phoenix's body before the master of the fire realm. Joe stared, confused, asking what he was talking about. In the next heartbeat, another figure appeared beside the masked man, warning him to be careful and calling him Jean. Jean turned, bewildered, but the newcomer spoke with quiet urgency, saying it should have been obvious. The elder presence was boiling with rage. He placed a hand on Jin's shoulder and declared that from this moment on, he would invoke their contract and force his power through him. Jean barely had time to question what forcible meant before a blazing blue light erupted inside a glowing circle, flooding the battlefield with overwhelming energy. Joe narrowed his eyes, convinced he was watching the birth of a phoenix. The light was enormous, but he scoffed, certain it was nothing more than an ordinary one. Something like that, he thought, could never stand against Palak unless it carried the same might as celiac's bellet. Then the light parted. Joe's breath caught in his throat. His lips trembled as he recognized what was emerging, and he barely managed to force out its name. Tess, the colossal phoenix. The figure beside Jean spoke calmly, reminding him that since Jean was Tess's contractor, the phoenix would never harm him. The warning was barely finished when Tess exploded forward, its massive wings igniting the air as it launched into a furious charge. Tess hurled itself at Joe with overwhelming force. Joe's face twisted in raw terror as he screamed, demanding to know how a mere child could have possibly summoned something like Tess. Blue fire poured from the phoenix's mouth, a vast, raging torrent that surged straight toward Joe and Palak. Joe frantically ordered Palak to swallow the flames, but Tess's fire refused to be contained. It tore through the ice golem's resistance and kept advancing, rolling forward until it reached Joe himself. Panicking, Joe raised a shield and screamed for Palak to hold on, but Tess only unleashed even more fire. The inferno spread so far that even Jean felt it tear through him, blood spilling from his lips under the unbearable pressure. Joe could only stare, unable to comprehend what he was seeing. He lifted his weapon in one last desperate attempt to fight back, but the flames consumed even him. From beside Jean, the man shouted furiously at Tess, demanding it stop, asking if it truly intended to kill Jean over nothing more than a fit of rage. He warned the phoenix to withdraw if its fury was satisfied, or something far worse would happen. Tess ignored him. Another massive wave of fire erupted, shaking the battlefield to its core. Under that relentless assault, the Dark Magic Association crumbled into ruin. Joe stood amid the devastation, battered and barely standing, staring at the destruction with hollow eyes. With bitter sorrow, he whispered an apology to his commander, lamenting how everything had ended in such pointless ruin. Then a voice tore through the chaos, screaming at him not to give up. A blazing fireball shot toward Joe, and he lifted his bruised face to look at it. The voice declared that as long as he still lived, everything could be rebuilt. The man beside Jean stiffened, demanding to know who was speaking. Joe slowly bowed his head and spoke with solemn reverence. He said he was greeting his commander. Jean and his companion both froze, a chill running through them as the same thought struck at once. The commander of Kinzello. They whispered in disbelief as they stared at him. The figure was so blurred and radiant that it barely had a shape, less defined than a drifting firefly, and they wondered if something like that could even be called human. The commander slowly turned his gaze toward Jean. With an amused glint in his eyes, he remarked that he had finally met the one hunted by both the Zipple family and the Vermonts. In an eerily polite tone, he said it was a pleasure to meet him, calling him Bomrel. He continued, saying he had already heard of Muraken's awakening, and if Muraken truly stood as Jin's guardian dragon, then Jin had to be a member of the Runcandel clan. He admitted he had long suspected it, and wondered why someone so important had suddenly appeared in the world. At those words, Muraken stiffened, his fury flaring. His voice trembled with rage as he demanded to know who this glowing figure was, and how he dared speak his name so casually. Why did he act as if they were old friends? The radiant figure answered with faint sorrow, asking if Muraken had really forgotten the one who once saved his life. Muraken roared in outrage, shouting that he had no right to speak that name. He accused the figure of being a demon who had merely overheard fragments of the past. Before he could go further, the glowing man interrupted him with mocking calm, asking if Muraken was about to claim that it was Timar, not him. He told Muraken to stop clinging to forgetting and instead think carefully, because in Muraken's own memories, it was Timar who had been blamed for going berserk. That was enough. Muraken's rage exploded. He swore that if the figure dared say Timar's name again, he would kill him, vowing to drag Canzello and everyone who followed it straight into hell. Jin quickly called out, warning Muraken not to be baited, realizing the figure was deliberately trying to provoke him. The radiant man merely lifted a finger and said calmly that sending him to hell would have been impossible, even when Muraken was at his peak. A small fireball formed at his fingertip, and he flicked it toward Muraken. As it flew, it swelled into what looked like a massive, blazing sphere crashing down. Muraken instantly sensed that this was no ordinary flame, but a terrifying illusion, spell strong enough to affect the body itself. He demanded to know who the figure really was. The glowing man replied that if Muraken was so curious, he should first ask himself whether something was wrong with his memory. Muraken glanced around, unsettled, as the implications sank in. The figure pressed on, asking if Muraken had twisted his own memories to make the truth easier to bear, and whether he truly believed it had been Timar who lost control that day. Trapped within the roaring illusion of fire, Muraken had no answer. The man said he had seen everything that happened back then. He spoke as if it were nothing unusual, adding that everyone carried at least one memory they wished they could erase. Inside the blazing illusion, Muraken writhed as both his body and mind were crushed by the fireball's power. The radiant figure told him he understood, that the pain of losing a close friend was real. Muraken collapsed, clutching his head, his whole body shaking. When he looked up again, his eyes burned with fury and grief. He squeezed his eyes shut, then opened them with a desperate resolve. In the next instant, his form twisted violently. A thunderous roar ripped through the air as Muraken unleashed his true shape, an enormous dragon bursting forth, wings spreading in uncontrollable wrath. The dragon's roar shook the battlefield. Then a fist slammed straight into its face. The impact echoed like a cannon blast. The dragon groaned in pain, and even the radiant commander stared in confusion. Muraken was suddenly back in human form, clutching his cheek, shouting in outrage, and calling Jin a damn brat for hitting him. Jin stood there with a bruised hand and a steady gaze, calmly asking if Muraken had finally come back to his senses. The truth hit Muraken. He dropped to one knee, one hand on the ground, the other gripping his leg, his breathing ragged. He admitted he had been baited by that snake of a man, then apologized, saying he had shown Jin something shameful. His tone softened as he called him a kid again. The radiant figure brushed a finger across his cheek, speaking with mocking curiosity. He said that if Muraken could have been stopped this easily back then, Timar would never have died. Muraken's rage flared again, and he moved to charge, but Jin grabbed him and held him back. Turning toward the glowing man, Jin spoke with cold, razor-sharp clarity. If this man truly had the power to stop the first Runcandel patriarch, then defeating them in a single strike should have been effortless. So why, instead of ending it, was he standing here wasting time provoking them? The figure said nothing. Jin pressed harder, pointing out how that silence said everything. He concluded that the man was not nearly as powerful as he pretended to be, and that the provocation itself had already given him away. He added that a true leader would have captured his enemies first, and only then spoken, because that was how every genuinely powerful figure he had ever known acted. The radiant man ground his teeth, forced to admit Jin was right. With bitter frustration, he acknowledged him as a child of Runcandel and confessed that, right now, he could not fight them all. The radiant man decided it was best to leave things as they were for now. He lifted his hand, and a small circle bloomed from his palm, stretching forward into a razor-sharp path of condensed energy. Jin knew at once this was no illusion. The glowing figure said he had to take care of unfinished business. The cutting pattern shot forward and struck Joe's subordinate, who screamed for his commander in terror. In a single brutal moment, the attack pierced straight through him, tearing out the other side as blood poured from the wound. With false regret, the radiant man said he did not have time to save him, adding with a mocking tone that his tongue might slip. Then a door of light opened, and he stepped through it, leaving behind a promise that their next meeting would be more pleasant, once again calling Jean a child of Runcandel as he vanished. Silence fell. Jean and Murakin stared at the empty space where the commander of Kinzello had been. Jean narrowed his eyes, wondering who that man truly was. He was clearly unable to use his full strength for some hidden reason. Yet the fact that he had fooled Murakin at all meant his true power had to be terrifying. Murakin broke the silence, asking who that thing had been. He said the man felt like a demon, someone who could cross space at will. Jean considered it. If the commander knew both Murakin and Timar, then he had lived for more than 1,000 years. And with the Miang Wang trying to reclaim their former glory, it was possible that man had existed even back when they ruled the world. Jean also realized something else. The commander had personally stepped in to save Zhou and take him away, which meant Zhou was no disposable pawn. He was an important piece of Kinzello. A weak cough drew Jin's attention. The wounded subordinate stirred and slowly opened one eye. Jean looked down at him and asked if he was still alive. He remarked that being stabbed by the very lord he had served must have left him burning with rage, then asked if he had any final words. With trembling effort, the man whispered about his grimoire and pressed a blood-soaked slip of paper in Jin's hand before his life faded away. Jean unfolded it. Written there were the words, Eternal Storeroom, Storage Room 3, Roklava. It had to be the location of the man's grimoire. No mage would ever let a lifetime of knowledge disappear without leaving some trace behind. The idea of that grimoire sent a thrill through Jean. As he walked ahead with Murakin following, Jean told him that earlier he had encountered a saint who had been secretly sent on a mission by the Holy King. He added that he was certain she would know where Rial Zipple's grimoire was hidden. Ahead of them, a man was sobbing as he called out the saint's name. A woman sat before him with her face buried in her hands, and around her several bandaged men wept in quiet despair. Jean stopped, sensing the weight of what had happened, and asked if the woman was Mercurial Scylla. He wanted to know what had occurred. One of the men explained through tears that to save them, the saint had burned through every drop of her life force, and had returned to Ayala's embrace. The words left Jean stunned. The man continued, saying that before she died, the saint had asked them to give Jean something. He held out a book stamped with a distinctive emblem. Jean took it and pressed it against his chest. In silence, he swore he would never forget her sacrifice. In his heart, he vowed to reveal the truth within it so no one else would have to die the way she had. Mercurial Scylla had truly lived and died as a saint. From far beyond the castle walls, a cloaked figure watched. The wind howled, snapping at her cloak, revealing a flash of crimson hair beneath the hood. In her hand was a dagger, its hilt crowned with a glowing blue gem. Atop a towering pillar, a massive bull skull burned with ghostly fire, casting twisted shadows over the chamber where Kinzello's leaders had gathered. The air felt thick and uneasy as a man with gray-blue hair remarked that their leader was far too late, voicing his fear that something had gone wrong. He turned toward another figure and asked if the great warrior Barak felt the same. Barak Sarika, commander-in-chief of the Kinzello Revolutionary Army and a warrior of the White Tiger tribe, snarled that aside from two people, he hated all humans. The thought that their leader had been forced to intervene personally because of Cold Joe made his fury boil over. The gray-haired man admitted it was regrettable, but reminded him that in moments like this, their leader was the only one capable of using spatial techniques. Another voice cut in, saying that Joe was still necessary for their grand design, though like Bubear, he was nothing but a nuisance. Just then, a portal shaped like a door tore open, and their leader stepped through. Blood dripped from his lips, and the room erupted in alarm. He looked worn and exhausted, long white hair falling around his pale face. Calmly, he told them he only needed a rest. This was the leader of Kinzello. The gray-haired vice leader hurried to support him, guiding him forward as the leader offered a quiet word of thanks. Then their eyes turned to Joe. Barak surged forward in a rage, roaring that Joe should never forget the mercy the leader had shown him, even in death. He spat that it was madness for their frail leader to risk his life for someone so insignificant, calling Joe nothing more than a worthless human. The leader told Barak not to be so harsh, saying it wasn't as though they had come away empty-handed. Sitting on his throne, he calmly revealed that he had uncovered Bommerl's true identity. Bommerl, he said, was a Runcandel. Judging by his appearance, he was the youngest of the clan. He even wondered aloud whether the Zipple family and the Beeman clan had already realized the same truth. The vice leader froze and asked if he meant Jean Runcandel. The leader nodded. If the youngest was indeed named Jean Runcandel, then that was exactly who Bommerl was. He then asked why his vice leader looked unsettled. The man brushed it off as shock, admitting no one could have imagined that Bommerl was actually Jean Runcandel, a mere reserve flag bearer. The leader went on, explaining that through Joe's eyes he had seen far more. Jean did not just wield magic and the power of the Miang Wang. He was also contracted with Tess, the master of the Fire Realm, and Sodaret, the god of shadows. The leader stated that since the Runcandel family had broken their covenant with the Zipple family, Chiron must already know what his son was doing. That meant the Runcandel clan was preparing for open conflict with Zipple. And if that was the case, Kinzello had to prepare as well. The vice leader fell into thought. If Jean Runcandel truly was Bomberl, then everything lined up. The incident at the Lone Log Bridge, Buber's involvement, even the search for the sculpture workshop. It meant Jean had likely approached both Buber and himself on purpose, already knowing who they really were. He remembered how, when he had spoken with Buber about retrieving the compass, he had felt a faint, unsettling presence. So many investigations and interrogations had followed, all searching for the traitor who leaked their routes and information. Now he finally understood. It had been him. He silently accepted that he would have to take responsibility, but before he could speak, the leader suddenly grabbed his head in pain, saying he had forgotten something important. Barak snapped to attention, demanding to know what was wrong. The leader said that in the rush of their escape, he had left behind Rial Zipple's grimoire, the final form of the Annihilating Thousand Fires. He turned to Joe and asked if he had it. Joe paled and stammered an apology. Barak exploded. He called Joe worthless filth and demanded to know who was responsible. He shouted that it was unthinkable for the head of the Dark Magic Association to lose something so crucial, and he seized Joe by the throat. Joe gasped in terror, begging him to understand that the association had been destroyed and he was the only one left. He pleaded for Barak to consider how dire their situation was. Barak only roared louder, saying excuses meant nothing. The vice leader finally stepped in, shouting for Barak Sayarika to stop. He reminded him that their leader had risked his life to bring Joe back, and demanded to know if Barak was trying to sabotage everything they had worked for. Barak released Joe at last, shoving him away as if he were nothing more than an insect. He warned him that if he ever laid eyes on him again, he would kill him without hesitation. The leader sagged back, pale and unsteady, muttering that they had lost both the compass and Rial Zipple's grimoire, the two greatest weapons they had against the Zipple family. He turned to his vice leader and asked what he had been about to say earlier. The vice leader hid his guilt and replied that he had only meant to ask about the grimoire. He assured his leader that even though it had been left behind, neither the Zipple family nor the Runcandels even knew existed, so there was no reason to panic. Inwardly, he decided it was better to stay silent, because now was not the time to confess when everything was on the brink. The leader accepted that logic, coughing as he agreed that what no one knew existed could not be hunted. Far away, Jean and Urakan stood bathed in radiant light before the grimoire itself. Jean said with quiet satisfaction that he had found it. The final form of the Annihilating Thousand Fires, the ultimate masterpiece of Rial Zipple, the greatest mage in history, a man who had surpassed even the strongest of his age. He lifted the glowing book, confirming it matched exactly what Mercurial Scylla had written. Rial Zipple's legacy had been hidden here all along. Clutching it to his chest, Jean reflected that because of Mercurial Scylla's sacrifice, he had not only saved the survivors, but also gained this priceless tome. He swore in silence that he would restore the Holy Kingdom and make sure the world remembered her as its true hero. Elsewhere, crowds gathered in anticipation. One man sighed that it was already the final day of Advent. Another replied that, bittersweet as it was, the final day was always the most important, because the ceremony was about to begin. A voice echoed through the Grand Assembly, addressing Ayala's children and all who had come from distant lands. The herald announced that His Holiness, the Holy King, would now begin the blessing ceremony, a miracle meant to be witnessed by all. The crowd pressed in around the throne. The Holy King sat smiling, with his daughter Lani Salam at his side, holding the blessings. The herald proclaimed that the chosen children of Ayala would now receive their miracles. The king placed his hand on one devotee's head, and the man collapsed at his feet, sobbing with joy as he cried that his sight had been restored. Lani watched with thinly veiled irritation. To her, the entire ceremony was nothing but a staged farce, with paid actors pretending to be healed. She found the spectacle sickening, even as her father smiled warmly before the masses. Then, from within the crowd, a group cloaked in black stepped forward and called out to His Holiness, begging him to hear their plea. They knelt and begged the king to hear their story. A flicker of irritation crossed his face, but Lani leaned in and whispered that he should grant them a blessing, just as he had spared last year's intruders. The king's smile returned. He called them Ayala's children and spoke gently, saying they must have endured great suffering to reach him. At his words, the cloaked figures slowly cast aside their robes. The crowd gasped. Their bodies were covered in hideous scars, blotched with spreading black patches, their twisted forms barely human. Murmurs rippled through the assembly as people whispered that they looked like monsters. One man, his arm almost entirely consumed by the black corruption, cried out that the Holy King himself had subjected them to inhumane experiments, and this was what they had become. The king feigned surprise and asked who could have done such a thing. The man pointed straight at a towering figure. Vitura, commander of the Holy Knights. He accused him of selling them to the Zipple laboratories. The night before the ceremony echoed in Jin's mind. A quiet voice had asked what his plan was to cripple Kinzello and trap the Zipple family. Jin had answered without hesitation. It would start by saving the survivors from Kinzello's laboratories, then announcing to the world that they had been found in Zipple's fourth magic tower. Vetura had questioned him, warning that such a lie would not hold. Jean had calmly reminded him that Karl Zipple, the master of the fourth magic tower, was currently in Canzello's hands, and no one knew why. Jean had told Vetura that his role was crucial. After the survivors were revealed, he had to ignite public outrage against the Holy King and side with the Zipple faction. Once Zipple's name was dragged into the open, Celiac Zipple would be cornered, forced either to admit his son had been captured by a third-rate terrorist group or to take responsibility for the creation of human golems. Lonnie Salem had been there that night, listening in silence. Now, in the present, Vetura drew his sword before the entire crowd and shouted that the survivors were filthy heretics. He vowed to cut them down if they dared to continue speaking. Jean and Murakin stood hidden among the crowd, watching everything unfold, while Lonnie observed with a sharp, growing interest. Lonnie stepped forward, demanding how Vetura could be so certain these people were heretics, and how he dared bear his blade on such a sacred day. Vetura pointed at the survivors, telling her to look at their twisted bodies, insisting their very appearances proved they were servants of demons. Lonnie cried out that only His Holiness had the authority to judge such things. Vetura ignored her. He declared that as commander of the Holy Knights, it was his duty to punish heretics. Then he turned on Lonnie herself, warning that if she kept speaking nonsense, he would label her a heretic too. Several soldiers rushed in front of Lonnie, forming a living shield around her. They shouted for Vetura to lower his sword, reminding him that drawing it without His Holiness's command was an act of treason. Vetura's face twisted in fury. He screamed at them, demanding how they dared block his path and speak back to him. He declared that he would punish them all, along with the corrupted heretics. His own soldiers hesitated, shock written across their faces. One of them remembered Vetura's words from earlier, how he had said the time had come to answer his calling, how he had apologized, and quietly asked if he would follow. Now that same soldier cried out for the others to stop the commander as Vetura charged forward. They struck him in desperation, fists and weapons colliding, and in a heartbeat the tension exploded into a full brawl. Screams ripped through the square as people fled in terror. The survivors begged His Holiness for mercy while the Holy King himself stared in confusion, unable to grasp what was happening. Vetura roared at them all, branding everyone who came near His Holiness a heretic. Then he turned to the king and shouted with burning conviction that he, Vetura, would be the one to save him. Lonnie whispered an apology in her heart and drew her sword, rushing toward him. Vetura's eyes went wild as he screamed that she, too, was a heretic and that he would kill them all. Their blades crashed together, but in the struggle Lonnie's sword was knocked from her hands. Vetura lunged at her with his own, and her thoughts were dragged back to the night before. He had asked her to cut him. Confused, she had asked what he meant, and he had answered with grave resolve. Even if young Master Jin's plan succeeded, those who caused this chaos would try to seize the Holy Kingdom again. He had asked her what she believed was truly needed then. With her head lowered, Lonnie had said she did not want to hear it. Vetura had turned away and told her it was the truth, that she was the real leader. She had refused to listen. He reminded her that young Master Jin, who bore no responsibility for this war, had stepped forward to fight, and that she needed to stop acting like a child and think clearly. He told her that becoming the Holy King was not just her father's wish, but Ayela's will, that even Mykelin had received Ayela's revelation. Still looking down, Lonnie had whispered in despair that even if God had chosen her, this was not the way. To succeed, she would have to sacrifice Vetura, and he would forever be remembered as a traitor. She clenched her fists and admitted she could not do it, not even if her own life were the price. Vetura had only smiled and told her that this, too, was part of his role. He had lived as a false ally within the Zipple faction, so his destiny was to die by her hand. If she executed him publicly for killing the fake Holy King, the world would believe without question that Ayela's reincarnation stood unshaken. He apologized for placing such a cruel burden on her, promising that both he and Mykelin would watch over her. Tears streamed down Lonnie's face as Vetura begged her to become the true Holy King for the sake of the kingdom and its people. Now, in the present, Vetura broke free and rushed straight at the Holy King. Lonnie grabbed his arm, trying to stop him, but he only sneered, asking if she really thought such cheap tricks could hold him back. With a brutal thrust, he drove his sword into the king's chest. Blood spilled from the king's lips as he staggered, and Vetura spat that this Zipple dog who had stolen the Holy Kingdom was finally paying for all the suffering he had caused. Gasps tore through the hall as the people realized they were watching their king being murdered. Vetura struck again, drawing another cry of agony. Lonnie screamed for her father, then turned to Vetura with shaking hands and raised her sword. He met her eyes and silently urged her to strike, telling her without words that it was all right. She hesitated for a heartbeat, then, sobbing, swung her blade. It pierced him. Vetura groaned, but even in pain, a faint smile touched his lips before he collapsed to the floor. Blood spread beneath his body as his life faded away. The knights stood frozen until one stepped forward, ordering the others to clear a path so he could protect Her Holiness. He pushed through the crowd, uncertainty etched across his face. Lonnie dropped beside her father, clutching him desperately and begging him not to die. The knight's voice rang out again, commanding everyone to keep order. He declared that Lonnie Salam and the rebels were to be arrested. Lonnie froze, overwhelmed. From the crowd, Murakan quietly asked Jean if they should intervene, but Jean answered calmly that there was no need. The people, however, would not be silent. They surged forward in fury, hurling insults at the knights and shouting that killing His Holiness was not enough for them, that now they even meant to harm Miss Lonnie. They formed a wall around her, calling the knights Zipple dogs, and demanding if they felt no shame standing before Ayala. The knights shouted back, asking if the crowd understood the weight of the crime they were committing by protecting heretics. The voices of the people swelled even louder, crying that Miss Lonnie had done nothing wrong, that the daughter of the Holy King had to be protected. Surrounded by their devotion, Lonnie slowly turned, looking at the faces forming a shield around her. Her fingers tightened against her dress as she struggled to steady her trembling breath. Then she raised both hands, and a glowing yellow ring appeared in the air. Light burst outward, washing over everyone and leaving them frozen in awe. The radiance surged like a storm, blinding all who looked upon it, until a small, intricate circle formed before her. The knights' swords slipped from their hands as they fell to their knees in reverence. Lonnie reached out and touched the circle, and it rose into the sky, expanding into a vast, blazing ring that lit the entire square. Even Vitura's lifeless body was bathed in its glow, his face pale and still beneath the holy light. The new beacon of hope for the Holy Kingdom, the hero who had saved Vankella from the grip of the Zipple family, was Holy King Lonnie Salam. After her ascension, the chaos was swiftly brought under control. Sir Vitura had left behind a list of names tied to both Kinzello and the Zipple family, and those connected to Zipple were publicly exposed and immediately arrested. Holy King Lonnie then delivered a formal protest to the Zipple family. She told her people that she could not reveal the name of the hero who rescued the survivors, but she did announce that Zipple's fourth magic tower had been creating human golems. She demanded an official explanation and declared that her father's funeral would not proceed until Zipple answered for these crimes. The entire world's attention turned to Vankella and the Zipple family. Newspapers across the continent soon carried explosive headlines. The former Holy King of Vankella had been assassinated. The Zipple faction had worked with traitors inside the kingdom, and Lonnie Salam had risen to the throne after Holy King Mykeelan. Some reports went further, openly accusing the fourth magic tower of using citizens as experimental subjects, and stating that Holy King Lonnie was demanding justice. Far away, in another realm, a woman listened to these reports from her throne. She said that it had finally begun, that the Zipple family and Kinzello had made their move, and that while she had not intended to act until now, the Holy Kingdom had handed her the perfect opening. She ordered that the patriarch be informed and instructed her attendants to send a delegation of condolences to Vankella. A man bowed deeply, calling her mother, and accepted the command. Elsewhere, in a vast, quiet space, a figure in a white cloak knelt before a grave covered in flowers. The woman kneeling there was Miss Luna. As she stared at the tombstone, memories of her nanny filled her mind. Footsteps approached, and 3 figures came into view. A woman with purple hair stepped forward and greeted her, calling her Miss Luna. She introduced herself as Kashmir Alfrian, the leader of the 7 colors, and then gestured to the 2 beside her, Kujin and Varys, assassins who had once been raised by Luna's nanny, Tamia Marius. Luna gave a soft smile, saying she had been expecting them. The red-haired woman clutched a bouquet of flowers, her hands shaking. At Luna's quiet encouragement, she moved forward and collapsed in front of the grave, breaking down as she held the tombstone. Luna then turned to the 3rd figure, a short-haired man with gray hair, and asked if he had anything he wished to say. He stayed silent, thinking only of who she truly was, Luna Runcandel, the firstborn of the family, the one their mother had always favored. At last he bowed deeply. Luna watched him without a word until he finally whispered his thanks. She smiled faintly and told him to go to the grave, saying their nanny must be missing him. For the first time, Kujin smiled. Kashmir blinked in surprise, admitting she had never seen him do that before. Then Kashmir explained there was another reason for their visit. She handed Luna a letter, saying it was from young Master Jean. Luna opened it and read. Jean wrote that she must have already heard what had happened in Vankella, and that Dino was preparing to release an article exposing the truth about the Holy Kingdom. He told her to leave as soon as it was published, promising to explain everything on the way. Far away, inside Zipple's castle, the patriarch was locked in tense discussion. Someone close to him warned that there was no escaping responsibility. The patriarch spoke coldly about the hero who had saved the test subject from the 4th magic tower. If he admitted his son had been taken hostage by Kinzello, his authority would crumble. If he instead claimed responsibility for the human golem experiments, his reputation would be destroyed. He loathed both choices, but one had to be made. In the end, He ordered that Kinzello's commander be contacted. Karl Zipple had been given a task. Back in Vankella, the harbor was packed with people. The condolence delegation for the fallen Holy King had arrived, and citizens filled the docks, shouting for Zipple to answer for its crimes. One man screamed that Zipple had murdered their Holy King, their families, and had defiled them with experiments. He demanded the truth in the name of God. His words died as something descended from the sky. A flying carriage. The Zipple family had come to give their explanation. From within the crowd, Murakin watched with open contempt, muttering that their arrogance knew no limits. They were the ones who owed answers, yet they still acted as if they stood above everyone else. The main character stood beneath his black hood, quietly muttering to himself, never imagining they would dare bring Kozek into this. Then a masked representative stepped forward, his voice echoing across the square as he begged the people for understanding. He claimed the Holy King's death had been nothing more than a tragic accident. He admitted the Zipple family had interfered in Vankella's politics, and that, with the help of traitorous officials, terrible experiments had been carried out on innocent citizens. But then he shifted everything, placing every ounce of guilt on a single man, Karl Zipple, master of the fourth magic tower. A wave of shock rippled through the crowd. The representative continued, swearing the family had never been informed of these crimes, and that Karl, blinded by his own ambition, had acted alone, staining the Zipple name. The main character's jaw tightened. He saw through it immediately. They were throwing Karl to the wolves, likely in secret cooperation with Kinzello. It was a clean, calculated betrayal. The declaration ended with Karl being stripped of his family name and sentenced to punishment for his treachery. Moments later, Karl was dragged into view, shackled and broken, his face swollen and smeared with blood. The crowd erupted. Stones flew. Curses filled the air. Shouts demanding his death drowned out everything else. The main character's eyes turned cold. If Karl died here in Vankella, the Zipple family would wash their hands of everything. The Holy Kingdom would be forced into silence, and in time, their crimes would fade behind gold and influence. Sacrificing one pure-blooded Zipple was, to them, the perfect solution. He swore they would not get away with it. Holy King Lonnie stepped forward and raised her hand, commanding the raging crowd to stop. She spoke of their suffering, of their anger, but reminded them they were children of Ayala. If they abandoned mercy, who would remain to protect it? Then she turned to Karl, calling him Sir Karl Zipple, demanding that he explain himself and apologize before them all. A small orb of light formed above her palm, bathing his battered body in a pale glow as she declared that every child of Ayala, herself included, was ready to hear his words. Karl slowly lifted his head, blood trailing from his lips. In a broken, hoarse voice, he confessed that he, Karl Zipple, master of the fourth magic tower, had betrayed his family through greed and ambition, and that the human experiments were his crime alone. Before the crowd could react, a voice cut through the chaos. A man with a bag slung over his shoulder stepped forward, shouting Karl's name and demanding why he was lying and shouldering all the blame. Karl's battered eyes widened as he recognized him. The stranger bowed to the citizens, apologized for the interruption, and introduced himself as Dino Jaglin. He declared he had come to reveal the truth. Reaching into his bag, he hurled stacks of documents into the air, papers fluttering down like falling leaves. He announced that Karl Zipple had nothing to do with the human golem experiments. The square erupted in stunned murmurs, as people recognized Dino as the very reporter who had once exposed Murin Zipple's atrocities. Beneath his hood, the protagonist's lips curved into a thin, resolute smile. Those who had tried to offer up a pure-blooded Zipple as a sacrifice would not escape judgment. Here, inside the Holy Kingdom itself, every layer of their filth was about to be ripped into the open. As citizens bent down to collect the scattered articles, more questions erupted. Someone shouted that the survivors hadn't been rescued from the fourth magic tower at all, but from Old Oterium, the former stronghold of the Dark Magic Association, and asked if Karl Zipple had actually been abducted and held there. Another man turned on Jaglin, accusing him of mocking them. Was he really saying that a pure-blooded Zipple had been kidnapped by what they saw as a third-rate terror group? Jaglin didn't flinch. He declared that Kinzello was no third-rate organization. It was a monstrous power that had recently allied itself with the Zipple family. Not even reporters, he said, knew how deep its influence truly ran. He then reminded them of the massive explosion that had torn through an island of the Beladu Empire 6 months earlier, and asked if they remembered the mysterious supernova that caused it. The crowd stirred. One reporter gasped, asking if he meant that incident, while another blurted out Bomrel's name in disbelief. Jaglin confirmed it without hesitation. Sir Bomrel. Wherever those explosions occurred, Jaglin explained, the Zipple family and Kinzello had been secretly negotiating. But Bomrel, a man who had always opposed the Zipple's corruption, had witnessed one such deal. A clash followed, the agreement fell apart, and when Kinzello refused to walk away empty-handed, they seized Karl Zipple instead. Jaglin went further, recounting his own past. The article that had made him famous, the one about the massacre of the Cologne natives, had claimed a nameless passerby saved them. In truth, that savior had been Sir Bomrel. From that moment on, Jaglin had followed Bomrel's trail, recording his heroic deeds wherever they surfaced. In the crowd, Mirakin let out a quiet chuckle and nudged the main character, teasing that Jaglin had just called him hero. The main character shut him down with a sharp glance. Jaglin pressed on, saying it was no different this time. Sir Bomrel had personally confirmed that the Zipple family and Kinzello were bound together in a single, monstrous plot to invade the Holy Kingdom and conduct inhuman experiments on its people. Before Jaglin could say another word, a man suddenly raised his hand. A ring of fire ignited around his palm, and a sharp, yellow blade of energy tore through the air straight toward Jaglin. The crowd froze, unable to even comprehend what they were witnessing. Somewhere among them, a quiet realization surfaced. The commander of the White Knights had moved far too recklessly. To the Zipple family, a reporter's life meant nothing, but this attack now gave the Runcandel family a reason to step in. With Zipple painted as the villains, anyone who opposed them would instantly gain the people's support. With that in mind, the main character drew his sword. But another presence nearby sensed his intent and silently warned that, since Runcandel had not yet been directly targeted, acting now would only be seen as rash. He was just about to leap forward and shield Jaglin when someone else arrived first. A woman with long, flowing white hair stepped between them and casually raised her hand. The raging fire shattered into harmless sparks. Without even looking at the main character, she spoke coolly, saying that while she acknowledged his desire to protect the reporter, she could not allow a representative of the Runcandel family to act so carelessly. Then she turned and faced him. "Second flag bearer," she called, ordering him to draw his sword. His breath caught. It was his eldest sister. Why was someone who normally kept her distance from all family matters standing here in a foreign land? The answer struck him at once. The youngest. She would never have intervened for any other reason. If Bomrel was involved, then she already knew the truth, that Bomrel was the youngest. That was why they were moving together, and it made everything far more troublesome for him. He slowly returned his sword to its sheath. There was no need to stain Runcandel's name in front of the world. He addressed her with calm respect, acknowledging her as the first flag bearer. A disguised white knight overheard and stiffened. Reporters quickly caught on, whispering in disbelief that she was indeed the first flag bearer of the Runcandel family. The white whale, Miss Luna, and that standing beside her was Sir Joshua, the acting patriarch. In an instant, the rumor spread like wildfire. The Runcandel family had openly taken a stand against the Zipple family. Luna, meanwhile, quietly confirmed her own suspicions. The youngest was truly involved. Her thoughts drifted back to several hours earlier, when the main character had sat before her and calmly called her sister. He had told her that, with the eyes of the entire world watching, he would expose the Zipple family's crimes, and Joshua would seize that achievement without hesitation. Their family, he had said, had been searching for a chance to step into the Holy Kingdom for a long time, and Joshua would never let such an opportunity slip away. Since neither the main character, still only a reserve flag bearer, nor Bomrel could move openly, he had turned to Luna and asked her to block Joshua in his place. Now, in the present, Luna remembered the moment she had agreed. She had no intention of letting Joshua steal that achievement, not when the youngest had carried so much of the burden. She turned calmly toward Dino Jaglin and asked if he had been hurt. Jaglin bowed his head in gratitude, thanking both her and Joshua. Luna replied that his words had been most intriguing and that she wished to hear more, instructing him to visit the Runcandel delegation afterward. Jaglin accepted without hesitation. A formation of white knights soon advanced. Their leader stepped forward, introducing himself as Mal Hensock, second commander of Zipple's White Knights. His voice edged with forced politeness as he expressed surprise at Luna's interference. Luna smiled faintly and called him by name, pointing out that since he had just attempted to kill a reporter in front of everyone, he was clearly in a very awkward position. Mal snapped back that the reporter had spread lies that disgraced the Zipple family by claiming the master of the fourth magic tower had come to atone for his crimes. For such an insult, he declared, death was fitting, and he ordered Luna to step aside. She asked him who had given him the right to decide who lived and died, then reminded him that she had already invited Jaglin to her delegation. That made the reporter her guest. Mal refused to yield, insisting it was no private matter, and warned that if she blocked him, he would resort to force. Luna's presence changed instantly as her aura surged outward. She told him coldly that life was precious, and that even the steel fortress hovering in the skies above was worth more than his life. If he returned there without it, it would be unforgivable. Only then did Mal realize that the rumors about her were no exaggeration. Her pressure was overwhelming. A doubt crept into his mind. Had this entire revelation been orchestrated by Runcandel from the start? How much did they truly know? Before the tension could explode, Holy King Lonnie stepped between them and urged both sides to stand down. She reminded everyone that both Runcandel and Zipple wielded power far beyond that of the Holy Kingdom, and that the late Holy King's state funeral had not yet taken place. A clash here cannot be allowed. Mal seized the excuse to withdraw, relief washing over him. Lonnie then turned to the reporter and thanked him, saying they had nearly punished the wrong man. Maul bristled at once, demanding to know what she meant. He insisted that the Zipple patriarch had personally sent his son, the master of the fourth magic tower, and warned that Carl could have been killed by the stones thrown at him. The crowd erupted in outrage. They demanded to know how he dared speak so disrespectfully to her holiness, and accused him of insulting her. Maul pushed back, staring at Lonnie and asking whether she truly intended to dishonor the patriarch's will for the sake of a mere reporter. A sudden voice cut through the tension. A cloaked girl in the crowd shouted for the commander to be silent, spitting out that the Zipples were disgusting. She demanded to know if they truly dared look down on the sacred land where Ayala herself had descended. From within the sea of people, the main character spotted her and let a faint smile slip. Her timing could not have been better. The crowd surged with renewed fury, shouting that if the reporter was to be killed, then they would all die with him. They demanded the truth, and even pointed out that the Runcandel family would never behave with such disgrace. From a distance, the cloaked girl waved at him. He frowned, puzzled. Then she silently formed words with her lips, calling him young Master Jean. She revealed herself as Margiela Ibriano, younger sister of Bishkal Ibriano, Kinzello's vice leader. Without making a sound, she told him that Kinzello would help him, addressing him as Bommerl, and asked that he go easy on them. They should keep things friendly, she said. His confusion flickered into shock. He pointed at himself, silently asking if she meant him. Margiela froze, suddenly wondering if the Runcandels had never learned how to read lips. Frustration finally broke through her composure. She practically screamed, trying to tell him she was talking to him and that he was supposed to understand. But Jin's blank stare made it obvious her efforts were wasted. Gritting her teeth, she emphasized once more that Kinzello was willing to cooperate, and that he should respond in kind. Murakin glanced at her and leaned toward Jean, muttering that the woman in the wheelchair looked like she was trying to talk to him. Jean already knew that much, yet he still couldn't decipher what she meant. He noted that she was from Kinzello and warned Murakin not to draw attention, adding that once the chaos settled, he would quietly seize her. He needed answers. Murakin's sharp gaze followed her as he replied that Kinzello was already making its move. He would handle capturing her himself, he said calmly, watching as Margiela continued shouting amid the raging crowd. Below them, the uproar reached its breaking point. The masses surged toward the execution platform, voices filled with fury as they demanded the truth. Cries rang out that Zipple had deceived them all, that they had been betrayed, and that no more lies would be tolerated. The mob erupted, shouting that Runcandel stood for truth and justice. Even Jean hadn't expected his scheme to twist the tide so completely. Zipple, once worshipped as the very symbol of virtue, was now being cursed, while Runcandel, long feared as a house of blood and darkness, was slowly winning the hearts of the people. What began inside the Holy Kingdom was already reshaping how the entire world would see them. Ever since the Cologne incident, the balance of perception had been cracking, and now it was finally shattering. The crowd's rage focused entirely on the Zipple family, and Jean understood at once that they could no longer strike back. Any move against Runcandel now would drown the streets in civilian blood. Retreat was their only option. The commander of the White Knights raised his hand in grim acceptance. Orders were passed. Brilliant columns of light flared as mages activated their teleportation circles, pulling the Zipple forces back toward their main castle and warships, abandoning those who had been sacrificed in the square. Luna watched it all unfold exactly as she had predicted. Dino quietly urged her that it was time to withdraw. Nearby, Joshua's glare burned with fury as he realized Luna had once again stolen the glory that should have been his. On the platform, Lonnie approached Carl. With his head bowed and his voice shaking, he said he had nothing left to protect and asked for execution. Lonnie's reply was cold and absolute. If his confession proved true, death would be his end. If it was false, he would rot for the rest of his life in the Holy Kingdom's underground prison. For the journalists gathered in the square, this was history in the making. News from the Holy Kingdom raced across the world in an instant. Carl's confession, Dino's revelations, and the violent standoff between the White Knights and the Runcandel family dominated every headline. Not in a decade had a single event spread so fast or so far. And at the center of it all was one name that could not be ignored. Jean Runcandel, once again pulling the eyes of the world toward himself. That night, at the Holy Kingdom's harbor, Murakin was fuming. He demanded to know who the mysterious woman really was, swearing that he had tracked her perfectly until she slipped into an alley and vanished like smoke. His voice shook with anger as he muttered that even with 40% of his power restored, he had still lost a mere human. Jean remained calm. He told Murakin not to blame himself. From the beginning, something about her had felt wrong. It made no sense for someone like Lord Bishkal, who treasured his sister so deeply, to let her wander without a single guard. That meant only one thing. Margiela had to possess some extraordinary ability of her own, something on the level of Yona, Buber, or even the hidden power wielded by Kinzello's leader. Murakin felt a chill at the thought that mortals could wield powers so unnatural they bordered on the divine. Jean, however, remained calm. Kinzello had promised their support, he said, and they would make contact again. How? He didn't know, but he was certain it would happen. Their exchange broke off when Murakin suddenly pointed toward the sea. The horizon was glowing with a blinding radiance. Something enormous was coming. Jean stared in disbelief and wondered if Kinzello had already arrived. Murakin narrowed his eyes and muttered that such an entrance was absurd, as if they had brought their entire armada just to announce themselves. Jean replied that this was exactly what Kinzello intended. Now that their name had been dragged into the open, they were using this moment to display their might, to show the world they were not some petty terrorist group. They must have been preparing for this ever since Karl's confession shook the Holy Kingdom. Even so, neither of them expected a display on this scale. Jean understood at once that no matter how much Kinzello claimed to help him, it meant nothing if the world still saw them as worthless extremists. Power was the only language that could change that. Soon it became clear what they were witnessing. Kinzello had arrived with 500 warships to pay their respects to the late King Miklin. Only one was allowed to dock. From it stepped Barak Sidriker, supreme commander of the Kinzello Revolutionary Army and great warrior of the White Wolf tribe, accompanied by a small escort. Entering the Grand Hall, he offered his condolences for King Miklin's death. Lonnie thanked him, though unease flickered across her face. This meeting had never been part of any plan. From high above, Murakin watched, his expression darkening. The situation was far more dangerous than they had imagined. Even the White Wolf clan, who normally looked down on humans as insects, was showing open respect. That alone told him Barak was no ordinary figure. He quietly judged the man's presence, sensing that Barak's strength might rival even Jin's sister. Jean agreed. That was likely why they had never been able to swallow Kinzello whole and had instead been forced into an alliance. Below, Barak laid a hand on the late king's remains. His voice carried deep sorrow as he spoke of a debt owed to King Miklin from 30 years ago, calling him the greatest man he had ever known. Then he turned to the crowd and revealed that the prisoners being held were members of the Zipple faction. While the alliance still existed, he said, these same people had carried out illegal human experiments under the direct orders of Chief Zipple. Every word Barak spoke struck Lonnie like a hammer. He went on, saying that the prisoners would soon confess everything themselves, and that he hoped the Holy Kingdom would recover from its grief. The square filled with restless murmurs as people began questioning whether Kinzello had truly been behind the experiments, or if Zipple had always been the real mastermind. Jean watched it all unfold and felt how carefully arranged the moment was. A show of overwhelming force, followed by public respect for Lonnie, quietly affirming her as the true Holy King, and then a crushing accusation that dumped the full weight of the crimes on his Zipple. It had a Brano written all over it, shameless, ruthless, and terrifyingly effective. When Barak finished, he declared there was no reason to remain any longer and risk further discomfort, since Kinzello had once been Zipple's ally and therefore shared part of the blame. As a final blow, he revealed that a Zipple laboratory existed inside the Holy Kingdom itself and demanded it be investigated. The words slammed into the crowd like thunder. Shock rippled through the people as they struggled to even process what they had just heard. Jean knew what that meant. If it was true, Zipple was finished. Whether Kinzello intended it or not, they had just crippled their former partner. He also understood Margiella's earlier message now. If he stayed quiet, Kinzello would walk away untouched, their reputation transformed from fringe extremists into a force capable of kidnapping even a Tower Master. But Jean had no intention of stopping there. Cold resolve hardened in his eyes. Kinzello would be exposed for what they truly were. As long as Karl remained alive, he would chase the truth without mercy. A sudden commotion broke his focus. Dino came running through the chaos, his face pale, his breathing ragged. Jean turned sharply, demanding to know what had happened. Dino forced out the words. Karl Zipple was dead. Then his voice shook as he added more. At the scene, the name Bommerl had been written, along with a message scrawled in blood. With your blood, the souls of the Holy Kingdom's people shall be cleansed. Jean froze. His mind went blank as the meaning of those words sank in. Later, he and Murakin were led down into the underground prison where Karl had been held. The cell was soaked in blood, a suffocating stench hanging in the air. There was no doubt about his fate. Jean stared in silence. They had tried to keep him alive, but now his death had destroyed the entire plan to disgrace Lord Kelliak by turning his own son into a sacrificial pawn. Not long after, Lord Kashmir appeared, catching Jean completely off guard. He explained that he had come to the Holy Kingdom as part of the delegation attending the late king's funeral. He said the news had reached him through the seven-colored flock, and it had shaken him deeply. How could something so horrific happen during a ceremony meant to honor the dead king? Kashmir immediately demanded to know how the underground prison's barriers had failed. A trembling soldier confessed that 2 intruders had torn through the defenses with overwhelming magic. Even worse, reporters had arrived almost instantly, as if they had been waiting for the moment it happened. Muraken's voice was cold with contempt as he said it was obviously Zipple's work. The way the journalists were already standing there, pens ready, was too convenient to be coincidence. Cashimir's face hardened. The situation was critical. Zipple would soon release their own version of events, he warned, claiming that the Holy Kingdom had demanded cruel atonement, even after Karl's death. They would insist the name Bommerl written on the wall was nothing more than a frame-up. In their story, Karl would have been tortured into false confessions, and Bommerl's so-called revenge killing would be twisted into proof that he was nothing but a bloodthirsty murderer. Jean finally saw the full shape of the trap. If the truth behind Karl's murder did not come out, the Holy Kingdom would lose any right to accuse Zipple. But if Bommerl revealed everything himself, Zipple would be exposed as villains, and in response, they would chase him to the ends of the world to erase him. Muraken asked quietly what Jean planned to do. Before Jean could answer, a member of the Seven Colors burst into the room. He whispered urgently into Cashimir's ear. Cashimir's eyes widened, and he immediately ordered them all to head to the harbor. When they arrived, the sight stole the breath from their lungs. At the heart of the port rose a massive mountain of gold, every single bar stamped with the crest of the Zipple clan. Muraken let out a bitter mutter. Even the oldest dragon hordes would struggle to match a pile like that. The treasure glittered under the lights, overwhelming in its splendor. It was no gift. It was either a bribe or a trap, probably both. Kinzello and Zipple had clearly foreseen this outcome and prepared their moves long in advance. Zipple was gambling on the Holy Kingdom's greed, hoping they would take the gold and bury everything in silence. The fortune before them was enough to support the entire kingdom for 50 years. The gold was a blade with two edges. If the Holy Kingdom accepted it, the world would brand them corrupt accomplices. If they refused it, Zipple would cut off all financial support and drive the nation straight into collapse. Jean understood the truth behind that threat. When a country falls into poverty, its people are the first to be crushed, and no one knew that better than the Holy Kingdom. What made the trap even more vicious was the fact that not a single guard stood beside the mountain of gold. Zipple was daring them. They would never come to retrieve it. If the Holy Kingdom ignored or rejected the offering, anyone who dared steal even one brick would drag the entire kingdom into scandal. Sanctions would follow, poverty would spread, and in time the people's anger would turn toward the throne instead of the real enemy. Division would rise, unrest would grow, and rebellion would not be far behind. In the end, Lonnie and her allies would be remembered either as tyrants who sold their honor or as fools who let their nation rot. Faced with that no-win choice, Jean made his move. He would step forward and declare that Bommerl was not the one who killed Karl Zipple. The words hit Cashmere like a blow. He warned Jean that doing so would violate Runcandel's code. A provisional flag bearer was never allowed to reveal his name, no matter the circumstance. Jean only smiled faintly. If he survived what came next, it wouldn't matter. Cashmere stared at him in disbelief, while Muraken's lips curved in quiet amusement. Jean added that within a year he would become a full cadet anyway, so there was no point in hiding anymore. Cashmere tried again, pointing out that Zipple had clearly prepared everything in advance. The Holy Kingdom was already surrounded. If Jean broke the rules, Runcandel would not be able to help him, and he would lose his only chance to disappear or escape. Jin's gaze didn't waver. Someone would come for him, he said softly. On December 24th, 1797, the Holy Kingdom held its final official ceremony, a memorial for the countless lives lost to the human experiments. Divine light poured across the great square like a river of falling stars. At its center stood the new head of state, guiding the ancient Milky Way prayer, a ritual reserved for the gravest of tragedies. As the prayer deepened, streams of radiant energy gathered in Lonnie's hands, forming a glowing sphere that slowly rose above the square. Sacred light washed over the capital, spilling across the sky in a blinding cascade as a pillar of divine radiance tore through the night, splitting the endless darkness above Vankella. When the brilliance finally began to fade, Lonnie felt something gentle brush against her skin, like invisible hands reaching out. She believed it was the lost souls of Ayala's children, returning at last to their God's embrace. Tears glimmered in her eyes as she folded her hands in prayer and looked out over the countless believers kneeling before her. Then she spoke, her voice trembling yet unshakable. Since the rebirth of the Holy Kingdom, she said, its people had endured suffering beyond measure. But no matter how deep their pain, the day would come when peace would return to their land. Her tone hardened as she revealed the truth of the night before. Karl Zipple, the prime suspect in the recent tragedy, had been found murdered. Beside his body, the name Bommerl had been carved into the wall, along with a blood-soaked message. With your blood, the wrath of the Holy Kingdom shall be cleansed. Lonnie declared that the Bommerl she knew would never commit such a crime. He was a man of honor, a hero who had risked his life for both the kingdom and herself, a loyal friend who would never betray them. With unwavering conviction, she announced that she would present him to them all. A figure stepped forward from the shadows. As he lowered his hood and spoke, the crowd recognized him at once. Jean Runcandel, the provisional flag-bearer of the Runcandel clan. The journalists exploded into chaos. Gasps and shouts echoed through the square. This was madness. A direct violation of the Runcandel Code. No one was angrier than Joshua. Fury burned in his eyes as he stared at his youngest brother, unable to believe Jean would expose himself so openly. Did he truly think he could survive the consequences of defying the family's laws? Yet, Joshua knew the real reason behind it. That binding contract. Jean even allowed himself a faint smile, knowing their mother would shield Joshua at any cost, leaving no room to punish him alone. Before the world, Jin's presence began to shift. His aura sharpened as he spoke in a cold, steady voice, declaring that he was Bomberl and that he would expose those who had framed him as a murderer. He revealed that the leader of the Zipple family had killed his own son to force him out of hiding. Swearing on his honor, Jean vowed that he had not killed Karl Zipple, and that this vile betrayal had shattered the fragile alliance between Kinzello and Zipple forever. He didn't stop there. Jean tore the veil off everything Kinzello and Zipple had been hiding, exposing how both factions had been running grotesque biological experiments on innocent people. The moment those words left his mouth, the Zipple mages snapped. Teeth ground, mana surged, and their fury boiled over in an instant. Across the square, countless Zipple sorcerers warped into existence, forming ranks in perfect synchronization as waves of lethal spells began to gather in their hands. Their commanding officer didn't hesitate for even a heartbeat. He roared the order for immediate execution. Jean didn't flinch. While destruction was being prepared all around him, he calmly turned to Joshua and told him it was time to move. Joshua didn't want to save him, but he had no choice. With a cold flick of his hand, he commanded every Runcandel knight to protect the cadet. Heavy armor clashed as the guards surged forward at once. That single order was exactly what Luna had been waiting for. The moment the heir acted, she had her justification. She wasn't stepping in for Jean, she was stepping in for the people. Moving forward with calm, unshakable authority, Luna raised her voice and commanded everyone to stop. She redirected the Runcandel guards to shield the civilians instead, warning that if even one innocent life was lost today, she would personally hold those responsible to account. The Runcandel guards froze where they stood, caught between conflicting orders, their loyalty pulled in opposite directions. The Zipple forces showed no such hesitation. Their commander roared again, and in response, every mage began chanting as one. A massive torrent of fire element spells erupted, surging like a burning tide toward the lone figure standing on the dais. Jean moved in a flash. His sword left its sheath in one smooth motion, and a storm of razor-sharp slashes tore through the incoming magic. Each strike split the blazing waves apart, shattering spells into fragments of fading light. The square erupted as those collisions detonated. Then a new presence cut through the chaos. Luna moved like a silver streak, her figure blurring as she appeared wherever a stray spell threatened a civilian. With precise, elegant strikes, she deflected every incoming projectile, turning disaster aside again and again. As she landed amid the swirling dust and smoke, her silver hair glinted in the broken light, and a terrified crowd stared in awe as the eldest daughter of the Runcandel family revealed herself. Her voice rang out over the battlefield, steady and commanding. She ordered everyone to get low and move toward the center of the square, guiding the panicked citizens step by step towards safety while destruction raged all around them. At the same time, Jean was locked in battle with more than a dozen Zipple mages. His movements were sharp and efficient, his eyes constantly tracking their formation. 4 on the left, 6 in the center, 5 on the right. Exactly as Lord Kashmir had warned. The kingdom was already surrounded. Yet no one could tell how many more enemies were still waiting to flood into the battlefield. In the middle of the chaos, an old Zipple mage snarled that even if it cost them their lives, Jean Runcandel must never be allowed to escape. Those words sent a chill straight through Joshua. He clicked his tongue in frustration, realizing his role had just changed. If the youngest died here, everything would collapse. Gritting his teeth, he rushed forward, silently swearing that Jin's survival now came before everything else. He barely took a few steps before Luna appeared in front of him. Her gaze was cold enough to freeze him in place, as she demanded whether he had already forgotten her order. Fighting to keep his temper in check, Joshua argued that he was only acting out of necessity. Jean might have broken protocol, but if he died by Zipple's hands, the Runcandel name would be dragged through the mud. Luna didn't even blink. She flatly told him that the death of a reserve successor meant nothing to the family's honor. That was an issue for the reserves to settle among themselves. Their alliance with the Holy Kingdom mattered far more than the life of the youngest. Before turning away, she warned him that if he defied her again, she would strike him down herself. The words burned, but Joshua had no choice except to swallow them. He knew better than anyone that Jin's death would still stain their name and, by extension, his own future as patriarch. Even so, he forced himself to believe that someone who carried the blood of the Shadow Monarch wouldn't fall so easily. With that thin comfort, he turned and began carrying out Luna's command. Elsewhere, the Holy Kingdom's guards and Lonnie were busy escorting the last civilians out of danger. Watching from afar, Luna saw that everything was unfolding exactly as planned. Most of the townspeople had already reached the central square, safely out of the line of fire. At the same time, the roar of battle from the opposite side only kept growing louder. Jean kept cutting down his enemies without mercy. The moment he realized the civilians were clear, something shifted inside him. There was no longer any need to hold back. One of the Zipple mages sensed it and shouted for everyone to close in. Instantly, enormous magic circles flared to life, surrounding Jean from all sides. Jean answered by raising the thunderbolt of the Windfang high above his head. Lightning crashed down around him like a divine storm. The Zipple mages activated their own circles in unison, and the battlefield turned into a maelstrom of blazing mana and roaring thunder that warped the very air. Then everything exploded. The clash of those forces detonated in a violent shockwave, filling the square with dust, fire, and deafening blasts. Screams rang out as confusion tore through the ranks. And through that swirling haze, a massive shadow began to take shape. A colossal cat stepped forward, towering over the battlefield, with Jean standing proudly atop its back. Shock rippled through the enemy ranks, but it barely lasted a heartbeat. Before anyone could truly grasp what they were seeing, orders were already being shouted to regroup and prepare the next wave of spells. From his high perch, Jean calmly took in the battlefield. Zipple's ambush had sealed every route, their forces tightening around the entire perimeter. There was no escape. Instead of panic, a faint, knowing smile touched his lips, as if everything had unfolded exactly as he intended. He ran his hand through Shuri's thick fur and whispered a quiet command. The massive cat answered with a low, rumbling growl. When the order came to pour everything they had on Jean Runcandel, the air itself seemed to scream. Mana surged wildly as countless mages unleashed their spells at once. Rivers of fire and crackling lightning tore through the sky, rushing toward him at blinding speed. Jean lifted his thunderblade and carved through the first wave as if it were nothing. The collision detonated in a violent blast, shaking the ground and swallowing the square in smoke and flying debris. A Zipple captain shouted to confirm whether Jean was still alive, but his words died in his throat as a chilling presence swept past him. Shuri burst forward through the haze, her massive form nothing more than a blur in the storm of dust. Heavy footsteps and deep, feral growls echoed through the chaos as she answered Jin's command and charged. A black streak tore across the battlefield, followed by screams that ripped through the air. Some soldiers tried to give chase, but fear locked their bodies in place. They couldn't even see Jean and Shuri clearly anymore. Their speed was beyond anything their eyes or spells could track. In the same instant, Jean cut down the enemies that remained near him, his blade flashing again and again in a ruthless blur. Blood splattered across the ground as terror spread through the survivors. One trembling knight could only stare and whisper in disbelief that this was really the cadet of the Runcandel clan. Jean let out a steady breath and gently patted Shuri's head. He murmured that their pincer attack had worked exactly as planned. The first phase was finished. It was time to move on. With that, Jean and Shuri shot into the sky at blinding speed, vanishing into the distance. Behind them, the square lay in ruins, choked with smoke and wreckage as frantic shouts rang out, soldiers screaming that the young Runcandel had escaped. Shuri carried Jean effortlessly, bounding across rooftops as if the city itself were nothing more than stepping stones. Their destination was obvious. The harbor. Jean spoke calmly, saying all that remained was to take care of the bullion waiting at the port. Then the night exploded. A pillar of fire erupted ahead of them, painting the sky in violent orange as the docks were swallowed by raging flames. This wasn't supposed to happen. Jean froze for a split second, the truth sinking in as he stared at the burning harbor. From within the inferno came a mocking laugh. A savage-looking mage stood at its heart, fire dancing around him as he gleefully shouted that everything should be reduced to ashes. Moments later, Dante came running through the smoke, shouting for everyone to get out as the flames spiraled out of control. Shuri glided down over the burning harbor, and Jean jumped off beside him, demanding to know what had happened. Dante, slightly out of breath but strangely energized, turned toward Jean just as Veridin appeared, clearly shaken by the chaos. The moment Veridin spotted Shuri, his eyes widened. He rushed over, wrapping his arms around the massive cat in disbelief, blurting out that it was really a red jade cat, and asking how Jean had managed to contract such a familiar. Dante immediately chimed in that he wanted one too. Their ridiculous exchange was cut off by Jin's sharp voice, scolding them for joking around while the docks were burning. He demanded to know if they were responsible for the fire. Dante answered honestly that Veridin had started it. Veridin instantly pointed back at Jean, insisting that Jean was the one who did it. Dante snapped back that Jean had just arrived, but Veridin stubbornly kept arguing that they should just say Jean was responsible anyway, claiming it could still count as an achievement under their Runcandel Reserve Flag Barrier mission. Dante's frustration boiled over. He asked why Veridin was being so ridiculous when everyone could see he was the one who lit the fire. Veridin muttered darkly that whether it was him or Jean, they were both going to get punished in the end anyway. Dante couldn't accept that, reminding him that none of this nonsense was there when they first arrived, demanding to know if all his earlier resolve, his vow to never forgive the family's crimes, had been nothing but empty words. From the side, Jean watched them argue and let out a tired sigh. Veridin knew he had messed up and was desperately trying to avoid being singled out in something this big. Jean finally told him to shut it and focus. There was no time for this. The Zipple family's mages would be coming for him soon. Dante froze, asking what he meant, and Jean calmly told them he was the one who had exposed the truth about the Holy King incident. Both of them stared at him in shock, asking if that meant he was Barmal. Jean didn't dodge it. He admitted it plainly. He was Barmal, and he made it clear that Veridin was the one who had set the gold on fire. It didn't matter if Veridin tried to push the blame on him, because Jean was already prepared to take responsibility for everything he had done. He went on to explain that now his identity as Barmal and as a Runcandel cadet was out in the open. The Zipple family had been sending assassins after him. Then he asked them what they thought would happen if a family heir behaved that way at a time like this. Veridin's face tightened. Jean looked straight at him and warned him not to do anything reckless. Veridin's anger finally exploded. He roared that they were all shameless traitors and swore to kill every one of them for disgracing the family. Watching him lose control, Jean knew his suspicions had been right. Veridin was the type who acted before thinking, and once again he had completely lost himself. Veridin began forming a massive spell, shouting at Jean that he knew exactly what those gold bars represented. As his mana surged, a gigantic vortex of fire twisted into the sky. Jean tried to reason with him, telling him he had revealed the truth so he could protect the bullion and then escape. But Veridin was too far gone. He snapped that Jean had no right to tell him to calm down after everything that had happened. Jean yelled back that there was a difference between what he was doing and what Veridin was about to do. Jean explained that as a third party, he could stop the Holy Kingdom from taking the gold and still get away cleanly. But if Veridin slaughtered the Zipple family mages, the consequences would be beyond repair. Veridin ignored him, continuing to pour power into the spell, insisting that his father would understand. Jean shot back that Karl Zipple, his own elder brother, had already been murdered by assassins sent by their father, asking if Veridin truly believed he would survive after this. At that moment, several Zipple family mages rushed onto the docks, moving to capture Jean. The gold was still burning, flames spreading wildly as Veridin stood at the center of the inferno, his spell growing ever closer to completion. He shouted for Jean to escape with the others, swearing he would kill them all himself. Watching the spell take shape, Jean realized Veridin was casting Annihilating Thousand Fires, far stronger and more stable than the version he had seen in Samel. For a split second, he even wondered how much Veridin had improved. Dante tried to joke through his nerves, muttering that maybe Veridin was just going through late puberty. Jean replied coldly that they would stay out of his way. That answer made Dante uneasy, and he asked what Jean meant, but Veridin suddenly accused Jean of trying to stop him. Before the final incantation could be completed, Jean lunged forward and smashed his fist into Veridin's face. The blow sent him flying backward, breaking the spell apart. The raging flames faltered, and Veridin's mana began flowing in reverse, triggering a violent counterflow. Dante panicked, shouting that a mana counterflow could be deadly if left alone. Jean didn't argue. He threw a piece of cloth at Dante, binding him instantly, telling him to stay out of it, because the Zipple family would deal with what came next. Dante barely had time to protest before Jean wrapped him up completely and handed him a Shuri, who clamped him gently in her jaws. Jean climbed back on a Shuri and ordered her to bite down, just enough to keep Dante from struggling, making him cry out in pain. The Zipple family mages spotted Jean and began shouting that he was escaping. Wands rose, voices chanting as hell wind began to form. Magic circles flared into existence all around them, and in the next instant several raging tornadoes were unleashed at once. Jean let out a faint smile. 8-star magic. He calmly remarked that he had already prepared a little gift for them. His hands moved in a blur, forming a glowing blue sphere of mana between his palms. The orb swelled rapidly, drawing in the violent winds, stripping power straight out of the cyclones, and even ripping mana from the mages themselves. Blood spilled from their mouths as their bodies were drained, and panic spread when they realized their own power was being swallowed by the growing sphere. Jean had activated Reversal of Heaven, a spell infamous to anyone who had ever witnessed it. Everything around him was dragged toward the vortex, and the Zipple mages screamed in disbelief, demanding how a mere Runcandel cadet dared defy the family's oath. Their protests meant nothing. The spell continued, devouring both their mana and their bodies. Sitting atop Shuri, Jean spoke with chilling calm. It wasn't personal. They had only themselves to blame for choosing loyalty to the Zipple family. Then he flicked his wrist. The mana reversal sphere detonated. A blinding light exploded outward, drowning the entire harbor in brilliance. The tide reversal consumed everything in its path. Water surged violently, colliding with raging fire in a storm so vast it looked like two colossal hurricanes crashing together. Ships were ripped apart, docks were erased, and every last gold bar was swept into the sea. Later that night, Dante finally woke up, finding himself inside Shuri's mouth, hidden there so the people of Zipple wouldn't be able to recognize or track him. Exhausted and disoriented, he asked where they were. Jean told him they had barely managed to escape and were now somewhere in the Holy Kingdom's waters. As he looked him over, Jean noticed blood seeping from Dante's shoulder. He apologized, thinking Shuri must have bitten him while he was inside her mouth, but Dante brushed it off, saying it hadn't been intentional. Jean offered to use his healing ointment, but Dante refused. Jean didn't accept that. He grabbed him and started pulling at his cloak, and in that instant something beneath it glimmered faintly. Dante's face went pale. He yanked out a hidden gold bar and threw it into the sea as fast as he could. Jin's anger flared. He demanded to know why Dante had taken a gold bar in the first place. His voice was sharp, cutting straight through him. Startled and afraid, Dante hurriedly insisted it was all a misunderstanding, swearing he could explain everything if Jean would just listen. Dante finally explained everything. Veridin had promised to pay him if he helped, but Jean immediately called him out on it. As the interim patriarch of the Hyran family, Dante had more money than most people would ever see, so why would he need a few gold bars now of all times? Dante scratched his head and admitted the truth. He had broken his grandfather's favorite vase. A priceless piece the old man loved more than anything, more than people, more than his own life. If it wasn't repaired before his grandfather found out, it would be a disaster, and restoring it would cost a fortune. Jean looked at him for a long moment. Dante shifted uncomfortably and muttered that Jean shouldn't stare at him the way Veridin used to, because it really hurt. Jean told him he would give him the money. Dante instantly relaxed, relieved, though his worry for Veridin still lingered. Jean told him Veridin wouldn't die from a single punch. He hadn't even used his full strength. But Dante wasn't worried about that. He was worried about what would happen when they went back home. Jean said Veridin wouldn't be punished, because Jean had hit him on purpose. Dante shook his head. That wasn't what he meant. He was worried about how Veridin would react now that he knew what his family was really doing. Jean told him that every family had its dark secrets, but the Zipple family took things far beyond normal. He admitted he had been suspicious, but he believed Veridin truly hadn't known about their crimes, even as interim patriarch. Dante said he believed that too. Jean didn't deny it, but he pointed out that Veridin had still set fire to the gold and tried to kill his own family's mages. Using annihilating 1,000 fires was something that should never have happened. Dante agreed, but fear crept into his voice as he wondered what would come next. Jean laid it out plainly. There were only two paths for Veridin now. Either he would be cast out for going against his family, or he would seize power and become its new ruler. And there was a third, darker possibility. He could be killed, just like Karl Zipple had been. That made Dante even more anxious, and he said they should try to find Veridin as soon as possible. Jean went quiet for a moment, remembering his previous life. He had once been cast out of his own family, too. That was when he met Veridin. Back then, Veridin had been a brilliant mage, already at 9 stars before he even turned 30. He had strength, character, and a presence that drew people to him. Everyone admired him. But everything about Veridin's life began to change the moment their paths crossed, and they started their journey together. Even though they came from opposing families, Jean and Veridin had become real friends. Thinking about it now, Jean knew he couldn't just abandon him. He told Dante that no matter what it took, he would find Veridin and bring him back alive. Dante stared at him in disbelief. Jean asked what was wrong, and Dante admitted it was strange. It wasn't like Jean to risk himself for someone else. Even so, he smiled. Jean didn't say it out loud, but he knew the truth. They had met by chance as the youngest heirs of rival families, and somehow they had grown close without ever turning their bond into a burden. In the arena, they mocked each other. In Samel, they laughed and fought side by side. It had always been simple. Now Veridin was in danger, and Jean wasn't about to walk away from that. If saving him meant creating new trouble, so be it. Dante sat in front of him, eyes wet with relief, but Jean cut through the emotion. He said he needed to know what Veridin was thinking, because they were going to meet him. Dante reminded him they were already heading to the place they had agreed on long ago, the spot they would use if things ever went wrong. Jean confirmed it. That was exactly where they were going. As they sailed across the sea, neither of them realized how completely the world would change the next day. Back in the city, news spread like wildfire. The truth had been exposed, the Holy Kingdom incident was reaching its conclusion, and everything had been turned upside down. All the blame was placed on Jean Runcandel. The Zipple family put a bounty of 100 million gold on his head, even promising protection to anyone who provided information. The Queen of the Ice Palace stared at the poster in disbelief. She felt a strange pride in her son-in-law, while her daughter was consumed by worry. The Queen even scolded her for forgetting to address her properly inside the palace. Across the world, mages were stunned. Zipple had openly declared war on Runcandel, a clash that could plunge everything into chaos. Many of them were already comparing Jean to his father, Sir Chiron. Yona's servant rushed in with news. When Yona looked at the wanted notice, she couldn't help but smile faintly. Jean was making waves out there, just as she had always believed he would. His posters were already everywhere. In the Black Sea, Runcandel mages were engaged in battle when a flag-bearer arrived with urgent orders. Lady Rosa was summoning all flag-bearers. She had been waiting for the patriarch's decision, but not anymore. Now she was mobilizing everyone to hunt down the youngest and bring him back at any cost. One of the flag-bearers couldn't help but feel proud. He had sent Jean out into the world to build his own name, but instead Jean had done far more than that. While raising his own value, he had also lifted the reputation of the Runcandel family. At the same time, he had dragged the Zipple family's name through the mud, and that alone made it feel like a victory. As the two flag-bearers spoke in the Black Sea, a massive monster rose from the depths and tried to ambush them. Neither of them even paused their conversation. A few casual strikes cut the creature down, and they continued talking as if nothing had happened, even remarking that Jean should take responsibility for what he had stirred up. The order was given to issue the most wanted warrant immediately. It had to spread fast. The poster declared that former flag-bearers, former guardian knights, and even former cadets would all be mobilized to hunt down Jean, the youngest. If an outsider captured him and turned him in, they would be rewarded with 300 million gold and receive the protection of the Runcandel family. Runcandel had officially launched a mission to capture Jean, dead or alive. The world plunged even deeper into chaos. Both Zipple and Runcandel had placed bounties on Jean at the same time. Zipple offered 100 million gold. Runcandel answered with 300 million. The numbers were so absurd that they could prop up entire national economies. It became the largest bounty ever placed on a single person. Small and mid-sized kingdoms mobilized their armies to hunt for him. Mercenary groups, intelligence networks, and emergency organizations like the Order of the Black King and the Ghost Legion moved on their own initiative. Lesser factions banded together, forming alliances with the sole purpose of finding Jean first. Across the globe, Zipple and Runcandel agents scoured everything. Cities, borders, mountains, oceans, hidden caves, and remote islands were all searched. Even Jin's teleportation gate records were tracked. The latest confirmed activation was in Taiken, and that alone was enough to throw the region into chaos as countless groups flooded in. While the world tore itself apart looking for him, Jin's friends in Taiken could only sit and wait for news. They soon realized that Zipple's mages had been the ones leading the final sweep of the area. They raided safe houses, interrogated everyone, and left nothing unchecked. Everyone was fed up with them, but no one could openly resist. They had already agreed to cooperate with Zipple in the search for Jean, and now they were trapped by that decision. They quickly realized Zipple wasn't holding back at all. The mages were allowed to tear through Taiken without even pretending to need proof or justification. It didn't matter who they questioned or what they searched. The rules had stopped meaning anything. Before long, Jin's friends concluded that it was no longer just Zipple hunting him. Anyone who could access a teleportation gate was twisting the system and joining the chase. The situation grew even worse when the Beeman Special Affairs Division showed up. As they dug through records, they uncovered that Jean Runcandel was also Jean Grey, the same man tied to the Dark Magic Association rebel case. That discovery made everything uglier. What irritated them even more was that the Beemans started digging up their own hidden identities, names they had used on secret missions. One of them cursed bitterly, saying he had even been forced to reveal his real name to someone from the barracks, a cadet who used to bully him and had somehow survived an old accident. The others laughed at him, joking that once the Beeman Social Affairs branch caught on, he would be reported to the higher-ups and exposed completely. At least one thing was a relief. Runcandel hadn't sent anyone to Taiken. Sir Chiron himself had ordered the family not to move without Jin's permission. If Runcandel had shown up, the entire region would have been reduced to rubble. Still, one question haunted everyone. Why had the patriarch given such an order? Sir Chiron had authorized Jin's capture, yet he was also restraining his own forces. Now the whole world was after Jin, and no one could make sense of it. Jin's friends could only worry and hope. They didn't want anything to happen to him. Some cheered for him, some prayed to see him again, while others tried to calm those who were terrified. They trusted that Jin had a plan. He always did. Outside, the hunt never stopped. Search parties scoured the streets through the night, shining flashlights into every shadow, stopping anyone who looked even slightly like Jin, anyone wearing a cape or hiding their face. High above the chaos, Jin and Dante watched from the darkness. Dante felt his heart pounding, certain they could be caught at any moment. Jin told him he needed to understand everything that was happening before Veridin woke up. Only then could he keep the damage under control. Jin had known something like this would happen, but even he hadn't expected so many different groups to start moving at once. A piece of paper suddenly fluttered through the air, and Dante caught it. Jin asked what it was, and Dante handed it over. It was a wanted poster. Jin's face stared back at him, stamped with a bounty of 300 million gold, issued by his own family. Jin laughed. He had seen this coming. With a number that large, everyone in the world would start hunting him. You could build a nation with that kind of money. Across the city, mages who saw the poster were just as stunned, wondering what kind of decision Sir Chiron had made to push things this far. One of them barely had time to process it before a flying vessel arrived, requesting permission to search the area and demanding assistance. In the Ice Palace, the princess was furious, unable to understand Sir Chiron's order. But when she confronted her mother, the Ice Queen only told her she already knew everything. She said she had somewhere important to go and left the palace in her daughter's care. Out in the Black Sea, Sir Chiron finished cutting down a monstrous beast, slicing it cleanly from top to bottom. As the body fell apart, a familiar presence stood behind him. The Ice Queen questioned him coldly, asking if Jean had truly done anything to damage Runcandel. Was he really trying to kill his own son in the middle of this chaos? Chiron answered without hesitation. Yes, he was. She mocked him, calling him insane if that was truly his intent. As both a queen and his longtime friend, she refused to stand by and watch. Drawing her blade, she pressed it toward his back and warned him to prove he was still sane. If not, she would count to 3 and cut him down. The Ice Queen's sword hovered inches from Sir Chiron's back as she ordered him to surrender and stop the madness. She began counting, demanding he convince her he hadn't lost his mind. Her aura surged, dark and violent, and her blade transformed into pure ice. Before she reached the end of her count, Chiron spoke. He reminded Talaris of the promise she had once made. He told her to put her sword away, and said her assumptions were wrong. The temperature around them dropped sharply, frost spreading through the air. The Ice Queen was forced back a step. She narrowed her eyes at him, and asked if he was trying to intimidate her, thinking he was simply being crushed by the weight of everything that was happening. Chiron asked her calmly whether she truly believed she could stop him, even with their long history between them. The Ice Queen laughed, telling him to come back to his senses. He was the proud lion of Runcandel, she said, not some bitter old man hiding behind a foul temper. Then she demanded to know what he was really trying to accomplish by throwing the world into chaos. While that confrontation unfolded far away, Jean and Dante were remembering the coordinates Veridin had given them. The teleportation gate led to his private villa, a place he had promised was free from his family surveillance. He had even told them he would warn his butler in advance, so if they ever arrived suddenly, there would be no panic or resistance. Now they were there, waiting for him. Dante paced back and forth across the living room, weighed down by worry. Jean, on the other hand, seemed strangely calm. He said his father had just given him another chance. Dante couldn't understand how Jean could look at a wanted poster with a 300 million gold bounty and see anything but a death sentence. Dante kept staring at the number, trying to wrap his head around it. A reward that high meant Sir Chiron wasn't playing games. Jean admitted that if he were caught right now, he would never survive. But then he asked a different question. What if he didn't get caught for a year? What if he came back at the exact moment the reserve flag bearer was promoted to official flag bearer? By then, his reputation would be untouchable. He would be the man who had made fools of both Zipple and Runcandel. Dante toyed nervously with a small flame in his fingers, still confused. He asked if Jean really thought his father would ever remove the bounty. Jean said it wouldn't be removed. The only thing that would change was the name on it. Right now, it read Reserve Flag Bearer Jean Runcandel. In a year, it would read Official Flag Bearer Jean Runcandel. Dante said he could protect him for a year if needed, but escaping both Zipple and Runcandel for that long sounded impossible. Jean didn't deny it. He said he had no choice but to try. He was already thinking about going to the land where his brothers and sisters lived, a place cut off from the rest of the world. He was certain his father knew he would choose that path. That was why the bounty existed in the first place. Just then, the teleportation gate in the villa flared to life. Dante thought Veridin had arrived, but Jean felt it immediately. The presence was wrong. Someone else had come through. Jean lowered his voice and warned Dante to stay sharp, because whoever was watching them was no ordinary presence. Dante felt it too, a heavy pressure in the air that made his skin prickle, and he muttered that it could even be the butler Veridin had mentioned. Jean dismissed that idea at once. The presence was far too powerful for a simple servant, and the silence of the entire villa only made it more unsettling that someone was hiding there with them. From the dark window above, an unknown figure watched their every move. Jean told Dante to get dressed and cover his head, his tone tight with urgency. Whoever that person was, they had to seize him first and drag the truth out of him before anything else happened. The moment the intruder stepped inside, Jin's sword flashed up, its tip stopping inches from the stranger's face. He ordered him to stay still and answer, while Dante slipped behind him and leveled his own blade at the man's back. Jean demanded his surrender, but instead of obeying, the figure's body melted, flowing like liquid as he turned into a stream of water and slipped between their attacks. Jin's eyes widened as he realized what they were dealing with. It was a water dragon. He shouted to Dante that they had to pressure him from both sides, or they would never pin him down. Dante was confident it would still be easy, but the creature was far faster than he expected, streaking through the hall in rippling waves. Every slash Jean or Dante threw was dodged in an instant, the watery form reforming on the opposite side, as if mocking their efforts. After a tense exchange where neither of them could land a solid blow, the strange being finally paused and spoke. He asked if they were friends of Veridin, amused that he had never encountered humans so bold. With a single surge of power, he pushed them back, then admitted that now he understood why Veridin had taken an interest in them. The hostility drained away as he told them to calm down, and he slowly removed the mask covering his face. He explained that he had been told intruders were inside, so he attacked with the intent to kill. Now that misunderstanding was cleared, he greeted them properly and revealed his true identity. He was Tuyin, the dragon of the water god Atelmian. His sharp gaze swept over Dante and Jean as he addressed them by name, leaving Jean stunned as he demanded to know why a dragon was here and what Veridin wanted with them. Tuyin answered simply that Veridin himself had sent him. He unfastened his cloak, revealing a formal suit beneath it, along with a sword at his side, and announced that he was also the butler of this villa. Veridin had instructed him to watch over two people named Dante and Jean. Fate chose to make a joke of him. One of the buttons stretched across his sculpted, six-pack hardened chest finally gave up, snapping off and flying straight into Dante's face. Tuyin instantly protested, flustered and loud, demanding to know why they were staring at him like that, as if there was some secret law saying a dragon wasn't allowed to work as a butler. Before anyone could even react, a rough, hoarse voice rang out from outside, announcing that intruders had entered the estate. The dragon leaned toward the noise, then quickly realized the two boys were the ones Veridin had spoken about. Without hesitation, Tuyin confirmed it. Phineas stepped in next, calmly asking if they were the ones who had smashed the mansion gate. Jean and Dante exchanged awkward glances before admitting it, neither of them knowing how to defend themselves. 3 days after leaving the Holy Kingdom, they had finally reached the area Veridin had described. Dante suddenly stopped, pointing behind a roaring waterfall and declaring that this had to be the place. Beyond the curtain of falling water, something shimmered, revealing a hidden teleportation gate. It wasn't very large, yet even Shuri's massive body slipped through it without trouble. On the other side, the scenery shifted completely. The seawater disappeared, replaced by a towering, radiant castle that could only belong to Veridin. Taking that as confirmation, the three rushed toward the estate gate. They called out, their voices echoing through the grounds, but no one answered. It quickly became obvious that Veridin wasn't there. Jean muttered that they must have arrived early, adding that he couldn't sense a single presence inside, meaning the butler was probably absent as well. Dante turned to ask what they should do next, but before the words could even leave his mouth, Shuri smashed the gate apart with a single punch. Jean and Dante stared in shock as Shuri simply let out a pleased meow and walked inside like nothing had happened. Jean sighed in exhaustion, while Dante hurriedly tried to explain that no one had been around and the door had been locked, apologizing in a rush. The caretaker dragon replied in an eerily calm voice, telling them that the key was kept beneath a large stone near the entrance, and that they should use it next time if no one was home, making sure they clearly understood the warning. Not long after, the estate's two official stewards finally revealed themselves. Tuyin formally introduced Phineas, the earth dragon of the god Ricta, making it clear that the two of them were not just butlers, but Veridin's guardian dragons. Jean froze as the weight of those words hit him. Two guardian dragons. The thought alone was enough to shatter common sense. Phineas then greeted the boys with bright enthusiasm, saying she had heard Veridin talk about them many times, and had even practiced calling their names, though she shyly admitted she wasn't sure she remembered them perfectly. Phineas' bright, friendly smile only lasted a heartbeat before it slowly twisted into something far more unsettling, exposing the intimidating presence beneath it. She told them to relax and wait until Veridin returned, explaining that the two of them still had several things to handle first. Almost immediately, the door slammed shut, and the hall was swallowed by the pounding of tools and a shrill screech of metal. The two dragon stewards moved with tireless, inhuman precision, repairing and redecorating the living room until every trace of destruction vanished, as if nothing had ever happened. When they finished, they calmly brewed high-grade tea, a result Jean and Dante never expected to be the important business the dragons had mentioned. It quickly became clear that both of them were obsessively devoted to cleanliness and order. Dante tried to help, but Phineas stopped him at once, telling him to sit and relax. He protested that the damage was their fault, only for the dragon to scold him for being stubborn and coldly point out that his help would only reduce her workload, which she did not appreciate. Guests were to stay seated. Dante gave in with visible reluctance, while Jean quietly sipped his tea and told him to sit as well, saying there was nothing they needed to worry about. As Dante settled down, Jin's eyes sharpened with quiet thought. Both of Veridin's guardian dragons were clearly abnormal. The idea that Veridin held contracts with two gods was something no known logic could explain. No human in history had ever achieved such a feat still. This was the Zipple clan, infamous across the continent for forging the most unnatural contracts. Jean concluded that some special method had to exist behind it. While his thoughts drifted, a faint sound from outside drew his attention. Tuyin calmly remarked that Veridin had arrived. The very next moment, the door burst open, and Veridin strode in with exaggerated drama, loudly announcing his reunion with his friends. Dante casually asked if he was unharmed. Veridin scoffed, as if the question itself was absurd, declaring that his safety was only natural. He then asked whether his guardian dragons had caused any trouble. Both boys answered instantly, denying it without hesitation. Jean followed up by asking if Veridin had finally calmed down. Veridin didn't avoid the question. He openly thanked Jean, admitting that he had only managed to regain control because of him. He confessed that he had completely lost himself earlier, and without Jean stepping in, his father would have killed him on the spot. At that moment, he had truly believed he was about to die. As the tension lingered, Tuyin quietly prepared a fresh pot of tea and refilled all 3 cups. Veridin went on, explaining that the incident had caused a mana backlash and that a dull headache still clung to him. Jean remarked that it was fortunate things had ended there. Veridin then shifted the conversation to Jean being hunted, implying that Jean must already have some kind of plan in motion. The atmosphere in the room tightened in an instant. After a short, heavy silence, Jean casually remarked that the two of them looked far too serious, that such expressions didn't suit them at all. He said that unlike Veridin, he wasn't reckless, and that he had already prepared a way to survive whatever was coming. Then, without hesitation, he added that there was something far more important he wanted to talk about. The words caught Veridin off guard. He paused, then asked what Jean was getting at. Jean didn't ease his tone in the slightest. With absolute seriousness, he laid out his proposal and told Veridin to abandon the Zipple name. The moment Jean made what sounded like a completely absurd demand, Veridin's expression went blank. There was no anger, no shock. Instead, he calmly suggested they step outside for some fresh air. The sudden change caught even Jean by surprise. Once they left the villa, Jean told Shuri to go play. The fluffy little cat immediately trotted off with Dante, roaming freely. Finia and Tuyin followed after them, leaving Jean and Veridin watching from behind in silence. Veridin commented that Jin's ruby cat looked truly happy. Jean felt a quiet sense of relief as he explained that he had only met Shuri recently, and that before that, the creature had lived alone in the forest, buried in loneliness. Veridin admitted in a low voice that he had felt the same way before meeting them. The confession briefly threw Jean off. It didn't fit the cheerful, carefree Veridin he knew. But before he could dwell on it, Veridin abruptly shifted the topic, mentioning how unsettling it was to read a diary written by yourself while remembering none of it. The sudden turn left Jean confused. Veridin reached in his coat and pulled out a thick notebook, explaining that it was a diary he had written on the day his mana counterflow treatment ended. Jean quietly flipped through the pages. Everything inside looked precise and consistent, making it hard to see where the issue was. Veridin smiled faintly, saying he was relieved to hear that. But Jin's expression slowly hardened as realization set in. Before he could finish warning Veridin not to rush to conclusions, Veridin confirmed it himself. Jin's suspicions were right. Veridin admitted that he had no memory at all of what was written about the Holy Kingdom. He believed his memories had been altered. Meanwhile, Tuyin and Shuri were still playing wildly near the bottom of the lake. A few minutes later, Dante returned to join them. When he heard about the memory manipulation, he struggled to understand what it truly meant. Veridin explained that ever since the supplementary treatment, the memories of that entire day had disappeared. He even confessed that his energetic reunion earlier had been nothing but an act, based entirely on what the diary told him. Jean quietly concluded that if everything Veridin said was true, then the tampering must have happened during that supplementary treatment. Veridin agreed, saying his family had been meddling with his mind for a long time. At first he had suspected his uncle, but even after the man died, the interference never stopped, which was when his suspicion turned toward the elders instead. Jean admitted it was still only a theory, but it was completely possible that they had been selectively erasing certain memories and had accidentally wiped out what happened in the Holy Kingdom as well. If that was the case, then their manipulation was far from perfect. Veridin let out a quiet laugh, saying Jin's reasoning sounded convincing and might be the first real lead they had found. Even so, that familiar cheerful look on Veridin's face now felt disturbing to Jean. His thoughts drifted back to the issue of memory tampering. Just 3 hours earlier, Latrie had returned without remembering anything about being taken, not even the kidnapping itself. The last thing the child recalled was Sir Beretta promising to teach him dragon language magic. That detail pushed Jean toward another conclusion. Those past events were likely connected to the Demon Stone. Back in the present, Dante suddenly perked up as his fishing line jerked violently. Wild ripples spread across the lake, mirroring the turmoil in Jin's thoughts. He wondered if the manipulation of Veridin's memories was also tied to the Demon Stone. As Dante wrestled with his rod, Jean continued thinking that if this was true, then Veridin's decision to risk his life burning the gold ingots had not been driven only by the Holy Kingdom incident. It was possible he had known about the Demon Stone even before that, or that he had witnessed other brutal acts committed by the Zipple clan. At that moment, Dante's face twisted in shock as a massive wave surged toward them. Jin's thoughts didn't slow. He reasoned that when Veridin finally learned the truth about the Holy Kingdom in that chaos, he might have acted on impulse, rebelling against the madness he had uncovered. When the water settled, Dante strained against his rod as a gigantic red fish surfaced near the shore, its enormous body thrashing and spraying water everywhere. Jin was drenched. He turned and saw Veridin in the same state, a small fish awkwardly stuck in his mouth. Jin wanted to ask if Veridin truly knew about the demon stone, but the idea of memories being manipulated made his skin crawl. If memories could be altered so easily, even this conversation might not be safe. He decided to dig into it later. When he looked to his left, his breath caught. Dante was gone. Veridin, standing beside him, slowly rolled his eyes upward and pointed ahead. In the next instant, they understood. Dante had been dragged straight to the bottom of the lake by the massive fish from before, and Shuri had been swept along in the chaos. Jin reacted without hesitation, yanking the fishing rod upward. The massive fish erupted from the water, dragging Dante and Shuri up with it as a torrent of spray exploded into the air. Dante went flying backward, and Veridin let out an awkward laugh at the sight. For Jin, the sudden chaos crashing into his already tangled thoughts was too much, and before he realized it, he was laughing as well, completely soaked from head to toe. Not long after, Dante shouted in fury, scolding them for laughing while he had nearly been smashed into the ground and sent sprawling on his backside. That night, beside the crackling fire, his endless sneezes echoed through the camp, each one followed by Veridin's laughter. Veridin admitted he never expected they would be able to enjoy themselves in such bleak circumstances, saying that maybe they were the only people in the world who could. Dante shivered as he agreed, adding that it had always been like that whenever the three of them were together. He brought up their first meeting during the battle on Pirate Island and the chaos they had unleashed. No matter how dangerous or hopeless things became, somehow everything always worked out in the end. Jin simply smiled as he swirled the wine in his glass, while Veridin drank cup after cup, as if he had been starved of alcohol for years. Veridin let out a relieved sigh, saying he was truly glad that his memories of them had not been erased. He then added that there could only be one reason the clan had chosen to interfere with his memories at all. Before he could finish, Jin calmly cut in, saying the family probably wanted to mold him into an heir who best served their ambitions. The real problem, Jin continued, might not lie with the elders, but with Veridin's father, celiac Zipple. Veridin gave a faint, awkward smile, and Jin could tell he had already known this truth but had been unwilling to face it. Veridin finally spoke honestly, admitting that he had once believed himself to be a qualified heir, but in his father's eyes, it had never been enough. He revealed that he had formed contracts with 2 gods and was on the verge of becoming a 9-star mage. As Jin and Dante listened, it became clear that Veridin had never truly lived by his own will. His life had been shaped by schemes and necessary evils, like a puppet pulled along invisible strings. When Veridin suddenly asked if they had always thought of him that way, both of them were caught off guard. Seeing their reactions, he gave a small, resigned smile and said it wasn't surprising. If even he saw himself that way, then others naturally would too. Jin then asked what he intended to do next, and whether he planned to leave the Zipple family behind. Veridin refused without hesitation. He said it was impossible. He still had responsibilities he could not abandon, and if the family ever strayed from the right path, then it was his duty to set it right. With a light, almost cheerful tone, Veridin said that once he became the head of the family, he would change everything and restore Zipple to its former pride. Jin wasn't convinced. He reminded Veridin that his memories were already being tampered with, and that it would continue until he was no longer the same person standing here now. Veridin didn't deny it. He said he understood that reality better than anyone, and that was exactly why he needed their help. The request caught Jin off guard. Veridin went on, admitting that he knew such hope was unrealistic and that one day he would inevitably change. Even so, he asked them not to abandon him. His voice was quiet and sincere, carrying a genuine plea as it drifted beneath the canopy of trees, mixing softly with the red-orange glow of the fire. The sight left both Jin and Dante frozen. They had never expected someone as lively as Veridin to reveal such raw vulnerability. In that fragile moment, a blinding light suddenly burst from behind them and slammed straight into Veridin's face. For an instant, it almost looked like divine radiance, but the illusion shattered immediately. Finia and Tuyin sensed the danger first. They rushed forward, shouting for everyone to get down. Beyond the trees, the light grew more violent by the second, swelling as if it were about to explode. Jin moved on instinct, shoving Dante aside. In that heartbeat, everyone understood something catastrophic was about to happen. The 2 guardian dragons didn't hesitate. They stepped in front of the Zipple clan's young master, positioning themselves as living shields. A beam of green energy tore through the air with terrifying force. Finia and Tuyin unleashed their magic, forming a barrier and pouring every bit of power they had into holding it back. Even then, The force was overwhelming. A raging whirlwind erupted, wiping out everything in its path and carving deep scars into the forest floor. The dragons kept chanting, layering crimson mana shields one after another to protect Veridin. Jean stood frozen, shock gripping him as he realized what he was seeing. Light magic. In his past life, he couldn't remember a single light magic user, and the sheer destructive power of that attack made him wonder who could possibly wield it. When the dust finally began to settle, Veridin was still standing, unharmed for the moment. Then his eyes widened in sheer terror, as if he had seen something out of a nightmare. His voice cracked as he urgently told Jean to run, to flee right now. Jean couldn't understand it. Someone on the verge of reaching 9-star power shouldn't be capable of fear like that. Whoever was ahead had to be sent by the Zipple clan, because power on this level could belong to no one else. Veridin gave no answer. His body shook uncontrollably, sweat pouring down his face as he stood there completely rattled. Jean called out to him, trying to snap him back to his senses. As the dust finally settled and the figures ahead came into view, Veridin spoke at last. He said he had only ever heard of them, and that this was the first time he had seen them with his own eyes. Only a few of the highest-ranking members of the clan even knew they existed. They were the Zipple family's most elite and secretive force, an organization whispered about only in the deepest circles of the clan. The Spectre Unit. And standing at its head was Veridin's aunt, his father's elder sister, the woman known as Octavia Zipple, the supreme commander of the Spectre Unit. Her voice rang out calmly as she stated that she knew Veridin was here. Then her gaze shifted, settling on Jean as she identified him as a Runcandel child. Jean understood immediately who she was. Memories resurfaced of a past conversation with his father, when he had learned that Andre Zipple was not truly the second most powerful figure in the clan. Andre was strong, but he lacked the authority to stand as vice leader of the only family capable of overpowering Runcandel. Back then, Jin's father had gone silent before finally admitting that Jean was right, neither confirming nor denying it, only hinting that there was someone else whose rank was second only to Celiac. Someone he could not yet name. Now the answer stood before Jean. That person had always been Octavia. While Jean stayed outwardly calm, Veridin began to panic, insisting that he had not summoned her. Jean didn't doubt him. Instead, he told Veridin to order the guardian dragons to protect Dante. There was no hesitation in his voice. Across from them, Lady Octavia watched with open interest, clearly curious to see what kind of spectacle the troublesome boy who had caused so much chaos recently would put on. Jean decided to give her one. He stretched out his hand, gathered his mana, and slammed it into the ground. A violent surge of green energy burst outward, ripping soil and stone into the air and forming a dark, spiraling cloud of dust. A faint smile crossed his face as his body began to change. Dante and Veridin stared in shock, unable to comprehend what they were witnessing. Before either of them could react, Jean was already gone. He left behind only the silent promise that they would meet again. Bursting from the cloud like a flash of lightning, he cut through the air at terrifying speed. Behind him, Octavia calmly ordered that Jean be captured alive and brought to her. Blades of light tore through the wind as they gave chase. At the same time, Veridin turned in rage, demanding to know why his aunt had chosen to appear at a moment like this. Octavia turned her gaze toward Veridin and calmly said that it had been a long time since she had last seen him and the guardian dragons. She added that once her task was finished, she would return, and until then, they would stay where they were and simply watch. The words made Veridin tense, but there was nothing he could do. With that, she said no more and vanished, racing off in the same direction as the others. Jean, meanwhile, was forcing every ounce of strength he had into his escape. Each step carried him across the treetops in a blur, yet the members of the Spectre unit followed him like shadows. The distance between them shrank with every heartbeat. One of them extended an arm as mana surged through his palm. Chains formed from pure magic and shot toward Jean. 5 mages had already closed to within 10 meters behind him. At a silent signal, they unleashed spells toward the space ahead, cutting off his path and forcing him into a desperate struggle to dodge without losing speed. Jean twisted in midair, barely slipping through the barrage, but the maneuver cost him a fraction of momentum. The instant he recovered, he surged forward again, leaving a turbulent wake of mana behind him. Then something flashed in from the side at terrifying speed and severed his route of escape. One of the Spectre unit had caught up. The man hovered in midair, surrounded by spheres of densely compressed mana. With casual flicks of his hand, the orbs rained down, destroying everything in their path as they locked onto Jean. He could still evade for now, but he could feel the pressure tightening behind him as well. They were testing him, holding back their full power while giving him no openings. Blocking 9-star level attacks was impossible. That left only one option. He had to redirect them. The moment the idea took shape, his hands moved on instinct, guiding the incoming chains aside. Each impact was deflected with precise control, as if invisible hands were intercepting every strike. Even so, he knew it couldn't last. He needed to create an opening, and fast. Before he could act, a chain burst from the ground and wrapped tightly around his leg. He hadn't sensed it until it was already there. Jean cursed inwardly as his movement was cut off. The moment he was restrained, countless chains of light surged in from every direction, sealing him incompletely. The chains twisted and overlapped as Jean stood trapped at their center. Iron links writhed like living creatures, tightening and crossing as if trying to devour him whole. Then, without warning, Jean exploded forward. A violent surge of power blasted outward, smashing into his pursuers and throwing their formation into chaos. He turned his head and called out to Shuri. The small ruby cat was badly hurt, its body shaking as it struggled to stay on its feet. Shuri answered Jean with a weak cry as it passed him the item it was holding. Jean gently told him to rest and recover until his wounds healed. At the same time, guilt stabbed into Jin's chest. He remembered how Shuri had tried to avoid the earlier attack simply because he hated getting hurt, and yet it was Jean who had let him be injured. The realization burned with sharp remorse. Jean swung his arm and hardened his resolve. Everything would be redone, and this time it would be done properly. He lifted his head and faced the crow-like enemies before him, his hostility no longer hidden. In the distance, a massive explosion shook the forest as the battle intensified. Veridin stared at the terrifying scene in disbelief. Dante, pale and tense, shouted Jin's name in panic. Nearby, Veridin's aunt watched coldly, noting that Jean was somehow holding his own against the Spectre unit. She immediately ordered the Guardian Dragons to take Veridin and Dante away and retreat. As they were pulled from the battlefield, Veridin prayed with everything he had, wishing only for Jin's safety. Jean tightened his grip on the scythe as razor-sharp iron edges rushed toward him, and the two sides crashed together. Alone, Jean stood against them all. He reasoned calmly that a mage was normally at a disadvantage in close combat against swordsmen, yet the Spectre unit moved with strength and speed that rivaled his own. If this overwhelming power truly came from the Zipple clan's special magic, then the hunched figure who had not moved even once had to be the source. At that moment, the enemy mocked him, sneering that his power fell far short of his confidence. It ridiculed him for daring to face the Spectre unit with such limited strength, while still worrying about other things. As the taunt ended, a fireball formed in its hand, and it charged straight toward Jean. A terrifying surge of power followed, exploding with a deafening roar. Even so, Jean did not waver. He forced his resolve to hold, fully aware that he was barely keeping pace. This was the true level of the Zipple clan's elite. He lifted his gaze and saw an enemy dropping from above, a scythe flashing in its grip. Jean sensed a strike just in time and rose to block it, calmly judging that each of them was equal to, or slightly weaker than, a Black Knight. The thought brought no comfort. The enemy pressed on, swinging its scythe in a wide arc that tore through the forest, trees splitting apart in its wake. Jean slipped past the blade by a hair's breadth as the foe locked onto him. His mind drifted back to his past life, to trials far harsher than this, where even his own siblings had surpassed Black Knights. If he lacked mana and raw power now, then speed would become his weapon. With speed, he would carve out his chance to strike. In a single blink, Jean slipped behind the enemy without being noticed. By the time it sensed him and tried to counter, Jean was already gone. The startled foe struck where he had been, blasting apart branches as a violent explosion tore through the area and threw the battlefield into chaos. Jin's sword clashed head-on with the enemy's scythe. The opponent stayed composed, scoffing inwardly, acknowledging Jin's talent for his age, while declaring that he still lacked the power to deliver a killing blow. Strange rays of light gathered around Jean as he invoked the third sword battle god technique, Punishment. A terrifying surge burst from his blade, and under its force, the enemy's scythe shattered into fragments. Just as Jin's sword was about to cut through, a small sphere instantly formed in front of the enemy, releasing a massive shockwave that tore apart earth and stone. When it faded, only desolate ruins remained. As the dust slowly cleared, a shadowed figure stepped forward, commenting that it was impressive Jean had lasted this long against the Spectre unit. Already injured, Jean struggled to stay upright under the crushing pressure. Octavia's gaze turned cold and unsettling. She remarked that they had been holding back only because of the order to capture him alive. As a mana orb gathered in her hand, she calmly added that there was no need for Jean to remain completely intact. A gigantic dragon's foot slammed into the ground, cracks racing outward as a beam of blue light followed its impact. High above, another dragon yawned lazily, grumbling that things were taking too long and asking how much longer this would drag on. Mishaya immediately stopped Murican, telling him to stay quiet, and warning him sharply that those chasing Jean were no ordinary foes. She said the situation was far worse than she had first believed. Murican circled the sky, questioning whether it was really that serious. Standing tall, Mishaya replied that the enemies were already closing in and told him to get ready. Without hesitation, Murican surged forward and unleashed blue flames, silently urging Jean to hold on as they moved to take control. Both dragons prepared themselves for battle. Back at the battlefield, Octavia coldly repeated that Jean did not need to remain completely intact. Jean stayed calm, but a chill ran down his spine as he realized that if help had come even a moment later, the danger would have been overwhelming. Suddenly, space itself seemed to rip apart as a spiraling force burst forward at the speed of light. Veridin's aunt widened her eyes in shock, instantly realizing the barrier had been broken. Immense power flooded the area as brilliant rays tore through the corridors of the Ice Palace. At the same time, Cirrus happened to be nearby when the disturbance caught her attention. She glanced toward the source, wondering if this was the secret palace, sensing a strangely familiar energy and questioning where it was coming from. Back in the forest, the dragon's power had ripped the land apart, leaving behind a vast, smoldering crater. Octavia watched in silence, quietly wondering if the beings standing before her were truly the guardian dragons of the Runcandel child. Mishaya broke the stillness, asking in a calm voice whether Jean had managed to endure. Jean, his body torn by countless wounds, forced himself to stay upright and acknowledged both Mishaya and Murikin. Murikin lowered his voice and asked what Jean thought of the experience, whether it had been thrilling, adding that only moments like this allowed someone to truly understand how terrifying the world could be. With a faint grin, he even hinted that he might strike Jean again. Jean leaned back weakly, too exhausted to respond, silently questioning whether they had been deliberately delayed all along. Murikin landed with a heavy thud, his presence turning sharp and oppressive as he accused Jean of orchestrating everything behind his back after asking him to bring his sister right after the Holy Kingdom incident. He demanded to know who their enemies were, stating that they were clearly no ordinary foes. Jean narrowed his eyes and spoke without hesitation. They were Zipple's ultimate combat force, enemies even he had never faced before. Mishaya descended beside him and shifted into her human form, confirming his words. They were the Spectre Company, a secret unit formed after Themar's death. Jean looked briefly surprised that she knew of them, but Mishaya replied that she did, though she hadn't expected them to move. During the 1,000 years Murikin had slept, she had clashed with them several times, and back then they had been among her most dangerous opponents, even if the current ones felt weaker than those she remembered. Octavia stepped forward, confidence radiating from her, as a cold smirk curled her lips. She said she hadn't expected to encounter the legendary black dragons here, and casually remarked that she had heard Khadun once gravely wounded one of them, adding mockingly that he seemed to have recovered rather well. Murikin sneered at her, saying she talked so much only because she was afraid. He declared that if she somehow managed to leave alive, she should deliver a message to Khadun. The King of the Skies had returned, and soon, the King of the Land would change as well. The mage did not flinch, her eyes sharp and unyielding as she replied that anyone could boast with words. She asked whether Murikin truly believed Runcandel could defeat Zipple and take the throne, then coldly reminded him that he seemed to have forgotten the lesson taught by his former contractor 1,000 years ago. Murikin ground his teeth, fury flashing in his eyes as he repeated the names Zipple and Runcandel. She was completely wrong. The one destined to overthrow Zipple and rise as king was Jean Runcandel. His voice dropped, heavy with certainty, as he warned that one day she would look back on this moment and regret missing her final chance to change the future. Killing intent filled the mage's gaze as she answered that she would see whether those words could truly come to pass. Since the warning had come from a great black dragon, she said she would accept it. Her voice turned icy as she gave her order. The Spectre Company was to abandon any attempt to capture Jean alive. Jean Runcandel was to be killed. She commanded the release of the Crimson Abyss. In an instant, the specters shifted into formation. Chains erupted from complex magic circles, and raging crimson flames spread across the forest, swallowing everything in their path. Murikin snarled at their insolence, saying he had already warned them it was too late, mocking how slow they were to understand. Dark blue energy exploded from his body and swept across the battlefield like a violent tide, shredding every chain it touched as if they were nothing. The mage answered with unsettling calm, slipping off her cloak as though she were merely removing a burden, deliberately taunting him to stop her. Her true power began to rise. Blinding light flared before her eyes, and behind her, mana surged outward, forming fierce, wing-like torrents. A twisted laugh escaped her as she compressed a massive sphere of power and hurled it forward. The two overwhelming forces crashed together, creating a blinding zone of destruction that quivered violently, as though the world itself were about to be torn apart. Jean watched the collision, his chest tightening as he saw Murikin's shadow being steadily pushed back. His eyes widened in disbelief. The enemies before them existed on a level completely beyond anything he had ever faced. If this dragged on, their chances would only keep slipping away. He turned to Mishaya and spoke quickly, suggesting that since they were still within Ice Castle territory, making as much noise as possible if things went bad might draw the Ice Castle Master's attention. Lady Mishaya calmly summoned an orb of swirling blue energy and glanced at him, remarking that he seemed to have already decided they were going to lose before she had even begun to fight in earnest. She released more of her power and added that she would only accept such an outcome after Murican managed to seize Jean and escape the battlefield. And even then, the odds were slim. He did not need to worry. The old Spectre Company had once been far stronger than these enemies, and even they had been helpless against her. Jean could only stare in shock. He had always known Lady Mishaya was monstrously powerful, even while restraining herself, and he had assumed that if she fought seriously while limited, she would be roughly equal to Murican with part of his strength restored. Now he realized how wrong that was. The shadowy ki he felt was immeasurable, deep and crushing, so vast it defied all sense. Lady Mishaya surged forward with the weapon she had just summoned, declaring that she would carve a path through. As she shot skyward, she ordered Jean to flee with Murican. An overwhelming force erupted from her, piercing the spatial barrier, as though it were nothing, and tearing open a massive hole in its wake. The mage could only stare in disbelief, her mind failing to keep up with what she was witnessing. Fear slowly bled into her eyes as she realized the shadow ki was actively devouring the defensive formation itself. A Spectre unit member reported in a strained voice that 20% of the barrier had already collapsed, that 30% was gone, and that the structure was rapidly crumbling from the impact point. At this rate, it would be completely destroyed by the next strike. With a confident smile, Mishaya declared that magic of that level would never work on her, mocking the mage to try stopping her if she could. Panic flickered across the mage's face. She hurriedly ordered the defensive formation dismantled and activated the chain restraint formation instead. It made no difference. Chains spread endlessly across the battlefield as the remaining layer of defense was steadily consumed. Advancing forward, Mishaya pointed ahead and scoffed that such cheap tricks would never affect her. The chains shattered into countless fragments, followed by a violent explosion. Grinding her teeth, the mage admitted in frustration that even after pouring all her mana into it, it still was not enough. At that moment, a Spectre cried out a warning to Lady Octavia, sensing danger from above. The mage looked up just as the earth and stone overhead twisted and warped. From within it, Murican burst free with savage force, surging into the sky and circling at terrifying speed. Jean sprang to his feet. Rage flooded the mage as she realized too late that they had been deceived by a diversion. Cursing herself, she barked an order to the Spectre Company, commanding them to focus on the escaping black dragon and ensure that none of them survived. The Spectres bowed in unison and formed magic arrays aimed toward the exit. Mishaya landed lightly and remarked that it seemed the senior mages of the old Spectre Company had never warned her to be careful. She released her power without restraint. Chains shot out from the arrays, but Mishaya tore straight through them, her fighting spirit blazing as the world around her sharpened into perfect clarity. The mage trembled as the truth finally struck her. Her voice wavered as she admitted she understood now. This was the spear of death described in ancient records, the technique that left not even a shadow behind, the shadowless spear. Clenching her teeth, she gave a desperate order for the Spectre Company to pour all their mana into Mishaya, vowing that if nothing else, she would make sure Mishaya died here. The Spectres obeyed at once. Multiple magic circles bloomed into existence, and chains gathered and coiled around the mage. From within the converging magic, a monstrous shape began to emerge. Extending her hand, the mage commanded it to peck, tear, and devour everything with the beak of the abyss. The creature surged upward in a violent rush, its gaping jaws opening wide as it lunged to swallow Mishaya whole. Mishaya calmly lifted her hand and answered with a relentless storm of heavy punches, each impact smashing into the monster and driving it closer to collapse. Below, the mage ground her teeth, tension twisting her face as she screamed Mishaya's name in fury. Completely unshaken, Mishaya smiled with quiet arrogance and remarked that only now was the fight becoming even slightly interesting. As she drew in more power, she added that she felt like playing with Zipple a little longer. In response, her dragon power erupted, and her dragon form burst forth, soaring into the sky with overwhelming dominance. High above the clouds, Murican carried Jean toward their next destination. Jean knew Lady Mishaya was safe, yet the unease in his chest refused to ease. The enemies they had faced were far from ordinary. Murican glanced back and asked if something was wrong, suggesting they head straight for their destination if possible. Jean looked behind them and admitted that while he wanted to hurry, his battered body would not allow it. He proposed stopping at the Jean Kingdom first, where he could properly disguise himself. Murican replied with casual confidence, pointing out that even above the clouds, flying while carrying Jean openly would still draw attention and trigger alarms. Jean agreed and asked to be dropped near the Jean Kingdom to avoid notice, then requested that Murican go directly to Tychon and tell them he would return in 1 year. Murican bared his sharp teeth in a proud grin and said he would be waiting when that time came. Deep within a snow-covered forest, a soft humming drifted through the air. Small figures moved about, fishing, eating, and playing together in peaceful rhythm. When a familiar silhouette appeared in the distance, one of them called out that dark flame had arrived, and the others waved excitedly. Near a steep, treacherous cliff, Jean took shelter inside the hollow of a massive tree. He realized this had to be the Watertail village Dark Flame had mentioned, and was genuinely surprised that an entire village existed beneath tangled tree roots. The tiny houses were strangely charming, yet the place felt oddly empty, making him wonder where everyone had gone. Then Jean paused, his eyes widening as he sensed something wrong. He stepped forward and gently nudged a capybara, assuming it had simply been a long time, and that its owners had likely gone elsewhere until Dark Flame returned. Jean lowered himself to the ground with a heavy breath, knowing he had to stabilize the mana that had flowed backward. As he began circulating his internal energy, sweat quickly soaked his face. His thoughts drifted back to the Spectre unit and Octavia Zipple. He admitted to himself that he had underestimated them. They were enemies he had never expected, yet ones he could not avoid. That battle had made one thing painfully clear. The Spectre unit was terrifying. More than anything, his worry centered on Veridin. Why had his memories been erased, and why were the gods bound to him by contract doing nothing at all? He also could not stop wondering whether Celiac had been involved in those contracts, and just how much power that man truly wielded from the shadows. Faint sounds pulled Jean back to awareness. He slowly opened his eyes and found the small residents gathered around him. Their leader waved at the others, telling them to stop teasing since Jean was already badly hurt. When they realized he was awake, surprise spread through the group. The blob greeted him, saying he had finally woken up and explaining that they had treated his injuries. Jean replied that it had been a long time since they last met and apologized for acting without Dark Flame's permission, saying he had only done so because his life had been in danger. Jean blinked, confused, admitting he had not even noticed he was being treated because he had been lost in thought. He thanked them sincerely, then paused when he heard their laughter. A tiny blob that had been napping on his head slipped down, and the blue blob raised a mirror in front of him. Jean froze at the sight of his reflection, his face covered in messy scribbles. He burst out laughing, immediately knowing who the artists were, and admitted they were not half bad. The blue blob's tone grew serious as it asked if Jean was really all right. It mentioned seeing a wanted poster with a 400 million gold bounty, and wondered if that was how he had been injured, adding that everyone had been worried. As Jean wiped the drawings from his face, he explained honestly that he had come to ask for their help, and wanted to speak with the Golden Tongue tribe. A firm voice rejected him at once. The small creature rubbed his face in frustration, complaining that they would have to disguise Jean, set up a business, and escort him across the desert. It was far too much, especially when Jean was the most wanted criminal hunted by both the Runcandel and Zipple families. Jean answered calmly that he was prepared to offer a deal they could not refuse. The little one stiffened and demanded to know what it was. Instead of replying, Jean slowly reached for the sword at his side. Panic erupted immediately. The creature screamed in terror, begging him to stop and crying that they were powerless beastmen. Jean relaxed at once, apologizing for frightening them, and explaining he was not threatening them. He intended to give them the sword, he said, if they agreed to help him. Trembling, the creature hurried to explain that he had thought Jean was about to threaten them and asked, almost in disbelief, if Jean truly meant to give up the sword. Jean corrected him calmly. The sword was not for them to keep, at least not yet. After they crossed the desert and rumors of his death had spread, they would take the blade to the Runcandel family and deliver it themselves. In exchange, they would receive a reward beyond anything they could imagine. The creature's eyes shone as though he had uncovered a hidden fortune, yet doubt still lingered. He asked whether the Runcandel family would even believe such a tale. Jean explained that this was why they had to establish a business and travel openly through the desert. They would claim to have found the sword in forgotten ruins within the Mitra Great Desert. Merchants passing through would naturally take interest in beastmen traders, giving their story weight. Jean assured him that his family would welcome the sword's return and that there was no real danger. It was one of the Runcandel family's most precious legendary treasures. The reward would be enormous, and the family would also be bound to protect those who returned it, since failing to do so would stain their reputation. If Jean could leave with them while fully disguised, everything would proceed as planned. He then waited for their answer. The beastman's face hardened. He refused outright, though they owed Jean a great deal and loved wealth. If word ever spread that they had helped him, every one of them would be erased. He said they truly wanted to help, but begged Jean to understand their position. Jean reached out and took the sword back. After a brief silence, he apologized, admitting he had only been thinking of himself. He said he understood their choice and that he would go into the desert anyway, telling them not to worry if they chose to refuse. Guilt washed over the beastman. He bowed deeply and apologized in return. Then something strange stirred. Far in the distance, a beam of light shimmered. Unfamiliar magic rippled through the air, and a wand-like glow formed the shape of a cat's paw. Stunned, he stared as he realized that the presence itself had arrived. The beastmen immediately began greeting the felines, the true owners of the land, and the others followed, offering their respectful salutations. Jean searched his memories, wondering if these were the felines who had once excavated the jungle, and if that was why they were revered as its true masters. As the thought crossed his mind, the ground around them began to glow with a soft blue light. Lush grass spread outward in every direction, until only Jean and the Beastman remained, standing face to face. The world shifted into something unreal and breathtaking, butterflies drifting gently through the air. The feline stepped forward and raised a paw shaped like that of a cat, leaving Jean momentarily frozen. Despite the overwhelming presence it carried, the creature looked strangely adorable. It narrowed its eyes and offered a soft smile, gentle and almost affectionate, as if greeting an old acquaintance rather than facing a stranger. With a small motion of its paw, the feline beckoned Jean closer. He did not resist, lowering himself and stepping forward. As he leaned in, the feline gently placed its paw against his forehead. From that single touch, a beam of shimmering purple light spread outward. A brilliant radiance burst forth, flooding the cavern and wiping away every shadow. The jagged cave walls were bathed in divine light, and when the glow finally faded, the cavern had been transformed. Pink butterflies filled the air, fluttering in strange, rhythmic patterns, their wings scattering trails of faintly glowing dust. From the ground where the feline had walked, mysterious blue grass sprouted, releasing a soft, soothing glow. The beastmen gathered around in stunned silence. One member of the Golden Tongue tribe stepped forward, unable to contain his excitement. Jean turned and saw his hands clasped together, his face lit with joy as he declared that Jean had received the blessing of the felines. A faint tingling lingered on Jin's forehead. He brushed his hair aside and saw a small mark shaped like a cat's paw, glowing gently with pink light. Curiosity stirred within him as he tried to understand what the blessing meant. But when he looked back, the feline was already gone, vanished without a trace, leaving only the glowing grass and drifting butterflies behind as proof it had ever been there. The Beastman explained that the feline's return was something unheard of. It had never happened before. Among the small beastmen, anyone blessed by the felines was to be accepted without question, regardless of race or intent. That rule stood above all others within the caves. With renewed excitement, the Beastman immediately agreed to Jin's earlier request. Still caught off guard by the sudden change, Jin asked who the felines truly were to them. The small one answered at once. The felines were their masters, the ones who had shaped their survival. To protect the weak, they had created vast, maze-like cave networks across the world. These underground labyrinths made it almost impossible for humans or larger beastmen to find them, preserving their safety through isolation and complexity. Countless such caves were scattered across the land, all linked together into a single vast underground network that sheltered the weak beneath the feet of giants. Jin was overwhelmed by the sheer scale of it all. Even in his previous life, he had never seen a single record of the felines, and that alone told him they were anything but ordinary. He offered his sincere thanks, admitting that without Dark Flame's guidance he would have been completely lost inside the caves. To him, the felines felt like guardian gods of the forest, unseen protectors watching over the powerless. The Golden Tongue tribe member readily agreed, saying that all small beastmen quite literally owed their lives to the felines. Jin then thanked them for accepting his proposal, while also acknowledging that helping him could put the tribe in danger. He asked if that was truly all right. Dark Flame replied simply that the feline's blessing made it so. When Jin asked what that meant, the representative explained that the felines only ever showed interest in humans for two reasons. Either the person was contracted to the god of cats, or they had shown genuine care for small beastmen. The blessing itself was proof of Jin's nature. The explanation sent the gathered beastmen into loud cheers. They celebrated Jin openly, their joy overflowing. The once cold, quiet cave filled with warmth and faith, and Jin found their unconditional trust both overwhelming and deeply moving. Not long after, the Golden Tongue tribe's representative began arguing with Dark Flame over how the rewards should be divided, trying to claim the largest share possible. Jin's expression hardened as he stepped in and demanded an equal split. No matter how many times they tried to renegotiate, he refused to yield. The Beastman protested loudly, saying the share was far too small. They would be setting up a business, crossing the Mitra Desert, disguising Jin so completely that he would be unrecognizable, and even visiting the Runcandel family while carrying such a dangerous sword. An equal division, he argued, simply was not enough. With fierce pride, he declared that they were called the Golden Tongue tribe for a reason. They lived for money, calculations, and precise divisions. Those who worked more deserved more, those who worked less deserved less, and above all, they honored their word. He kept pressing his case before finally telling Jin to trust Pungi and focus on preparing his disguise. Jin listened in silence, thinking that businessmen truly were different, and wondering if he had always been like that too. Later, Jin was disguised using the Golden Tongue tribe's secret techniques. Pungi proudly presented the first option, explaining that it was the disguise he used when traveling east for trade. With the applied makeup sorcery, he said, people often mistook the wearer for a Grim Reaper. Jean frowned after one look, saying it felt wrong and deeply uncomfortable. Pungi immediately brought out another option, explaining that it came from a small eastern nation and was called a hanbok, a style favored by noble families. Jean barely reacted. He said it felt no different from the first, pointed out that only the colors had changed, and added that Eastern clothing would draw far too much attention. Pungi chuckled softly, admitting he had grown a little obsessed with the East lately, then brought out another disguise, this time one meant to look like a powerful leader. Jin's eyes turned cold as he said it was far too much and implied Pungi was trying to get him killed. Pungi hurriedly changed course and suggested a youthful girl's disguise. Jean rejected it instantly, flatly refusing to cross-dress. The process dragged on, long and draining, until both of them were nearly exhausted. In the end, they settled on the appearance of a retired mercenary, weathered and unremarkable. Jean nodded, satisfied that it was plain and inconspicuous. Pungi, drenched in sweat, let out a cheer of relief and praised the choice as an excellent decision. With everything finally ready, Jean said he would go to the underground market to test the disguise and told Pungi and Darkflame to pack for their departure the next day. Both agreed. When Jean stepped outside, the crowded streets, glowing stalls, and endless haggling swallowed him, offering perfect cover. Wanted posters with his face were plastered everywhere, a constant reminder of the danger around him. As he moved through the crowd, he spotted Zipple knights on patrol. One of them stopped him, and for a split second Jean thought he had been exposed. Instead, the knight raised a poster and asked about it. Jean calmly replied that he was searching for the same person. The knights moved on, muttering that they had not expected even a retired mercenary to join the hunt, clearly aware it was because of the massive reward. Jean felt a quiet sense of satisfaction. Even members of the Zipple family could not recognize him. The disguise was working perfectly. He suspected the feline's blessing was hiding him as well, and he hoped nothing unexpected would happen before his siblings arrived. That hope faded quickly. Not long after, a group of tiger beastmen blocked his path and began harassing him, making it clear that not all beastmen respected the feline's authority. Keeping his head lowered, Jean endured their abuse without reacting. One red tiger snarled that whenever he saw a human, memories of past humiliation came rushing back, filling him with hatred so fierce he wanted to tear them all apart. Another tiger glanced at the wanted poster and asked if the man in it was him. Laughing, he said it was Jean Runcandel and claimed he had recognized him the moment he saw the image. Jean stayed silent, as the red tiger added that if he ever caught Jean, he would kill him without hesitation. As they walked away, they dragged a canine beastman behind them, his body marked with obvious signs of brutal torture. Watching it all, a cold smile formed on Jin's lips. By coincidence, he had been searching for a canine informant. Seeing such cruelty unfold, he decided to do a good deed. The red tiger tribe's behavior had to be corrected, permanently. To Jean, it was not only justice, but an opportunity he had no intention of letting slip. The black canine burst through the doorway calling for his mother, only to find her collapsed on the ground, her body shaking as she weakly called to her child and, through strained breaths, named the red tigers as the cause. At those words he froze in dread before turning and sprinting down the road in anguish, realizing they must have come to collect the debt in his absence, his teeth grinding as he muttered curses under his breath, fully aware that anyone taken by the red tigers never returned alive and fearing whatever awaited beyond the mountain, until a sudden, deafening explosion erupted from behind that same mountain, forcing him to recoil as he cried out in despair, unable to face what it implied. At that instant, Jin noted that the canine appeared to be connected to them, and the black canine turned in shock to see Jin standing there with his youngest sibling in his arms, the child's body covered in wounds. Panic seized him as he called out, but Jin calmly reassured him that the red tigers had already been dealt with and that his family was safe, and though still shaken. The black canine asked who Jin was before recognition dawned, and he realized this was the very person he had once guided across the Mitra Desert, prompting him to bow deeply in gratitude, thanking Jin for saving his sibling and admitting he had no idea how to repay such a debt. Watching him, Jin briefly thought that canines likely could not properly lower their noses when bowing, then told them not to worry and urged them to tend to the injured sibling first. Once they returned home, both the mother and the younger brother, treated by Jin, began to recover, the mother expressing with relief that her pain was fading while the youngest remarked that even the swelling had begun to subside. Jin observed that the child's youth allowed for faster recovery, though he noted the mother's injuries had been far more severe, and the black canine responded quietly, still unable to believe how much they had improved, leading Jin to explain that what they had consumed was a rare earthen food called kakato, highly effective for healing and capable of leaving them healthier than before. Overcome with emotion, the mother pulled her child into a tight embrace, tears streaming as she expressed gratitude for such a precious gift and repeatedly thanked Jin. And as he watched, Jin gave a faint smile and reflected that although Myung Guang usually consumed items like this, they were just as effective for ordinary beastmen, leaving him relieved that he still had one remaining. The black canine then vowed never to forget Jin's kindness, declaring with unwavering resolve that he would fulfill any request Jin made and urging him to give the command without hesitation. Jin, clearly satisfied, reflected that he had already planned to request a favor from them, making the timing feel almost perfect, as he remembered wandering through the market in search of a canine guide only for fate to resolve everything the moment he saved a member of their family. Seizing the opportunity, Jin stated plainly that he needed a guide and asked if the black canine would accompany him, and without hesitation, the canine agreed, declaring that he would gladly cross the Mitra Desert alongside Jin, which caused the entire family to break into bright, relieved laughter. The next morning, after the Golden Tongue tribe completed their preparations, they set out toward the Mitra Desert while countless beastmen gathered to watch them depart. Murmurs spread through the crowd as onlookers questioned what they were witnessing, insisting there was no way the group truly intended to cross the desert. They pointed out the presence of a human mercenary and a canine guide, yet still argued that no one who entered the Mitra Desert had ever returned alive, ultimately concluding with certainty that the group was heading toward their deaths. Jin, however, recalled something he had learned from conversations with his master before his regression, remembering that canines never forgot a scent once they encountered it and relied on that ability to guide others. He found it remarkable that they could even determine the direction from which a scent originated, and he realized that without companions like this, he would never have been able to bring Penji and Dark Flame across the Mitra Desert. Half a day after the Golden Tongue merchants entered the desert, they continued forward beneath the relentless, burning sun, and as one day passed, then two, and eventually four within the harsh, drying expanse, the environment offered no mercy. Despite these brutal conditions, Dark Flame and Penji remained completely at ease, even humming casually as they traveled, something Jin noticed with mild surprise before deciding it was acceptable since there were no immediate dangers and their food and water supplies still appeared sufficient. However, his expression shifted the moment he realized there was only a single bottle of water remaining. An alarm surfaced as he questioned Penji about why so little had been brought and whether it would be enough for the retained journey. Penji simply smiled with confidence and replied that everything was fine because they had Dark Flame, speaking as if Jin should already understand, which left Jin confused as he wondered what exactly he was supposed to know. In response, Penji turned to Dark Flame and asked whether he had not yet shown Jin his ability. Dark Flame answered flatly that no one had asked him to demonstrate, which immediately excited Penji as he urged him to show it at once. Dark Flame hesitated, questioning whether this was truly the right moment to reveal his ability. But after a brief pause he relented, stating that people needed to see things for themselves to believe, while hinting that Jin still did not understand the basics of trust. With that, Dark Flame agreed to demonstrate his skill, shifting his posture and lifting his tail before releasing a sonic vibration that spread outward, traveling through the ground and stirring the hidden water sources beneath the desert. His eyes sharpened as he paced slowly back and forth, searching with precision until he identified a specific spot, and the moment he confirmed it, he drove his tail into the earth and commanded the water to rise, causing a cool stream to burst up from below. The sand. Jin watched in astonishment, inwardly marveling at Dark Flame's ability to locate underground water with such accuracy, while Penji excitedly pointed out that Jin now understood and no longer needed to worry about water in the desert. And nearby, the black canine, nearly drooling at the sight, remarked that they could now drink as much as they wanted. When night arrived, the group set up camp, and Penji, full of enthusiasm, announced that dinner would be an Eastern delicacy made using a secret recipe from the East. Before long, a lavish spread was arranged before them, drawing everyone's attention as their eyes lit up at the sight, prompting Jin to comment that there seemed to be nothing Penji could not do, which Penji dismissed with a modest laugh. In the very next moment, however, a powerful surge of sand rushed toward them, and a shock rippled through the group and they shouted in alarm. The black canine identified it as a sandstorm. The violent wind swept away the entire meal in an instant, leaving Penji crying out in despair over the loss of his carefully prepared food. At that moment, a commanding voice echoed from above, ordering the beastmen to submit to a search and warning that refusal would result in certain death. Startled, Jin looked upward and saw a red dragon observing them from the sky, and the sight left him stunned as he struggled to believe that the Zipple clan had extended their search even into the desert. The red dragon soon descended, and as it landed, a Zipple mage stepped forward, remarking that it was unusual to encounter beastmen in such a place. Caught off guard by the sudden questioning, Penji quickly explained that they were simply searching for ruins, but the mage dismissed this, coldly stating that risking their lives for abandoned ruins suggested desperation, then adding that business had declined and ordinary goods were no longer in demand at the Yucca market. Turning his attention to Jin, the mage observed that hiring a human mercenary indicated they were serious, then demanded to know where Jin had come from. Jin calmly introduced himself as a retired mercenary without a fixed destination, explaining that he was merely protecting a group of small beastmen for the time being. The mage continued pressing, bringing up the Runcandel Reserve flag bearer currently being hunted, and Jin acknowledged that he was aware of it, noting that wanted posters were posted everywhere. At that point, the mage dropped any pretense and declared that all humans present, including Jin, would be searched without exception, demanding their full cooperation. Jin's eyes narrowed as he evaluated the situation, aware he had no sense of how many enemies might be nearby and unwilling to stir unnecessary conflict. Yet when the mage's hand reached toward his neck, he resolved silently that he would kill him if necessary. The tension broke in an instant as an urgent alert rang out, the dragon announcing they were under attack, and the mage immediately pulled back before mounting the dragon and calling for reinforcements as they withdrew. Once they disappeared, Penji exhaled in relief, admitting he did not fully understand what had just happened but was grateful for how it ended. And Jin silently agreed, recognizing how fortunate they had been while also wondering who would dare attack the Zipple clan in the middle of the desert. A moment later, a clear, casual voice called from behind, catching him off guard, and Jin turned at once at the familiar sound, only to freeze in surprise when he saw Yona holding Dark Flame tightly in her arms. He stared, stunned by how she had appeared so suddenly and how naturally she seemed to recognize Dark Flame, while she continued hugging the creature with clear familiarity as Dark Flame himself looked puzzled by the situation. Watching this, Penji asked who she was, and Dark Flame answered simply that she was Jin's sister. That response left everyone flustered, with Yona appearing just as confused as the others, and after a brief pause, she shifted her gaze back to Jin and walked straight toward him as if confirming who he was. Stopping directly in front of him, she broke into a bright smile the moment she recognized him, and Jin realized there was no longer any need to hide. Jin questioned what had brought her here and whether she intended to capture him, but she did not answer immediately, instead studying him in silence as her expression gradually changed. Sensing the shift, Jin became alert, and his unease proved justified when she finally responded in a playful yet unsettling tone, revealing she had indeed come for him. Her excitement was unmistakable as she drew her dagger, her eyes darkening while she declared her intention to engage him in a dangerous confrontation. Jin quickly tried to defuse the situation, addressing her as his sister and suggesting they catch up since it had been so long. It was later revealed that Yona had expected his arrival after seeing him heading toward the site of inheritance, believing it to be the only destination someone in his situation would choose. By chance, she had encountered the Watertail tribe and grown close to them, deciding to remain with both the Golden Tongue and Watertail tribes until the end, and resolving that even if she and Jin eventually parted ways, she would continue protecting the Beastmen. After the night passed, Jin appeared noticeably exhausted and quietly reflected that although she had completely drained him, the journey still felt worthwhile. The Black Canine noticed his condition and remarked on how close he seemed to Yona, but Jin responded only with a quiet sigh. As they continued onward, Jin admitted inwardly that seeing her again had brought him a sense of comfort, and that the journey toward the site of inheritance carried a strangely soothing feeling. Before long, Penji noticed a large cactus and signaled for everyone to stop, then immediately showed his skill by slicing it into thin pieces, after which everyone except Jin lay back on the sand and placed the slices over their faces like masks. After some time, their skin appeared smoother and refreshed, and even Dark Flame seemed to enjoy the treatment, until Yona playfully approached from behind and set a piece of cactus on Dark Flame's head like a hat, leaving him unable to resist as laughter spread through the group. As the day neared its end, Jin suddenly came to a halt when he noticed a massive creature lying motionless, prompting him to ask what it was. Penji identified it as a desert fish, which surprised Jin, who found it difficult to believe that such a creature could exist in the desert, especially one that appeared dead. However, Penji clarified that it was not actually dead and explained that it would revive upon contact with water. Before he could finish his warning, Dark Flame had already begun searching beneath the ground after sensing water, and moments later a powerful stream burst upward, while Yona watched with eager anticipation for the creature to awaken. Penji panicked and urgently tried to stop them, warning them not to revive it, but the instant the water touched the creature, it sprang back to life. Its eyes snapped open as its body thrashed violently, churning the sand around it before diving deeper beneath the surface, prompting Penji to immediately recognize the danger and shout for everyone to get back at once, urgently warning that a newly awakened desert fish would attack anything it sensed due to overwhelming hunger. Yet before he could finish, the sand erupted outward as the massive creature burst free and lunged straight toward Yona and Dark Flame, its enormous, gaping mouth rising directly above her. Even with death looming overhead, Yona showed no fear and simply smiled, while Dark Flame's eyes gleamed with hunger, its expression making it clear that it welcomed the creature's awakening. Afterward, the desert fish's bones were set aside while its flesh was skillfully prepared into a meal, and Penji soon finished cooking a pot of rich, fragrant soup, presenting it proudly as spicy fish soup while cheerfully explaining that it was a fish-based dish known to stimulate appetite, relieve fatigue, and warm the body. Jin accepted a bowl and, after tasting it, admired the depth of its flavor, remarking that he had never experienced anything like it before, noting that the meat was tender and the taste rich yet completely free of any fishy smell, and finding it remarkable that such a dish could come from a desert fish, to which Penji replied that he had used a special sauce obtained from a country he had recently visited, adding that those unfamiliar with it might need time to adjust. As they continued eating, Jin looked around and remarked that it was hard to believe creatures like that could live beneath an oasis, prompting Penji to recall the earlier attack and admit he had been just as shocked, adding that Yona had killed the creature in a single strike, and that when the ground collapsed, he had truly thought they were about to fall straight into hell, before expressing relief that everyone had made it out safely. Jin then shifted his attention to the ruins ahead, sensing an odd familiarity and wondering why they felt so recognizable, and Penji explained that the structures had been built by the felines, confidently stating that both the symbols and the architectural style belonged to them, while adding that the felines were blessing them in that very place. As Jin continued examining the ruins, he acknowledged that they did appear to be feline-made, yet questioned why such structures existed there and what role that species served, and in his thoughts he wondered whether they truly constructed ruins at all and what kind of beings they actually were. His gaze fixed on a particular section as he noticed unfamiliar characters carved into the structure, questioning their meaning and suspecting they might indicate La Perosa, and as his understanding gradually formed, he concluded that the structure could not have been built without purpose, reasoning that it was most likely the entrance to a site of inheritance. Penji immediately reacted with excitement, saying that if this was true, they could avoid both the blazing sun and their pursues at once, accomplishing two things together. Then added that Jin could use the same route on the return journey after dropping him off and suggested they proceed once some of the baggage had been unloaded. Before long, the group assembled in front of the entrance to the ancient ruins, where Yona wondered how the door could be opened, and at that exact moment, the cat's head embedded before the entrance suddenly emitted a beam of light. The beam struck Jin directly on the forehead, leaving behind a mark shaped like a cat's paw, and almost immediately afterward, the sealed door began to open slowly and deliberately. While the others stood confused, Penji suddenly understood what had happened and declared that this was a blessing of the felines, prompting surprised reactions as they questioned whether it could truly be called a blessing, though they soon realized that this was the required method to enter feline-built ruins, while carrying only minimal belongings. As they ventured deeper inside, the group continued discussing the so-called blessing while observing that the interior resembled a maze exactly as expected, and although they kept moving forward, they repeatedly encountered dead ends, with Jin unable to find any exit no matter how far they went, since every path eventually led to another blocked route, until they finally reached an area where three main paths branched into countless forks. And because neither Penji nor Dark Flame had explored the place before, they ultimately lost their way. Trying to regain control of the situation, Penji reassured everyone that he would find the correct route this time, claiming he possessed a secret technique, while Dark Flame also spoke with confidence, insisting that he would be the one to determine the right path. Penji immediately mocked him, questioning how someone with no sense of direction could possibly manage that, which angered Dark Flame, who demanded to know what this so-called secret technique was and accused Penji of bluffing. And the two quickly moved to prove themselves, each insisting their ability would soon be shown. A small handful of sand appeared in Penji's palm as faint energy began to gather in Dark Flame's tail, and without hesitation, Penji scattered the sand before pointing toward one of the doors and insisting it was the correct path, while Dark Flame pointed to the opposite door and confidently declared his own choice to be right, leaving the rest of the group watching in confusion and doubting these supposed techniques. Penji then entered his chosen path alone, while Yona followed Dark Flame in the opposite direction, but in the very next instant, a massive cascade of sand poured down and sealed Penji's route, while at the same time a surging torrent blocked the door Dark Flame had selected, forcing all three of them to quickly retreat. With both attempts cut off, Penji and Dark Flame regrouped and chose the remaining door together, each stubbornly insisting that this one had to be correct, yet advancing proved difficult as every step risked triggering hidden traps. When the black canine accidentally stepped on a tile, a mechanism activated and launched numerous projectiles shaped like cat paws, and soon after, Dark Flame stepped onto another tile, causing the ground beneath him to collapse as a pit opened below, revealing sharp, claw-like spikes waiting underneath. Elsewhere in the ruins, a concealed blade was triggered, and Penji walked straight past it without noticing, while Jin, following close behind, had no chance to warn him in time. When Penji turned around, completely unaware that anything had happened, he only realized the truth after noticing that part of his fur had been cleanly shaved off, and the realization caused him to collapse in despair. After enduring countless trials, the group marked their path throughout the ruins, and upon entering a long, winding corridor, they encountered a massive round stone carved with the face of a cat positioned directly ahead and staring at them. While Dark Flame failed to sense the danger, Penji's face lost all color as fear overtook him. Without warning, the stone began rolling forward at tremendous speed, forcing everyone to sprint with everything they had as it relentlessly chased them, at times closing the distance so tightly that Yona had to carry Dark Flame while Jin grabbed Penji and kept running. And after pushing through the continuous dangers of the ruins, they finally burst into a space filled with a warm yellow glow. At last, they reached their destination, where an enormous lion-like cat statue stood before them, acknowledging their arrival and declaring that this was the final gate, which would only open if they could answer 3 questions correctly. As the first question was presented, Jin, already irritated, muttered sarcastically that it might be easier to simply destroy it. The first question asked what was the first to awaken when rain fell in the desert, and Penji answered without hesitation that it was the desert fish, prompting the statue to confirm it is correct before moving on to the second question, which described something that was both 1 and 2, both absent and present, and asked what it could be, to which Yona replied cheerfully that it was a shadow, and once again the statue acknowledged the answer as correct. Now focused on the final question, Dark Flame concentrated as the last prompt was given, which did not demand a fixed answer but instead called for a personal interpretation, asking why, in a world where things were forgotten due to noble sacrifices or other reasons, there was still a need to search for them again. Jin sank into deep thought before concluding that forgotten things came back to life the moment someone remembered them, believing that even if something disappeared, it still undeniably existed, and that as long as even one person continued to seek it out and keep it in memory, it would return to the world and stand once more in the light. And upon hearing this, the statue expressed satisfaction and stated that it appreciated his answer. Soon after, the gate slowly opened, allowing the group to pass as it offered a final blessing, wishing that their path ahead would be filled with starlight and hope. Outside, night had already fallen, and the sky shimmered with countless stars. The moment they stepped out of the ruins, Jin immediately recognized that they had reached the entrance to the inheritance site, a place filled with the energy of the brothers, and upon finally arriving at the destination he had sought for so long, he gave a faint smile and expressed his gratitude to everyone before looking at his companions, recalling how he had once parted from them with a promise that they would meet again. He then slowly drew his sword and raised the glowing blade toward the sky before bringing it down in a single motion, slicing through space itself as a rift opened before him, and stepping forward without hesitation. He entered calmly, knowing he had returned to the land of the brothers. He understood that those pursuing him would only waste their efforts, yet he believed that when the time came, Penji would deliver the sword to his family, and that once it reached them, the world would fall silent. And during that time, he intended to complete the training with his brothers that he had once left unfinished. In the next moment, Jin appeared seated atop Belai's shoulder, looking slightly awkward as he emerged, while Belais, amused, announced that their brother had returned and wondered aloud who would be the one to bathe him this time, which immediately prompted everyone to volunteer with excitement, each insisting on being chosen until someone suggested settling it with a game. And as the atmosphere grew lively with preparations underway, Jin wore a quiet, satisfied smile, finally feeling that he had truly made it back and returned home. In a distant land sealed in ice stood a castle known as the Ice Palace, and within its halls, as wine was poured, a familiar voice spoke with firm certainty, insisting they were capable on their own and questioning why others sought to interfere, emphasizing that this was the Ice Palace's territory and that they could not remain uninvolved when there was even a possibility that all the surrounding islands might disappear. Misha sat calmly, listening without interruption as the speaker continued, noting that 3 members of the Spectre unit had already been killed and asking whether even that was still insufficient, adding that losses on that scale must have dealt a severe blow to the Zipples. After hearing this, Misha turned toward Talares and asked why the official announcement had claimed that the Ice Palace had been defeated by the Zipple family. Talares quietly closed the fan in her hand and explained that the claim existed solely for political reasons, clarifying that if it had been revealed a black dragon had intervened and annihilated the Spectre unit, it would have inevitably sparked a war between the Runcandel and Zipple families. As Misha took a slow sip of her drink, she listened while Talares went on, explaining that by instead declaring the Ice Palace had been involved and defeated, the situation was allowed to settle without escalation. With a hint of enthusiasm, Talares added that the Zipple family's damaged reputation would recover somewhat and that, despite their internal instability, they would no longer be in a position to hold the Ice Palace accountable over minor matters. At that, Misha showed a faint smile and remarked that Talares had clearly not ascended to the throne without reason, then set her glass down and stated she had nothing further to discuss and would be leaving. Talares watched her with a smile and reminded her that now she understood the situation, she should send good liquor, noting that maintaining neutrality had come at a considerable cost. And as she turned to leave, Misha replied in a mocking tone that Talares should get the liquor from Jin. She then spoke to Cirrus, assuring her that Jin was safe and that there was no need to worry, which caused Cirrus to stiffen briefly. And when Misha noticed her flustered reaction, she let out a light laugh. Stepping into the portal, Misha offered a final word of thanks for the drink before departing, and once she was gone, Cirrus narrowed her eyes and turned sharply toward Talares, addressing her as mother. Talares responded with calm composure, saying she had not spoken improperly and had merely asked whether her son-in-law was safe, adding that hearing he was unharmed brought her relief, while Cirrus found herself unable to respond and could only bite her lip in silence, her face already flushed red as she awkwardly tried to explain, repeatedly insisting that he was nothing more than a friend. The scene then shifted to the vast Casimir mansion, where Murakin casually continued stuffing pieces of cake into his mouth, eating without any restraint, while Kashmo asked whether young Master Jin truly intended to train in La Perosa for an entire year, and Murakin, still chewing, confirmed that it was true, adding that such expectations were only natural since Jin himself had said he would return stronger, which prompted Kashmo to quickly respond that this was a relief. At that moment, Ms. Quicantle stepped in and warned that it was still too early to lower their guard, pointing out that even Chiron, who had surpassed the laws of the world, would fall if faced with overwhelming force alone, and emphasizing that they needed to make proper preparations as well. Hearing this, Murakin was reminded of certain memories and thought to himself that this must have been how the Ma had fallen, then set down the now empty tray of pastries and voiced his agreement with Ms. Quicantle, scratching his head in frustration as he admitted he did not want to face that kind of situation again and asked what they should do next. Quicantle answered seriously that they needed to find a way for Murakin to regain his power, explaining that they could not simply wait for Jin to grow stronger, after which Kashmo suggested that Kujin and Yulian accompany him so they could investigate clues related to Yulian's guardian dragon together with the seven-colored fowl. As Kashmo continued, he added that upon further thought, Ms. Quicantle should already be aware that outside the courtyard, Lady Enya had been openly following Bariz, mentioning that Enya had recently started learning magic from Bariz and asking whether that arrangement was acceptable, while Bariz had long since noticed someone trailing her and, with no way to avoid it, could only show irritation toward the constant presence behind her. Kashmo, looking slightly embarrassed, remarked that Enya seemed to be pursuing Bariz in a completely one-sided manner, and at that moment, Bariz suddenly turned and walked straight toward Enya, who had not expected to be discovered so quickly. Meanwhile, Quicantle responded that even though Enya could not use magic, she possessed sufficient knowledge and the ability to sense it, so it would not be a problem, adding that she could not continue protecting Enya forever. In the end, after persistently following her and making repeated efforts, Enya finally gained Bariz's permission to be taught, and Quicantle agreed that having a proper teacher would benefit her, prompting Enya to hurriedly chase after Bariz as she walked away, while Quicantle concluded that until Jin returned, all of them should continue doing their best. From there, things gradually began to fall into place. The discussion in the office between Kashmo, Yulian, and Kujin came to an end with a specific location already marked on the map, while Enya formally began her magical training under Bariz and showed clear improvement over time. As the days passed, 6 months went by, and rumors began to spread that the youngest member of the Runcandel family had died. At the Runcandel estate, Penji arrived shaking as he presented a sword, explaining that it had been discovered among ancient desert ruins and, after he recognized it from the wanted posters, he had brought it straight here, while the head of the Runcandel family stared down at it in cold, unbroken silence. Once the vice-head verified the report, the Golden Tongue tribe received a substantial reward and was escorted away in safety. Elsewhere, Penji's abacus rattled non-stop as the numbers he calculated kept climbing higher, while Dark Flame and Yona stood before him, both frozen in disbelief at the towering stacks of gold rising like walls. Penji's eyes gleamed as he announced that the total was enough to support several generations, and his excitement quickly spread to Yona and Dark Flame, who answered with the same energy, the three of them standing together, declaring themselves rich while taking in the vast fortune before them. 6 months after Jin's disappearance, an official notice declared that the reserve flag-bearer of the Runcandel family had died, leaving everyone who saw the countless wanted posters stunned. Dante Hiron, unaware of the truth, was consumed by rage, and after a destructive outburst, he stood there breathing heavily with his sword still in hand, his pale face tilted upward while his bandaged grip tightened until blood seeped through. While elsewhere, Veridin Zipple's memories came fully under control, and his eyes grew wild and unrestrained. The scene shifted to La Perosa, a peaceful mountain forest where waterfalls streamed endlessly from towering cliffs, and behind the falling water, a faint silhouette could be seen. Our protagonist, believed by the world to be dead, continuing his relentless training without pause as he prepared for what lay ahead, repeatedly throwing himself beneath the roaring cascade, losing all sense of time as he pushed his body to its limits again and again. After reaching the site of the legacy, Jin reflected that for the first 2 months he had trained solely with the Battle Kings to build his basic physical strength, recalling how he had been forced to carry a massive boulder weighing more than 10 times his own body weight while the Battle Kings remained at his side, driving him through harsh, unending sessions that showed no mercy. Once that period ended, he went on to train with all 5 Battle Kings for another 4 months, fighting them repeatedly in real combat, Yet despite the intensity of these clashes, the Battle Kings neither used aura nor employed any techniques from the Bright King's sword. And even though they struck without holding back, Jin admitted that no matter how much effort he put in, he still failed to achieve any meaningful progress. When Dalpi launched his attack, Jin could not dodge in time and was hit by several direct slashes across his body. And as he endured the pain, he blamed himself, admitting that he still could not evade his brother's strikes. He went on to admit that even when facing Linpa, he was utterly powerless, as none of his attacks had any effect, yet he refused to yield and kept advancing, drawing on every ounce of strength to deliver his strongest strike, only for Linpa to stop it with ease using a single hand. Sweat poured down Jin's face from sheer exhaustion, yet his eyes stayed firm and unwavering as he questioned himself, reminding himself that he had already obtained the heart of the Bright King's tribe and that, through the Fangbora's engraving, his brother's techniques resided within his mind. And still, despite all of that, this was the extent of his progress. In the end, Linpa countered and struck him away, sending his body flying backward. Jin crashed to the ground and lay there without strength, his gaze unfocused as a deep sense of helplessness washed over him. And in that instant, the faces of those he aimed to defeat rose within his thoughts, forcing him to recognize once again that the world was filled with overwhelming power. He concluded that to reach his goals, he would need to push far beyond his current limits. Yet the truth remained that, for now, he could only survive with the aid of others. He recalled the expectations placed upon him and the responsibility of protecting someone's life, and as countless thoughts crowded his mind, his eyes lowered slightly. Then the scene returned to him beneath the waterfall, bracing himself against the freezing torrent as he renewed his resolve, even though his destination still felt impossibly distant. Slowly, he stood and gripped his sword, reminding himself he could not stop there, and as he straightened his posture, he recalled what it was he needed to protect. The thought of his comrades reignited his determination, and he believed that this resolve would only continue to grow stronger. So despite his exhausted body, he took his stance once more, realizing he needed to understand his brother's intentions. With force, he brought his blade down, slicing straight through the waterfall as he resolved to make full use of the time he had left. Outside, 3 Battle Kings observed him in silence as Garmin voiced concern, questioning whether it was truly acceptable to continue like this when so little time remained and not even the slightest sign of improvement had appeared. Boris answered that this was the battle god's decision and that, regardless of the situation, it was a necessary process, reminding Garmin that he already knew this. He continued, explaining that the tyrannical swordsmanship engraved within the Runcandel bloodline could not be overcome unless Jin suppressed it and came to realize the truth on his own. And without reaching that realization, further progress would be impossible, adding that depending on one's ability, such understanding could take months or even years. Linpa turned away and remarked that most people never grasp such truth even after a lifetime of training, after which Boris glanced back and said they should return, explaining that Jin needed sufficient time, while Garmin remained deep in thought. Elsewhere, Jin continued his training with unwavering focus, and after completing a session, he moved to leave, only to halt abruptly when he noticed someone standing before him. He greeted Garmin respectfully as his brother, and saw a warm smile on Garmin's face as he invited him to sit and share a glass of jewel liquor. Before long, the two sat down to rest, and as Garmin raised his drink, he asked whether the incident had truly happened, mentioning that Jin had answered a blacklight call and that he had only recently learned of it. Jin gave a faint smile and nodded, confirming it had indeed been an extraordinary experience, explaining that he had gone straight into training upon arriving, which was why he was only now speaking of it, and adding that it had helped him greatly. Hearing this, Garmin showed clear surprise and asked what life there had been like and whether the training was proving difficult, to which Jin replied that failing to understand his brother's intentions made everything feel hopeless. He explained that they only sparred and trained without using aura swords or any Bright King sword techniques, and although he believed there must be a reason, he could not ignore how strongly it made him confront his own limitations. Garmin admitted he had expected as much and, after a brief pause, agreed, remarking that the situation was indeed complicated. At that moment, a familiar voice called out, and Garmin's expression tightened with obvious irritation as Belleyes, lounging casually on a tree branch, asked whether he had failed to keep himself in check. Jin lifted his head, looked at her, and addressed her respectfully as the 7th Battle King, but Belleyes dropped down lightly and remarked that the 8th Battle King had been far too lenient with Jin and was interfering with his training. Hearing this, Jin grew confused and asked whether that was truly how she saw him. Yet Belleyes replied that the 8th Battle King should already be fully aware of that truth, while Garmin, standing off to the side, began to sweat and quickly denied understanding what she meant, insisting he had only been talking about life. Belleyes reached out, grabbed the liquor bottle, and mocked him for calling that a discussion about life, pointing out that he had even taken 600-year-old jewel liquor for it, which led Jin to comment that it made sense the fragrance felt richer than before, prompting Belleyes to laugh aloud and praise it as impressive, while Jin looked down at the cup in his hand and admitted it truly tasted excellent. Bell Eyes then declared that since it was that good, the 8th Battle King would have to spend some time working at her brewery, a statement that shocked Garmin so badly he sprang to his feet with his mouth left hanging open. Still puzzled, Jin asked whether she meant an actual brewery and if the 7th Battle King brewed jewel liquor herself, and Bell Eyes proudly confirmed that she did, explaining that she crafted it carefully every single day before asking if he wanted to come along. Intrigued, Jin agreed immediately, saying it would help clear his mind. As the scene shifted, they arrived at the site, and Bell Eyes gestured ahead while introducing it as La Prarosa's Pride, the Jewel Liquor Brewery. Jin looked around in clear surprise and admitted it was nothing like he had imagined, saying he had not expected such a massive facility and that it was impressive, but Bell Eyes immediately declared that, for now, the 8th Battle King would be responsible for an entire batch of jewel liquor. While below them, Garmin let out a weary sigh as Bell Eyes remained full of excitement. Bell Eyes then asked whether Jin wanted to create a special batch of jewel liquor with her, prompting him to ask what jewel liquor actually was. Inside, the brewery extended across 5 vast levels, each assigned a specific role: the jewel mine, fermentation plant, refinery, pressing area, and ripening cellar. And as Jin stepped into the gemstone cavern, he could not conceal his amazement. He explained that the very first step in making jewel liquor was extracting gemstones, admitting he had never imagined the drink was truly made from real jewels, though he reasoned that since they consumed swords, it was not entirely unreasonable. He also recalled that, according to the 7th Battle King, mining these stones required achieving resonance between one's core and the gemstone itself. Jin reflected on Bell Eyes' repeated explanations of resonance, remembering how she described everything in existence as possessing its own unique sound and vibration. And he noted that if one could identify that sound and align the Bright King's heart with it, then anything could be shattered with even the slightest touch, which formed the basis of the Bright King tribe's power. Realizing with surprise that he had never fully understood this before, he continued contemplating what resonance truly meant, recalling how Bell Eyes had explained it to him many times because he had struggled to grasp it at first. Placing his hand on a gemstone, Jin stated that he first needed to perceive either the sound of the object or the sound within himself. And as he concentrated on sensing the stone's resonance, he reasoned that if he could feel even one of those sounds just once, the sensation would sharpen and spread throughout his entire body, allowing him to detect every vibration he chose to focus on. Closing his eyes, he felt the resonance shifting within him and came to understand that resonance meant merging different sounds into a single unified vibration. In the next instant, Jin's eyes opened sharply as though he had found the answer. Withdrawing his hand, he reached forward again with 2 fingers, and at the precise moment of contact, he released a powerful strike that shattered the gemstone into countless fragments, while Bell Eyes, watching from outside, felt deeply satisfied with the result. She then demonstrated her own method, breaking a gemstone with a touch as light as a feather and effortlessly causing a massive stone to collapse. And, witnessing this overwhelming display of strength, Jin admitted that he still had a long road ahead. After gathering numerous gemstones, Jin noted that the mined gems had been successfully collected. Bell Eyes and Jin continued by gathering additional ingredients, with Bell Eyes explaining that these materials would be fermented together with grains and other carefully cultivated substances, and that once everything was combined, the fermentation process would begin, completing the essential preparation of jewel liquor. When they reached the final stage, she stated that the most crucial step was refinement, then sat down and focused all her strength, activating the machinery through her power as an intricate system roared to life. Heating water while Jin watched with curiosity as strange lights rose from below, the liquid glowing a mystical green like a perfectly clear crystal lake. Bell Eyes explained that this stage was called refinement and that, as the name suggested, it determined the overall quality of the jewel liquor. She described how a refined jewel would shatter into countless radiant fragments, and how the color and intensity of that light would influence its fragrance, then continued by explaining that the liquor would travel through vacuum tubes into the winery, where the fragments would gather and recombine into larger jewels, with a depth of flavor depending on their hardness, adding that brighter jewels produced a stronger aroma while harder ones created a deeper taste, concluding that the final character of jewel liquor depended entirely on the degree of refinement. She then stepped toward Jin and explained that she would refill the refining stone before asking if he wanted to attempt the refinement process himself. When Jin agreed and asked what he needed to do, she instructed him to sit as if meditating and carefully follow her guidance. And as he did so, she explained that the process was similar to mining gemstones, reminding him that earlier he had focused on resonance, but now he needed to resonate with the echoes emitted by countless jewels, directing him to concentrate on those scattered echoes, identify the strongest among them, synchronize with that sound, and at the exact moment he felt the resonance align, release the lightning energy within his heart. Jin followed each step with patience until he reached the precise state she described, and the energy flowing from him successfully activated the machine, prompting Bell Eyes, who watched from outside, to praise him and remark that he had done well. After finishing, Jin asked with curiosity whether he had truly succeeded, and Belize confirmed that he had performed it perfectly, explaining that the refined gemstones were sent through a spinning wheel powered by the 8th Battle King, while Garment, still at work, complained that he had been laboring intensely all day, adding that extracting the essence from jewel liquor was far from easy. He went on to explain that, drop by drop, the glowing liquid would fall into moon jars stored within the underground aging chamber, and that depending on the creator, the jewel liquor would only be complete after fermenting for decades or even centuries. Belize then asked Jin what he thought of the light produced by the jewel liquor he had created, and Jin answered with a bright expression that the entire experience had opened his eyes, explaining that while the process itself was fascinating, resonating with the heart of the Bright King tribe had felt truly extraordinary, to the point that his worries seemed to fade and he felt he had gained immense benefit. Belize responded with clear satisfaction that she was glad it had helped, adding that resonance could also be achieved using shadow energy, though that approach was somewhat more complex, while Garmin cut in, saying it did not matter whether it was possible or not and asking if he could finally have a drink. Jin looked at him in surprise, remarking that it was the first time he had ever seen the 8th Battle King so worn out, but Garmin frowned and denied it, explaining that although it might have looked like he had only been turning a machine, extracting the essence of jewel liquor required tremendous effort, and warning Jin not to speak lightly about something he had never experienced. He then stood and stretched, thinking to himself that nothing compared to the difficulty of the 7th Battle King's refining process, though he admitted that Jin's part had not been easy either, wondering if successes truly were different. As the three left the brewery together, Jin said he understood and added that he would try operating the mechanism next time, then suggested they go out and offered to buy drinks for the day, which immediately lifted Garmin's mood as he eagerly asked if Jin was serious, adding that the jewel liquor would taste especially smooth that day. However, unnoticed by any of them, a jar left behind inside the brewery began to emit a strange glow, and while they walked away without realizing it, it remained alone in the room, giving off a faint radiance. Something had shifted within the workshop without anyone noticing, as a vast surge of energy seeped out from the jar, which had changed from its original white appearance into a mysterious and otherworldly light. A shadowy figure appeared before the jar as Vaughn stood in silence, her gaze fixed upon it while shifting colors reflected in her eyes. Inside, a shimmering liquid of many hues had formed, and as she slowly closed her eyes, a memory surfaced. She had once asked Belize about that very moon jar, remarking that its pattern looked beautiful, only for Belize to explain that it was not decoration but the trace of damage from when it had been broken and carefully restored, then question why, if they were brewing jewel liquor, they had not chosen a flawless jar. Vaughn had insisted on using that one, saying that because it had once been broken, it felt as though it would mature into something even stronger. And at that moment, a man standing beside Belize had smiled warmly and called out to her in surprise, promising that he would store the jewel liquor in that jar and that once it had aged, they would drink it together. Holding on to that memory with a faint smile, Vaughn silently affirmed in her heart that the promise would one day be fulfilled. The liquor within the jar was slowly ladled out, each measured spoonful carefully poured into a small bottle, and as Vaughn held that bottle in her hand, she wondered if that had been their final conversation, reflecting on how swiftly time had passed as she quietly spoke to her absent companion within her thoughts. The scene shifted to a tranquil morning, opening with the bright songs of birds as flocks drifted gracefully across the island and dewdrops clung lightly to the leaves, while Jin's reflection rested upon the still surface of the water. Seated across from him, Vaughn asked whether his training was going well, and Jin answered that it was not, admitting that the more he trained, the more obstacles seemed to appear. He added that the short time he had spent brewing jewel liquor had helped him far more than expected, and Vaughn advised that the more impatient he became, the easier it was to fall into unseen traps, warning that constantly forcing himself forward was not always beneficial. She explained that true training, as she understood it, meant mastering one's mind from within, and that because Jin had found a sense of calm while brewing jewel liquor, he had been able to think with greater clarity and depth. She told him that although he already understood the concept of resonance, he had not truly perceived it until now, and that in the future, there would be many moments where remembering that realization would become crucial. Urging him not to forget this moment, she told him to lift his cup and drink. Vaughn explained that the liquor had been brewed long ago by the previous successor, and when Jin asked if she meant the former Lord Lamar, she confirmed it without hesitation, after which Jin raised the cup, took a sip, and remarked in amazement that the aroma was incredibly deep and rich. Vaughn replied that it was only natural, as the liquor was around 1,000 years old, then briefly closed her eyes before opening them again, her golden gaze shining as she declared to the successor who carried her blood that she was ready to give him everything, though only he could fully awaken and accept it. She said she believed he would succeed once again and told him to trust himself. Still confused, Jin wondered what she meant, but before he could understand, a violent surge of pain struck him, his chest convulsing as his veins swelled, and he collapsed forward onto the table while the cup slipped from his hand and shattered. Vaughn rushed to catch him as he writhed in agony, and as his eyes turned empty and lost their pupils, as though his consciousness had left his body, she looked at him and whispered that she would kill him and that he had to survive. Elsewhere, as Garmin and Belai sat together, a voice suddenly called out that the war god brother had summoned Jin to the Sky Garden. Belai questioned whether it was true, and Limpa confirmed it, adding that the ritual must have already begun, while Boris wiped his mouth and complained that when Jin had previously attempted to transfuse the war god's blood, they had stopped him, saying their fate was at risk. Yet now he had not even discussed it with them beforehand, and if anything were to happen to him during this ritual training, it would be disastrous. Limpa cut him off, reminding him that both in the past and now the war god brother had believed in Jin, and that they should place their trust in him as well. While Garmin quietly asked Belais whether he had informed the war god about Jin brewing jewel liquor and what exactly he had said, Belais answered calmly that he had simply spoken honestly, that judging by the strength of the jewel liquor Jin had produced, the ritual should be possible, and urged him to accept it, adding that since Jin was their guiding light, their fate should rest on this as well. Meanwhile, in a distant and unfamiliar realm, Jin slowly opened his eyes after enduring the overwhelming pain, then looked around in shock as he questioned where he was, recalling that only moments earlier he had been with the war god brother. He soon noticed a sword already in his hand and wondered why Sigmund was there with him, when Vaughn appeared and quietly whispered that he had to escape death, and before he could respond, something slashed across his arm and a wound suddenly opened. A voice told him that even in death he must continue thinking, and as Jin regained his senses, he stared at his injured arm and questioned whether all of this was merely an illusion. But the voice continued, urging him to listen even to the abyss within himself. Realizing the voice came from behind, he tried to turn. Yet another slash struck him, forcing him to cough up blood as he wondered if she had truly meant it when she said she would kill him. And then blow after blow fell upon him, without mercy, the pain sharp and undeniable, making him think that no matter how much he tried to dismiss it as an illusion, it felt completely real. He died and returned to life countless times, each cycle leaving him gasping desperately for air as he felt he could not breathe, while the ground beneath him turned dark red and even the falling rain failed to wash away the deep crimson. In reality, Vaughn held Jin's unmoving body, her gaze fixed on him, and from within his eye a single drop of blood slid downward, as if he was sinking into a bottomless abyss of despair with no escape. Jin realized his thoughts were endlessly revolving around death, and he recalled how he had long questioned why someone who had already died had been granted regression, now feeling as though he were falling without end into a bottomless abyss of despair. As that sensation deepened, memories began to resurface, bringing back the contract with Soderit and the exact moment of his regression, followed by everything that came after, including his meeting with Murakin and the 1,000 years of waiting, all of it connecting into a single continuous path, as though every event had already been predetermined, which led him to wonder whether his fate would simply follow the same course as others and whether his existence held any true meaning at all, driving him to question what he truly desired, what he had once longed for, and why he had pursued power in the first place. The questions only continued to multiply, as he wondered how true strength could be attained and who could have possibly foreseen or arranged everything. And while holding a branch of flowers in his hand, he asked himself what he was truly capable of protecting and what he should do if someone's fate were decided because of him. Surrounded by countless doubts still without answers, he questioned why he could no longer hear Soderit's voice, how he was meant to save the Bright King's tribe, and why he had come to possess their heart. And amid this unending stream of thoughts, he tried to grasp what it was he truly needed to find, until suddenly something lingered in his mind, resonance, and he began to question its meaning, eventually realizing that resonance was vibration. He reflected that vibration could not be seen, yet it undeniably existed, something that could be felt within the body without needing to be heard, flowing as naturally as breath through the movement of blood, and just as life flowed and fate flowed, that same sense of flow began to take shape within him, leading him to understand that everything moved in this way and ultimately formed a single unified whole. He remembered Vaughn's words, that he must continue thinking even in death, and as he opened his eyes while holding on to that realization, he understood what Brother Vaughn had meant and what had been perceived within endless death. In that instant, he sensed the flow, saw Vaughn clearly, and recognized the movement of death itself, and when another attack came toward him, Jin understood it this time, twisting his body repeatedly to evade Vaughn's strikes as he realized he now had the ability to resist. That understanding itself was the key to avoiding death, and with his eyes fully open, he fixed his gaze on the incoming blow before swinging his sword with force to counter Vaughn. Outside that reality, a massive surge of energy burst from Jin's body as he realized this was the only path forward, and Vaughn spoke with clear satisfaction, confirming that he was correct and that true understanding lay in resonating with the flow of all vibrations. At last, Jin awakened, and Vaughn praised him, explaining that this realization marked both a beginning and an end. In February 1799, as Jin brought his training to a close, his close allies were each pursuing their own paths. Kujin and Yulian became official members of the Seven-Colored Bird and took on important missions. Jet continued gathering information as he always had. Enya devoted herself to magic and improved day by day with Bariza's guidance. And the Beast Folk, using the large reward granted by the Runcandel family, began planning a special business venture, while it seemed the world had gradually forgotten the youngest son of the Runcandel family. Meanwhile, inside a room within the Hiran family, a figure sat quietly by the window as Dante asked whether any message had arrived from Veridin, and the butler replied that no news had come, prompting Dante to fall silent as he wondered whether Veridin was safe. Elsewhere, a maid delivered a letter to Veridin and informed him it was from Dante, but Veridin merely turned his head with indifference and asked who Dante was. Then, showing no interest, ordered the letter to be burned, saying it came from someone he did not even recognize, while the maid tightened a grip on the letter and looked at him with a complicated expression. Meanwhile, Murakin devoured a sweet pie as Jilly and Quicantal watched with quiet smiles. And after finishing, he held his stomach in satisfaction and declared that strawberry pie was the best, then stood confidently and announced that now that he was full, it was time to leave. And although Quicantal and Jilly said nothing, they silently agreed. Beneath a clear blue sky with seagulls circling overhead, a powerful voice rang out as Cosmos declared that he did not believe that man was dead, insisting that someone he acknowledged would never fall so easily and that everyone was being deceived, then excitedly telling them to wait and see because the man would suddenly appear from somewhere and shake the world once more, before raising his bottle toward the sea and calling out to Jin Runcandel, inviting him to share a drink. Without warning, a terrifying explosion tore through the distance, causing Cosmos to widen his eyes as he remarked that it felt like something immense was about to happen. Then, filled with excitement, he declared that this day would serve as the proving ground for 8 orders. Meanwhile, elsewhere, explosions continued erupting one after another, throwing the residential district into chaos as the blast spread. Haytona and Daytona, now acting as flag bearers in Jin's absence, were carrying out a mission to eliminate radical Zipple followers who were terrorizing Runcandel territory, and when a fanatic stepped in front of them shouting devotion to Zipple, the two surged forward together, calling out in unison before cutting him down in an instant, after which Haytona cast a sideways glance and claimed he had struck first, only for Daytona to argue back that it had actually been his 245th kill. While around them the explosions grew larger and more destructive and their blades became heavily stained with blood. Daytona spoke with clear satisfaction, remarking that Zipple's mana bombs had been thoroughly entertaining, while Haytona, wearing a smug look, said it was only natural the blast kept going off, then added that everything seemed cleared and urged that they head back quickly. Right then, Daytona paused as something came to mind and asked whether that was the day their father was supposed to return, and Haytona confirmed it without hesitation, warning that arriving late would set Muanin off into another huge uproar, pressing him to hurry, while Daytona exhaled and muttered that even thinking about it was already exhausting. Elsewhere, across a landscape buried in snow, a flag rose into view as a heavily armored foot planted firmly against the white ground, where an elite force stood in flawless formation, and Luna, acting as commander, ordered every unit to straighten their lines before firmly declaring that the patriarch had arrived. A suffocating stillness blanketed the frozen expanse, so absolute that when 2 small birds suddenly flapped their wings and fled, their movement only heightened the immense presence forming behind them, where a massive silhouette slowly took shape. A cloaked figure moved forward at an unhurried pace, while nearby animals turned their eyes toward it, their gaze reflecting a grand flag whipping even harder through the falling snow. The very emblem linked to the one said to end the suffocating dread gripping both the Runcandel family and the Hugh Festus, the Genesis Star Knight. Beneath the punishing weather, every soldier had already assembled, each holding a solemn banner, as the figure fully emerged and continued straight through the city gates. From the outset, Rosa had been standing there waiting, her expression distant and unmoved, and as the sound of refined footsteps approached, gliding lightly over the thick snow, she raised her hand in a quiet signal. Immediately, Luna thrust her sword into the ground and announced the patriarch's arrival, while firm footsteps pressed into the snow and the formation behind advanced in perfect synchronization. Luna fell silent once more, stepping back into position as her gaze fixed on Rosa, then abruptly issued a crisp order for the ranks to form, prompting drums to pound in steady succession as warhorses shifted into readiness, their hooves lifting with measured force. Through the relentless snowfall, the patriarch advanced atop his warhorse while soldiers snapped into precise formation, stepping forward in strict lines despite the harsh storm. Clad in authoritative uniforms, they held their positions with pride, some lowering their blades so the tips pointed beneath the snow toward the ground, while others raised their swords high into the storm, hands tightening firmly around the hilts as the weapons stretched skyward, as though every detail had been prepared long in advance. With one unified voice, the knights shouted their salute to the patriarch, and as his horse came to a halt, his face came into view, cold, rigid, and unyielding, his towering presence radiating authority, while Rosa, her expression unchanged and distant, formally welcomed him. He gave no response, his eyes fixed elsewhere, and even when Rosa called out again, he remained silent, his senses sharpening as he detected something amiss, yet showing no concern, allowing only a faint, unsettling smile to form. At that moment, another man came into view, his figure largely concealed beneath a long cloak, with only a portion of his confident face exposed until he slowly drew the cloak aside and stepped down onto the ground. At the same time, the patriarch dismounted from his horse, and just as Rosa began to suggest moving inside, he interrupted her with a sharp remark, stating that her senses had grown dull, a comment that made her eyes widen in visible surprise. Turning his back on her, he added that it seemed there was someone else present to welcome him as well. Luna remained sharply focused, but in the very next instant, a strange object fell from above, causing her eyes to snap open as she felt something rapidly approaching. Rosa also revealed clear shock, while Luna sensed an enormous, crushing presence descending upon them, only to realize with alarm that it was a black dragon. The massive creature hovered directly overhead, yet Rosa stayed composed, stepping forward with steady elegance and casting a brief glance to the side, as the black dragon passed over the city gate before slamming down with devastating force, the impact ripping the ground apart into fragments and throwing everything into chaos, leaving destruction scattered in every direction. Through the heavy snowfall, the silhouette of a black dragon gradually emerged, and Keel, staring in shock, questioned what kind of being it was, while another man expressed doubt, wondering if, assuming it truly was a black dragon, it could belong to the first patriarch. Watching in silence, Joshua thought that the youngest and his guardian dragon were unleashing overwhelming power the moment they appeared, and even if it served as a symbol of Runcandel, it still felt excessive. Even so, he admitted to himself that a black dragon remained a black dragon, and despite not having fully recovered its strength, the immense pressure it radiated was undeniable. In the next moment, Joshua's eyes widened as he realized the presence surrounding them was not coming from the dragon at all, noting that it felt far sharper and far more violent. And as the ground began to tremble intensely, he reacted in disbelief, questioning whether it could truly be Jin and thinking that he must have lost his sanity. Within the raging snowstorm, Jin stood atop the dragon's head before leaping down in a single swift motion, landing lightly as he straightened and began walking forward. Soon after, he drew his sword, its blade flashing as currents of lightning energy crackled along it. With steady composure, Jin stated that it had been a long time, releasing his aura as he greeted his father with a faint smile, then gave his sword a single spin and formally introduced himself, declaring that he was Reserve Knight Jin Runcandel and that he had returned after completing his training. Standing directly before the patriarch, Jin held his calm smile while the patriarch fixed him with a stained gaze, and on that day, the patriarch slowly reached for the sword at his waist. It was said that, aside from Luna, all of Chiron's children had witnessed him swing his sword for the first time. As his hand closed firmly around the hilt, he unveiled the power known as Genesis Star, a supreme realm that exceeded the limits of a 10-star transcendent and stood beyond any comparison. The instant the patriarch drew his blade, it was likened to the silent strike of the sole Genesis Knight of that era, the sword tracing a radiant arc of light so overwhelming that everyone present trembled, and with a single motion, he split a mountain cleanly in two, displaying a level of power that could only be compared to that of a demigod. Dayton stared in disbelief, his eyes wide as he questioned whether such a feat could truly be accomplished in one strike, while all who witnessed it were left completely speechless, stunned by what they had just seen. The patriarch then declared that from that moment onward, he would cut Jin down with his blade and ordered him to stop it, stating plainly that if he failed to block the strike, he would die. Jin thought to himself that this was the weapon of a demigod, a blade capable of severing even the very laws of the world, and he forced himself to step forward as his mind ran through the 28 years of his previous life and the 19 years of his current one, 4 to 7 years in total, before taking his stance and declaring inwardly that at last, as the youngest son, he would face his father's sword. The patriarch brought his blade down with overwhelming force, leaving a blazing trail of light behind it, and Jin met the attack directly, planting his feet as the sheer impact split the ground beneath him. Streams of light coursed through his body, his eyes burning ever brighter as he endured the crushing force. Under the immense pressure, blood spilled from his mouth. His grip tightened so fiercely that his hand began to bleed, and his feet sank deeper into the shattered ground. Within his mind, he ordered himself to focus, recalling Vaughn's words that even at death's edge, he had to survive, concentrating intensely to perceive the countless scattered vibrations around him. He remembered the brutal training he had endured and realized that every fragment of his experience and effort was being poured into this single clash, his eyes shining even brighter until, with unwavering resolve, He swung his sword with all his strength to meet the patriarch's strike. The clash erupted in a violent burst of force and smoke, and when it finally cleared, Jin had successfully blocked the patriarch's blow. His gaze remained sharp as he held his stance, while the patriarch observed him in silence for a brief moment before a satisfied smile formed. He slowly lowered his sword and addressed everyone present, announcing that from that moment forward, all crimes of Reserve Knight Jin Runcandel were forgiven, declaring that by receiving his blade, Jin had already paid for his sins. As those words spread, the crowd fractured into reactions of anger, relief, and stunned disbelief. The patriarch continued, stating that Jin had proven his worth before all of Runcandel. From that moment on, Jin Runcandel would no longer remain a preliminary flag-bearer, as the patriarch declared that he would be elevated to the rank of an official flag-bearer, a decision that left Joshua in utter disbelief as he heard it, while Luna, in contrast, wore a satisfied smile. When the patriarch called out to preliminary flag-bearer Jin Runcandel, Jin raised his sword and firmly accepted the command without hesitation. Thus, in the winter of February 1799, the youngest son of the Runcandel family, Jin Runcandel, after enduring and blocking the blade of the strongest man of that era with his own body, was formally appointed as a flag-bearer and became the 12th Knight of Runcandel.